Dragon Ball World. Year 762 of the Age of Kami. On a small peak on Earth, a boy wearing an orange-eared martial arts uniform with a long sword on his back. He was currently staring blankly at the sky. This boy was the son of Sun Wukong's Sun Wufan. However, this Sun Wufan was not the original Sun Wufan from the story. He was a transmigrator. Just a few minutes ago, Su Xian was working overtime at the company writing code. Just as he was about to finish, his vision suddenly went black. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived in this world, becoming the 5-year-old Sun Wufan. The current time was half a year after Sun Wukong and La Dizzy had perished together. This meant there were still 6 months until Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth. Ding. Host bloodline confirmed. Now initiating binding. Just as Su Xian was still adjusting to his new identity, a synthesized electronic voice suddenly sounded in his ear. System. Su Xian subconsciously said, then snapped out of his daze. At that moment, a blue progress bar with percentage appeared in front of him. The percentage of the blue progress bar increased rapidly, reaching 90 in no time. A few seconds later, the bar reached 100. Cultivation system, binding complete. Now as long as the master does 1 push-up, you can increase your combat power by 1 point. Just 1 push-up increases combat power by 1 point. Su Xian was startled. This somehow sounded like the training method of Chi Yu from One Punch Man. Yes, master. Then system, if I train according to your instructions, I won't go bald, will I? What are you saying, master? I am a conscientious system. Conscientious? Su Xian thought usually villains claim to be good, while truly good people never say they are good. Forget it, survival is the priority now. If worst comes to worst, I'll wear a wig. Master, you don't trust me. The system said, sounding a bit angry. I believe you, I definitely believe you. Liar. Seeing the system acting so childish, Su Xian immediately started teasing it. System, you're not a female, are you? This system is a real man. Alright, a real man. Then system, other systems usually have a newbie gift pack. Do you have any newbie gift pack for me? Since you said there are other systems, then I definitely don't have one. Su Xian was speechless. You don't have one, and still you're so confident. Master, happiness is achieved through hard work. Although I don't have a newbie gift pack for you, as long as you train diligently and reach a certain level of strength, the system will reward you with an upgrade gift pack. How big? As big as you can see. Su Xian was speechless again. System, do you think you're funny? Not really, just ordinary world's 3rd best. Su Xian heard that and couldn't be bothered to argue further. Then system, can I only get stronger by doing push-ups? Of course not, master, can also increase your physique through sit-ups, running, squats, pull-ups, and other forms of exercise. Moreover, the system is just an auxiliary enhancement. Auxiliary enhancement. Yes, in simple terms, master already possesses a powerful bloodline. Even without the system, you can become stronger through training. While the system just lets master become stronger with minimal training, accelerating your progress, giving you time to take vacations. Vacation. Hearing the word vacation, Su Xian suddenly thought the system was quite considerate. But then he thought, if he had a system that made him stronger without any training at all, wouldn't that be even better? Indeed. Humans are never satisfied. Yes, master. From now on, I am Sun Wufan. Su Xian said to himself inwardly. Then Sun Wufan began doing push-ups on the cliff. Ding. Congratulations, master, for completing 1 push-up. Combat power 1. Ding. Congratulations, master, for completing 2 push-ups. Combat power 2. System, can you not keep making sounds? Annoyed by the constant sound, Sun Wufan said irritably, okay, master. The system replied and stopped announcing. Sun Wufan's ears suddenly felt much quieter. 10, 11, 12. He counted silently as he continued his push-ups. At first, Sun Wufan found the push-ups tiring, but the more he did, the easier it became. However, sweat poured from his body. The sun was blazing hot. Before he knew it, it was noon, and Sun Wufan's stomach started growling. He had done over 10,000 push-ups in the morning. Moreover, that was because he started slowly. If he had to do those 10,000 push-ups again, now, it would probably take less than 2 hours. Now I should be stronger than Sun Wukong, right? Sun Wufan muttered to himself, then jumped off the small peak. After jumping down, Sun Wufan immediately looked around for food. Suddenly, a vibration came from the ground in the distance. Sun Wufan turned to look and saw a khaki-colored dinosaur. The dinosaur had a scar on its face, and most of its tail had been cut off. And the one who cut off its tail was none other than Sun Wufan. Back when Sun Wufan had not yet trained much, the dinosaur had chased him as prey. Later, as Sun Wufan grew stronger, he would cut off a piece of tail meat from behind every time he saw it. This beast never learned its lesson. Every time Sun Wufan cut its tail, the next time they met, it would still chase him as prey. It's you, big dinosaur. Seeing the food delivered to his doorstep, Sun Wufan smiled. Then he drew the long sword from his back and waited for the dinosaur to charge. Swoosh. Just as the dinosaur got close, Sun Wufan suddenly leaped into the air and landed behind it. Before the dinosaur could react, Sun Wukong swung his sword downward with both hands, directly cutting off its tail. Opt! The dinosaur screamed, instinctively ran forward, and knocked itself out on the mountain in front. Thank you, dinosaur. Sun Wukong smiled, gathered some firewood around, and started a fire. When the fire was blazing, he used the sword to roast the dinosaur meat. After a while, the meat was cooked. Famished, Sun Wukong quickly grabbed the roasted meat and started eating. Wow, so hot. Wow, so hot. Delicious. I never thought dinosaur meat would be so tender. In Su Xian's past life, dinosaurs were long extinct. If he hadn't transmigrated to the Dragon Ball world, he would never have been able to eat dinosaur meat. After eating the dinosaur meat, Sun Wukong immediately returned to the small mountain peak and took a nap. In the afternoon, after waking up, he first found a place with water to wash up. According to the original Sun Wukong's memory, he hadn't mastered the flight technique. So after washing up, he began to practice the flight technique. Learning the flight technique would make his movements much more convenient. Sun Wukong had taught the technique to Sun Wutian and Videl in Dragon Ball Z, so he roughly knew how to control it. Since Sun Wukong had already learned how to use Qi, he quickly used Qi to make his body float. Then he controlled the Qi to fly back and forth in the sky. Whooshed! Because it was his first time flying in the sky, Sun Wukong felt a surge of excitement. After practicing for an hour or two and becoming proficient, he immediately landed from midair and began doing push-ups. The flight technique was only a very ordinary skill in Dragon Ball. He should now focus on improving his strength as quickly as possible. Dusk fell. After training for an hour, Sun Wukong had done 500 push-ups. His current battle power had reached 15700. Growl. After training, Sun Wukong's stomach quickly became hungry. Just then, a man with green skin wearing a dark blue-purple battle suit and a white cape behind him flew over from a distance. This man was Baiku. Uncle Baiku. Sun Wukong happily shouted towards him. Swish. Thud. Baiku landed on the small peak and threw a big fish he had just caught in front of Sun Wukong. I caught this big fish in the river ahead. You can roast it and eat. Thank you, Uncle Baiku. Baiku nodded. Wukong, how has your training been lately? I've made a little progress. Oh, really? Sun Wukong nodded, then jumped off the peak to find some firewood for roasting the fish. After finding the firewood, he gathered energy in his hand to start a fire. When the fire was big enough, Sun Wukong immediately placed the skewered fish on the fire to roast. At this moment, Baiku came down from the peak and sat beside Sun Wukong. The two sat around the fire in silence. After a long while the fish was done, Sun Wukong picked up the roasted fish and looked at Baiku beside him, saying, Uncle Baiku, would you like some fish? No, you eat it. Sun Wukong then began to eat the fish. After a long while, Sun Wukong finished the whole fish, let out a big burp, and lay back. So full. Baiku looked at Sun Wukong like this, and a smile appeared on his face. But the smile vanished quickly, and his face returned to its previous stern expression. Although he liked this Sun Wukong, he was after all Son Goku's son, not his own child. At that moment, Sun Wukong, lying on the ground, fell asleep without realizing it. Asleep. Asleep. Baiku was startled. Then Baiku sat beside Sun Wukong all night. The next day, just before dawn, Baiku left. Uncle Baiku. When Sun Wukong woke up and didn't see Baiku, he called out tentatively. But no one answered him. He left. Sun Wukong murmured to himself. Then he found a nearby river to bathe and wash up. After washing up, Sun Wukong caught a wild boar nearby and roasted it for today's breakfast. After breakfast, he quickly returned to the small peak to train. Today in the morning, let's do 20,000. Sun Wukong set a small goal for himself, then placed his hands on the ground and began. 1, 2, 3. The morning passed quickly. Sun Wukong not only completed his small goal, but also did 3,000 sit-ups. So tired, Sun Wukong wiped the sweat from his forehead with his hand, looking down at the ground below the peak. After staring for a while, without seeing any dinosaurs, he felt a little disappointed. Yesterday's dinosaur meat was really good. After calming down for a moment, Sun Wukong jumped down from the peak to hunt for today's lunch. Although there was no dinosaur meat today, he still had to eat. After searching around for a while, Sun Wukong caught a wild boar. Then very skillfully, he gathered firewood from around and roasted the boar. In the afternoon, after waking from a nap, Sun Wukong found water to wash up and began training. Because his strength had greatly improved, Sun Wukong tried doing one-handed push-ups. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for doing one-handed push-up. Battle Power 2. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for doing 2 one-handed push-ups. Battle Power 4. Sun Wukong heard the system's voice and was momentarily stunned. System, why did my battle power increase by 2? Reply, Master, the training system increases battle power based on the difficulty of your training. What about training under 100 times gravity? Sun Wukong asked. For normal push-ups, it would be 50, one-handed, 100, two-finger, 150. If it's 200 times gravity, multiply by 2, 300 gravity, multiply by 3. And the stronger you are, the more your training adds. Sun Wukong listened then thought. He remembered the highest gravity in Dragon Ball's gravity chamber was 800 times. If he did 2-finger push-ups under 800 times gravity, 1 push-up would give 1,000, and 10,000 would be 12 million. 365 days a year, he could gain billions in battle power over the year. Of course, that required an 800 times gravity chamber. System, if I don't have a gravity chamber, but train with weights, can I increase that much battle power? Of course you can. The system is very flexible. How flexible? As flexible as you want. Really? Sun Wukong said as he started doing 1-finger push-ups. His current battle power had reached 40,000, so doing 1-finger push-ups without weight was quite easy. The afternoon passed quickly, and before they knew it, the sun had set. Sweating like rain, Sun Wukong finished 15,000 1-finger push-ups. Each 1-finger push-up increased battle power by 3 points. Sun Wukong did 15,000 in one afternoon, meaning he increased his battle power by 45,000 in one afternoon. At this rate, he could probably reach a battle power of 3 million in a month. And as his strength increased, his push-up speed also became much faster than before. What a fulfilling day. Gohan sighed with admiration as he watched the sky darken. Finishing his remark, he hummed a little tune and set off to find tonight's prey. Hum-ha-hey used the nunchucks. Hum-ha-hey. As Gohan hummed midway through his tune, he suddenly sensed someone watching him from behind and halted his steps. Has he noticed me? Piccolo, hidden behind a small peak, was secretly alarmed. He had come today merely to steal a glance at Gohan. Though Piccolo appeared cold on the surface, he was genuinely concerned about Gohan. He had secretly visited Gohan several times before. As for why he had to do it in secret, firstly, he wanted Gohan to develop self-sufficiency. Secondly, he was the great Demon King. If Krillin and the others found out he was fussing over Gohan like a nursemaid, they'd laugh him to death. Gohan smiled and resumed walking forward. Phew. Piccolo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he hasn't spotted me. The next morning, Gohan had just woken from his slumber when he saw Piccolo sitting nearby. Beside Piccolo lay a freshly caught large fish. You, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan was startled by Piccolo's sudden appearance. Though he rather liked Piccolo's character, the green skin and face were quite frightening, especially when seen right after waking up. Besides, he had only transmigrated a few days ago and was still not accustomed to Piccolo's appearance. You're awake. Piccolo glanced at Gohan flatly. Gohan nodded. Uncle Piccolo, why are you here so early today? I came to check on your martial arts training. My martial arts? Yes. After breakfast, I'll spar with you. Spar? Yes, don't worry, I won't go all out. Gohan gave a dry laugh. Even if you did, you couldn't beat me. Then Uncle Piccolo, I'll go wash up first, and then I'll grill this fish. Fine. Piccolo nodded. After a while, Gohan grilled the fish and devoured the whole thing. Gohan, are you ready? Don't rush me, Uncle Piccolo. I just ate you. I need to sit and digest a bit. Piccolo was speechless. As a Namekian who only needed water, he found it hard to comprehend that humans needed time to digest after a meal. After a moment, Gohan rose from the ground. Ready? Gohan nodded. Then attack me. All right. Gohan grinned, showing his teeth. Piccolo snorted dismissively. In his eyes, no matter how much Gohan's strength had improved, he could never be a match for him. Whoosh. Just then, Piccolo felt a gust of wind brush past him. Startled into a cold sweat, he spun around to find Gohan standing behind him, smiling. Uncle Piccolo. When did you get behind me? Just now. What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo? Nothing. Piccolo's face immediately turned serious. He hadn't expected Gohan's speed to have increased so dramatically in just a few days. Oh, then Uncle Piccolo, shall I really start now? Really start? Yes. I was afraid you weren't ready, so I just circled behind you. Go ahead. If you can defeat me, I'll let you go home for a day. Home? Yes. Didn't you want to go home before? Staying at home was certainly more comfortable, but if he returned, Shishi would definitely make him study. Well, Uncle Piccolo, I'm not really that eager to go back now. Not eager. Gohan nodded. Uncle Piccolo, if I defeat you, how about taking me to see Uncle Krillin? What's there to see in that little baldy, eh? Piccolo snorted. A few seconds later, he relented. Fine, if you beat me, I'll take you to them. Gohan smiled and nodded. So can we continue the fight now? Yes. Gohan replied. Whoosh. Piccolo's fists flew like the wind, attacking Gohan. Gohan shifted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging Piccolo's strikes. Damn it. Piccolo roared in fury, kicking forward with all his might. Gohan sidestepped, evading the attack once more. How is this possible? Piccolo's face was a mask of disbelief. His initial attacks hadn't been full strength, but that last kick had been his absolute best. Just then, Gohan's figure appeared before him, and he kicked Piccolo in the body. With a cry of pain, Piccolo was sent tumbling off the peak, crashing heavily to the ground. After a moment, Piccolo clutched his chest and slowly rose from the ground. Huff! Huff! He gasped for breath, his face pale. Gohan's single kick had made him feel as if his internal organs had shifted. When did this brat become so strong? Whoosh. Thud. Gohan flew down from the small peak and landed before Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, shall we continue fighting? Gohan asked, hands in his pockets. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Gohan, when did you become this strong? Just these past few days. Piccolo had been secretly observing Gohan during his 6 months of training. If Gohan lied, Piccolo would easily see through it. Piccolo stared at him intently, beginning to suspect Gohan's identity, though Gohan was no longer as timid as before after 6 months of training. The current Gohan was far too composed, a completely different person from before, yet he still treated Piccolo with the same respect. Could he have hit his head? Piccolo wondered silently. Gohan, did you injure your head during training these days? My head? No. Gohan shook his head. What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo? Nothing. Then Gohan, how did your strength increase so suddenly? Push-ups. Yes. I did tens of thousands of push-ups yesterday. A cold sweat beaded on Piccolo's forehead. He usually did push-ups too, and without weighted clothing, he could easily do tens of thousands. But that kind of training doesn't seem to boost strength much. Apart from push-ups, have you done any other training? I've also done sit-ups. Piccolo was speechless. These are all ordinary training methods. But never mind, as long as Gohan's strength increases enough to handle the Saiyans in half a year, it's fine if he's stronger than me. Uncle Piccolo, can you teach me the special beam cannon? Although Gohan's strength had increased, his techniques were still limited. Of course. Piccolo paused for a moment before replying. He hadn't expected Gohan to want to learn his special beam cannon. The special beam cannon was his strongest technique, though it required a bit of time to execute. Uncle Piccolo, do you have any other techniques you could teach me? Fine. But if I teach you, you must train hard. Yes. Gohan nodded. Piccolo then placed 2 fingers on his forehead, and a golden aura appeared at his fingertips. After a moment, Piccolo finished gathering his energy and pointed his fingers toward a small peak ahead. Special beam cannon. Geo. As Piccolo spoke, a golden spiraling energy wave shot from his fingers, striking the small mountain ahead. With a thunderous roar, the peak was blasted to pieces. Numerous fragments of rock fell near the two under the force of the explosion. How was that? Piccolo asked Gohan. Not bad. What do you mean not bad? I killed Raditz with this move. His ultimate technique was merely deemed not bad by Gohan. Then, is it impressive? Seeing Gohan's dismissive attitude, Piccolo grew even more irritated. Forget it. This move isn't very practical. They'll teach you something else. Something else? Yes. Piccolo nodded. The next technique he'll teach you is called the light grenade. Light grenade. The morning passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was noon. Gohan found a lost wild boar nearby and made it his lunch. After eating, he took a nap on the small peak. In the afternoon, Piccolo brought Gohan to the celestial realm. Pi. Piccolo Daimao. Tien and the others who were training there showed expressions of terror upon seeing Piccolo. With Goku dead, if Piccolo decided to attack them, no one could stand against him. Piccolo glanced at Krillin and the others' fearful faces and sneered disdainfully. Don't worry. Until we defeat the Saiyans, I won't lay a hand on you. That's a relief. Krillin sighed in relief. Uncle Krillin. Gohan suddenly called out to him. Are you? Gohan. Yes. Gohan nodded. And who are they, oi? This is your Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha, and Uncle Kaiatsu. Uncle Tien, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Kaiatsu. Gohan greeted them. Yes. The 3 nodded in return. So Gohan, how has your training with Piccolo been going? Not bad. Not bad. Piccolo's mouth twitched upon hearing this. Gohan's strength had already surpassed his. If he was just not bad, then what did that make Piccolo? What's wrong, Piccolo? Krillin noticed his changing expression. Nothing. Is that so? Gohan, are you here to train today? No, I just came to see you all and ask for some toiletries. Toiletries? You mean things like a toothbrush? Yes. Gohan nodded. He'll go check if Mr. Popo has any. Mr. Popo. He's the guardian's servant. Didn't your father tell you about him? Yamcha said. He did, but I forgot. I see. Just then Piccolo's lips curled into a sly smile. Don't you all want to know how strong this kid is now? Yamcha, Gohan's strength. Yes. Alright, I want to see how strong Goku's son really is. Yamcha said, turning his gaze to Gohan. How about it, Gohan? Don't worry, he'll go easy on you. Gohan remained silent, unsure whether to call Yamcha confident or arrogant. Go easy on me. Piccolo couldn't help but burst into laughter. WH. What are you laughing at? Yamcha felt a chill run down his spine at Piccolo's sudden mirth. I'm laughing at your foolishness. Let me tell you the truth, not just you, even I can't beat him now. You? Can't beat him? Yamcha was astonished. Tien and Kairatsu also wore expressions of disbelief. In just half a year, Gohan had already surpassed Piccolo. Really? Just then Krillin came out with Mr. Popo. Seeing the shocked faces of Yamcha and the others, he was puzzled. What's everyone so worked up about? Krillin Piccolo just said Gohan's strength has surpassed his. Yamcha explained. What? Krillin was stunned. He had just heard Gohan say his strength was not bad and assumed he was weaker than them. But now he could even defeat Piccolo yet remained so modest. Still, this was good news for them. With Gohan around, they no longer had to fear Piccolo, and his strength gave them a better chance of defeating the Saiyans who would arrive on Earth in half a year. Thinking this, Krillin's face lit up with excitement. Great Gohan. I can't believe you've already surpassed Piccolo. Piccolo snorted, coldly displeased. Yes. Gohan nodded. At that moment, everyone present was overjoyed except for Yamcha. Since Gohan's strength had already eclipsed Piccolo's, his earlier boast about going easy seemed ridiculous. Uncle Yamcha, maybe we shouldn't spar. Not spar? Are you going to fight Gohan, Yamcha? Krillin asked. Yeah, it's fine, Gohan. Even though I'm not as strong as you now, I still want to see your true power. Yamcha feigned nonchalance to save face. All right then. Yes. Yamcha nodded. The two stepped back simultaneously, creating distance between them. Piccolo and the others moved to the sides to avoid interfering with the fight. Let's begin, Uncle Yamcha. All right. Yamcha nodded and dashed toward Gohan like the wind. Son Gohan shifted his body slightly to the side, evading the attack. Yamcha was startled and immediately raised his right foot to kick at Son Gohan. With a bang, Son Gohan raised his left arm, blocking Yamcha's incoming kick. Damn it! Yamcha gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. Son Gohan watched him calmly. At that moment, Earth's god slowly emerged from a chamber in the celestial realm, leaning on his staff. God! Mr. Popo immediately went over to support him. Is that Son Gohan, the son of Son Goku? Earth's god remarked, looking at Son Gohan. Yes, God. Huh. Suddenly Yamcha let out a fierce cry and charged at Son Gohan like a wolf. Yamcha swiftly reached Son Gohan, his hand striking out like claws. This technique was called the New Wolf Fang Fist, an upgraded version of the Wolf Fang Fist. Despite Yamcha's assault, Son Gohan dodged with ease. No good, Yamcha's attacks can't even touch Gohan. Tenshinhan analyzed the situation. Krillin added, yeah, I never imagined Goku's son would be this strong. And he's only 5. Saiyans truly are a formidable warrior race. Tenshinhan nodded. Just then Son Gohan exerted force with his right hand, sending Yamcha flying hundreds of meters away. With a thud, Yamcha landed on one knee, sweating profusely. But I won't give up so easily. Yamcha slowly rose to his feet. Piccolo watched speechless. If Son Gohan hadn't held back, Yamcha would have been defeated long ago with no chance to continue the fight. This brat is still too soft-hearted, Piccolo thought to himself. Just then Yamcha grasped his right wrist with his left hand, gathering energy into his right palm to form a blue sphere, which he launched at Son Gohan. Son Gohan swayed to dodge. Yamcha then raised his palm, sending the deflected blue sphere soaring into the sky. The Spirit Ball. Son Gohan quickly identified the technique from Yamcha's hand gesture. At that moment, Yamcha controlled the blue energy sphere, directing it back to attack Son Gohan. Son Gohan stood motionless. The blue sphere struck the image of Son Gohan and passed right through it. After image technique, Krillin exclaimed, recognizing the move. Damn it! Yamcha gritted his teeth, a sense of helplessness washing over him. Son Gohan's strength was overwhelming, leaving Yamcha unable to even budge him. Suddenly Son Gohan appeared before Yamcha and knocked him to the ground with a single punch. Yamcha, I'm fine. Yamcha struggled to his feet. Then Son Gohan mimicked Yamcha's earlier stance and formed a blue energy sphere. The Spirit Ball. Tenshinhan was astonished. He hadn't expected Son Gohan to master Yamcha's technique after seeing it just once. Without a word, Son Gohan hurled the blue sphere, then rapidly moved his palm, making the Spirit Ball soar and weave across the sky of the celestial realm. Explode. With a soft command, the Spirit Ball detonated in the sky, creating a massive cloud of smoke and fire. How is the Spirit Ball so powerful? Yamcha was shocked. It was his own technique and he knew its limits well. Is it because his strength surpasses mine? Yamcha wondered. Just then a small cat with a blue back and white fur on its face, chest, belly, inner ears, and tail tip flew over from a distance. This was Yamcha's companion Puar. He had been with Yajirobe on Korin Tower and was unaware that Piccolo and the others had arrived. After Puar appeared, Yajirobe also ascended from Korin Tower. Master Yamcha. Puar. Master Yamcha, what's wrong? Did something happen? Nothing, I was just sparring with Gohan. Gohan. Puar looked over at Son Gohan. So he's Son Goku's son? Yes, Yamcha nodded. Son Goku's son. Yajirobe approached upon hearing this. This kid really looks like Goku when he was little. Uncle Krillin, who is he? He's your father's friend Yajirobe. Uncle Yajirobe. Yajirobe nodded. By the way, who won the spar? Gohan did. Krillin said. Gohan is this strong already? Yajirobe was amazed. He and Yamcha were evenly matched. If Yamcha couldn't beat Son Gohan, he likely couldn't either. Yeah, Gohan is the strongest among us now, even Piccolo can't beat him. Piccolo shot a cold glance at Krillin. Krillin felt a chill down his spine. Even Piccolo can't beat him. Yajirobe was stunned. Krillin nodded. Uncle Krillin, can I ask you a favor? What is it, Gohan? Could you ask Aunt Bulma to build me 100 times gravity chamber? 100 times gravity chamber. Everyone was shocked. Yes. Gohan, do you know how heavy 100 times gravity is? Krillin asked. Yes, it's 100 times my body weight. If you weigh 20 kilograms now, 100 times gravity would be 2 tons. Oh, Piccolo couldn't help but laugh. Little Baldy, just do as Gohan says. I'm not a little Baldy, my name is Krillin. Then I'll call you Little Baldy Krillin. Piccolo chuckled. Damn it. Krillin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth in frustration. Uncle Piccolo, even though Uncle Krillin is bald, I still hope you'll call him by his name. Krillin was speechless. He desperately wanted to say, please stop mentioning the word bald. Ow. All right then. Piccolo agreed, looking at Son Gohan. Piccolo actually listens to Gohan. Yamcha was startled. Piccolo immediately fixed him with a cold stare. Yamcha quickly covered his mouth with both hands. Having been killed by Piccolo's father King Piccolo, both he and Krillin still harbored a lingering fear of Piccolo. Piccolo snorted coldly, glancing at Gohan beside him. Gohan, if there's nothing else, shall we head back? All right. Gohan nodded. Uncle Krillin, when the gravity chamber is ready, please let Uncle Piccolo know. Hi, Piccolo. Krillin's expression shifted as he spoke. Gohan, if the gravity chamber is done, I'll come find you myself, okay? That works too. This capsule has toothpaste and a toothbrush, enough for half a year. Mr. Popo tossed a capsule to Gohan. Thanks. Gohan thanked him and put away the capsule. Piccolo, shall we go back? Gohan nodded. Uncle Krillin, everyone goodbye. Goodbye. The group waved farewell to Gohan. With that, Gohan and Piccolo left the celestial realm. I never imagined Gohan would grow so fast, Krillin remarked with a hint of emotion as they departed. Indeed. Tien nodded. We used to see Goku as our goal, but now. Krillin and the others lowered their heads. Though they longed to catch up with Goku, his talent and diligence far surpassed theirs. After a brief silence, Yamcha looked up at Krillin. Krillin, could you ask Bulma about the gravity chamber? Sure. Krillin agreed. After all, he was no longer the main fighter. With a poof, he departed from the celestial realm. Elsewhere, Gohan and Piccolo had returned to their training site. Gohan, from today onward, I'll train with you. Train together. Yes. You've surpassed me in strength, but I can still spar with you. Well, all right. At Bulma's home in West City, she sat bored at a table flipping through a magazine. A figure suddenly descended from the sky. Krillin. Bulma. Opt. Startled Bulma jumped up from her chair. Once she recognized him, she smacked his bald head. Krillin, you scared me. What? I called you, but you didn't hear. Bulma snorted. So why the sudden visit? Well, Gohan came to me today and asked me to get you to build 100 times gravity chamber. 100 times gravity chamber. Bulma was astonished. Yeah, Gohan's the strongest among us now. The strongest. But isn't Gohan only 5? Yes, but he's a Saiyan. His talent is immense. I see. I've never built a gravity chamber before. I'm not sure I can. No worries, just do your best. All right. A day later, Gohan's battle power reached 100. He sat cross-legged on a small peak. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for reaching 100 battle power. Reward transformation technique. Transformation technique. Instantly, Gohan's mind was flooded with knowledge about the skill. Reward complete. Please continue training diligently. Okay. What's wrong, Gohan? Piccolo noticed Gohan spacing out. Nothing, Uncle Piccolo. Is that so? Piccolo closed his eyes and began meditating. A week passed in the blink of an eye. During that week, Gohan's battle power exceeded 1 million. He was doing one-arm push-ups. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for surpassing 1 million battle power. Rewards instant transmission Gum Gum Ghost and 99 Senza Beans. Knowledge of the techniques flooded his mind. Reward complete. Please continue training diligently. Gum Gum Ghost. Gohan was taken aback. He recalled that move belonged to Gotenks. System, can't you give me something more serious? Serious? What's unserious about the Gum Gum Ghost, Master? Nothing, it's just too childish. But Master, aren't you a child? I may look like a child, but my mental age is already an adult. Oh, still a child. Damn it, System, come out and fight me. They'll smash your dog head. The System yawned. Master, I'm inside you. Go ahead and hit yourself. You think I wouldn't? Then do it. Gohan lightly tapped his chest with his right fist. The System remained silent. Can't you hit harder? System, do you take me for a fool? The System couldn't be bothered to banter further. Gohan resumed training. 3 weeks passed in a flash. His battle power had now reached 5 million. He stood on a peak, fists clenched, attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan. With a mighty roar, an immense aura erupted from him. The ground for hundreds of thousands of miles trembled under the influence of his energy. On the celestial realm, Tien and the others sensed Gohan's powerful ki. Such immense ki. It feels like Gohan's. Yamcha swallowed hard. He nodded slightly. On Korin Tower, Yajirobe, who had been stealing fish from Korin, froze mid-motion, his face filled with disbelief. Thigh's ki. Is it Gohan's? Yes, Korin confirmed. Is this kid some kind of monster? Korin gazed calmly at the world below. Gohan. Krillin, en route to Gohan's location, also wore an expression of astonishment. He quickened his pace toward Gohan. On North Kai's planet, Goku, who was training, also sensed Gohan's energy. This ki. Could it be Gohan's? But that's impossible. How could his power have grown so much? North Kai spoke gravely. That ki is indeed Gohan's. It really is Gohan. Goku was astonished. He knew Gohan harbored immense latent potential, but he hadn't expected it to be this vast. On Earth, Son Gohan had already elevated his ki to its peak. Anger. Gohan clenched his teeth, suddenly recalling the unpleasant memories of his past life. With a mighty roar, the ground for tens of thousands of miles began to tremble violently, and the earth around Gohan stirred up a massive cloud of dust. What? Piccolo was astonished. He had just thought Gohan had reached his peak ki, but to his surprise, Gohan's aura suddenly surged once more, reaching a level he could scarcely fathom. At that moment, Gohan's hair turned gold and stood on end. His eyes became a light turquoise, and a golden aura blazed around his body. This was none other than the Super Saiyan. What is this? Piccolo was stunned. What? Watching from the North Ko planet, the North Ko was utterly amazed. What's happening? Gohan's ki has multiplied dozens of times in an instant. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. What is that? The Super Saiyan is a legendary warrior among your Saiyan race. It is said to be immensely powerful. This is the first time I've seen one. A legendary Saiyan warrior. Yes. On Earth, Gohan had descended from the small peak and now stood before Piccolo. Are you Gohan? Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Then what's with your hair? I think it's a Saiyan transformation. A Saiyan transformation. Gohan nodded. I call this form the Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Gohan nodded. Piccolo gazed at Gohan, recalling their first meeting. Back then, Gohan was smaller, tearful, timid, and full of fuss. Now he was not only more reticent, but had also attained a power so profound it was unfathomable. Piccolo felt both joy and resentment. Joy because Gohan was his disciple, and resentment because Gohan had surpassed him in just 7 months. Even Gohan's father had only been slightly stronger than him back then. What's wrong, Uncle Piccolo? Nothing. Piccolo snapped back to reality. Gohan, your power is formidable now, but you must keep training. Raditz's comrade might also be a Super Saiyan. Gohan nodded. On the North Ko planet, the North Ko was speechless. Did Piccolo think Super Saiyans were as common as cabbages? They weren't everywhere. Son Goku, Lord Ko, I want to talk to Gohan and the others. Oh, all right. Place your hand on my back and you can communicate with them telepathically. Gohan, Piccolo, can you hear me? Son Goku. Dad. Son Goku nodded. Gohan, you're incredible to have mastered the Super Saiyan in such a short time. Super Saiyan. Piccolo was startled. Wasn't Super Saiyan a name Gohan had just made up? How did Goku know it? Dad, how are things over there? I'm fine. Though you've grown strong, Gohan, you still need to train hard. No one knows how powerful the Saiyans arriving in over 4 months will be. Then, Dad, should we revive you? Not yet. Wait until those 2 Saiyans arrive before bringing me back. Okay. Then Gohan, Piccolo, that's all for now. With that, Goku slowly removed his hand from the North Ko's back. Goku, the Saiyans coming to Earth in 4 months aren't as strong as you think. Gohan can definitely defeat them with his current power. I know. Goku's expression turned serious. You know, I said that to encourage Gohan to grow even stronger. I see. But Gohan's talent is monstrous. He's only 5 and can already transform into a Super Saiyan. If he keeps training, who knows how powerful he'll become. Keep training. Goku thought of Shishi. Shishi had always opposed Gohan's training, wanting him to study hard and become a renowned scholar. On Earth, just as Goku and the others finished their conversation, a figure descended from the sky. It was Krillin. Krillin looked at Gohan in his Super Saiyan state and asked hesitantly, Are you Gohan? Yes, Uncle Krillin. Gohan reverted to his normal form. A bright smile spread across Krillin's face. It really is you, Gohan. I never imagined you'd become this strong. Gohan nodded. By the way, Gohan, was that a transformation? That was the Super Saiyan transformation. Super Saiyan. Transformation. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Is the gravity chamber ready? It's done. I came to tell you. I see. Gohan turned to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, do you want to come with me to Aunt Bulma's house? Piccolo glanced at Gohan and nodded. Krillin was startled that Piccolo would join them. Both he and Bulma were somewhat afraid of Piccolo. Bringing Piccolo would surely frighten Bulma. But since Gohan had invited him, Krillin had no choice but to go along. Then Uncle Krillin, let's go. All right. Krillin nodded. With that, the three soared into the sky. After a while, they landed in Bulma's backyard. Piccolo. Bulma, sitting in a chair, jumped up in fright at the sight of Piccolo with Krillin. Piccolo snorted coldly, saying nothing. Bulma moved behind Krillin and whispered, Krillin, why did you bring him along? Krillin gave a wry smile. It wasn't my idea. Gohan wanted him to come. Gohan. Aunt Bulma. Bulma put her hands on her hips, displeased. Gohan, why did you have to bring Piccolo? Piccolo, with his sharp hearing, frowned at Bulma. What am I not welcome? Upon hearing this, Bulma quickly forced a smile and said, No, I just meant that if you were coming, Gohan, you should have informed me earlier. Piccolo snorted coldly. Less talk, just tell us where the gravity chamber is. Bulma's face darkened with displeasure. If it weren't for Goku's sake, she would never have built a gravity chamber for Gohan. Despite her annoyance, she had to help him grow stronger, otherwise who would protect Earth when the Saiyans arrived? Then follow me. The three nodded. Bulma turned and led them away. After a while, she brought them to a house. The interior was spacious, complete with a kitchen, bathroom, living room, and bedrooms. Bulma, is this a gravity chamber or a residence? This is indeed the gravity chamber, but one must eat and sleep while training, right? That makes sense. So I converted a house into a gravity chamber. The chamber is just ahead. Oh. Saying this, Bulma led them to the gravity chamber. The room was vast, only slightly smaller than the total outer area. The floor was paved with synthetic red bricks, and at the very center stood a large machine. This machine was the control for the 100-fold gravity chamber. Gohan, this is the control panel. Press the left button to increase gravity by 1 fold, the right button to decrease it by 1 fold, and the middle button to reset everything to 0. Okay, I understand, Aunt Bulma. Bulma nodded. So Gohan, will you train here at my place or somewhere else? Elsewhere? Yes. This gravity chamber can be stored in a capsule, making it very portable. I see. Hearing this, Gohan glanced at Piccolo beside him. Uncle Piccolo, what do you think? Up to you. In that case, he'll stay at Aunt Bulma's place. Piccolo looked at Bulma, but said nothing. Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Krillin, would you like to stay and train together? Together? Krillin pondered. Never mind, he'll train with Tien and the others. After all, no matter how hard they trained, they could never surpass Gohan. And you, Uncle Piccolo? He'll see. Then train while here, Gohan. He'll head back to the celestial realm. Okay, Uncle Krillin, take care. Krillin nodded. Bulma, he'll step out too since I'm not training. Gohan nodded. Once they left, he immediately set the gravity to 10-fold. SSO heavy. Piccolo was already wearing weighted gear, and the 10-fold gravity pressed down on him, making his body feel incredibly heavy. He glanced at Gohan. Gohan's expression remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Uncle Piccolo, are you alright? Fine. Then he'll start training. Saying this, Gohan began doing one-fingered push-ups. 1, 2, 3. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for completing a push-up. Combat power increased by 10. Piccolo followed suit. The morning passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. That morning, Gohan had done 10,000 one-fingered push-ups and 10,000 sit-ups. In total, his combat power increased by 200,000. Aside from the system's rewards, his Saiyan bloodline also added tens of thousands due to his training. The increase was modest because the morning's training had been too easy. Growl. Gohan's stomach rumbled with hunger. Just then, Bulma's voice came from outside the gravity chamber. Gohan, Piccolo, time to eat. Gohan immediately stopped training. Uncle Piccolo, it's time to eat. I don't need to eat, you go ahead. Gohan nodded. Uncle Piccolo, if you're thirsty, there's water in the kitchen. All right, go eat. Gohan acknowledged and left the gravity chamber. Once Gohan was gone, Piccolo immediately increased the gravity to 20-fold. He knew that Gohan had kept the gravity at 10-fold that morning just to train alongside him. Otherwise, Gohan could easily have set it to 100-fold. SSO heavy. As the 20-fold gravity pressed down, Piccolo felt an immense weight. It was so crushing that it almost took his breath away. But thinking of Gohan, he persevered. In the backyard of Bulma's house, Gohan was now seated at the dining table. Bulma's mother, Mrs. Brief, and her father, Dr. Brief, were already at the table. Bulma, is this Goku's son, Gohan? Mrs. Brief squinted and asked with a smile. Yes, Mom. He looks just like Goku did when he was little. Dr. Brief, indeed. Then eat up, Gohan. Don't be shy, have as much as you like. Gohan picked up his chopsticks and began eating. Munch, munch, munch. Soon the food on the table vanished like a whirlwind into Gohan's stomach. Bulma's eyes widened in shock. She had guessed that Gohan, being a Saiyan, had a big appetite, but she never expected that at only 5 years old he could already eat as much as Goku once did. He was practically a carbon copy of Goku. Mrs. Brief watched with great delight. The more Gohan ate, the more it proved her cooking was delicious. Burp. After a while, Gohan let out a loud belch. Seeing him like this, Bulma felt he was a completely different person from the Gohan she once knew. Gohan, during these 6 months of training, what did Piccolo feed you? Apples, dinosaur meat, wild boar? Basically whatever was available in the mountains. Dinosaur. Yes, why? Nothing, just surprised. Did Piccolo give you the dinosaur meat, or did you hunt one? No, a dinosaur chased me, and I cut off its tail. I see. Krillin told me you're incredibly strong, now even stronger than Piccolo. Is that true? Gohan nodded. Great. Bulma jumped up joyfully. With you around, I don't have to be afraid of Piccolo anymore. Honestly, his face is kind of scary. Aunt Bulma, Uncle Piccolo is actually a kind person, he just looks fierce. Bulma let out a cold snort. I'm still not quite used to that green face. Well then, Aunt Bulma, I'm full. I'd like to take a nap. Alright, well, clean up here. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately walked back to the Gravity Room's house and saw Piccolo still training. Uncle Piccolo, you're still training. Huff. Huff. Piccolo nodded in response, panting heavily. Uncle Piccolo, do you want to take a break? Alright. As Piccolo spoke, he restored the gravity in the room to normal. Huff. The moment the gravity returned to normal, Piccolo let out a great sigh of relief. Afterward, the two went to their respective rooms for an afternoon nap. In the afternoon, after waking from their nap, they continued their training in the gravity room. 3 days later, to avoid hindering Son Gohan's training, Piccolo ultimately decided to train outside. Though a little reluctant, Son Gohan agreed to let Piccolo train outdoors. After all, he could go find him anytime. Once Piccolo left, Son Gohan immediately increased the gravity in the room to 100 times its normal level for training. Ding. Congratulations, Master. 1 single finger push-up, 100 combat power. Ding. Congratulations, Master. 2 single finger push-ups, 200 combat power. 4 days later, Son Gohan's base combat power reached 10 million. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for reaching a combat power of 10 million. Reward 1. All-seeing mirror can traverse all universes without being detected by angels, can travel to the past and future, can see anything you wish without being discovered even by the Omni King. The mirror can seal enemies weaker than the Master. Mind-reading art fusion. As the voice fell, an ancient mirror immediately appeared in the system's inventory. What? Master, you must have misheard. Forget it, I won't argue with you. As Son Gohan spoke, he took the all-seeing mirror out of the system's inventory. So this is the all-seeing mirror? Yes, Master. At that moment, the surface of the all-seeing mirror suddenly showed North Kai's planet, where Son Goku was currently training. System, how do I go to other universes? Master, if you wish to go to another universe, the mirror will show its image. Then you only need to touch the mirror with your hand to enter that universe directly through it. I see. And how does this mirror seal someone? It's very simple. Just shine the mirror on that person, and it will suck them inside. What if I accidentally shine it on someone? Don't worry. The all-seeing mirror acts according to your will. If you don't wish to seal someone, it won't suck them in. It follows my thoughts. Ahem. The system coughed. Master, be serious. I am serious. But system, why didn't you give me the Kaioken? Master, if I gave you the Kaioken now, what would I reward you with later? Reward me with Ultra Instinct. Or even the Omni King's erasure technique. Wait until you become stronger. So that's a yes. We'll talk later. So is it a yes or a no? Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this month, Son Gohan had Bulma upgrade the gravity room. Now the maximum gravity could be increased to 300 times the norm. Son Gohan was currently checking his combat power. Name Son Gohan. Gender male. Bloodline half Saiyan. Age 5. Base combat power 60 million. Potential. Not yet developed. IQ 60. What the? When did this IQ stat appear? Master, it was added after the system upgrade. System, you did that on purpose, didn't you? Master, would I be that kind of system? If you're not, who is he? Fine, I'll be magnanimous and not stoop to your level. As soon as he said this, the IQ on the character panel immediately changed to 250. What the? System, if you have the guts, come out of my body and see if I don't beat your stupid head in. I'm just not coming out. Let's see how you'll hit me. A small system is a small system, too scared to even leave my body. Who are you calling small? The system immediately became furious upon hearing this. I'm calling you small. If you've got the nerve, come out, and let's settle this fair and square. The system snorted coldly. If you really want to fight me, you don't necessarily have to go outside. Not go outside. As soon as he said this, Son Gohan suddenly appeared in a place that looked like the hyperbolic time chamber. Where is this? This is the system's alternate dimension. Here you can unleash your full power without being detected by the outside world. Oh, so where are you, system? Ahem. The system coughed. Master, I am everywhere. Everywhere. Yes, Master. You are currently inside my body. You are within me, and I am within you. Son Gohan fell silent upon hearing this. So how do I fight you? As soon as he finished speaking, a Son Gohan, who looked exactly like him, appeared before him. Master, this is my avatar. If you want to fight me, you must first fight him. An avatar? Then who is the real master here? The system chuckled. Master, as I just said, our relationship now is that you are within me and I am within you. Forget it. We'll just defeat him first. With that, Son Gohan clenched his fists and charged at his own likeness. Son Gohan clenched his fists too and charged at Son Gohan. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, the two clashed, their fists flying like the wind as they struck each other with force. Bang. With a tremendous sound, both of their right fists simultaneously landed on each other's faces, sending them both flying backward. Whoosh. Stamp. They both stomped hard on the ground to stop their momentum. Huh. With a loud shout, Son Gohan once again clenched his fist and charged at his likeness. Seeing this, Son Gohan did the same, charging forward with clenched fists. In no time, they clashed again, their fists and feet moving like the wind as they struck each other fiercely. Suddenly, Son Gohan crouched low and swept his right leg in a low kick aimed at Son Gohan's feet. Son Gohan leaped into the air to avoid it. Seeing this, Son Gohan flew up into the air as well. Whoosh. Boom. 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 Then their bodies moved like threads locked in combat high up in the sky. Bang. With a heavy punch, the two men's right fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing a powerful gale from their hands. After a moment of stalemate, they exerted force with their right fists, sending each other flying backward. Imitating me, Son Gohan observed himself, noticing that his opponent's moves were nearly identical to his own. Master, this clone is you, so it's impossible for you to defeat him. Son Gohan let out a cold snort, clenching both fists tightly. Huh. With a loud shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, huh. Seeing this, Son Gohan also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan charged at himself with lightning speed. Witnessing this, Son Gohan likewise rushed towards Son Gohan. Whoosh. Swoosh. Bang bang bang. The two dodged and struck at each other with ferocious force. Damn it. Son Gohan roared in anger, attempting to use the telepathy he had recently acquired to see if he could read Son Gohan's thoughts. Can't read it. Or does his mind have no thoughts at all? Master, aside from mimicking your techniques, it has no consciousness. Imitate. Yes, Master. In that case, let's see how you imitate this move. Son Gohan placed his hands on his temples. Solar flare. As soon as the words were spoken, Son Gohan's hands emitted an intense, blinding light. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately shut his eyes. After a few seconds, as the blinding light gradually dimmed, Son Gohan quickly opened his eyes and charged at Son Gohan. Bang! Son Gohan's right fist struck Son Gohan's face with tremendous force, sending him flying backward. After being hurled nearly a kilometer, Son Gohan stomped hard on the ground, halting his momentum. Son Gohan let out a fierce shout, dashing towards Son Gohan like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately placed his hands on his temples. Solar flare. As the words left his mouth, Son Gohan's hands erupted with an extraordinarily intense radiance. Son Gohan quickly halted his advance, shielding his eyes with his hands. A moment later, Son Gohan slowly opened his eyes and saw a small fist hurtling toward him. Due to the proximity, he couldn't react in time and was sent flying over a kilometer by that tiny punch. Thud. Son Gohan stomped hard on the ground, swiftly halting his slide. Damn it. I wonder if instant transmission will work on him. As he spoke, Son Gohan placed his right index finger on his forehead and used instant transmission, appearing behind Son Gohan. At that moment, Son Gohan also used instant transmission, appearing above Son Gohan. Seeing this, Son Gohan lowered his finger from his forehead and shot upward toward the airborne Son Gohan. Huh. He quickly reached his opponent and delivered a fierce kick with his right foot. Son Gohan vanished in a flash, swiftly soaring into midair. Son Gohan immediately gave chase. Whoosh. Boom. 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 Soon Son Gohan was once again face-to-face with Son Gohan, locked in a fierce battle. Pant pant. After a long while, both collapsed to the ground, their stamina completely drained. Are you even capable, Master? You can't even beat my clone. Son Gohan snorted coldly. System, don't get too cocky. I'm just not in top form today. Once I get my condition back, I'll definitely defeat that imposter. Alright, Master, do your best. System, how do I get out now, eh? Get out. You mean you're not going to fight me anymore? Ahem. Son Gohan coughed. Did I say that? Yes. The system replied, then played a recording of what Son Gohan had just said. Damn it, system, if you've got the guts, come out and let me smash your dog head. As the recording played, Son Gohan's face turned slightly embarrassed. System, you even have a recording function. What's the big deal? If we systems weren't forced to inhabit, you humans would have long been invincible across the universe. System, you'd better drop that fantasy. Let me fulfill your dream for you. The system snorted coldly. Big deal. No matter how strong you get, you'll never beat me, so I'm still number one in this world. After saying this, the system immediately returned Son Gohan to the real world. Looking around, Son Gohan found that all his injuries had vanished. System, how are my wounds healed? The alternate dimension you entered was a mental realm, so no matter how severe your injuries there, you return to reality unscathed. A mental realm? Yes, master. Son Gohan then checked his character panel and saw that his intelligence stat had risen to 90. Seeing the system relent, Son Gohan let the matter drop and began sensing the key of the Namekians from within the gravity chamber. There were less than 3 months until Vegeta and the others arrived on Earth. He recalled that Frieza and his forces would head to Namek after Vegeta's arrival on Earth. So he planned to have the Grand Elder of Namek unlock his latent potential before Frieza set out, and also warn them about the impending threat of Frieza coming to seize their Dragon Balls. After a while, Son Gohan sensed many key signatures similar to Piccolo's within the gravity chamber. Found it. With that, Son Gohan placed his right index finger on his forehead and used instant transmission, arriving in a Namekian village where he saw many Namekians who resembled Piccolo. So many Uncle Piccolos. The Namekians who had been gathered in conversation looked startled at Son Gohan's sudden appearance. Who are you? Asked a medium-built Namekian. Hello, my name is Son Gohan. I'm from Earth. Yay, Earth. Son Gohan nodded. Was that just now? The instant transmission of the Yardratians. A slender Namekian stepped forward and asked. Son Gohan nodded again. So what brings you here? I'm here to see your Grand Elder. The Grand Elder. May I ask what business you have with him? It concerns the fate of Namek, so I must speak only with your Grand Elder. Concerning Namek. The medium-built Namekian pondered for a moment. Please wait here. We'll go ask the Grand Elder if he's willing to see you. All right. Son Gohan nodded. Upon seeing this, the Namekian immediately led the other Namekians to meet the Grand Elder. Inside a 3-story white castle, there was a massive stone throne. Seated upon it was an extremely obese Namekian, none other than the Grand Elder of the Namekians. Just then, several Namekians flew in through the castle window. Upon entering, they immediately knelt before the Grand Elder in reverence. We pay our respects to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded. Carl, what brings you here? In reply, Grand Elder, there is a child named Son Gohan who claims to be from Earth. He wishes to see you, saying he has matters concerning Namek to discuss. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment. In that case, bring him to me. But, Grand Elder, he appears to be a Saiyan. It's fine. Bring him here. As you command, Grand Elder. After some time, Son Gohan was brought before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, I have brought the person. Good. All of you leave. I wish to speak with him alone. Alone. Hearing this, Carl immediately grew concerned. It's all right. This child is not a bad person. Then, very well. With that, Carl led the other Namekians away. Your name is Son Gohan, is it not? Yes, Grand Elder. Then what brings you to me? Grand Elder, do you believe that I come from the future? I do. After a moment's thought, the Grand Elder spoke slowly. Then why have you come here? Grand Elder, Frieza and his forces may arrive on Namek in a few months. Frieza, yes. Their target is your Namekian Dragon Balls. I came to tell you that Namek must relocate to survive this calamity. The Grand Elder fell into contemplation. The universe is vast, but we would eventually be found. Son Gohan, may I ask a favor of you? Please speak, Grand Elder. I wish for you to help us defeat Frieza. Is that possible? It is possible, but you must keep secret the fact that I am from the future. Agreed. The Grand Elder nodded. Furthermore, I have a request of you, Grand Elder. What is it? I ask that you unlock my latent potential. Very well. The Grand Elder consented without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan stepped forward. The Grand Elder placed his hand upon Son Gohan's forehead. A white aura emanated from his palm, surging into every part of Son Gohan's body. Sensing the immense potential within Son Gohan, the Grand Elder's face registered a flicker of astonishment. After a moment, he slowly withdrew his hand. It is done. Son Gohan nodded. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your battle power has exceeded 100 million. You are rewarded with the 20-fold Kaioken, the Thorned Armor, 60 damage reflection, and the Evil Containment Wave. As the words faded, a pink Thorned Armor appeared in Son Gohan's inventory. Reward complete. Please continue your diligent training, Master. It's already over 100 million. Son Gohan muttered, immediately opening his character panel to check. He found his battle power had reached 1 billion. So, Son Gohan, when will you help us deal with Frieza? When he arrives on Namek. When he comes, Yes. The universe is vast, and I don't know his current location. Moreover, we Saiyans cannot survive in the vacuum of space. I can only eliminate him when he lands on a planet. In that case, I will notify you the moment he arrives on Namek. Good. If there is nothing else, Grand Elder, I shall take my leave. The Grand Elder nodded. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission and departed from Namek. Shortly after his departure, the Grand Elder summoned Karl and the others. Grand Elder, where is Son Gohan? He has returned to Earth. Returned? Yes. But he brought news of great importance to our planet Namek. News of great importance. The Grand Elder nodded. Back on Earth, Son Gohan felt an immense sense of relief. Originally, given his current training progress, it would have taken him over 10 days to break the 100 million mark. Yet he had accomplished it in just a few minutes. If only I could become stronger without training. Master, that is an incorrect mindset. Only through diligent cultivation can one become a true powerhouse. But I just want to be a naturally born strongman like Broly. Master, although Broly's bloodline is formidable, he is still a mere mortal. I can help you achieve godhood and grant you boundless longevity. Moreover, you mentioned before that you wish to obtain the Omni King's power of erasure. If you work hard, erasing a universe will be trivial, and even creating space-time, and entire universes will be within your grasp. Son Gohan rubbed his chin. System, you wouldn't be trying to fool me, would you? Master, am I that kind of being? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Also, System, you seem a bit chatty. Master, are you complaining that I talk too much? No, I just think it's better when you're quiet. Reciting a myth telling of a family. The System promptly began playing a song. Master, is this quiet enough for you? Moments later, Son Gohan returned to his room where a laptop sat on the desk. This laptop was borrowed from Bulma under the pretense of learning about computers. In truth, Son Gohan used it to write programs whenever he was bored. Recently, he had been developing a game called Sheep. This game was immensely popular in his past life. It resembled a match-3 puzzle, but unlike such games, many tiles in Sheep were stacked beneath others, concealing their identities. To uncover them, one had to first clear the tiles above. Initially, the game only had 2 levels. Countless players stayed up all night, trying, yet many failed to conquer the second level. Consequently, those who considered themselves exceptionally clever would take on the challenge to flaunt their intellect. Another reason Son Gohan developed this game was to earn money. Although the Son family was not poor, the appetites of Son Goku and Son Gohan were astonishing. Had they not lived in the mountains where wild game and delicacies were abundant, they would have long been impoverished. This was why Shishi in the original Dragon Ball story had always urged Son Gohan to study hard and earn a living. Nearly 3 months had passed swiftly, and the day to resurrect Son Goku had arrived. In the celestial realm, Krillin and the others had already gathered the Dragon Balls ready to summon the Eternal Dragon and bring Goku back to life. Son Gohan and Piccolo stood nearby. Appear, Shenron. Grant my wish. Bulma gazed at the Dragon Balls on the ground and called out loudly. No sooner had she spoken than the sky over Earth darkened and a long azure dragon materialized before them. This was none other than Shenron, the Eternal Dragon. State your wish. Any wish can be fulfilled, but only one. Shenron, we ask you to resurrect Son Goku. Very well. Shenron's crimson eyes glowed brightly. On North Kai's planet, the halo above Son Goku's head suddenly vanished. Am I revived? Son Goku touched his head and asked. Indeed. North Kai nodded. Lord Kai, thank you, and Bubbles, for your hospitality. I shall return to Earth today. Farewell. Gregory and the others looked reluctant. Though impulsive, Goku was kind-hearted, and they had felt quite lonely living on this planet alone. On Earth, it is done. I have resurrected Son Goku. Farewell. Shenron transformed back into 7 Dragon Balls scattering across the globe. He's revived, the Earth Guardian nodded. Since Goku's body was on North Kai's planet, he will resurrect there as well. I see. When will Goku return to Earth? Kaiatsu pressed on. I know not, but I imagine it will not be long. In that case, let's wait here for Goku's return, Yamcha suggested. Everyone nodded. Wow. On the Serpentine Road, Son Goku was overjoyed at the prospect of seeing Krillin and the others. Yet his greatest joy was reuniting with his son Son Gohan. A few months prior, Son Gohan had already achieved the Super Saiyan transformation. His power had surely ascended to new heights. With this thought, Goku accelerated his flight. In the celestial realm, Krillin and the others had waited for some time. Krillin mused, strange. Why hasn't Goku returned after being resurrected for so long? As he spoke, footsteps echoed from a room within the celestial realm. Everyone turned to see Son Goku in his orange martial arts gi, accompanied by the fortune teller Baba on her crystal ball. Goku, Dad, long time no see, everyone. Son Goku greeted them with a smile. Krillin and the others approached Goku, eager to chat. Goku, after training with Lord Kai, how strong have you become? Not bad. Just a bit stronger than you all. A bit. Indeed. Gohan is now the strongest among us. Krillin nodded. Goku then turned his gaze to Son Gohan, who stood behind the others. For some reason, he felt that Gohan seemed somewhat unfamiliar. The Gohan of old was innocent, timid, and clung to him. But now Gohan exuded an air of profound composure. A composure unbefitting a child. Could it be? Because of Piccolo? Goku pondered silently. Goku, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, said fortune teller Baba. Thank you, Baba. I'm much obliged. Think nothing of it. With that, Baba departed the celestial realm on her crystal ball. After she left, Goku scooped up Gohan in his arms. Taken aback by Goku's sudden embrace, Gohan felt a moment's discomfort. Though his outward appearance was that of a child, his soul possessed an age close to Goku's from his past life. After holding Gohan briefly, Goku set him down. It's been a year, Gohan. You've gained some weight. Yes. At only 5 years old, he was still growing. Goku chuckled. Goku, do you think you can defeat the Saiyans arriving on Earth tomorrow? Krillin inquired. I'm not sure. But with Gohan here, even if I can't beat them, he can. Krillin nodded. Well, it's getting late. I should head home. Home? Yes. I haven't seen Shishi in ages. Gohan, shall we go back? Gohan nodded. Uncle Piccolo will be going now. All right. With that, Gohan followed Goku away from the celestial realm. At Son Goku's house on Mount Pazu, Shishi looked haggard after not seeing Goku and Gohan for an entire year. She sat indoors sighing deeply. Chi-Chi, Goku will be resurrected today. Stop moping, said the Ox King. Dad, Piccolo took Gohan away for a year. His studies must have fallen behind. How can I not worry? Don't fret, Shishi. Gohan is bright. Just hire a tutor and he'll catch up quickly. It's not the same, Dad. And tutors cost money. Just then a noise came from outside. Chi-Chi, is that Goku and Gohan? Shishi sprang from her chair, flung open the door, and saw two familiar figures. They were none other than Son Goku and Son Gohan. Goku, Gohan. Tears welled in Shishi's eyes at the sight of them. Mom, Shishi. The Ox King emerged from the house. Goku, Gohan. They both nodded in acknowledgement. Shishi rushed to Gohan and embraced him tightly. And Mom. She released him and studied his face intently. You've grown thinner and taller, but Gohan, where's your tail? My tail? Uncle Piccolo removed it. Removed it? Yes, because whenever I see the full moon, I transform into a giant ape. I see. Well, it's fine without it. Your father doesn't have one either. Gohan nodded. Come, Gohan. Let's go home. They'll make you something delicious. Gohan nodded again. Shishi took Gohan's hand and led him inside. Goku, shall we go in too? Oh, sure. Back inside, Gohan looked around their home. It wasn't as grand as Bulma's, but it radiated a warm, comforting feeling. What's wrong, Gohan? Shishi asked, seeing Son Gohan lost in thought. Nothing. Nothing at all. It's just that I haven't been back here in a long time. Is that so? Then Mama will make you something delicious right now. Son Gohan nodded. Seeing this, Shishi cheerfully dashed into the kitchen. Hey Goku, the fortune teller Baba told me that Gohan has already surpassed you. Is that true? Ox King whispered. Son Goku nodded. So do you intend for him to continue martial arts, or to study? I don't know about that. It's up to Gohan himself. I see. But it seems to me that Shishi is determined to have Gohan study. Yeah. Son Goku scratched his head helplessly after hearing this. He had tried to persuade Shishi before, hoping to let Gohan practice martial arts, but Shishi always said that the world was already at peace. The most important thing was for Son Gohan to study hard, grow up, to be successful, and earn a lot of money. Ox King let out a helpless sigh after hearing this. In truth, like Goku, he also wished Son Gohan could practice martial arts. A long while later, Shishi finished cooking, and the entire dining table in the hall was filled with dishes. All right, Goku, Gohan, father, time to eat. Good. Ox King nodded and led Son Gohan and the others to sit down. Son Goku, Chi-Chi, shall we start then? Shishi nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan and Ox King immediately picked up their bowls and chopsticks and began to eat. With Son Goku and the others eating at lightning speed, many plates piled high with food were soon emptied and set aside. Seeing this, Shishi said with a smile, Gohan, now that you're back, it's about time you started studying again. Cough. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately choked on the rice he had just swallowed. Gohan, are you alright? Shishi quickly handed him a glass of water. After taking a sip of water, Son Gohan managed to wash down the choking food. Are you okay, Gohan? Shishi asked with concern. I'm fine. Mom, I have to help Dad fight the Saiyans tomorrow. Can we talk about studying the day after tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Shishi stared intently at Son Gohan and said in a heavy voice, Gohan, has Piccolo been putting ideas in your head? Do you not want to study anymore? No, I just want to fight alongside Dad tomorrow. Be good, Gohan. Fighting is for adults. Leave tomorrow's battle to your father. Besides, fighting is dangerous. What if you get hurt? But Dad could get hurt too. That's different. Your father has a strong body. A little injury won't bother him. Isn't that right, Goku? But Chi-Chi, tomorrow's battle concerns the fate of Earth. Gohan's strength is greater than mine. I think we can put off his studies for a little while longer. No. Shishi screamed loudly at Son Goku. Ever since you died, Gohan was taken away by Piccolo and hasn't studied for a whole year. He's already fallen behind other kids his age. If we don't let him study now, he'll fall even further behind. But Chi-Chi, tomorrow's battle is really important. Yes, Shishi. Ox King chimed in, trying to persuade her as well. After a moment of thought, Shishi said, fine, but you must guarantee Gohan's safety. Otherwise, I will never agree. Son Goku nodded. After the meal under Shishi's arrangement, Son Gohan went to his room to study. Son Gohan sat gloomily at his desk, twirling his pencil in his hand. He had a battle power over 100 million, yet here he was forced to study. Truly the strongest being in the universe was still his mother Shishi. After sulking for a bit, Son Gohan suddenly tried to ask, System, your great master is trapped here because of studying. Shouldn't you be helping your master out? Great. Ahem. Son Gohan coughed shamelessly, saying, don't sweat the small stuff. What matters now is getting your master out of this misery. Then compliment me, and he'll help you. System, you are the strongest system I have ever seen. Keep it down, keep it down. The system said smugly. Master will give you a clone technique. Clone technique. Yes, master can use a single hair from your head to create a clone to study in your place. That's a good idea, but then I wouldn't know what my clone is doing. No worries, master. When you take back the hair, you'll gain the clone's memories. I see. Master, shall I transmit the clone technique to you now? Son Gohan nodded. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge about the clone technique flooded into Son Gohan's mind. Son Gohan plucked a hair from his head and blew on it. The hair instantly transformed into a perfect replica of himself. Son Gohan looked at his clone and said, all right, you stay here and study for me. The clone nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission and appeared on the mountain peak where Piccolo was training. Gohan. Piccolo stood up from the mountain peak. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, didn't you go home with Son Goku? Why are you here? No, I snuck out. Snuck out? Yeah. My mom won't let me train. Piccolo snorted coldly. And what about Son Goku? My dad. He can't do anything about it either. Is that so? Gohan, are you nervous about tomorrow's fight? Not at all. Dad said those two Saiyans aren't Super Saiyans. Piccolo nodded. Afterwards, Son Gohan trained with Piccolo for a while. The next morning, after breakfast, Son Gohan met up early with Krillin and the others. Krillin, Goku, will you fight first today, or will Gohan? Son Goku smiled and said, Gohan's strength has already surpassed mine. If he goes first, there might not be anything left for me to do. Besides, I want to see what these two Saiyans are made of. I figured as much. Son Goku was a battle maniac, so naturally he wouldn't miss this perfect opportunity. After saying this, Son Goku immediately looked at Son Gohan and asked, Gohan, you don't have any objections, do you? Son Gohan nodded firmly. He could take down either Nappa or Vegeta with just a single finger now. Yamcha, hey Goku, we want to fight too. Yeah. Krillin and I trained hard on the sacred world of the Kai for a whole year. Even if we really can't beat them, you'll still be there to back us up, right? All right then. Just at that moment, two Saiyan space pods appeared in Earth's outer atmosphere. These two space pods belonged to Nappa and Vegeta. As the two figures approached in their spaceship, Sun Wukong and the others on Earth quickly sensed their presence. They're here, Krillin said with a grave expression. As soon as he finished speaking, two brilliant beams of white light appeared in the sky. These beams were the spaceships of Vegeta and the others. With two loud crashes, the spaceships landed heavily on the ground. A large cloud of dust was immediately kicked up from the ground. Moments later, as the dust settled, two sizable craters appeared on the surface. Vegeta and Nappa simultaneously opened the doors of their spaceship and stepped out. Are those the two companions that Raditz spoke of? Yamcha said in fear. Originally confident that he could fight, he realized that the energy emanating from Vegeta and Nappa surpassed his expectations. Whoosh! Thud! At that moment, Vegeta and Nappa flew from the craters created by their spaceship to the ground. Kakarot, you truly have come back to life, Vegeta said with a smile towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. Are you guys Raditz's companions? Indeed, Kakarot. My name is Nappa, and standing beside me is our Scion Prince, His Highness Vegeta. The Scion Prince. 1, 2, 3. 7, 8, there are even more coming. Vegeta counted the number of Sun Wukong's companions. Nappa, you can play with them for now. Yes, Your Highness Vegeta, Nappa said, opening the scouter on his left eye. Beep beep. 1220, 1083, 1480, 1830, 610. What the heck? They're just a bunch of weaklings. Upon seeing the numbers displayed on the scouter, Nappa said disdainfully. Nappa, how strong is Kakarot? Vegeta asked. I haven't checked yet, but I don't think his power level is much higher than theirs. Nappa, don't underestimate him. Kakarot is likely not as simple as you think. Vegeta scolded. Krillin and the others looked tense, while only Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan appeared exceptionally calm. With years of combat experience, Sun Wukong knew that Sun Wufan's strength was definitely not simple. Yes. Nappa, upon hearing this, quickly aimed the scouter at Sun Wukong. Beep beep. 1,000. Upon seeing the value on the scouter, Nappa immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness Vegeta, Kakarot's power level is 1,000. Only 1,000. I had such high hopes for him. What about that little brat? Vegeta looked at Sun Wufan. Nappa then pointed the scouter at Sun Wufan. Beep beep. 980. 980. Nappa reported Sun Wufan's power level. Upon hearing this, Vegeta stroked his chin and then seemed to realize something. I understand now, Kakarot, and that little brat are hiding their power levels, which is why they seem so calm. Hiding their power levels. Nappa, don't you remember? Kakarot only had a power level of over 400 when he fought Raditz, and somehow later he raised it to over 900. I see. But Your Highness Vegeta, even if Kakarot is hiding his power level, it can't possibly exceed mine, right? Theoretically, that is indeed unlikely, but it's better to be cautious. I understand, Your Highness Vegeta. Nappa nodded. Aren't we starting yet? Sun Wukong said after the two had been talking for a long time. Nappa chuckled. Kakarot, do you want to die so quickly? Die. Sun Wukong, hearing this, looked at Nappa with confusion. Despite Nappa's strong energy, he was still confident in defeating him. As for Vegeta, it was more difficult to say. Nappa snickered, walking over to a patch of ground and planting several seeds into the soil. What is he doing? Yamcha asked in confusion. I have no idea. Krillin shook his head. At that moment, the ground suddenly erupted with a loud bang, and 6 very small green creatures burrowed up from the soil. These small creatures, known as vegetable people, are one of the traditional weapons of the Saiyans. However, they were not invented by the Saiyans, but rather discovered by them on some planet. The vegetable people can fight on their own, making them convenient tools, but it is difficult to harvest the seeds used for cultivation, making them rare and precious, so not everyone can use them. With a power level of 1200, the vegetable people can match Raditz, who has a power level of 1500 in terms of strength. Although they hold a low status, their power is formidable. These are the vegetable people, each with a power level of 1200. 1200 isn't that very close to Raditz's power level? Krillin said in fear. That's right, but Raditz is 1 person while they are 6. Krillin swallowed hard upon hearing this. Yamcha, are you sure you want to go alone? Well, I think it wouldn't hurt for everyone to join in. Piccolo snorted disdainfully upon hearing this. Krillin and the others appeared serious. Nappa sneered, waving his hand toward the vegetable people. Attack! The 6 vegetable people immediately charged towards Sun Wukong and the others. Sun Wukong moved his body, punching through one of the charging vegetable people. Sun Wufan casually fired a wave of energy from his right hand, directly eliminating the incoming vegetable person. Seeing this, Krillin raised his right hand, gathering a rapidly spinning energy disc. Spirit Slash! Krillin shouted, throwing the energy disc at the charging vegetable people. Whoosh! With a slicing sound, the vegetable person was cut in half and fell to the ground. Good! Yamcha, seeing this, immediately gathered a ki blast in his hands and shot it at the vegetable people. At that moment, the head of the vegetable person suddenly split open, spraying a corrosive liquid. Yamcha hurriedly stepped back, maneuvering the ki blast he had fired away from the vegetable person. Boom! With a loud explosion, the vegetable person was taken out. The remaining 2 vegetable people immediately became somewhat timid. Don't retreat. Seeing the vegetable people hesitate, Nappa shouted loudly. Huh. Hearing this, the vegetable people had no choice but to charge at Piccolo and Tien Shinhan. Piccolo snorted coldly, delivering a powerful punch to the abdomen of the charging vegetable person. Out! With a scream, the vegetable person fell to the ground, its face filled with pain. Piccolo shot an energy wave with his left hand, directly eliminating the vegetable person. By this time, Tien Shinhan had already eliminated the Cybermen. Nappa was startled. He had initially believed the Cybermen could dispose of them, but unexpectedly Krillin and the others proved far stronger than he anticipated. Nappa, since the Cybermen have been dealt with, it's your turn. As you command, Lord Vegeta. Nappa replied, clasping his fists together as a sinister grin curled upon his lips. Which one of you will be the first to die, eh? Hearing this, Krillin and the others fell silent, their gazes all shifting toward Goku and his son. Nappa's energy was overwhelmingly immense. Even if they unleashed their full power, none of them could be certain of victory against him. Then I shall be your opponent. Goku stepped forward. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting his hair. Nappa chuckled. Good, I'll finish you off first, then deal with the rest of the Earthlings. That depends on whether you have the ability. Goku replied with a calm expression. Oomph. Nappa sneered disdainfully. Kakarot, even your brother Raditz wouldn't dare be so arrogant before me. Is that so? Goku chuckled softly, releasing the suppressed energy he had been holding back. The scouter on Nappa's left eye immediately began to beep. 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 2,000. 3,000. As the numbers rapidly climbed, beads of cold sweat formed on Nappa's forehead. Goku's power level ultimately soared to 5,000. 5,000. Staring at the final reading, a chill ran down Nappa's spine. In just 1 year, Goku had ascended from a power level of over 400 to 5,000. Vegeta, upon hearing this, was equally astonished. Yet it was merely surprise. His own base power level had reached 14,000. A power level of 5,000 was hardly significant in his eyes. 5,000. Krillin and the others were also taken aback. Although they knew Goku was stronger than them, they never imagined the gap was this vast. So now am I stronger than Raditz? Nappa snorted. Stronger? So what? I am a warrior of noble birth while you are merely the son of a low-class soldier. You will never defeat me. Goku responded with a faint smile. Is that so? Then shall we begin? Hearing this, Nappa immediately lowered his arms from his chest, his expression turning grim. Huh. With a sudden roar, Nappa dashed like the wind before Goku, launching a fierce assault. Goku swayed left and right, effortlessly evading each blow. What? Startled, Nappa leaped backward and fired an energy blast at Goku. Goku sidestepped to the left, dodging it with ease. A thunderous explosion shattered the mountain behind Goku. Damn it! Nappa roared in fury, unleashing multiple energy waves at Goku. Goku shifted slightly, evading every blast. Enraged, Nappa charged at him, once more closing the distance in an instant and driving his right fist downward with tremendous force. Goku raised both arms, blocking the punch. Nappa was taken aback. Then with a sudden upward thrust, Goku sent Nappa staggering back several steps. Enough. You've attacked for quite a while. Now it's my turn. Nappa tensed at these words, but with Vegeta watching behind him, he forced himself to maintain a facade of calm. Kakarot, let me see just how strong you really are. Nappa clenched his fists and charged at Goku once more. Goku sidestepped to the left and drove his right fist straight into Nappa's face. The impact sent 2 of Nappa's teeth flying. His body hurtled backward like a projectile, crashing into the mountain behind him. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the ground. When it settled, Nappa crawled up, panting heavily, and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. TCH, what a useless fool. Vegeta sneered in disdain. Noticing Vegeta's contempt, Nappa's expression grew increasingly grim. Having served Vegeta for so long, he knew him all too well. Vegeta was ruthless to everyone. If he failed to defeat Goku, severe punishment would surely await him. Resolved to go all out, Nappa decided he must defeat Goku at any cost. With a fierce cry, he suddenly gathered an energy wave in his right hand and fired it at Krillin. Goku was shocked. He never expected Nappa to target Krillin, and at his current speed, there was no way to save him in time. But at that very moment, Gohan moved. In an instant, he appeared before Krillin and deflected Nappa's energy wave with a single palm strike, sending it flying behind them. The energy wave exploded with a thunderous roar behind Krillin and the others. Gee, Gohan! Krillin exclaimed, first in shock, then glancing back at the explosion. Gohan, did you just save me? Yes. Gohan nodded. Nappa was stunned. When did that brat appear in front of the bald one? Even Vegeta's expression turned somewhat serious. He had thought Goku was the strongest among them, but now it seemed Gohan's strength might rival his father's. Interesting. A faint, intrigued smile curled at the corner of Vegeta's lips. At that moment, Nappa thrust both hands forward, unleashing a barrage of golden energy waves at Tien, Shinhan, and the others. Tien and the others scrambled to evade. Damn it! Goku growled, his fists clenched in fury. Kaioken. With a mighty yell, Goku transformed into a crimson streak, hurtling toward Nappa. What? Vegeta, startled, lowered his folded arms. In the next instant, Goku appeared before Nappa, driving his right fist deep into Nappa's abdomen. Nappa let out an agonizing scream as his body like a bullet smashed into the mountain behind him. A deafening crash followed as boulders tumbled down, burying him. A vast cloud of dust rose. When it finally cleared moments later, Nappa's power level had plummeted from 4,000 to a mere 2. Truly a pack of worthless failures. Seeing Nappa completely incapacitated, the disdain in Vegeta's eyes deepened. After hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately glanced at Vegeta and said, Vegeta, your comrade is still alive. If you leave now, I'll let you go. Let us go. Vegeta laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Kakarot, don't think that just because you have some strength you can be arrogant before me. To tell you the truth, my current battle power is several times that of that guy. Several times. Krillin and the others showed a trace of surprise on their faces. As for Son Gohan, he watched Vegeta as if enjoying a show. If Son Gohan had chosen to act, a single casual move would have been enough to instantly kill Vegeta. The reason he refrained from acting was merely to fulfill Sun Wukong's wish to battle Vegeta. Several times. Although Sun Wukong had held back some of his strength, his current Kaioken could at most amplify his power twofold, unless he disregarded his body and pushed the multiplier even higher. But if he did, his body would soon be unable to withstand the strain. Indeed, Kakarot, are you afraid? Sun Wukong smiled slightly. If I were truly afraid, I wouldn't be fighting you. True enough. As Vegeta spoke, he shot a blue energy wave from his right hand toward the boulder that pinned Nappa. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, Nappa and the boulder atop him were blasted to pieces. Dust and thick smoke immediately rose from the ground. I, Vegeta, have no use for useless trash. Krillin and the others looked on, their faces instantly filled with terror. They had never expected Vegeta to kill one of his own. Sun Wukong clenched his fists. Vegeta gave a light laugh and flew to a small peak behind him. Sun Wukong immediately flew to a small peak opposite Vegeta. The distance between the two peaks was no more than a few meters. A gentle breeze blew, lifting the hair on both their heads. You should feel honored. It's rare for an elite warrior like me to stoop to sparring with a low-class one. Vegeta folded his arms and spoke with a smirk. Saiyans undergo a physical examination right after birth. Those deemed too weak are sent to places without strong enemies, just like you were. You're known as the fool. Sun Wukong was not angered, instead a faint smile appeared on his face. Thanks to you, I was sent to this earth. I really should be grateful. Besides, there's only a fine line between genius and idiot. Hard work can surpass the gifted. Vegeta sneered, a very amusing joke. Then let me show you the chasm that no amount of effort can cross. With that, Vegeta assumed a fighting stance. Sun Wukong mirrored him. Gentle winds blew from all directions, stirring the surroundings. Suddenly, Sun Wukong clenched his fist, stepped forward with his right foot, and swiftly flew to Vegeta's peak. Huh! With a loud shout, his fists rained down like the wind toward Vegeta's body. Vegeta raised his hands to block, deflecting Sun Wukong's intended strikes. Sun Wukong withdrew his fists and attacked again with the same wind-like speed. Vegeta lifted his arms to defend, while simultaneously counterattacking. After several dozen exchanges, Vegeta leaped backward, landing several peaks away. Whoosh! Sun Wukong gave chase. Vegeta chuckled, stomped his right foot against the peak behind him, and shot forward, landing a powerful right punch on Sun Wukong's face. Bang! Sun Wukong's face took the full force, and his body flew backward. Just before crashing into the mountain behind him, he stomped the ground and shot into the air. Sun Wukong scanned his surroundings. Suddenly, Vegeta appeared behind him, striking with a knife hand. Whoosh! Sun Wukong dropped low, spun around, and kicked at Vegeta. Vegeta retreated, dodging the kick. Then the two traded blows in the sky with lightning speed. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang. After dozens of exchanges, Vegeta accelerated his fists and landed heavy blows on Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong screamed in pain and slumped slightly. Whoosh! At that moment, Vegeta appeared above him, bringing both hands down in a hammer strike. Bang! With a violent impact, Sun Wukong's body shot downward like a ray of light. Just as he was about to crash into a small peak, Sun Wukong performed a backflip and landed on it. Vegeta immediately landed on the peak before him. He's incredible. He hasn't been serious at all this entire time. Both his speed and combat skills far surpass mine. Sun Wukong gazed at the confident Vegeta, silently praising him. Hurry up and make your move. You're not out of steam already, are you? I understand. They'll show you. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and his entire body emitted a surge of heat. His skin turned crimson. Then a red aura rose from his body. Kaioken. He raised his right hand, and a dazzling red light shone from his palm. Vegeta was startled and leaped upward. With a thunderous roar, most of the peak he had stood on was blasted away. Seeing this, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red light and charged at Vegeta in the sky. Bang! His right fist slammed into Vegeta's face, snapping his head back. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong rained dozens of punches on Vegeta's face with blinding speed. Then he lifted his right foot and kicked Vegeta flying. Bang! Sun Wukong clenched his fists, landed swiftly, and charged toward the airborne Vegeta. At that instant, Vegeta flickered, appearing before Sun Wukong, and delivered a powerful kick to his chin. Sun Wukong's Kaioken aura dissipated, and he flew backward. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared grimly at Vegeta. Vegeta smirked. If this is your limit, then how disappointing. Just as the two were engaged in a fierce battle, Son Gohan was observing the surroundings. In the original Dragon Ball, Dr. Gero once mentioned that he had sent out miniature robots to collect data on the battles between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After surveying the surroundings for a moment, Son Gohan spotted a white miniature robot, smaller than a fingernail. Found it! Son Gohan exclaimed, his figure flashing as he captured the tiny robot. The miniature robot seemed to sense it was being caught and immediately resisted against Son Gohan. With a cold snort, Son Gohan stored it in the system's item inventory. Gohan. At that moment, Piccolo and the others also noticed Son Gohan appearing in the distance. Son Gohan nodded and quickly flew to Piccolo's side. Gohan, is something happening? It's nothing. I thought I saw a figure, but I must have been mistaken. Oh, I see. Piccolo responded and immediately turned his gaze toward the battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He originally thought that even if Sun Wukong trained on North Kai's planet for a year, he shouldn't be much stronger than him. However, to his surprise, the gap between them had become so vast. Thinking of this, Piccolo's hands tightened into fists. Once this battle ends, he must train hard and strive to catch up with Sun Wukong. At that moment, Vegeta clenched his fists, emanating a powerful aura that rapidly surged upward. Boom. The ground around trembled violently under the influence of Vegeta's aura, with large amounts of sand and stones flying into the air. Vegeta was enveloped in a brilliant golden light, and a massive dark cloud appeared in the sky, obscuring it. What? Such a powerful aura. As soon as the words left his mouth, a strong wind erupted from Vegeta's body. Sun Wukong raised his right hand to block the wind and was pushed back a distance. At that moment, Vegeta let out a loud roar, radiating an incredibly dazzling light. After a moment, when everything returned to calm, Vegeta had boosted his battle power to 1800. The tremors of the earth have ceased, and the dark clouds in the sky have also disappeared. Sun Wukong glanced around and said. After finishing, he immediately looked at Vegeta in front of him. Due to the surge in aura, Vegeta's expression had become remarkably calm. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly shouted, his body moving like lightning as he charged towards Sun Wukong. Startled, Sun Wukong had no time to react before Vegeta's shoulder forcefully knocked him away. Vegeta's figure flashed quickly, appearing before the flying Sun Wukong, his right elbow striking forcefully at Sun Wukong's back. Bang! Sun Wukong was knocked down, landing on a small peak. Thud! Sun Wukong's feet hit the ground, and his body once again radiated a large amount of red aura. Double Kaioken. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong's body instantly transformed into a red streak, charging towards Vegeta. Vegeta's figure flashed, appearing behind Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong quickly turned around, he saw a long leg aimed at him, preparing to kick. Bang! Vegeta's right foot struck hard against Sun Wukong's chest, sending him flying like a projectile, crashing into a mountain behind him. Wukong, Krillin, and the others watched with growing concern. Vegeta sneered. Kakarot, is this all the power you have? Hearing this, Sun Wukong flew out from the mountain, landing on a small peak and gasping for breath. After a moment, his expression suddenly became resolute. There's no other choice. Even if my body gets hurt, or if it means risking my life, I can only boost my Kaioken to 3 times. What's wrong, Kakarot? Have you run out of tricks? Vegeta mocked as he saw Sun Wukong hesitate. Sun Wukong slowly closed his eyes. You must hold on, my body. Vegeta's expression slightly changed. At that moment, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, radiating a vast amount of red aura. Triple Kaioken. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong's body transformed into a red flash, charging towards Vegeta. Vegeta was taken aback. Before he could react, Sun Wukong's right fist struck him hard. Bang! With a loud crash, Vegeta was sent flying like a projectile. Sun Wukong shouted, moving like a flash of light, appearing above Vegeta. Then he struck down with his right fist, sending Vegeta crashing to the ground. With a tremendous explosion, a massive mountain was brought down by Vegeta's impact. The ground was instantly engulfed in a cloud of dust. Huff, huff. Sun Wukong gasped for breath as the red aura around him slowly faded. Although Sun Wukong's triple Kaioken had injured Vegeta, forcing it put a significant strain on his own body. Thinking of this, Sun Wukong quickly glanced back at Son Gohan. If Son Gohan had participated in this battle, it would have likely ended long ago. However, he had chosen to train on North Kai's planet for a year, which is why he wanted to fight Vegeta. At that moment, Vegeta let out a loud roar, his entire body radiating a powerful aura that blasted away the rocks pressing down on him. Vegeta looked at his hands, noticing they were stained with blood. I actually got hurt, he said in disbelief. Then, filled with anger, he looked up at Sun Wukong in the sky. Boom! Vegeta leaped powerfully, soaring high into the air. Sun Wukong had landed on a small peak, burdened heavily by the strain of the triple Kaioken. At that moment, Vegeta brought his hands together, unleashing bolts of purple lightning. What? Sun Wukong was startled. He then glanced behind, saying, could it be? He intends to destroy the earth. Vegeta coldly snorted. That's right, Kakarot. If you want to dodge, go ahead, but you won't be able to save the earth behind you. Hearing this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. I won't dodge. After saying this, Sun Wukong radiated a vast amount of red aura, slowly bringing his hands together. Triple Kaioken Kamehameha. At that moment, Vegeta finished gathering energy, forcefully striking forward. Gallic Gun! Vegeta exclaimed, and a purple beam shot from him towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, unleashing his own Kamehameha. With a thunderous boom, the Kamehameha and the Gallic Gun clashed violently together. An earth-shattering explosion followed, causing the ground to tremble fiercely. As Vegeta's power surpassed Goku's, the Gallic Gun swiftly overwhelmed the Kamehameha. Damn it. Goku roared in anger, thrusting his hands upward to push the Kamehameha back against the Gallic gun. Seeing this, Vegeta let out a fierce yell and forced the Kamehameha down again. Goku screamed in agony, his body beginning to falter. Gohan, Krillin, and the others turned their gaze to Gohan. Only he could now act to save Earth. Gohan remained composed. Just then Goku's trembling hands suddenly clenched tight. With a mighty shout, Goku amplified the Kaioken, channeling an immense surge of power into the Kamehameha, which instantly repelled Vegeta's Gallic gun. What? Vegeta was stunned. Even dodging was too late. A tremendous explosion followed. A deafening blast erupted as Vegeta was struck by his own Gallic gun, letting out a piercing scream. When the explosion subsided, Vegeta was nowhere in the sky. Krillin asked, Is he finished? Not yet. Gohan shook his head. No. Gohan nodded, then vanished in an instant, appearing beside the severely wounded Goku. Gohan. Goku called out weakly. Gohan acknowledged with a nod and placed a Senzu bean into Goku's mouth. Goku quickly swallowed the bean, his injuries healing completely. Restored, he felt his power had grown significantly stronger than before. What? Hidden in the clouds, Vegeta's face contorted in shock. Every time a Saiyan survives the brink of death, their combat power multiplies. This meant Goku's power now surpassed his own. Damn it. Rage seethed within him. He regretted not finishing Goku off earlier. Just then Goku flew up from below. Gnashing his teeth, Vegeta conjured an artificial moon with his right hand and hurled it skyward. Goku was startled and moved to intervene, but Vegeta's eyes turned crimson and dark fur sprouted across his body. With a colossal roar, Vegeta transformed into a giant ape. He transformed. Krillin and the others stared wide-eyed. With a crash, Vegeta leaped down from the sky, landing heavily on the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Goku's expression turned serious. At that moment, Vegeta bellowed and smashed his fists into the surrounding peaks. Several mountains crumbled under his devastating blows. Has he lost control? No sooner said than Vegeta spun around, his hands darting forward to grab. Goku flinched and leaped back. Still in control, He studied Vegeta, who suddenly began to laugh. Kakarot, we elite warriors don't lose control in our great ape form. Is that so? Goku clenched his fists and shot toward Vegeta like lightning. Vegeta sprang into the air. Kaioken. Goku roared, turning into a red flash as he circled behind Vegeta. Vegeta was stunned. Goku delivered a flying kick that struck Vegeta hard. With a scream, Vegeta hurtled like a beam into the mountain behind him. With a thunderous crash, boulders tumbled down from the peak, raising a thick cloud of dust. Goku dispelled the red aura around him. Vegeta, you're no match for me now. I advise you to surrender and leave Earth. Krillin looked puzzled. Tien, what's going on? Goku was weaker just now, but after one Senzu bean his power shot up. I don't know. Tien shook his head. Surrender. Vegeta burned with fury. If not for the Senzu bean healing Goku, he would have already defeated him, leaving no room for such arrogance. With that thought, Vegeta clenched his fists. Kakarot, if it weren't for that bean healing your wounds, you'd have lost to me. Without the Senzu, I would have lost indeed. But even so, you stand no chance. What do you mean, Kakarot? To be honest, Gohan's power far exceeds mine. If he had fought, you'd have been defeated long ago. That brat. Vegeta turned his gaze to Gohan in the distance. He had sensed something unusual about the boy from the start, but never imagined he was their trump card. Kakarot, if that kid is so much stronger than you, why did you fight me? Why? I suppose I wanted to battle a strong opponent to grow stronger. A strong opponent. A faint smile crossed Vegeta's lips. Annoying as Goku was, those words pleased him. You said that brat's power far exceeds yours. Yes, Goku nodded. Vegeta opened his mouth and fired an energy blast at Gohan. Gohan stood calmly, lightly tapping the blast with his right index finger, instantly dissipating it. Vegeta was shocked. He had thought Goku was bluffing, but Gohan's power was far more terrifying than he imagined. In a flash, Gohan appeared behind Vegeta. He vanished. Gohan formed a golden energy blade with his right hand and severed Vegeta's tail cleanly. The tail crashed to the ground with a loud thud. No. Vegeta's face drained of color. In an instant, Vegeta shrank back to his human form. Seeing this, his expression turned frantic. Even in his great ape form, he couldn't overcome Goku and the others. Now in human form, he stood even less of a chance. Vegeta, you should leave. In your current state, there's no way you can defeat me. At that moment, Son Goku suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Vegeta gritted his teeth in fury and said, Kakarot, you've won this time. But the next time we meet, I won't lose to you. Good. Son Goku nodded. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately turned and flew toward his spaceship. Moments later, he activated his spacecraft and departed from Earth. Krillin said he's gone. Indeed. After all, Gohan's strength is immense. There was no way he could defeat Gohan. Yamcha remarked. That's true. Just then Son Goku and Son Gohan flew over from a distance. Goku, Gohan. Krillin called out to them with a broad smile. They both nodded. By the way, Goku, why did you let that guy go? He might grow stronger and come back to Earth again. Krillin asked. Nothing much. Lord Kai told me that we Saiyans are the only ones left, so I thought I'd cut him some slack, Goku replied. I see. Oomph. Piccolo snorted coldly. Son Goku, your soft-heartedness will be your undoing one day. Son Goku smiled. Piccolo, since when did you start caring about me? I don't care about you. I'm just reminding you for Gohan's sake. Gohan, Son Goku said, glancing at his son. Piccolo, thank you for this past year. Without you, Gohan wouldn't be this strong. Piccolo snorted. Don't misunderstand, Son Goku. I trained Gohan only to use his power to fight the Saiyans. Son Goku nodded with a smile. Well, since the battle is over, shall we all head back? Sure. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Vegeta, who had already left Earth, clenched his fists as he gazed at the cosmos before him. Kakarot, Son Gohan, I will defeat you next time. On Earth at Mount Pose is Son Goku's house. Son Goku and Son Gohan flew back to their doorstep. Knock, knock. Son Goku rapped on the door. Soon Shishi opened the door. Gohan. Seeing her son safe, she rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Being held like this, Son Gohan felt pleasantly surprised. Just then Ox King came out from inside and lifted Gohan off the ground. Son Gohan felt a bit helpless. He didn't really enjoy being carried, but as a 5-year-old child it was only natural. So Gohan, was it you or Goku who defeated the Saiyans? Ox King asked after setting him down shortly. Dad did it. Is that so? Then the Saiyans couldn't have been that strong. Son Gohan smiled, but said nothing. Gohan, since the battle is over, it's time for you to go back to your room and study. Grandpa. Son Gohan looked at Ox King pleadingly. Well, Ox King was torn caught between his daughter and his grandson. He didn't want to side with either. Chi-Chi, how about letting Gohan eat lunch first before studying? Dad. Shishi frowned at him. Dad, we agreed yesterday that Gohan would study as soon as he got back, and now you're spoiling him again. Alright, I understand. They'll send him to study now. That's more like it. Son Gohan glanced at his father, who remained silent. No help there. So without further protest, Gohan obediently returned to his room to study. Once inside, he took out the computer Bulma had given him from the system's inventory. Since there was no internet at home, he asked the system to activate its own Wi-Fi. After booting up the computer, he retrieved the micro-robot he had captured earlier, and with the system's scanning ability, found its connection port. By linking the computer, Son Gohan quickly accessed the data collected by the micro-robot. It contained only the battle data of Son Goku and Vegeta from earlier. He deleted the file and used the micro-robot to trace the supercomputer controlling it. He attempted to hack into the supercomputer, but its defenses were too formidable for his current skills. System DR. Jero's supercomputer is too tough to crack. Can you help me break into it? The system cleared its throat. Master, I am a cultivation system, not an all-purpose one. Son Gohan chuckled. So there is something you can't do. It's not that I can't, it's that I'm a righteous system. Hacking into computers is hardly the act of a virtuous being. Is that so? Well, then I'll just have to figure it out myself. If it takes a day, so be it. If it takes a month or a year, I'll keep at it. The system fell silent. It was clearly being threatened. Master, on second thought, Dr. Jero is evil. Helping you would be serving justice. Good. Son Gohan nodded. So system, how do I breach this supercomputer? Simple. Leave it to me. In an instant, his computer successfully infiltrated Dr. Jero's supercomputer. Awesome. Seeing the successful breach, Son Gohan began browsing the data on the supercomputer. He soon found files on Android 16 through 20. Android 16 had already been fully created by Dr. Jero, while Android 17 and 18 were still under development. As for Androids 19 and 20, only blueprints existed. Android 17, Android 18. Son Gohan stared at the designs on the screen, lost in thought. Android 17 and 18 were modified humans, and Dr. Jero's control technology was imperfect. Thus, altering Dr. Jero's existing programs would be largely pointless. He could try reprogramming Androids 19 and 20, but he wasn't sure if Dr. Jero would still transform himself into Android 20 as in the original timeline. After a moment of contemplation, Son Gohan logged out of Dr. Jero's supercomputer and retracted the micro-robot back into the system. Since Androids 19 and 20 had not yet been created, he had no way to input any program into them. Just then, Son Gohan heard the sound of a doorknob turning. Startled, he immediately stowed the computer back into the system. The door opened, and a tall, burly man stepped in. This man was none other than Son Gohan's grandfather, Ox King. Gohan, time to eat. Okay. Son Gohan nodded. After lunch, Son Gohan took a nap at home. At nearly 2 o'clock, Shishi knocked and entered Son Gohan's room, waking him from his slumber. Gohan, it's 2 o'clock now. Time to study. Study. Son Gohan mumbled groggily. Go wash up then start reading and doing your exercises. Okay, Son Gohan said, immediately getting up and rushing into the bathroom. Once inside, he quickly closed the door, took out a strand of hair he had shed that day, and transformed it into a clone of himself. You'll study for me from now on. The clone nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission and appeared on the peak where Piccolo was training. Piccolo, who was meditating, sensed Son Gohan's ki and immediately opened his eyes. Gohan, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan replied in kind. Gohan, didn't you go home? Why are you here? Mom wants me to study, but I don't really want to, so I came here. I see. But won't your mother worry? It's okay, Uncle Piccolo. I left a clone at home. A clone, eh? Son Gohan then pulled a hair from his head and transformed it into a clone. Uncle Piccolo, look. This is my clone. Piccolo stared in amazement. Son Gohan's clone was identical in both appearance and ki. Without careful scrutiny, it would be difficult to tell them apart. So Gohan, how many of these clones can you create? I don't know, but a few thousand shouldn't be a problem. A few thousand? Yeah. Can they fight? Of course, but they only have 1,000th of my power. 1,000th. Can they transform into Super Saiyans? If their power is sufficient, I believe they can. Piccolo then envisioned thousands of Super Saiyans in his mind. If Son Gohan ever became that strong, even a single strand of his hair might surpass him. At that thought, Piccolo's resolve to become stronger grew even firmer. Then Gohan, can you have your clone spar with me? If he couldn't beat Son Gohan, surely he could beat a version of him weakened 1,000 times. Son Gohan was taken aback. Uncle Piccolo, you want to fight my clone? Yes, is there a problem? Son Gohan chuckled. No, I'm just a bit surprised. He couldn't very well say that Piccolo was no match for his clone. Piccolo was skeptical. In that case, let him fight me first, all right? Okay. Son Gohan nodded. With that, Son Gohan's clone stood before Piccolo. They exchanged glances, then quickly backed away to create some distance for their battle. Shall we begin? Piccolo said to Son Gohan's clone. The clone nodded. Huh. Piccolo shouted, clenching his fist and charging at the clone. In an instant, Piccolo was upon the clone, his fists flying like the wind. The clone shifted his body slightly, effortlessly dodging Piccolo's attacks. What? Piccolo was startled and quickly retreated. At that moment, the clone vanished and reappeared before Piccolo, landing a solid punch to his abdomen. Piccolo cried out in pain, his body flying backward into a mountain behind him. Son Gohan watched and immediately covered his face. He had originally wanted to tell his clone to hold back, but with Piccolo right there, he couldn't say it directly. He should have asked the system to teach him telepathy. Just then, Piccolo gasped for breath, slowly picking himself up from the ground. Huh. After glaring at the clone for a moment, he charged again. Piccolo's fists pounded heavily into the clone, who blocked and retreated step by step. Just as Piccolo forced the clone against a large mountain, the clone's figure suddenly vanished. Piccolo's right fist slammed into the mountain with a resounding boom. Damn it! Piccolo roared in anger, spinning around. At that moment, the clone appeared midair, delivering a spinning kick aimed at Piccolo. With another boom, Piccolo was kicked deep into the mountain, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The clone landed gracefully, standing calmly before Piccolo. Seeing this, Son Gohan flew over to his clone. That's Uncle Piccolo. Why did you hit him so hard? But, didn't you tell me to fight him? I told you to fight him. But you didn't have to go that hard. But I was already holding back. I thought you wanted me to train him. Just then, Piccolo crawled out from under a boulder. Gohan, don't tell your clone to hold back. Let him come at me with everything he's got. Okay. Son Gohan nodded. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Son Goku. Dad. Son Goku landed before them. He looked at Son Gohan and his clone, a hint of surprise on his face. Two Gohans. Not two Gohans, one is a clone. Piccolo said, crossing his arms. A clone, eh? Piccolo nodded. No wonder I sensed 3 sources of Gohan's ki. Son Goku turned to the real Son Gohan. You're the real one, right? Son Gohan nodded. Then the one at home is also your clone. Son Gohan nodded again. Then Gohan, your clone won't be discovered by Chi-Chi, will it? No, my clone shares the same memories as I do. Is that so? But where did you learn this technique? I've never seen such an incredible clone technique. I learned it in a dream. In a dream? Yes, while dreaming, I met an old man who taught me this clone technique in the dream. In a dream. Gohan, can you still remember things from your dreams? Piccolo asked, skepticism evident in his voice. Yes. That old man not only taught me the clone technique, but also instant transmission. Instant transmission. What is instant transmission, Gohan? Son Goku inquired. Hearing Son Gohan's fabrication, the system could not help but snort inwardly. What dream about an old man? It was clearly I who taught you all this. Son Gohan, upon hearing this, ignored the system and began explaining instant transmission to Son Goku. Instant transmission is a technique that allows you to instantly teleport to someone's location by sensing their ki. The range is immense, Even if the person you seek is on a distant planet in the universe, as long as you can sense their ki, you can teleport to that planet. Can you teleport to someone else's planet? Son Gohan nodded. Then Gohan, can you teach me this technique? Sure, but it's quite difficult to learn and might take a lot of time. No problem, I'll take my time learning. Son Goku said, glancing at Piccolo, who was still covered in sand. Piccolo, were you just fighting with Gohan? No, I was just sparring with his clone. Son Goku looked at Son Gohan's clone, which had a noticeably weaker aura. So Piccolo, did you beat Gohan's clone? No. Piccolo shook his head. Then Gohan, can I have a match with your clone? Of course. Son Gohan said, giving his clone a meaningful glance. Son Gohan's clone possessed a battle power of at least over 800,000, far beyond Son Goku's current strength. Thus he intended for his clone to hold back, ensuring Son Goku would not suffer too humiliating a defeat. Upon Son Gohan's agreement, Son Goku immediately flew to a nearby clearing. Son Gohan's clone followed, landing a few hundred meters in front of Son Goku. Son Goku chuckled and assumed a combat stance. Then Gohan, shall we begin? Son Gohan's clone nodded. Huh. With a loud shout, Son Goku dashed forward, reaching Son Gohan's clone in an instant. His fists and feet flew like the wind, launching a barrage of attacks. Swish, swish, swish. Son Gohan's clone shifted his body, slightly evading the attacks with effortless grace. Son Goku was startled. In that moment, Son Gohan's clone vanished, reappearing behind Son Goku. Gone. Vanished. Before the words faded, the clone leaped and delivered a powerful kick to Son Goku's back. Boom. Son Goku was sent flying, crashing violently into a nearby mountain. A cascade of boulders tumbled down, burying him beneath the rubble. Damn it. Son Goku roared in frustration, quickly scrambling to his feet. Kaioken. With a mighty cry, a fiery red aura erupted around his body. Then, like a crimson streak of light, Son Goku charged at Son Gohan's clone. Whoosh! Just as he was about to make contact, the clone vanished once more. Bang! Son Goku halted, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, the clone materialized to his left, delivering a swift kick to his torso. Boom! Son Goku plummeted from the sky like a meteor, crashing into the earth with a thunderous roar. A massive cloud of dust was kicked up. When the dust settled, a sizable crater marred the ground. Huff! Puff! Son Goku gasped for breath, his eyes fixed on the clone hovering above. Incredible! Just 2 moves and my body can barely take it. Huh! Son Goku clenched his fists, activating the Kaioken once more. 5-fold Kaioken. With a fierce shout, his body transformed into a crimson flash, rocketing towards Son Gohan's clone. The 5-fold Kaioken was the absolute limit of his current body. If even that proved insufficient against the clone, there was no point in continuing the fight. What? Piccolo was astonished. Son Goku's current battle power was around 20 to 30,000. With the 5-fold Kaioken, it would surge past 100,000. Boom. At that moment, Son Goku reached the clone and threw a full-powered punch. The clone sidestepped, dodging the blow. Son Goku flew past the clone, landed swiftly, and rebounded. Bang! With a heavy impact, his fist connected solidly with the clone. Son Gohan's clone was sent hurtling thousands of meters away. Son Goku retracted his aura and flew over to Son Gohan. Gohan, did you tell your clone to hold back? Having fought countless battles, Son Goku could easily gauge an opponent's true strength. More importantly, the clone's restraint had been painfully obvious. Yes, I did ask him to hold back a little. Piccolo, displeased, interjected. Gohan, if you make your clone hold back against us again, we'll challenge you directly. I understand, Uncle Piccolo. Son Gohan lowered his head. Seeing his contrition, Piccolo let the matter drop. So Gohan, how much of your power does your clone possess? 1,000th. 1,000th. Son Goku was astounded. You mean I don't even have 1,000th of Gohan's strength? Piccolo, it's not just you, neither do I. Hearing this, Son Goku felt a sliver of comfort. All right, from today onward, I will train rigorously to catch up to Gohan. Piccolo remained silent. He was already weaker than Son Goku, let alone Son Gohan. Gohan, how did you become so strong in just 1 year? It's nothing, I just do push-ups every day, and I asked Aunt Bulma to build me a gravity room with 100 times Earth's gravity. A gravity room? Yes, Dad. Son Gohan said, taking out a capsule, pressing the switch, and tossing it onto an open space. With a puff of white smoke, a hemispherical house appeared. This house was precisely Son Gohan's gravity room. Dad, this is Aunt Bulma's gravity room. Son Gohan opened the door and led Son Goku and Piccolo inside. Son Goku looked around the hall and said, Gohan, isn't this just an ordinary house? Dad, this is the living area. The gravity room is in here. Is that so? Son Goku immediately followed Son Gohan inside. After a while, the three arrived at the gravity room. Son Gohan briefly introduced it to Son Goku. A maximum of 300 times gravity. Yes, Dad. If we want to increase the gravity further, we'll need Aunt Bulma's help. It's fine, I don't need it for now anyway. Son Gohan nodded. Then the three began training in the gravity room. Mount Paozu's son Goku's house. Shishi was checking the exercises just completed by Son Gohan's clone. She looked at the answer key and saw that the clone had answered all the questions correctly. Not bad, all correct. As expected, my Gohan is the smartest. So Gohan, what do you want for dinner? Mom will make it for you. Braised pork trotters, sweet and sour ribs. Son Gohan's clone listed many of the dishes he liked. Oh, okay. Then keep studying hard, Gohan. Son Gohan's clone nodded. Seeing this, Shishi immediately left the room. What dish is sweet and sour ribs? In the evening, Son Gohan felt they had trained enough for the day, so he took out the all-seeing mirror to check on his home. Through the mirror, he saw Shishi cooking in the kitchen. After confirming everything was fine, he used instant transmission to return to his room and switched places with his clone. Time flew by, and more than half a month passed. During this time, Son Gohan had been training with Piccolo and the others. In the North Galaxy, a massive disc-shaped spaceship was heading towards planet Namek. This was Frieza's spaceship. After Vegeta's defeat, Frieza learned from his subordinates the purpose of Vegeta's trip to Earth. Then he suddenly remembered that there were also Dragon Balls on Namek, so he ordered his men to take him there. In the main control room of Frieza's ship, Frieza held a wine glass filled to a third with red wine, gazing out the window at the cosmos. How much longer until we reach Namek? Zarbin, Lord Frieza, approximately 10 more minutes. Oh, Frieza said indifferently, raising the glass to savor the wine. Lord Frieza, what wish do you intend to make by personally collecting the Dragon Balls on Namek? Dodoria, bored, asked curiously. Frieza chuckled. I wish for eternal youth so I can continue my reign forever. I see. That's quite a fine wish. Frieza nodded. Frieza Planet No. 79, a planet under Frieza's control. Vegeta's spaceship had already landed on this planet. Vegeta was gravely injured and had fallen into unconsciousness. But before losing consciousness, he kept muttering the names Son Goku and Son Gohan. With a soft hiss, the spaceship door opened. Frieza's soldiers knew this was Vegeta's ship, so they stood respectfully on either side, ready to welcome him. As the door fully opened, the soldiers soon saw the severely wounded Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, a squad leader, seeing Vegeta unconscious, immediately ordered his men to carry him away for treatment. On Earth, Son Gohan was training when a system notification suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your battle power has reached 1 billion. Rewards cosmic survival capability. Shadow Battle Axe, Super Spirit Bomb, can borrow others' energy without raising hands, and 999 Senza Beans. Shadow Battle Axe. As the system spoke, memories of the Super Spirit Bomb flooded into Son Gohan's mind. A purple axe appeared in the system's inventory, and the Senza Beans increased from 88 to 1087. System, why are you giving me an axe? To chop firewood. Ahem. The system coughed. Master, this Shadow Battle Axe can cut through iron like mud. It's an excellent tool for killing. But I don't like using weapons. That's fine, Master. Even without your control, this Shadow Battle Axe can fight enemies for you. Without my control? Yes, Master. This is the most advanced battle axe. Just tell it who to kill, and it will do so. That awesome. Of course. Hearing this, Son Gohan took the Shadow Battle Axe out of the system. The axe weighed 1,000 caddies, but it felt light in his hands. Shadow Battle Axe cut down that tree in front. Son Gohan pointed at a large tree ahead. Receiving the command, the axe swung towards the tree. With a soft sound, the Shadow Battle Axe felled the tree in one stroke. Not bad. Shadow Battle Axe, can you cut down 10 trees at once? Hearing this, the axe spun in the air and transformed into 10 copies. Then all 10 axes struck 10 trees simultaneously. With a soft sound, all 10 trees fell at once. The 10 axes then merged back into one like a phantom. Shadow Battle Axe, how many copies can you make at most? The axe spun in the air once more. Hundreds of Shadow Battle Axes appeared, neatly arranged in 10 rows. 100. The axe nodded forward as if it were a person. Just then the system's voice sounded again. Master Frieza and his men have departed for Namek. They will arrive in 1 minute. Alright, I understand. Son Gohan said, using his hair to create a clone to stay behind, then used instant transmission to appear in a village on planet Namek. You are Son Gohan. A Namekian with a sharp memory recognized the sudden appearance of Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Frieza is coming soon. Take me to the Grand Elder immediately and gather everyone here. I will take you all to Earth. Earth? Yes. Then I will take you to the Grand Elder now. Nail, go summon everyone from the village. All right. Nail nodded. With that, the Namekian immediately led Son Gohan to the Grand Elder. After a while, Son Gohan was brought before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder, Son Gohan is here. The Grand Elder nodded and said, Gohan, have you come to help us eliminate Frieza? Yes, but before fighting Frieza, I must take you all to a safe place. A safe place, you mean Earth? Yes. Very well, I understand. I will instruct them to follow your orders. Son Gohan nodded. Meanwhile, Frieza's spaceship had already landed on planet Namek. Through the spaceship's window, Frieza gazed upon the pristine azure sky outside. So this is planet Namek. Yes, Lord Frieza, Dodoria replied. In that case, both of you shall find the Dragon Balls of planet Namek for me. As you command, Lord Frieza. On the other side, the Grand Elder had already gathered all the Namekians on the planet together. Whoosh! With Son Gohan's instant transmission, the Namekians were transported to Earth in batches. Dodoria and Zarbon, who had begun preparations to search for planet Namek's Dragon Balls, noticed a massive disappearance of powerful energy signatures on their scouter. A look of shock spread across their faces. Zarbon, I detect a large number of energy signatures vanishing. Could someone have found the Namekians before us? It's possible, but who could it be? I don't know, but if someone truly did find them first, their power must be far beyond ours. Zarbon nodded. Though both were formidable, they were uncertain they could have eliminated so many Namekians in such a short time. But whoever it is, I doubt they would dare to defy Lord Frieza. Within a forest on Earth, a large group of Namekians was gathered together. These were the Namekian Son Gohan had brought back from planet Namek. Because of the overwhelming energy emanating from Nail and the others, Krillin and his friends on Earth were quickly drawn to the location. So many Piccolos. Seeing hundreds of Namekians, Krillin's legs went weak and he stumbled backward. Uncle Krillin. Just then Son Gohan emerged from the crowd of Namekians. Gohan. Son Gohan smiled and nodded. Gohan, who are they? They are Namekians, Uncle Piccolo's people. Krillin, Piccolo's people. No wonder they look so much like him. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Then Gohan, why are they here? Frieza invaded their planet, so I brought them to Earth. You brought them? Krillin was astonished. Yes. At that moment, Son Goku and Piccolo descended from the sky. The surrounding Namekians, upon seeing Piccolo, displayed expressions of surprise. Gohan, is he the Uncle Piccolo you mentioned? A Namekian named Nail spoke. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, who are they? Uncle Piccolo, they are Namekians from planet Namek. Namekians? Then why are they here? Hearing this, Son Gohan recounted how Frieza sought to seize the Dragon Balls of planet Namek. Frieza? But Gohan, how did you learn of the Namekians? Son Gohan smiled. The old man in my dreams told me everything. Is that so? Piccolo was skeptical. Then Gohan, is this Frieza truly that powerful? Son Goku asked. Extremely powerful. Is that so? If I get the chance, I would love to test my strength against him. Hearing this, Son Gohan seemed to recall something. Dad, Uncle Piccolo, will you both come with me to see the Grand Elder? The Grand Elder. Son Gohan nodded and led them to the Grand Elder. Soon Son Gohan brought them before the Grand Elder. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded. Gohan, who are they? This is my father, Son Goku, and this is Uncle Piccolo. Grand Elder. Piccolo addressed the Grand Elder with profound respect. The Grand Elder nodded. Could it be that you are a descendant of Katats? Katats. Indeed. When a calamity struck planet Namek long ago, Katats left alone and was never heard from again. So he ended up on Earth. I see. The Grand Elder nodded. Did you bring him here to reveal his origins? No. Son Gohan shook his head. Grand Elder, I request that you unlock their latent potential. Son Goku, unlock potential. Very well. The Grand Elder agreed without hesitation. Then Son Goku, please stand before me. Okay. Son Goku stepped forward and stood before the Grand Elder. Piccolo then positioned himself to Son Goku's left. The Grand Elder placed a hand on Son Goku's forehead. A surge of white energy instantly flowed into Son Goku's body. Now Son Goku let Piccolo come forward. The Grand Elder slowly withdrew his hand and spoke. All right. Son Goku stepped back. Seeing this, Piccolo approached the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder raised his right hand and unlocked Piccolo's potential. It is done. Piccolo examined his hands and sensed that his power had greatly increased. Thank you, Grand Elder. The Grand Elder nodded. Son Gohan then led them back to where Krillin and the others were. Goku, did you meet the Grand Elder? Krillin asked. We did, and he unlocked our potential. Unlocked your potential? Son Goku nodded. Then Goku, could you ask the Grand Elder to unlock mine as well? Well, you'll have to ask Gohan. Gohan. Krillin turned to Son Gohan. Just then Nail stepped forward from the crowd. The Grand Elder has little time left. I must ask you not to disturb him further. There is not much time left. Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide. Nail nodded. In that case, we won't trouble the Elder. Krillin smiled. Nail nodded in agreement. So Son Gohan, when will you help us eliminate Frieza? Eliminate Frieza. Hearing this, Krillin and the others immediately stared at Son Gohan in astonishment. Gohan, are you going to help them eliminate Frieza? Son Gohan nodded. I have already promised their Elder. If Frieza could not obtain the Dragon Balls on planet Namek, he would surely consider the Dragon Balls on Earth. So rather than waiting for him to come, it was better to take the initiative. Then Gohan'll go with you, said Son Goku. Piccolo added, Gohan'll go too. Krillin upon seeing this wanted to speak, but thinking of his own strength he decided against it. All right, Son Gohan nodded. But once we're on planet Namek you both must follow my orders. The two nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission to bring the two of them to planet Namek. When he had left planet Namek, he had sensed Frieza's ki, so he only needed to sense Frieza's ki again to return to planet Namek. After the three arrived on planet Namek, they soon spotted a massive spaceship. This spaceship was none other than Frieza's. At that moment, Frieza was reprimanding the returning Dodoria and Zarbon inside his ship. Suddenly, he noticed Piccolo and the other two appearing outside the ship. Zarbon Dodoria ISN that a Namekian. Dodoria and Zarbon followed Frieza's gaze and saw Son Goku and the others. A Namekian. Not just a Namekian, but a Saiyan. Zarbon remarked looking at Son Goku's hairstyle. A Saiyan, but it seems he doesn't have a tail. Maybe it was removed. But besides Vegeta, aren't the only remaining Saiyans the ones on Earth? Dodoria said. Zarbon nodded. So he's likely from Earth. Earth? Dodoria Zarbon, I don't care where this Saiyan came from right now. What I care about most are the Dragon Balls of planet Namek. Go capture that Namekian and make him tell me the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. Frieza commanded, seated on a floating chair. Yes, Lord Frieza. The two hurriedly rushed out. Soon they emerged and flew to stand before the trio. Who are you? Have you hidden the Namekians of this planet? Dodoria asked, looking at the three. Piccolo snorted coldly. We haven't hidden the Namekians. They've simply gone to another planet. Another planet? Which planet? Piccolo smirked. Do you think I would tell you? Bastard, you're mocking me. Dodoria clenched his fists tightly. Mocking you, so what? If you know what's good for you, get out of this planet now. Otherwise you'll never leave here. Is that so? Dodoria said, activating the scouter on his left eye. Beep beep. 20000. 20000. Seeing the number on the scouter, a flicker of surprise crossed Dodoria's face. He had thought Piccolo was just arrogant, but he actually had some skill. However, Piccolo's power level was only 2000, while his own was 2200. So if he went all out, he should be able to defeat him. A power level of 2000. Zarbon's expression also turned somewhat serious. Dodoria nodded. What about the other two? Let me see. Dodoria then aimed his scouter at Son Goku and Son Gohan. Beep beep. 5000. 5000. Seeing that both had a power level of 50, Dodoria immediately breathed a sigh of relief. 500, huh? Zarbon sneered contemptuously at the father and son. Then Dodoria, you handle the Namekian, and he'll take care of these two. Hearing this, Dodoria looked at Zarbon with displeasure. He was stuck with the strong one, while Zarbon got the two weaklings. Truly a cunning move. What's wrong? Zarbon, you take on the Namekian, and he'll deal with the two Saiyans. What's the matter, Dodoria? Afraid of the Namekian? Who's afraid of that Namekian? I just want to switch opponents. Is that not allowed? Piccolo watched in silence. He really wanted to say that he was actually the weakest one. Dodoria said, then let's play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to fight the two Saiyans. Rock, paper, scissors it is. Just as they were about to play, Piccolo suddenly fired an energy blast at them. The two quickly dodged. With a thunderous roar, the energy blast exploded behind them. Bastard. Dodoria clenched his fists, glaring furiously at Piccolo. Zarbon was also furious. Piccolo snorted coldly. Don't underestimate me. Even if the two of you attack together, you're no match for me. What did you say? Dodoria erupted in rage. He had initially thought Piccolo would be troublesome to deal with, which was why he had been pushing the fight onto Zarbon. But now that Piccolo had said that he was determined to teach him a lesson. Zarbon, forget rock, paper, scissors. Leave this guy to me. Fine. Zarbon nodded. With that, Dodoria fixed his gaze on Piccolo. Huh. With a loud shout, Dodoria shot towards Piccolo like lightning. Piccolo clenched his fists and charged forward. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, they clashed, exchanging fierce blows. Seeing this, Zarbon quickly thrust his hands forward, firing several energy blasts at Son Goku and Son Gohan. Son Gohan raised his right hand and deflected all the incoming blasts. What? Zarbon was stunned. Before he could react, Son Gohan appeared before him and drove his right fist hard into Zarbon's abdomen. Act! Zarbon screamed in agony, his body hurtling backward and crashing violently into the spaceship behind him. With a deafening boom, a large hole was blasted into the underside of the ship and thick smoke began to billow out. Lord Zarbon, Dodoria, and the surrounding soldiers showed a flicker of surprise on their faces. Seizing the moment, Piccolo sent the distracted Dodoria flying with a powerful blow. Damn it! Dodoria stomped his feet hard, skidding to a halt on the ground. Then he checked Zarbon with his scouter, discovering that Zarbon's power level had plummeted to a mere 1. Wah! What's going on? That brat's power level was only 5,000. How could he have beaten Zarbin so easily? Piccolo chuckled. That so-called scouter of yours only detects the intensity of our ki. That's why you thought Gohan's power level was only 5,000. The intensity of ki. Exactly. As Piccolo spoke, he clenched his fists, unleashing an overwhelmingly immense aura of ki from his entire body. At that moment, the scouter on Dodoria's left eye began to beep. 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 21000. 22000. 35000. Th. 35,000. Dodoria was stunned. His own maximum power level was a mere 200, while Piccolo surpassed his by a staggering 13000. Now you understand. You understand. Cold sweat poured from Dodoria's forehead and back. So all three of them were wolves in sheep's clothing, and he was the only fool. Could you spare my life? Lord Frieza ordered me to kill you. Hearing this, Piccolo immediately gathered a golden energy wave in his right hand and fired it at Dodoria. Piccolo. Son Goku wanted to stop him, but Dodoria had already been obliterated by Piccolo's energy wave. Oomph. Piccolo snorted coldly. Son Goku, I'm not as soft-hearted as you. Besides, these guys are invaders. I understand, Piccolo. Son Goku nodded. So, Piccolo, shall we go meet this guy named Frieza? Piccolo nodded. Just then, Frieza emerged from the spaceship accompanied by Captain Shui and a legion of soldiers. As Frieza appeared, the three of them fixed their gazes upon him. Frieza sneered and addressed Shui beside him. Shui, go capture that Namekian. Kill the other two. Cui's entire body trembled as he spoke. Lord Frieza, Dodoria and Zarbin were no match for them. I alone am afraid. Frieza's face turned ice cold as he glared at him. Yes, I will immediately follow your orders and eliminate those two Saiyans. With that, Shui charged straight at Son Goku and the others. In an instant, he was before Goku, swinging his right fist forward with force. Whoosh! Son Goku leaned back, slightly evading the blow. Seeing this, Shui raised his fist again to attack. Just then, Son Goku raised his right fist and struck Shui hard in the abdomen. Shui let out a loud scream and crumpled to the ground. Frieza watched and immediately barked at the surrounding soldiers. What are you waiting for? Get them, sir. The soldiers charged at Son Goku and his companions. Son Gohan quickly retrieved the Shadow Battle Axe from his system's inventory. Shadow Battle Axe, destroy them all. Receiving Gohan's command, the Shadow Battle Axe transformed into a massive blade and swept toward the oncoming soldiers. With a thunderous roar, the ground was split open, forming a colossal chasm. Many soldiers fell into the abyss, shaken by the earthquake caused by the axe. Then the Shadow Battle Axe danced wildly in the sky, slashing down immense sword energies that rained upon the soldiers. The soldiers were quickly annihilated by the descending sword strikes. Piccolo was stunned, turning to Son Gohan. Gohan, where did you get that axe? I found it on the ground. Piccolo was rendered speechless. Earlier, Gohan had concocted a story about a mysterious old man to explain his transformation technique. Now he didn't even bother to lie, simply claiming he found it on the ground. Found it on the ground? Where, Gohan? Son Goku asked. On Mount Paozu. Is that so? Son Goku looked at Frieza, who was sitting in his hovering chair. Frieza, all your men have been defeated. I suggest you leave planet Namek. Frieza sneered. This is the first time I've been told to leave someone else's planet. Son Goku snorted coldly. This planet was never yours. Is there anything wrong with asking you to leave? Frieza chuckled. Interesting. I've never met someone as amusing as you. Can you tell me your name? My name is Son Goku. Son Goku. Frieza rubbed his chin. That doesn't sound like a Saiyan name. It isn't. I'm a Saiyan raised on Earth. A Saiyan raised on Earth. So you're the one who defeated Vegeta. Son Goku nodded. Your name is Son Goku, right? And who are the other two? And that little one? Son Goku nodded. What's his name? His name is Son Gohan. And the Namekian? His name is Piccolo. So, Son Goku, would you be willing to tell me where the Namekians of this planet have gone? If you do, I might let you take Captain Cui's position. Son Goku snorted. Who wants to be your subordinate? And even if I knew, I wouldn't tell you. Is that so? Frieza laughed coldly. Then I'll have to make you tell me myself. Is that so? Frieza laughed coldly. Then I'll have to make you tell me myself. Just then, Son Gohan pointed at Frieza's floating chair. Uncle Piccolo, is that a baby stroller? A baby stroller. Frieza's face twisted with rage as he glared at Son Gohan. Calling his chair a baby stroller was an insult to his stature. I don't think so. Gee. At that moment, Frieza fired a death beam from his index finger towards Son Gohan. The Shadow Battle Axe, hovering in midair, swooped down and positioned itself in front of Son Gohan. Whoosh! The death beam struck the Shadow Battle Axe, but was absorbed effortlessly like rain falling into a river. What? Frieza was shocked. His death beam could easily obliterate a mountain, yet it had no effect on the Shadow Battle Axe at all. Upon seeing this, Sun Wukong stepped forward and said, "Gohan, can you let me fight this guy first?" "All right." Son Gohan nodded. After all, at this moment, he could easily defeat Frieza. On the North Ko planet, the North Ko was astonished upon hearing that Sun Wukong intended to challenge Frieza. Frieza, the infamous evil emperor of the universe, was far beyond what Sun Wukong could defeat at his current level. With this thought, the North Ko immediately telepathically communicated to Sun Wukong. "Goku, can you hear me? This is Lord Ko. Lord Ko." The North Ko nodded. "Goku, Frieza's power is immense. I think you shouldn't fight him, I'll leave him to Gohan." Sun Wukong chuckled. "It's precisely because he's strong that I want to fight him even more. But it's fine, Lord Ko. If I can't win, isn't Gohan still here?" The North Ko pondered for a moment after hearing this, then said, "Then you must be careful." Sun Wukong nodded. "Sun Wukong, what are you muttering about to yourself? Have you been driven mad by realizing my power?" Frieza laughed heartily, watching Sun Wukong seemingly talking to himself. "Nothing. I was just speaking with Lord Ko." Sun Wukong smiled. "Lord Ko." Frieza's laughter abruptly ceased upon hearing this. "Indeed, but explaining it to you would be pointless." Frieza grunted coldly, his expression turning serious. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately addressed the Shadow Battle Axe before him. "Shadow Battle Axe, can you enlarge yourself so that Uncle Piccolo and I can ride on you?" The Shadow Battle Axe was utterly speechless. The esteemed Shadow Battle Axe was being treated as a mere mount by Son Gohan. "What's wrong, Shadow Battle Axe?" Son Gohan asked, seeing no response. Hearing this, the Shadow Battle Axe had no choice but to obediently enlarge and land on the ground. Son Gohan promptly walked over and sat down on the axe head. "Uncle Piccolo, you come too. I think he'll pass." "It's fine, Uncle Piccolo. This Shadow Battle Axe will protect us while we watch the fight." "Well, all right then." Piccolo hesitated for a moment before flying onto the Shadow Battle Axe. However, unlike Son Gohan, he stood upright upon it. At that moment, Frieza raised his right index finger, firing a purple beam at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong casually swatted with his right hand, deflecting the beam to the ground where it exploded. "What?" Startled, Frieza rapidly fired a barrage of death beams from his right index finger. Whoosh whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. Sun Wukong raised his right hand, swatting away all the incoming death beams from Frieza, sending them to the surrounding ground. The ground quickly erupted in a cloud of dust, obscuring Sun Wukong's figure. Believing Sun Wukong had been vanquished, Frieza smirked with satisfaction. "This is the fate of those who oppose me, Frieza. Is that so?" As he spoke, the dust around Sun Wukong gradually cleared. Sun Wukong stood there completely unharmed. "Thighs is impossible." Frieza was astounded. Even Jinyu would struggle to withstand that barrage of death beams. How could a Saiyan like Sun Wukong be unscathed? With this thought, Frieza immediately activated the scouter on his left eye. Beep beep. 5,000. After activating it, Frieza quickly saw a power level of 5,000. Only 5,000. Could the scouter be broken? Frieza muttered, then removed the scouter from his left eye and crushed it. Afterward, he slowly descended from his floating chair and took a few steps forward. A gentle breeze blew, lifting Sun Wukong's hair. Frieza chuckled, lightly flexing his arms and wrists. "Sun Wukong, it's been a long time since I've personally killed someone. You should feel honored." "Is that so? But with your current strength, you cannot defeat me." Frieza laughed upon hearing this. "Sun Wukong, you are quite arrogant. Let me tell you the truth, I have 3 transformations, and with each one my power multiplies several times." "Several times?" "That's right." As he spoke, Frieza clenched his fists, and an immensely formidable aura erupted from his body, surging upward. The ground beneath him trembled violently. Sun Wukong stood calmly waiting for Frieza to complete his transformation. Just then a Saiyan space pod descended from the sky. This pod belonged to Vegeta. After his injuries were healed, Vegeta learned from one of Frieza's men that Frieza had gone to planet Namek to seize the Dragon Balls. He immediately set off in his space pod. Vegeta had always harbored rebellious intentions against Frieza. However, knowing Frieza's overwhelming power, he feigned loyalty. But in his heart, he had always yearned to kill Frieza. He rushed here now because he feared Frieza would gather the Namekian Dragon Balls and wish for immortality. If that happened, he would never be able to avenge himself against Frieza. "Vegeta." Sun Wukong looked up at the sky. Having fought Vegeta before, he was intimately familiar with his energy signature. Meanwhile, Vegeta, about to land, also sensed Sun Wukong and the other's energy. Kakarot's energy and that brat's and the Namekians. Just then the ground beneath Frieza collapsed, forming a sizable crater. Following that, Frieza's body grew taller and larger, and the black spikes on his head transformed into a pair of massive horns. This was Frieza's first form. After completing the transformation, Frieza released the gathered energy from his body. At that moment, Vegeta's space pod landed on the ground. A space pod. Frieza glanced at it, curious about who would arrive on Namek at this time. As Frieza was pondering, the hatch of Vegeta's space pod opened. Vegeta. Seeing it was Vegeta, a flicker of joy crossed Frieza's face. Vegeta leaped from the crater made by his pod and landed on the ground. Vegeta. Son Wukong greeted him. Vegeta ignored Son Goku and turned to the first form of Frieza. It was his first time witnessing Frieza transform. Kakarot, you have actually forced Frieza to transform. Vegeta clenched his fists, secretly thinking. At that moment, Frieza suddenly burst into laughter. Vegeta, did you come here to help me? Humph. Vegeta snorted coldly. Frieza, don't get me wrong, I'm only here because I'm worried you'll steal the Dragon Balls from Namek. The Dragon Balls from Namek? Frieza squinted his eyes. Vegeta, are you trying to betray me? Vegeta smiled slightly. I've never had any loyalty to you, so how can there be any betrayal? Frieza let out a cold laugh. Vegeta, it seems you and your father are the same, merely pretending to be loyal to me. But since you have chosen to betray, you should know the fate of those who betray me. Upon hearing this, Vegeta immediately looked at Son Goku beside him. Kakarot, how about we temporarily join forces? Joining forces? Frieza chuckled. Vegeta, do you really think that teaming up with Son Goku will defeat me? If we don't try, how will we know? Is that so? Then since that's the case, you all shall die here today. Frieza said, raising his right index finger and shooting a death beam at Vegeta. Vegeta dodge. Son Goku shouted, quickly rushing to Vegeta's side and knocking him to the ground. With a loud explosion, an island behind Vegeta was flattened and a massive white mushroom cloud quickly rose. What? Vegeta looked back in terror, realizing that had it not been for Son Goku's intervention, he would have likely perished at Frieza's hands. Ha ha ha. Seeing Vegeta saved, Frieza let out his distinctive laugh. Not bad, Son Goku, but I wonder how many times you can save him. Frieza continued firing several death beams at Vegeta with his right index finger. Son Goku flashed in front of Vegeta and deflected Frieza's death beams onto the surrounding ground. The ground was immediately kicked up with clouds of dust. When the dust settled, Son Goku stood in front of Vegeta unharmed. Vegeta retreat to Gohan's side. Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Vegeta glanced at Gohan, who was leisurely lying on the shadow battle axe. Alright, Vegeta said, immediately flying towards Gohan. This time Frieza did not attack, but turned his gaze to Son Goku. Son Goku, your strength is impressive. If you are willing to submit to me, I can offer you the position of Captain Chewie. Thank you for your kindness, but I have no desire to be your subordinate. Is that so? What a pity. Frieza said with a look of regret. However, all of this was within my expectations. After all, you Saiyans are all a bunch of stubborn fools. Then Frieza, shall we continue to fight now? MHM. Frieza nodded. Huh. Son Goku shouted, his body moving as fast as lightning, charging towards Frieza. Soon Son Goku reached Frieza's front, attacking him with fists like lightning. Frieza clenched his hands tightly and fought back. Swish. Bang bang bang. The two moved while attacking each other. Vegeta watched their battle, his fists clenched tightly. It hadn't been long since he last saw Son Goku, yet his strength had far surpassed Vegeta's. However, although Son Goku's power had significantly increased, staying here was still very dangerous. Having betrayed Frieza, if Frieza eliminated Son Goku, he would certainly not spare Vegeta. Thinking this, Vegeta glanced at his spaceship, which was a bit far away. If he tried to go now, he might be destroyed by Frieza. Now he could only rely on Son Goku and the others. Bang! At this moment, Son Goku clenched his right fist and sent Frieza flying. Damn! Frieza shouted angrily, firing a massive wave of energy at Son Goku with his index fingers. Son Goku jumped back, dodging the energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. The ground was immediately bombarded by a flurry of energy blasts. Seeing this, Frieza again fired energy waves at Son Goku. Son Goku leaped forcefully, soaring into the air. Bang! Frieza clenched his hands, emitting a purple aura, and flew into the sky. Soon Frieza flew in front of Son Goku and struck forward with all his might. Huh! Son Goku shouted, his punches and kicks striking like lightning as he battled Frieza. In the sky, the sounds of fierce fighting soon echoed. Bang! Son Goku's right fist slammed hard into Frieza's face. But in the next second, Frieza also landed a punch on him. Their battle was nearly a trade of injuries. After dozens of exchanges, Son Goku's right knee struck Frieza hard. Frieza let out a loud scream and immediately flew backward. Son Goku flashed and appeared above Frieza, then brought his hands down forcefully towards Frieza's body. Bang! With an incredibly fierce sound, Frieza's body was struck down like a ray of light, crashing heavily to the ground. The ground was immediately kicked up with a cloud of dust. After a moment, as the dust gradually settled, a significant pit appeared on the ground. Frieza lay in this pit covered in dirt. Vegeta looked at Frieza, who had been knocked to the ground, his mouth agape in disbelief. Could it be? Is Kakarot now a Super Saiyan? No. Impossible. How could Kakarot, a low-class warrior, possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Even if that legend were true, the Super Saiyan should be me. At this moment, Piccolo, who was standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. Son Goku, he is not a Super Saiyan. Not. Yes, because I've seen Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan. Gohan. Vegeta was astonished. Gohan is only 5 or 6 years old, and he can already transform into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, he suddenly felt his dignity and pride being trampled into the ground. He, the Prince of the Saiyans, was outdone by the son of a low-class Saiyan. Seeing Vegeta's astonished expression, Gohan couldn't help but laugh. He initially wanted to keep a low profile, but unexpectedly Piccolo suddenly told Vegeta that he had already trained to become a Super Saiyan. Alas, it seems I can't keep a low profile after all. Seeing Gohan laugh at him, Vegeta coldly scoffed and crossed his arms. However, since Gohan is a Super Saiyan, he no longer has to think of ways to escape. Seeing Vegeta revert to his aloof demeanor, Gohan turned his gaze back to Goku and the others. Frieza had already risen from the ground, panting heavily. Goku descended from midair and landed before Frieza. Frieza, with your current strength, you cannot defeat me. I advise you to unleash your full power. Damn it. Frieza roared in fury, clenching his fists tightly. For the first time in his life, he had encountered someone so arrogant in his presence, and that someone was a Saiyan he despised. System, do you know roughly how strong my dad is now? Gohan, witnessing Goku's unwavering confidence, asked curiously in his mind. Master Goku's current power level is approximately 3 million. 3 million. Gohan was astonished. In the original Dragon Ball story, Goku had achieved a power level of 3 million only after arduous training and fierce battles. Yet now, after merely 2 weeks of training and having his latent potential unlocked by the elder Goku, had reached a power level of 3 million. Truly, the protagonist is the protagonist. Frieza, Goku, don't be too arrogant. Once I reveal my true power, you will be no match for me. Goku chuckled lightly. Then go ahead and use your full strength. Fine, but don't regret it later. Don't worry, I won't regret a thing. Seeing the two bickering, Gohan immediately created a clone and sent it back to Earth to gather some wild fruits. To Gohan's. Vegeta rubbed his eyes, doubting what he had just seen. Huh. At that moment, Frieza clenched his fists, unleashing an immensely formidable aura that surged upward rapidly. With a thunderous boom, the ground around Frieza began to tremble violently. Countless rocks and sand were flung into the air. Such immense energy. Vegeta was startled. Oh. Frieza let out a fierce roar, his muscles swelling further as his body began to broaden horizontally. This was Frieza's second form. Bang! After completing the transformation, Frieza immediately released the gathered energy from his body. Just then, Gohan's clone returned with a large quantity of wild fruits, all of which had been washed clean. Vegeta was stunned. Gohan was so confident that he could still enjoy wild fruits at a time like this. Now fully transformed, Frieza also noticed Gohan's actions. Earlier, Gohan, sitting on the shadow axe while watching their fight, had already irritated him. Now he was eating while watching. Was he treating him like a monkey in a show? Enraged, Frieza fired a death beam at Gohan. However, before the beam could reach Gohan, it was blocked by a miniature shadow axe conjured by the original. An axe. Vegeta, still unaware of what had happened, was taken aback at the sight of the small shadow axe. Crunch. Gohan took a bite of the fruit unfazed. Damn it. Frieza growled, preparing to attack Gohan again. Suddenly, Goku shouted at Frieza. Frieza, your opponent is me. Frieza turned his gaze to Goku. Goku, since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. With that, Frieza vanished and reappeared before Goku, launching an attack. Goku clenched his fists and engaged in combat with Frieza. The ground erupted in massive clouds of dust. Boom. After a brief exchange, Goku clenched his right fist and sent Frieza flying into a mountain behind him. Frieza roared in fury, instantly bursting out of the mountain and throwing a punch at Goku. Goku sidestepped and struck Frieza's abdomen with a heavy right fist. Frieza screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Then Goku kicked him hard, sending him crashing into another mountain ahead. A huge cloud of dust rose from the ground. When it cleared, Frieza was embedded in the mountain in a spread eagle position. Damn it! Frieza growled, quickly pulling himself out of the mountain. Frieza, aren't you going to show your true power? Frieza snorted coldly. Goku, I'll grant your wish and reveal my true power. Huh. With that, Frieza clenched his fists, emitting an overwhelmingly powerful aura that surged upward. A circular barrier soon formed around his body. The ground for tens of thousands of miles trembled violently under Frieza's influence, sending countless rocks and sand into the air. Such immense energy. Vegeta was in shock. Bang! At that moment, the ground around Frieza shattered, and the sea for tens of thousands of miles churned violently. A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky. Oh! Frieza let out a fierce roar as the spikes on his body gradually disappeared, becoming very compact. This was Frieza's third form. Bang! After completing the transformation, Frieza released the gathered energy from his body. Sorry to keep you waiting. I rarely transform into this form, so it took a little longer, Goku said with a smile. Frieza, I didn't expect your final form to be so compact. Frieza chuckled. Goku, you can only be tough with words now. With that, Frieza raised his right index finger and fired several death beams at Goku. That trick again. Goku raised his right hand, deflecting Frieza's death beams into the ground, which erupted in massive clouds of dust. Swoosh! Frieza vanished and reappeared behind Goku in an instant. Goku quickly spun around and kicked forward. Frieza blocked with his left hand and stepped back a few paces. Huh! Goku shouted, his fist striking like lightning at Frieza. Frieza dodged left and right, evading Goku's attacks. Seeing this, Goku raised his right foot and delivered a series of kicks to Frieza's head. Frieza dodged while counterattacking. Swoosh! Boom! 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 After a while, both figures vanished and reappeared in midair, continuing their battle. Due to the incredible speed of the two, phantoms of their movements continuously appeared in the sky. Bang! The two clenched their right fists tightly and struck them together forcefully in the air. An astonishing strong wind immediately emanated from their hands. Shortly after, they quickly retracted their right fists and charged towards each other. Once again, the sky echoed with the fierce sounds of their battle. Whoosh! Frieza swung his tail forward, binding Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong exerted force with both hands, trying to break free from Frieza's tail. Frieza swung his hands forward forcefully, striking Sun Wukong in the face. Sun Wukong immediately let out a series of agonized cries. Frieza let out a cold laugh and suddenly ceased his attack. Just as Frieza felt immense pride, Sun Wukong suddenly bit down hard on Frieza's tail. Crack! With a crisp sound, Frieza's tail was instantly bitten red. Frieza let out a loud scream as he retracted his tail. Taking this moment, Sun Wukong struck hard with his right fist towards Frieza's abdomen. Bang! With a heavy sound, Frieza's body was sent crashing down to the ground like a ray. The ground was immediately stirred up in a cloud of dust. Moments later, Frieza angrily rose from the ground and charged towards Sun Wukong in the sky. The two engaged in fierce combat once more in the sky. Whoosh! After a while, they both landed on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a slight smile appeared on Frieza's face. Sun Wukong, it seems your strength is only at this level. Only this level? What do you mean by that, Frieza? Frieza chuckled. To be honest, I was just using 3% of my power. 3%? That's right, if I unleash half of my power, I can easily eliminate you. 3%. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression immediately turned serious. However, seeing that Sun Wukong's demeanor remained calm, he felt reassured. Sun Wukong, not even in Super Saiyan form, could force Frieza to use his final form, so the son of Goku, who could transform into a Super Saiyan, would surely be able to defeat Frieza. Then, since that's the case, unleash half of your power. Frieza sneered. Sun Wukong, let me show you my 50% power. As Frieza spoke, he clenched his fists tightly, an overwhelming aura radiating from his body as it rapidly ascended. The ground around him shook violently under Frieza's aura. 4, 5, 6. Frieza announced as he elevated his aura, stating the percentage of his current strength. Vegeta and Piccolo tightened their fists upon sensing Frieza's surging energy. They had once been enemies of Sun Wukong, harboring thoughts of defeating him. Now, with the vast gap in their strengths, feelings of resentment naturally arose. On North Kai's planet, North Kai felt a sense of worry for Sun Wukong as he saw Frieza preparing to use half of his power. On Namek, as Frieza's energy continued to rise, Sun Wukong's expression became somewhat grave. 48, 49, 50. At that moment, Frieza raised his energy to 50%. He clenched his fists and released the gathered energy outward. Alright, let's continue, Sun Wukong. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong struck a battle pose. Frieza chuckled lightly and charged towards Sun Wukong like a flash of lightning. Sun Wukong shouted loudly and struck forward with both fists. Just then, Frieza's figure suddenly vanished and appeared behind Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong seemed to sense something and turned around only to see a massive fist coming towards him. He raised his hands to block, stepping back a few paces. At that moment, Frieza's figure suddenly appeared in front of Sun Wukong, delivering a whirlwind kick that knocked him down to the ground. Sun Wukong executed a backflip with his right hand, retreating behind. Frieza let out a cold laugh, and a red energy suddenly appeared in his hands, aimed at Sun Wukong. Before Sun Wukong could react, his body was trapped by a ball of energy. I can't move. Frieza chuckled lightly and swiftly approached Sun Wukong, kicking upwards with his right foot. Bang! Sun Wukong was sent flying into the air like a soccer ball. Frieza's figure flickered and quickly appeared above Sun Wukong, kicking at the ball that confined him. Sun Wukong let out a scream as his body rapidly fell from the sky. With a loud crash, he landed heavily on the ground. The ground was immediately stirred up in a cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, a sizable deep pit appeared beneath Sun Wukong. Frieza chuckled lightly, gazing at the distant lava. Sun Wukong, farewell forever. As he spoke, he kicked forcefully forward, sending Sun Wukong flying towards the lava. Seeing this, Vegeta became incredibly anxious. Although he didn't like Sun Wukong, he had spared him once and had just saved him, so he still didn't want him to die. Bang! Just as Sun Wukong's body was about to crash into the lava, he suddenly regained movement and escaped into the air. Sun Wukong let out a long breath, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. That was a close call. North Kai also breathed a sigh of relief. He then transmitted his voice to Sun Wukong, saying, Wukong, with your current strength, you can't defeat him. I think you should let Gohan take over. I know, but I still want to fight him for a while. Well, alright. Frieza, seeing Sun Wukong escape, was not surprised. Instead, he wore a slight smile as he looked at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong, I know you've hidden your strength, but even if you go all out, you won't be my match. I know, but I still want to give it a try. As Sun Wukong spoke, he clenched his fists and a red aura rose around him. Tenfold Kaioken. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong transformed into a streak of red light, charging towards Frieza. Frieza shifted his body, appearing behind Sun Wukong, and struck forcefully towards Sun Wukong's body with both fists. Sun Wukong let out a cry of pain, quickly turning to counterattack. Frieza's figure flickered and appeared to the left of Sun Wukong, launching a kick at him. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! Due to Frieza's incredible speed, Sun Wukong's tenfold Kaioken couldn't touch him at all. At this moment, Sun Wukong realized that Frieza's earlier words were not a lie. With a heavy kick, Sun Wukong was sent flying into the sea beyond the island. Piccolo, Gohan, your father has already used all his strength. I think it's time for you to step in. Not yet. Not yet. Just then the sea was stirred by an overwhelming aura, raising a giant wave. This aura was emanating from Sun Wukong, who had fallen into the sea. Huff! Huff! Panting heavily, Sun Wukong stood on the surface of the water, his face etched with exhaustion. Vegeta clenched his teeth upon seeing this. That cockroach still has stamina. Frieza let out his signature cold laugh. Sun Wukong, even if you resist desperately, it's useless. You are no longer my match. I know, but I still want to give it my all and fight you. Frieza sneered. Very well, then show me your full power. Sun Wukong nodded, clenched his fists, and a red aura erupted from his entire body. Kaioken times 20. With a loud roar, Sun Wukong's body transformed into a red flash, charging straight at Frieza. Bang! Frieza was startled, and before he could react, he was sent flying into the air by a single punch from Sun Wukong. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong quickly brought his hands together behind him, gathering a blue energy wave and launching it at Frieza. At that moment, Frieza, who had been knocked into the sky, steadied himself and blocked Sun Wukong's energy wave with his hand. As the energy wave dissipated, Frieza kept his right hand raised, a layer of charred substance on his palm, his eyes burning with fury as he stared at Sun Wukong. He was injured, and by a Saiyan of all people, the race he despised most. Enraged by this thought, Frieza immediately raised his index finger, aiming to attack Sun Wukong. It's about time. Seeing this, Son Gohan flickered and appeared beside Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was now gasping for air, completely drained of strength. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Then father, leave the rest to me. All right. Son Gohan nodded. Frieza sneered. Kid, you're Sun Wukong's son, aren't you? Yes, so what? Nothing, it's just convenient that all you Saiyans are gathered here. I can wipe you out in one go. Son Gohan smiled. That depends on whether you have the skill. Damn it. Frieza roared in anger, firing a barrage of death beams from his right index finger at Son Gohan. Son Gohan used instant transmission, bringing Sun Wukong onto the Shadow Axe. What? Frieza was shocked. Son Gohan had teleported right under his nose onto the Shadow Axe. Damn it. Frieza roared in anger, firing death beams from his right index finger at the Shadow Axe. Just then, hundreds of Shadow Axes materialized in front of the original, forming a circular barrier. Frieza's death beams struck the barrier, only to be absorbed by the manifested Shadow Axes. At that moment, Son Gohan used instant transmission, appearing right in front of Frieza. Frieza was startled, his expression turning grim. Seeing this, Son Gohan took a deep breath and exhaled 3 white ghosts identical to himself. These were the bubblegum ghosts. Sun Wukong was stunned. Piccolo, what is this? This? I have no idea. Frieza was equally astonished. It was the first time he had seen such a technique. Son Gohan, count off. The 3 bubblegum ghosts immediately lined up and began counting. 1, 2, 3. Though Frieza didn't know what Son Gohan was planning, he was determined not to let him succeed. He gathered a ki blast in his right hand and aimed it at Son Gohan's bubblegum ghosts. Son Gohan flickered, dodging the attack. Boom! The ki blast exploded on the ground, sending up clouds of thick smoke. Son Gohan's 3 bubblegum ghosts all evaded the blast and shot toward Frieza like streaks of wind. Frieza sneered, flickering in front of one of the bubblegum ghosts and throwing a punch at it. Bang! The moment Frieza's fist connected, a grin spread across the bubblegum ghost's face. Then the bubblegum ghost's entire body emitted a golden light and exploded. The other two bubblegum ghosts immediately rushed into the blast, making contact with Frieza. Boom! Boom! As the two bubblegum ghosts exploded, Frieza let out a piercing scream. After a moment, the smoke from the explosions cleared, revealing Frieza lying on the ground, covered in wounds with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He glared at Son Gohan with immense fury. Since his birth, he had never been so severely injured, and the one who had inflicted these wounds was a mere Saiyan child. Enraged by this thought, Frieza immediately rose to his feet. Frieza, you are no match for me. I advise you to leave this planet. No match for you. Frieza flew into a rage upon hearing this. Leave? Vegeta was shocked. Son Gohan actually intended to let Frieza go. Not only Vegeta, but Piccolo also shared the same thought. Namek was his home planet, and Frieza's invasion to seize the Dragon Balls naturally made Piccolo despise him. Moreover, Frieza was incredibly powerful and extremely dangerous. If Son Gohan let him go now, he would surely return with a vengeance. However, Vegeta and Piccolo were overthinking. Son Gohan's offer to spare Frieza was a calculated move, knowing that Son Wukong had a merciful side. By acting this way, he could appear kind and compassionate in his father's eyes. But as a devoted Dragon Ball fan, he knew full well that Frieza would never accept his kindness. Like Vegeta, Frieza possessed an immense pride. Son Gohan nodded. Whoosh! At that moment, Frieza clenched his fists and charged at Son Gohan. Son Gohan flickered, instantly appearing behind Frieza and kicked him high into the air. Then he quickly brought his hands together behind him. Me. Me. A deep blue energy wave gathered in Son Gohan's hands, aimed at Frieza in the sky. Boom! Frieza was startled and hastily raised his hands to block the Kamehameha. Son Gohan shouted, thrusting his hands forward with full force. Boom! With a massive explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the sky. No! Frieza let out a furious roar as his body was torn apart by the powerful storm generated by the Kamehameha's explosion. After a while, when the sky had returned to calm, Vegeta stared blankly into the sky and muttered, Is he gone? Piccolo stood in stunned silence. Gohan had just declared his intention to spare Frieza, only to obliterate him moments later. Where was his compassion now? Goku felt a twinge of regret. Though Frieza was far from virtuous, he was an opponent of formidable power. Just then Gohan flew over from the distance. Dad, Mr. Piccolo, shall we head back? All right. Goku and Piccolo nodded in unison. Wait. Vegeta suddenly interjected. What is it, Vegeta? Goku inquired. Kakarot, are you returning to Earth? Yes. Goku affirmed. And your spaceship? We don't have one. Gohan brought us here using instant transmission. Instant transmission. Indeed. In simple terms, it's a technique that allows instantaneous movement by sensing one's energy. Kakarot, that Namekian mentioned that Gohan can already transform into a Super Saiyan. That's right. Why do you ask? I wish to witness a Super Saiyan. You want to fight Gohan? Vegeta fell silent. Gohan could annihilate him with a single finger. Fighting him would be pure suicide. Kakarot, I want to see Gohan's transformation. Oh, so you're not looking for a fight with Gohan? Goku chuckled. Well then, Gohan, why don't you show Vegeta your transformation? Gohan looked at Vegeta. You want to see the Super Saiyan transformation? I have one small condition. What condition? It's simple. Just repeat after me. Repeat. Yes. Gohan's expression turned serious. To prevent the world's destruction. Come on, Vegeta, repeat after me. To prevent the world's destruction. Vegeta's voice was strained. To protect the peace of the universe. To protect the peace of the universe. Vegeta's face was flushed with embarrassment. He had never recited such humiliating lines before, but for the Super Saiyan he would endure. To uphold the love and truth of evil. To uphold the love and truth of evil. The adorable and charming heroes. Adorable and charming heroes. I, Son Gohan. I, Son Gohan. Vegeta, you should say I, Vegeta. I, Vegeta. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Goku couldn't contain his laughter. Kakarot. Vegeta glared at him furiously. We are Team Rocket soaring through the galaxy. WWE, our Team Rocket soaring through the galaxy. A white hole of brilliant tomorrow awaits us. A white hole of brilliant tomorrow awaits us. That's right. Meow. That's right. Meow. Is that enough? Vegeta's face was now a deep crimson. If Raditz and the others were alive to hear his recitation, they would surely die laughing. Enough. Then, Gohan, will you transform into a Super Saiyan for me? Yes. Gohan nodded. With a mighty shout, a golden aura erupted around Gohan. His hair turned gold and spiked upward, and his eyes became a pale green. This was the Super Saiyan. This is the Super Saiyan. Vegeta was in awe. Gohan's current energy was hundreds of times greater than Frieza's had been. In that moment, he understood why Gohan had been so calm. They were simply not on the same level. Gohan reverted to his normal state. Dad, shall we go back? Yes. Goku nodded. Gohan shrunk the shadow axe to the size of his palm, and using instant transmission brought Goku and Piccolo with him. Kakarot's son Gohan, I will train to become stronger and surpass you both. Vegeta clenched his fists, vowing to himself. Earth. Goku and the others had returned to the forest where the Namekians had gathered. Krillin approached them. Goku, how is Namek? Frieza has been defeated by Gohan. Defeated? The Namekians nearby hurried over. Son Gohan truly eliminated Frieza. Yes. Goku confirmed. The Namekians surrounded Gohan. Son Gohan, you are truly remarkable. Indeed. He defeated Frieza at only 6 years old. He will surely grow even stronger. It was nothing. Gohan smiled and scratched his head. Many of the younger Namekians, including Din from the original story, gathered around. So Goku, did you fight Frieza? Yes. Goku nodded. He was incredibly powerful. If not for Gohan, I would have perished at his hands. Is that so? It's a shame I'm too weak. Ooh, I would have liked to see what he looked like. Gohan gave a dry laugh. If Krillin knew that in the original timeline he had been killed by Frieza using a psychic explosion, he wouldn't be saying that. Also, I saw Vegeta on Namek. Vegeta? Yes. For some reason he showed up there. Did he fight you? No. And he was no match for us. That figures. After chatting for a while, Gohan went to see the Grand Elder. Son Gohan, you're here. Gohan nodded. Grand Elder, I have eliminated Frieza for you. However, he has many underlings. I fear they might seek revenge. You should use your Dragon Balls to relocate your planet. Very well. The Grand Elder agreed. Then please gather all the Namekians. I will use instant transmission to send you back. Good. Thank you for your trouble. Soon all the Namekians had assembled. Using a clone left on Namek, Gohan performed an instant transmission, returning them to their home planet. We're back. The Namekians were overjoyed to be home. Gohan used instant transmission again to return to Earth. 2 days passed. News of Frieza's death reached his father, King Cold. However, King Cold refused to believe that a Saiyan had killed Frieza, so he ordered his men to investigate Namek. On Earth, atop Bowsy Mountain, Son Wukong and Piccolo were engaged in a fierce aerial battle. Son Gohan, feeling a bit bored from his daily training, sat cross-legged on the grass. Suddenly, Son Gohan seemed to have thought of something and took out an ancient mirror from the system. This was the Tontian mirror. As he held it up, 3 figures quickly appeared on its surface. One of them was short with blue skin and wearing a small round hat. This person was Pilaf, the antagonist from the first part of Dragon Ball. The other 2 were his subordinates Aishio and Xiao Wu. At that moment, the 3 were constructing a battle robot. Although Pilaf had never managed to collect all 7 Dragon Balls, he had not given up on his ambition to dominate the world. Upon seeing the 3, Son Gohan immediately touched the surface of the Tontian mirror, and in an instant he was teleported right in front of Pilaf and the others. Pilaf and the others were startled by the sudden appearance of Son Gohan. Who are you? Son Gohan smiled and replied. My name is Son Gohan. Son Gohan, that name sounds so familiar. Yeah, it's very similar to that Son Wukong. Aishio stroked his chin and said Son Wukong. Upon hearing this name, the 2 immediately changed their expressions in fear. Son Wukong was a nightmare for the 3 of them. If it hadn't been for him, they would have collected the Dragon Balls and ruled the entire world by now. Do you know my dad? Your dad. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them quickly took a few steps back in shock. Yes, Son Gohan said as he walked up to the robot the 3 were working on. Is this the robot you made? Yes. Then why are you making this robot? It's nothing, just for fun. Pilaf chuckled awkwardly. Right, just for fun. Xiao Wu chimed in. Really? Can you help me make a mobile phone? A mobile phone? Yes, Son Gohan said as he picked up a piece of paper from the table and drew a smartphone. The creation of Dragon Ball occurred in the 80s and 90s, so Akira Toriyama's concept of a mobile phone was limited to that era. Thus, in Dragon Ball Z, Earth did not have smartphones. They only began to appear in Dragon Ball Super. What kind of phone is this? Why doesn't it even have buttons? This is called a smartphone. Smartphone. Yes, it operates through a touchscreen, so it doesn't need buttons. Touchscreen. Son Gohan nodded. By the way, I've been chatting with you for so long, and I still don't know your names. My name is Pilaf. I'm Xiao Wu, Xiao for dancing. I'm Aishio, A for fixing air conditioners. Pilaf, Aishio, and sister Xiao Wu. Wait, why do you call Xiao Wu sister, but just use our names? Pilaf said with an unhappy expression. Son Gohan looked at the 2 and said, you are about the same height as me. I thought you were kids too. What did you say? Pilaf immediately became a bit angry. Calm down, King Pilaf. Aishio and Xiao Wu quickly held him back. Forget it, King Pilaf, he's just a child, don't take it to heart. Yes. Pilaf snorted and fell silent. Then Pilaf, let's continue discussing the phone. The phone. Yes, besides the touchscreen, I want to tell you about other features of this phone. Other features. Yes, this phone has Bluetooth GPS location and can connect to the internet. Pilaf originally intended to just whip up a phone to placate Son Gohan. However, upon hearing about the vast business opportunities with smartphones, he couldn't help but feel a bit excited. The only problem was that they had never made such a thing before, which might take some time. If you manage to make this phone, we can promote it widely and develop numerous apps. We can help make the phone, but how do we solve the phone network issue? Don't worry, I'll ask Bulma Andy for help. Bulma, is she the heiress of the Capsule Corporation? Xiao Wu asked. Yes. Well then you all work hard, I'll take my leave. Pilaf nodded. He had been eager for Son Gohan to leave. In an instant, Son Gohan vanished with a teleportation move. He has disappeared, Ashio exclaimed. Xiao Wu nodded. So King Pilaf, are we really going to help that little brat make a smartphone? Pilaf nodded. Then King Pilaf, aren't we going to look for the Dragon Balls? Ashio asked. Of course not. Pilaf said as he tapped Ashio's head. If we can make the smartphone that the little brat mentioned and make a fortune, we will have plenty of funds to search for the Dragon Balls. In West City at Bulma's house, Bulma was leisurely lying on a chair in the backyard reading a newspaper when a figure suddenly appeared before her. It was Son Gohan. Bulma Andy. Upon hearing Son Gohan's voice, Bulma immediately turned to look at him. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, why did you suddenly come today? Son Gohan smiled and replied. Bulma Annie, I want you to increase the gravity in the gravity room to 500 times. 500 times. Bulma was taken aback. But Gohan, I just helped you set it to 300 times not long ago. It's fine, Bulma Annie, I have fully adapted to the 300 times gravity. By the way, Gohan, didn't your mom want you to study hard before? Doesn't she require you to study anymore? Upon hearing this, Son Gohan gave an awkward laugh. It's like bringing up an old issue. No, I have a clone at home who studies for me. A clone? Yes. As Son Gohan said this, he pulled out a hair from his head and transformed it into his clone. Two Gohans. Bulma was startled. Son Gohan smiled and said, Bulma, Annie, the other one is my clone. So Gohan, can this clone do everything for you? It can, but it has one drawback. What drawback? It doesn't need to eat, drink, or go to the bathroom like us. Bulma was speechless. Is that really a drawback? That sounds more like an advantage. However, she thought to herself, if Gohan's clone was being fed by Shishi while studying, wouldn't that be easy to discover? So Gohan, if you let your clone study for you, wouldn't you have no idea what you've read? Son Gohan said with a smile. When the clone turns back into hair, I can retrieve the day's memories through it. That's incredible. Gohan, can you teach me this duplication technique? I could, but it requires chi. Aunt Bulma, you've never even practiced martial arts. You'd have to start with that first. In that case, forget it. Then Aunt Bulma, you have to keep this duplication technique a secret for me. Bulma nodded. And Aunt Bulma, about the gravity chamber. I'm resting today. It'll increase the gravity for you tomorrow. All right. Son Gohan nodded. Then Aunt Bulma, I'll head back first. Bulma nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission and returned to Mount Pozu. Gohan. Piccolo, noticing his return, flew over from afar. Gohan, where did you just go? I went to Aunt Bulma's. I asked her to enhance the gravity chamber's gravity again. Piccolo heard this and asked no further. 2 weeks passed in the blink of an eye. After spending that time, Bulma finally increased the gravity in Son Gohan's chamber to 500 times. All right, Gohan, I've boosted the chamber to 500 times gravity. Son Gohan nodded. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. But the higher the gravity, the harder it is to increase, so you'll have to make this 500 times last. I understand, Aunt Bulma. Then Aunt Bulma, if there's nothing else, I'll go back. Bulma nodded. Son Gohan used instant transmission and returned to Mount Pozu. On a desolate planet in the cosmos, a man was doing one-fingered push-ups on the ground. That man was Vegeta. 99, 10,000. Vegeta said, pushing off the ground with his right index finger and springing to his feet. No good. Training like this, even for a lifetime, it'll never catch up to Kakarot and the others. Vegeta said, immediately looking at his spaceship. Shortly after, Vegeta boarded his spaceship and left the planet. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Since the gravity chamber could now reach 500 times gravity, Son Gohan's combat power increased by 10 million every day. His base combat power had now reached 2 billion. At that moment, Son Gohan stood on a grassy field on Mount Pozu. Son Wukong and Piccolo stood in the distance. Suddenly, Son Gohan clenched his fists, releasing an immensely formidable aura. Boom! A golden flame erupted around Son Gohan. His hair turned gold and stood on end, his irises shifting to a light green. This was Super Saiyan. As Gohan transformed, Krillin on Earth soon sensed his immense energy. But they assumed Gohan was training, so they didn't pay it much mind. At that moment, Gohan clenched his fists again, his power surging upward. The ground of Mount Pozu trembled violently under the influence of Gohan's aura. The grass beneath his feet was swept up by his released energy, forming a whirlwind. Such immense power. Sensing Gohan's energy again, Krillin's face showed a trace of shock. Opt! With a fierce roar, Gohan's aura exploded. His golden flame transformed into a fiery eruption. His hair stood even straighter, and lightning crackled around his body as he radiated energy. This was Super Saiyan 2. Boom! After completing the transformation, Gohan immediately released the gathered energy outward. So this is the form beyond Super Saiyan. Piccolo looked at Gohan. Gohan nodded. I call this transformation Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Gohan nodded and returned to his base state. Just then Sun Wukong and the others sensed a key approaching Earth from space. It was Vegeta's. Vegeta. Piccolo nodded. It seems like his energy. But why would he suddenly come to Earth? No idea. Piccolo shook his head. Should we go check it out? All right. With that, the three flew toward the landing site of Vegeta's spaceship. Soon Vegeta's spaceship landed on Earth. He emerged and flew before Sun Wukong and the others. Long time no see, Vegeta. Sun Wukong greeted him with a smile. Vegeta snorted coldly, saying nothing. Sun Wukong didn't mind. Vegeta, why did you suddenly come to Earth? Are you here to fight me? No, I came to train on Earth. Train on Earth. So you're going to live here? Vegeta nodded. Then where will you stay, Vegeta? I don't know. Kakarot, have you already become a Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong nodded. Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists. If only he had come to Earth to train sooner. Kakarot, can you tell me how you became a Super Saiyan in such a short time? How? Sun Wukong thought for a moment. I just trained with Gohan in the gravity chamber. Gravity chamber? Yes, Bulma built it. It can now go up to 500 times gravity. 500 times gravity. Where is this chamber? Sun Wukong pointed to the gravity chamber nearby. That's it. Then Kakarot, where is this Bulma person now? Bulma. She's in West City. West City. Can you take me to her? I can, but what do you want from her? I want her to build a gravity chamber for me. Alright, I'll take you, but you must promise not to harm Bulma. Fine, I promise. Vegeta agreed without a second thought. He only wanted to grow stronger and surpass Sun Wukong and the others. Hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately led Vegeta to Bulma's house. Son Gohan and Piccolo followed along. In the western metropolis at Bulma's residence, Bulma was lounging leisurely on a beach chair, flipping through the latest fashion magazine. Suddenly, four figures descended from the sky. The four were none other than Son Goku, Piccolo, Son Gohan, and Vegeta. Goku. Bulma. Bulma nodded in acknowledgement. Goku, who is he? He's Vegeta. Vegeta. Bulma was startled. Is he the Saiyan who tried to invade our Earth? Yeah. Vegeta snorted coldly, a look of disdain on his face. Then why? Why did you bring him here? He wants your help to build a gravity chamber. A gravity chamber? Bulma's face flushed with anger. Son Goku, I'm not your personal laborer. I have no obligation to help you for free. Bulma, it's Vegeta who wants your help, not us. What's the difference? I'm not doing it. Damn it. Vegeta fumed inwardly. He, the proud prince of all Saiyans, had never been so humbled. What? What do you think you're doing? Seeing Vegeta's furious expression, Bulma grew tense. Vegeta forced himself to suppress his rage. Phew. Bulma breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Aunt Bulma, Vegeta has a spaceship. How about you ask him to give it to you in exchange? A spaceship? Bulma's interest was piqued. Son Gohan, yeah. Bulma turned to look at Vegeta. If you can build me a gravity chamber, I'll give you the spaceship. Deal. Well, Bulma, if there's nothing else, we'll be going now. Son Goku said. All right. With that, Goku took Gohan and the others back to Mount Pozu. Only Vegeta remained in Bulma's yard. Seeing that Goku and the others had left while Vegeta was still at her house, Bulma began to feel uneasy about her earlier words. With Goku around, she hadn't feared Vegeta. But now that they were gone, she was just a frail girl. How could she possibly stand against him? He wouldn't try anything on me, would he? Bulma thought to herself. Just then Vegeta suddenly spoke to her. Low-class Earth woman, how long will it take to build the gravity chamber? Bulma snapped back in anger. I am not a low-class Earth woman. My name is Bulma. Bulma got it. She jabbed a finger at Vegeta's chest. Vegeta gritted his teeth in fury. And if you try anything on me, you'll call Goku and the others right back. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly. I don't care what you're called. I just want to know how long it'll take to finish the gravity chamber. Bulma snorted in return. If you want my help, you'll show me some respect. Otherwise, even if you kill me, I won't do it. Vegeta clenched his teeth in frustration. Bulma, I'll call you Bulma, fine. That's more like it. Building a new gravity chamber will take about half a month. Also bring your spaceship here. I plan to convert it into a gravity chamber. Fine, I understand. With that, Vegeta flew off into the sky. And so Vegeta took up residence on Earth. Half a month later, the gravity chamber was completed. Vegeta began his training. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. After half a year of research, Pilaf and his gang finally managed to create the smartphone Son Gohan had described. The lengthy process was due to the blueprints and a shortage of materials and funds. They were now celebrating the newly crafted phone. Great King Pilaf, we've succeeded. Pilaf nodded. Next, all we need is a factory to mass-produce these smartphones and rake in a fortune. Great King Pilaf, should we tell Son Gohan that we've succeeded? Pilaf immediately rapped Shu on the head. Are you stupid? This is the fruit of our labor day and night. Why should we split it with Son Gohan? Shu rubbed his head. Great King Pilaf, could you stop hitting my head? If I didn't, how would that thick skull of yours ever learn? Just then a figure suddenly appeared before them. It was Son Gohan. Son Gohan. The three were startled. Son Gohan looked around. Pilaf, when did you move your workspace? You didn't even tell me. Pilaf grumbled inwardly. I moved here precisely to avoid you. But on the surface he put on a cheerful face. We were so absorbed in our research that we forgot to inform you. Oh, so is the phone ready? Almost there. Pilaf smiled. Is that so? Could you show me the phone that's almost ready? Well, Pilaf's heart raced, but he handed the phone to Son Gohan anyway. Here. Son Gohan turned on the phone and found the touchscreen responsive and the system smooth. Pilaf, this phone is quite good. What's the problem? The speaker. It's not great. I want to improve it a bit more. No worries. He'll take this phone to Aunt Bulma and ask her to help refine it. Bulma. But this is the result of our tireless research. Don't worry, Pilaf. I'm just showing it to Aunt Bulma. You're still the creators of this phone. Fine, but you must return it to me. Deal. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission and vanished. Shuhi. He disappeared again. Great King Pilaf, do you think Gohan will really return the phone? I asked. I don't know. At Bulma's residence in the western metropolis, Bulma was strolling in the yard when a figure suddenly appeared in midair. It was Son Gohan. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and descended from the sky. Gohan, what brings you here today? Aunt Bulma, I want to show you something. Son Gohan pulled out the smartphone. What's this? This is a smartphone. A smartphone. Son Gohan turned it on. A touchscreen. Yeah. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, where did you get this phone? This was made by someone I asked for help. Made? Who helped you make it? His name is Pilaf. Pilaf. That name sounds somewhat familiar, but being able to create a phone like this shows he has some skill. Son Gohan nodded. Then where is he now? He's currently in a house on the outskirts of West City. The outskirts of West City. Son Gohan nodded again. Gohan, you're giving me this phone. Surely it's not just for me to take a look. Son Gohan chuckled. Of course not. I wanted to ask Aunt Bulma to help mass-produce this phone. You mean you want me to help manufacture this phone? Son Gohan nodded. Bulma thought for a moment and said, I can do it, but why do you want to produce this phone? Isn't it obvious? To make money. Make money. Exactly. If we have money, my mom won't have to worry about finances, and maybe she won't force me to become some scholar. I see. I can find someone to manufacture the phone, but you'll need to bring Pilaf here, so I can understand the components and materials. Alright. Also, since I'm arranging the manufacturing, if this phone turns a profit, it'll take half. Deal. Son Gohan gave a dry laugh. Then Aunt Bulma, I'll go bring Pilaf here right now. Alright. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission and appeared in a house on the outskirts of West City. Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Pilaf Shumai. I've already discussed it with Aunt Bulma. She'll help manufacture the phones. If they sell, you three can get 25%. 25%? Why should we only get 25% when we made this phone ourselves? Pilaf fumed. Do any of you have the money to set up a factory? Son Gohan asked. Hearing this, Pilaf fell silent immediately. Besides, Aunt Bulma's company is a major corporation. With her help and promotion, our phones are sure to sell big. Even 25% would be worth trillions. Try. Trillions. Hearing this, the three began fantasizing about their lives as the wealthy. They even drooled at the thought. Ahem. After a moment of daydreaming, Pilaf deliberately coughed, and with a serious expression, looked at Son Gohan. Gohan, I wasn't thinking clearly earlier. It's all my fault. I apologize. Son Gohan smiled. It's nothing. So Gohan, when can the factory start production? He was now impatient to see his creation mass-produced, to become a world-renowned entrepreneur, and to have beautiful women surrounding him every day. That's why I came to see you. To see me? Yes. Aunt Bulma said she wants to know the materials and components for this phone, so she'd like to meet you. Meet me? Hearing this, Pilaf's expression immediately turned tense. He had once captured Son Goku and Bulma, so she might still recognize him. If Bulma identified him, he might lose even that 25%. With that in mind, Pilaf immediately refused to meet Bulma, citing illness, and instead handed over the smartphone's design materials and components to Son Gohan. Left with no choice, Son Gohan took the design drawings and the document listing the phone's materials and components, then returned to Bulma's home. Gohan, where's Pilaf? Aunt Bulma, he's feeling a bit unwell, so he couldn't come. But he gave me the phone's design drawings and everything. Son Gohan said, handing a stack of papers to Bulma. I see. Bulma took the drawings and began examining them. So Aunt Bulma, how soon can the phone go into mass production? Some of these components aren't available in West City. They'll need to be shipped from elsewhere. So it should take about a week. I see. Bulma nodded. Aunt Bulma, is Vegeta training in the gravity room right now? Yes. That guy spends all his time training except for eating and sleeping, just like your father. Is that so? As he spoke, Son Gohan pulled a USB drive from his pants pocket and handed it to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, this is for you. Gohan, what is it? Son Gohan smiled. It's a video of Vegeta on planet Namek. A video of Vegeta? Yes. Just open it on your computer and you'll see. Son Gohan grinned. Computer? With a nod, Son Gohan vanished using instant transmission. Bulma had no choice but to go inside, plug the USB drive into her computer, and click on a file. It contained the video of Vegeta on planet Namek. The video showed Vegeta mimicking Son Gohan's delivery of Team Rocket's lines. After watching it, Bulma couldn't help but burst into laughter, replaying it several times. Who would have thought that the usually aloof Saiyan prince would deliver such lines alongside Son Gohan? On the outskirts of West City, Shu and Mai were puzzled by Pilaf's refusal to meet Bulma. King Pilaf, why didn't you go see Bulma? Are you both fools? We once kidnapped that woman. If she finds out we made this phone, she might not even give us that 25%. Not give it. Hearing this, Shu and Mai saw their fantasies dissolve into thin air. Then King Pilaf, what should we do? Are we just going to give up that 25%? Shu asked. No way. This time Son Gohan caught me off guard, but next time we three can wear disguises so that woman won't recognize us. As expected of King Pilaf. Of course, how else would I be your boss? King Pilaf, do you know how to apply makeup? Pilaf glanced at Mai. Mai was a woman, surely she knew how to apply makeup. At noon, after hearing Bulma's mother call him for lunch, Vegeta stopped his training and emerged from the gravity room. As he walked across the yard, he suddenly saw Bulma grinning at him mischievously. Vegeta let out a cold snort and continued walking. Just then Bulma began reciting Team Rocket's lines. To protect the world from devastation, to safeguard the peace of the universe. Hearing this, Vegeta's footsteps faltered for a moment. Bulma chuckled. Vegeta, those words sound familiar, don't they? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Bulma, who told you that? Yes. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly. It's obviously that brat Gohan, isn't it? That's right, and he gave me a video. A video? It's the video of you on planet Namek. Vegeta gritted his teeth in anger upon hearing this. Damn it, that guy actually dared to record a video of me. Bulma, where is that video now? What for? You want to delete it? Even if you erase this one, Gohan definitely has a backup. Vegeta gritted his teeth in fury. Bulma, you absolutely cannot show this video to anyone else, do you hear me? Or I'll kill you. But my mom has already seen it. I meant from now on. Vegeta shouted. Alright, I was just joking with you. Why are you so angry? Bulma smiled. Vegeta snorted and turned to walk away. At this moment, he silently vowed that once his strength surpassed Son Gohan's, he would give him a thorough beating. At Mount Paozu's Son Goku's house. Achut. Son Gohan was eating lunch at home when he suddenly felt his nose itch and sneezed. What's wrong, Gohan? Shishi asked with concern. Nothing, Mom. Though he said this, he wondered if Vegeta was cursing him. The next day, after training, as usual, Goku and Piccolo took off their sweat-soaked clothes and handed them to Shishi to wash. Shishi looked at the discarded clothes, her face turning displeased as she addressed them. Goku, you're always training and never understand how hard I work for this family. Do you know that when I went grocery shopping this morning, a wild boar chased me on the way back, and I almost lost my life? But Chi-Chi, can't you use martial arts? My hands were full. How was I supposed to use martial arts? Alright, Chi-Chi, I know you've worked hard. Tomorrow I'll catch that boar and let you vent your anger. Goku, is that the point? Then, what is the point? Goku, go get a driver's license. A driver's license? Yes. With a license you can drive me to West City. The neighbor couple, the husband always drives his wife for groceries. And Piccolo, you'll come too. Me? Piccolo was stunned. How did he get dragged into this? Yes, you eat at my house every day. Shouldn't you come along? Piccolo said nothing. I only drink some water. Anyway, both of you are going to driving school, starting tomorrow. But Chi-Chi, we have the flying Nimbus. You could take it for groceries. I'm afraid of heights. I can't ride the Nimbus. By the way, you could take Gohan's axe for groceries. Gohan's axe? Yeah, that axe can grow big or small, and it can protect you in danger. Is there such an axe? Goku nodded. Even so, I'm not riding it. Why not? Asked Piccolo. Would he ride an axe outside? Yes. Piccolo nodded. Piccolo isn't normal. Anyway, I'm absolutely not riding an axe outside. You two have to go to driving school, or I won't cook for you anymore. Then, fine. Goku reluctantly agreed. Shishi turned and walked into Gohan's room. Mom. Shishi nodded. Goku told me you have an axe that can grow big and small, right? Mom, you mean the shadow axe? Shadow axe? Yes. Can you lend me that shadow axe? I can, but what do you need it for, Mom? To kill a wild boar. Upon hearing this, cold sweat trickled down Gohan's forehead. Then he retrieved the shadow axe from the system. This is the shadow axe. Seeing it was only the size of a thumb, Shishi doubted it could kill a boar. Gohan nodded. Shadow axe enlarged. As he spoke, the axe instantly grew larger. Shishi was startled. This axe really can change size. Gohan nodded. Shadow axe from today on, follow my mother, protect her, but you must not kill anyone and obey her commands. The shadow axe nodded like a human. Shishi was astonished. Gohan, can this axe understand human speech? Gohan nodded. Then where did you get this axe? I found it. Where? On Mount Paozu. The next day, Shishi took the shadow axe out. On her way back, she encountered the same wild boar as yesterday. The boar glared at her ferociously. Shishi's expression turned serious as she looked at the floating shadow axe beside her. Shadow axe, chop that boar down and make it today's meal. The shadow axe emitted a flash of white light and cleaved the boar's head off with a single stroke. Shishi smiled, then placed the dead boar onto the enlarged shadow axe. The axe was speechless. It was a weapon meant for killing, yet now it had become a truck. What kind of owner had it fallen to? Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. The smartphone assembly line was complete, and mass production began. At Mount Paozu's son Gohan's house. A few days earlier, Goku had accidentally let slip during dinner that he and Gohan had been fighting, arousing Shishi's suspicion. Thus, for the past 2 days, Gohan had been obediently staying home to study. Now he sat bored in his room, twirling a pencil in his hand. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. Gohan, I'm coming in. Hearing the knock, Gohan immediately straightened up and stared at the test papers on his desk. The door opened, and Shishi entered, placing a plate of fresh apples on the table beside him. Gohan, you've been studying hard. Have an apple. Shishi handed him an apple. Mom, I don't feel like eating right now, Gohan said, imitating his clone's usual demeanor. Just have one, Gohan. Then. Okay. Gohan took the apple and took a bite. Am I overthinking this? Shishi thought to herself, then smiled at Gohan. All right, Gohan, keep studying. They'll head out now. Okay, Mom. Shishi left the room. During the time Gohan's clone had been studying for him, it had barely touched water or fruit. So today Shishi used the apple to test him. Seeing her leave, Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past 2 days, she had tried all sorts of ways to probe him. Fortunately, he could read minds and knew her thoughts. It seems using a clone isn't a long-term solution. I need to find the right time to come clean with her. Gohan thought to himself. Hey system, do you have the art of war? What? Host, I'm a system, not a library. I see. Host, what do you need the art of war for? Nothing. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Through the promotion of the Capsule Corporation Group, smartphones had become a trend among the youth. During this month, son Gohan had also enlisted Pilaf and his crew to develop some software, such as apps akin to QQ WeChat and tomato-free novels from his past life. Since the smartphones had just gone on sale, son Gohan, Pilaf, and the others had yet to receive any revenue from the phone sales. However, their app development had already earned them a considerable sum. Many wealthy individuals, sensing the immense business opportunity, sought to purchase these apps from son Gohan and his team, but he turned them all down. The apps Pilaf developed were all hugely popular in his past life, and he understood their true value, so naturally, he wouldn't sell them off casually. Inside a restaurant in West City, son Gohan and Pilaf's group were celebrating the month's earnings. My exclaimed, great King Pilaf, the apps we developed this month are bringing in hundreds of thousands every day. Hundreds of thousands. That's nothing. Once our smartphones spread across the globe, tens of millions a day will be nothing. Pilaf laughed heartily. Shu added, that's right. With all this money, we can collect the Dragon Balls. Son Gohan asked, Dragon Balls? No, he meant glass marbles. Shu loves collecting glass marbles. Is that so? Yes, and by the way, Gohan, we haven't thanked you yet. Without you, we wouldn't have made so much money. As Pilaf spoke, he immediately raised his glass of juice. Shu and I followed suit, lifting their glasses as well. Cheers. Pilaf declared, downing his drink in one gulp. Son Gohan and the others did the same. Afterward, the three were consumed by the daily grind of developing software and managing their new company so much so that they even forgot about collecting the Dragon Balls. Time flew by again, and 3 months passed. Over these 3 months, son Gohan's strength had grown considerably. His base combat power had now reached 4.5 billion. At that moment, son Gohan sat nervously in the living room, preparing to confess to Shishi about the company he had started with Pilaf. Gohan, what is it you want to tell me? Mom, I actually started a company. A company? Don't joke around, Gohan. You're only 7. How could you start a company? Just then a knock came at the door. Wait a moment, I'll get the door, Shishi said, rushing to open it. When the door swung open, she saw 2 men in suits, each carrying a black briefcase. Hello, may I ask who you are? Hello, we are employees of President Sun's company. President Sun sent us here today. President Sun, Shishi exclaimed, staring at Son Gohan in disbelief. The President Sun you're talking about. It couldn't be Gohan, could it? That's right. The man nodded. Still unconvinced, Shishi pinched her left hand. It hurts. So it's not a dream. You said Gohan sent you. What for? President Sun sent us to deliver money. Deliver money? Yes. The man set down the briefcase and opened it, revealing stacks of large denomination bills. So much money. There's 50 million in total here, the man said. 50 million. Shishi was stunned. She then raised her right hand and pinched her cheek. Ouch. It really isn't a dream. So this all belongs to Gohan. Yes. The man nodded. Hearing this, Shishi immediately turned to Son Gohan. Gohan, what is going on here? You didn't use the Dragon Balls, did you? No, Mom. I just partnered with someone to make some phones and develop some apps which earn us some money. 50 million is just some money now. But Gohan, aren't you studying every day? Shishi stared at him intently. No. I just worked on the phones in my free time. Oh, is that so? You certainly have a lot of free time, Shishi said with a faint smile. Mom, about this 50 million. Shishi snorted coldly. Gohan, our family may be poor, but we never steal or cheat. If you don't explain clearly where this money came from, I absolutely won't accept it. Helpless Son Gohan pulled out his phone from his pocket and called Bulma. The call connected quickly. Gohan, what's up? Aunt Bulma, my mom doesn't believe I started a company. Could you talk to her? Sure, put Shishi on the phone. Son Gohan handed the phone to Shishi. Chi-Chi, it's me, Bulma. Bulma. Yes. Everything about Gohan's company is true. The latest smartphones launched by the Capsule Corporation Group were created by Gohan and his friends. Smartphones. Shishi looked at the phone in her hand. Recently, many smartphones had appeared in West City, but they were too expensive for her to buy. She never imagined that these phones were made by Son Gohan and his friends. But a 7-year-old child capable of manufacturing phones. It didn't add up. Gohan, tell me honestly, did you really make these phones with your friends? No, I just told them about the smartphone's features, and they and their team handled the research and manufacturing. Your friends? Yes, they're all adults. They really admired my ideas and went on to create the smartphones. Is that so? Shishi was half convinced. And the company? After my friends made the smartphones, I partnered with Aunt Bulma to mass-produce them. Then my friends and I started a company together. Shishi was still skeptical. Gohan, don't lie to me. Be careful. Those strangers might trick you. Don't worry, Mom, it's fine. Chi-Chi, Gohan is very clever. I visited his company. It's completely legal and above board. Everything is fine. Is that so? Shishi finally relaxed a little. So, Mom, do you believe me now? Shishi snorted coldly. Gohan, even if you've started a company, you can't just trust strangers. Okay. Son Gohan nodded. So, Mom, can I not study so much? The books and tests Shishi assigned him were many times more than what other children his age had to handle. You can study a bit less, but you still have to study. Okay. Gohan nodded. As long as Shishi wasn't too strict, his clone could easily handle it. Then, Mom, what about this 50 million? Ahem. Shishi coughed, looking at Gohan with a serious expression. Gohan, you're still a child now, so he'll temporarily keep this money safe for you. The man standing nearby let out a dry laugh upon hearing this. Although Gohan was a child, he had already become the lifelong aspiration of working men like them. Then, President Sun, if there's nothing else, shall we take our leave? Gohan nodded. Seeing this, the 2 men immediately left the Sun family home. Gohan, go back to your room and study. Oh, Gohan said and walked back to his room. 50 million. Chi-Chi, now with a greedy gleam in her eyes, began counting the money in the cases. With this much money, I can buy a house in West City and let Gohan study there. Meanwhile, in the cosmos, at the location where planet Namek once was, a spaceship identical to Frieza's was now parked in the void. This spaceship belonged to King Cold, Frieza's father. King Cold was currently standing in the main control room, gazing out into space. A crew member in the control room suddenly reported to King Cold, King Cold, planet Namek has vanished. Vanished? Yes. The crew member trembled as he spoke. Based on our observations, the planet didn't explode, as there are no debris remnants from such an event. I believe it may have been transported elsewhere by the Namekian Dragon Balls. Elsewhere? King Cold's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Yized. Then where is the Saiyan who killed Frieza? Reporting to you, King Cold, it seems to be Earth. Then set course for Earth. Yes, King Cold. Time flew by, and a week had passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since Gohan had revealed his abilities, their lives had improved dramatically, and Shishi had become gentler towards both father and son. They were training on Mount Pozu when suddenly all three sensed an immensely powerful aura. This aura belonged to King Cold. Such formidable energy. Piccolo said, his expression grim. And it feels very similar to Frieza's. Goku remarked. Piccolo nodded. But wasn't Frieza supposed to have been eliminated by Gohan? I don't know. Goku shook his head. Piccolo, let's go check it out. Alright. With that, Goku led the two towards the landing site of King Cold. Meanwhile on Earth, Krillin and the others also sensed King Cold's energy. Such a powerful aura. Could some other fearsome foe be coming to Earth? Master Roshi nodded. You should go take a look. Yes, Master Roshi. Krillin said, leaving Kame Island. Elsewhere, Goku, Piccolo, and the others arrived on a large mountain outside West City. Looking up at the sky, they saw a disc-shaped spaceship. This was King Cold's spaceship. It had already broken through the atmosphere and was about to land on Earth. A spaceship just like Frieza's. Piccolo said gravely. Goku nodded. Just then Vegeta flew over from a distance. With a thud, Vegeta landed beside Goku. Vegeta nodded, his gaze fixed on King Cold's descending ship. Boom. A minute later, King Cold's spaceship touched down successfully. Krillin and the others also arrived. Krillin. Uncle Krillin. Long time no see, Goku. Gohan. The two nodded. Goku, who is this guy this time? I don't know. Goku shook his head. But his spaceship looks exactly like Frieza's, and his energy feels very similar too. Frieza. The guy even you couldn't beat. I couldn't before, but now I'm confident I can defeat him. Is that so? Krillin felt much more at ease hearing this. Just then King Cold's ship opened and many soldiers in Saiyan battle armor marched out, forming two neat lines. With a heavy footstep, a man who looked strikingly similar to Frieza's first form emerged from the ship. This man was King Cold, Frieza's father. Who is this guy? Why does he look so much like Frieza? Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. He had previously thought that Frieza hadn't been killed by Gohan. All hail King Cold. The soldiers on both sides saluted respectfully. King Cold nodded. Cold. Vegeta heard this and immediately knew the name of the king. Just then King Cold looked over and said, I ask you, which one of you is son Gohan? Gohan stepped forward upon hearing this. Are you son Gohan? Yes. Gohan nodded. Then was my son Frieza killed by your hand? Frieza's father. Vegeta and the others were shocked. I am the one who killed him. King Cold's expression turned icy cold upon hearing this. Before coming, he had held a sliver of hope that Frieza might still be alive. Now hearing Gohan's own admission that hope was extinguished. Kill them. King Cold ordered his soldiers. Yes, King Cold. All the soldiers replied. All the soldiers immediately raised their weapons and charged at Gohan and the others. Gohan, Krillin, and the others swiftly clapped their hands forward, unleashing a barrage of golden energy waves. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of massive explosions, Gohan and the others annihilated all the soldiers. A bunch of useless wretches. King Cold glanced coldly at the corpses on the ground and took a few steps forward. You do have some skill. If you hadn't killed Frieza, I might have considered taking you as my subordinate. Gohan snorted coldly, his figure instantly appearing before King Cold. He drove his right fist into King Cold's abdomen with immense force. King Cold let out an agonized scream, spewing a mouthful of bile. King Cold clutched his stomach, staring at son Gohan in terror. Though it was just a single punch, the pain it delivered was excruciating. Son Gohan snorted coldly, driving his right fist into King Cold with force, sending him flying into the air. Then he swiftly brought his hands together behind him. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave condensed between son Gohan's hands and shot toward King Cold. No! King Cold roared, filled with regret for having come to Earth. Boom! The Kamehameha struck King Cold and exploded in the sky. A colossal storm erupted, instantly tearing King Cold's body to shreds. After a moment, when the explosion faded, black ashes drifted down from the sky. But with a passing breeze, the black dust vanished without a trace. Is he defeated? Krillin stared blankly at the sky. Such a powerful ki as King Cold's had been instantly annihilated by son Gohan, who hadn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Goku nodded. Vegeta, standing beside son Goku, clenched his teeth. The stronger son Gohan became, the harder it would be for him to catch up. With that thought, Vegeta immediately soared into the sky. He couldn't waste any more time here. He had to return to training and become stronger than anyone. Krillin was taken aback. That Vegeta leaving without a word. I think son Gohan's progress got to him, Yamcha said. I see. Speaking of which, Vegeta is also a Saiyan. Do you think he'll become as strong as son Goku and the others one day? He will, son Goku said with firm conviction. Just then son Gohan descended from the sky and landed before Piccolo and the others. Gohan, you're incredible now. You took down such a powerful foe in one go. Krillin praised son Gohan cheerfully. Son Gohan nodded. After chatting with Krillin for a while, Son Goku and the others returned to their respective training grounds. 3 days passed. On North Kai's planet North, Kai was lounging leisurely on a chair, sipping freshly brewed tea. A figure suddenly appeared before North Kai, startling him so much that he spat out the tea he had just drunk. The figure was none other than Son Goku. "Lord Kai, are you alright?" Cough. Cough. North Kai choked on his tea and coughed a few times. "Son Goku, why did you suddenly appear on my planet?" Son Goku smiled. "Lord Kai, I've come to train here." "Train?" "Yes. Your planet is much more suitable for training." North Kai was speechless. "Son Goku, my planet isn't your personal gym." "I know, Lord Kai. They'll just train here for a while." "Fine then." North Kai relented, his heart softening. "By the way, Son Goku, was that instant transmission just now?" Son Goku nodded. "Did Son Gohan teach you?" "Yes. It took me nearly a year to master it." "Does Son Gohan know you're here to train?" "Yes. He said I have to return home every day after training." "I see." Time flew by and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. During these 4 months, everything remained peaceful. Son Goku's family bought a house in West City and moved in. With money to spare, Chi-Chi, besides cooking and doing laundry for Son Gohan and the others, would occasionally invite Bulma to go shopping. On a large mountain outside West City, a yellow machine, shaped like a rocket, suddenly appeared. This was the time machine from the Dragon Ball world. After appearing, the time machine quickly descended from the sky. A young man with purple hair carrying a long sword on his back flew out from atop the machine. This was Trunks from the future timeline. After emerging, Trunks quickly stored the time machine into a capsule and flew forward. Shortly after, Trunks arrived at the spot where King Cold's spaceship had landed 4 months ago, but the area was empty with nothing there. Trunks glanced around, a hint of confusion rising in his mind. Strange. According to Mother, Frieza and his men should have reached Earth by now, but why is there no sign of them? Could traveling back in time have changed the past? Or maybe this isn't 20 years ago. He'll just wait and see. Saying this, Trunks found a large rock and sat down. After waiting 10 minutes without seeing Frieza, he stood up and headed for West City. At Bulma's house in West City, Bulma was lying on a chair in the backyard, a white face mask on her face. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and landed on the grassy lawn. It was Trunks. Seeing the sudden appearance of Trunks, Bulma instinctively stood up from her chair. Hello. I'm not a bad person. I'm from the future, and I'm looking for Mr. Son Goku." "Son Goku." Bulma's wariness eased slightly at this. "Yes. May I ask what year and day it is today?" "What year and day?" Bulma was puzzled, but still told Trunks the current date. She felt that the Trunks before her wasn't a bad person. "Today is August 3rd, age 764. "August 3rd. Yes, what's wrong?" "Nothing." Trunks shook his head, rubbing his chin as he pondered inwardly. "It seems I really did come back 20 years, but the history here is different from what I know." Just then, Bulma removed the mask from her face and said, "Who are you? Why are you wearing clothes with the Capsule Corporation logo?" "This? I can't tell you for now. All I can say is that I'm from the future, and I've come here to tell Mr. Son Goku something very important." "The future?" Bulma was astonished. "Yes. I hope you can keep this a secret." "All right, but what do you need to tell Son Goku?" "I'm sorry, but I can only tell Mr. Son Goku alone." "I see. I have a question for you." "What is it?" "Do you know Frieza?" "Yes, why? Has he come to Earth?" "Earth? Wasn't he defeated by Son Gohan on Namek?" "He was defeated by Son Gohan." Trunks was shocked. "Wasn't Frieza defeated by Mr. Son Goku?" "No, it was Son Gohan who defeated him." What is going on? This is completely different from the history I know." "Different?" "Yes." Trunks nodded. "Do you know where Mr. Goku is now?" "I don't seem to sense his ki on Earth." "Goku?" Bulma pondered for a moment, then replied. "I heard from Gohan that he's training at King Kai's place." "King Kai?" "Yes." Bulma nodded. "Then, what about Vegeta?" Trunks, having finally traveled to the past, naturally wished to meet his biological father. In the future timeline, Vegeta had died when Trunks was very young, so he had only seen photographs of his father, never in person. Vegeta is training in the gravity chamber right now. Why do you need something from him?" No. I was just curious." Bulma felt a mix of doubt and belief after hearing this. Just then, a figure approached from afar. It was none other than Vegeta. Father," Trunks murmured inwardly. "Vegeta?" Bulma was startled. Vegeta was the ultimate overachiever among overachievers. Why would he suddenly emerge now? Ignoring Bulma, Vegeta fixed his gaze on Trunks and spoke. "Who are you? Why do you carry the aura of a Saiyan?" Saiyan. Bulma was astonished. So Trunks was a Saiyan. "I come from the future, but I cannot reveal my identity just yet." "From the future?" Vegeta fell into deep contemplation upon hearing this. Could this brat be Kakaroto's son? No, Kakarot has black hair, and so does Son Gohan. Miss Bulma, do you know where Gohan is? I'd like to see him. I'm not sure. He might be at home, or he might be on Mount Pozu. I see. Then I'll go to his place to find him. Do you know where he lives? Bulma asked. Isn't it on Mount Pozu? It used to be on Mount Pozu, but his family recently bought a house in West City, so they live there now. Lives? In West City. Trunks was taken aback. This was completely different from what his mother had told him about the future timeline. Tell you what'll call Gohan, and ask where he is. Oh, okay. Trunks nodded. With that, Bulma pulled out her smartphone and dialed son Gohan's number. After a moment, the call connected. Aunt Bulma. Gohan, where are you right now? There's someone here who wants to see you. I'm on Mount Pozu. Alright, got it. Bulma said, then hung up. Seeing this, Vegeta lost interest and returned to the gravity chamber to continue training. The only reason he had left the gravity chamber was that Trunks' key was that of a Saiyan. As far as he knew aside from himself and Goku, there were no other Saiyans in the universe. That was why he was curious about Trunks. But upon learning that Trunks wasn't a pure-blooded Saiyan and came from the future, he lost interest. Gohan is on Mount Pozu now. Okay, I understand. Then I'll take my leave. Yes. Bulma nodded. Whoosh. With that, Trunks immediately departed from Bulma's house. On Mount Pozu, Son Gohan was sitting cross-legged on a patch of grass training. Although Son Gohan's power was formidable, his control over it was not optimal. In the Dragon Ball Super movie, the superhero arc, Vegeta once stated, their power was roughly on par with Jiren's, but their mastery of it fell short. Whis had also confirmed this point. A moment later, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Trunks. Trunks. Upon seeing Trunks, Son Gohan recognized him, instantly muttering inwardly. Who are you? Piccolo asked sternly. Hello, I come from the future. I'm here to see Gohan. From the future, eh? Trunks nodded and looked at the seated Gohan, thinking to himself. So this is young Gohan. As the words left his mind, Son Gohan immediately rose to his feet. You're looking for me? Yes. I heard from Miss Bulma that you defeated Frieza. Son Gohan nodded. Is there something you need from me? Well, I was actually looking for your father, Mr. Son Goku. But Bulma said he's training with King Kai, so I came to you instead. I want to know when he'll be back. I have a very important matter to discuss with him. Father will probably be back by evening. But if you need to see him urgently, I can call him back now. Please do. Son Gohan nodded, and with an instant transmission, he vanished to the North Kais planet. He's gone. Trunks was startled. That's instant transmission, Piccolo said. Instant transmission. Yes. Piccolo nodded. The moment he spoke, Son Gohan reappeared with another person beside him. It was none other than Son Goku. Mr. Son Goku. Trunks called out excitedly. You know me? Yes. Trunks nodded. I come from the future. As for my name, I'd rather not disclose it for now. Mr. Son Goku, could I have a word with you in private? Sure. Son Goku nodded. With that, Trunks flew off into the distance, and Son Goku followed. Whoosh. Tap. With a soft sound, they arrived at a spot over 1,000 meters away from Gohan and the others. Son Goku glanced back at Piccolo, who was far in the distance, and spoke. So can you tell me now? All right. My name is Trunks, and I come from the future 20 years from now. Trunks. Yes. Because Gohan and the others were there, I couldn't say my name earlier. Why is that? As they conversed, the sharp-eared Piccolo was eavesdropping on their talk. It's because I was afraid that revealing my name might change history. But it seems history here has already changed. Already changed? Son Goku looked puzzled. Trunks, what exactly do you mean? I come from the future, so naturally I know what happened in the past. But everything that's happened here is completely different from the history I know. Completely different. Yes. According to what my mother told me 20 years ago, you were the one who defeated Frieza on Namek. But from what my mother in this timeline told me, it was Gohan who defeated Frieza. Your mother? My mother is Bulma. Bulma. Son Goku was stunned. Bulma wasn't even married yet 20 years from now, she would have a son this old. Yes. Then who is your father? Yamcha. No, my father is Vegeta. Vegeta, you mean Vegeta and Bulma are together? Son Goku was astonished. Yes. Trunks nodded. I see, I thought Bulma would marry Yamcha. No, because Uncle Yamcha was too flirtatious, so mother broke up with him. Later, seeing father all alone, she couldn't help but get together with him, though father never officially married mother. Trunks blushed. I see. So why have you come from the future to find me? It's like this: 3 years from now, 2 incredibly powerful androids will appear on Earth, and both of them possess unlimited stamina. Unlimited stamina. Yes, that means their energy never runs out. Never runs out. Yes. Trunks nodded. They were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, the one you defeated long ago. The Red Ribbon Army. Yes. After the Red Ribbon Army was dismantled, Dr. Gero continued his android research and created those too. However, Dr. Gero was killed by them. He was killed by the androids he created? Yes. Those two are nothing but machines of slaughter. In our future world, they have turned it into a living hell. Trunks spoke, growing angry. So I came from the future hoping that you, Mr. Son Goku, could defeat them and change our future world's tragic fate. All right, Son Goku nodded. But Trunks, why didn't you look for Gohan? Gohan? Yes. Gohan's power now far surpasses mine. Brother Gohan's power surpasses yours. Yes, why? Nothing. In our future world, Brother Gohan only mastered the Super Saiyan form after you died. After I died. So did I die at the hands of those two androids? No, Mr. Son Goku. You never fought them. You died from a viral heart disease. Viral heart disease. Yes, a disease incurable in this era. But 20 years later, with medical advances, a specific medicine was developed to treat it. Specific medicine. Trunks reached into his clothes and pulled out a bottle. This is the medicine I brought from the future. If you take it, you can be cured of the viral heart disease. Trunks handed the medicine to Son Goku. Is that so? Thank you very much. Son Goku took the medicine. It's nothing. Oh, Mr. Son Goku, I forgot to mention 3 years from now those two androids will appear on a small island 9 kilometers south of West City around 10 o'clock on May 12th. 10 o'clock on May 12th. Yes. Trunks nodded. By the way, Mr. Son Goku, do you know Frieza's father, King Cold? Yes, why? Nothing. According to the original history, he was supposed to bring Frieza to Earth today to take revenge on you, but I didn't see him when I arrived. Frieza? Wasn't Frieza defeated by Gohan on Namek? No. According to the original history, you spared Frieza on Namek. He was later rescued by his father King Cold, and they both came to Earth to seek revenge. Mr. Son Goku, could you tell me everything that has happened in your world? All right. Son Goku nodded. Then he began his tale from the moment he met Bulma. After a long while, Son Goku finished recounting his journey of growth. What you've told me so far, Mr. Son Goku, is mostly the same as what I know, but everything changed starting from my father's invasion of Earth. Different. Trunks nodded, glancing towards Son Gohan in the distance. Shall we go over there, Mr. Son Goku? Oh, all right. With that, they quickly flew over to where Son Gohan was. Father. Son Goku nodded. Hey, Son Gohan. Would you fight me? Suddenly, Trunks addressed Son Gohan. Fight. Yes. Trunks clenched his fists tightly and transformed into a Super Saiyan. As Super Saiyan. Piccolo was startled. Though he knew Trunks was Vegeta's son, he hadn't expected him to be able to transform into a Super Saiyan as well. As Trunks transformed, the Z fighters on Earth instantly sensed his ki. As such powerful ki. It's the ki of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, training in the gravity room, immediately lost his focus upon sensing Trunks' ki. Is it that brat from earlier? Vegeta muttered, then immediately left the gravity room. On Mount Pozu, after transforming, Trunks withdrew his golden aura. Son Gohan, I've transformed into a Super Saiyan. You transform too and fight me. Are you sure you want to fight me? Yes. Trunks nodded firmly. In that case, come at me. Trunks was taken aback. You're not going to transform into a Super Saiyan. Defeating you doesn't require me to become a Super Saiyan. Is that so? Then here I come. Trunks drew the sword from his back. Huh. With a fierce shout, he swung his sword forward, swift as lightning. Son Gohan raised his right index finger and blocked Trunks' strike. Startled, Trunks raised his sword again and struck rapidly. Clang, clang, clang. All of Trunks' attacks were blocked by Son Gohan's single finger. Seeing this, Trunks sheathed his sword and reverted to his base form. Amazing. I didn't expect your power, Son Gohan, to truly be far above Mr. Son Goku's. Son Gohan nodded. Well, it's getting late. I should be going. Until we meet again. Trunks bid them farewell. All right. Son Goku nodded. With that, Trunks flew off into the distance. Just as Trunks left, Vegeta appeared from the distant sky and descended. Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly. Son Goku, was that purple-haired guy here just now? Yes, but he's already gone. Did he transform into a Super Saiyan? Yes. Son Goku nodded. Where did he go? He went back. Back to the future. What did he come from the future to tell you? Well, Son Goku hesitated, unsure where to begin, and he had already forgotten much of what Trunks had said. Let me explain. Just then Piccolo spoke up. Piccolo. Goku turned to Piccolo. We Namekians have extremely sharp hearing, so I couldn't help but overhear your conversation just now. Rest assured I won't say anything I shouldn't. Very well then. With that, Piccolo immediately recounted what Trunks had just told him. However, he remained completely silent about Trunks' identity. After Vegeta heard everything, a flicker of excitement crossed his face as he spoke. Interesting, Kakarot. Neither of you should lay a finger on those two androids 3 years from now. He'll take them both down single-handedly. You alone, eh? Goku expressed his doubt upon hearing this. Vegeta snorted coldly. Kakarot, my power may be inferior to yours now, but in 3 years I will surely surpass you. Is that so? Goku responded with a faint smile. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately turned and left. Shortly after Vegeta departed, Krillin and the others arrived, asking what had happened. So Goku recounted the recent events to Krillin and the others. After hearing the story, they all declared they would train hard. After all, no one wanted to die. In the future timeline, Trunks had already returned to his era aboard the time machine. Trunks glanced around, and seeing that the future remained as desolate as before, immediately headed back to his future home. Future Bulma's face lit up with joy upon seeing Trunks return. Trunks, did you go back to the past? Yes, Trunks nodded. Did you meet Son Goku? I did. I also met Father Mother Gohan and Uncle Piccolo. You saw Vegeta. Trunks nodded. Mother, the past I went to is different from the one you described. Different? Yes. I wonder if it's because of my journey back in time. Then will you tell me about it? All right. Trunks agreed. He then recounted everything he had learned from Son Goku to his future mother. Trunks, the Gohan you speak of is not the Gohan I know. Yes, Trunks nodded. Future Son Gohan was his master, so he naturally understood him well. Mother, could it be that the time machine took me to a different timeline? I suppose that's unlikely. Then what's going on? Could the problem lie with Gohan? Gohan, what if he's a reincarnator? Reincarnation? Isn't that how it always goes in novels? Trunks responded with a dry laugh, momentarily at a loss for words. Mother, if we change the past, can we truly change the future? I think. Perhaps not. Future Bulma fell silent for a moment before speaking. Originally, I truly believed that by changing the past we could alter our future. But from what you've experienced, it seems we might need to bring the past Goku here. Trunks nodded. However, since the time machine's energy was insufficient, he would have to wait 3 years before returning to the past to find Son Goku and the others. Time flew by, and 3 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since learning about the androids, everyone had begun training with fierce determination. In the future timeline, Trunks was currently in a ruined city gathering energy to power the time machine. Suddenly, a hand appeared behind Trunks and pulled him into an invisible ripple. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself atop a large mountain. Before him stood a man in a black robe with a masked face. Trunks immediately became highly alert and demanded, "Who are you? And where is this place?" The man did not answer. Instead, he leaped high into the sky. Trunks gave chase without hesitation. The man then descended rapidly into a forest. Trunks followed him down, but when he landed amidst the trees, the mysterious figure had already vanished. He's gone. Trunks was startled. He searched the area thoroughly, but finding no trace of the man, he eventually gave up. Where is this? I've never seen this place before, Trunks muttered. Suddenly, he sensed the key of Vegeta and the others. This is Father's key. Could it be that I've returned to the past? On Mount Pazu, the black-robed man Trunks had been chasing now stood before a large tree. Standing in front of him was a young boy, none other than Son Gohan. However, this was not the real Gohan, but a clone he had manifested. Bang! Suddenly, a puff of white smoke enveloped the black-robed man. When it cleared, his appearance had transformed into that of Son Gohan. Gohan had taken on the guise of the black-robed man to avoid revealing his celestial mirror. This artifact could traverse past and future timelines and even spy on the Omni King, an incredibly prodigious treasure. Naturally, Gohan did not want such a treasure to be known by others. An innocent man may be punished for possessing jade. This celestial mirror is truly extraordinary. It can even pull the future Trunks here. Of course it can. Gohan chuckled. So would it be convenient for stealing things too? Despicable. The system snorted coldly. I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? But Master, why did you bring Trunks from the future here? Gohan smiled. I want to take him as my disciple. Your disciple? Master, how old are you? You want to take Trunks as your disciple? Gohan snorted. My body may be small, but my mental age has long surpassed Trunks. Besides, isn't there a saying, those who attain mastery can teach others? My strength exceeds Trunks, so why can't I teach him martial arts? Fine, Master, you're awesome. Gohan nodded. In West City at Bulma's house, after realizing he might have returned to the past, Trunks immediately went to his home. It's you. Bulma recognized Trunks at once. Because Trunks could not reveal his true name to Bulma, fearing it might affect his own birth, he had not told her his name before. It seems I truly have returned 20 years into the past. But why did that man in black bring me here? Seeing that Bulma recognized him, Trunks nodded and pondered silently. But didn't you return to the future? Trunks nodded and said, I did go back, but due to some reasons I've come again. Miss Bulma, you can call me. Trunks. Trunks. Yes. Trunks nodded. Well, Miss Bulma, I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. Having said that, Trunks departed immediately. On Mount Pazu, Son Gohan had already arrived at a grassy field to train when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was none other than Trunks. He soon landed on the ground before Son Gohan. Trunks. Hearing this, Trunks was stunned for a moment. Then he quickly recalled that he had revealed his true identity to Son Goku. With that thought, Trunks immediately nodded and said, "Where is Mr. Son Goku?" "Father is training with Lord Ko now." "With Lord Ko again?" "Yes." Son Gohan nodded. "Trunks, didn't you go back? Why are you here again?" "Because something happened, so I came back." "I see. Should I call father over?" "I think it's not necessary for now." "Not necessary?" "Right, because the time machine's energy is depleted. I might have to stay here for a while." "I see." "Yes." Trunks nodded. "How long will you stay?" "I don't know. He'll go back once I gather enough energy for the time machine." "Trunks, can you tell me about what happens in the future?" "All right." Trunks nodded and recounted the events of the future timeline to Son Gohan. "Trunks, have you ever thought about defeating those two androids yourself?" "Myself? Yes. I have, but they are far too powerful. I'm no match for them." "Then you can train?" "My father couldn't even beat Raditz before." Trunks nodded and said, "Actually, I've been thinking the same thing." "By the way, Gohan, do you usually train here?" "No, I mostly train in the gravity room." "The gravity room?" Hearing this, Trunks stroked his chin with his right hand. "How about we train together from now on, Trunks?" "Together?" At these words, Trunks' mind flashed back to the Son Gohan of the future timeline. "All right." After a moment's thought, Trunks nodded in agreement. The next day, everyone learned that Trunks was staying in their timeline to train. On Mount Pozu, Son Gohan and Trunks were training in the gravity room at 300 times gravity. Since Son Gohan forbade Trunks from transforming into a Super Saiyan during training, Trunks could barely even stand, let alone train. Son Gohan chuckled lightly, effortlessly performing one-finger push-ups. "Damn it." Trunks gritted his teeth, struggling to do push-ups with both hands. Son Gohan smiled and said, "Trunks, you won't be able to defeat those two androids like this." I know." As he spoke, Trunks quickened his push-up pace. The morning passed quickly, and soon it was noon. Trunks was exhausted from the morning's training, and his stomach growled incessantly. "How about coming to my place for lunch, Trunks?" Trunks wanted to refuse, but his traitorous stomach growled again, so he had to agree. In the afternoon, after waking from his nap, Trunks followed Son Gohan to a grassy field on Mount Pozu. "Gohan, aren't we going to the gravity room this afternoon?" Son Gohan nodded. "This afternoon I'll teach you instant transmission." "Instant transmission? Is that the technique Mr. Son Goku uses to go to Lord Ko's place?" "Yes." Son Gohan nodded. "Once you learn this technique, if you ever face an enemy you can't beat, you can use it to escape." I see." Though it sounded useful, it felt a bit strange. Son Gohan nodded. Then Son Gohan began teaching Trunks how to master instant transmission. Under Son Gohan's guidance, Trunks learned to control his ki. Mastering ki control was the key to learning instant transmission. After teaching instant transmission, Son Gohan also taught Trunks Son Goku's Kaioken. He had initially planned to teach Trunks the 20 times Kaioken without drawbacks, but considering its immense difficulty compared to the standard Kaioken, he opted for the latter instead. From then on, Trunks spent his days training, learning instant transmission, and practicing the Kaioken. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. After a year of training under Son Gohan, Trunks had mastered instant transmission and the Kaioken. Having stayed in the main timeline for so long, he grew deeply worried about his mother in the future. However, since the time machine's energy hadn't been fully collected, he could only wait despite his concern. When Son Gohan learned of Trunks' worry for Bulma in the future timeline, he comforted him. "Don't worry, Trunks. Aunt Bulma will be fine." Trunks nodded. Just then Son Gohan heard a voice in his mind. "Ding. Congratulations, Master, for reaching a battle power of 10 billion. Rewards Basic Ultra Instinct Cosmic Seed Angel Staff containing Travel Block Invisibility Technique and 999 Senzu Beans." In an instant, memories of Ultra Instinct and the Invisibility Technique flooded Son Gohan's mind. Rewards dispensed. "Please continue your diligent training, Master." "What's wrong, Gohan?" Trunks noticed Son Gohan's sudden daze and asked. "Nothing." "Then let's continue training, Gohan." "Yes." Son Gohan nodded. 2 days passed. At Son Goku's house in West City, Son Gohan was using his computer to check whether Dr. Gero had finished creating Android 17 and Android 18. Through the computer, Son Gohan discovered that Android 17 and Android 18 were nearly complete. "Almost done, huh?" Son Gohan muttered to himself, then recalled that Dr. Gero had once said Androids 17 and 18 had awakened long ago, but were reworked because they were disobedient. After a moment, Son Gohan saw Android 19, which had just begun construction. He then modified the commands in Dr. Gero's supercomputer, changing the order from killing Son Goku to killing Dr. Gero under his own authority. Dr. Gero could never have imagined that all the androids he created were destined to kill him. After altering the command, Son Gohan immediately exited Dr. Gero's supercomputer. within a private villa in West City. At that moment, a girl with twin ponytails was engrossed in the latest mobile game, Sheep vs. Sheep. This girl was none other than Videl. Moments later, Videl failed to clear the level. She was now consumed by a burning desire to thrash the creator of this game. She had been playing Sheep vs. Sheep for the past 2 days, initially brimming with confidence that she could conquer the second level. Yet the game proved fiendishly difficult, the tiles were chaotic, and it constantly lured her into traps. In the afternoon, after training briefly with Trunks' son Gohan, suddenly arrived on a grassy field on Mount Pozu. Gohan, what are you going to do? I want to try a new transformation. A new transformation. Son Gohan nodded, clenching his fists tightly. Huh. With a mighty shout, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Such immense ki. Trunks was startled. Although Trunks had witnessed Son Gohan's transformations during their training sessions, it had been months since the last time. Moreover, Son Gohan's current power was unfathomably greater than back then. Huh. At that moment, Son Gohan clenched his fists once more, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful aura that surged upward rapidly. ZZZZ. Boom. With an astonishing burst of energy, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Trunks was astounded. It was his first time witnessing Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 form. Gohan, is this what you meant by Super Saiyan 2? Son Gohan nodded. At the Capsule Corporation in West City, Vegeta, training in the gravity chamber, felt Son Gohan's ki and his face twisted in utter shock. Gritting his teeth in fury, he immediately left the gravity chamber. On Kame Island, Krillin, who was also training, sensed Son Gohan's ki. Such immense ki. This level of power. Even if I trained for a lifetime, I could never reach such heights, could I? And that kid Gohan is only 8 years old. And already this strong. Krillin muttered to himself, feeling a pang of discouragement. In that moment, he understood the profound importance of birth and talent. Some are born at the pinnacle of the pyramid, while others toil their entire lives and never ascend beyond the second tier. On North Kai's planet, North Kai and Son Goku had also sensed Son Gohan's formidable ki. Although Son Gohan had merely transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, his base power level had already reached 10 billion. Upon transforming, his power soared to 1 trillion. For context, in the original Dragon Ball, Son Goku's initial transformation into Super Saiyan 3 yielded a power level of only 900 billion. This meant that Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 power had already reached the level of Majin Buu. North Kai asked, Goku, do you think those 2 androids appearing in 2 years will be a match for Gohan? No, but I'd like to fight them myself. North Kai nodded. On the Supreme Kai's planet. Because Son Gohan's energy was so immense, the East Supreme Kai and Kibito, who were on the Supreme Kai's planet, also sensed it. Such powerful ki, and it's coming from Earth, which is so far away. Kibito exclaimed in astonishment. The East Supreme Kai nodded. And the one emitting this immense power is just an 80-year-old Saiyan. A Saiyan. A Saiyan. Weren't the Saiyans supposed to have been wiped out by Frieza? Perhaps these are a few of the survivors. On Earth. Huh. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Son Gohan did not stop. He continued to elevate his ki. He can still raise it further. Trunks was in shock. Super Saiyan 2 was already mind-blowing, yet Son Gohan's energy was still climbing. Boom. At that moment, the entire Earth trembled violently, and the clouds, which had been drifting lazily, now raced across the sky. Aya! Son Gohan let out a fierce roar. His golden hair lengthened to his waist, his eyebrows vanished as his brow ridge pressed against his eyes, and deep blue pupils appeared within his once solid light green irises. The golden aura around him became a fixed radiant light. This was Super Saiyan 3. Boom. Once the transformation was complete, Son Gohan immediately released the concentrated energy gathered around his body. Trunks, seeing Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 3 form, was left utterly speechless with awe. Gohan, is this the new transformation you were talking about? Son Gohan nodded. I've named this new form Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. As the words left his mouth, a figure suddenly appeared beside them. It was Son Goku. Dad. Son Goku acknowledged him with a nod, then looked at Son Gohan. Gohan, is this a new transformation you've mastered? Son Gohan nodded. This is called Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Just then Vegeta and Piccolo also arrived. Upon seeing Son Gohan, their faces were etched with astonishment. Gohan, is this a new Super Saiyan transformation? Tien Shinhan asked. Son Gohan nodded. This is Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his jaw tightly. He hadn't even mastered the basic Super Saiyan, yet Son Gohan had already achieved Super Saiyan 3. Fortunately, Son Goku wasn't that far ahead of him, otherwise he might have lost all confidence in training. With that thought, Vegeta immediately turned and left. Vegeta. Krillin was taken aback. Leave him be. He's probably struggling to accept that Gohan is so much stronger, so he's gone back to train. I see. In truth, Krillin's heart echoed Vegeta's feelings. He too found it hard to accept that son Gohan had surpassed him by such a margin. But as Gohan's elder, he had to stay strong. Phew. Son Gohan let out a soft breath and reverted to his base form. Since they hadn't seen each other in a while, Krillin and the others chatted with Son Goku for a while before departing. After everyone had left, only Son Goku, Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Trunks remained on Mount Pozu. Gohan, it's been a long time since we fought together. How about a sparring match today? All right, Son Gohan agreed. With that, the two of them immediately soared into the sky. Shall we begin? Son Wukong said. Son Gohan nodded. Upon seeing this, Son Wukong immediately let out a fierce cry and charged towards Son Gohan. Whoosh! Swish swish. In an instant, Son Wukong arrived before Son Gohan, his fists striking like lightning, yet each attack was deftly evaded by Son Gohan. Son Wukong gritted his teeth and threw both fists forward with full force. Son Gohan sidestepped and drove his right knee hard into Son Wukong's abdomen. Son Wukong cried out in agony, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. At that moment, Son Gohan clenched his right fist and delivered a heavy blow to Son Wukong's face. Son Wukong's body was sent flying backward. He clenched his fists, quickly halting his momentum midair, and wiped the scrapes on his face with his hand. Then he tightened his fists with resolve. Huh! With a mighty roar, Son Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whoosh! After transforming, Son Wukong vanished and reappeared before Son Gohan in a flash, striking out with both fists. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Son Gohan raised his fists and clashed with Son Wukong. Soon fierce gales howled across the sky. Huh! After a brief exchange, Son Wukong suddenly shouted and kicked out with full force using his right leg. Son Gohan sidestepped, grabbed Son Wukong's right leg, and flung him away, sending Son Wukong's body tumbling through the air. Up! Son Wukong yelled, steadying himself midair. Suddenly, Son Gohan appeared behind him and delivered a flying kick, slamming Son Wukong viciously to the ground. With a thunderous crash, a massive cloud of dust erupted from the ground. Whoosh! Just then, a figure materialized behind Son Gohan and struck forward with a fist. It was Son Wukong. Instant transmission. Trunks gasped. Whoosh! As he spoke, Son Wukong's fist passed through the image of Son Gohan. Not good. Sensing something amiss, Son Wukong spun around swiftly. He was met by a small fist hurtling toward him. The distance was too close, and the punch sent Son Wukong crashing into the mountain behind him. Piccolo furrowed his brow at the sight. He had initially wanted to spar with Son Gohan. But from the looks of it, if he actually fought Son Gohan, he would likely be defeated in an instant. After a while, as the dust settled, Son Wukong gasped for air and slowly climbed out of the mountain. Gohan, you're incredible now. Even as a Super Saiyan, I can't match you. Son Gohan nodded. Dad, why don't you, Trunks and Uncle Piccolo, all fight me together? All together? You mean the three of us fight you at once? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Piccolo, Trunks. Son Wukong looked at the two. I have no problem. Trunks said solemnly. Neither do I. Piccolo was reluctant to fight Son Gohan, but he couldn't let Son Wukong know he was afraid. All right then, all three of us will attack together. Yes. Trunks nodded. With that, the three soared into the sky. They quickly reached Son Gohan and struck out with their fists. Whoosh! Swish swish! Bang! 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 Son Gohan dodged while counterattacking. Bang! Soon Son Gohan clenched his right fist and blasted Piccolo away. Seeing this, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan to continue the fight. After a long while, Son Gohan defeated all three in his base form. This made them fully realize the gap between them and Son Gohan. Trunks, Gohan, we lost. It's okay, Trunks. If you train hard, you can become as strong as me one day. Yes. Trunks nodded. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Son Gohan trained with Trunks on Mount Pozu as usual. Ding. System upgrade successful. New feature: walking increases battle power. Walking. Yes, master. Now, even walking will boost your battle power. Does sleeping increase it? I'm afraid not. How much battle power do I gain per step? Under normal gravity, each step adds 10 battle power. In 100 times gravity chamber, it's 100. In 500 times, multiplied by 5. Can I run? Of course. Running also counts your steps. Also, a single standard one-finger push-up now gives you 20 battle power. 20. That's double the original. In 800 times gravity, one-finger push-up would give about 1600 battle power. If you do 10,000, that's 16 million. 16 million. Yes, master. Looks like I need Bulma to upgrade the gravity chamber again. What's wrong, Gohan? Trunks asked, seeing Son Gohan frozen. Nothing. I just realized the gravity chamber's gravity is too light. I need to increase it. Trunks fell silent. The 500 times gravity chamber was indeed too light for Son Gohan, but for him, it was unbearably heavy. The next morning, Son Gohan went to Bulma's house early to ask her to upgrade the gravity chamber. Bulma looked reluctant. Gohan, you want me to upgrade the gravity chamber again? Yes, Aunt Bulma, please. Though unwilling, Bulma couldn't refuse Son Gohan's plea and agreed. Fine, but this time I'll upgrade it to 800 times. You can't come back for 3 years, no 5. Okay, Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan smiled. Give me the gravity chamber. Son Gohan handed over the capsule. How long will it take, Aunt Bulma? I'm not sure. They'll call you when it's ready. Son Gohan nodded. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. Bulma nodded in return. Son Gohan then left her house. Just then a huge explosion erupted from Vegeta's gravity chamber. There he goes again. Bulma sighed, looking toward the source. Ever since Vegeta learned about the androids, he trained like a madman in the gravity chamber, often causing massive explosions. Several times Vegeta nearly blew himself up. On Mount Pozu, Trunks was training when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Son Gohan. Gohan, you're back. Son Gohan nodded. So Gohan, how long until the gravity chamber is upgraded to 800 times gravity? I don't know, but she said she'll call me when it's done. I see. Then Trunks, how about I take you to train at my father's place? Uncle Goku's place. Son Gohan nodded, placed his left hand on Trunks' shoulder, and with an instant transmission brought him to the North Kai's planet. Gohan, Trunks. Goku, who was training, immediately stopped upon seeing them. Son Gohan nodded. Just then North Kai and Bubbles approached. You must be Lord Kai, Gohan asked. It was his first time on the North Kai's planet. That's right, I am the Kai. The Kai, North Kai said while scratching himself. Gohan and Trunks were stunned. They had no idea what North Kai was doing. Ahem. North Kai coughed, quickly regaining a serious expression. Gohan, Trunks, what brings you two here all of a sudden? Well, Trunks hesitated, unsure how to begin. Then Son Gohan suddenly spoke up. Lord Kai, we've come to train here. Train. North Kai was astonished. Gohan could now defeat him with a single finger, yet he wanted to train here. Yes, Lord Kai, Gohan said with a smile. Gohan, weren't you training on Earth? Why bring Trunks to train here? Goku asked. Yes. That was exactly what North Kai wanted to ask. Because I gave the gravity chamber to Aunt Bulma for an upgrade. You gave the gravity chamber for an upgrade? Gohan nodded. Goku looked at North Kai. Lord Kai, could you let them train here too? Well, North Kai hesitated. Saiyans were too troublesome. Goku alone had nearly destroyed his planet several times. If Gohan and Trunks trained here too, they'd likely drive him crazy. Just then Goku smiled at North Kai. Lord Kai, just let them train here for a while. They'll leave as soon as Bulma finishes upgrading the gravity chamber. Well, alright. North Kai reluctantly agreed. Thank you, Lord Kai. Trunks expressed his gratitude. North Kai nodded slightly, hoping Gohan and Trunks wouldn't destroy his planet like Goku did. But that hope seemed unlikely. And so Gohan and Trunks stayed on the North Kai's planet to train. Time flew by, and 2 weeks passed. Bulma finally upgraded Gohan's gravity chamber to 800 times gravity. Gohan stood in Bulma's backyard. Alright, Gohan, I've increased the gravity to 800 times. Thank you, Aunt Bulma. You're welcome. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. Sure. Bulma nodded. Gohan used instant transmission and returned to Mount Pozu. Gohan, you're back. Trunks said happily upon seeing him. Gohan nodded, opened the capsule device, and threw it to the ground. With a loud bang, a house appeared, the gravity chamber. Let's go inside. Okay. They entered and saw the renovated gravity chamber. Looks like Aunt Bulma also refurbished it. Yeah. Should we start training at 500 times gravity? Alright. Trunks nodded. Gohan increased the gravity to 500 times. The pressure made Trunks struggle to breathe. Are you okay, Trunks? Fine. Trunks clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan. After transforming, Trunks felt much lighter. Just then Gohan clenched his fists, releasing an immense aura. The entire gravity chamber floor shook violently. Trunks was startled. Gohan's hair turned purple and stood up, his eyebrows disappeared, his eyes narrowed, and his irises turned purple. This was the initial stage of Ultra Instinct. Unlike Beerus' divine technique, Gohan's initial Ultra Instinct could be used even by mortals without divine ki. Though not as powerful as true Ultra Instinct, it was still formidable. Moreover, Gohan's initial Ultra Instinct could destroy everything like a god of destruction. However, using this form consumed a great deal of stamina. What is that? Trunks exclaimed in shock. This is called Ultra Instinct. Ultra Instinct. Gohan nodded. Can I transform like that too? Gohan smiled. You can, but you need to master Super Saiyan 3 first. Super Saiyan 3. Trunks immediately gave up. He hadn't even mastered Super Saiyan 2, let alone Super Saiyan 3. Gohan, which is stronger? Ultra Instinct or Super Saiyan 3? Ultra Instinct isn't a transformation, it's a divine technique. A divine technique. Yes, it can be stacked on top of Super Saiyan 3, but there's no need. Because Super Saiyan 3 consumes too much stamina. If you stack this state on top of it, you'd run out of energy quickly. I see. Without stacking, which is stronger. Ultra Instinct. In this state, it unleashes all your power. That's amazing. Too bad I'm too weak now. I'd love to see how strong Ultra Instinct really is. Gohan smiled, but said nothing. On the North Kai planet. At this moment, North Kai also sensed the aura emitted by Son Gohan, as he utilized the initial stage of Ultra Instinct. Thighs. What is this? Gohan's aura now feels so similar to Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus. Hearing this, Son Goku, who was training, immediately walked over. Lord Kai, who is Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction responsible for destroying planets. God of destruction. Yes. North Kai nodded. My planet wasn't originally this small. It became like this because I carelessly offended Lord Beerus. Oh, is he very strong? Of course. Even Frieza wouldn't dare act recklessly in his presence. Really? Then where is he now? Lord Beerus is currently sleeping. Sleeping? When will he wake up? How would I know? He'll sleep for at least a few decades. A few decades? This Lord Beerus sure can sleep. North Kai fell silent for a moment, then said speechlessly, Lord Beerus is a god. Gods have very long lifespans. A few decades mean nothing to him. Do you know how old Lord Beerus is now? How old? Son Goku asked curiously. At least 1 or 200 million years old. 1 or 200 million years old. Yes. You Saiyans live at most 100 years or so. That's not even a fraction of Lord Beerus' age. Son Goku chuckled. So Lord Kai, where is Beerus now? I'm not telling you. Come on, Lord Kai. Son Goku said with a fawning expression. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. That place is incredibly far away. Even with your instant transmission, you couldn't reach it. In the 7th universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction. A man with blue-green skin and extremely tall stature, long white curly hair, and violet pupils and lips, stood holding a staff, gazing toward the north galaxy of the universe. This man was with the angel of the 7th universe. Just moments ago, he too had detected the aura Son Gohan emitted while using the initial stage of Ultra Instinct. Although the aura Son Gohan emitted differed greatly from the true destructive aura of a god of destruction, the fact that a human could emit an aura similar to a god of destruction piqued his curiosity. Son Gohan. After gazing at the North Galaxy for a while, Whis slowly withdrew his gaze and murmured Son Gohan's name. Time flew by, and another year passed in the blink of an eye. Over the course of the year, Trunks finally gathered enough energy for the time machine. At Son Goku's house in West City, Trunks was now bidding farewell to Son Goku and the others preparing to return. Gohan, thank you for everything these past 2 years. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have grown so strong. It's nothing. Trunks, when you go back to the future to defeat Android 17 and Android 18, never forget to keep training. They'll protect the present, and you protect the future. I understand, Gohan. Trunks nodded firmly, his mind involuntarily recalling the Son Gohan, who had fallen in the future timeline. Then Uncle Goku, everyone. He'll be going now. Trunks said his goodbyes. Krillin and the others nodded. Krillin said, Trunks, the future is in your hands. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Trunks said, boarding the time machine. With tears in his eyes, he waved goodbye to everyone. With a whoosh, the time machine activated and quickly transported Trunks back to the future. The Earth of the future timeline was just as desolate as before, covered in ruins. Trunks disembarked from the time machine and hurried home. There he saw his future mother Bulma sitting in the house. Trunks. Seeing Trunks return, Bulma ran over with tears in her eyes and embraced him tightly. Mom. Bulma slowly loosened her grip. Trunks, where have you been for the past 2 years? Trunks then told Bulma everything about being taken to the past. A man in black. Yes, Mom. Thanks to that man in black, I was able to train in the past. Now my strength has completely surpassed Android 17 and Android 18. Bulma nodded. Then Mom, I'm going to go destroy Android 17 and Android 18 now. Alright, but be careful. Trunks nodded and quickly left the house to find Android 17 and Android 18. The man in black. After Trunks left, Bulma murmured to herself. Not long after Trunks had disappeared, she too had seen the man in black he mentioned. The man in black had told her that Trunks was fine, that he had been taken somewhere to train, and instructed her not to tell Trunks that she had seen him. In the future timeline, within a city reduced to ruins, a man and a woman were slaughtering the city's survivors. These two were the future timelines, Android 17 and Android 18. With each scream of terror, another human fell to their hands. Just then a figure appeared. It was Trunks. Trunks. Android 17 sneered at the sudden appearance of Trunks. Long time no see, Trunks. I thought you were too scared to fight us and planned to stay hidden forever. Humph. Trunks snorted coldly. Today I'm here to destroy you. For my father, for Gohan, and for all the innocent people you've killed. Destroy us. Android 17 laughed as if he had heard the world's greatest joke. Trunks, after 2 years you've learned to tell jokes. Trunks' expression turned serious. You'll find out soon enough if it's a joke. With a shout, he clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan. He then drew the sword on his back and charged at the 2 androids. Android 17 clenched his fists and charged at Trunks as well. In a flash, Trunks' figure vanished and reappeared behind Android 17. Android 17, watch out. Android 18 cried out in alarm, quickly warning Android 17. What? Android 17 spun around. At that moment, a golden energy wave materialized in Trunks' right hand and blasted toward him. With a tremendous explosion, Android 17 was destroyed. Android 17. Android 18 was stunned. Android 17 had been eliminated by Trunks in less than a single exchange. Seeing this, Trunks looked at her coldly. Now it's your turn. Upon hearing this, Android 18's face twisted with terror. What is going on? How did you become so powerful? I went back to the past and trained for 2 years under the guidance of brother Gohan. Gohan. Son Gohan. Trunks nodded, then shot toward Android 18. Startled, Android 18 quickly raised her hand and fired an energy blast at Trunks. With a flicker, Trunks vanished and reappeared before her, driving his sword through her body. Android 18 let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from her mouth. Trunks withdrew his sword and with his right hand conjured a golden energy sphere which he hurled at her. A thunderous explosion erupted as Android 18 was obliterated. Watching her demise, Trunks was suddenly reminded of the words Son Gohan had spoken to him before he returned to the future. I protect the present, you protect the future. Brother Gohan. Trunks gazed at the sky as if seeing both the past and future versions of Son Gohan standing before him. Brother Gohan, I will surely protect the future. Time passed swiftly and a month went by. On a desolate islet south of West City, a research facility spanning hundreds of square meters lay hidden. This was Dr. Gero's laboratory. Android 17 and Android 18 had been completed the previous day. However, Dr. Gero hesitated to activate them, fearing he might lose control. The 2 androids lay quietly in their respective sleep chambers. Dr. Gero stared at them, wrestling with the decision of whether to power them up. After a long pause, Dr. Gero finally made up his mind and pressed the switch on the chambers. The lid slid open and the androids slowly opened their eyes, rising from their slumber. Dr. Gero. Android 18's face contorted with hatred at the sight of him. It was because of him that she had been transformed into an android. Android 18. Dr. Gero's heart pounded with anxiety as he noticed her hostile expression. That's right, I am Dr. Gero. I created both of you, so you must obey my every command. Android 18 sneered disdainfully. You old fool, you captured us, turned us into androids, and now you expect us to follow your orders. So they really are uncontrollable, Dr. Gero muttered to himself. Just then, Android 18 clenched her fists and charged at him. Dr. Gero quickly pressed the emergency stop button he had prepared, immobilizing both Android 17 and Android 18. He let out a sigh of relief. It seems turning humans into obedient androids is not as simple as I imagined. At Son Goku's house in West City, Son Gohan listened with boredom as Pilaf reported on the company's current status. Gohan, our company is now among the top 10 in West City. Top 10? Yes, but recently many companies have been copying our app. It's fine. We just need to focus on making our app better. Pilaf nodded. Then if there's nothing else, shall I take my leave? Sure. Son Gohan nodded. Pilaf departed. After he left, Son Gohan suddenly remembered the universe seed in his inventory. The universe seed was a crystal from Dragon Ball heroes used to create new universes. Once it gathered enough energy, it could grow into a universe tree, birthing a new cosmos. Additionally, the seed could grant superhuman abilities or even fuse with a person. With this in mind, Son Gohan retrieved it from his system. A prismatic cube materialized in his hand. System, how do I use this universe seed? Master, the universe seed is not yet activated. It requires energy to be awakened. Energy. It needs to absorb the energy generated from the collision of 2 forces, essentially through combat. Combat. Yes. Son Gohan then went to find Piccolo. Shortly after, he arrived at Piccolo's training ground seeking a sparring match. You want to fight me? Son Gohan nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo, I won't go all out. Very well. Piccolo, though reluctant, agreed. Shall we begin, Uncle Piccolo? Seeing Piccolo's assent, Son Gohan landed a distance away. All right. Piccolo nodded. Son Gohan assumed a fighting stance and charged forward. In an instant, he was upon Piccolo, engaging him in combat. However, due to Son Gohan's overwhelming strength, Piccolo could only defend. With a resounding crash, Son Gohan knocked Piccolo to the ground. He glanced at the universe seed in his palm and noticed it flicker. System, is it activated? Yes, Master. The universe seed has currently absorbed 0.01 of its required energy. 0.01. 01. This is the residual energy from your battle with Piccolo. If you fully charge the seed, it can evolve into a universe tree, or you can channel its energy into your body, granting you unprecedented power. I see. But there's no one on Earth who can match me now. Then you may seek opponents from other universes or timelines. Other universes. Son Gohan stroked his chin, thinking of Hit from Universe 6. Yet given his current strength, he might not be a match for Hit. System, if I just observe a battle, can the seed still absorb the energy? Yes, master. Son Gohan immediately took out the celestial mirror and traveled to Hell. There Frieza and King Cold stood arrogantly before an army of soldiers. Son Gohan. A flicker of surprise crossed Frieza's face at the unexpected appearance of Son Gohan. Son Gohan offered a faint smile. Long time no see, Frieza. Frieza let out an enraged cry, clenching his fists tightly. Then a sudden chilling laugh escaped him. Son Gohan, how did you get here? Have you died? No, I was just bored today, so I came to see you too. King Cold instantly realized Son Gohan was referring to him. Frieza, this one is far too arrogant. Let's join forces and teach him a lesson. Yes, father. Frieza commanded his soldiers to charge at Son Gohan. With a flicker of movement, Son Gohan effortlessly struck them down. Frieza sneered, his form blurring as he lunged at Son Gohan. King Cold followed suit. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Son Gohan clenched his fists, engaging both in combat. Seeing that their combined might seem to match Son Gohan, a smug grin spread across Frieza's face. Whoosh. In that instant, Son Gohan vanished, reappearing behind them. Before they could react, a single punch and kick sent them hurtling into the pool of blood. I was too rough. Son Gohan gazed at the two floundering in the blood pool. He had intended to prolong the fight, but the sight of Frieza's smirk had compelled him to end it swiftly. He then checked the energy gathered by the cosmic seed. 0.03. Defeating them only added 0.02. Yes, master. With that, Son Gohan departed Hell and returned to Earth. Back home, he once again produced the all-seeing mirror, his gaze falling upon a planet that resembled glass. This was Glass Planet, the homeworld of the Glass Clan. Possessing the abilities of vitrification and glass generation, they were rigorously trained from birth, resulting in formidable combat prowess. Consequently, many sought to capture the Glass Clan, intending to mold them into warriors. However, the Glass Clan resisted fiercely. Legas from the Dragon Ball Heroes universe was a member of this clan. Yet the Glass Planet he saw was not of the main timeline, but an alternate one. Witnessing Glass Planet's devastation, Son Gohan used the all-seeing mirror to travel there. He aimed to rescue Legas and recruit her into his ranks. Upon arrival, he saw a towering, muscular man attempting to capture a young girl with blue skin and twin tails. This girl was of the Glass Clan. Stop! Son Gohan's voice thundered at the man. The man turned his gaze sharp. Who are you? How did you get to Glass Planet? You don't need to know. You'll be dead by my hands soon enough. Arrogant fool. The man launched a ki blast from his right hand at Son Gohan. Son Gohan remained motionless. Boom. The blast struck the Son Gohan figure. The man sneered in contempt. In the next heartbeat, a figure materialized before him, a fist connecting with his jaw. Bang. The man shot into the sky like a ray of light. A violet beam of destruction followed from Son Gohan's hand, aimed at the airborne figure. Boom. A colossal explosion eradicated the man. The blast, however, attracted the attention of other invaders on the planet. Sensing no other Glass Clan members on the planet, Son Gohan flashed to the girl's side and whisked her back to Earth in the main timeline. The girl looked around, bewildered. Who are you? Where is this? My name is Son Gohan. This is Earth. Earth? Yes. What's your name? Legas. Legas eyed Son Gohan warily. Son Gohan offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I'm not a bad person. Legas remained unconvinced. After all, no villain ever had the word villain written on their face. Do you want revenge? Legas nodded. If I can help you achieve it, how will you repay me? Anything. If I can do it, I will. Become my disciple. Your disciple, eh? Legas looked at Son Gohan, who was not much taller than her. Yes. As my disciple, you'll have to serve tea, run errands, and maybe do some homework. Fine. If you can help me get my revenge, I'll be your disciple. Son Gohan smiled, satisfied. Also, don't tell anyone about your past. If asked, say you've always lived on Earth. Okay. Legas agreed. Can you fly, Legas? Yes. With that, she levitated off the ground. Can you create glass? Legas manifested a diamond-shaped piece of glass the size of a palm. That's small. This is the largest I can make for now. That's fine. Train hard, and you'll be able to create much bigger pieces. Legas nodded. Just then her stomach growled loudly. Hungry. Let's get you something to eat. Legas nodded again. Son Gohan led her home. Upon seeing Legas, Shishi's face lit up with curiosity. Gohan, who is this? Mom, this is Legas. She's my new friend. Friend? Yes, Mom. I'm a bit hungry. Could you prepare some food? Oh, sure. Shishi hurried inside to cook. Soon she brought the meal to the large dining table. All right, Gohan, Legus, the food is ready. Help yourselves. Son Gohan and Legus began to eat. After tasting the chicken leg, Shishi had made a look of surprise cross Legus' face. Auntie, this chicken leg is delicious. Is it? Then eat as much as you like. Shishi beamed with joy. Legus nodded. After their meal, Son Gohan led Legus to the gravity chamber on Mount Pazu for training. Gohan, where is this place? Call me Master. Oh, Master, where is this place? This is the gravity chamber where you will train from now on. Gravity chamber? Yes, training here I can raise the gravity up to 800 times. 800 times. Son Gohan nodded and increased the gravity in the chamber to 10 times. Instantly, a heavy weight pressed down on both of them. So heavy. Son Gohan chuckled lightly. 10 times gravity is still light. I usually train under 800 times gravity. 800 times. Legus was astonished. 10 times gravity already made it hard for her to breathe. If it were 800 times, wouldn't it crush her in an instant? Yes. So you must train hard and strive to train under 800 times gravity as soon as possible. Legus nodded hesitantly after hearing this. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately took out the cosmic seed. System, can this cosmic seed apply gravity to someone? Yes, Master. Can it apply gravity to itself? Yes, Master. You just need to make the cosmic seed float above you, and it can apply gravity to you. After hearing this, Son Gohan made the colorful cube float above his head. Instantly, a beam of multicolored light emitted from the cosmic seed, shining upon Son Gohan. Master, what is this? Legus gazed at the light from the cosmic seed. This increases gravity. Don't touch it. Increases gravity. Legus was startled upon hearing this. She had just been about to touch the light emitted by the cosmic seed. 100 times gravity. Son Gohan said, looking at the cosmic seed. As soon as he spoke, the cosmic seed immediately applied 100-fold gravity to him. Since the gravity chamber already had 10 times gravity, the cosmic seed, adding another 100 times, made it 1,000 times gravity. So heavy. Son Gohan gritted his teeth and directly transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Transformed, but it looked so cool. Legus was stunned. After transforming, Son Gohan immediately felt much lighter. Then with a hint of confusion, he asked the system. System, I asked the cosmic seed to increase gravity by 100 times, but why does it feel heavier than 800 times gravity? Master, you forgot. You've activated 10 times gravity. 100 times, that is 1,000 times. I see. So if I were under 800 times gravity and had the cosmic seed apply 100 times, would the gravity become 80,000 times? Master, you're overthinking. Not to mention whether your gravity chamber can withstand 80,000 times gravity. The cosmic seed cannot simultaneously endure 800 times gravity while applying 100 times to you. That's true. So what's the maximum gravity the cosmic seed can apply? 1,000 times under normal gravity. However, if you gather enough energy, it can be raised to 1,500 times gravity. Son Gohan was silent upon hearing this. Defeating Frieza and his son had only increased his energy by 0.02. To fully charge the cosmic seed, he would likely need to train until he could become Super Saiyan 4 and battle others. Just then Legus walked over and said, Master, what transformation is this? Son Gohan smiled. This is called Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan 2. Master, why is it called Super Saiyan 2 and not Super Saiyan 1? Because this is the second transformation of the Super Saiyan. Then Master, what does Super Saiyan 1 look like? It's called Super Saiyan, not Super Saiyan 1. As he spoke, Son Gohan reverted his transformation to Super Saiyan. This is Super Saiyan. Legus nodded. Then Legus, you should start training. Yes, Master. In the evening, after finishing the day's training, Son Gohan bid farewell to Legus and prepared to go home for dinner. Master, are you going back? Son Gohan nodded. There's food in the fridge. Help yourself to whatever you want to eat. Master, I'm scared. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid those people from earlier will come looking for me. Master, can you stay here tonight? Well, Son Gohan scratched his head. Legus, don't worry, it's very safe here. Master. Legus looked at him with a pitiful expression. All right, then I'll leave a clone here with you. A clone, eh? Son Gohan nodded, pulled out a strand of hair, and transformed it into his clone. To Masters. Son Gohan smiled. Not two Masters, it's a clone. That's amazing, Master. Can you teach me this technique too? Son Gohan chuckled. First, Master 100 times gravity. Legus snorted. He'll train under 100 times gravity tomorrow. Son Gohan laughed. You're boasting so hard you'll blow the cows off the ground. Legus blushed. Master, is this clone very powerful? No, it only has 1,000th of my power. Only 1,000th. Legus looked disappointed upon hearing this. Yes, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, it has a battle power of just tens of millions. Tens of millions. Master, are you that strong? Son Gohan looked about her age, yet his strength far surpassed hers. Moreover, she didn't even have 1,000th of his power. Son Gohan nodded. All right, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Lagos nodded. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission and returned home. After he left, Lagos immediately turned to his clone and asked, Master, I don't know how to cook. Do you? No. Oh. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. After a year of training, Lagos could now train under 50 times gravity. She was currently standing in a place filled with glass everywhere. Glass. With a soft shout, a rhombus-shaped piece of glass about the size of her body appeared on the ground. With so much glass, you could probably start a glass factory, right? Son Gohan remarked, looking at the glass Lagos had gathered around her. Master, look. The glass I formed this time is much bigger than last time. Son Wukong nodded. Then, Master, when will you teach me the clone technique? Ahem. He cleared his throat dryly. You'll learn it only after mastering 100 times Earth's gravity. Ragus retorted, puffing up with indignation. Master, I will overcome 100 times gravity, so why not teach me now? I will teach you, but only after you've mastered 100 times gravity. Stupid Master. Ragus muttered, inwardly scowling. What was that? Oh no, I forgot Master can read minds. Her face instantly paled. No, Master, I didn't say a thing. Dr. Gero's laboratory. Frustrated by androids 17 and 18 refusing his commands, Dr. Gero accelerated the development of Android 19 and even modified himself into an android. He now stood before Android 19's stasis pod, heart pounding as he gazed at the dormant figure within. Since beginning his android research, he had created 19 models, 20 counting himself. Models 1 through 7 were failures. Android 8 succeeded, but proved compassionate, ultimately befriending Son Goku. Models 9 through 12 also failed. Androids 13 through 15 were currently under construction at another facility overseen by a supercomputer. Though androids 16, 17, and 18 were successfully activated, none obeyed his orders, and androids 17 and 18 even attempted to kill him. Thus, aside from the still incompleted androids 13, 14, and 15, and none of Dr. Gero's completed androids followed his commands. That was why he watched Android 19 with such anxious intensity. After a long silent vigil, he finally activated the unit. As the stasis pod hissed open, Android 19 opened its eyes. Dr. Gero, it intoned, its expression utterly blank. It stepped smoothly from the pod. Did it succeed? Relieved to see no anomalies, Dr. Gero hurried forward. In that instant, Android 19 blurred, then lunged, striking Dr. Gero full force before he could react. He crashed to the floor. Android 19. Dr. Gero glared, seething inwardly. He dared hope this one would finally obey, only to be betrayed again. Android 19 ignored his fury, raising its fist once more. Dr. Gero sprang up and fled. Android 19 gave chase. Outside, Dr. Gero snatched an emergency shutdown button from his coat and triggered it, freezing Android 19 instantly. Phew. Dr. Gero exhaled in profound relief as the android stood motionless, then stormed back into the lab, livid. Damn it. Where did I go wrong? Why does no android I create obey me? Time passed. 3 days slipped by like mist. West City. The Sun family home. Goku and Gohan sat on the living room sofa eating fruit when Chi-Chi emerged from the kitchen. Goku, Gohan, I heard Bulma say the World Martial Arts Tournament is being held in West City tomorrow. The World Martial Arts Tournament. Yes, it's been years since the last one, not since we married. Why don't you two compete tomorrow? Compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Exactly. They're offering a hefty prize. Chi-Chi, isn't Gohan's income enough already? What do you know? Money is always welcome. But Chi-Chi, the tournament hasn't drawn any formidable fighters lately. No formidable fighters. Then invite Krillin and the others. Either way, you will compete tomorrow. Fine. Goku sighed, reluctantly agreeing. Gohan, seeing his father yield, nodded silently in turn. Goku immediately set off to find Krillin and ask if they'd join the tournament. Krillin and the others had little interest, yet out of loyalty to Goku they accepted. That afternoon in a West City hospital, an infant was born, his hair tipped with faint violet. This child was Trunks. Dr. Brief and Mrs. Brief beamed with joy upon seeing their newborn grandson. Bulma, what a darling boy. A boy? Yes. Mrs. Brief nodded. Bulma, have you chosen a name for him? If not, I've prepared some suggestions you might consider. Dr. Brief offered. No need, Dad. I've already decided. His name is Trunks. Bulma declined without hesitation. Dr. Brief's naming instincts were notoriously unreliable. She had no intention of letting him bestow some absurd moniker upon her son. Trunks. Trunks. Not bad, but what about Butaro? Sounds strong. Dr. Brief mused, studying the baby. Dad, Bulma shot him a furious glare. All right, I surrender. It's Trunks. The next morning the Sun family arrived early at the World Martial Arts Tournament grounds after breakfast. Chi-Chi gazed around, nostalgia stirring. It was here she and Goku had declared their marriage. Goku, do you remember? You promised to marry me right here, and then Gohan was born. Yes, I do. Goku smiled warmly as a green figure descended from the sky. Dend. Dend. Goku greeted warmly. Uncle Dend. Dend acknowledged them with a solemn nod. Dend, of all times to show up. Chi-Chi thought, irritated that the moment had been interrupted. Gohan, have you registered? Not yet. Son Gohan shook his head. Is that so? Then let's go register now, shall we? All right. Son Gohan nodded. With that, Son Goku and the others headed off to register. Since there were many people signing up, they waited in a long queue before it was finally their turn. Name: Son Goku. Age: 29. Where do you live? West City. All right, next. Name: Son Gohan. Age: 10. Only 10 years old. The staff member inquired. Yes. Then according to the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament, you can only compete in the junior division. Junior division. Indeed. This is a new regulation for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Anyone under the age of 15 must participate in the junior division. Upon hearing this, Gohan felt a wave of speechlessness. He was clearly the strongest among them, yet he could only compete in the junior division. Seeing this, Son Goku chuckled. Well, Gohan, why don't you go ahead and compete in the junior division? Son Gohan gave a nod and walked off to the side. Although competing in the junior division was somewhat dull, he had merely come to go through the motions anyway. Since there weren't many participants in the junior division, Gohan finished registering quickly. Suddenly, Gohan spotted several familiar figures. They were Krillin and the others. Uncle Krillin. Krillin smiled. Long time no see, Gohan. Just then, Son Goku and Shishi approached from a distance. Krillin Tien Shinhan Yamcha Kaiatsu. Goku. Son Goku nodded. Krillin, did you just arrive? Yeah. Goku, have you registered? We have. Is that so? Let's register first, then we can chat afterward. All right. Son Goku nodded. After a while, Krillin and the others finished registering and reunited with Son Goku's group. Just then, the announcer declared that the junior division matches were about to begin. Junior division. Krillin recalled that there hadn't been such a category before. Son Goku nodded. This is a newly established event in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Anyone under 15 can only compete in the junior division. Under 15. So Gohan would have to. Son Goku nodded. Then Dad, Uncle Piccolo will go compete now. Son Goku nodded. Gohan, do your best and win the junior division championship. Shishi said. Son Gohan gave a dry laugh and nodded. The junior division championship. If his age weren't an issue, he could easily take the adult division title too. Subsequently, Gohan arrived at the junior division arena. Since his opponents were all children, he advanced to the finals with minimal effort. His opponent in the finals was a young girl, Mr. Satan's daughter Videl. At just 10 years old, Videl was about the same height as Son Gohan. Ladies and gentlemen, after a morning of competition, we've reached the junior division finals. The two finalists are the 10-year-old Son Gohan and Videl. Though both are only 10, their fathers are formidable martial artists. In particular, Son Gohan's father, Son Goku, is the champion of the previous World Martial Arts Tournament. The previous World Martial Arts Tournament champion. Hearing this from the audience, Mr. Satan grew worried for Videl. The champion's son, Videl's interest in Gohan was piqued upon hearing this. So between these two, who will you support? The host asked the audience. Son Gohan. Videl. The crowd cheered from the stands. All right, I now officially declare the junior division finals underway. With a shout, Videl charged at Gohan. Son Gohan stood motionless. System, how many moves do you think I should use to defeat her? The system was speechless. Master, you can decide that on your own. As they spoke, Videl reached Gohan and swung a roundhouse kick at him. Gohan leaned back slightly to dodge. Gritting her teeth, Videl attacked with a flurry of punches. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Gohan dodged while counting her attacks. After the 10th move, Gohan swung his right fist with force, unleashing a powerful gust of wind that sent Videl flying off the platform. The host and the audience were stunned. They had expected a fierce contest, but it ended so abruptly. Though somewhat disappointed, they could understand. After all, they were just children. Ouch, ouch, ouch. After landing, Videl quickly got up and dusted herself off. Videl has fallen off the platform. Son Gohan wins. Congratulations to Son Gohan for claiming the championship and the 1 million Zenny prize for the junior division. The host announced to the crowd. Great, Gohan won. Shishi stood up from her seat in joy. Krillin and the others chuckled dryly. Given Gohan's strength, even the adult division championship would be a breeze. Piccolo, Gohan's match is over. It's about time we head to our own matches. Piccolo nodded. With that, Krillin and the others left the stands. On the arena stage, After his victory, Gohan quickly jumped down and walked over to Videl. Are you alright? I'm fine, but how did you defeat me just now, eh? Videl asked. That was fist force. Fist force. Simply put, it's the strong wind generated when I punch. A strong wind from a punch. Are you kidding me? Son Gohan smiled. Believe it or not. Videl snorted. You're Son Gohan, right? Next time we meet, I won't lose to you. Alright. Gohan nodded with a smile. Seeing his grin, Videl felt a surge of irritation. Son Gohan, what are you laughing at? Nothing, I'm just happy to have won the championship. Hearing this, Videl said no more. Just then Mr. Satan emerged from the audience and walked to the arena floor. Dad. Mr. Satan nodded. Videl, even though you didn't win the championship this time, you must not lose heart. I believe you'll definitely take the title next time. Videl nodded. Dad, your match is coming up soon. You have to give it your all too. Mr. Satan smiled slightly. Videl, rest assured. He'll win the championship for you to see. Videl nodded. As Mr. Satan spoke, he glanced around and noticed that Son Gohan, who had been standing there moments ago, had vanished without a trace. A while later, the adult division matches began. Son Goku and his group advanced to the top 8 with ease. Mr. Satan was fortunate enough not to face any of them and also secured his spot in the top 8. In the first match of the top 8, Mr. Satan faced Spopovich. Mr. Satan won the match with great difficulty. The second match of the top 8 was Tenshinhan versus Yamcha. Tenshinhan defeated Yamcha with ease. The third match of the top 8 was Son Goku versus Chaozu. Son Goku defeated Chaozu effortlessly. The fourth match of the top 8 was Piccolo versus Krillin. Piccolo defeated Krillin without any suspense, advancing to the semifinals. The first match of the semifinals was Piccolo versus Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan lost to Piccolo without any surprises. Videl felt a hint of surprise when she saw Mr. Satan lose to Piccolo. But in martial arts, victory and defeat are inevitable, so she quickly accepted the outcome. After Piccolo's victory, Son Goku faced Tenshinhan. Son Goku naturally defeated Tenshinhan without any surprises. Son Goku and Piccolo advanced to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, after an afternoon of competition, we have finally arrived at the finals of this tournament. Now let us welcome contestants Son Goku and Piccolo to the stage. As the announcer spoke, a surge of excitement welled up within him. After 11 long years, he never imagined he would witness Son Goku's match again. Thinking back, the most thrilling matches he had ever seen were those featuring Son Goku and his companions. Son Goku, isn't that Son Gohan's father? Videl asked Mr. Satan beside her. Mr. Satan nodded. Upon hearing this, Videl immediately turned her gaze to the arena. Since Son Goku was Son Gohan's father, Son Gohan would surely come to watch the match too. Videl, what are you looking for? I'm looking for Son Gohan. Son Gohan, isn't that the kid who just defeated you? Videl, you're not falling for that boy, are you? Upon hearing this, Mr. Satan's heart immediately grew wary. His wife had passed away, leaving only him and his daughter to rely on each other. He had no desire to see his little girl stolen away by some other family's boy so young. Dad, what are you saying? I'm just checking if that guy is here. After scanning the area, Videl could not find Son Gohan's figure. It wasn't that Son Gohan wasn't there, but the World Martial Arts Tournament venue was enormous and crowded. Son Gohan, being short, was easily blocked from view. Not seeing Son Gohan, Videl felt a slight pang of disappointment. If only she had asked for Son Gohan's address earlier, then she could find him to spar another time. On the arena stage, the battle between Son Goku and Piccolo had already begun. Because their movements were too fast, the audience below could barely discern their fight. The announcer was equally bewildered. Yet though he couldn't see their fight clearly, he could distinctly feel the fierce gusts of wind generated by their combat and the thunderous echoes of their fists colliding. Videl, Dad, what's going on? I can't see either of them at all. Trickery, it's all trickery. Trickery. Yes, they must have secretly prepared a cloth the same color as the arena tiles. Cloth, right? While we weren't paying attention, they lifted that cloth to cover themselves, making them disappear from our sight. Is that really so? Videl was half convinced. Whoosh. At that very moment, both figures appeared simultaneously in midair. The sky. They're both in the sky. An audience member exclaimed excitedly to those around him. The sky. Hearing this, Videl looked up toward the sky. Dad, what's this about? Projection. They must be using projection, or maybe they're tied up with fishing lines. How could normal people fly in the sky? Trickery, it's all trickery. Mr. Satan said, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. In truth, even he didn't believe what he was saying. But to maintain his image of strength in front of his daughter, he had no choice but to speak. He couldn't very well admit he knew nothing and saw nothing. If he did that, the powerful image he held in Videl's heart would surely shatter instantly. Projection. Fishing lines. Videl gazed at the high altitude hundreds of meters above the arena. Projecting an image at such a height was practically impossible. As for fishing lines, that was even more unlikely. Because if they were using fishing lines to hoist themselves up, they would certainly need an airplane. The noise of an airplane would be considerable. Even hundreds of meters up, they should have heard some sound. But from start to finish, she hadn't heard any jet engine noise. Boom. Just then, Piccolo's body shot down from the sky like a ray of light. Thud. Just as Piccolo's body was about to hit the ground, he flipped over and stamped his feet firmly onto the arena. Instantly, the arena floor cracked like a spiderweb. Whoosh. At that moment, Son Goku used instant transmission and appeared behind Piccolo. Piccolo, sensing the danger, moved forward a few steps, but was still sent flying out of the arena by Son Goku's right fist. Piccolo is out. Son Goku wins. Congratulations to Son Goku for once again claiming the World Martial Arts Tournament Championship along with the $1 million prize. Upon hearing this, the announcer immediately declared the result to the audience. 1 million. Shishi's heart leaped with joy as she stood up from her seat. Hearing the news, Son Goku flew down to the arena floor. Piccolo, are you alright? I'm fine. Piccolo dusted himself off with both hands. Is that so? Then let's go find Gohan and the others. They'll treat everyone to a meal. Piccolo was speechless. I'm a Namekian, I only need water. That's fine. Even if you don't eat, you can still gather and chat with everyone. Alright then. Piccolo initially wanted to refuse, but thinking of Son Gohan, he agreed. Seeing Piccolo agree, Son Goku immediately took him to find Kuririn and the others. As the sky had grown quite dim, Goku led them to a nearby restaurant for a meal. This restaurant was the very same one where Mutant Rashi had treated Goku and his friends to a meal after Goku first participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Kuririn, do you remember this place? Of course I do. This is the restaurant where Master Rashi treated us. Back then you ate up all his prize money in one sitting. Yeah, it's a pity that old Master Rashi didn't come with you this time. Son Goku said with a hint of nostalgia in his voice. Alright Goku, what dishes do you want? I'll order for you. Shishi asked. Upon hearing this, Goku immediately rattled off a long list of dishes. Just then a father and daughter walked into the restaurant. They were none other than Mr. Satan and Videl. Videl, what do you want to eat? Mr. Satan asked. Videl was about to name her favorite dish when she suddenly spotted Son Gohan sitting together with Piccolo and the others. Moreover, she noticed that everyone who had advanced to the top 8 today was seated with Son Gohan. Was his background really that formidable? Dad, isn't that the guy who beat you? Piccolo. Piccolo. Following Videl's gaze, Mr. Satan indeed saw Piccolo. He also spotted Kuririn and the others. Son Gohan. Though Videl claimed she didn't like Son Gohan as her father, he still worried that she might be stolen away by him. Videl nodded and walked toward the table where Son Gohan was sitting. Videl. Seeing this, Mr. Satan immediately followed. Videl. Son Gohan called out as he saw her approaching. Kuririn, hearing this, followed Gohan's gaze and looked at Videl. Gohan, you know this girl? Son Gohan nodded. She's the runner-up in the junior division. Runner-up? So that means you beat her? Son Gohan nodded. Just then Videl reached him. We meet again, Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. As the words left his mouth, Mr. Satan immediately stepped to Videl's side and said, Videl, what are you doing here? Videl was about to answer when Son Goku spoke up. Hey, aren't you the guy who got beaten by Piccolo? I'm not that guy. My name is Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan said angrily. Sorry. I just couldn't recall your name for a moment. Son Goku said with a laugh. Mr. Satan let out a cold snort, still fuming inwardly over Goku's earlier remark. Excuse me, sir, are you Son Gohan's father? Videl suddenly asked Son Gohan. Son Goku nodded. Then, sir, where do you live? Where do you live? At this question, Shishi and the others all wore expressions of shock. Videl had come specifically to ask for Son Gohan's home address. Were young people these days already so forward? Videl. Mr. Satan scolded her, lightly feeling a pang of embarrassment. Usually it was the boy who asked the girl where she lived, but his daughter was directly asking for Son Gohan's address. Though Videl was still young and didn't understand such nuances, he still felt ashamed. What's wrong, Dad? Mr. Satan was at a loss for words. Son Goku, without overthinking, simply gave out his home address. We live at West City XXXX. Thank you, sir. You're called Videl, right? Videl nodded. So Videl, why do you want our address? Kuririn and the others exchanged exasperated glances. Though Son Goku was nearly 30, his mind was still as simple as ever. He had just casually given out their home address. Because I want to spar with Son Gohan. Spar? Yeah, I lost to him in today's junior division match, so I want to defeat him next time. Defeat Gohan. Kuririn and the others all stared at Videl with strange looks. Son Gohan was currently the strongest among them. For Videl, who was not even as strong as Mr. Satan, to boast about defeating Son Gohan was audacious. Yeah, just then Mr. Satan grabbed Videl's hand. Alright Videl, it's time we ordered our food. As Videl was pulled away, Son Goku and the others sat down to wait for their meal. A moment later, a waiter brought plate after plate to the table. Chi-Chi, can we eat now? Son Goku, whose stomach had been growling with hunger, eyed the roast suckling pig on the table. Shishi nodded. Upon hearing this, Son Goku eagerly grabbed the food with both hands and began devouring it. Chomp chomp chomp. The loud commotion from Goku's eating soon drew the attention of other customers in the restaurant, including Mr. Satan and his daughter. Once Goku started, Son Gohan and the others joined in. Though Gohan ate more elegantly than Goku, his pace was still far quicker than an average person's. Mr. Satan and the others watched in stunned disbelief. Were these humans? Boss, we're out of food. Just then Son Goku called out to the restaurant owner. The owner hurried over to clear the plates and serve more dishes. Burp. After a long while, Son Goku let out a loud belch. The owner and the waiters were utterly exhausted. Due to their enormous appetites, they had just served a full 6 tables worth of food. And because Goku and the others ate so quickly, they had to both serve dishes and clear plates simultaneously. Boss, the bill. Shishi called out to the owner. All right, please wait a moment. The owner picked up the long receipt that had fallen to the floor and began tallying the total. Are they monsters? Mr. Satan, who had been eating with Videl in the restaurant, couldn't help but mutter to himself. After a long while, the owner finished the calculation and handed the lengthy bill to Shishi. Hello, ma'am, your total comes to 1,030,000. That much? Can you give us a discount? I'm sorry, ma'am, but I can offer you a 10,000 discount. The owner shook his head. All right then. Shishi handed her card to the owner. That's half our prize money gone just like that. Son Wukong chuckled. Isn't there still half the prize money? Chi-Chi, upon hearing this, couldn't be bothered to respond to Son Wukong. For someone like him, who cared little about money, no amount of talking would make a difference. After settling the bill, Son Wukong and his group left the restaurant. Since it was already late, Krillin and the others stayed overnight at Son Wukong's place. Time flew by and 5 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Today was the day the androids were supposed to appear. Early in the morning, Krillin and the others arrived at West City, ready to join Son Wukong in searching for the androids. However, unknown to Son Wukong and his friends Dr. Gero had decided not to appear because Android 19 was no longer under his control. Though he was confident in his current strength, he had no desire to risk his life alone. After all, he only had one life to live. Just before 10 o'clock, Son Wukong and the others arrived at the location Trunks had mentioned. But because the area Trunks had described was filled with countless islands, they had no idea which specific island Android 17 and Android 18 would appear on. So they decided to split up. Wukong, there are too many islands here. I think we should split up. As soon as one of us finds the 2 androids, immediately raise your ki to the maximum to signal the others, and then you all rush over to support. Krillin said. All right. Son Wukong nodded. But for safety, let's go in pairs. Krillin, you're with Yamcha, Tin Shinhan, you're with Kairatsu. As for me, Piccolo and Gohan will each go alone. All right. Krillin nodded. With that, the 7 of them flew off toward the islands ahead, searching for the androids. After a long while, having scoured all the islands, they regrouped. Wukong, did none of you find the androids? No, Son Wukong nodded. Could it be that Trunks' appearance changed the original history and the 2 androids were never created? Yamcha said. I don't know. Krillin shook his head. But even if those 2 androids weren't created, Dr. Gero probably created other androids to take revenge on Wukong. Yamcha nodded. Just then a figure flew over from a distance. It was Vegeta. Vegeta. As the words left his mouth, Vegeta stopped right in front of Son Wukong. Kakarot, where are the 2 androids? Son Wukong scratched the back of his head. We don't know where they are either. You don't know? Yeah, they didn't show up here like Trunks said. They didn't appear. Son Wukong nodded. In that case, how about we have a fight? Vegeta grinned. Fight me? That's right. To be honest, more than defeating those androids, I want to defeat you. Son Wukong glanced at Gohan beside him. All right. Seeing Son Wukong agree, a faint smile crept across Vegeta's face. Then Vegeta led Son Wukong to an uninhabited island. Gohan and the others followed, landing at a distance from the 2. Kakarot, what do you think of this place for a fight? Not bad, Vegeta chuckled upon hearing this. Kakarot, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Waiting for this day? For a long time. That's right, Kakarot. As a Saiyan, I was born a genius among our race. I can say that before I met you and Gohan, I was absolutely confident in my own strength. But after I came to Earth and lost to you, the son of a low-class warrior, I felt like I had completely lost my pride and dignity. I need to prove I'm stronger than you. Is that so? Son Wukong smiled faintly. Unlike Vegeta, he didn't overthink it. In his mind, a loss was a loss and a win was a win. Seeing the smile on Son Wukong's face, Vegeta couldn't help but grit his teeth. What he hated most was that smile. It felt like Son Wukong was saying he couldn't beat him. Let's begin, Kakarot. All right, Son Wukong said, raising his hands into a fighting stance. Vegeta let out a light laugh and charged at Son Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and charged toward Vegeta as well. Whoosh! Bang bang bang. In an instant the two met, engaging in a fierce clash. A large cloud of dust rose from the ground. Bang! With a heavy punch, Sun Wukong was knocked to the ground. Vegeta seized the opportunity, lifting his right foot to stomp down hard on him. Sun Wukong rolled to the side, pushing off the ground with his right hand to spring back to his feet, landing a few steps away. Vegeta snorted coldly, clenching his fists tightly. Huh! With a loud shout, Vegeta's body suddenly erupted with an overwhelming aura. Sensing this energy, Krillin and the others gasped in shock. At that moment, the ground on the entire island began to tremble violently, sending rocks and sand flying into the air. Could it be? Krillin started. Before Krillin could finish, Vegeta's hair turned gold, his eyes shifted to a light green, and a golden aura enveloped his body. It was the Super Saiyan transformation. So it really is Super Saiyan, Krillin said. Piccolo gritted his teeth, a hint of frustration rising within him. Back then he wasn't far behind Sun Wukong and the others in strength. But now with them mastering Super Saiyan, his power had been left far in the dust. Though Piccolo wasn't a Saiyan, he had trained diligently every day over the past 3 years. Super Saiyan, huh? Sun Wukong said, clenching his fists tightly as he too transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta snorted, moving like lightning as he charged at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and met the charge. Whoosh! Thump thump thump. Amid a series of intense clashes, their fists and feet moved like lightning as they fought on the ground. Dust flew up in great clouds. Huh! With a mighty roar, Vegeta clenched his right fist and sent Sun Wukong flying with a single punch. Sun Wukong dug his feet into the ground to stop himself, panting heavily. Noticing his condition, Piccolo felt a flicker of doubt. What's going on? Sun Wukong hasn't used that much stamina, so why is he breathing so heavily? Kakarot. At that moment, Vegeta also noticed Goku's abnormal state and halted his preparations to attack. Could it be the viral heart disease Trunks mentioned? Gohan said. Viral heart disease. Everyone's gaze turned to Gohan. But didn't Trunks give the medicine to Goku? Krillin asked. But Dad has always been healthy, so he never took the medicine. Trunks. Upon hearing this, Vegeta quickly thought of his newborn son at home. Not only did they share the same name, but their hair color was also identical. Could it be? Oh. Just then Goku suddenly writhed in pain on the ground, his body reverting to its normal state. Goku. Seeing this, Krillin and the others hurried over. Vegeta snorted coldly, returning his body to normal. Aren't you going to take Kakarot back for treatment? Do you want to watch him die of illness? All right. Krillin snapped back to reality. Then I'll take Dad back. Gohan said. Piccolo nodded. Gohan could use instant transmission, which was indeed much faster than the rest of them. Gohan goes back. What if the androids show up suddenly? Yamcha asked. Though they were numerous in Yamcha's heart, only Goku and Gohan could defeat the androids. Hearing this, Vegeta said angrily, without Kakarot and Gohan, aren't I still here? I've already completely surpassed Kakarot. Seeing Vegeta's furious expression, Yamcha involuntarily stepped back a few paces. Although Vegeta was no longer an enemy, Yamcha still felt a lingering fear of him. Uncle Yamcha, why don't you come back with me? Gohan said. All right. Yamcha glanced at Krillin and the others before replying. Though it was somewhat shameful to retreat with Gohan, he and Krillin were no match for the androids. Going back with Gohan to ensure his safety was the wiser choice. Oomph. Vegeta snorted, his disdain for Yamcha deepening. Seeing this, Gohan used instant transmission to bring Yamcha and Goku back to his own home. At that moment, Shishi was preparing lunch at home. When she heard Goku's pained cries, she immediately rushed out of the house. Goku, Shishi shouted, then quickly asked Gohan. Gohan, what's wrong with your father? Dad's having a viral heart disease attack. Viral heart disease. Is that the illness that Future Boy mentioned? Gohan nodded. Mom, where did you put the medicine for it? It's in the house, I'll get it now. Shishi said, hurrying inside to retrieve the medicine. Over with Vegeta. After Goku and the others left, Vegeta immediately asked Krillin about the androids. Little Baldy, what's this about the androids appearing today? My name isn't Little Baldy, it's Krillin. Krillin retorted, annoyed by Vegeta's address. He hadn't asked to be bald, why did everyone insist on calling him that? And if they had to use Baldy, why add little? It was a clear mockery of his stature. Fine, Krillin. What did that guy mean by the androids appearing? Vegeta, you know the 2 androids Trunks mentioned were created by Dr. Gero of the Red Ribbon Army, whom Goku defeated, right? Yes, I know. So what? Since the androids were created to avenge Goku, I think even if androids 17 and 18 didn't show up today, they will eventually. Vegeta smirked. You mean the 2 androids haven't been created yet? I don't know, but I'm certain Dr. Gero won't give up on his revenge against Goku. Dr. Gero, do you have any way to find him? What do you want with Dr. Gero? Krillin asked. Isn't it obvious? He'll ask him if the androids are ready, then he'll defeat them myself. Defeat them yourself? Exactly. For 3 years I've trained relentlessly to surpass Kakarot and those two androids. Today I thought I'd finally get to beat Kakarot and the androids, but our fight was cut short by his heart attack, and the androids didn't show up as Trunks said. The more Vegeta spoke, the more frustrated he became. Why was it so hard for him to reclaim his pride? There's a way to find Dr. Gero, but it requires the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Yes, we can wish to Shinron to learn Dr. Gero's whereabouts. But, isn't using the Dragon Balls for that a bit wasteful? Maybe we should just wait for the androids to appear. Gohan should be strong enough to beat them. Vegeta snorted. I want to find Dr. Gero now. Where are the Dragon Balls? They're scattered across Earth. We need Bulma's Dragon Radar to find all 7. Bulma. Just then a jet plane descended from the sky. After it landed, Yajirobe stepped out with Bulma, who was holding baby Trunks. Bulma. Krillin greeted. Bulma nodded. Krillin, where are Goku and the others? Goku had a heart attack. Gohan and Yamcha took him home. A heart attack? Didn't that future boy give him medicine? Don't tell me he didn't take it. Krillin nodded. Bulma, what brings you here? Nothing much, I was just curious what Dr. Gero's androids look like. Krillin forced a dry laugh. They were terrified of the androids, yet Bulma was not only unafraid but curious about their appearance. He had to admit Bulma was incredibly bold. Just then Vegeta, who had been standing aside, suddenly spoke. Bulma, where's the Dragon Radar? I left it at home. Why? Vegeta wants to use the Dragon Balls to find Dr. Gero. Krillin said. Dr. Gero? What for? The androids didn't show up today, so Vegeta wants to use the Dragon Balls to find Dr. Gero and learn their whereabouts. The androids didn't appear. Klin nodded. Perhaps it's because history has already changed. I see. If you truly wish to know Dr. Gero's whereabouts, you don't necessarily need the Dragon Balls, because I know where that fellow is right now. You know? Klin and the others were taken aback. Yes. Bulma nodded. Then since you knew, why didn't you tell us earlier? Klin said, feeling somewhat speechless inside. But you never asked me, did you? Besides, Vegeta said he wanted to defeat those 2 androids with his own hands, so I kept quiet. What does Vegeta have to do with this? Klin asked. Of course it does. Back then I saw Vegeta training like a madman, so I suggested that before those 2 androids were even created, we should find Dr. Gero and eliminate him. But he refused. He insisted on defeating Dr. Gero with his own hands. Bulma said indignantly. I see. Klin responded with an awkward smile. That was indeed Vegeta's style. Vegeta let out a cold snort. So Bulma, where exactly is Dr. Gero now? Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately revealed the location of Dr. Gero's laboratory. Bang. Having learned the location, Vegeta instantly flew off towards Dr. Gero's laboratory. Bulma, how did you know where Dr. Gero's laboratory is? Klin asked, watching the departing Vegeta. It's mainly thanks to Gohan's company. Gohan's company? Yes. One of Gohan's employees, while on a business trip, accidentally discovered Dr. Gero's laboratory. A business trip, eh? For phone and software promotion. I see. Bulma nodded. So Piccolo, should we go and take a look as well? Klin asked. Piccolo nodded. He'll come with you too. Tien Shinhan said. With that, the 4 of them immediately left the island. Inside Dr. Gero's laboratory, Dr. Gero was currently inspecting the brain of Android 19. Suddenly, he discovered that his own directives within Android 19's brain commands had been altered. Eliminate Dr. Gero, obey Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Upon seeing the command Dr. Gero was instantly filled with fury. He finally understood why Android 19 had disobeyed his orders and tried to kill him. So all of this was Son Gohan's doing. Just then footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the laboratory. Dr. Gero quickly became alert. At that moment, the laboratory door was blown open with a thunderous blast. Startled by the scene, Dr. Gero looked out the entrance. He saw a proud figure standing at the doorway. It was none other than Vegeta. Vegeta. Seeing it was Vegeta, a look of panic immediately flashed across Dr. Gero's face. It wasn't that he feared Vegeta, but none of the androids he had created obeyed him, and he dared not activate them. If Vegeta destroyed his laboratory, all his years of hard work would be in vain. Vegeta let out a cold snort. Are you Dr. Gero? I am not Dr. Gero. I am an android created by him, Android 20. Oh, Vegeta replied indifferently. Then where is Dr. Gero? I don't know. Dr. Gero shook his head. Then do you know where Androids 17 and 18 are? Hearing this, Dr. Gero was startled. He pondered silently. How strange. How does Vegeta know about Androids 17 and 18? Could it be that Son Gohan told him? Hey, I'm asking you a question. Vegeta said, seeing Dr. Gero hesitate. I don't know. Dr. Gero shook his head. Then what are those behind you? Vegeta said, glancing at the stasis pods behind Dr. Gero. He wasn't foolish enough to be easily fooled by Dr. Gero. These? Dr. Jero was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then 4 figures descended outside the laboratory. It was Klin and the others. Klin. Seeing that Son Goku and Son Gohan hadn't come with Klin, a flicker of doubt arose in Dr. Jero's mind. Suddenly Vegeta moved past Dr. Jero, intending to see if the stasis pods contained androids 17 and 18. Seeing this, Dr. Jero immediately raised his hands to grab Vegeta. He couldn't allow Vegeta to activate androids 17 and 18, because once activated his opponents would be more than just Vegeta and the others. Sensing Dr. Jero's attack, Vegeta swiftly turned and dodged, laughing. Since you're an android, anyway, I'll have some fun with you. No, I can't fight him here. Dr. Jero thought to himself. Alright then, how about we fight outside? Find the location is your choice. Vegeta laughed. Hearing this, Dr. Jero immediately flew out of the laboratory. Seeing this, Klin and the others made way for him. Piccolo, did Vegeta just say he's an android? Once Dr. Jero had left the lab, Klin immediately asked. Piccolo nodded. He's probably another android created by Dr. Jero. So Piccolo, should we go watch their fight? Piccolo nodded. With that, the 4 of them set off after the 2. Seeing Klin and the others following Dr. Jero breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried they might enter the lab and activate android 17 and the others. Now it seemed heaven was on his side. Whoosh. Thud. After flying for a while, Dr. Jero and Vegeta landed on a nearby island. Klin and the others followed suit, landing on the same island. Is this the grave you've chosen for yourself? Vegeta said, looking around. Dr. Jero let out a cold snort. It's not decided yet whose grave this will be. Oh, seems you're quite confident in yourself. But the more confident one is, the easier it is to die miserably. Dr. Jero sneered. Vegeta, are you talking about yourself? You'll find out who I'm talking about soon enough. Huh. With that, Vegeta clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Wah. What is this? Dr. Jero was shocked. Among the data he had collected, there was no information about the Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta chuckled. This is called a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Vegeta nodded. Alright, let's begin right now. Huh. Gritting his teeth, Dr. Jero swiftly charged toward Vegeta. Vegeta chuckled lightly, clenching his fists, and dashed toward Dr. Jero as well. In an instant, they closed the distance, their fists clashing like gale force winds in a fierce exchange. Wherever they passed, the surrounding boulders were shattered into pieces. With a heavy blow, Vegeta's right fist slammed into Dr. Jero's face, sending him flying. Dr. Jero gritted his teeth, quickly steadying himself on the ground. Just then, Vegeta appeared before him, his right foot arcing toward his face in a sideways kick. With a loud cry of pain, Dr. Jero was kicked over 1,000 meters away. Seizing the moment, Vegeta pressed his hands together and fired a golden energy wave at him. Startled, Dr. Jero quickly raised his hands and absorbed Vegeta's energy wave. What? Krillin exclaimed in shock. Vegeta too showed a hint of surprise. Seeing their astonishment, Dr. Jero couldn't help but smirk with satisfaction. Vegeta, thank you for the energy you just gave me. Absorbing energy, is it? Vegeta remarked. That's right, Vegeta. So your energy attacks are useless against me. Is that so? Vegeta laughed, a plan forming in his mind. Seeing Vegeta's confidence, Dr. Jero's expression turned grim. Though he had absorbed Vegeta's energy wave, he had not gained the upper hand in their physical battle thus far. Huh. As Dr. Jero's thoughts wandered, Vegeta charged at him again. Hearing Vegeta's cry, Dr. Jero snapped back to attention and met his advance. Their fists and feet struck like lightning in a rapid exchange. Moments later, Vegeta clenched his right fist and delivered a heavy blow to Dr. Jero's abdomen. Dr. Jero let out an agonized scream, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Vegeta then raised his right foot and kicked him away. With a thunderous explosion, Dr. Jero's body shot like a ray into the mountain behind him, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. When the dust settled after a moment, Dr. Jero gasped heavily, crawling out of the mountain in a disheveled state. After that heavy blow from Vegeta, Dr. Jero's energy had significantly diminished. Vegeta chuckled and slowly walked toward him. Dr. Jero gritted his teeth, a sense of fear toward Vegeta creeping into his heart. After the fight, he fully realized his chances of victory were slim. The only way to defeat Vegeta now was to absorb his energy and revert him to his normal state. However, this plan carried great risk. He wasn't confident he could successfully absorb Vegeta's energy, so his safest option was to flee. Among the 36 strategies, retreat is the best. Having decided, Dr. Jero's gaze shifted to Krillin and the others. Though escape was his best choice, getting away from Vegeta was no simple task. So he planned to take Krillin and the others hostage to facilitate his escape. What's wrong? Where's your fighting spirit now? Vegeta, seeing Dr. Jero's fear, felt a surge of pride. Oomph. Dr. Jero snorted coldly. Don't get cocky, Vegeta. Your energy waves are useless against me, but I can still use mine. So the outcome is far from decided. Energy waves. Ha ha. Vegeta burst into laughter. Even without using energy waves, I can still kill you. Hearing this, Gero immediately gathered a large amount of energy in his hands and fired at Vegeta. Explosions tore up the ground around Vegeta, sending up massive dust clouds. Vegeta dodged while closing in on Dr. Gero. Damn it. Seeing his energy waves miss Gero lunged toward Krillin and the others. Just then Vegeta appeared before him, raising his leg high and kicking Gero's chin with force. Gero cried out in pain. His body lifted several meters into the air. Vegeta then rained down a flurry of punches on his abdomen. Under the relentless assault, Gero let out a series of screams. With a final powerful clench of his fist, Vegeta drove it straight through Dr. Gero's body. Seeing his body pierced through, a look of utter terror spread across Dr. Gero's face. He deeply regretted engaging Vegeta in battle. Had he known Vegeta's strength was this formidable, he would never have fought him. Vegeta snorted coldly and withdrew his hand from Dr. Gero's body. Though his body was pierced, it was no longer human, so a faint spark of life remained. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, Gero suddenly grabbed Vegeta and began absorbing his energy. Vegeta sneered. Even now you still want to absorb my energy. Fine, then I'll let you have your fill. With that, Vegeta gathered energy in his right hand and fired it at Dr. Gero. Gero screamed as his body was blown to pieces. After Dr. Gero's death, Vegeta pried the hands off him and examined the absorption devices on them. Vegeta chuckled. So it really absorbs energy through the hands. He then reverted his body to its normal state. Although Gero was not strong, Vegeta had fought Son Goku earlier and had some energy drained by Dr. Gero, leaving him with little stamina left. Having disposed of Dr. Gero, Vegeta glanced at Krillin and the others, then flew back toward Dr. Gero's laboratory. Vegeta, is he heading back to the lab? Krillin asked. I think so, Piccolo replied and flew after him. Krillin and the others followed suit. Inside the lab, Vegeta had already arrived and saw androids 17, 18, and 19 in their hibernation pods. 3 androids, Vegeta muttered, reading the numbers on them. Just then Krillin and the others caught up. Vegeta, what are you doing? What else? I'm going to activate them. Vegeta chuckled. But Goku and the others aren't here. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's smile vanished. Even without Kakarot and them, I can defeat them alone. No buts. Do you have any senzu beans? Krillin immediately took one from his clothes and tossed it to Vegeta. Vegeta caught it with his right hand and swallowed it. His wounds and stamina quickly recovered. Piccolo, do you think Vegeta will be alright? I don't know. Piccolo shook his head. Just then Vegeta opened the hibernation pods of androids 17 and 18. As the pods opened, the two quickly awakened, looking at Vegeta standing before them. Vegeta let out a light laugh. You two are awake. You open these pods? Android 18 asked. That's right. But don't think I woke you out of kindness. I only intend to defeat you, then destroy you. Oh, Android 17 replied calmly, glancing around. Where's Gero? Did you eliminate him? I didn't see Gero, but I did destroy an android called Android 20. Android 20. What did he look like? An old man with a white beard. A white-bearded old man. Android 17 pondered for a moment. Could it be that Gero turned himself into an android? That guy was Gero. From your description, it seems so. Android 17 said. Is that so? No wonder he was so weak. Vegeta smirked. Even though you awakened us to fight us, I still want to thank you, Vegeta. Without you, we might have slept here who knows how long. Also, thanks for taking care of Dr. Gero. As a token of gratitude, well, spare your lives. Spare me. Vegeta let out a cold laugh. Do you really think you can kill me, eh? Android 17, unwilling to argue, remained silent. Where's Son Goku? Why didn't he come with you? Vegeta snorted. Kakarot is busy, but I've surpassed him in strength now. Is that so? Then let's take this outside. Fine. Just then Android 18 glanced at the pod beside her, which contained Android 19. She initially wanted to open it, but upon seeing Android 19's hideous appearance, she abandoned the idea. What's wrong, 18? There's another android here. Probably one Gero created recently, but he's too ugly. Let's leave him be. Android 17 nodded. Then Android 18 noticed another pod farther away. It was Android 16's pod. 16? Android 18 walked over and through the glass saw Android 16's face. Android 16 wasn't handsome, but he was far more pleasant to look at than Android 19. After a moment's thought, Android 18 opened the pod. Android 16 quickly awakened and stepped out. Another android. Krillin was startled. Vegeta snorted and flew outside. Android 17 glanced at Android 16, but then followed. What's your name? Android 18 asked Android 16. Android 16, were you also created to kill Son Goku? Yes. Android 16 nodded. Let's leave this place. All right. Android 16 nodded. Android 18 then led Android 16 out of the lab. Once outside, she gathered an energy wave in her right hand and obliterated Dr. Jiro's laboratory. Piccolo, should we go find Gohan? Clint felt a bit uneasy seeing the sudden increase in the enemy's numbers. Though Vegeta was strong, the three opponents were formidable and they couldn't offer much help. He worried that Vegeta might not be able to defeat them. All right. Piccolo nodded. Clint, you go find Gohan. Me? Yes. Piccolo nodded. Understood. Clint turned and left immediately. Android 18, running away. Probably to get reinforcements. Android 17 chuckled. You mean Son Goku? Yes. Android 17 nodded. All right, let's begin. Vegeta declared with a firm gaze to Android 17. Android 17 nodded. With a fierce shout, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan. What's this? Android 17 showed a hint of surprise. His database contained no information on Super Saiyans. This is called a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. I see. No wonder you're so confident. Huh. Vegeta, unwilling to waste words, charged straight at Android 17. Android 17 stood motionless. In an instant, Vegeta reached him and launched a flurry of lightning-fast punches. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Android 17 dodged while countering with his own fists. Soon dust kicked up around them. With a heavy blow, Vegeta's right fist connected with Android 17's face, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. Android 17 growled in anger and rushed back at Vegeta. He had only been toying with Vegeta, but now he decided to get serious. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, Android 17 was upon Vegeta, his fists and feet moving like lightning, forcing Vegeta back. Vegeta gritted his teeth, thrust his hands forward, and caught Android 17's incoming fists. Huh. Android 17 gritted his teeth and pushed his hands forward with all his might. Seeing this, Vegeta also thrust his hands forward with equal force. The ground beneath their feet cracked and shattered under the pressure. Bang! After a moment of stalemate, they both pushed with their hands simultaneously, sending each other staggering back. Huff! Huff! They both gasped for air, their eyes locked on each other. Android 18 snorted coldly, a flicker of displeasure rising in her heart. 17, haven't you had enough of him? Isn't it about time for my turn? Android 17 chuckled. Don't rush, 18. The battle has only just begun. Then hurry up. Fine. Android 17 nodded. Damn it. Vegeta, seeing their contempt, felt a surge of anger. Huh. With a loud shout, Vegeta's body shot toward Android 17 like a bolt of lightning. Startled, Android 17 quickly raised his hand to strike at the approaching Vegeta. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists collided with lightning speed and immense force. Bang. Moments later, Vegeta clenched his right fist and sent Android 17 flying back with a single punch. Before Android 17 could react, Vegeta swiftly appeared before him, gathering a golden energy wave in his right hand and unleashing it upon him. Android 17 instinctively raised his arms to block. Bang! The energy wave from Vegeta's hand, blazing like fire, erupted onto Android 17's body. Android 17's body was instantly engulfed in a golden energy wave, shrouding him in thick smoke. As the smoke cleared, Android 17 remained in his defensive stance, but his clothes were scorched and tattered. Seeing his ruined clothes, a look of intense fury crossed Android 17's face. This outfit was one of my favorites, and you've destroyed it. With that, Android 17 charged at Vegeta with incredible speed. In an instant, he was before Vegeta, his fists striking like lightning. Fueled by rage, Android 17's strength and speed surpassed his previous performance. Vegeta dodged while trading blows with him. Just then, Android 18, who had grown impatient, suddenly flew toward the two combatants. She quickly arrived beside Android 17 and joined him in attacking Vegeta. I don't need your help. I can take him down alone. Android 17 said, a hint of displeasure in his voice at her sudden intervention. Android 18 snorted coldly. I'm not here to help you. You've been fighting too long. It's my turn now. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared. They were Son Gohan and Krillin. Piccolo Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and looked at Android 17 and 18. Isn't it unfair for the two of you to gang up on one? Android 18 halted her attack and turned to Son Gohan. If you think it's unfair, then I'll attack you instead. Huh. With that, Android 18 immediately turned and charged at Son Gohan. Son Gohan chuckled lightly, standing perfectly still. In an instant, Android 18 was before him, her fists flying like lightning. Whoosh. Swoosh. Son Gohan swayed his body, effortlessly evading Android 18's attacks. Damn it. Android 18 shouted in anger, throwing a full-force punch. Son Gohan raised his right hand and caught it. Startled Android 18 quickly kicked out with her right foot. Son Gohan vanished in a flash, reappearing hundreds of meters behind her. Son Gohan yawned, seeming a bit bored. I think you should all come at me at once. That way this fight might last a little longer. Son Gohan. Android 18 clenched her fists. She was being looked down upon by a child. Android 16, hearing Son Gohan's words, stirred slightly, but remained still. Meanwhile, Android 17, locked in combat with Vegeta, sent him flying with a blow. Weakened from the earlier battle, Vegeta was no longer a match for Android 17. Son Gohan. Vegeta gritted his teeth as he saw everyone's attention shift to Gohan. He knew Gohan's power far surpassed his own, but he still yearned to prove himself stronger than Goku and the androids. With that thought, Vegeta mustered all his remaining strength and charged at Android 17. Android 17 snorted, sidestepped the attack, and circled behind Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta spun around. In that instant, Android 17 struck the back of his neck with a sharp blow, knocking him unconscious. Vegeta! Krillin exclaimed, a look of worry crossing his face. He didn't particularly like Vegeta, but he was still Bulma's husband. If Vegeta died, it would be hard for Krillin to face Bulma. Just as Krillin feared Android 17 would finish Vegeta off, Android 17 instead flew toward Android 18. Whoosh! Thud! Android 17 landed beside Android 18. Son Gohan smiled and looked at Android 16, who stood in the distance. Aren't you going to join them and fight me? Android 16 shook his head. No. Even if I joined them, we would still be no match for you. Besides, I was created for one purpose: to kill Son Goku. Son Gohan smiled. You're quite an interesting fellow. Android 16 looked up and gazed around as if everything happening was of no concern to him. With that, Son Gohan beckoned to Android 17 and 18 with a curl of his finger. Damn it! Enraged by the provocation, Android 17 charged at Son Gohan. Android 18 followed suit. In an instant, they were upon him, launching their attacks. Son Gohan kept his hands behind his back, effortlessly evading every strike. Android 17 was startled, hardly believing that his combined attack with Android 18 couldn't even touch Son Gohan. Just then, Son Gohan's figure suddenly appeared behind Android 17, striking him unconscious with a single palm. 17. Android 18 gasped, swiftly turning and kicking backward with force. Son Gohan's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Android 18, his right hand emitting an astonishing aura toward her body. Android 18 cried out, staggering backward dozens of steps. Will you continue fighting? Android 18 clenched her teeth upon hearing this. Son Gohan, I cannot defeat you, but I beg you to spare 17. Son Gohan smiled after hearing this. Did I ever say I would kill you, eh? You won't kill us. Aren't you afraid? Well, kill Son Goku. Son Gohan yawned. If you have the ability, go ahead and try it. Son Gohan, you truly intend to release us? Asked Android 18. Gohan. Piccolo called out to Son Gohan. Yes. Didn't you spare Vegeta too? At that moment, Android 16 approached and hoisted the fallen Android 17 onto his shoulder. Let's go, 18. Android 18 was taken aback. You didn't join the fight, but you're the fastest to leave. Android 18, how old are you? Suddenly, Son Gohan spoke up. How old? Yes. You're called 18. So are you, 18. Oomph. Android 18 snorted coldly. Then is he called 16 because he's 16? Well, and never ask a woman her age. Why, you'll understand when you grow up. Grow up. With that, Android 18 departed alongside Android 16. Piccolo and the others flew over from afar. Gohan, why did you let them go? Asked Piccolo. Because they don't seem as ruthless as Trunks described. Son Gohan said, then looked at the fallen Vegeta. Uncle Krillin, do you have any senzu beans? Yes. Krillin flew to Vegeta's side and fed him a senzu bean. After swallowing it, Vegeta quickly regained consciousness. Where are Android 17 and 18? They've already left. Left? Damn it. Vegeta seethed with rage upon hearing this. He had originally intended to defeat Android 17 and 18 to prove his strength. Instead, not only did he fail, but he was defeated by Android 17, causing him to lose face. Uncle Krillin, shall we head back? All right. Krillin nodded. With that, they all soared into the sky. Only Vegeta remained standing there. Vegeta. Krillin turned to glance at him. Picasso, it's fine, let him cool down. Krillin nodded. Elsewhere, Android 17 was brought to a small riverbank where Android 16 revived him with water. Where's Son Gohan? Android 17 looked around upon waking. He's not here. Android 16 said. Not here. No, after defeating you and Android 18, he let us go. 18. Android 17 turned to Android 18, who was leaning against a tree with her arms crossed. 18, did he knock you out too? No. Android 18 replied flatly. No. Android 17 was shocked. Son Gohan had only knocked him out. What disappointed I wasn't knocked out. Android 18's gaze turned icy as she looked at him. No, just curious. Android 17 shook his head repeatedly. So 18, where to next? I don't know. Let's check out the nearby city. Android 17 nodded. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days of battling the viral heart disease, son Goku began to recover. Throughout these days, Chi-Chi had been by his side constantly. Chi-Chi. Son Goku looked at Chi-Chi, who was asleep on his blanket, touched. Hearing his voice, she awoke. Goku. Son Goku nodded slightly. Goku, are you better? I think I'm almost fully recovered. Son Goku got out of bed. Thank you for all your hard work these days. It's nothing, just what a wife should do. Where's Gohan? He's in the living room. Is that so? Son Goku walked out of the room. Dad. Son Goku nodded. Gohan, did you find the androids? Yes. Did you eliminate them? No. Why? Were they stronger than you? They seemed different from what Trunks described, so I let them go. I see. Just then the doorbell rang. Son Gohan opened the door to find a girl with twin tails. It was Videl. Videl smiled. Son Gohan, this really is your house. Son Goku came over. Aren't you? Hello, uncle. I'm Videl. We met at the restaurant before. Oh, I remember now. What can I do for you? Videl smiled. I'm here to see Gohan. Gohan. Yes, I'd like to spar with him. Is that so? Son Goku looked at Son Gohan. Gohan, since Videl came to you, go ahead and spar with her. All right. Son Gohan nodded. Thank you, uncle. Videl grinned at Son Gohan. So Gohan, how about we spar in your yard? Seeing Videl's cheerful grin, Son Gohan felt as if he had encountered a female hooligan. All right. Though Son Gohan had little interest in sparring, he couldn't refuse since Videl had come all the way to his doorstep. Upon hearing this, Videl immediately grabbed Gohan's arm and pulled him toward the yard. Once they reached the yard, Videl walked several dozen meters ahead of Gohan, raised her hands, and assumed a combat stance. So Gohan, shall we begin now? All right. Gohan nodded. Huh. Videl let out a sharp cry and charged at Gohan. In an instant, Videl was before Gohan, her fists striking like the wind. Gohan moved his body with ease, deftly evading her attacks. To an ordinary person, Videl's attacks might seem swift, but to him, they were as slow as a snail's crawl. How infuriating! Seeing that her blows failed to land, Videl immediately raised her right foot and kicked at Gohan. Gohan stepped backward, once again dodging her strike. Videl, you can't defeat me. I suggest you give up. Gohan, don't be so smug. I will surely grow stronger and beat you. Oh, is there anything else you need? Well, there is one more thing I want to ask you. What is it? That, Gohan, during the final match of the World Martial Arts Tournament, your father appeared in the sky. Was that a trick? A trick? Gohan looked utterly speechless. This was probably another one of her father's tall tales. Exactly. How could a normal person possibly fly in the sky? As she spoke, Gohan's body rose into the air, soaring through the sky. Videl was stunned. Where was science? What about Newton's laws? Was she dreaming? Ouch! Videl pinched her cheek and felt a sharp pain. She dared not pinch too hard. Whoosh! Thud! At that moment, Gohan descended from the sky and landed before Videl. Gohan, you can fly too. Yes. Not just me, Uncle Krillin and the others can fly too. Who is Uncle Krillin? Videl asked. He's the one in the restaurant about my height with no hair on his head. Oh, Gohan, how exactly do you fly? Simply put, we fly by using the ki within our bodies. Ki within our bodies. Gohan nodded, raising his right palm, where a golden energy appeared. This is ki. As he spoke, Gohan quickly dispersed the energy in his hand. Oh, Gohan, can you teach me how to fly? No. Why not? I don't have time. Come on, Gohan, we're friends, aren't we? Friends. When did we become friends? Right now, Videl said with a smile. Just then a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than Lagos. Master. Lagos. Lagos nodded and looked at Videl. Master, who is she? Her name is Videl. She's the runner-up in the junior division of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Lagos smiled. My name is Lagos and I am Gohan's disciple. Gohan's disciple? Videl was astonished. Gohan was barely 10 years old, yet he already had a disciple. That's right. My master is incredibly powerful. There's no one on earth who can. Lagos stopped mid-sentence as Gohan clamped his hand over her mouth. No one on earth who can what? Nothing, Gohan said with a smile. Videl's face immediately showed a hint of suspicion. Well, Gohan, since she's your disciple, why don't I become your disciple too? Become my disciple. Yes, you're so strong it wouldn't hurt for me to learn from you. Upon hearing this, Lagos' expression turned sullen. If Gohan took on another disciple, he would surely have less time to teach her. Well, Gohan hesitated inwardly. If you don't agree, you'll come to your house every day. Then, all right. Lagos pouted in frustration. She wished she hadn't come to West City to find Gohan today. So Gohan, can you teach me how to fly in the sky now? Gohan glanced at her. What should you call me? Moss. Master. Gohan gave a faint smile. Then Master, can you teach me to fly now? Legos, can you teach her the sky dance technique? Me. Legos was taken aback. Yes, is there a problem? No. Not. Reluctantly, Legos began teaching Videl the sky dance technique. Gohan turned and strode nonchalantly back into the house. Another errand runner to add to the list. Legos, how old are you? 9. Why? No reason, just curious. How long has Legos been Gohan's disciple? A year now. A whole year already. Videl exclaimed in surprise. Yes. Don't let Master's age fool you, his strength is immense. Videl nodded. She had no idea how strong immense was, but it was certainly greater than hers. Videl, do you know what ki is? No. Videl shook her head. Meanwhile, in a city in the southern part of Earth, a blonde, blue-eyed woman and a handsome boy wearing a red scarf were walking along the street. They were androids 17 and 18. A tall man followed behind them, android 16. After being defeated by Gohan, the two had wandered through Earth cities buying stylish clothes and phones. They acquired the money by robbing notorious gangs. Now both of them were carrying several bags of clothes. 18. Earth's technology is so convenient. You can pay for anything with a phone. Indeed. Android 18 nodded. So 18, what are your plans now? With Dr. Gero dead, they no longer had to answer to anyone and could live as they pleased. I haven't decided yet. Do you want to fight Goku? Can you beat Gohan? Goku's strength might not be the same as Gohan's. Not interested. Come back when you can beat Gohan first. Android 17 snorted coldly. Once I grow stronger, I will definitely defeat that guy. Time flew by and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 3 days of training with Legos, Videl could now make her body hover in the air. In the western capital at Sun Wukong's residence, Videl was now practicing the flying dance art in the courtyard. After training for a long while, she grew weary and sat down on a chair in the yard. After a moment, the clone that was studying for Son Gohan emerged from the house. Master, Videl called out loudly to the clone. Son Gohan's clone nodded and walked over. Videl, how is your training progressing? I can now fly in the sky. Is that so? By the way, Master, why don't you attend school instead of studying with a tutor at home? Because having a tutor means there aren't as many rules as at school. I see. Then Master, how are your studies going? Not bad. Master, yesterday the school asked us to write a slogan for traffic safety. Could you help me think of one? On the road, safety comes first. Drive recklessly and your loved ones shed tears. Son Gohan's clone said. Drive recklessly and your loved ones shed tears. Master, that slogan is brilliant. Master, do you have any favorite sayings? Sayings? Yes. Videl nodded. If I desire something, heaven dares not deny it. If I wish for nothing, heaven dares not grant it. Master, that saying is so domineering. Then Videl, do you have any favorite sayings? Yes. One saying I like is modesty makes one progress while pride makes one lag behind. Son Gohan's clone was taken aback. He hadn't expected Videl so young to have such profound insight into the martial path. Yet it was a pity. She was merely an earthling at most, capable of reaching Krillin's level. Time passed in a flash and a month went by. According to the original Dragon Ball timeline, Cell should have appeared on Earth long ago. However, because Son Gohan taught Future Trunks, not only did the Future Cell fail to kill Future Trunks and steal the time machine, but he was also slain by Future Trunks instead. On Earth at Mount Pozu, after a month, Videl had already mastered the flying dance art. Since she had become Son Gohan's disciple, he had to arrange some training for her. She was now doing push-ups on a grassy field, carrying a purple turtle shell on her back. This purple shell, borrowed from Master Roshi, weighed 20 kilograms. 100. Videl said, letting out a long sigh of relief. After this period of training, she finally understood why she couldn't defeat Son Gohan. Son Gohan's daily training was far more grueling than hers. It would be strange if she could actually beat him. Behind a large tree in the distance, someone was watching everything. It was Android 17. Ever since being defeated by Son Gohan, Android 17 had felt discontented and wanted to challenge him again to settle the score. So today he secretly came to Mount Pozu to observe Son Gohan's situation. Who is this little girl? Could she be Son Gohan's disciple? Android 17 mused to himself. Just then a figure flew over from afar. It was Ragus. Ragus. Videl greeted her. Ragus nodded. How is your training going? It's okay. And who is this one? Android 17 wondered. Never mind, the most important thing now is to train and become stronger. With that thought, Android 17 immediately left Mount Pozu. Inside a milk tea shop in the western capital, a woman with blonde hair and blue eyes was sipping bubble tea while playing with her phone. This was Android 18. Since Android 16 preferred solitude, he had parted ways with them a week earlier. 18. Hearing someone call her, Android 18 turned around and saw Android 17 approaching her. 17. Android 17 nodded. 18 Son Gohan is training on Mount Pazu right now, and it seems he's taken on 2 female disciples. Female disciples. Yeah, I was afraid had noticed me, so I didn't dare go confirm it. Android 18 took a sip of her milk tea and said, and then, oi. What, and then? I just want to know where he is now so I can get stronger and defeat him. 18, do you want to train with me? To beat Son Gohan? No interest. You'd better work hard on your own. Android 17 snorted coldly and turned away. Son Gohan. After he left, Android 18 slurped up the last of her bubble tea. Then she got up and left the shop. Inside the gravity chamber on Mount Pazu, Son Gohan was training under 1,000 times gravity illuminated by the cosmic seed. Ragus suddenly walked in and said, Master, there's a young lady outside looking for you. A young lady. Son Gohan went out and saw a familiar figure. It was Android 18. 18. Android 18 nodded. 18, why are you here? Did you come for a rematch because you're still not convinced about your loss? Son Gohan, I'm not here to fight today. I've come to ask you for a favor. A favor? Yes, 17 is still bitter about our last fight. He wants to get stronger and challenge you again. I hope that when he does, you'll go easy on him. All right. Son Gohan nodded. Is there anything else? No. 18, do you and Android 17 have a bomb device inside you? Android 18 was startled. How do you know? I know everything. Do you want me to ask Aunt Bulma to remove the bomb inside you? Thank you for the offer, but no need. Android 18 shook her head. Then how about using the Dragon Balls to remove the bomb? No need. Android 18 shook her head again. Then can you tell me how old you really are? Android 18 smiled. They'll tell you next time we meet. With that, she turned and flew away. Master, who is that young lady? What young lady? That's your future mistress. Future? Mistress? Ragus was stunned. Master, you like them older. What's wrong with that? And you mustn't tell anyone about this or I'll expel you from the sect. It's Master. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately looked toward Videl, who was training in the distance. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. During these 6 months, everything remained tranquil. After half a year of cultivation, Lagus finally began training under 100 times gravity. Videl had also made considerable progress over this period. However, due to her studies, her advancement was still limited. Master, now that I have overcome the 100-fold gravity, are you ready to teach me the art of duplication? Inside the gravity chamber on Mount Pazu, Lagus tugged at Son Gohan's hand as she spoke. I could, but you must promise me that once you learn it, you will not teach it to anyone. Not even Videl. Son Gohan nodded. Very well, Master, I promise. Hearing this, Son Gohan promptly began instructing Lagus in the art of duplication. I must pluck a strand of hair. Lagus gazed at her long waist-length locks. Yes. If you are unwilling, you may choose not to learn it. No, I will learn. It's just a single hair. I have over 3,000 after all. How do you know you have over 3,000? Don't the books say 3,000 strands of vexation? And the books also say that within them lie golden houses and jade-like beauties. Do you believe that too? Are they not there? Of course not. Son Gohan was speechless. Well, if they aren't, then so be it. Master, I've already plucked a strand of hair. Now teach me how to turn it into my duplicate. Very well. Son Gohan nodded. The morning passed swiftly, and Son Gohan had imparted all the essentials of the art of duplication to Lagus. Now it was up to Lagus to comprehend and master the technique on her own. It's getting late. I should head home for a meal. Understood, Master. Once I've mastered the art of duplication, will you teach me instant transmission? Let's talk about that after you've learned the art of duplication. All right, Master. I will give it my all. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission and returned home. That afternoon, after waking from his nap, Son Gohan opened his computer to check on the 3 androids in one of Dr. Gero's other laboratories. Although Dr. Gero had been eliminated, the supercomputer in his other laboratory had not ceased operation. It continued its work. By now, Dr. Gero's androids 13, 14A, and 15 were nearing completion. However, these nearly finished androids had their original directives altered by Son Gohan, now programmed to obey his commands and protect Earth. Dr. Gero could never have imagined that the androids he designed to kill Son Goku would become warriors defending Earth. Their appearances resembled those from the Dragon Ball movie. Android 13 was a robust white-haired man. Android 14 was a tall figure with pale skin and a long braid. And Android 15 was a short purple-skinned dwarf. Almost complete. As he spoke, the computer screen displayed the word complete. So, it's done. Saying this, Son Gohan took out the clairvoyance mirror and traveled to Dr. Gero's other laboratory. Androids 13, 14, and 15 lay quietly in their stasis pods. After glancing at them, Son Gohan pressed the switch on the stasis pods. The 3 quickly awakened and stepped out. Son Gohan. The 3 greeted him in unison. Son Gohan nodded. Son Gohan, why are you here? Android 13 asked. Nothing much. Just here to activate you. I see. Also, since Earth is peaceful now, you three can go out and do some good deeds. Very well. Android 13 nodded. Son Gohan felt a bit uneasy seeing Android 13, who bore a villainous face, obeying his every word. He is good now, not evil, Son Gohan murmured to himself before leaving the laboratory. After his departure, the three androids soon followed suit. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Despite 2 days of practice, Legus still could not transform her hair into a duplicate. Though the art of duplication was not an exceptionally powerful technique, mastering it was no easy feat. Son Gohan had grasped it instantly only because of the system. At Son Goku's house in West City, he was training in the yard when he suddenly noticed a vast expanse of black miasma spreading across the clear blue sky. What is this? As he spoke, King Kai's voice rang in his ears. Goku, this is terrible. A massive amount of deadly gas has been released onto your planet. Deadly gas. Yes. This gas is extremely harmful to both people and plants. Earth can only hold out for 100 days at most. If you cannot eliminate the deadly gas within 100 days, every living being on Earth will perish. Lord Kai, do you know where this deadly gas came from? Not yet. I'll investigate it for you. Thank you, Lord Kai. King Kai nodded. Deadly gas. With that, Son Goku rushed into the house to find Son Gohan. Shishi was now pregnant with their second child, so he had to find a way to dispel the deadly gas to protect the fetus. Once inside, Son Goku quickly informed Son Gohan about the situation. Deadly gas. Son Goku nodded. Gohan, do you have any way to get rid of it quickly? Let me try. Son Gohan stepped outside and took out the clairvoyance mirror from the system. Using it, he soon arrived in front of the device, releasing the deadly gas. Just then, 2 figures appeared before him. They were Frieza and King Cold. However, these were not their true bodies, only fragments of their souls. Get out of my way. Seeing them blocking his path, Son Gohan let out a fierce shout. A wave of overwhelming aura erupted from his body, instantly obliterating the 2 spirits. Boom. After they vanished, Son Gohan gathered an energy wave in his right hand and destroyed the device emitting the deadly gas. Then he moved to the next location, destroying the other devices releasing the gas. Once all the devices were destroyed, the deadly gas in the sky diminished considerably, though some still lingered in the air. Outside Earth. At this moment, a so-called asteroid was approaching the planet. This celestial body, named the Dark Planet, was a world composed of vast quantities of discarded machinery. The creator of this planet was a Zephyrian known as Dr. Lychee. Originally the foremost scientist residing on planet Suffer Dr. Lychee had completed the grudge amplification device Hachiak, just as the Saiyans were annihilating his people. Before he could escape the planet with the device, he was slain by the Saiyans. Later he was revived by the very grudge amplification device he had created, thus setting his plan for revenge against the Saiyans into motion. The deadly gas permeating Earth was the result of missiles he had launched, deploying devices that released the gas onto the planet. By now Dr. Lychee had become aware that the device he had placed on Earth had been destroyed. Damn it. I never expected those Saiyans to act so swiftly, destroying the device I deployed on Earth so quickly. Dr. Lychee clenched his fists, his heart seething with rage. Just then a figure suddenly materialized before him. The figure was none other than Son Gohan. Saiyan. Dr. Lychee was startled. He hadn't anticipated that Son Gohan would track him down here so quickly. Son Gohan stared at him coldly and said, "You were the one who released the deadly gas on Earth, weren't you?" Upon hearing this, Dr. Lychee burst into laughter. "That's right. I intend to use the deadly gas to wipe out you despicable Saiyans. If it weren't for you wretched Saiyan monkeys, our Zephyrian race wouldn't have been annihilated. I am here to avenge my people." "Is that so?" Son Gohan said, gathering a golden energy sphere in his right hand and launching it at Dr. Lychee. Startled Dr. Lychee hastily conjured a green barrier in front of himself. With a thunderous explosion, Dr. Lychee and his barrier were blasted into oblivion. A thick plume of smoke rose from the point of detonation. As the smoke gradually cleared, a wisp of black smoke was drawn into the grudge amplification device. This black smoke was the restless spirit of Dr. Lychee. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly sensed an immensely powerful aura. Bang! The glass of the grudge amplification device, which had been collecting countless grudges, shattered. A tall man with crimson skin and blue gems embedded in his hands, head, feet, and chest stepped out through the broken glass. This man was named Hachiak, a life form that had evolved by absorbing the immense hatred of the Zephyrians. With a whoosh, Hachiak immediately charged at Son Gohan. With a whoosh and a series of explosive impacts, Son Gohan clenched his fists and engaged Hachiak in combat. Due to Hachiak's extraordinarily resilient body, Son Gohan's attacks barely inflicted any significant damage. With a powerful blow, Son Gohan sent Hachiak flying. He then quickly pulled 3 strands of hair from his clothing, transforming them into his copies. With a fierce shout, the three copies simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans and charged at Hachiyak, engaging in a fierce battle with him. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan placed his index fingers on his forehead and began gathering his energy. After a moment, he completed the charge and addressed his copies. "Hold him." Upon hearing this, the three copies immediately seized Hachiyak by his arms and legs. Special beam cannon. At that moment, Son Gohan let out a powerful yell, thrusting his hand forward. Two fingers emitted an incredibly powerful energy beam, spiraling with energy. Seeing this, Hachiyak struggled to break free from Son Gohan's copies, but the copy's strength was overwhelming, and he found himself unable to escape their grasp. In the next instant, Son Gohan's special beam cannon pierced through Hachiyak's body, shooting out of the dark planet like a meteor. With a cry, Hachiyak's pierced body shattered and exploded from within. The dark planet, triggered by Hachiyak's death, initiated its self-destruct sequence. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately used his teleportation mirror to transport himself and his copies back to Earth. Shortly after he left, the dark planet exploded in space. Back on Earth, Son Gohan immediately borrowed the Dragon Radar from Bulma to locate the Dragon Balls, wishing for Shenron to completely dispel the deadly gas that filled the sky. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Son Gohan's younger brother, Son Goten, was born today. Thanks to Son Gohan's angel staff, Shishi gave birth to Son Goten without much pain. At the Son family home in West City, Bulma had brought Trunks to visit the newborn Son Goten. Upon hearing that Shishi had given birth to Goten without much suffering, she smiled at Son Gohan and said, "Gohan, where did you get that staff your mother mentioned? Why didn't you help me with my delivery when I was giving birth?" "Aunt Bulma, this staff was given to me by an old man in my dreams recently." Bulma was half convinced. "Next time I give birth, you have to help me deliver." "Oh, okay." Son Gohan nodded. "Trunks, this is your little brother Goten." Little brother Goten. Trunks, being only 2 years old, didn't understand what Bulma meant and just acknowledged it. "Yes." Bulma nodded. "You must take good care of your little brother from now on. By the way, Aunt Bulma, how is Uncle Vegeta?" "What else?" "He trains every day, still talking about defeating you and Goku." "I see." After chatting with Shishi for a while, Bulma left with Trunks. Goten. Son Gohan looked at his little brother and noticed he had wet his pants. "Dad, Goten wet his pants. Come and help change him." "All right, I'll get his pants now." Time passed, and another month went by. After a month, Son Goten had already started walking. Chi-Chi, busy with housework and cooking, didn't have much time to look after the child, so she entrusted this task to Son Gohan. Since Son Gohan had to train, he passed the responsibility on to Videl. This was a time to put one's resources to good use. Videl was the perfect person for the job. Of course, this came with a condition. The condition was that Son Gohan would teach her the Kamehameha. On Mount Pozu Earth, Son Gohan was sitting on a patch of grass, checking his battle power. Name: Son Gohan. Age 11. Gender: male. Battle power: 700 billion. Still 300 billion short. According to the system's combat power rating, it was impossible for Son Gohan to have cultivated to 700 billion so quickly. However, as a Saiyan with immense latent potential, his rapid progress was inevitable. No sooner had the words fallen than a figure descended from the sky. It was Android 17. Android 17 nodded. "Son Gohan, I have come today to challenge you." "Challenge me?" "Indeed. Though I lost to you before, I have trained and grown far stronger. This time I will not be defeated." "What's gotten into this guy?" Son Gohan mused inwardly. In the original Dragon Ball story, Android 17 was competitive, but not to this extent. But that was the original tale. Comparing the future Android 17 to the present one, the former was a merciless killer, while the latter was not. With that thought, a faint smile crossed Son Gohan's face. "Very well." Android 17 roared and charged at Son Gohan. Son Gohan moved with ease, effortlessly dodging Android 17's attack. "Damn it!" Android 17 cried in fury, throwing both fists forward with all his might. Son Gohan sidestepped, evading the assault once more. Seeing this, Android 17 leaped back, gathering vast energy waves in his hands to hurl at Son Gohan. A sharp whistle cut the air as explosions erupted. Son Gohan twisted aside, evading every energy blast. Gritting his teeth, Android 17 prepared to charge again, but a voice came from behind him. "You lost." Android 17 spun around to see Son Gohan, pointing his right hand at him. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Android 17's brow. "Why? Why didn't you strike?" Son Gohan lowered his hand. "Because I promised Android 18 I would go easy on you." "Android 18? She came to see you?" "Yes." "When?" "Oi. About a year ago." "A year ago? That must have been when." Android 17 turned and left without another word. Son Gohan glanced at the tail that had grown behind him. After mastering Super Saiyan 3, 3 paths lay before him. Continue the Super Saiyan lineage to unlock Super Saiyan 4, follow the divine path to become Super Saiyan God, or take the route of Mystic Gohan to eventually attain Beast Gohan. Beast's son Gohan was a new transformation born from his rage. Unlike Super Saiyan 4, it required no tail to break through limits. Moreover, Gohan's mystic state could only be achieved with the help of the Elder Kai, and the Elder Kai was still sealed within the Z-Sword. Thus, to master Beast's son Gohan, he first had to free the Elder Kai. But he was in no rush to attain that form, so he did not hurry to rescue the Elder Kai. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Through a year of training, son Gohan finally raised his combat power to 100 billion. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for reaching 100 billion combat power. Rewards: Ultra Instinct Legendary Fishing Rod capable of fishing skills, combat power, and treasures. Instant Transmission Time Skip Technique 999 Senzu Beans. As the voice faded, a flood of memories poured into son Gohan's mind. Legendary Fishing Rod. Yes, Master. Can I fish anywhere with it? Yes, Master. Son Gohan promptly took out the rod, went to the waterfall on Mount Pozu, sat down, and began to fish. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for fishing out 100 combat power. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for fishing out 999 combat power. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for fishing out the 100-fold solar flare. Instantly, the technique's knowledge filled son Gohan's mind. This legendary fishing rod is nice, but it's still slower than training myself. Indeed, Master, so you should still train diligently. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for fishing out 10 Fruit of the Tree of Might. Fruit of the Tree of Might. Son Gohan, who had been about to pack up, lowered his hand. After a while, son Gohan caught 10 Senzu Beans and nothing else of note. Might as well call it a day. As he reeled in the line, a huge fish was yanked from the waterfall. Well, this rod really can catch fish. Son Gohan took the fish home and gave it to largesse. Master, where did you catch this fish? From the waterfall up the mountain. I didn't catch it. I fished it. Oh, what made you want to go fishing today? Can't I just like it? No. You're brilliant and mighty, Master. Everything you do is extraordinary. Enough flattery. How's your clone technique coming along? Master, I can now create 2 clones. 2. Yes, Master. How many can you create? Over 3,000. By the way, would you like some fruit? Fruit. Son Gohan pulled 2 fruits of the Tree of Might from his pocket. Master, what kind of fruit is this? I've never seen one before. This is the fruit of the Tree of Might. Eating it can boost your power. Really? Then I'll go wash them now. Yes. Son Gohan nodded, unsure if largesse was disgusted by the fruit being in his clothes or just being particular. Well, largesse'll head back now. Okay, Master. Son Gohan used instant transmission and returned home. Master. Videl, who was watching Son Goten in the yard of Son Goku's house, was overjoyed to see Son Gohan return. She could finally stop babysitting Son Goten and go home. Son Gohan nodded and handed her 2 fruits of the Tree of Might. Videl, these are fruits of the Tree of Might. Eating them will enhance your power. Enhance my power. Videl's eyes lit up as she eagerly took the 2 fruits. Her hard work had finally paid off. Big brother. Little Son Goten, standing nearby, suddenly spoke. Though still a toddler, Son Goten could already talk. Son Gohan scooped him up with a smile. So Gohan will be heading back now. Oh, all right. Son Gohan nodded. Returning home, Videl washed the fruit from the spirit tree that Gohan had given her and began to eat. Crunch. After a few bites, Videl suddenly felt a surge of immense power within her. My power. It really has grown stronger. Videl said, looking at the other spirit tree fruit in her hand. If one fruit could strengthen her this much, consuming the other would surely amplify her power even further. With that thought, Videl quickened her pace and finished the second fruit. Then she lay back on the sofa, reflecting on her encounter with Son Gohan. Before meeting Gohan, she had believed her father was incredibly strong. But after encountering him, it was as if she had glimpsed an entirely new world where everything was beyond imagination. The next day, after breakfast, Son Gohan returned to the waterfall on Pauza Mountain to fish. Though fishing was slower than training, it had granted him skills and treasures. Thus, Gohan wished to continue fishing, hoping to land something valuable. A day passed swiftly, and dusk arrived unnoticed. Today, Gohan fished up a diamond crown, over 20 Senzu Beans, and a small spaceship. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't catch something good. And so Gohan fished for 3 more days. Yet nothing worthwhile was caught. Master, this fishing relies on luck. I believe training is more important for you now. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for fishing up the Earth's Dragon Balls, usable once a year for a wish. The system was speechless. What a wretched fishing rod. It had just tried to persuade Gohan to train, and then it goes and fishes up a Dragon Ball. Right, system, you're correct. Fishing does depend on luck. Gohan said, glancing at the gleaming Dragon Ball in his inventory. System, do I need to summon Shinran to use these Dragon Balls, just like the Earth said? No need. Just tell me, and I can grant your wish. Oh, so you've become Shinran, system. Indeed. Master, would you like to make a wish? The system said with a hint of sarcasm. No. Hearing this, the system couldn't be bothered to respond further. Seeing the system fall silent, Gohan immediately packed up his rod and went home. The next day, he resumed his training. At the Mr. Satan Martial Arts Arena in West City, Videl challenged Mr. Satan because he didn't want her to learn martial arts from Son Gohan. Mr. Satan initially wanted to refuse the challenge, but declining would leave him unable to dissuade Videl from training with Gohan, so he reluctantly agreed. Though Mr. Satan accepted the challenge, his heart was filled with anxiety. Now the two stood in a room within the martial arts arena. This room was Mr. Satan's usual training space. Fearing defeat, he ensured they were alone. So, Dad, shall we begin? All right. Mr. Satan nodded. Seeing this, Videl moved in an instant, appearing before him and sweeping him off his feet. Ouch! Mr. Satan nearly cried out in pain, but held back to save face in front of Videl. Dad, you lost. No, I was just caught off guard. How about a rematch? Fine, but no cheating this time. Videl, do you think your father is that kind of person? Videl remained silent. Ahem. Mr. Satan coughed. Then Videl, let's start. Videl nodded. Mr. Satan let out a loud cry and charged at her. Just as he was about to reach her, Videl slipped beneath him, executed a shoulder throw, and slammed him to the ground. Ouch! Mr. Satan couldn't suppress the pain and yelped. Then he met a pair of clear eyes staring at him. Mr. Satan blushed, the sting of defeat too much to bear. Dad. All right, Videl, I agree not to stop you from training with Gohan, but you must keep my loss a secret. Okay, Dad. Videl nodded. Videl, could you ask Son Gohan if he's still taking disciples? Taking disciples? Yes. I want him to teach me martial arts too. But Dad, wouldn't that make me your senior sister? Mr. Satan was speechless. How had he not considered that? So, Dad, do you still want to become Gohan's disciple? No. Mr. Satan shook his head. It had been a whim, and Videl's words quickly dispelled the notion. Videl nodded. Dad, even if you can't be his disciple, I can still guide your training. Mr. Satan felt a surge of anger, but then reasoned that guiding his training didn't mean taking him as a disciple. She wasn't that unfilial. What do you think, Dad? Mr. Satan coughed. So, Videl, how does Gohan teach you? Gohan had me start by carrying a 20-pound turtle shell. A turtle shell, eh? Mr. Satan immediately pictured himself crawling with a shell on his back. Videl told Mr. Satan everything about her training with Gohan. After she finished, Mr. Satan looked at her seriously. Videl, you must never tell anyone how Gohan trains you. Okay, Dad. Videl nodded. Then if there's nothing else, I'll head back. Mr. Satan nodded. Time flew and a month passed. As Son Goten grew older, Videl no longer needed to babysit him daily. Now Videl stood on a grassy field on Paozu Mountain watching Legus clones with envy. Legus, your clone technique is amazing. Can you teach me? Sure, but you must agree to one condition. What condition? You can't tell Master that I taught you. Can't tell Master. Why? Because I promised him I wouldn't teach anyone else. I see. But why are you willing to teach me? Legus chuckled and said, Master knows a lot, but he's not too willing to teach me. So we can learn different things from him. You teach me, and he'll teach you. Is that so? But wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? What's there to fear? We're his only 2 disciples. If he doesn't teach us his martial arts, who else will he teach? Bidalai nodded. Then Legus, what have you learned from Master so far? Solar Flare, Kamehameha, Multiform Technique, Afterimage, Fist, Drunken Fist. What about you? I've only learned the Kamehameha so far. He said I should cultivate diligently first, and once I grow stronger, he'll teach me the rest. Master said the same to me. I trained for a long time before he taught me the multiform technique. What about the others? The others were quite simple. I learned them in just a few days. What I want to learn now is Master's instant transmission. I see. Then it'll probably be a long time before Master imparts his techniques to me. Don't worry, Bidalai. When Master teaches you martial arts, never tell him you want to learn the multiform technique or instant transmission. Alright, I understand. In the celestial realm inside the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Gohan was sitting on the ground fishing. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for fishing out 1888 battle power. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for fishing out 20 sins of beans. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for fishing out 1999 battle power. So the hyperbolic time chamber really doubles the fishing rewards. Listening to the system's continuous prompts, Son Gohan yawned and said, Ding. Congratulations, Master, for fishing out a Z sword. Z sword. Yes, Master, but it's not the one that sealed the Elder Kai. Ding. Congratulations, Master, for fishing out an ordinary immortal peach, which can increase lifespan by 10 years. An immortal peach. Isn't this something from a cultivation world? Yes, Master. System, can this divine fishing rod catch a potion that makes 5 centimeters taller? I think that's quite unlikely. But Master, don't you have the Dragon Balls? No, I was just asking. After half a day of fishing, Son Gohan packed up his rod and left the hyperbolic time chamber. Half a day inside meant only a few minutes had passed outside. Another year passed in the blink of an eye. Son Goten was now 3 years old and no longer needed constant care. He spent his days playing with Trunks. Over the past year, Son Gohan's battle power had grown rapidly, but it was still far from his small goal of 1 trillion. At that moment, Son Gohan was teaching Son Goten to train on Mount Pozu. Son Goten spat out several white ghosts from his mouth, which took on his appearance. This technique was the Gum Gum Ghost. Report. After spitting out all the Gum Gum Ghosts, Son Goten said, 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. Number 1, your target is that large rock ahead. Yes. With that, number 1 Gum Gum Ghost charged toward the large rock ahead. With a thunderous explosion, the rock was blasted into pieces. Number 2, your target is the pond ahead. Yes. Number 2 Gum Gum Ghost then flew toward the pond. With a thunderous explosion, a massive wave several zhang high erupted from the water along with a swarm of fish. So many fish. Big brother, we can eat fish today, Son Goten said, looking at the fish blasted into the air. Son Gohan gave a dry laugh. Those fish really had it rough, either being fished by him or blown up by Goten. Number 3 and number 4, your targets are the wild boars ahead. Yes. The 2 Gum Gum Ghosts immediately charged toward the 2 wild boars that had suddenly appeared. Boom, boom. With 2 deafening explosions, the wild boars were blasted into a bloody mess. Goten, don't blow up the wild boars. Oh, then big brother, should we pick up these fish? Sure. Son Gohan nodded. Back home, Son Gohan and Son Goten brought the blasted fish to Shishi. Gohan, where did you get these fish? Goten blasted them. Blasted? Blasted? Yeah, Goten is a Saiyan after all. That's true, but you need to keep an eye on Goten and make sure he doesn't hurt anyone. Son Gohan nodded. Just then the system's voice echoed in his ear. Ding. System upgrade complete. Master's training rewards are now doubled. Doubled. That means now for every 1-finger push-up, Master gains 60 battle power. Under 1,000-fold gravity, that's 6,000,000. 6,000,000. 10,000 a day would be 6 billion, 20,000 would be 12 billion, and in a month, 360 billion. Yes, Master. 3 months for 1 trillion, a year for 4 trillion. This is taking off. Indeed, Master, so you must train with double the effort. There are still 9 years until Beerus awakens. I can probably reach around 4 trillion battle power. Super Saiyan 4 multiplies power by 8,000 to 20,000 times, so my battle power then would be around 8 kyo. Beyond 100 million is Zhao trillion, beyond Zhao is Jing quadrillion, and beyond Jing is Gai quintillion. 10,000 equals 1 Zhao, 10,000 Zhao equals 1 Jing, and 10,000 Jing equals 1 Gai. Beyond Gai are Zi Rang Go Jian Zheng and Zai, each unit differing by a factor of 10,000. In the afternoon, after a short nap, Son Gohan went to train under gravity on Mount Pozu. Master, why are you here so early today? Legus asked, curious. Usually Son Gohan didn't start training until 2 o'clock, but today it was only 1:30. Nothing special. I just felt like training harder today. I see. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Bidalai also arrived at Mount Pozu to train. A year had passed, and her strength had grown considerably. Thanks to eating the fruit of the spirit tree, her battle power had now reached over 1500. Though still far behind Legus, she had become quite formidable. Bidalai, you're here. Bidalai nodded. Bidalai, Master was a bit strange today. He came to train at 1:30. 1:30? Yeah. Master usually comes at 2. Maybe it's because he didn't train this morning. By the way, Bidalai, has Master taught you any powerful techniques recently? No. Bidalai shook her head. Son Gohan actually wanted to teach Bidalai some powerful techniques, but her battle power was too low. Even if he taught her now, she wouldn't be able to master them. Time flew and 10 months passed in the blink of an eye. After 10 months of training, Son Gohan's battle power had reached 500 billion. On Mount Pozu, Son Gohan stood on a grassy field instructing Son Goten in the 20-fold no-damage Kaioken. Though the 20-fold no-damage Kaioken was more difficult to master than the standard Kaioken, Son Gohan, as Goten's elder brother, spared no effort in teaching him. Kaioken. With a soft shout, of fiery red aura erupted around Son Goten's body. Good Goten. Just like that. Just then Laxus and Videl flew over from a distance. Laxus. Videl. Laxus smiled and nodded in greeting. Master, what technique is that? Could you teach me too? Laxus, you shouldn't always be fixated on learning powerful moves. You need to spend more time on training. Then Master, why do you know so many techniques? I didn't learn them. I created them all myself. Laxus looked at him with utter disbelief. All right, I'll teach you. Thank you, Master. Laxus beamed. Sai, I should never have taken on disciples. Teaching them only starves the master. Son Gohan let out a sigh. Master, I won't let you starve. I'll pick wild fruits for you. Just wild fruits. Then Master, tell me what you want to eat and I'll buy it for you. That's more like it. So master, could you teach me too? Videl chuckled. Having spent so much time with Laxus, Videl had grown just as mischievous. It was a classic case of one takes on the color of one's company. Fine, but only after you've increased your power a bit more. Increase my power. Yes. Starting today, you will train in the gravity room. The gravity room? Videl was startled. She couldn't withstand hundreds of times gravity. You don't have to train at our level. Just start with 10 times gravity. I see. Videl breathed a sigh of relief. But then she reconsidered. 10 times gravity was still no joke. That afternoon, after waking from his nap, son Gohan retrieved the cosmic mirror from the system and traveled to the realm of the Kaishin. With his battle power now reaching 500 billion, he needed to consider his future path. His conclusion was that he wanted to master all three forms: Super Saiyan 4, Super Saiyan God, and Beast Gohan. Even Ultraman Tiga had 3 forms, so why couldn't he control 3 transformations? Super Saiyan 4 required a full moon. Super Saiyan God required reaching the realm of the gods, and for Beast Gohan, he would need the Elder Kaishin's help to unlock his latent potential and become Mystic Gohan. The first 2 were relatively simple, but Mystic Gohan was more troublesome. However, if the Elder Kaishin could help unleash his potential, mastering the first 2 forms afterward would make him even stronger. As soon as Son Gohan appeared on the sacred world of the Kaishin, the East Kaishin and Kibito sensed his presence. As Son Gohan. Because of the tremendous commotion Son Gohan had caused when he transformed into Super Saiyan 3, the East Kaishin had taken some notice of him. You know me? The East Kaishin nodded. Son Gohan, how did you get here? Instant transmission. Instant transmission. Kibito was shocked. How do you know instant transmission? And how could you teleport into the sacred world of the Kaishin? A Kaishin from another universe taught me. Another universe? Are there Kaishin in other universes? I am not too sure either. I see. So Son Gohan, why are you here? Kibito asked. I'm here to pull out the Z-Sword. The Z-Sword? Yes. Are you going to try and stop me? The Z-Sword is a treasure of our realm. Kibito moved to stop him, but the East Kaishin intervened. Kibito, if he wishes to take the Z-Sword, then let him. But Lord Kaishin, it is the treasure of our realm. Legend says that whoever draws the Z-Sword will gain the power of the universe's strongest. The universe's strongest. Son Gohan chuckled softly, then flew swiftly to a stone pillar, standing in a pool of water where the Z-Sword was embedded. The blade of the Z-Sword was almost entirely buried in the stone, with only the hilt exposed. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan grasped it and pulled with all his might. The entire stone pillar began to tremble violently. The water in the pool churned and roared. The East Kaishin and Kibito stared wide-eyed, silently praying that Son Gohan would fail to draw the sword. With a mighty roar, Son Gohan pulled the Z-Sword free. In an instant, the ground beneath his feet shattered and collapsed. Gripping the sword with both hands, Son Gohan quickly flew into the air. He pulled it out. Kibito exclaimed in shock. The East Kaishin nodded silently. With a whoosh, Son Gohan landed before them. So Lord Kaishin, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking this sword with me. Taking it? Kibito was alarmed. You want to take this sword away? Yes. Is there a problem? It's not like you can use it, can you? Very well. The East Kaishin agreed. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission and returned to Earth. Lord Kaishin, why did you let him take the Z-Sword? Kibito, do you think I could have stopped him? Well, Kibito fell silent. Neither he nor the East Kaishin could even pull the sword from the stone. If Son Gohan could do it so easily, there was no way the two of them could defeat him. Back on Earth, Son Gohan brought the Z-Sword and then took another identical sword from his system, placing it on the ground. Gripping the sword that sealed the Elder Kaishin, he swung it down with tremendous force. Boom. Clang. With a deafening crash, the Z-Sword struck the other Z-Sword. The ground sank under the impact, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. It didn't break. Son Gohan lifted the sword again and struck the one on the ground. Another thunderous clang echoed, and a ferocious gale erupted from the impact. The Z-Sword on the ground sank, deeper sparks flying from the friction. Just as Son Gohan was about to sheath his sword, he heard a sharp crack and saw the blade in his hand snap. At the same time, the Z-Sword on the ground also broke in two. Success. After a moment, when the dust finally settled, an old man clad in the robes of a Kaishin appeared, the Elder Kaishin. Upon seeing the Elder Kai, Son Gohan immediately grinned at him with a mischievous look. Noticing Son Gohan's ill intentions, the Elder Kai's expression turned wary. Was it you who pulled out the Z-Sword and freed me? Apart from me, do you think anyone else could have done it? What is your name? My name is Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Did you already know I was sealed inside this sword, Yes. Then you must have another purpose in freeing me, right? Son Gohan nodded. What do you want me to do for you? I want you to unlock the potential within me and elevate it to its peak. The Elder Kai was startled. How do you know I possess the ability to unlock someone's potential? I know everything. The Elder Kai looked skeptical after hearing this. So will you help me unlock my potential? The Elder Kai glanced at the two broken Z swords on the ground and nodded repeatedly. I will. But unlocking your potential may take a day. Fine, Son Gohan said, then sat down on the grass nearby. Does he know what I'm about to do? The Elder Kai mused inwardly. Aren't you starting yet? Starting now. By the way, is this Earth? Yes. Oh. Then following the Elder Kai's instructions, Son Gohan placed his hands in front of him. Meanwhile, the Elder Kai circled around Son Gohan, chanting words Son Gohan couldn't understand. Since the process took a full day, Son Gohan grew drowsy after sitting for half a day. Yet to gain more power, he persevered. As for home, he had already left a clone there. A day passed quickly, and it was already the afternoon of the next day. Not done yet? Son Gohan asked, looking at the sky. Almost there, just wait a bit. The Elder Kai said while reading a manga. Hearing this, Son Gohan immediately opened his character panel to check. Name: Son Gohan, age 14, gender male, combat power 800 billion, mystic form. Without transforming into a Super Saiyan, can maintain a combat power of 300 trillion. 800 billion. Son Gohan was stunned upon seeing his combat power. He had trained for years to reach 500 billion, yet the Elder Kai had boosted it by 300 billion in a single day. His ability was truly more terrifying than imagined. In the original Dragon Ball, Son Gohan's initial combat power was 80 billion, and after the Elder Kai's enhancement, it reached 2 trillion. However, that 2 trillion was in his non-transformed state. Once he transformed, he couldn't maintain such immense power. In short, it was a pinnacle state without transformation. All right, Gohan, I've completed the enhancement. Son Gohan nodded and stood up from the ground. So Gohan, may I leave? Of course. Do you want me to see you off? No need, I can go back on my own. The Elder Kai waved his hands repeatedly. Is that so? The Elder Kai nodded, and with an instant transmission returned to the realm of the Kai. Son Gohan chuckled softly, took out the celestial mirror, and went to the hyperbolic time chamber to sleep. Since the Z-Sword was taken by Son Gohan, East Kai and Kibito had been monitoring Earth. Kaisama, who is that old man wearing the Kai's uniform? Could he be a Kai from another universe? I don't know. As soon as the words were spoken, a figure appeared behind them. It was the Elder Kai. Who are you calling a Kai from another universe? Startled, the two turned around. Who are you? I am likely the Kai from 15 generations before you, said the Elder Kai. 15 generations ago. Both were astonished. Indeed, the Kais of today are inferior to those of the past. I thought the one who pulled the Z-Sword would be a Kai from some generation. But not only did you fail to pull the Z-Sword, you let a human take it. Fortunately, that human wasn't evil, or I would have died at his hands. We're sorry, East Kai said, ashamed. The Elder Kai snorted coldly and sat down on the grass. So, Ancestor, how did you end up inside the Z-Sword? Time passed swiftly, and half a month went by in a blink. After half a month of training, Son Gohan's power had increased considerably. Tonight was a full moon, so he planned to attempt transforming into Super Saiyan 4. As night fell, a full moon hung in the sky. Son Gohan stood in an open area on Mount Pozu, gazing upward. Thump, thump, thump. Upon seeing the full moon, Son Gohan's heart began to race rapidly. Then his eyes turned crimson, fur sprouted all over his body, and he grew taller and larger, transforming into a golden great ape. Son Gohan let out a fierce roar, stomping the ground with force. Master! At that moment, the system spoke to Son Gohan. Hearing the system's voice, Son Gohan calmed slightly, but still roared at the sky. Master, if you don't wake up soon, someone else will take the title of the strongest in the universe. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan stopped roaring and stared ahead intently. Suddenly, he reached for the sky with both hands, emitting a massive red aura. Boom! At that moment, several golden lightning bolts struck from the sky. Son Gohan stomped the ground firmly, releasing an incredibly overwhelming energy. His body began to shrink, reverting to human form. After a moment, a figure stood on the ground. His body covered in red fur except for his head, chest, palms, and soles, with golden eyes, red eyelids, and eye sockets, and wearing a pair of yellow pants. This was Son Gohan, who had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 4. In this form, he was significantly taller and more robust than before. In the realm of the Kai, East Kai and the others felt Son Gohan's immense energy and wore expressions of disbelief. Is this guy a monster? His energy is now incomparably stronger than before. Kibito trembled slightly. The Eastern Kaioshin gritted his teeth and said, That's not the most critical part. The most critical part is that he's only 14 now. Saiyans have a lifespan of over 100 years. I can hardly imagine how strong he will become in the future. In the 7th universe, the realm of the God of Destruction, Whis had also sensed Son Gohan's energy. Son Gohan. Whis murmured to himself, his mind pondering unknown thoughts. On Earth, Son Goku and the others who were currently there also sensed Son Gohan's energy and rushed toward Mount Pozu. Did it succeed? Son Gohan clenched his fists, feeling the power within his body. Just then, two figures appeared before him. These two were none other than Son Goku and Son Goten. Dad, are you Gohan? Son Goku asked, staring at Son Gohan in astonishment. Super Saiyan 4 could transform the childlike Son Gohan into an adult form. Son Gohan nodded. Then what is this transformation? This is Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. At that moment, two figures descended from the sky. These two were Vegeta and Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo was startled. Are you Gohan? Son Gohan nodded. Seeing Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan 4 form, Vegeta asked with great irritation. Son Gohan, what kind of transformation is this? This is Super Saiyan 4, the latest form I've mastered. Super Saiyan 4. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. He hadn't even mastered Super Saiyan 2 yet, and this guy Son Gohan had already reached Super Saiyan 4. Comparisons truly infuriate. Fortunately, Son Goku was on par with him in strength, which brought some balance to his mind. Master. Gohan. Just then Lagos and Krillin arrived as well. Son Gohan nodded. Are you Gohan? Krillin asked, seeing that Son Gohan was already as tall as Son Goku. Yes, Uncle Krillin. Is this a new transformation you've mastered? You have so much body hair. Yes, because Super Saiyan 4 is a transformation achieved by turning into a great ape under a full moon. Vegeta, a transformation after turning into a great ape. That's right, but to successfully transform into Super Saiyan 4, one's base strength must be extremely high. Son Gohan explained. Vegeta, I see. Son Gohan nodded. Then Gohan, how did you learn about this transformation? Son Goku asked. Normal Super Saiyan transformations were based on the human form. He had never thought of transforming from a great ape. It just came to me. I see. Son Goku didn't dwell on it. After all, too many incredible things had already happened with Son Gohan. Vegeta snorted coldly, then flew into the sky, leaving Mount Pozu. Everyone was long accustomed to this. Only Trunks looked at the departing Vegeta with confusion. After returning home, spurred by Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta immediately entered the gravity chamber to train. The next day after breakfast, Son Gohan was about to head to Mount Pozu for training when he saw Trunks arriving at his house early in the morning. Trunks. Son Goten was delighted to see Trunks and walked up to him. Trunks nodded, then looked at Son Gohan behind Son Goten. Brother Gohan, can I train with you too? Of course. No, I mean I want to become your disciple. Become my disciple. Why? Because I want to be as strong as you. Is that so? Have you told your father about this? Tell my father. Yes, although Uncle Vegeta isn't as strong as me, his combat experience is vast, and he's still stronger than you. It should be fine if he teaches you. Well, Trunks hesitated. Vegeta had always been strict with him, and he didn't know techniques like instant transmission or Kaioken. Son Gohan smiled. Trunks, I think you should ask your father's opinion before coming to me to become a disciple. Trunks nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission to bring Son Goten to Mount Pozu. Master. Videl, who had arrived early at Mount Pozu, smiled brightly as she approached Son Gohan and Son Goten. Master. Son Gohan nodded. The night before, Videl had been doing homework at home, so she hadn't come to Mount Pozu to see Son Gohan's transformation. But she had heard about last night's events from Lagos early this morning. Master, Lagos said you transformed into Super Saiyan 4 last night. Although Videl hadn't seen Super Saiyan 4, hearing Lagos describe it as very cool stirred her curiosity, especially the prospect of seeing Son Gohan's 8-pack abs. Son Gohan nodded again. Master, can you transform into Super Saiyan 4 for me to see? No. Son Gohan shook his head. Why? Videl asked, looking disappointed. If she had known, she wouldn't have done her homework last night. No reason. If he transformed just because she asked, wouldn't that make him as her master lose face? Master, please just show me once. Videl began to act spoiled. Brother, why don't you transform into Super Saiyan 4 for Sister Videl to see? All right. Seeing this, Videl felt a pang of jealousy. When she, his disciple, begged, he refused, but as soon as Son Goten asked, he immediately agreed. Despite her jealousy, Videl was still looking forward to seeing Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Just then, Son Gohan clenched his fists, fiercely transforming into Super Saiyan 4. So cool. Videl felt a flutter of attraction as she saw Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan 4 form. At that moment, Lagos, who was training in the gravity chamber, sensed Son Gohan's powerful energy and flew out immediately. Master. Son Gohan nodded and returned to his normal state. All right, Videl, get back to your training, okay? In West City at Bulma's house. Trunks had returned home hesitating whether to tell Vegeta about his desire to become Son Gohan's disciple. "What's wrong, Trunks?" Bulma asked, seeing Trunks standing in the yard lost in thought. Nothing, Mom." Trunks snapped back to reality upon hearing her voice, deciding inwardly to discuss it another day. "Oh," Bulma replied, a flicker of doubt lingering in her mind. In the afternoon, Son Gohan instructed Son Goten and the others to train on their own, while he used the celestial mirror to travel to the battlefield 3 years later, where Vegito had fought Super Buu. Due to his invisibility technique, the newly fused Vegito and Super Buu remained unaware of his presence. Son Gohan had come today for 2 reasons. First, having mastered Super Saiyan 4, he now possessed some ability to defend himself. Second, he wished to witness Vegito and incidentally gather the energy of the cosmic seed. Vegito, as the unrivaled champion of the Dragon Ball world, needed no introduction to his power, but his flair for dominance was second to none. As a Dragon Ball fan who had transmigrated into this world, Son Gohan naturally yearned to meet this legendary figure. Goku. On the sacred world of the Kai, the East Kaioshin watched the arrival of Vegito with bated breath. Back on Earth, Vegito was flexing his limbs, testing his newfound form. Whoosh. Swish swish. "This is incredible, even better than I imagined." Hearing this, Super Buu, who had been gathering an energy sphere, immediately dispelled it. "Looks like you're scared, aren't you?" Vegito said, sweeping his right hand forward and unleashing a fiercely sharp gale. Super Buu, failing to dodge, had a gash cut across his face. "So, there's nothing to be afraid of, really." Super Buu snorted coldly, allowing the wound on his face to heal. "Since you're the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, they'll call you Vegito." "I was worried about how this would turn out, but it seems things are looking good. All right, let's get back to fighting." Super Buu retorted, "I see. But do you really think that fusing will make you strong enough to defeat me?" Vegito just smiled and beckoned him closer. Enraged by Vegito's provocation, Super Buu gritted his teeth in fury. Vegito continued to smile and wave him over. "How dare you toy with me?" With a furious roar, Super Buu shot forward, charging straight at Vegito. Whoosh! Just as Super Buu was about to reach him, Vegito leaped soaring over his head. He twisted in midair and delivered a flying kick to Super Buu's back. Super Buu spun around only to have Vegito's foot slammed directly into his face. "Ah!" He cried out in pain, spittle flying from his mouth as he was sent plummeting headfirst toward the ground. With a thunderous boom, Vegito's right foot connected with Super Buu's body, sending him crashing down at tremendous speed. Whoosh! Just before hitting the earth, Super Buu clenched his fists, halting his descent in midair before rocketing back toward Vegito. In an instant, Super Buu was upon Vegito, his fists hammering into his face. Bam, bam, bam. He pummeled Vegito's visage mercilessly. Then he swiftly circled behind Vegito and drove his right foot into his back. With a thunderous explosion, a billowing cloud of smoke erupted from the ground. Super Buu gathered a massive energy sphere in his hands and hurled it toward the ground. With another deafening roar, the energy detonated upon impact. The blast carved a crater dozens of meters deep into the earth. Vegito stood within the pit, smiling up at Super Buu hovering in the sky. Furious at the sight, Super Buu ground his teeth. Watching the clash from afar, Son Gohan marveled. A true champion indeed. Just his lines alone are worth studying. "Hey system, are you recording this?" "Recording in progress, master." That last hit really did sting. Vegito rubbed his right shoulder with his left hand and remarked, "Oh really? And I was still holding back just now." Hearing this, Super Buu also began to show off. Huh. He stretched his arms downward before lunging at Vegito. Vegito leaped upward, charging to meet him. Super Buu responded by whipping his head forward, his antennae lashing out to ensnare Vegito's right leg. Startled, Vegito found himself spun around several times before being hurled violently toward the ground with a mighty thud. His body smashed heavily into a mountain before him, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. "What? You're not dead from a little hit like that, are you?" Super Buu gloated. No sooner had he spoken than a brilliant golden light erupted from the ground, shattering the boulders, pinning Vegito to dust. Vegito emerged casually, rolling his shoulder. "All right, I think that's enough of a warm-up." Super Buu snorted, a glint of anticipation in his eyes. Though Vegito's power irked him like Son Goku and the others, he harbored a love for battle. However, when he fought, he could only win. His pride could not tolerate anyone being stronger than him. "Sorry about that, I wasn't quite used to this body yet. But don't worry, you'll give you a real fight now." "That's perfect. It would be a shame if you died, so easily disappointing all my expectations." Super Buu laughed. "The real show begins now," Vegito declared with unwavering confidence. With that, both combatants assumed their fighting stances. With a resounding boom, Vegito kicked off the ground, soaring into the sky. Whoosh! Before he had climbed too high, he vanished in a flash, reappearing right in front of Super Buu. Super Buu's eyes widened in shock, unable to react before a colossal fist filled his vision. With a mighty crack, Vegeto's right fist connected squarely with Super Buu's face. Super Buu spat out a glob of saliva, his head snapping to the left. Seizing the moment, Vegeto rained a flurry of punches upon his face. Bam, bam, bam. Each blow drove Super Buu backward. Then with a sudden kick, Vegeto sent him flying away. Whoosh! Vegeto gathered a blue energy sphere and fired it at the reeling Super Buu. With a cataclysmic boom, the energy detonated in the sky, erupting into an intensely blinding flash. A thick pall of smoke mushroomed across the heavens. Super Buu's body tumbled out of the smoke, one arm and the lower half of his form obliterated, leaving him in a truly wretched state. You little brat. Super Buu snarled in fury. The Elder Kai was right. The power from fusion is immense. Upon hearing this, Super Buu immediately regenerated his body. That's more like it. Vegeto chuckled. Then, just as in the original story, the two commenced their battle in earnest. Son Gohan, needing to gather energy, departed from this timeline and returned to the main timeline only after witnessing Vegeto being absorbed by Super Buu. This time the universe seed had collected a mere 0.5 of its energy. This meant that even a being of Super Buu's caliber could only generate 0.5 of the energy. It seems that to fill the universe seed's energy quickly, I must witness battles at the Super Saiyan 4 level. Son Gohan mused, and his first thought was of Broly. Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan born with immense power. In the Dragon Ball Super movie, despite minimal training, Broly effortlessly overpowered Son Goku and Vegeta. Although it was still over a decade before Broly's appearance in the Dragon Ball Super movie, no one could guarantee that Broly didn't already possess power on par with Super Saiyan 4. However, it was getting late. Even if Son Gohan intended to find Broly, it would have to wait until the next day. The following morning, Son Gohan, claiming he had matters to attend to, instructed Son Goten and the others to train on their own. In the cosmos, on a planet with an extremely harsh environment, a 13 or 14-year-old youth now walked upon the windswept earth. This person was none other than Son Gohan. This harsh planet was Vampa, the world where Broly had been exiled. It seems Broly's formidable strength might be partly due to this planet's environment. Son Gohan remarked, glancing around. He then produced the all-seeing mirror. Through it, Son Gohan saw a man who bore a striking resemblance to Vegeta. The man's name was Reg, a character from the Dragon Ball fan work Dragon Ball New Age, Vegeta's older brother, born with a battle power of 500. King Vegeta, fearing Reg would threaten his throne upon maturity, exiled him to planet Bebi. The Reg Son Gohan saw was the Reg of this timeline. As for the Reg from Dragon Ball New Age, he appeared after the end of Dragon Ball GT. There was at least a 20-year age difference between the two. But despite his youth, Reg, like Broly, possessed incredibly powerful Saiyan blood. Otherwise, Reg couldn't have transformed into Super Saiyan 5 without rigorous training. Son Gohan had originally planned to fight Broly himself yesterday, but upon reflection, he thought it wiser to find someone to test Broly's strength first, given the uncertainty of his power. Broly's father, Paragus, harbored a deep hatred for Vegeta's father, King Vegeta. If not for King Vegeta, they wouldn't have been trapped on Vampa for decades. Thus, Son Gohan thought of Vegeta's brother, Reg. Initially, Son Gohan wasn't sure if Reg existed in this world. After all, Reg was merely a character from a fan work. Fortunately, he had the all-seeing mirror. If he wanted to find someone, he could simply search for them with it. If the all-seeing mirror couldn't find them, it meant that person didn't exist in this world. I wonder which of them would be stronger. Son Gohan gazed at Reg in the mirror, used his invisibility technique to conceal his body, then reached out and grabbed Reg through the mirror. Because Son Gohan's hands were invisible, Reg was pulled into Vampa before he even realized what was happening. By the time he noticed, he was already on Vampa. Where is this? Reg asked, looking around in confusion. He had just been admiring the scenery. How did he end up in this windswept place? After a moment's thought, Reg flew off to survey his surroundings. He discovered the environment was not only harsh, but also teeming with fearsome creatures. Of course, these creatures posed no threat to him. After flying for a while, Reg suddenly saw a tall, muscular man battling a swarm of rabbit-sized spiders. That man was Broly, a Saiyan. Reg exclaimed upon seeing Broly's tail and immediately flew down. Just then, Broly finished his fight and looked up at the descending Reg. Who are you? Hello, my name is Reg. Could you tell me where this place is? This is planet Vampa. Broly replied. Isn't that the planet with the most inhospitable environment? Broly nodded. And what's your name? How did you end up on this planet? Broly. Broly was about to answer when he heard a shout in the distance. Broly. Reg followed the sound and saw a middle-aged man with a slight limp. This man was Broly's father, Paragus. Vegeta. Upon seeing Reg, Paragus mistook him for Vegeta. Vegeta. Reg had been exiled to planet Bebi before Vegeta was born, so he was unaware he had a younger brother. However, the name Vegeta differed from King Vegeta by only one character, so Reg wondered if Paragus had mistaken him for King Vegeta. After a moment, Paragus reached Broly's side. "Father." Paragus acknowledged with a nod, then turned to Reg. "Broly, who is this?" "He says his name is Reg. I just met him." "Reg?" Paragus was startled. As a former subordinate of King Vegeta, Paragus had heard of Reg. Reg was King Vegeta's first son, but for some unknown reason the king had sent him to the uninhabited planet Bebi. Although planet Bebi had no humans, its environment was quite habitable. Furthermore, King Vegeta had also exiled a female Saiyan, there allowing Reg to start a family. That female Saiyan was Reg's wife Sapari. "You know of me?" Reg asked, seeing the surprise on Paragus' face. Paragus nodded. "I was once a retainer of your father." "Is that so? Then what are the two of you doing here?" "All of this is your father's doing," Paragus said angrily. "My father's doing?" "That's right. When Broly was born, his battle power was already 1000. Your father, King Vegeta, fearing Broly would become a threat, exiled him to this planet. And I came to save Broly, which is why I ended up trapped here with him." "A battle power of 1000. Paragus nodded. "Reg, I don't know why your father banished you to this planet, but now that we've crossed paths today, you won't be leaving here." Reg let out a cold laugh. "Are you planning to take action against me?" "To be honest, King Vegeta exiled me to this planet because my battle power reached 50,000 at birth." 50,000. Paragus exclaimed in astonishment, still harboring some doubts. "Why don't you believe me?" "Humph." Paragus snorted coldly. "Even if your battle power really was 50,000 at birth, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan." "Super Saiyan." Hearing this, Reg immediately burst into laughter. "Do you think I'm not one? You are also a Super Saiyan." "Indeed. If Broly could become a Super Saiyan with only a battle power of 10,000 at birth, why can't I be a Super Saiyan?" Upon hearing this, Paragus' expression changed drastically. At that moment, Reg smirked slightly. "Broly is quite strong. If you are willing to serve under me, I might spare you." "Spare us?" Hearing this, Paragus' heart surged with rage. He had served King Vegeta diligently, and as a result, because his son Broly's battle power surpassed Vegeta's, Broly was exiled to this planet. Now King Vegeta's son Reg wanted them to serve him. Naturally, Paragus would never agree. "Are you unwilling?" Reg looked at Paragus with a cold expression. "That's right. Ever since your father King Vegeta banished Broly to planet Wampa, I could never serve your family again." As Paragus spoke, he immediately shouted towards Broly. "Broly, kill him." "Father." Broly hesitated upon hearing this. Reg chuckled lightly, clenching his right fist and swinging it at Broly. Boom. Broly raised his arms in front of him and stepped back a few paces. Seeing this, Paragus quickly retreated to the side. Both of them were incredibly powerful. A casual punch could end his life. If he didn't get away, wouldn't that be asking for death? "Are they fighting?" Son Gohan, who had been observing the situation with the heavenly mirror, quickly used it to appear at a distance from Paragus. Since Son Gohan was still in stealth mode, Paragus and the others did not notice him. Son Gohan looked at Paragus and couldn't help but recall the scene in the Dragon Ball movie where Frieza killed Paragus. Broly lost control entirely due to Paragus' death. Thus, upon seeing Paragus, Son Gohan also felt a desire to kill him. However, recalling that he was a righteous character, he suppressed this thought and shifted his gaze to Reg and Broly. At that moment, the two were staring at each other with serious expressions. After testing just now, Reg had already believed what Paragus had said, although he had merely thrown a simple punch earlier. The power of that punch was already enough to defeat a high-level warrior. Suddenly, Reg revealed a slight smile. "Interesting, I've never fought anyone since I was born. I didn't expect to encounter a Super Saiyan as soon as I left planet Benbi." "Huh," Reg exclaimed forcefully, clenching his hands, transforming into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan." Paragus was taken aback. He had seen Broly transform into a Super Saiyan before, but that was when Broly was in a state of uncontrollable rage. Yet Reg could maintain control while transforming into a Super Saiyan. However, Regis' Super Saiyan form seemed different. When Broly transformed into a Super Saiyan, his hair turned golden, but his aura was green. Boom. Just as Paragus was pondering this, Reg clenched his fists and charged at Broly. In no time, Reg reached Broly, attacking him with fists and feet like lightning. Whoosh. Bang bang bang. Broly, unprepared, was continually pushed back by Regis' strikes. Broly. Paragus felt a surge of worry upon seeing this. Bang. At that moment, Reg clenched his right fist tightly, sending Broly flying back hundreds of meters. Whoosh. Reg gathered a golden energy wave in both hands and shot it towards Broly. Seeing this, Broly immediately raised his arms in front of him. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the energy wave detonated on the ground, instantly raising a cloud of dust and thick smoke. "Broly!" Paragus shouted. "Huh." Just then a roar like that of a beast echoed from within the smoke. A green aura arose, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Reg was taken aback. At that moment, a massive pit appeared in the ground, and Broly charged towards Reg at incredible speed. Due to Broly's blinding speed, Reg barely had time to react before Broly's right fist struck him hard, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. "Ow!" Broly roared loudly, rapidly throwing his fists at Reg's face. Bang, bang, bang. Broly landed more than 10 consecutive punches on Reg. "Well done, Broly," Paragus exclaimed joyfully. Bang! At that moment, Broly clenched his right fist tightly and struck Reg hard in the abdomen. Reg screamed in agony and was sent flying into a nearby mountain. "Well done, Broly. What kind of genius boasts a battle power of 50,000 at birth? Your strength is nothing but this." "Damn it." Just then Reg clenched his fists, unleashing an incredibly powerful aura. The mountain behind Reg collapsed under the influence of his energy. What? Paragus, who had been overjoyed, immediately turned pale at this sight. At that moment, Reg transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Son Gohan, who remained hidden, was slightly startled. Although he knew Reg's talent was formidable, he hadn't expected it to be this strong. Reg was at most 40 years old now. At 40, without any training, he could transform into a Super Saiyan 4. This was undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. What is this?" Paragus exclaimed in shock. "This is called Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. That's right, I transformed into a Super Saiyan just to test Broly's strength, but I didn't expect it to exceed my expectations. However, it's only a bit. If you change your mind now, I might spare your lives." Paragus clenched his teeth upon hearing this. "Reg, don't be too smug. Broly hasn't even transformed into a Super Saiyan yet. You have a point." Reg turned his gaze to Broly. "The Super Saiyan has always been a legend among our Saiyan race. I wish to see which of us the two legendary Super Saiyans is truly stronger." Paragus immediately addressed Broly. "Broly, unleash your full power without restraint. Otherwise, both of us will perish at his hands." "I understand, father." Broly nodded. Reg let out a cold sneer, his form instantly appearing before Broly as he launched a barrage of blindingly fast punches and kicks. Whoosh! Thud! 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 Reg's attacks were so swift that Broly couldn't even track his movements before his body was pummeled. Bang! After a flurry of blows, Reg clenched his fist and drove it deep into Broly's abdomen. Broly let out a pained cry, spewing a mouthful of bile. Reg then lifted his right foot and sent Broly flying with a powerful kick. With a thunderous crash, Broly's body slammed into a massive mountain behind him. A vast cloud of dust erupted from the ground around the mountain. Reg snorted coldly, gathering a golden energy sphere in his right hand before hurling it toward the peak. Boom! A colossal explosion reduced the mountain to rubble, churning up a thick blanket of dust and smoke across the terrain. As the dust settled, a massive crater was revealed. Broly stood within it, panting heavily, his heart seething with rage. Reg sneered, preparing to press his attack. Huh! Broly suddenly clenched his fists and let out a fierce roar. An immensely powerful aura erupted from his body. The ground around him trembled violently under the pressure of his energy. The earth beneath Broly's feet cracked apart. Green aura. Reg exclaimed, his eyes widening in shock as he witnessed the verdant flame rising from Broly. Huh! Broly's muscles swelled, his irises turned gold, and his hair stood on end. This was his great ape form compressed into a humanoid state. In essence, Broly had stored the power of the great ape within his human body. Upon achieving this form, he ceased his energy surge. This was the most powerful form he could currently control. He's not a Super Saiyan. Reg felt a twinge of disappointment at the sight of Broly's great ape transformation. He had hoped Broly would face him as a Super Saiyan. Yet Broly still refused to assume that legendary form. Is he looking down on me? Fuming with displeasure, Reg charged at Broly. Broly met him, heat and fists clenched. Whoosh! Bang! 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 They collided, instantly engaging in a fierce brawl that kicked up clouds of dust with every impact. Wherever they passed, boulders were shattered into fragments. Bang! Reg pulled back his right fist and delivered a blow that sent Broly flying hundreds of meters away. Broly dug his feet into the ground to halt his momentum, then charged back at Reg like a ferocious beast. Reg sneered, firing dozens of energy blasts from his hands. Huh! Broly roared, weaving through the barrage as he raced forward at full speed. Boom! 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 The energy blast struck the ground around Broly, detonating one after another and blanketing the area in thick smoke. In that instant, Broly reached Reg and launched a flurry of lightning-fast strikes. Reg clenched his fists and retaliated. Soon they were locked in a ferocious melee on the ground. Bang! Reg's fist connected, sending Broly crashing into a mountain behind him. Broly! Paragus' face twisted with anxiety. Reg raised his right hand, conjuring a massive energy sphere that he hurled at Broly. Broly! Paragus screamed in desperation. Opt! Broly's face contorted with fear as the energy wave hurtled toward him. With a deafening roar, the mountain crumbled under the immense force of the energy wave, hurling Broly's body backward. Broly! Paragus cried out. Opt! Just as the energy wave was about to detonate, Broly stared at it, his mind snapping as he let out a primal scream. Bang! A colossal aura erupted from Broly's body. His hair and eyebrows turned gold, his pupils vanished, and he lost all reason. This was the legendary Super Saiyan. He's finally transformed. Reg narrowed his eyes. Huh? Broly roared, unleashing an overwhelming surge of power that neutralized the energy wave completely. Reg snorted, instantly teleporting before Broly. Huh? In his berserk state, Broly swung a fist at the sudden apparition. Reg clenched his fists and met the attack. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With earth-shattering sounds, their forms became streaks of light clashing in the sky. Golden and green rings bloomed across the heavens, the aftermath of their colliding energies. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Broly, lost to his rage, felt no pain. Each blow from Reg only provoked a ferocious counterattack. Damn it! Reg glared at the uncontrollable Broly, then soared into the sky, unleashing a volley of arrow-like energy blasts. In his transformed state, Broly's power rivaled Reg's. With his reckless damage-for-damage style, even a victory would be a Pyrrhic one. Huh? Broly dodged the incoming blasts, charging at Reg, while firing energy spheres from his right hand. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Their energy attacks collided in midair, creating a series of massive explosions. Thick smoke filled the sky. Reg gritted his teeth, ceasing his energy barrage and charging at Broly instead. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Soon the two were locked in fierce combat in the sky. This Broly is truly formidable, barely over 30 years old, yet he already possesses power rivaling Super Saiyan 4. Fortunately, I was clever enough to let Reg test the waters first. Gohan mused inwardly. Bang! At that moment, Reg clenched his right fist and punched Broly down toward the ground. With a thunderous crash, Broly's body hurtled like a beam of light, slamming heavily into the earth. The ground erupted in a vast cloud of dust. Huff! Huff! Reg gasped for breath, gazing wearily at Broly on the ground. Meanwhile, Gohan opened his right hand and examined the cosmic seed energy within, finding it had nearly reached 5%. If a single battle yielded 5%, then by observing 20 more such fights, he should be able to fully charge the cosmic seed's energy. After a moment, the dust settled, revealing a sizable crater. Broly stood within it, panting heavily. Then with a fierce roar, Broly charged back at Reg in the sky. Whoosh! Thud! 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 The two were soon embroiled in a fierce aerial battle. Watching this, Gohan stroked his chin. Though Broly was immensely powerful, he seemed to be showing signs of fatigue. In the Dragon Ball theatrical version, the rampaging Broly had effortlessly overpowered Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Vegeta, even thrashing Golden Frieza for an hour. If the current Broly possessed the same strength as in the movie, he should still have plenty of stamina left. This suggested that Broly's current power might not yet have reached that level. Bang! Just as Gohan was lost in thought, the two grabbed each other's hands, straining in midair. As they vied for dominance, their bodies slowly descended. Thud! Just before hitting the ground, Broly exerted his strength and hurled Reg away. Reg stomped the ground behind him and charged back at Broly. Broly let out a guttural roar, throwing a full-powered punch at Reg. Reg clenched his right fist and met it head-on. With an earth-shattering boom, the ground around them quaked violently. An immense aura erupted from their fists, radiating outward. After a brief stalemate, both simultaneously pushed with all their might, sending each other staggering back. Huff! Huff! Reg gasped heavily, preparing to charge at Broly once more. But then his body reverted to its base form. What? Reg was stunned. He hadn't expected to exhaust his stamina battling Broly. He reverted. Paragus smiled faintly. With Reg's transformation undone, it meant he had no strength left to fight Broly. This battle was still Broly's victory. Damn it. Reg gritted his teeth and charged at Broly. Broly clenched his right fist and struck Reg down in a single blow. Reg collapsed and immediately fell unconscious. Broly glanced at Reg's prone form, then reverted to his base state and passed out as well. A draw. Paragus stared at the two unconscious figures and flew toward Reg. Whoosh! Thud! He landed before Reg, ready to kill him. Bang! Suddenly a searing pain struck him and he fell unconscious. Gohan looked at the incapacitated Paragus, retrieved the cosmic mirror from his system, and sent Reg back to planet Bembi. Then he returned to planet Vampa and roused the unconscious Broly. The planet teemed with monsters, and if Gohan hadn't woken Broly, he might have become their prey. On planet Bembi, after a period of unconsciousness, Reg awoke. He found Sapari sitting by his bedside. You're awake. Reg nodded. Is this planet Bembi? Yes, why? By the way, Reg, how did you get so badly injured? I was taken to planet Vampa today. Planet Vampa. Isn't that one of the harshest environments in the universe? Yes, I encountered a Super Saiyan named Broly there. A Super Saiyan. Sapari was astonished. Though Super Saiyans were common on planet Bimbi, it was a different matter on another planet. Before Reg was born, Super Saiyans had always been the stuff of Saiyan legend. It wasn't until Reg arrived on planet Bimbi that Sapari first saw a legendary Super Saiyan. Drawn to Reg's identity and appearance, she quickly fell in love with him and bore him many children. Moreover, most of their children could transform into Super Saiyans by a certain age. Reg nodded. And he's a different kind of Super Saiyan. Yes, his aura is green, and he only has one transformation. Green. How strong is he? He's incredibly powerful. Even my Super Saiyan 4 form lost to him. What? Even your Super Saiyan 4? Reg nodded. Broly had a battle power of 10,000 at birth, which is why King Vegeta exiled him to planet Vampa. Then how did you get back from that planet? I don't know. After Broly defeated me, I blacked out, and the next time I woke up, I was here. I see. Yes, I suspect someone set me up. Set you up? Reg nodded. Their goal was probably to make me fight Broly. Fight? What do they gain from that? I don't know. But if I ever find out who it is, I won't let them off. Sapari nodded. On Earth, Gohan returned home in high spirits, guiding Goten's training. Then he began planning his next scheme to collect cosmic seed energy. In West City at Bulma's house. After a day of hesitation, Trunks decided to tell Vegeta that he wanted to become Gohan's disciple. At that moment, Vegeta was training in the gravity chamber. Trunks opened the door and walked in. Vegeta glanced at him before resuming his training. Father, what is it? Vegeta continued doing one-fingered push-ups. I want to train under Goten's older brother. Goten's older brother. Vegeta's index finger froze mid-motion. Why? Yes. Trunks said nervously. If you want to train, why not train with me? Vegeta asked with a somewhat fierce expression. His son not only refused to train with him, but also wanted to become Gohan's disciple. Wasn't that infuriating? Father, I just don't want to lose to Goten. Lose to Goten. Yes, father. Gohan is now teaching Goten the 20-fold harmless Kaioken. If I don't work harder, I won't even be able to beat Goten in the future. 20-fold harmless Kaioken. Yes, father. Goten told me this technique can even be used in Super Saiyan form. Used in Super Saiyan form. Vegeta was startled. If the 20-fold harmless Kaioken could be used in Super Saiyan form, it would unleash 20 times the combat power of a Super Saiyan. Trunks nodded. Father, Gohan also knows instant transmission and the multiform technique. Do you know these, father? Vegeta glared at Trunks upon hearing this. No. After all this, Trunks was belittling him for not knowing any impressive skills. Startled, Trunks quickly said, I'm sorry, father. If you disagree, I won't become Gohan's disciple. Vegeta's expression softened slightly upon hearing this. You can become Son Gohan's disciple, but I have one condition. What condition, father? Trunks asked. The condition is that you must never lose to Son Goten. Always proud, Vegeta naturally didn't want Trunks to be weaker than Goten, who was a year younger. Okay, father. Then can I go to Goten now? Vegeta nodded. Seeing this, Trunks happily left the gravity room. On Mount Pozu, Son Goten and Legus were currently learning the 20-fold harmless Kaioken. However, they were still in the stage of controlling the Kaioken, far from mastering the 20-fold harmless version. As the two trained, a figure flew over from afar. It was Trunks. Trunks. Trunks nodded and landed swiftly on the grass before them. Goten, where's your brother? My brother is training in the gravity room. Is that so? Why are you here, Trunks? Goten asked. My father agreed to let me become Gohan's disciple. Trunks said. Really? That's great. Trunks nodded. They'll go find Gohan now and come back to you later. Okay. Goten nodded. With that, Trunks flew towards the distant gravity room. Looks like he'll have another junior disciple. Legus said, watching Trunks fly away. Junior disciple. A junior disciple means someone who shares the same master, but entered later than me. I see. Does that make me your junior disciple, Legus? No. Gohan is your brother. He teaches you because you are his brother. I see. In the gravity room, Son Gohan was doing one-fingered push-ups when the door suddenly opened. Gohan turned his head and saw Trunks. Trunks. Trunks nodded. Gohan, my father agreed to let me become your disciple. Whoosh. Thud. Hearing this, Gohan pushed off the ground with his right hand and quickly stood up. Is that so? Trunks said, preparing to step into the gravity room, but Gohan stopped him. Don't come in, Trunks. The gravity here is 800 times normal. 800 times. Trunks trembled and quickly withdrew his raised right foot. His father usually trained under 500 times gravity and only in Super Saiyan form. Yet Gohan could train under 800 times gravity without even transforming. Seeing this, Gohan immediately restored the gravity to normal and walked before Trunks. Trunks, do you truly wish to become my disciple? Trunks nodded firmly. Then go train with Goten and the others. Okay, Gohan. But can you teach me the multiform technique? Train with them first. They'll have Legis teach you later. Okay, Gohan. No, master. It's fine, you can still call me Gohan. Though Trunks wasn't blood-related, Gohan considered him a younger brother. Okay, Mas. Gohan. They'll go now, Gohan. Gohan nodded. That evening, after a day of training, Trunks returned home. Shortly after Trunks sat down, Vegeta suddenly emerged from the gravity room. Father. Trunks greeted him. Vegeta nodded and walked before Trunks. Trunks, how was training today? It was okay. Is that so? How about training with me for a while? Train with you? Yes. Not willing. No. I'm just a bit tired. Could we train together tomorrow instead? Vegeta stared at him coldly. But didn't you say today that you don't want to lose to Goten? Without waiting for Trunks to agree, he dragged him into the gravity room. Father. Trunks wept silently inside. He had thought that morning that Vegeta was a reasonable good father, but it seemed he was wrong. In the following days, Trunks not only trained with Son Gohan, but also endured Vegeta's special training at home. He was pushed to the absolute limit. Time flew by and 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. After 5 months of training, Son Gohan finally raised his combat power to 1 trillion. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for reaching a combat power of 1 trillion. Rewards: Ultra Instinct, including Ultra Instinct, Avatar Time, Prison Energy, Distortion Space, Ability, Super Dragon Balls, usable once a year, 999 cents of beans. Super Dragon Balls. Gohan was astonished. He had planned to collect the Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe, but the system directly rewarded him with them. Yes, Master. System, if my power reaches 10 trillion, will I be rewarded with the Omni King's erase? You will know when Master reaches 10 trillion. Can I make a wish with the Super Dragon Balls? Yes, Master. What is your wish? I want Earth's defenses to become universal level, but only underground, not on the surface. Understood, Master. Master, your wish has been granted. Already granted. Yes, Master, why don't you give it a try? Try my ass, I don't want to blow up the Earth. As he spoke, Son Gohan immediately took out the all-seeing mirror from the system to check where Hit from the 6th universe was now. He had long desired to fight Hit, and now that he had attained Ultra Instinct, he naturally wished to test his strength against him. Through the all-seeing mirror, Son Gohan saw a man with purple skin clad in a black coat sitting alone in a bar drinking. This man was Hit. Upon seeing Hit, Son Gohan immediately used the all-seeing mirror to transport himself to the bar where Hit was. Hit, who had been drinking, felt a surge of caution the moment Son Gohan appeared suddenly before him. As the premier assassin of the 6th universe, Hit possessed an acute perception of danger. You're Hit, aren't you? Son Gohan walked up to Hit and asked. Upon hearing this, Hit immediately set down his wine glass. I am. May I ask what business you have with me? I want to fight you. Son Gohan declared. Fight? Yes, fight. Sorry, I'm an assassin. I have no interest in anything outside of my contracts. What if I hire you to fight me? And the payment? I don't have it now, I'll give it to you next time. Then come back when you do. Is that so? Then I'm afraid it'll have to be rude. With that, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Hit was startled. Son Gohan clenched his fists and swung at Hit. Hit rose from his chair and dodged the attack. Son Gohan clenched his fists again and continued his assault on Hit. Hit's figure flickered and he instantly left the bar. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately gave chase. After a while, Hit led Son Gohan to a desolate mountain range and stopped. So have you changed your mind about fighting me? Son Gohan said, looking around. No, I just didn't want to be bothered. Hit replied. Regardless, I'm glad you're willing to fight me. Upon hearing this, Hit immediately activated his time skip and charged at Son Gohan. Son Gohan clenched his fists and punched forward. A red light appeared, instantly teleporting his fists right in front of Hit. This was Son Gohan's newly acquired ability, the power to distort space with energy. Bam bam bam. Caught off guard by the sudden teleportation of Son Gohan's fists, Hit's face was struck, and he stumbled backward a few steps. Hit wiped the wound on his face with his hand, his expression turning grave. Son Gohan grinned, ready to use his spatial distortion ability again to attack Hit. Hit's form flickered, and in an instant, he was before Son Gohan, launching an attack. Son Gohan raised his arms to block, but the force sent him skidding backward. At that moment, Hit activated his time skip once more and charged at Son Gohan. Seeing this, Son Gohan also activated his time skip. Boom. Son Gohan's right fist slammed into Hit's abdomen. Hit let out a sharp cry of pain, clutching his stomach. Time skip. Hit stared at Son Gohan. Who are you? How do you also know time skip? My name is Son Gohan. As for how I know time skip, I can't tell you. Upon hearing this, Hit, enduring the pain in his abdomen, lowered his hand. Son Gohan, your time skip is about 0.2 seconds faster than mine, isn't it? Son Gohan nodded. He had indeed enhanced his time skip to leap 0.3 seconds through time. Hit's current time skip only allowed him to leap 0.1 seconds. Seeing this, Hit's body was enveloped in a purple aura, his expression turning serious. Son Gohan clenched his fists and a red aura erupted around him. Kaioken. As the words left his mouth, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Hit was startled, but still charged at Son Gohan. 10 times Kaioken. Son Gohan roared, his body transforming into a red flash that reached Hit in an instant. Bam! Son Gohan's right fist connected with Hit's abdomen, sending him flying. Boom! Hit's body, like a ray of light, crashed heavily into the mountain behind him. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Huh! Son Gohan shouted, firing a barrage of energy blasts from his hands toward the mountain. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Under the relentless assault of energy blasts, the mountain was quickly obliterated into rubble. Just then a figure suddenly appeared behind Son Gohan. It was Hit. Son Gohan shifted forward and turned to face him. In that instant, Hit's form vanished, reappearing to Son Gohan's left. Son Gohan clenched his fists and struck at Hit. Hit's figure flickered, and he drove his right fist toward Son Gohan's abdomen. Bam! Just as Hit's fist was about to land, a hand suddenly caught it. That hand belonged to Son Gohan. You're not the only one who can use time skip. Hearing this, Hit withdrew his fist and leaped back hundreds of meters. Huh! At that moment, Son Gohan clenched his fists and a towering red aura erupted from him. Boom! The ground for tens of thousands of miles began to shake violently. 20 times Kaioken. Son Gohan roared, his body turning into a red streak as he charged at Hit. Hit was shocked, but he too erupted in a purple aura and met the charge. Whoosh! Bam bam bam! In the blink of an eye, they clashed, their movements as fast as flashes of light as they battled in the sky. Their attacks were so swift that most of them landed on each other. Huh! With a mighty shout, Son Gohan's right fist connected, sending Hit plummeting from the sky to the ground. With a thunderous crash, Hit's body struck the earth like a meteor. A massive cloud of dust was kicked up. Huff! Huff! Son Gohan panted heavily, dispersing the Kaioken aura. As the dust settled, a crater dozens of meters deep was revealed. Hit stood within it, breathing heavily, looking exhausted. I concede. Son Gohan was stunned. Hit had actually admitted defeat. After speaking, Hit's form vanished from the spot. Son Gohan glanced around, and confirming Hit had truly left, he took out the cosmic seed he kept in his clothes to examine it. The cosmic seed had now gathered 10% of its energy. This meant that his fight with Hit had contributed about 5%. Still 90% to go. Son Gohan stored the cosmic seed away. He had initially thought he would need to use Ultra Instinct to deal with Hit. However, it turned out that Hit was not as formidable as he had imagined. In the current timeline, aside from the gods of destruction and angels, only Jiren, Topo, Broly, and Reg seemed to be relatively strong. Since Jiren, Topo, and Vermaud were connected, Son Gohan had no intention of battling them. As for Reg and Broly, he could consider it. However, even if he fought them, he would at most elevate the cosmic seed's energy to 20%. After some deliberation, Son Gohan decided to return to training first. When his strength was sufficient, everything would naturally fall into place. Time flew by, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. Videl had turned 15. Since girls develop earlier, she was now as beautiful as she appeared in the anime. At this moment, she stood on the grassy field of Mount Pozu, trying to pick up the Z sword lying on the ground. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not lift it. Seeing this, Son Goten and Trunks, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. Sister Videl, there's no way you can lift the Z sword. Videl snorted, a look of defiance on her face. What's so great about that? When I get stronger, I'll definitely be able to lift the Z sword. Upon hearing this, Son Goten strained to lift the Z sword. This particular Z sword was not the one from the realm of the Kais. It was one that Son Gohan had fished up in his spare time. He had fished up over a dozen in total, so he had given one to each of them, including Son Goten and the others. As for Videl, although Son Gohan also wanted to give her one, she couldn't even lift it, so he naturally refrained. Huh. After lifting the Z sword, Son Goten immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan. Videl snorted and walked towards the gravity room where Son Gohan was training. Sister Videl. Son Goten called out to her. Videl continued walking forward as if she hadn't heard him. Soon Videl reached the gravity room and opened its door. She saw Son Gohan and Ragus training inside. Videl. Ragus called out. Videl nodded and then called out to Son Gohan, who was training. Master. Son Gohan looked at Videl. Is there something you need, Videl? Master, do you have any more fruit of the Tree of Might? I do, but not many. Son Gohan said, glancing at the 30 fruits of the Tree of Might in his system. Then, Master, could you give me one? I want to become stronger than I am now. Master, I want one too, said Ragus. Ahem. Son Gohan coughed. Well, actually, if you want to become stronger, you don't necessarily have to eat the fruit of the Tree of Might. Not eat the fruit of the Tree of Might. Then, Master, what other way do you have to help us improve our strength? Ragus asked. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan immediately adjusted the gravity in the room back to normal. Follow me. Yes, Master. The two immediately followed Son Gohan out of the gravity room. Once outside, Son Gohan quickly flew over to where Son Goten and the others were. Big brother. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Goten Trunks, do you want to become stronger than you are now? Of course we do. Do you have a way to make Goten and me stronger all at once, Gohan? Son Gohan nodded. At that moment, Raditz and Videl also landed beside Son Gohan. Everyone place your hands on my back. They'll take you to planet Namek. Videl, planet Namek. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Upon hearing this, Videl and the others placed their hands on Son Gohan's back. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission to bring the four of them to a village on planet Namek. This village belonged to the Namekians. So many Uncle Piccolos. Son Goten and Trunks were startled to see Namekians everywhere. Although Videl and Raditz remained silent, they were also shocked by the sheer number of Namekians. Only Son Gohan remained calm. Is that Gohan? After the five appeared, several Namekians immediately recognized Son Gohan. Though years had passed and his height and hairstyle had changed slightly, his face remained largely the same. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, who are these people? Asked Nail. These two are my disciples, and this is my younger brother Son Goten, and this is Trunks. Oh, so why have you come here? I wish to see the new Grand Elder and ask for a favor. Alright, I'll go fetch the Grand Elder right away. Son Gohan nodded. Brother, where is this? Son Goten asked. This is planet Namek, the homeworld of Uncle Piccolo. I see, no wonder there are so many people who look just like Uncle Piccolo. After a while, the new Grand Elder arrived. Upon seeing Son Gohan, the Grand Elder greeted him warmly. Long time no see, Gohan. Long time no see. Gohan, what brings you here? It's like this, these are my disciples. I'd like to ask you to unlock their hidden potential. Unlock their potential, huh? Upon hearing this, a bead of cold sweat formed on the Grand Elder's forehead. Yes, what's wrong? It's nothing. Although I have succeeded as the Grand Elder, I am not yet able to unlock others' potential like the previous Grand Elder could. You can't. Yes. The previous Grand Elder was the oldest of all Namekians. That ability requires time to master, and I do not yet possess it. I see. However, although I cannot unlock their potential, the Dragon Balls of planet Namek can. The Dragon Balls. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Not at all. You saved our planet. A simple wish on the Dragon Balls is nothing. In that case, I thank you on their behalf. The Grand Elder nodded. After a while, Nail and the others brought out the Dragon Balls of planet Namek and summoned Purunga, the Namekian dragon. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only 3. Purunga, my wish is to unlock the hidden potential of these 4. The Grand Elder pointed at Son Goten and the other 3. Very well, I understand. As Purunga spoke, a flash of red light shone from his eyes, and the potential within the 4 was unlocked. Instantly, the 4 felt their power increase significantly. Your wish has been granted. Do you have any other wishes? Not for now, said the Grand Elder. Very well. Until we meet again. Purunga then transformed back into the Namekian Dragon Balls. Master, have the potentials within our bodies been unlocked? Asked Videl. Son Gohan nodded. Then, Great Elder, shall we return? Oh yes. The Great Elder nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission to bring the 4 of them back to Earth. Upon returning to Earth, the 4 were overjoyed. Without any training, their strength had increased considerably. So Videl will go back to training now. Son Gohan glanced at Videl and said, Videl nodded. The next morning, since Raditz had already mastered the 20-fold Kaioken with no drawbacks, starting today, he would teach her the instant transmission of the Yardratians. Of course, it wasn't him personally teaching, but his clone. Since instant transmission placed no restrictions on power, Videl could also learn it. At that moment, Son Gohan's clone stood on a grassy field instructing the 4. To learn instant transmission, the most important thing is to sense ki. So begin with sensing ki. Videl, sensing ki. Yes. Try sensing your father's ki, then try sensing ki from farther away. Alright, he'll try. Videl said, focusing her mind. Since there was so much ki on Earth, it took Videl a while to find Mr. Satan's ki. Found it. Son Gohan's clone nodded. Now try sensing ki from even farther away. See how far you can sense. Raditz, you too. Alright. The 4 nodded. Time flew by, and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. After 6 months, Son Gohan had grown significantly, now about as tall as he was during the Majin Buu saga. At that moment, Son Gohan's clone was on Mount Pozu teaching Son Goten and the others instant transmission. After 6 months of training, they could now perform it. However, their instant transmission was inconsistent, and due to their inaccurate ki sensing, they often teleported to the wrong places. So whenever they practiced instant transmission, Son Gohan's clone had to accompany them to avoid accidents. Just as Son Gohan's clone was instructing them, 2 figures suddenly appeared on Mount Pozu. They were the East Kaishin and Kibito. Kaishin. Son Gohan's clone said calmly upon seeing them. Long time no see, Son Gohan. The East Kaishin forced a smile. Brother, do you know them? Asked Son Goten. He is Lord Kaioshin. Lord Kaioshin. A god 2 ranks higher than Lord Kai. Is that so? And the other? He's his attendant. Attendant? So like a servant. Kibito blushed. Something like that. Now what brings you to Earth today? Son Gohan's clone looked at them. Son Gohan, a highly dangerous being has arrived on Earth. A highly dangerous being? Yes. His name is Babidi, a wizard. A wizard, said Videl. Yes. Long ago when humans were just learning to walk, there were 5 Kaioshin in the universe, the 4 cardinal Kaioshin, and the great Kaioshin, who governed them. The universe was once peaceful, but one day an evil wizard named Babidi created a monster called Majin Buu. To conquer the universe, Babidi had Majin Buu destroy planets everywhere. Majin Buu was incredibly powerful, destroying countless planets in just a few days. The bravest, the South Kaioshin, went to fight and stop him, but was absorbed by Majin Buu. Later, the North Kaioshin learned of this and fought Majin Buu, but met a tragic end at his hands. After hearing about it, the West Kaioshin and I went to fight Majin Buu, but he was too strong. To protect me, the West Kaioshin also died. Finally, the Great Kaioshin stepped in. At first, he had the upper hand. Knowing he couldn't win, Majin Buu absorbed the Great Kaioshin. Son Gohan's clone rubbed his chin. Why didn't the 5 of you fight him together? We never imagined Majin Buu would be this powerful. The East Kaioshin gritted his teeth. What happened next? Asked Ragus. For some reason, Babidi sealed Majin Buu and placed him on your Earth. Earth? Yes. Later, while Majin Buu was sealed, I found Babidis' lair and destroyed him. I thought it was over, but recently something terrible happened. Something terrible, said Son Goten. Babidi had a son named Babidi. Like his father, he is an evil wizard and can undo Majin Buu's seal. Not long ago, Babidi arrived on Earth. Fearing he might revive Majin Buu, I came specifically to find Son Gohan. Master. Ragus and Videl immediately looked at Son Gohan's clone. Then, Master, should we find this Babidi? No need. If Majin Buu really appears, I will handle it. The East Kaioshin was stunned. Son Gohan, I know you are strong, but Majin Buu is not as simple as you think. Alright, I understand. When Majin Buu appears, I will personally eliminate him. No, Son Gohan, you must believe me. Majin Buu is far more dangerous than you imagine. Alright. When I have time, I'll take care of that guy for you. Son Gohan's clone said impatiently. Seeing this, the East Kaioshin could say no more and left with Kibito. On the Kaioshin realm, the Elder Kaioshin sat leisurely on the grass. 2 figures suddenly appeared, the East Kaioshin and Kibito. How did it go? The Elder Kaioshin asked. He didn't agree. He just said he'd deal with Majin Buu when he had time. The East Kaioshin lowered his head. I see. He's probably brushing you off. But don't worry too much. Son Gohan is very strong. That Majin Buu you speak of might not be a match for him. Ancestor, is Son Gohan really that strong? Of course. When he transformed into Super Saiyan 4 that day, didn't you sense how immense his energy was? I did sense it, but Son Gohan's energy has always been formidable. I just don't know exactly how powerful he has become now. Never mind. You don't need to worry about Earth. With Son Gohan here, the planet should be safe. On Earth, after the East Kaioshin and his group departed, Son Goten and Trunks grew intrigued by the mention of Babidi and Majin Buu. Brother, why don't we go find this Babidi, said Son Goten. Oh, you're interested in this Babidi, Goten? Yes, brother. Son Goten nodded. Alright, but you'll need to learn instant transmission first. Hearing this, Son Goten's heart sank with disappointment. Also, I want to teach you two a new technique. A new technique. Son Goten and Trunks' eyes lit up at once. What technique is it, brother? It's called fusion. Fusion. Simply put, it allows 2 fighters of equal power to merge into one, becoming incredibly strong. I see. So will they stay fused forever? Asked Trunks. No. The fusion only lasts 30 minutes, after that they automatically separate. Videl, would you two like to learn? Videl and Legus exchanged glances and shook their heads. I think we'll pass. Videl wasn't unwilling to fuse with Legus, but their power levels were too disparate and merging might actually weaken them. Very well. Son Gohan's clone began teaching Son Goten and the others the fusion technique. Out of curiosity, Videl and Legus watched the lesson. As Son Gohan's clone demonstrated the fusion dance steps, Videl immediately felt the movements were embarrassingly awkward. Time flew and half a year passed in the blink of an eye. After 6 months of training, Son Goten and Trunks finally mastered instant transmission. Son Gohan had promised that once they learned the technique, he would take them to find Babidi, deep within a desolate mountain range on Earth. Son Gohan led the group toward a white structure, the entrance to Babidi's spaceship elevator. Brother, is this the place? Asked Son Goten, eyeing the elevator doors. Yes. Inside Babidi's spaceship. Babidi watched Son Gohan and his companions through his crystal ball. Beside him stood a tall man in blue clothing, Dabura, the king of the demon realm. Who are these people? How did they find this place? I don't know, said Dabura, shaking his head. But they seem to possess immense energy within them. If we could harness their power, we might revive Majin Buu sooner. Is that so? I say we lure them in and drain their energy. Excellent idea. Babidi smirked sinisterly. As they spoke, Son Gohan and his group had already taken the elevator to the 3rd level of the spaceship. They're coming in on their own. Even better. Saves me the trouble of luring them. Babidi nodded. They'll contact Pui now to deal with them. Dabura nodded. On the 3rd level, Son Goten and Trunks looked around curiously. Brother, is Babidi really hiding here? There's no one around. As he spoke, a large door slid open, revealing a man with black skin, white armor, and a white helmet. Pui emerged, and the group's attention shifted to him. Who are you? Pui chuckled. My name is Pui. I serve Lord Babidi. Lord Babidi? Son Goten repeated. Yes. Who are you people daring to trespass on Lord Babidi's territory? My name is Son Goten. Son Goten replied innocently. Pui snorted. I don't care who you are. Since you're here, you're not leaving. Son Goten turned to Trunks. Trunks, how about I take this guy? No way. Let's rock, paper, scissors for it. All right. The two immediately began to play. Rock, paper, scissors. Pui fumed. They were completely ignoring him. Just as he prepared to attack, Son Goten's excited voice rang out. I won. Fine, you go first this time. Trunks feigned calm, inwardly wondering how he lost. Son Goten nodded and faced Pui. He'll be your opponent. Pui sneered. Kid, you'll regret facing me. Why? Asked Son Goten innocently. Because he'll kill you. Pui growled. Oh, enough talk. He'll finish you now. Pui clenched his fist and charged at Son Goten. In an instant, he was upon him, his fists flying like the wind. Son Goten dodged left and right with ease, evading every strike. Damn it. Pui roared, throwing a full-force punch. Bang. Son Goten raised his left hand, effortlessly catching Pui's fist. Is that all you've got? Pui yanked back his fist and retreated. Watching through the crystal ball, Babidi turned to Dabura. Dabura, what environment favors Pui in battle? Probably his home planet. A high-gravity world. A high-gravity planet. Yes. Dabura nodded. Babidi immediately used his magic to transform the surroundings into a high-gravity planet. The gravity feels heavier, Videl observed. Pui chuckled, picking up a rock. This is a high-gravity planet, my birthplace. Its gravity is 10 times that of Earth. Upon hearing this, Son Goten turned around to look behind him. Big brother, can I eliminate him? Son Gohan nodded. You bastard. Pui exclaimed in anger, his body swiftly charging towards Son Goten. Son Goten's figure flickered, instantly appearing behind Pui, his right hand emitting a golden aura as he struck out. Pui let out a loud scream as his body turned to ashes. Pui. Babidi's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Son Goten was still so young, yet his strength was already this formidable. Dabura, however, wore a look of disdain. That Pui is utterly useless, eliminated so quickly. On the 3rd level of Babidi's spaceship, Son Goten spoke to Son Gohan with some delight. Big brother, I eliminated him. Although Pui was weak, Son Goten felt a thrill from his first battle with an alien. Son Gohan nodded. Then Goten, shall we head to the next level? Okay. With that, Son Gohan led the 4 of them to the next level. The elevator moved swiftly, and soon the 5 arrived at the 2nd level. They glanced around, but found no one. Big brother Gohan, it seems empty here. Just then an automatic door on the 2nd level slid open. A monster with green skin resembling a mantis stepped out. This being was Yakon, a minion Babidi had subdued in the universe. As he walked, saliva dripped from his mouth. Trunks, a huge mantis appeared. Goten, that's no mantis, it's clearly a monster, isn't it? Mantis? What's that? Yakon asked, curious about their conversation. A mantis is an insect. Trunks replied. What? You two dare say I look like an insect? You insolent brats, just wait till I devour you both. Trunks chuckled lightly. Monster, don't think I fear you just because you're big. Don't you dare cry and beg for mercy when I beat you. You arrogant little brat. Yakon roared, leaping off the ground and charging at Trunks. Huh. Trunks let out a fierce cry, transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at Yakon. Light. Seeing the golden light radiating from Trunks, Yakon opened his mouth and inhaled. Instantly, a powerful suction force emanated from Yakon's mouth, absorbing all the Super Saiyan energy from Trunks into his stomach. Trunks' body reverted to its normal state. What? Startled Trunks halted in his tracks. Yakon then sneered triumphantly at Trunks. That light of yours was delicious. Light? You mean you like eating light? Yes. So why don't you transform again? Yakon grinned. Fine. Trunks said, transforming back into a Super Saiyan. You fool, you actually transformed again. Then I won't hold back. Yakon opened his mouth once more, absorbing Trunks' Super Saiyan energy. Soon Trunks reverted to normal again. Again, he shouted, transforming into a Super Saiyan once more. Gohan laughed heartily, absorbing the Super Saiyan energy for the third time. His stomach, now swollen with the absorbed energy, began to glow. Suddenly, Gohan's belly swelled, unable to contain any more energy. "Up!" Trunks yelled, forcibly channeling his Super Saiyan energy into Gohan's mouth. With a thunderous explosion, Gohan's body self-destructed. Babidi spaceship shook violently from the blast. After a moment, a massive hole was blown into the floor of the second level. That Gohan self-destructing from absorbing too much energy. Babidi fumed as he watched Gohan's self-destruction through the crystal ball. The giant egg sealing Majin Buu was stored within the spaceship. The explosion could have inadvertently awakened Majin Buu, causing trouble. Though Babidi wished to revive Majin Buu, he wanted to do so only after gathering sufficient energy. He had no idea if Majin Buu could still be revived after all this time. Any mistake could ruin the revival, and he would regret it forever. Thinking this, Babidi immediately checked the giant egg sealing Majin Buu. After confirming it was intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Dabura, what should we do now? It seems I must step in. No matter how strong they are, they can't surpass me, the king of the demon realm," Dabura declared with confidence. Babidi nodded. "I'll leave it all to you then." Dabura nodded. On the second level of Babidi's spaceship, after Gohan's death, son Gohan and the others descended through the blasted hole to the first level. Having learned from the previous encounters, son Goten and the others remained silent, waiting for the enemy to appear. Soon a blue figure emerged from an automatic door. It was Dabura. "He's here, but we've both fought already, so who's next?" Son Goten remarked, eyeing Dabura. Trunks looked towards son Gohan. Son Gohan turned to Largus. "Largus, how about you fight him?" Though Largus wasn't a Saiyan, her strength was formidable, and she was older than Goten and Trunks. "Yes, master." Largus nodded. Son Gohan had brought them along not just to confront Babidi, but also to give them combat experience. Despite their power, Largus and the others had little real battle experience. This was a perfect opportunity. Dabura snorted coldly. "You insult me by sending a mere girl to fight me. Are you that strong? I am Dabura, the king of the demon realm. I never heard of you. You insolent wretch." Dabura fumed. "Glass." At that moment, Largus chanted softly and numerous diamond-shaped shards of glass materialized around her. Dabura was startled. The glass then shot toward him like a rain of arrows. Dabura sidestepped to dodge, and a large amount of glass soon fell around him. Witnessing this, Babidi immediately used his magic to transform their surroundings into a place encircled by mountains with a clear lake at the center. Lagus was momentarily distracted by the shifting environment. Seizing the opportunity, Dabura conjured a massive blade in his right hand and charged at her. "Glass dragon!" Lagus shouted, and a dragon composed entirely of glass materialized behind her. The glass dragon was several times her size with a pair of wings on its back. Startled, Dabura nonetheless raised his blade and swung it toward Lagus. Lagus spread her arms wide and made a flapping motion toward Dabura. Before Dabura could fathom her intent, the glass dragon behind Lagus mimicked her gesture, unfurling its wings and beating them forcefully in his direction. A gale like a tornado erupted from the dragon's wings, sweeping toward Dabura. He quickly halted his advance and raised his arms to shield himself. "Huh!" Lagus cried out, and the glass dragon unleashed a barrage of glass shards from its mouth, hurtling toward Dabura. Startled, Dabura hurriedly parried with his blade. Clang, clang, clang. Though most shards were deflected, a few sliced open wounds on his body. "Damn!" Enraged, Dabura vanished and reappeared behind Lagus, raising his blade to strike the glass dragon with all his might. Boom! With one slash, a chunk of glass was hewn from the dragon's back. Lagus spun around and fired an energy wave from her right hand toward the dragon's left wing base. Boom! Dabura, not anticipating the energy wave from that angle, took a direct hit to his right leg and screamed in agony. Ugh! As Lagus prepared to turn the glass dragon, the screaming Dabura suddenly spat a glob of saliva at it. Boom! The saliva struck the dragon, and it visibly transformed into a stone dragon. Weighed down by its new stone form, Lagus could no longer control it, and the stone dragon crashed heavily to the ground with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. The glass dragon turned to stone. Trunks exclaimed in horror. Gohan nodded. "It's because of the saliva Dabura spat just now." "Saliva?" "Yes." Videl, standing nearby, shouted to Lagus. "Lagus, be careful. Don't let him spit on you." "Saliva?" Lagus' expression turned serious as she fixed her gaze on Dabura. He snorted coldly and swiftly charged at her. "Glass!" Lagus murmured, and a flurry of glass shards materialized around her body, attacking Dabura. He dodged and swung his blade, shattering the incoming glass. In the blink of an eye, Dabura was before her, raising his blade to strike. Whoosh! At that moment, Legus used instant transmission to appear behind Dabura, causing his swing to miss. Gone, Dabura gasped. As the words left his lips, Legus kicked upward with her right foot, aiming for his body. Boom. With a resounding impact, Dabura was sent flying like a beam of light. Legus seized the moment to hurl the surrounding glass at him. In an instant, countless glass shards pierced Dabura's body like bullets. He let out a piercing scream, his form riddled like a hedgehog. Seeing this, Legus quickly clasped her hands together behind her back. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. A deep blue energy wave gathered in her hands and blasted toward Dabura. Boom. Crash. With a tremendous explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the sky, unleashing a colossal storm. Dabura. Babiti's heart filled with dread. Dabura was his greatest warrior. If even he was defeated, Babidi stood no chance against them. After a moment, the smoke in the sky cleared and Dabura was nowhere to be seen. Is he gone? Trunks was astonished. Gohan nodded. The Glass Clan is truly formidable. Master. Just then Legus descended from the sky and landed beside Gohan. He nodded. In the control room, Babidi, seeing Dabura defeated, grew frantic. Oh no. Even Dabura is gone. If they find me, I'm as good as dead. Babidi muttered, glancing at the giant egg sealing Majin Buu. Ideally, Buu needed to gather full energy to revive, but now there was no time. The seal on Majin Buu could be broken even without full energy, but Babidi feared that after such a long imprisonment, an incomplete revival might fail. Yet if he didn't break the seal now, he would die and no one else could release Buu. Resolute, Babidi decided. Forget it, he'll release Majin Buu's seal. If those guys get here, I won't have any chance. On the first level of Babidi's spaceship, after Dabura's defeat, Gohan led Goten and the others to find Babidi. To buy time for unsealing Majin Buu, Babidi ordered his soldiers to engage Gohan and the group. But the fighters were too powerful. Within seconds, all of Babidi's soldiers were defeated. Boom. Just as Gohan's team was about to storm the control room, the giant egg containing Majin Buu opened. Yet it was empty, emitting only a puff of pink gas. What's this? Nothing inside. Babidi was filled with utter despair. At that moment, Gohan and the others burst in. Are you Babidi? Goten asked. Clenching his teeth, Babidi replied. Who exactly are you people? Who goes there? Sun Wutian was about to answer when he suddenly noticed a pink aura above them, slowly coalescing into a human silhouette. Such immense energy. Trunks clenched his teeth. What? Babidi looked up immediately. They saw a man with pink skin, bare-chested from the waist up, clad in white trousers and dark brown shoes. Bracers adorned both wrists. His hands were thick and powerful, and his body and face were plump. This man was Majin Buu. As Majin Buu emerged, the Dragon Ball Z warriors on Earth and the Eastern Supreme Kai in the realm of the Kais immediately sensed his formidable energy. Such a powerful aura. Could it be that another incredibly strong being has appeared on Earth? Tien Shinhan remarked, gazing in Majin Buu's direction. In the realm of the Kais, the Eastern Supreme Kai trembled with fear upon sensing Majin Buu's energy. Majin Buu has been revived. Majin Buu. Yes. The Eastern Supreme Kai nodded. There's no mistake. This is definitely Majin Buu's energy. Oh. The Elder Supreme Kai immediately produced a crystal ball to observe the situation on Earth. Through it, he saw Gohan and Majin Buu. Is this the Majin Buu you spoke of? The Eastern Supreme Kai approached and saw Majin Buu in the crystal ball. Indeed, that is Majin Buu. Gohan and Babidi are there as well. The Elder Supreme Kai nodded. It seems Gohan confronted Babidi, who then unsealed Majin Buu. Damn it. I should have found a way to stop Babidi with Kibito before this happened. Do not worry. Since Gohan brought Sun Wutian and the others to confront Majin Buu, he must have a plan. The Eastern Supreme Kai remained skeptical. On Earth, Babidi was overjoyed to see that Majin Buu was unharmed. Majin Buu. With a thunderous crash, Majin Buu descended from midair, slamming his feet deliberately into the ground. The entire spaceship quaked as if struck by an earthquake. The violent tremor sent Babidi sprawling to the floor. Ha ha ha. Majin Buu couldn't help but burst into laughter at the sight of the fallen Babidi. You wretch. Babidi scrambled to his feet, fuming. Majin Buu, I am your master, Babidi. If you dare disrespect me again, I will seal you away. Hearing this, Majin Buu's demeanor shifted instantly. Greetings, Lord Babidi. That's better. Babidi then used his magic to transform the surroundings into a valley enclosed by mountains. Where is this? Videl asked, looking around. I believe this is a location on Earth. Gohan replied. Is that so? Suddenly a figure appeared before them. It was Son Goku. Uncle Goku. Videl greeted him. Goku nodded. Gohan, who is this? His energy is incredibly powerful. His name is Majin Buu. According to the Supreme Kai, he was a fearsome being long ago. Is that so? At that moment, Vegeta and Piccolo arrived. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. Gohan, what's happening? Who is that? Krillin asked. Uncle Krillin, it's nothing serious. A being called Majin Buu has simply been revived. Simply. Krillin was at a loss for words. Majin Buu's energy was so immense, yet Gohan spoke of his revival as if it were trivial. Truly they lived in the same world, yet inhabited different realms. Vegeta snorted coldly and turned to Trunks. Trunks, what are you doing here? Dad, brother Gohan brought us here. Trunks replied, a hint of guilt in his voice. In truth, it was Trunks and son Wu-Tien who had suggested confronting Babidi. If Vegeta discovered they sought a battle with such a formidable foe, he would surely reprimand them. Oh, is that so? Vegeta looked at Gohan. Meanwhile, Babidi, who stood before them, pieced together their conversation and understood why Gohan and the others had sought him out. Are you all agents of the Supreme Kai? No. The Supreme Kai merely informed us about you and Majin Buu. Son Wu-Tien replied. Is that so? I never knew the timid Supreme Kai had such formidable allies. Timid. Indeed. Before Majin Buu was sealed, he dared not confront my father. Only after the sealing did he make a move. In the realm of the Kais, the Eastern Supreme Kai glared at Babidi with fury. Though Babidi spoke the truth, humiliating him before so many was intolerable. Babidi addressed Majin Buu. Majin Buu, dispose of these pests. As you command, Lord Babidi. Whoopee. Majin Buu skipped and hopped toward Gohan and the others. Seeing this, Gohan urged those behind him to retreat. Videl Ragus, Uncle Krillin, all of you fall back. This foe is no ordinary opponent. Understood. Krillin and the others quickly retreated, unwilling to be a burden. Goku turned to Vegeta. Vegeta, do you wish to fight him? His power is extraordinary. Vegeta snorted. Precisely because his power is extraordinary, I want to see just how strong he truly is. Is that so? With a surge of energy, Vegeta clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Oh, Majin Buu paused. Huh. Vegeta clenched his fists again, ascending to Super Saiyan 2. Father, Trunks exclaimed. Majin Buu continued advancing. Vegeta snorted, vanishing and reappearing before Majin Buu in a flash. Then his fists rained down like lightning upon Majin Buu's face. Swish. Bang. 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 Vegeta's fist struck Majin Buu's face with force, causing it to cave inward. Majin Buu. Babidi was stunned. He never expected that the Majin Buu he had longed for would be so pathetically vulnerable. Vegeta snorted coldly, swiftly raising his right foot and kicking Majin Buu. Bang. Majin Buu's body, like a ray of light, was violently sent flying into a large mountain behind him. With a thunderous roar, the ground around the mountain erupted in a vast cloud of dust. The dust spread outward like an explosive mushroom cloud. After a moment, Majin Buu crawled out of the mountain, his face still sunken from the blows. Seeing this, Vegeta snorted coldly, his expression filled with disdain. At that moment, Majin Buu placed both index fingers on the holes near his ears. With a soft pop, his face instantly returned to its original form. Then his sunken abdomen also restored itself. Excellent, Majin Buu. Seeing Majin Buu unharmed, Babidi felt a wave of relief. Majin Buu was now his lifeline. If he died, death would soon follow for Babidi. I'm angry. After his body recovered, Majin Buu's eyes snapped open and thick white steam erupted from the holes on his head. Bang. With that, his body shot toward Vegeta. In an instant, Majin Buu appeared before Vegeta, driving both fists forcefully into his face. Swish. Bang. 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 The speed of Majin Buu's attack was so overwhelming that Vegeta, unable to react, was battered backward repeatedly. Dad. Trunks shouted, lunging toward Majin Buu, but Gohan stopped him. Trunks, if you want to help your father, you must fuse with Goten. Goten. Trunks immediately looked at Goten. Boom. At that moment, Vegeta was kicked by Majin Buu into a large mountain ahead. Goten, let's fuse. Seeing this, Trunks urged anxiously. Okay. Goten nodded. Gohan then vanished and reappeared before Majin Buu. Majin Buu clenched his fists and charged at Gohan. Gohan flickered and appeared high in the sky. Huh. Majin Buu immediately flew upward. Just then, Gohan summoned the Shadow Battle Axe from his system. Axe come. The Shadow Battle Axe instantly multiplied into hundreds of axes hurtling toward Majin Buu. Seeing the incoming axes, Majin Buu fired a barrage of energy blasts at them. Swish. Boom. 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 With each thunderous explosion, the sky was soon filled with thick black smoke. Fu. Shao. Goten and Trunks seized the moment to fuse. With a blinding white light, a figure appeared. Muscular, with hair spiked like Vegeta's, purple on the sides and black in the middle, clad in Metamoran attire. This was Gotenks, the fusion of Goten and Trunks. Fusion? Does that mean Goten and Trunks have merged? Kiririn remarked. Yes. Videl nodded. Their fusion is called Gotenks. Gotenks. In the sky, After Majin Buu's energy blasts hit the Shadow Battle Axe, absorbed them, rendering them useless. Instead, the axe landed several cuts on his body. But these were mere flesh wounds quickly healed by Majin Buu. On the ground, Vegeta had now climbed out of the mountain. Damn it! Vegeta glared resentfully at Majin Buu in the sky. He never imagined that besides Goku and Gohan someone else could surpass him. At that moment, Gotenks instantaneously appeared beside Gohan. Gohan, can I handle Majin Buu? Alright, but be careful. Gotenks nodded. Gohan then vanished and reappeared beside Goku. Gohan, is it wise to leave Majin Buu to them? I'm not sure, but it's an excellent training opportunity. That's true. In the sky, Majin Buu was puzzled when Gohan stepped aside, leaving a mere child to fight him. Still, he didn't underestimate Gotenks. Who are you? My name is Gotenks. Gotenks. That's right, and I'm here to defeat you. Oh, is that so? Then let's see what you've got. Gotenks snorted. You'll find out soon enough. With that, he clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ready? Majin Buu asked. Ready. Huh. In an instant, Gotenks charged at Majin Buu. In a flash, Gotenks was before Majin Buu, his fists striking rapidly. Swish. Bang. 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 Majin Buu raised his arms to block, retreating steadily. Bang. Then Gotenks clenched his right fist and sent Majin Buu flying with a single punch. Majin Buu clenched his fists and soon halted midair. Is that all you've got? Damn it. Enraged by the taunt, Gotenks shot toward Majin Buu. Swish. Just as Gotenks was about to reach him, Majin Buu vanished and reappeared behind him. Before Gotenks could react, Majin Buu leaped and kicked him hard in the back. Bang. With a deafening impact, Gotenks' body plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. 2. After a moment, Gotenks spat out the dust he had swallowed from landing headfirst. Well done, Majin Buu. Babidi cheered. Shadow Battle Axe, go cut him down. Swish. At Gohan's command, the Shadow Battle Axe flew straight toward Babidi. Babidi was greatly alarmed and hastily called out to Majin Buu. Majin Buu, come and save me at once. Majin Buu, however, stood there as if he hadn't heard a word. Damn it. Babidi gritted his teeth and was about to threaten Majin Buu when the Shadow Battle Axe swung down, cleaving toward him. Babidi raised both hands and chanted a spell, rapidly conjuring a protective barrier before him. At that moment, the Shadow Battle Axe swept forward with a mighty slash, and a blade aura flew forth, cleaving Babidi and his barrier asunder. Babidi suddenly felt as if the world had split in two, and then he lost consciousness entirely. Watching the fallen Babidi, Majin Buu's face immediately lit up with delight. He had been pondering how to rid himself of the nuisance that was Babidi, but now Son Gohan had unexpectedly intervened and disposed of him. Damn it, I'm angry. Just then, Gotenks clenched his fists and a terrifying aura erupted from his entire being, surging upward with incredible force. Boom. The ground for hundreds of thousands of li around trembled violently under the influence of Gotenks' aura, and the clouds, which had been drifting lazily, now raced across the sky. With a fierce roar, Gotenks' hair lengthened to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, and his brow bones pressed tightly against his eye sockets. His once plain light green irises now bore deep blue pupils, and the golden aura around his body solidified into a steady glow. This was the legendary Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Oh, Majin Buu's face showed a flicker of interest upon witnessing this transformation. As Super Saiyan 3rd grade, Krillin and the others gasped in astonishment. Seeing their shocked expressions, Gotenks couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. So, Majin Buu, are you intimidated by my Super Saiyan 3rd grade? No, Majin Buu replied flatly. What? Gotenks' anger flared. Is that so? Then I'll soon show you my power. With that, Gotenks took a deep breath and expelled several identical white ghosts from his mouth. What are those? Krillin asked, puzzled. Those are Gohan's bubblegum ghosts. Son Goku explained. Bubblegum ghosts. The others turned to look at Son Gohan. Son Gohan looked somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't expected Gotenks to use that technique at a time like this. It was an incredibly awkward moment. All of you line up and count off. Gotenks commanded the bubblegum ghosts. Yes. The ghosts chorused. 1, 2, 3, 4. 11. Krillin was taken aback once more. Goku, what is Gotenks up to? Son Goku just smiled. You'll see in a moment. Oh. Alright, all you bubblegum ghosts, listen up. Charge at Majin Buu. Yes. All the bubblegum ghosts immediately surged toward Majin Buu. Majin Buu in turn charged straight at them. Soon the ghosts were mere meters away from Majin Buu. The leading ghost grinned and accelerated, hurtling toward him at full speed. Majin Buu clenched his right fist and punched at the ghost. Whoosh. Boom. The instant Majin Buu's fist made contact, the ghost's body erupted in a golden flash, exploding upon impact with the ground. The remaining ghosts followed suit, one after another, diving into the billowing smoke. Boom. 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 Explosion after explosion roared from within the smoke, and massive white mushroom clouds rose from the earth. Krillin and the others watched wide-eyed. So that's how the bubblegum ghosts were meant to be used. After a moment, as the smoke gradually cleared, a sizable crater was revealed, and Majin Buu's body lay scattered across the ground in countless tiny fragments. What? Majin Buu was defeated just like that. I hadn't even used most of my techniques. Believing he had vanquished his foe, Gotenks swelled with pride. But then the fragments of Majin Buu's body on the ground began to writhe like worms, then rose into the air. Soon, all the fragments gathered in the sky, reforming into Majin Buu's shape. And Majin Buu has regenerated. On the Kaioshin realm, Kibito watched in terror. Back on Earth, once his body was whole, Majin Buu glared at Gotenks with unbridled fury. What? You're still alive? I thought you were dead. Gotenks chuckled. I'm angry. Majin Buu roared, and a thick stream of white vapor erupted from the hole on his head. With that, Majin Buu charged at Gotenks at full speed. Gotenks smirked and met him head-on. Whoosh. Bam bam bam. In an instant they clashed, engaging in a fierce aerial battle. Majin Buu lashed out his antenna like a whip, wrapping it around Gotenks' neck. Gotenks responded by biting down hard on the antenna. With a crisp sound, his teeth sank into the antenna. Majin Buu let out a pained cry and retracted it. Gotenks drove his knee upward, ramming it into Majin Buu's abdomen. Majin Buu screamed in agony as he was sent flying backward. Gotenks darted forward, closing the distance, and unleashed a barrage of punches. Still reeling, Majin Buu was pummeled relentlessly, stumbling back. Gotenks halted his punches and delivered a powerful kick to Majin Buu's body. Thud! Majin Buu was sent hurtling through the air. Gotenks brought his hands together behind him, forming a golden energy sphere, and fired it at his opponent. Kaboom! A massive explosion erupted in the sky, generating a tremendous shockwave and a cloud of smoke. When the smoke finally dissipated, Majin Buu stood in midair, his face contorted with rage. Gotenks chuckled, then vanished and reappeared before him, aiming a kick at his head. Bang! Majin Buu raised his right hand and blocked the kick. Gotenks let out a fierce cry, his fists striking at Majin Buu like bolts of lightning. Majin Buu raised both arms, parrying Gotenks' fists while retreating. Bang! After a moment, Gotenks' right foot slammed into Majin Buu's face. Majin Buu screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Gotenks roared, clasping his hands together and smashing them down onto Majin Buu's head. With a thunderous crash, Majin Buu's body shot down like a ray of light, crashing heavily into the ground. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Gotenks shouted, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts from his hands at Majin Buu. Whoosh! Boom! 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 As Gotenks' relentless bombardment continued, colossal, white mushroom clouds rose from the earth. After a moment, Gotenks ceased his energy assault. As the dust cleared, a vast, deep crater was revealed in the ground. A wisp of pink mist floated above the enormous pit. This pink haze was none other than Majin Buu, his body blasted into particles. Whoosh! Soon the pink mist coalesced in the sky, reforming into the shape of Majin Buu. Due to the energy wave attack, Majin Buu's body was charred black when he first began to regenerate. After a few moments, he was fully restored. Can't he be killed? Piccolo said, his expression grim. No, perhaps he wasn't completely annihilated. Gohan replied. Not completely annihilated. Yes, maybe some cells remained or something. Cells. Then Gohan, should you finish him off? Not yet, let Gotenks fight him for now. Alright, you bastard. Once fully recovered, Majin Buu glared at Gotenks with fury. Since his birth, Majin Buu had never suffered such humiliation. Gore. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, white steam billowing from the holes on his head. Getting angry. Gotenks grinned. Suddenly Majin Buu let out a mighty roar and charged at Gotenks at full speed. In an instant, Majin Buu was before Gotenks, his fists lashing out rapidly. Whoosh! Swish swish. Gotenks dodged left and right, evading Majin Buu's attacks. Majin Buu bellowed, driving his knee upward toward Gotenks. Gotenks swiftly retreated. Then Majin Buu brought his hands together, forming a pink energy sphere and firing it at Gotenks. Gotenks shouted, his right foot lashing out and kicking the energy sphere straight back. Caught off guard by the deflection, Majin Buu was struck by his own returned energy blast. With a resounding boom, the energy sphere exploded in the sky, blasting Majin Buu's body to pieces. Gotenks watched calmly, waiting for Majin Buu to regenerate. After a while, the smoke in the sky dissipated, but Majin Buu was not within it. He had somehow appeared behind Gotenks. Majin Buu swung a roundhouse kick at Gotenks' body. Whoosh! Just as the kick was about to land, Gotenks vanished and reappeared behind Majin Buu. Gotenks roared, pulling his right leg back like a soccer player and kicking Majin Buu. Bang! Majin Buu was sent flying forward. Seizing the moment, Gotenks quickly brought his hands together. Me. Me? Huh. A deep blue energy wave formed in Gotenks' hands and blasted toward Majin Buu. Bang! The Kamehameha struck Majin Buu, propelling him backward. Kaboom! A colossal explosion erupted in the sky, emitting a blindingly brilliant light. A massive shockwave followed, sweeping across the surroundings. Goku and the others shielded their eyes. When the smoke from the explosion cleared, a pink mist hung in the air. This mist was the remnants of Majin Buu, his body shattered into fragments. Still not destroyed, Tien Shinhan said gravely. As he spoke, the pink mist reformed into Majin Buu in the sky. Damn it! Majin Buu gritted his teeth, glaring at Gotenks with intense rage. Gotenks looked like a mere child, yet his power completely overwhelmed him. Even the Kamehameha can't finish him, Gotenks said nonchalantly. He knew Gohan was there. Even if he couldn't defeat Majin Buu, Gohan would find a way. Whoosh! At that moment, Majin Buu charged at Gotenks like a madman. Gotenks clenched his fists and rushed forward to meet him. Whoosh! Bang! 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 They clashed, exchanging heavy blows. But Gotenks had the upper hand and soon forced Majin Buu back. Zing! Suddenly, Majin Buu flicked his antenna, firing a purple beam at Gotenks. This was the transfiguration beam, capable of turning people into chocolate. Gotenks sidestepped to the left, dodging the beam. Majin Buu, is that all you've got? Seeing his beam miss, despair began to creep into Majin Buu's heart. His only remaining option was to absorb Gotenks, a method he detested. But now he had no other choice. Just as he made up his mind, a malevolent thought invaded his mind, trying to control him. The evil thought was so powerful that it felt like a battle was raging inside his head. Opt! Majin Buu screamed in agony, expelling a cloud of black gas from his mouth. What's happening? Krillin gasped. The black gas morphed into the shape of Majin Buu in the sky. But this Majin Buu had black skin and an emaciated body, a stark contrast to the original. Two Majin Buus. The Eastern Supreme Kai, watching from the sacred world of the Kai, was aghast. One Majin Buu was trouble enough, now there was another. You're a Supreme Kai, stop making such a fuss over everything. The Elder Kai said, somewhat speechless. I'm sorry, Ancestor, but I'm truly worried about Earth. So, what are you worried about? Haven't you seen Gohan remain perfectly calm? As Supreme Kais, we must always remain composed. I understand, Ancestor. The Elder Kai nodded slightly. On Earth, as the evil Majin Buu appeared, Majin Buu stared at him with hostility. Though they were both Majin Buu, only one could survive in this world. Interesting. Gotenks, seeing another Majin Buu, revealed a playful expression. I don't know why there are two of you, but both of you attack me together. The two ignored him and charged directly at each other. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Soon the two Buus clashed fiercely in the sky. Ignoring me, huh? Seeing them disregard him, Gotenks rushed toward the two Majin Buus. Bang! Gotenks quickly reached the evil Majin Buu and kicked him flying. Then he swiftly turned and attacked Majin Buu. Bang! Gotenks clenched his right fist and sent Majin Buu flying. How about that, Majin Buu? Will you still ignore me? Piccolo and the others watched in silence. Gotenks was powerful but still had the heart of a child. Gohan, maybe you should take over, Krillin suggested. Gohan nodded and in a flash appeared beside Gotenks. Big brother Gohan. Gohan nodded. Gotenks, that's enough for today. They'll handle them from here. All right. Gotenks, the reluctant, agreed. With Gohan's appearance, both Majin Buu's expressions turned extremely serious. Though they had little experience fighting Gohan, the aura he casually emitted during battle made them sense his formidable strength. Seeing the two Majin Buus staring at him, Gohan charged at the evil Majin Buu. Whoosh! Boom! With an explosive sound, the evil Majin Buu was kicked to the ground like a ray of light. A massive cloud of dust rose from the ground. So fast. Tien was astonished. Majin Buu raised his right hand, attempting to attack Gohan. A figure appeared abruptly and kicked him. With a thunderous crash, Majin Buu was also slammed heavily into the ground, just like the evil Majin Buu. Another huge dust cloud erupted. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, Gohan was already standing before the fallen evil Majin Buu. The evil Majin Buu gritted his teeth, glaring at Gohan. Majin Buu, I hope you'll be reborn as a good person in your next life. With that, Gohan gathered golden energy in his right palm and struck the evil Majin Buu. Puff! The golden energy blazed like fire, incinerating the evil Majin Buu's body. The evil Majin Buu let out a piercing scream as his life force was completely extinguished. Is he destroyed? Kibito Kai whispered to the Elder Kai. I believe he is. Destroyed, eh? Yes. The Elder Kai nodded. Then Gohan is incredibly powerful. He annihilated a Majin Buu in an instant, and he didn't even transform into a Super Saiyan. The Elder Kai nodded. That's why I told you from the start there's no need to worry about Earth. If anything, you should worry about the unlucky fools who dare to come to Earth. Unlucky fools. Yes. With Gohan's current strength, there are few opponents in the entire universe. Is that so? On Earth, Krillin and the others stared at Gohan in shock. They knew Gohan was strong, but defeating the evil Majin Buu so quickly was beyond belief. Gohan's entire assault had taken less than a minute. After finishing off the evil Majin Buu, Gohan turned to Majin Buu and said, "Majin Buu, do you want to be destroyed like him, or are you willing to reform or be sealed away again?" Sealed away? Majin Buu's face twisted in horror. He had finally escaped and would never agree to be sealed again. But with Gohan's overwhelming strength, he knew he stood no chance. After a moment of thought, Majin Buu chose to reform. "I'm willing to change my ways." "Gohan, are you going to let him go?" Krillin asked. "Yes, Uncle Krillin. But is that really safe? He's incredibly powerful, and only you can control him now." "It's fine, Uncle Krillin. It'll guide him onto the right path." "All right then." Gohan flew over to Majin Buu. "Hello, my name is Gohan." "Gohan, grumble." As Majin Buu spoke, his stomach growled loudly. "Hungry are you? Let me take you to eat first, and then we'll talk about your reformation." "Eat? Are there candies and cakes?" "As much as you want." Gohan smiled. Vegeta snorted and turned away. Gohan then took Majin Buu to West City for a meal. After eating, Gohan taught Majin Buu some basic rules. Since Shishi wouldn't allow Majin Buu to stay at home, Gohan arranged for him to live in another house he owned in West City. Goten and the others, curious about Majin Buu, also came along. Goten and Trunks seemed to have forgotten their earlier battle with Majin Buu and chatted cheerfully with him. Because Majin Buu often lost his temper over trivial matters, Gohan told him to stay in the house and work on controlling his anger. Time flew and half a year passed. During these 6 months, Majin Buu remained in Gohan's house, rarely going out. After half a year of guidance, though Majin Buu's temper was still fiery, it had improved considerably. Now, under Goten and Trunks' lead, Majin Buu was visiting the West City market. Outside a cake shop in West Capital, Majin Buu was staring intently at the cakes inside, drooling. "Majin Buu, do you want to eat cake?" asked Son Goten. "Yes." Majin Buu nodded vigorously. "Then let's go buy some cake now." After saying that, the three of them walked into the shop. "Welcome. What would you like to buy?" a female staff member greeted enthusiastically. "I want to buy all the cakes in your shop," Son Goten said. "All of them?" The staff member was taken aback. "Is there a problem?" "Little brother, you're not joking, are you?" the staff member smiled. "No, I'm serious." As Son Goten spoke, he pulled out a gold card. The staff member, seeing this, immediately went to find the manager. At first, the manager thought Son Goten was joking, but when he actually paid for all the cakes, she completely believed him. "That little brother, who are your parents?" The manager curiously asked Son Goten about his identity. "My dad is Son Wukong, and my mom is Shishi." Son Wukong and Shishi. The manager thought for a moment, seeming to have never heard of them. "And what about the little brother?" The manager looked at Trunks. "My dad is Vegeta, and my mom is Bulma." Bulma. The manager was shocked. "Your mom, is she the current chairman of Capsule Corporation?" Trunks nodded. "The chairman of Capsule Corporation." The female staff member beside them was also astonished. Just then, Majin Buu began to eat right there in the shop. Majin Buu had a huge appetite, and in no time half the shop's cakes had disappeared into his stomach. The manager and the staff member were taken aback. Though their shop was not large, half of the cakes were still quite a lot. After a long while, Majin Buu finished all the cakes. "Are you full, eh?" Son Goten asked. "Not yet, I'm only 4/10 full." Trunks was speechless. If Majin Buu were to participate in an eating contest, he would definitely win a championship. "Let's go now, Trunks." Majin Buu. "Oh, okay." The two nodded and followed Son Goten out of the shop. "Manager, am I dreaming?" After the two left, the female staff member stood there in a daze. The manager pinched her cheek and asked, "Does it hurt?" "It hurts," the staff member exclaimed. In West Capital, Son Wukong's home, Son Gohan was now 17 years old and of age to attend high school. So Shishi wanted Son Gohan to go to high school. At first, Shishi didn't care whether Son Gohan attended high school, but the neighbor next door always boasted about how great her son was in school, which made Shishi consider sending Son Gohan to high school. Left with no choice, Son Gohan agreed to attend high school. However, he planned to send his doppelganger instead. In West Capital, Orange Star City, Orange Star High School, Son Gohan's doppelganger was wearing the same school uniform from the Dragon Ball series, with a group of lively girls bouncing around behind him. One of these girls was Videl. "Master, I never expected you would go to school with me one day. I wonder what the teacher will think when she finds out her student is the strongest man on earth." Son Gohan's doppelganger glanced at Videl and replied, "Videl, it seems I've been slacking off in your training lately. You're actually bold enough to tease your master." Videl's expression changed upon hearing this. "I'm sorry, master. I was just joking. Please don't hold it against me." Son Gohan's doppelganger snorted but said nothing. Soon the two arrived at their classroom. Since Son Gohan was a new transfer student, the teacher gave a brief introduction about him. Son Gohan is an exceptional student who entered our school with full marks in 3 subjects. Full marks in 3 subjects. Then he must be really good at studying. A girl with blonde hair and blue eyes remarked. Her name was Eliza, and she was a close friend of Videl. Good grades. That just makes him a bookworm. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy sitting not far from Eliza said. His name was Sharp, and he was a suitor of Videl. Not necessarily. Videl laughed. Not necessarily. Videl, do you know him? Sharp asked. Since Son Gohan had told Videl not to mention their master-student relationship, she didn't reveal that he was her master. Videl nodded. Son Gohan was the champion of the youth division in the last World Martial Arts Tournament. Upon hearing this, Sharp immediately stopped underestimating Son Gohan. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a well-known event, and for Son Gohan to win the championship there, it was certainly no small feat. So that means Videl took your championship, Eliza remarked. Eliza, being close to Videl, naturally knew about her participation in the tournament 7 years ago. Videl nodded. On the stage, after briefly introducing Son Gohan, the teacher turned to Son Gohan's doppelganger and said, Son Gohan, how about introducing yourself to everyone? Hello everyone, my name is Son Gohan, I'm 17 years old, and I live in West Capital. The teacher paused. Is that all? Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded. Well then, Son Gohan, you can take a seat over there. Hear, hear. Eliza immediately shouted to Son Gohan's doppelganger on stage. Son Gohan was handsome and skilled in both academics and martial arts, so it would definitely be a lie if Eliza said she wasn't interested in him. Son Gohan, you can sit anywhere since there are empty seats below. Okay, teacher. As Son Gohan's doppelganger spoke, he sat down next to Eliza. Hello, Son Gohan. My name is Alif, I'm Videl's good friend. I heard from Videl that you two know each other. Son Gohan's doppelganger nodded slightly. So, Son Gohan, are you very skilled? Not bad. You don't have to be so modest, Son Gohan. Videl told me you were the champion of the youth division in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sitting nearby, Sharp felt a pang of jealousy as he saw Son Gohan being so popular. In the afternoon. The first class of the afternoon was physical education, so Son Gohan's doppelganger and Videl went to the school playground. Seeing Videl's inseparable closeness to Son Gohan's clone, Sharpner grew even more envious of him. Thus he resolved to challenge the clone in a contest. Though he could not surpass him in academics, he refused to believe he would lose in athletics. Just as Sharpner was lost in thought, the physical education teacher suddenly blew his whistle, calling everyone to assemble. The students swiftly lined up in orderly fashion. We have a new student, the PE teacher remarked, noticing Son Gohan's unfamiliar face. Yes, Teacher Lu. His name is Son Gohan. He transferred here today, a bespectacled classmate said. Moreover, Son Gohan is the champion of the junior division at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Sharpner added. Is that so? Teacher Lu's expression flickered with surprise. Though the junior division title was easier to attain than the adult divisions, it was still no ordinary feat. Son Gohan's clone remained silent. All right, well, stick to the usual routine. 2 laps around the track first. Running again. Some sport-averse students grumbled inwardly. What's wrong with running? I run 20 laps every day. 20 laps. The complaining students immediately fell silent. Just then, Sharpner, standing behind Son Gohan's clone, suddenly addressed him. Son Gohan, as the junior world champion, you must be a fast runner, right? How about a race between us? A race? Yes, let's see who finishes these 2 laps first. All right. Son Gohan's clone nodded. Students, when I blow the whistle, start running. Teacher Lu announced. Understood. Everyone nodded. With that, Teacher Lu blew the whistle. Sharpner dashed forward with all his might, determined to prove his strength to the entire class. Soon Sharpner took the lead. Sharpner, Erasa, and the others were startled. Then they turned their gaze toward Son Gohan's clone. The clone was jogging leisurely, as if he either dismissed Sharpner's challenge or deliberately held back. Sharpner quickly completed 1 lap. Seeing Son Gohan's clone still at the back of the pack, Sharpner felt a surge of irritation. He refused to believe that the champion of the junior division could be so weak. Thus he must be toying with him. Son Gohan, whether you're truly strong or not, I've already won this round. Son Gohan, didn't you agree to race Sharpner? Asked Erasa, who was running just ahead of the clone. Yes, I did. Then why are you running so slowly? Son Gohan's clone smiled. In a competition, it's more interesting to drag it out. If you win too quickly, your opponent loses that sense of struggle. A sense of struggle. The clone nodded, then suddenly surged forward like a whirlwind, kicking up a cloud of dust. Fortunately, the track was made of rubber, otherwise Videl and the others would have been choking on dirt. Such was the clone's blistering speed that many only felt a gust of wind sweeping past them without glimpsing his figure. Sharpner included. What? He looked ahead and saw a figure standing there before him, none other than Son Gohan's clone. Son Gohan. Sharpner's face was a mask of disbelief. He had been a full lap ahead, yet the clone had overtaken him in an instant. Son Gohan. Teacher Lu was equally stunned. Despite his own regular exercise, he could never achieve such speed. Son Gohan is truly amazing. I wonder if he has a girlfriend, Erasa said dreamily to Videl as she watched the clone finish 2 laps first. Videl remained silent. Son Gohan was indeed exceptional, but he was her master. Though in TV dramas master-student romances were not unheard of. Damn it. Sharpner fumed after completing his 2 laps. He had intended to impress Videl today, but instead his plan backfired. Not only did he lose the race, but he was thoroughly humiliated by Son Gohan. After the run came free time. Unwilling to accept his defeat, Sharpner challenged Son Gohan's clone once more. Son Gohan, I lost the race. How about another contest? Another? Yes, let's compete in shot put. Shot put. We'll see who throws the shot put farther. All right. The clone nodded. Sharpner fetched 2 identical shot puts from the equipment room. Son Gohan, do you want to go first, or shall I? You go first. Fine. The match drew a crowd of curious classmates. Xiao, who do you think will throw farther? Probably Son Gohan. Sharpner said, he's the junior world champion. Xiaoji, what do you think? I think Sharpner. Sharpner? You look at the muscles on his arms. Besides, Son Gohan won that title 7 years ago. As they chattered, Sharpner let out a mighty roar and hurled the shot put. Thud. The shot put landed. A classmate ran to check the distance. 7 meters. Sharpner smirked and turned to Son Gohan's clone. Your turn, Son Gohan. The clone picked up the shot put and tossed it lightly in his hand a few times. Son Gohan, have you never thrown a shot put before? If not, just follow my technique. Can I just toss it? The clone asked. Toss. Sharpner pondered for a moment. Son Gohan, whether you toss or throw, as long as it goes farther than mine, you win. The clone then lobbed the shot put upward as if it were a pebble. Sharpner laughed at the sight. Son Gohan, throwing it upward won't get you distance. Just then a classmate shouted that the shot put went into the clouds. What? Sharpner gasped and looked up at the sky. But the shot put had already pierced the clouds, vanishing from sight. No, I didn't see anything. Mr. Sharp, I truly saw a shot put. Seeing that the student didn't appear to be lying, Sharp once again gazed up at the sky. Yet still he saw nothing. Mr. Son Gohan, it seems your shot put has been thrown who knows where. Perhaps you should throw another one. Son Gohan's clone smiled faintly. No need. That shot put will fall back down shortly. Shortly? You mean to say it's still up in the sky? Yes. Son Gohan's clone nodded. Very well, I'll wait and see if that shot put really was thrown into the sky. After a moment, a fireball descended from the heavens. This fireball was in fact the shot put Son Gohan's clone had just hurled skyward. A fireball. Sharp was astonished. Moments later, the shot put like a meteor crashed heavily onto the grassy field. How many meters? Son Gohan's clone asked Sharp. Upon hearing this, Sharp immediately ran over to check. 30 meters. Just then Teacher Lu came running from a distance. Mr. Son Gohan, may I become your disciple? Teacher Lu. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students' faces revealed a flicker of surprise. A physical education teacher actually wanted to become a student's apprentice. Son Gohan's clone smiled faintly. Teacher Lu, you are my teacher. How could I become your master? However, if you wish to become stronger than you are now, I can certainly offer you some guidance. Excellent. After a moment's thought, Teacher Lu nodded. As long as Son Gohan could guide him, he didn't mind whether Son Gohan became his master or not. Then, Mr. Son Gohan, could you guide me as well? A sports-loving male classmate asked. Of course. Son Gohan's clone replied with a smile. And me, Mr. Son Gohan, can you guide me? An ordinary-looking female classmate inquired. Her true intention wasn't to seek training in martial arts, but merely an excuse to get closer to Son Gohan. Well, Son Gohan's clone hesitated. Teaching 1 or 2 people was manageable, but if too many sought his guidance, it would demand far too much of his time. What's the matter, Mr. Son Gohan? Just then Videl suddenly stepped forward. Mr. Son Gohan has already promised to teach me martial arts, so he won't have time to instruct you. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the female student gave up on her plan to get closer to Son Gohan through guidance. Videl. Sharp's heart ached at the sight. If he still couldn't see that the relationship between Videl and Son Gohan was no simple matter, then he would truly be hopelessly foolish. Videl. Witnessing this scene, Erasa, who had harbored certain thoughts about Son Gohan, resolved to interrogate Videl thoroughly. If Videl also liked Son Gohan, she would have no choice but to give up pursuing him. On Mount Pozu, inside the gravity chamber, Son Gohan's main body was training with Lagusa when the chamber's door suddenly slid open. A figure stood at the entrance, exceptionally tall, with blue-green skin, long white curly hair, purple pupils and lips, and a large pale blue halo adorning his neck. This man was Whis. Upon seeing Whis, Son Gohan's expression shifted slightly in surprise, and he quickly rose from the floor of the gravity chamber. My apologies for interrupting your training. Greetings, my name is Whis, servant of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Whis. Indeed. May I come in? Whis inquired. Of course. Son Gohan nodded. Upon receiving permission, Whis stepped into the chamber. Seeing him walk as if on level ground within the 300-fold gravity, Legusa's face registered a flicker of astonishment. Greetings. Your name is Son Gohan, correct? Whis approached Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded in affirmation, his heart suddenly filled with tension. He hadn't done anything noteworthy, so why would Whis seek him out? Son Gohan, the reason I've come to see you today is to ask about the energy of destruction. The energy of destruction? Yes. Since that technique is one exclusively used by gods of destruction, I wish to ask, where did you learn it? An old man in a dream taught me. An old man in a dream. Whis' expression showed clear disbelief. What did this old man look like? He had white hair and a white beard and wore a blue robe adorned with countless stars. Stars? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Whis stroked his chin thoughtfully. Then, Son Gohan, would you be willing to become a god of destruction? A god of destruction? What is that? A god of destruction is a deity responsible for destroying planets, holding a rank equal to that of a supreme Kai. Equal? Indeed. However, supreme Kais generally dare not provoke a god of destruction. Then what about Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Lord Beerus is the current god of destruction. So you already have a god of destruction, don't you? Precisely. That's why I've come to ask, would you like to become the next god of destruction? If I agree, when would I become the god of destruction? I'm not entirely sure. It depends on when Lord Beerus decides to abdicate. It could be a few years, a few decades, or perhaps tens of thousands of years. Son Gohan was speechless. Then why didn't you come to me when Lord Beerus was ready to step down? No, my primary reason for coming to Earth was to learn about the energy of destruction. However, if you are willing to become a god of destruction, I can guide your training after Lord Beerus awakens. Awakens? Yes. Lord Beerus is currently sleeping. He will awaken in about 5 years. Is that so? Whis, do you know how to transform the ki within one's body into divine ki? Transform into divine ki? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Transforming into divine ki is actually quite simple. First, elevate your ki and then sublime it into the realm of the divine. Sublime. Correct. Unlike achieving Super Saiyan to sublime into the divine realm, you must first calm your mind. Calm my mind. Yes. Whis nodded. So, Son Gohan, are you willing to become the next god of destruction? Son Gohan smiled faintly. Let's discuss this when Lord Beerus is ready to abdicate. Very well. In that case, I shall take my leave. Yes. Upon hearing this, Whis promptly exited the gravity chamber. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Legusa. He was familiar with most races in the universe, yet Legusa was one he had never seen before. However, Whis did not dwell on it. The universe was vast. It was entirely possible that Legusa belonged to a newly emerged race. Calm your heart. After Whis left, Son Gohan immediately attempted to calm his heart and transform as Whis had instructed. Huh. With a loud shout, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Master. Legus was startled, not understanding what Son Gohan intended to do. No, Son Gohan said, reverting to his base form, elevating the energy within him and converting it into divine energy. Huh. After a moment, Son Gohan clenched his fists. His hair turned a brilliant red, his body became leaner and more refined, and he was enveloped in a fiery aura like the sun. His eyes grew larger with visible pupils, his skin became fairer, and his features rejuvenated to a youthful appearance. This was the transformation of Super Saiyan God. Universe 7. Whis, who was on his way back to the realm of the gods of destruction, sensed the presence of Super Saiyan God. He halted in space and used his staff to observe the situation on Earth. Through the crystal ball on his staff, Whis quickly saw Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan God. I wonder just how powerful Son Gohan will become by the time Lord Beerus awakens. If his strength rivals Lord Beerus, then the real show begins. With that, Whis lowered his staff and continued his journey forward. On Earth, Legus saw Son Gohan's Super Saiyan God transformation, and a smile spread across her face. Master, you've mastered a new transformation. Son Gohan nodded slightly. What is this transformation? Why can't I sense your energy at all? This is Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Simply put, it's the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. Mortals cannot sense divine energy, which is why you can't perceive mine. I see. Master, is this Super Saiyan God transformation stronger than Super Saiyan 4? No, it's just a different path from Super Saiyan 4. I understand. Still, I prefer Super Saiyan 4, though I like your other transformations too. Son Gohan took a deep breath and reverted to his base form. The next morning, because of Son Gohan's clone's outstanding performance in physical education class, Sharp had completely given up on pursuing Videl. Eliza, unwilling to give up on pursuing Son Gohan, took Videl outside the classroom during the break. Eliza, is there something you need? Vidal, I have something very important to ask you. Something very important. Yes. Vidal, do you like Son Gohan? Son Gohan. Vidal's face flushed red. So you do like him? No, I don't. Vidal waved her hands in denial. Is that so? Then I can pursue Son Gohan without worry. Pursue Son Gohan. Vidal was taken aback. If Eliza ended up with Son Gohan, she would become her master's wife. Exactly. Son Gohan excels in both academics and martial arts. He's handsome and from a good family. He's every girl's Prince Charming. No, Eliza's Son Gohan actually has many flaws. Flaws, eh? Eliza looked at Vidal. Vidal, do you know Son Gohan well? Vidal realized she had misspoken. No. Vidal, could it be that you like Son Gohan, and that's why you're saying this? No. Is that so? Then from today, he'll pursue Son Gohan. Dingling. Vidal was about to say something when the bell for class rang. Class is starting, Vidal. Let's head back. Oh, okay. Vidal nodded. The morning passed quickly, and soon it was noon. Vidal, preoccupied with Eliza's intention to pursue Son Gohan, spent the entire morning monitoring Eliza's movements. From her observations, Eliza had yet to make a move. In the afternoon, although Eliza chatted cheerfully with Son Gohan's clone, she still didn't confess. Son Gohan's clone noticed Vidal constantly glancing his way and sensed something was off. He secretly used telepathy to read her thoughts. After learning what was on Vidal's mind, Son Gohan's clone couldn't help but chuckle. Evening came. After packing his bag, Son Gohan's clone was about to leave when Eliza placed a letter in his hand and quickly turned away. Eliza, Vidal sitting nearby, crushed her pen in her hand. Son Gohan's clone glanced at Vidal, tucked the letter into his bag, and left. Seeing this, Vidal quickly packed her things and left the classroom. Back home, Son Gohan's clone opened the letter from Eliza. It was a love letter filled with Eliza's admiration for him. After reading it, Son Gohan's clone immediately went to Mount Pazu to find Son Gohan and handed him the letter. Son Gohan absorbed his clone and quickly learned everything that had happened. Master, what's this? Legus, who was also there, saw the love letter. It's nothing, Son Gohan said, storing the letter in his system's inventory. The system, seeing this, commented with some disdain. Master, could you please not store scrap paper in the inventory? Scrap paper? This is a love letter, a valuable keepsake. This is my youth, you understand. Oh, so does that mean you're old at 100? Ahem. Son Gohan coughed. For an ordinary human, 100 is indeed old, but your master is brilliant and mighty. Do you think I'd live only 100 years? Or is it that you only want to live 100? No, I meant your youth is long. Oh, so that's what you meant. Good thinking. When your handsome master becomes the strongest in the universe, he'll grant you the title of second strongest. In the strongest. Son Gohan couldn't be bothered to argue further. Legus, it's getting late. I should head back. Legus nodded. Master, what was that letter about? Nothing, Son Gohan said, then used instant transmission to return home. The next morning, Son Gohan's doppelganger arrived early at the classroom ready for the lessons. Son Gohan, did you read that letter from yesterday? Eliza, seated beside Son Gohan's doppelganger, whispered softly. I did. So, what's your decision? Son Gohan's doppelganger glanced at Vidal, who was eavesdropping with perked ears. He'll tell you later in private, okay? Later. After class ends. All right. Eliza nodded. Upon hearing this, Vidal ceased her eavesdropping. Yet unease began to stir within her heart. The lesson passed swiftly. Soon it was time for the break. Son Gohan's doppelganger led Eliza outside the classroom. Vidal pretended to go to the restroom, walking past them. Son Gohan's doppelganger watched Vidal with a knowing, half-smiling expression. Was I found out? Vidal's heart raced with panic at the sight. Vidal. At that moment, Eliza also noticed Vidal. Eliza. Vidal turned around, glancing at Eliza. Eliza nodded. Vidal, what are you doing here? I'm going to the restroom. With that, Vidal quickened her pace and walked away. Eliza watched Vidal's retreating figure, then immediately turned to Son Gohan's doppelganger. Son Gohan, what's your decision? Thank you for your affection, but you're not my type. Eliza felt a pang of disappointment. Then what type does Son Gohan like? Someone like Vidal. I like someone skilled in martial arts, gentle and considerate. Son Gohan's doppelganger smiled. I see. Vidal fits the martial arts part, but as for gentle and considerate, I'm not sure. So do you like Vidal or not? Eliza, we're about to have class. Son Gohan's doppelganger said with a smile. Son Gohan, just tell me. I swear I won't tell Vidal. Son Gohan's doppelganger looked utterly unconvinced. They were best friends. At the moment he spoke, Eliza would likely sell him out. With that thought, Son Gohan's doppelganger turned and went back to the classroom. Soon the bell for the next class rang. Eliza also returned to the classroom. Seeing Eliza's unhappy expression, Vidal felt a secret wave of relief. 2 days slipped by. It was the weekend, so Vidal came early to Mount Pazu for training. Vidal. Ragus greeted Vidal. Vidal nodded. Vidal, master received a letter a few days ago. I don't know what it is, he won't even show me. A letter. Videl seemed to recall something. Yeah. Videl, do you know what it is? It's a love letter. A love letter. Ragus was startled. Master has received quite a few love letters these past 2 days. So many. Does that mean he'll have a mistress soon? I don't know, but Master hasn't accepted any yet. That's good. Speaking of which, a few years ago a blonde sister came to see Master, and he said she was my mistress. A blonde sister. Yeah. She could use Bukajutsu, was quite tall, and had a nice figure. Is that so? Ragus nodded. A week passed in the blink of an eye. At Mount Pozu, Son Gohan stood on a grassy field, checking his battle power. Name Son Gohan. Gender male. Battle power 2. 1 trillion. Since the World Martial Arts Tournament was to be held in West City in a little over 2 weeks, Videl wanted to participate. She applied for a leave of absence from school for that period. Now she stood on a grassy field practicing the Kaioken. Kaioken. With a loud shout, a red aura blazed around Videl's body. Double Kaioken. Just then a figure descended from the sky. It was Vegeta. Son Gohan. Vegeta. Uncle. Vegeta nodded. Gohan, where's your father? My father is on North Kai's planet right now. Again? Yes, Uncle Vegeta. When will he be back? Probably by evening. Evening? Can you call him back now? I want to settle things with him once and for all. Settle things. 7 years ago, Kakarot and I were supposed to fight, but his sudden heart attack interrupted our battle. So today I've come to challenge Kakarot again. Let me ask my father. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission to appear on North Kai's planet. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Dad, Uncle Vegeta wants to fight you. Fight. But I'm training now. How about another day? Well, Dad, you should tell him yourself. Goku nodded and used instant transmission to return to Earth. Son Gohan followed suit. Kakarot. Goku nodded. Vegeta, Gohan told me about your wish to fight. But I need to train now. Can we do it another day? Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly. Training can wait any day? There's no rush. Kakarot, I will settle this with you today. All right then. Goku thought for a moment and nodded. A fight. Videl and the others stopped their training upon hearing the news. Huh. Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing an immensely powerful aura that surged upward. Soon he transformed into a Super Saiyan, then pushed further into Super Saiyan 2. ZZZZ. Boom. With an overwhelming burst of energy, Vegeta completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 2. Goku let out a shout, and also transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Vegeta smirked. So Kakarot, shall we begin? Yes. Goku nodded. Whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than Vegeta charged at Goku. Goku clenched his fists, standing his ground. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, Vegeta's fist struck, like lightning, towards Goku. Goku dodged and parried his fists, colliding with Vegeta's. The ground around them churned into a massive cloud of dust. Boom. Suddenly, Vegeta clenched his right fist and delivered a blow that sent Goku reeling backward. Huh. Sun Wukong let out a sharp cry as he dashed before Vegeta, his right foot lashing out in a powerful kick. With a resounding bang, Vegeta blocked with his left arm, stumbling backward a few steps. In an instant, Vegeta raised his fists and launched an assault at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's figure flickered, vanishing into the air above. Vegeta's form shimmered, as well, reappearing high in the sky. Simultaneously, a golden aura erupted from both their bodies as they hurtled toward each other. In a flash, they collided, locked in a fierce grapple amidst the heavens. With a whoosh, a series of explosive thuds echoed. Their movements were so blindingly swift that Videl could scarcely discern the battle unfolding before her. Another whoosh, then a bang followed by booming detonations. At that moment, both warriors gathered immense energy spheres in their hands, hurling them at each other. The sky was soon ablaze with explosions and their fiery glow. Huh! Vegeta roared, charging at Sun Wukong at full speed. Seeing this, Sun Wukong also accelerated toward Vegeta. With a whoosh and a series of rapid thuds, they converged in the blink of an eye, engaging in a fierce melee. A deafening crack rang out as Sun Wukong's right fist slammed into Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta winced, gritting through the pain, and retaliated with a punch to Sun Wukong's stomach. Sun Wukong grunted, his right fist swinging fiercely at Vegeta. With a bang, it connected squarely with Vegeta's face. Yet in the next second, Vegeta's right fist also struck Sun Wukong's face. Their assaults were so evenly matched that it was nearly impossible to discern a victor. With a whoosh and a volley of thuds, after a brief exchange, Vegeta's right foot shot out, kicking Sun Wukong hard, sending him crashing to the ground. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Vegeta panted heavily, his gaze fixed on the ground below. Suddenly, a golden flame erupted from the dust, scattering it in all directions. Vegeta smirked, vanishing and reappearing before Sun Wukong to press his attack. Sun Wukong raised his arms to block, retreating as he parried Vegeta's blows. With a bang, Vegeta clenched his right fist and knocked Sun Wukong back with a single punch. Before Sun Wukong could react, Vegeta conjured a golden energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it. A tremendous explosion followed, engulfing the ground in thick smoke. A smug grin curled at the corner of Vegeta's mouth. Just then a figure materialized behind him, swiftly raising a leg to strike. With a boom, Vegeta was kicked forward, hurtling into a nearby mountain. The collision sent a plume of dust into the air. Sun Wukong let out a long sigh. Damn it! Vegeta roared in fury, climbing out of the mountain and gathering a torrent of energy waves to assault Sun Wukong. This was the famed Prince's technique of the Dragon Ball world. With a whoosh and a series of explosions, Sun Wukong dodged Vegeta's energy barrage, weaving to the sides. Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged at Sun Wukong at full speed. In moments, he was upon him, launching his attack. Sun Wukong dodged and countered, exchanging blows. With a tempestuous crash, their right knees collided with immense force. Then they locked hands, straining against each other on the ground. A thunderous rumble shook the earth as the surrounding terrain quaked from their energy. Videl was left speechless, awestruck by the clash. Though she couldn't track their movements, the deafening sounds and destruction were unmistakable. With a bang, after a moment of stalemate, both pushed simultaneously, sending each other reeling. Exhausted, they paused, gasping for breath. Kakarot. Vegeta suddenly smiled at Sun Wukong. This grueling battle proved his strength was now on par with, or perhaps even surpassing, his rivals. Vegeta. Sun Wukong grinned back, his smile born of mutual respect between warriors. With a resounding shout, they charged at each other, once more engaging in a fierce fight on Mount Pozu. After a long while, both were knocked to the ground. Their stamina utterly depleted, they could barely stand. A draw, Videl exclaimed, her eyes wide. Gohan nodded and flew over swiftly, feeding them each a senzu bean. Upon consuming them, both quickly recovered their injuries and energy. Kakarot, this fight ends in a draw. Next time, after I train harder, I will defeat you. All right. Sun Wukong nodded. Seeing this, Vegeta turned and flew toward West City. Dad. Goten ran up to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong acknowledged him, then glanced at Gohan and Goten. Well then, Goten, I'll head back to North Kai's planet to train, okay? They both replied. Sun Wukong used instant transmission to return to North Kai's planet. North Kai was startled by his sudden appearance. Goku, you just fought Vegeta. Can't you rest before training? What's the problem, Lord Kai? Vegeta went back to train too, didn't he? North Kai sighed in exasperation. Fine. He'll never understand you Saiyans. It seems all you care about is fighting and getting stronger. Lord Kai, aren't there also eating and sleeping? North Kai was left speechless again. He felt this conversation was impossible to continue. Time flew by, and over 2 weeks passed. Today was the day of the World Martial Arts Tournament. For this tournament, only Goten, Trunks, Videl, and Legus would participate. The others were just spectators. Gohan came merely to watch the excitement. Since the tournament had junior and adult divisions, the younger Goten and Trunks could only compete in the junior category. After all 4 registered, Gohan took them for a stroll outside. Suddenly, he spotted a very familiar figure. It was Android 18. Android 18. Son Gohan called out to Android 18. Son Gohan. Android 18 heard his voice and quickly spotted him and his group of 5. Son Gohan nodded. 18, are you here to participate in this tournament? Android 18 nodded. What about your father and the others? Aren't they joining this tournament? No. Then will you be entering? Android 18 continued to ask. If Son Gohan were to compete, she would have no hope of claiming the championship. No, I'm here to bring my disciples. Your disciples? Android 18 glanced at Legus and the others. Son Gohan nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. All right. Son Gohan smiled. With that, Android 18 walked away. Legus watched her depart, outwardly silent, but inwardly shaken to the core. Earlier, Legus had thought Son Gohan's remark about making Android 18 his wife was a joke. Now, with their chance encounter at the World Martial Arts Tournament and his attitude toward her, it seemed it might actually come true. Soon the junior division matches began. Since the adult division would start after the junior division, Legus and the others joined Son Gohan to watch Son Goten and the others compete. Son Goten and Trunks were formidable, easily advancing to the finals. Congratulations to Son Goten and Trunks for reaching the finals. Now let's welcome both fighters to the stage for the Junior Division Championship match. Whoosh. Thud. Hearing this, they leaped onto the arena. Well, do you two have anything to say? If not, I'll declare the match officially started. They shook their heads. Seeing this, the referee shouted to the audience. I now declare the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament Junior Division Finals officially begin. Son Goten and Trunks immediately assumed fighting stances. With a loud shout, Son Goten charged at Trunks first. Trunks in turn dashed forward. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Soon they clashed, engaging in fierce combat. Their movements were so swift that the spectators could barely see them. Even when visible, it was only when they paused. Whoosh. Boom. 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 With each gust-like impact, the ground beneath them cracked. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Moments later, both soared into the air, continuing their battle. Since Son Gohan forbade them from using energy blasts, they fought with fists and feet alone. After a while, Trunks clenched his right fist and sent Son Goten flying with a punch. Then he swiftly appeared behind Son Goten and struck him with a double-handed hammer blow. Boom. Son Goten plummeted toward the arena like a meteor. Whoosh. Thud. Just before hitting the ground, Son Goten halted midair and landed gracefully using the Bukujutsu technique. Trunks descended and stood before Son Goten. Son Goten grinned sheepishly and charged again with his fist raised. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, Son Goten reached Trunks. Trunks raised his arms to block, retreating step by step. Boom. After a brief retreat, Trunks executed a sweeping leg kick, sending Son Goten tumbling. Son Goten quickly pushed off the ground with his right hand, flipping back to his feet. Trunks chuckled, stomped the ground with his right foot, and rushed forward. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Soon he was upon Son Goten, driving him back with relentless strikes. After retreating dozens of meters, Son Goten halted and landed a heavy punch to Trunks' face. Boom. After taking the hit, Trunks quickly retaliated. The audience in the stands watched in awe, jaws dropping. Was this really just a junior division match? Boom. As they marveled, the two fighters slammed their right fists together, unleashing a massive shockwave that rippled across the arena. They then retracted their fists and resumed their lightning-fast exchange. After a long struggle, Trunks seized a moment when Son Goten was gasping and off guard, knocking him off the arena. Son Gohan watched his younger brother lose a hint of resignation in his heart. He had truly put effort into teaching Son Goten, but the boy was playful. Coupled with Vegeta's special training for Trunks, the latter's strength edged out slightly. Still, every match has a winner and loser, and Son Gohan took it in stride. After the junior division, the adult division matches were about to begin. So Videl and Legas quickly entered the adult division after watching. Unlike the original story, this tournament skipped the punching machine test and directly assigned numbers for matches. Videl and Legas easily passed the preliminaries and advanced to the top 8. Videl, Mr. Satan, who wasn't competing, was overjoyed to see Videl in the finals. Meanwhile, Legas and Videl were chatting together. Videl, that Android 18 is the Master's wife, he mentioned. Wife? Videl was startled. Yeah, I didn't dare say it while Master was around, but your next opponent is her. Videl nodded slightly. She seems incredibly strong. Legas nodded. She's been taking everyone down in one hit, so be careful. Videl nodded and swiftly leaped onto the stage. So you're Son Gohan's disciple. Android 18 recognized Videl and quickly joined her on the stage. Since both fighters are here, shall we begin? The referee looked at them. They both nodded. The referee stepped off the stage. Videl stared at Android 18, recalling Legas' words, and charged forward. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Android 18, while blocking with both hands, retreated backward. Bam. Suddenly, with a forceful push of her hands, Android 18 sent Videl flying away. Videl stomped her feet firmly on the ground, quickly halting her momentum. Swoosh. At that moment, Android 18's figure suddenly appeared behind Videl. Videl. Seeing this, Ragus wanted to warn her, but Android 18's right foot had already slammed into Videl's back. Bam! Videl was kicked into the air outside the arena. Because she knew the Bukujutsu, she didn't fall, but instead hovered in midair. This scene stunned many spectators. She can fly? Phew. Videl, relieved she hadn't fallen off the platform, let out a sigh. Then she quickly turned and flew back onto the arena. Android 18 chuckled softly, her body darting towards Videl like a flash of lightning. Videl's expression turned serious as she instantly charged forward. Swoosh. Just as Android 18 was about to reach Videl, her figure vanished and reappeared behind her. Videl was startled. At that moment, Android 18 clenched her right fist and punched Videl, sending her flying off the arena. Contestant Videl is eliminated. Contestant Android 18 wins. Videl. Seeing this, Ragus ran over to help her up. Videl, are you okay? I'm fine. But this one called Android 18 is incredibly strong. When you fight her later, you must be careful. Ragus nodded. Subsequently, the second match of the quarterfinals began and Ragus led Videl to the sidelines to watch. The two men in the second quarterfinal match were of Mr. Satan's caliber, so it was unremarkable. In the third match, Ragus took the field and easily defeated her opponent, advancing to the finals. The fourth quarterfinal match was as uneventful as the second. Ragus and Android 18 did not face each other in the finals, so both advanced to the championship round. Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally arrived at the grand finals of this tournament. Now let's welcome our contestants Ragus and Android 18 to the stage. Hearing this, Ragus and Android 18 quickly jumped from the sidelines onto the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, this tournament is quite different from previous ones. Yes, as you can see, our two finalists are both female fighters. Hearing this, Android 18 looked displeased and said to the announcer, "Do you have a problem with female fighters?" "Not at all. It's just rare to see female fighters reach the finals, so I wanted to give you both a special introduction," the announcer explained. "Let's talk just announced the start of the match." "Yes, ma'am." The announcer nodded. "All right, folks, I won't waste any more time. I now officially declare the final round of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament begun." After speaking, the announcer quickly jumped off the arena. Seeing this, Android 18 immediately assumed a fighting stance, her gaze fixed on Ragus. Swoosh. Suddenly, Android 18 moved, charging at Ragus. Seeing this, Ragus charged towards Android 18 as well. Soon they were upon each other, their fists and feet moving like the wind as they attacked. They dodged and struck, locked in close combat. Because Gohan had forbidden Ragus from using glass or energy blasts, she had to rely solely on her physical prowess to defeat Android 18 in this match. Bam! Moments later, Ragus clenched her right fist and punched, sending Android 18 staggering back. Gritting her teeth, Android 18 quickly charged at Ragus once more. Swoosh! Suddenly, Ragus' figure flickered, appearing behind Android 18. Android 18 was startled, quickly turning her body to see a fist hurtling towards her. Because the fist was too close, it struck her chin, directly forcing her to step back a few paces. Seizing the opportunity, Ragus swiftly moved in front of Android 18 and launched an attack. Swoosh! Bam! 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 Under Ragus' fierce assault, Android 18's body was continuously pushed backward. At that moment, Ragus clenched her right fist and threw a punch, sending Android 18 flying to the edge of the arena. GLA. Seeing this, Ragus initially intended to conjure glass to attack Android 18, but remembering Gohan's words, she immediately dismissed the thought. Android 18 glanced at the area outside the arena behind her, and a bead of cold sweat formed on her forehead. She had initially thought Ragus' strength was only a few times greater than Vidal's, but she never imagined the gap between them was so vast. At that moment, Ragus charged at Android 18. Android 18 stomped her right foot hard on the ground behind her and charged forward as well. Swoosh! Bam! 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 Soon they met again, locked in combat. However, because Ragus' power and speed surpassed Android 18's, Android 18 was soon at a disadvantage. Damn it! Gritting her teeth, Android 18 flew up into the sky. Ragus' figure flickered, and she instantly appeared in the sky above. Swoosh! Boom! 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 With sounds like raging storms, their figures darted like threads, battling in the air. Bam! A moment later, Ragus delivered a flying kick, sending Android 18 tumbling out of the arena. Android 18 is eliminated. Contestant Ragus wins. Son Gohan. Android 18 brushed the dust off her clothes, looking at Gohan sitting in the audience. Ragus was a disciple he had taught. If not for her, this victory would have been hers. Spectators and contestants, I now declare the champion of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. She is our contestant Ragus. Contestant Ragus, do you have anything to say? The announcer held the microphone towards Ragus. Nothing much. I just want to know where the 10 million Zenny prize money is. Oh, the prize money. You'll have to ask the staff, but I estimate you can get it tomorrow. I see. Then I can't treat my master to dinner today. Master? Ragus, may I ask who your master is? My master is Son Gohan. Son Gohan. The announcer was startled. Do you mean Son Gohan, the champion of the junior division in the last tournament? Ragus nodded. In the audience seats, Sharp and the others who had come to support Vidal in this tournament were greatly startled upon hearing Ragus' words. So, Son Gohan is the champion's master? Yes. Alicia nodded. I knew Son Gohan was formidable, but I never imagined he was this powerful. Son Gohan, still seated in the audience, watched this scene unfold, a myriad of emotions swirling within him, leaving him momentarily speechless. Before the match, he had specifically asked Ragus not to mention his name. He never expected that upon winning she would completely forget his request. He was already quite famous at school, and with Ragus' revelation, he feared even more people would seek him out, hoping to become his disciple. But what was done was done. There was no use reprimanding Ragus now. Oh no. Master told me not to say his name. On the tournament stage, a moment after blurting out Son Gohan's name, Ragus suddenly remembered. Then she quickly descended from the stage, dragging Vidal along to find Son Gohan. Master, I'm sorry, I forgot I wasn't supposed to say your name. Ragus apologized to Son Gohan. It's fine, just make sure you train hard when you get back. Son Gohan said with a smile. Train hard? Yes. Starting tomorrow, double the training. No, Master. I truly forgot for a moment. Vidal, help me plead with Master. Master, Ragus probably just had a momentary lapse. Could you forgive her this once? Ragus nodded repeatedly. Then make it half a month. Master. Legus looked at son Gohan with pitiful eyes. Then make it a month. Master, half a month. You said half a month just now. A gentleman's word is as good as 10 horses. It's 4 horses. Videl corrected. 4 horses, Legus said with a smile. All right, fine. Master, I won a 10 million prize for the championship. When the money comes in tomorrow, I'll treat you to a meal. Son Gohan nodded. The next day, Legus returned to the World Martial Arts Tournament venue and received the 10 million prize from the staff. 10 million. Legus looked at the cash in her hands, unable to suppress a delighted chuckle. Since arriving on Earth, son Gohan had provided for all her needs. This was the first time she had earned money of her own. She planned to use the money to buy some nice clothes and a phone. After deciding how to spend the money, Legus immediately went to find son Gohan and the others, taking the 4 of them to a restaurant for a grand feast. When the bill arrived, she was flabbergasted to see it was over 1 million. She and Videl hadn't eaten much, meaning son Gohan Trunks and son Goten had devoured over 1 million worth of food in one sitting. That meant her 10 million prize would only cover about 10 meals for son Gohan and the others. Thankfully, she hadn't invited son Goku to join them. Otherwise, the bill might have been nearly 2 million. Despite her shock, Legus paid the bill. After the meal, since son Gohan and the others had no interest in shopping for clothes, Videl accompanied Legus to buy some. Meanwhile, son Gohan and son Goten returned home. Back home, son Gohan took out the all-seeing mirror from his system and observed the situation in the GT world. The GT timeline and the Dragon Ball Super timeline were separated by over a decade. Thus, in the current GT timeline, Baby had already appeared, possessed Vegeta, and used the Black Star Dragon Balls collected by GT son Goku to create Planet Plant. The significant time difference between the two timelines was mainly because Toriyama had intended to end the series after Dragon Ball Z concluded. Later, Toei Animation, with authorization from Shueisha, produced and broadcast the sequel to the Dragon Ball Z World, Dragon Ball GT. Although the story outline for this work was not created by Toriyama himself, he did participate in some character designs and related illustrations. Dragon Ball Super, on the other hand, was produced long after the conclusion of Dragon Ball GT, causing the timelines of the two worlds to diverge significantly. Through the all-seeing mirror, son Gohan saw GT son Goku, who had transformed into a golden great ape after being exposed to the Blutz waves emitted from Earth. It's starting. Witnessing the rampaging GT son Goku, son Gohan immediately used the all-seeing mirror to travel to Planet Plant in the GT timeline. Father. Pan stared in shock at the suddenly appearing son Gohan. However, she quickly noticed the differences between him and GT son Gohan. While GT son Gohan was also handsome, he was considerably older and their attire was different. Boom. At that moment, the city built by Baby was once again destroyed by the out-of-control GT son Goku. Seeing this, Pan hurried over to stop GT son Goku. Grandpa, it's me, Pan. Grandpa, wake up, Grandpa. Pan shouted loudly at GT son Goku, trying to rouse him. But GT son Goku remained unresponsive, continuing his rampage. Grandpa. Pan cried out, memories of her time with GT son Goku flooding back, causing her eyes to redden. She reached into her backpack and pulled out a family photo. Grandpa, look. This is you, and this is Grandma Shishi. Pan said, holding up the photo to GT son Goku. GT son Goku let out a furious roar and attacked Pan. Pan dodged backward, but the photo was accidentally torn by GT son Goku, leaving a piece in his hand. The photo. GT son Goku stared at the torn photo in his hand, his memories slowly being stirred. Grandpa. A tear fell from Pan's eye, landing on GT son Goku's finger. Curiously, GT son Goku lifted his finger and tasted the tear. Instantly, his memories fully returned. He roared at the sky, his body erupting with immense energy. Boom. Several bolts of lightning struck down, kicking up a massive cloud of dust around son Goku. Grandpa. Moments later, as the dust cleared, a handsome man with crimson fur and yellow pants emerged. This was GT son Goku, who had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Pan, Are you Grandpa? GT son Goku looked at Pan, a broad smile spreading across his face. It really is Grandpa. Pan exclaimed with joy. Grandpa, can you defeat Baby now? I don't know. GT son Goku glanced at the mirror before him, which promptly shattered into pieces. By the way, Grandpa, I just saw someone who looks exactly like Dad. Upon hearing this, Goku from the GT timeline immediately turned to look at Gohan. Who are you? I am Gohan from another timeline. Another timeline? Then why are you here? Nothing much, I just came to watch the battle. Watch the battle? Then you wouldn't harm Pan, right? Because the Gohan from the GT timeline had been controlled by Baby, he remained wary of this sudden appearance of another Gohan. Gohan smiled and said, if I wanted to harm Pan, I could have killed her when you lost control just now. GT timeline Goku saw that Gohan's eyes were clear, seemingly not under control, so he relaxed his guard and said, then Pan, you stay here. He'll go deal with Baby. Okay, Grandpa. Pan nodded. Seeing this GT timeline, Goku immediately flew toward Baby's location. Inside a building, Baby was panicking, trying to think of a countermeasure. After successfully transforming into Super Saiyan 4, a GT timeline, Goku's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. With the Vegeta body he currently controlled, he simply couldn't defeat GT timeline Goku. Damn it. What's going on? Isn't Vegeta a pure-blooded Saiyan? Why didn't he transform into a great ape under the influence of the blood's waves emitted by Earth? I think it's because of the tail, Lord Baby. Bulma from the GT timeline, standing nearby, said. The tail? That's right, Lord Baby. Although Vegeta doesn't have a tail now, we can amplify the blood's waves 1,000 times and shine them on him. I think that way, even without a tail, he should be able to transform into a great ape. Amplify it 1,000 times. But wouldn't that be dangerous? There's no time to think, Lord Baby. This is the only way to defeat Goku now. Bang! As the words fell, GT timeline Goku immediately crashed through the window and appeared before Baby. Found you, Baby. Goku. Baby gritted his teeth upon hearing this, glaring at GT timeline Goku with fury. If he had known things would turn out like this, he should have finished off GT timeline Goku right away. You despicable Saiyan. Bulma from the GT timeline said to GT timeline Goku with disgust. Because she was controlled by Baby, her current thoughts were all that Saphirian ideologies instilled by Baby. Bulma. Seeing Bulma like this, GT timeline Goku quickly turned his gaze to Baby. Baby, it's about time we settle this. Baby, hearing this, immediately turned and flew outward. Settle this, my ass. It was clearly a losing fight. GT timeline Goku chuckled and quickly appeared in front of Baby. Damn it. They'll fight you with everything I've got. Saying this, Baby gathered energy orbs in his hands and attacked the GT timeline Goku before him. GT timeline Goku dodged left and right, effortlessly evading Baby's energy blasts. What? Baby was startled. Baby, is that all you've got? Damn it. Baby gritted his teeth and raised his hands toward the sky. All Saphirians, raise your hands and lend me your power to destroy this accursed Saiyan. Lord Baby. The Earthlings on Tsuffer planet heard this and immediately raised their hands, channeling their energy to Baby. Soon a massive dark energy sphere formed in Baby's hands. This dark energy sphere was none other than the Revenge Death Ball that had nearly annihilated GT timeline Goku. Revenge Death Ball. Baby shouted, hurling the Revenge Death Ball at GT timeline Goku. Seeing this, GT timeline Goku chuckled and stood motionless. Just as the Revenge Death Ball was about to touch GT timeline Goku, he suddenly let out a roar and kicked it off into space far away from Tsuffer planet. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the Revenge Death Ball detonated in space. Awesome, Grandpa. Pan cheered loudly at the sight. At that moment, Mr. Satan, standing nearby, suddenly noticed Gohan's gaze. Following his gaze, Pan quickly saw Gohan looking at her. The Gohan before her, though not from their timeline, was still technically her father. My name is Pan. How should I address you? Pan asked Gohan. Gohan was only 17, now not much older than Pan. So Pan asked him what she should call him. Gohan smiled and said, just call me Big Brother. Big Brother. Pan looked at Gohan's face and didn't really want to call him that. That face. No matter how she looked at it, it was her father's face. Then, how old are you? 17. A 17-year-old dad. Pan thought to herself. If Gohan was really only 17, then calling him Big Brother didn't seem so bad. Besides, she remembered that her parents met when they were 17. Then how did you come to our timeline? Did you come in a time machine like Trunks? No. Gohan shook his head. Then how did you get here? It's a secret. Gohan smiled. Seeing this, Pan didn't press further. Boom. Just then, Baby was slammed heavily to the ground by GT timeline Goku. A large cloud of dust rose from the ground. When the dust settled, GT timeline Goku quickly landed in front of Baby. At that moment, Bulma from the GT timeline arrived with a Blutz wave generator and aimed it at Baby. Lord Baby, I'm here to help you. No. Don't, Bulma. Baby tried to stop her, but Bulma had already pressed the activation switch. A blinding light emanated from the Blutz wave generator, striking Baby. GT timeline Goku was startled. Baby let out an agonizing scream, and his body, like GT timeline Goku's before, transformed into a golden great ape. After transforming, Baby immediately began rampaging and destroying everything around him. Lord Baby. Seeing this, Bulma's face turned pale with terror. She had intended to help Baby, but instead caused him to lose control. Witnessing this, GT timeline Goku roared in anger, flew before Baby, and tried to stop him. Whoosh! A flaming energy sphere condensed from Baby's mouth, shooting towards GT Goku in midair. GT Goku, startled, swiftly dodged. Boom! The energy sphere missed and exploded in the sky. At that moment, GT Goku seemed to recall something, his eyes widening as he spoke. You're not out of control. Ha ha ha. Baby laughed. That's right, Goku, I am indeed not out of control. Vegeta transformed into a great ape, not me. How could I lose control along with him? Damn it. GT Goku said angrily. Baby sneered. Well then Goku, didn't you say earlier you wanted to settle this with me? Then let's settle it now. Fine. GT Goku nodded. Baby chuckled softly, his figure suddenly flickering behind GT Goku. Grandpa, watch out behind you. Pan shouted towards GT Goku. Huh. Baby yelled, thrusting his right fist forward with force. GT Goku's figure flashed forward, evading the punch. Baby snorted coldly, moving swiftly forward in pursuit. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Amidst a series of violent sounds, their figures clashed in the sky like threads locked in combat. After a moment, Baby grabbed GT Goku with both hands squeezing tightly. GT Goku let out a sharp cry of pain. Ha ha ha. Baby laughed. Goku, weren't you quite smug just now? Indeed. GT Goku stopped his scream, a faint smile spreading across his face. What? Baby was startled. Opt. At that moment, GT Goku suddenly roared loudly, breaking free from Baby's grip. Damn it. Baby fumed. He now clearly realized that GT Goku had been toying with him. Seeing this, Gohan rubbed his chin. Earlier, he thought Vegeta was the ultimate show-off, the king of bravado. But today, watching the battle between GT Goku and Baby, he gained a deeper insight. Vegeta might be the king of bravado, but Goku was no slouch at showing off either. Moreover, Vegeta was the fusion of Goku and Vegeta, with Goku being the dominant personality. So it seems. The king of bravado had always been Goku. Huh. Just as Gohan was lost in thought, GT Goku grabbed Baby's right arm and slammed him hard to the ground. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Baby's body hit the ground heavily, sending up a geyser of dust into the air. After a moment, Baby rose from the ground, flying above the city. GT Goku chuckled. How about it, Baby? Baby snorted coldly. Goku, don't get cocky. Our battle has only just begun. Is that so? GT Goku's figure flickered as he charged at Baby. Soon GT Goku was before Baby, launching an attack. Baby roared, thrusting his hands forward as well to counter. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Due to GT Goku's smaller size and greater speed, Baby was mostly on the receiving end of the blows. With a deafening crash, Baby's body fell like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. A towering cloud of dust hundreds of feet high erupted from the surface. As the dust settled, Baby lay disheveled in a massive crater. Gritting his teeth, he quickly scrambled to his feet. Whoosh. GT Goku flew before Baby. Seeing this, Baby raised his right index finger and fired a pink energy wave at GT Goku. GT Goku shifted left, dodging the energy wave. Baby, where are you aiming? Damn you, don't you dare look down on me. Baby said angrily. As he spoke, he suddenly noticed Shishi and Videl behind GT Goku. Goku, I remember they are your family, aren't they? GT Goku, hearing this, turned to look behind him and saw Shishi and Baby. Baby, what are you planning to do? Ha ha ha. Baby laughed loudly, condensing a pink energy sphere on his right index finger and firing it at the two. Baby, you despicable fiend. GT Goku said, immediately turning around to try and save them. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared, using instant transmission to whisk them away. It was Gohan. Boom. The energy wave exploded on the ground. Gohan. Baby's face showed surprise upon seeing Gohan. He had possessed Gohan before. Gohan shouldn't have been able to suddenly intervene to save them. Moreover, this Gohan appeared younger than the one he knew. Gohan. GT Goku was also startled. Though he knew this Gohan was from another timeline, he hadn't expected him to know instant transmission either. After rescuing Shishi and Videl, Gohan quickly brought them to Pan and Mr. Satan. He then took out the Shadow Blade from his system and said, Shadow Blade, protect them. Shadow Blade nodded. An axe? Pan was puzzled. Just then Gohan flew right in front of Baby. Who are you? Why do you look exactly like Gohan? Baby asked. Gohan smiled. Because I am also Gohan. You are also Gohan. Yes, only I am from another timeline. Another timeline. That's right. As Gohan spoke, he clenched his fists, his entire body, emitting an incredibly powerful aura. Huh. With a loud shout, Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. GT Goku was astonished. He hadn't expected this seemingly young Gohan to also have mastered Super Saiyan 4. What? Baby's expression turned extremely tense upon seeing Gohan's transformation. One Super Saiyan 4 was already difficult enough to handle. Now with an additional Gohan, it would be even tougher, and this Gohan's energy was far greater than GT Gohan's. Baby, I didn't intend to intervene in this fight, but you shouldn't have targeted my mother and the others. Hearing this, Baby gritted his teeth tightly. If he had known that this Gohan had mastered Super Saiyan 4, he would never have provoked him by attacking Shishi and the others. Having said that, Gohan's figure instantly flickered to Baby's abdomen, his right fist striking forward with force. Baby screamed in agony, staggering backward several steps before collapsing heavily to the ground. Damnation! Baby roared in fury. Just then Gohan directed a golden energy wave toward Baby with his right hand. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the energy wave struck Baby and detonated upon him. Baby let out a scream of agony as black smoke billowed from his body. When the smoke dissipated, Baby's face was twisted with unbridled rage as he glared at Gohan. Earlier he had always found Goku detestable, but now after suffering successive assaults from Gohan, he suddenly realized that Gohan's loathsomeness was in no way inferior to Goku's. What's the matter? Is this all you've got? Gohan looked down at Baby with an air of arrogance. Baby snorted coldly and quickly scrambled to his feet from the ground. Gohan, don't be too cocky. The more arrogant one is the more miserably they perish. Gohan chuckled. Baby, are you talking about yourself? Damn you. Baby roared in fury, suddenly gathering a deep blue energy behind his hands. Seeing this, Gohan immediately raised his right hand toward Baby. Gravity press. As the words left his lips, Baby felt an overwhelming gravitational force pressing down upon him. Whoosh. Before Baby could react, Gohan's form flickered beside him, and with a kick he sent the energy sphere in Baby's hands hurtling into the sky. Boom. A colossal explosion echoed as the energy sphere detonated in midair. Baby howled with rage and swung both fists forward with all his might. Gohan sidestepped left and right with effortless grace, evading Baby's onslaught. Baby bellowed and threw a full power punch forward. Thud. Gohan raised his left hand and blocked the strike with ease. What? Baby was astonished. His ultimate blow had been effortlessly deflected by Gohan. So incredible. I never knew that Dad from another timeline was even stronger than Grandpa. Pan exclaimed excitedly. In her mind, the Gohan of the GT timeline had always been the scholarly type. But this Gohan from another dimension was audacious, cool, and utterly dominating. He had instantly become her idol. Gohan smiled. Baby, have you run out of tricks? Curse you. Baby let out a furious roar and raised his hands toward the sky, gathering energy. All Tuffles on planet Tuffle, lend me your power. Let us vanquish this detestable Saiyan. Lord Baby. Hearing this, the Earthlings on planet Tuffle immediately raised their hands, channeling their energy to Baby. Soon a massive pitch-black energy sphere formed in Baby's hands. That sphere was none other than the Revenge Death Ball. Once it was fully formed, Baby hurled the Revenge Death Ball at Gohan. Gohan stood motionless. Just as the Revenge Death Ball was mere meters away, Gohan let out a sudden cry and caught it with both hands, slowing its descent. Baby laughed, convinced that Gohan could not withstand the Revenge Death Ball. But then with a powerful shout, Gohan swiftly reversed the sphere's momentum and hurled it back. Startled, Baby quickly dodged to the side. Boom. With a cataclysmic explosion, the Revenge Death Ball detonated beyond planet Tuffle. Gohan smirked. Baby, do you have any other moves? Baby gritted his teeth in fury. The Revenge Death Ball had been his most powerful technique, yet even it had been neutralized by Gohan. Suddenly an idea struck Baby, and he turned to face Earth. Super Gallic Gun. Baby clasped his hands behind his back, conjuring a deep blue energy blast and firing it toward Earth. In a flash, Gohan appeared directly before the incoming Super Gallic Gun. Baby sneered, assuming Gohan intended to foolishly block the attack with his body, but to his shock, Gohan simply raised a hand and effortlessly dissipated the blast. This was none other than the God of Destruction's technique. It vanished. Baby gasped. Suddenly, Gohan materialized in front of him and delivered a fierce kick to Baby's face. Thud. With a cry of pain, Baby was sent crashing heavily to the ground. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the impact. Lord Baby. Bulma from the GT timeline watched with growing concern. Then Gohan flashed to the ground, grabbed Baby by the tail, spun him around several times, and flung him skyward. Quickly bringing his hands together behind his back, he shouted, Me. Me. A deep blue energy wave surged from Gohan's palms and shot toward Baby. No, Gohan. Goku from the GT timeline tried to intervene, but it was too late. Boom. With a deafening explosion, the Kamehameha erupted in the sky, generating a colossal shockwave and billowing smoke. Vegeta. Moments later, Baby's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, kicking up a vast cloud of dust. Gohan glanced at the seed of the universe in his hand. It had now gathered 14. 5 of its total capacity. 14. 5. With that, he swiftly moved to Baby's side, conjured a purple energy blade with his right hand, and severed Baby's tail. Once the tail was cut off, Vegeta's body rapidly shrank. Because Vegeta had grown earlier, Baby had also grown to match his size. Now that Vegeta was shrinking, Baby's oversized form was gradually being crushed by Vegeta's contracting body. If he didn't escape from Vegeta's body, even if Gohan didn't destroy him, he would be crushed to death by Vegeta's diminishing frame. Realizing this, Baby immediately burrowed out from Vegeta's back and fled. Baby. Goku from the GT timeline saw a baby emerge from Vegeta's body, and a glimmer of hope lit up his face. Just then a figure appeared before Baby. It was Gohan. Gohan! Baby roared in fury and turned to flee. But Gohan vanished again, reappearing directly in Baby's path. Curse you! They'll fight you to the death. Baby snarled. Gohan raised his right hand, gathering a violet energy of destruction, and aimed it at Baby. Destruction. Opt. In an instant, Baby's body began to disintegrate at a visible rate. Wah! What kind of technique is that? Goku from the GT timeline was stunned. He had never witnessed such an ability before. Phew. Gohan let out a sigh of relief and reverted to his base form. Amazing, simply amazing. The father from that other world is truly incredible. Xiao Fang exclaimed, her heart brimming with excitement as she spoke to Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan nodded. Lord Baby. Bulma from the GT timeline, seeing Baby vanquished, immediately displayed a trace of despair on her face. Son Goku from the GT timeline, upon seeing this, immediately flew to Son Gohan's side and asked, Gohan, what was that technique you just used? How did it eliminate Baby in an instant? That is called destruction, a technique of the God of Destruction. God of Destruction? Yes, because my timeline differs from yours, you might not know what a God of Destruction is. I see. But that technique of yours is truly formidable. Could you teach me? This technique takes time to learn, so I cannot teach you in a short while. I see. Father. Just then Kibito Kai flew over from a distance with Son Gohan and the others from the GT timeline. The East Kaishin from the GT timeline, after merging with Kibito using the Potara earrings, did not use the Namekian Dragon Balls to separate, so the two remained in a fused state. Lord Kaishin. Kibito Kai nodded. Goku, I have already used the ultra-divine water to awaken them. I see. Trunks from the GT timeline, upon hearing this, immediately flew to Vegeta's side. Father. Vegeta from the GT timeline, hearing Trunks' voice, immediately awakened. He looked at Son Goku and Trunks from the GT timeline. Kakarot Trunks. Son Goku from the GT timeline nodded. Vegeta, are you alright? I'm fine. What about Baby? Vegeta from the GT timeline asked weakly. He has been eliminated by Gohan. Gohan. Vegeta looked at Son Gohan. Yes, but he is not the Gohan from our timeline. He is a Gohan from another time. I see. Son Gohan, after hearing this, glanced at everyone and said, Well, everyone, it is about time for me to return. Until we meet again. Must you leave so soon? Xiao Fang's heart immediately filled with reluctance as she looked at Son Gohan. She had wanted to hear more stories from that other world, but Son Gohan was leaving so soon. Yes. Son Gohan nodded with a smile. Train hard, and perhaps we will have the chance to meet again. Xiao Fang nodded firmly. I will become stronger in the future and protect everyone. Good. With that, Son Gohan took out the all-seeing mirror and returned to the main timeline. Upon his return, Videl and Legas had already finished shopping and arrived at his home. Master, how do you think this dress looks on me? Legas, wearing a blue chipao, walked in front of Son Gohan and asked. It's alright. Just alright. Yes. Son Gohan said, then glanced at Videl. Videl, you shopped for so long, didn't you buy any clothes? Videl, hearing Son Gohan's sudden concern for her, felt her heartbeat quicken slightly. No, master. I have plenty of clothes at home. I see. Afterwards, Legas chatted with Son Gohan for a while before returning to Mount Pozu. Videl also returned to her own home. After they left, Son Gohan couldn't help but think of Xiao Fang from the GT timeline. Xiao Fang's appearance bore some resemblance to both him and Videl, especially Videl. The next day, Son Gohan's clone went to school as usual. Because of the World Martial Arts Tournament, he was now the most famous person at Orange Star High School. Thus, when Son Gohan's clone arrived at school early this morning, he saw many unfamiliar faces enthusiastically greeting him. These unfamiliar faces were new fans who had learned of the World Martial Arts Tournament and become his admirers. Son Gohan's clone found this somewhat exasperating. He hadn't even participated in the tournament this time yet. Because of Legas, he had become even more famous than Legas the champion. It was probably a case of, though I am not in the arena, my legend is everywhere. Son Gohan. Just as Son Gohan's clone was feeling a bit speechless, he heard a very familiar voice. That voice belonged to Sharpener. Sharpener. Son Gohan's clone responded politely. Sharpener smiled and nodded. Son Gohan, I want to apologize for our match at the start of the semester. Apologize? Yes. To be honest, the reason I challenged you at the beginning of the semester was because I wanted to pursue Videl. It's fine. You couldn't beat me anyway. Sharpener was speechless. Could you not kill the conversation so quickly? Son Gohan, could you teach me martial arts? Teach you martial arts? Yes. If you are willing to teach me, I will do anything. Oh, and what is your goal in learning martial arts? To become stronger, and then teach those local thugs a lesson. Sharpener, I agree with your first point, but I don't quite agree with the second. You don't agree with the second? Do you mean we shouldn't bully the weak? No, I mean teaching thugs a lesson is dangerous. We must always put safety first. Haven't you heard the saying? No matter how skilled you are in martial arts, you are still vulnerable to a kitchen knife. So most of the time we practice martial arts only for self-defense. I see. So Sharpener, do you still want to learn martial arts? Well, I think he'll pass. Seeing Sharpener successfully dissuaded Son Gohan's clone showed a satisfied smile. In the days that followed, whenever someone sought to become Son Gohan's disciple, he would use various arguments to dissuade them. Orange Star High School Class 1A. Videl was sitting at her desk lost in thought. Because Legus had told her about Android 18, she was now worried that Son Gohan might be taken away by Android 18. But with their master-disciple relationship, she found it difficult to confess her feelings for him. Time flew by, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. On Mount Pause's Son Gohan stood on a grassy field observing the situation in the GT timeline. According to the GT timeline's chronology, after the baby incident, Super Android 17 and the Shadow Dragons would appear one after another. This presented Son Gohan with an excellent opportunity to gather the energy of the universe seeds. Through the all-seeing mirror, Son Gohan saw that Dr. Gero had already created Hellfighter 17 and was now attempting to use him and the Earth's Android 17 to open the gateway between Hell and the living world. Has it already begun? Upon witnessing this, Son Gohan immediately arrived in the GT timeline. At that moment, a massive black hole suddenly appeared on Earth. This black hole was the gateway to Hell opened by Dr. Gero through the collaboration of Hell's Android 17 and the GT timeline's Android 17. After the gateway to Hell emerged, many enemies previously vanquished by GT timeline. Son Goku emerged from Hell, wreaking havoc on Earth. Son Gohan, seeing this, immediately charged toward those foes. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! 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 With a series of deafening explosions, Android 19, Alilda, and a host of other villains were annihilated by Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Just then a familiar figure appeared before Son Gohan. It was Hell's Android 17. Son Gohan nodded and said, "Do you also wish to court death alongside them?" Court death? Hell's Android 17 chuckled. Son Gohan, you seem quite confident in your own strength. It's not that I seem confident, no, I am confident. Hell's Android 17 snorted coldly, his body swiftly darting towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan's form flickered, instantly appearing behind Hell's Android 17, kicking him down to the ground. With a thunderous crash, a vast cloud of dust erupted from the earth. Android 17. Upon witnessing this from Hell, Dr. Gero's face flickered with alarm. He knew of Son Gohan, but when had his power grown so formidable? Damn it! Moments later, as the dust gradually settled, Hell's Android 17 slowly rose from a massive crater. Huh! With a fierce shout, Hell's Android 17 shot upward like an arrow, charging towards Son Gohan in the sky. Soon Hell's Android 17 reached Son Gohan, swinging both fists with force. Son Gohan shifted left and right, effortlessly dodging Hell's Android 17's assault. Damn it! Hell's Android 17 roared in fury, throwing a full-powered right punch. Son Gohan sidestepped to the right and drove his own right fist into Hell's Android 17's head. Bang! With a violent impact, Hell's Android 17 was sent hurtling thousands of meters away. Android 17, you truly are weak. Damn it! These words ignited a fierce rage within Hell's Android 17. At that moment, another figure flew in from afar. It was the GT timeline's Android 17. After the GT timeline's Android 17 emerged from Hell, Dr. Gero and Cell followed suit. Damn it, that Son Gohan has ruined our original plan. Dr. Gero said with some indignation. Dr. Mu, no matter, I believe the two Android 17s can surely defeat Son Goku. Let's hope so. Meanwhile, as numerous villains wrought destruction in West City, the GT timeline's Trunks and the others quickly mobilized, engaging these foes in battle. Two Android 17s. Son Gohan said with a smile, looking at the pair. Hell's Android 17 gritted his teeth upon hearing this. Son Gohan, don't get too cocky. Soon you'll learn our true power. With that, Hell's Android 17 merged with the GT timeline's Android 17. In moments, the fusion was complete, giving rise to Super Android 17, a being far more robust than a single Android 17. Now, Son Gohan, I'll show you the consequences of crossing me. Is that so? Son Gohan said, clenching his fists tightly and transforming into Super Saiyan 4. What is this? Dr. Gero was astonished. He was familiar with most Super Saiyan transformations, but the form Son Gohan now displayed was one he had never even heard of. This is Super Saiyan 4, a transformation that surpasses Super Saiyan 3. Surpassing Super Saiyan 3. Does that mean Son Goku has also mastered this form? Super Android 17 asked. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Just then a young man with purple hair flew over from the distance. This was the GT timeline's Trunks. Super Saiyan 4. Could it be that this is the Gohan who appeared last time? At that moment, the GT Timeline's Vegeta also flew in from afar. Father, Trunks' father. Super Android 17 watched the two approaching figures, a faint smile spreading across his face. Whoosh. The GT Timeline's Trunks and Vegeta both landed beside Son Gohan. We meet again, Gohan. The GT Timeline's Vegeta greeted Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded in response, his gaze fixed on Super Android 17. Android 17. Seeing Super Android 17, the GT Timeline's Vegeta was reminded of his defeat at the hands of Android 17 and 18 years ago. Uncle Vegeta, that's not just Android 17. It's a fusion of Hell's Android 17 and Earth's Android 17, Super Android 17. Super Android 17. That's right, and all of this is Dr. Gero's doing. Dr. Gero. Upon hearing this, the GT Timeline's Vegeta glared at Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero instinctively stepped back a few paces. The GT Timeline's Vegeta snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to Cell and Frieza beside Dr. Gero. Long time no see, Cell. Frieza. Long time no see, Cell said flatly. Just then Son Gohan and Super Android 17 vanished, reappearing as they charged at each other. In an instant they were face to face, exchanging blows. Whoosh. Swish swish. Bang bang bang. Son Gohan dodged and weaved while relentlessly attacking Super Android 17. As Son Gohan's power far exceeded Super Android 17's, the latter's attacks mostly failed to land. Bang. With a heavy kick, Super Android 17 was sent plummeting from midair to the ground. A thick cloud of dust billowed upward. Seeing this, the GT Timeline's Vegeta flew toward Frieza and Cell. Vegeta. The GT Timeline's Vegeta said with a smirk. Frieza, Cell, it's been decades. I wonder if your strength has seen any significant improvement in all that time. We have improved, Vegeta, Cell declared. Where's Son Goku? Why isn't he here? I don't know. All I know is that both of you will soon die by my hand. Cell sneered. Vegeta, don't be so arrogant. Remember, you were once defeated by the two of us. Upon hearing this, GT Timeline Vegeta's face darkened considerably. Though Cell spoke the truth, it was a matter of the distant past. Huh. With that thought, GT Timeline Vegeta clenched his fists and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 2. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from GT Timeline Vegeta, Frieza and Cell immediately wore solemn expressions. GT Timeline Trunks immediately turned his gaze toward Dr. Gero and Dr. Mu. The two scientists grew wary at once. Both were scientists. Even though Dr. Gero had modified himself into an android, his current strength was far inferior to Trunks. With this in mind, Dr. Gero immediately looked towards Super Android 17. At that moment, Gohan was relentlessly pummeling Super Android 17, allowing the universe seed to continuously absorb the energy generated by their battle. Earlier, Gohan had believed that the universe seed could only absorb battle energy through direct combat between two opponents. Now it seemed the universe seed's absorption was primarily focused on the act of striking. Simply put, it absorbed energy by forcing it out of the opponent's body through combat. Seeing that Super Android 17 was temporarily unable to assist him, Dr. Gero immediately entertained the thought of escape. Whoosh. Boom. At that moment, GT Timeline Vegeta's figure flickered behind Frieza, instantly eliminating him. Frieza. Cell startled, quickly raising his fist and charging at GT Timeline Vegeta. GT Timeline Vegeta snorted coldly, his figure instantly appearing behind Cell. He formed a golden energy wave in his right hand and struck Cell. Boom. A tremendous explosion rang out as Cell was also obliterated. Frieza. Cell. Seeing the two eliminated, Dr. Gero fled without hesitation. Dr. Mu followed suit, turning to flee as well. Don't run. GT Timeline Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and pursued them. Soon GT Timeline Trunks stood before them. Damn, it'll fight you to the death. Dr. Gero roared in anger as he charged at GT Timeline Trunks. GT Timeline Trunks' figure flickered, instantly appearing before Dr. Gero and sending him flying with a single punch. Then he quickly fired an energy wave at Dr. Gero. Boom. A massive explosion consumed Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero. Dr. Mu turned and fled. But before he could escape, a golden energy wave struck him from a distance, erasing him from existence. At that moment, GT Timeline Goku and the others arrived. Dad. No, it's the father from another timeline. Pan remarked, watching Gohan utterly dominate Super Android 17. As she spoke, Gohan stepped back, panting heavily. Though Super Android 17 was not exceptionally powerful, he possessed the ability to absorb energy. During the assault, Gohan had lost a significant amount of energy to absorption. Super Android 17, having been relentlessly beaten, now had disheveled hair and tattered clothing. Gohan. Super Android 17 roared furiously. What is it, 17? Gohan replied with a smile. He'll kill you. Super Android 17 declared, charging at full speed toward Gohan. Gohan chuckled softly, remaining perfectly still. In an instant, Super Android 17 was upon Gohan, throwing powerful punches. Whoosh! Swish! Gohan swayed left and right, evading the attacks. Super Android 17 gritted his teeth and fired energy waves at Gohan. In response, Gohan gathered a massive energy wave of his own and launched it at Super Android 17. Super Android 17 smirked, spreading his arms to absorb Gohan's energy wave. The energy is being absorbed. GT Timeline Goku was startled. Yet Gohan did not cease his energy wave attack. Instead, he intensified it. As Super Android 17 absorbed the incoming energy, the muscles in his arms visibly bulked up. Seeing this, GT Timeline Goku shouted to Gohan, "Gohan, he's absorbing your energy. Don't attack him with energy blasts." "I know," Gohan replied. "You know?" GT Timeline Goku was puzzled, wondering what Gohan was planning. Just then, Gohan abruptly ceased his energy wave assault. "What, no more energy blasts?" Super Android 17 laughed. "No more," Gohan said, pulling a Senzu bean from his system and consuming it. "Say, Senzu bean." Super Android 17 was shocked. So that's why Gohan had been feeding him energy. He had Senzu beans. But what was the purpose of providing him with energy? As Super Android 17 pondered this, Gohan, now fully restored, suddenly emitted a powerful aura. 17, are you ready for round 2? Round 2. Super Android 17 clenched his teeth in fury and charged at Gohan. It was clear that Gohan was treating him like a punching bag. Gohan's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Super Android 17 and launching an attack. Whoosh! Thud! 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 After absorbing Gohan's energy, Super Android 17 had grown significantly stronger, now able to exchange a few blows with Gohan. Boom! After a while, Gohan knocked Super Android 17 back, noticing that the Universe Seed's energy had nearly reached 20. Almost 20. Gohan clenched his fists and a powerful aura erupted from his entire body. Dragon. Fist. Gohan's right fist tightened, and a golden dragon materialized around him, charging alongside him towards Super Android 17. Roar. The golden dragon let out a mighty roar as it pierced through Super Android 17's body. What? Super Android 17 stared in disbelief at his perforated body. Dragon Fist. GT Timeline Vegeta was astonished. The Dragon Fist was Goku's signature technique. He never expected Gohan to master it as well. At that moment, Gohan swiftly spun around, gathering several energy blasts in his right hand and firing them at Super Android 17. Boom, boom, boom. With several explosions, the super artificial human No. 17 was eliminated. Phew. Gohan, seeing this, breathed a sigh of relief and reverted his body to its normal state. Upon witnessing this, Son Goku and the others from the GT timeline immediately flew over. "Dad, we meet again," Pan said joyfully to Gohan. Gohan nodded. "Gohan, why did you suddenly come here?" asked Goku from the GT timeline. "Nothing much, I just came for a walk and then I ran into Dr. Gero and the others." "Is that so?" Goku from the GT timeline felt a mix of doubt and belief after hearing this. "Then Dad, could you tell me about the events in your timeline?" Pan asked Gohan with a smile. "All right." Gohan nodded with a smile. "Uncle Goku, since the connection between Hell and Earth has cost many lives this time, I think we should find the Dragon Balls and revive those people, don't you?" Gohan from the GT timeline nodded. "Search for the Dragon Balls. Then I want to come with you too." Upon hearing this, Pan's face lit up with interest. Trunks from the GT timeline chuckled. "No need, Pan. The Dragon Balls on Earth aren't the Black Star Balls. Uncle Goku and I can find them quickly enough." "All right then," Pan said, turning her gaze back to Gohan. "Then Dad, tell me about the events in your timeline." "All right." Gohan nodded. He began telling her about the events of the main timeline. Much later, Gohan and Pan arrived together at Bulma's house in the GT timeline. At that moment, Goku and the others from the GT timeline had already gathered the Earth's Dragon Balls, placing them on the grass in Bulma's yard. "Come forth, Shinran, and grant my wish," Bulma from the GT timeline said to the Dragon Balls. The moment she spoke, the sky over the entire Earth darkened instantly. A plume of black smoke drifted out from the Dragon Balls, transforming into a blue-winged evil dragon. The evil dragon was even smoking a cigar in its mouth. Pan was utterly stunned by its appearance. "Auntie Bulma, is this Shinran?" "I don't know. He didn't look like this before, but since he came out of the Dragon Balls, he must be Shinran, no doubt," Bulma from the GT timeline said, and then addressed the evil dragon. "Shinran, please revive the humans who perished in the chaos from the underworld." Upon hearing this, the evil dragon blew out a series of rising rings of smoke from its mouth. "I am not Shinran. I am the evil dragon." "Evil dragon. That's right. From today onward, I will no longer obey the commands of humans." "No longer obey the commands of humans? Do you mean that the Dragon Balls can no longer be used from today?" asked Bulma from the GT timeline. Exactly, and I am also going to destroy your Earth. Destroy the Earth. Bulma was shocked. At that moment, the evil dragon suddenly transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and scattered across the entire Earth. The Dragon Balls are scattered across Earth again. Gohan from the GT timeline said with a grave expression. Although he didn't know why the Dragon Balls had suddenly changed like this, he knew it was an ominous sign. In the realm of the Supreme Kais, the old Kai from the GT timeline saw this and immediately contacted Son Goku from the GT timeline via telepathy. Goku, can you hear me? It's me, the old Kai. Lord Old Kai. The old Kai from the GT timeline nodded. Goku, did you hear what the evil dragon said just now? I heard it, old Kai. Is he really going to destroy the Earth? The old Kai from the GT timeline nodded again. The Dragon Balls have always been an item that defies the laws of nature. But you never listened to my warnings and kept using them, especially you, Bulma. Me? Of course you. Normally, it would take a long time for ordinary people to gather the Dragon Balls. But you went and invented the Dragon Radar, making it possible to collect them much faster. Every time the Dragon Balls are used, a little more negative energy accumulates. If left alone for a certain period, they would naturally purify the negative energy from the wishes. But you went ahead and upgraded them to grant 3 wishes. Now the evil dragon has appeared. Who else is there to blame but you? The old Kai said angrily. I did invent the Dragon Radar, but am just a weak woman. Without the help of Goku and the others, how could I possibly gather all 7 Dragon Balls by myself? Upon hearing this, Bulma from the GT timeline immediately shifted the blame. So Goku, you have to take responsibility for this. Me? Goku from the GT timeline pointed at himself. Bulma from the GT timeline nodded. Alright, I understand. So Lord Old Kai, what should we do next? Goku from the GT timeline asked. The old Kai from the GT timeline thought for a moment and said, you must defeat the evil dragon and purify the negative energy within the Dragon Balls. Hearing this, Goku from the GT timeline chuckled. So that means we just need to find the 7 Dragon Balls again, right? But Goku, the evil dragon is not as simple as you imagine. Upon hearing this, Goku from the GT timeline stretched his limbs. No problem, Lord Old Kai. I will definitely defeat them all and gather the Dragon Balls. The old Kai from the GT timeline felt a bit exasperated inside. This Son Goku was a reckless fool. There was no point in saying more to him. Forget it. Just make sure you gather the 7 Dragon Balls, or else the entire universe is in danger of being destroyed. I understand, Lord Old Kai. The old Kai from the GT timeline then severed his connection with Goku from the GT timeline. Great Ancestor, is this evil dragon really that powerful? Asked Kibito Kai. Yes. There was once a planet that overused the Dragon Balls and was destroyed as a result. On Earth. Dad, for this search for the Dragon Balls, why don't I come with you? Gohan from the GT timeline volunteered. Grandpa, I want to go with you too, said Pan. Pan, stop being difficult. Videl from the GT timeline scolded Pan. Mom, I'm not being difficult. I went searching for the Dragon Balls with Grandpa before. Videl, let Pan come search with me. Goku from the GT timeline said. Well, alright. Please take good care of Pan, Dad. Goku from the GT timeline nodded. Just then Gohan suddenly spoke up. Dad, how about I help you collect the Dragon Balls too? Gohan. Dad. Everyone was startled. No need, Gohan. Leave the Shadow Dragons to Pan. Besides, you don't have a Dragon Radar, do you? GT Goku politely declined. It's fine, Dad. I happened to bring a Dragon Radar today. Gohan said, producing a Dragon Radar from his system. This Dragon Radar was obtained by making a wish on the ordinary Dragon Balls. Everyone was taken aback. They strongly suspected that Gohan had known the Shadow Dragons would appear all along. After all, what normal person would carry a Dragon Radar with them everywhere they went? Well, Gohan, since you insist, let's split up and gather all 7 Dragon Balls, GT Goku said. Gohan nodded. Then everyone, shall I set off now? Yes. Everyone nodded. Pan. Grandpa, shall we hurry and head out with Jiru? Alright, let's see who can collect more Dragon Balls than Gohan. Okay. Pan nodded. Gohan chuckled softly and soared into the sky. On the sacred world of the Kai, the GT Elder Kai, who had been observing Earth's situation, was filled with doubt upon seeing this. Gohan had appeared after Baby created Planet Plant. He hadn't acted at first, only intervening to eliminate Baby when he attacked Shishi and Videl. This time he appeared when Hell was connected to Earth. The Elder Kai felt Gohan had some purpose, yet could not fathom his true intent. However, with Earth facing a dire crisis, he had no time to ponder. He only hoped Gohan would help Goku and the others overcome this ordeal. In a ruined city on Earth, a shadow dragon with green skin resembling a frog was creating a humid, sweltering mist that spread across the entire planet. This shadow dragon was called Haze, the Dragon of Pollution. Just as Haze was heavily polluting the environment, a figure descended from the sky. It was Gohan. Gohan acknowledged with a nod and fired a golden energy wave at Haze with his right hand. Haze was startled. He hadn't expected Gohan to attack without a word. Caught off guard, Hayes was struck by the golden energy wave before he could react. Boom. With a massive explosion, Hayes was vanquished, reverting to a normal 2-star Dragon Ball. This guy is really weak, Gohan remarked as he walked over to the 2-star Dragon Ball, picked it up, and set off in search of the next one. Meanwhile, GT Goku and the others also began their journey. Grandpa Dad's already left. We need to hurry too. We absolutely can't lose to him. All right, GT Goku said, quickening his flight speed. Inside another ruined city on Earth, a massive shadow dragon resembling a mole was causing earthquakes. This shadow dragon was called Hayes, the Dragon of Earth. He was born from the negative energy of Vegeta's wish to revive countless innocent civilians he had killed. He possessed the ability to possess others' bodies. As Hayes relentlessly triggered earthquakes, buildings collapsed and many humans perished. Hayes laughed sadistically at the humans dying from the quakes. Just then a figure flew over from afar. It was Gohan. Sensing Gohan's key, Hayes swiftly turned around. Gohan. When Hayes saw it was Gohan, his eyes narrowed. As far as he knew, Goku was the strongest on Earth, but he hadn't expected Gohan to come searching for the Dragon Balls as well. Thud. As Hayes pondered, Gohan landed before him. You're Hayes, right? Each shadow dragon bore a Dragon Ball, so their identity could be discerned by the star count on their body. That's right, I'm Hayes. Where's Goku? Why isn't he here? He's currently fighting another shadow dragon. Another shadow dragon. So you've split into two groups? Yes. Gohan nodded. Hayes chuckled. In that case, I'll eliminate you first, then take care of Goku. Gohan smiled. Hayes, do you have the ability to do that? Damn you, you dare look down on me. Hayes immediately used his power to create an earthquake. The ground beneath Gohan's feet began to tremble violently. Feeling the quake, Gohan quickly flew into the air, clasped his hands together, and said, Huh, me, huh, me, huh. A deep blue energy sphere swiftly formed in Gohan's hands. Hayes was horrified. Gohan was resorting to his ultimate technique right from the start, showing no regard for martial arts decorum. Whoosh. As Hayes inwardly cursed, Gohan used instant transmission to appear beneath him. Huh. With a mighty shout, Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave at Hayes. No. Hayes' face contorted in terror. At this close range, even a god couldn't dodge. Boom. With a colossal explosion, Hayes was obliterated, reverting to a normal 7-star Dragon Ball and falling to the ground. Gohan descended from midair and stored the 7-star Dragon Ball in his system. Meanwhile, GT Goku and the others were searching for the Dragon Balls over a vast ocean. Jiru. Dragon Ball detected ahead. The two looked forward and saw a woman with pale green skin and flowing purple hair. The woman wore a green robe with a blue 6-star Dragon Ball embedded on her forehead. This was Oceanus, the dragon of water and wind. She was born from the negative energy of Oolong's wish for a pair of girls' panties from Shinron. Grandpa the Dragon Ball. Pan spotted the Dragon Ball on Oceanus' forehead. 1, 2, 3. 6. It's Oceanus. GT Goku counted. Yes. Pan nodded. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Goku. Oceanus smiled. Waiting for us for a long time. Indeed. Ever since I was born, I knew we would become enemies. Is that so? GT Goku chuckled. Then let's see just how capable you really are. 6-star Dragon smirked, immediately condensing a multitude of air bullets around his body. Void rend bullets. 6-star Dragon bellowed, and the air bullets around him shot forth like marbles, all hurtling toward G-Terra's son Goku. G-Terra's son Gohan soared upward, evading the barrage of bullets. Boom, boom, boom. With a succession of colossal explosions, all the air bullets detonated in the sky, generating massive storms that swept across the heavens. Within an abandoned city on Earth, a malevolent dragon with crimson skin and a bird-like form was currently wreaking havoc upon the ruins. This evil dragon was named 5-star Dragon. Despite his diminutive stature, he possessed astonishing power and could unleash lightning. He could also create electrical slime capable of draining energy from all objects, channeling that energy into his body to bolster his own strength. ZZZZ. Just as 5-star Dragon was indiscriminately unleashing lightning to demolish the city, son Gohan suddenly appeared from afar and flew before him. 5-star Dragon, son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Where's son Goku? Why are you here alone? He's elsewhere battling other evil dragons. Is that so? Then I'll take you out first before dealing with son Goku. Son Gohan chuckled in response. 7-star Dragon said the same thing just now, but I've already dealt with him. You defeated 7-star Dragon. Upon hearing this, 5-star Dragon's expression immediately turned grave. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Seeing this, 5-star Dragon promptly gathered lightning and attacked son Gohan. Dragon Ball Lightning. As the words left his mouth, a sphere of lightning shot from 5-star Dragon's hand, hurtling towards son Gohan. Son Gohan shifted to the left, swiftly gathering energy behind his hands. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave materialized from Son Gohan's hands and blasted toward 5-star dragon. Startled 5-star dragon hastily manipulated the electrical slime on the ground to form a protective barrier. Bang! The Kamehameha struck the electrical slime barrier. Because the slime could absorb energy, it managed to block Son Gohan's attack. Phew! 5-star dragon let out a long breath of relief. He had just feared that he might perish at Son Gohan's hands. Son Gohan was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected the electrical slime barrier to withstand his Kamehameha. How about that, Son Gohan? 5-star dragon gloated with a hint of pride. Not impressive at all. Son Gohan retorted as he charged toward 5-star dragon. Seeing this, 5-star dragon utilized the surrounding electrical slime to create a gigantic 5-star dragon. He then entered the abdomen of this colossal construct to control it. At that moment, Son Gohan closed in on the giant 5-star dragon. Flash lightning strike. 5-star dragon roared, unleashing a lightning attack at Son Gohan. Whoosh! In an instant, Son Gohan used instant transmission to teleport the 5-star dragon above an ocean expanse. The sea. Upon seeing the ocean, 5-star dragon's face twisted with panic. His electrical slime, though powerful, had a fatal weakness. It feared water. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly transformed into Super Saiyan 4, wrapping his arms around the 5-star dragon and plunging toward the sea. Splash! Both of them crashed into the water. As the 5-star dragon's body submerged, it discharged massive amounts of lightning, some of which struck Son Gohan. Due to his Super Saiyan 4 transformation, the lightning bolts that hit Son Gohan were insignificant. However, countless fish and shrimp in the sea were electrocuted by the discharge from the 5-star dragon. Upon contact with the vast seawater, the 5-star dragon soon self-destructed, creating a towering wave hundreds of feet high. After the explosion, 5-star dragon was vanquished, reverting to its original form, a normal 5-star Dragon Ball. Son Gohan dove downward, quickly retrieved the 5-star Dragon Ball, and swam back up. Instant transmission. On the Supreme Kai's world. Upon witnessing this scene, the G-Terra Elder Supreme Kai's face registered a flicker of surprise. The instant transmission Son Gohan had just used was not the hydration version, but a divine-level instant transmission. What's wrong with the instant transmission? Didn't you notice? The sea that Son Gohan teleported to had no one around. That means the instant transmission he used was likely ours, the Supreme Kai's instant transmission. Our Supreme Kai's instant transmission. Indeed, this Son Gohan is far too enigmatic. I can't tell if he's friend or foe. Friend or foe? Ancestor, do you mean he could be our enemy? I don't know, but both his age and his power are too terrifying. Kibito Kai nodded in agreement. On Earth, after a fierce battle with 6-star Dragon G-Terra Son, Goku finally defeated him and obtained the first Dragon Ball. Great Grandpa, we got one Dragon Ball. G-Terra Son, Goku nodded. Gil. 3 Dragon Balls have disappeared. 3 Dragon Balls have disappeared. Just then Gil suddenly spoke up. Pan was startled and quickly turned to Gil. Gil, what's going on? Why have 3 Dragon Balls disappeared? I don't know. Gil shook his head. Pan, do you think Gohan destroyed the Dragon Balls? G-Terra Son, Goku suggested. Dad destroyed the Dragon Balls. Yes. G-Terra Son, Goku nodded. If that's true, then Dad has already defeated 3 evil dragons. Grandpa, we need to find the other Dragon Balls quickly, or we'll definitely lose to him. G-Terra Son, Goku was speechless. Pan, right now the most important thing isn't the competition. It's those vanished Dragon Balls, isn't it? Then Grandpa, do you think Dad from the other timeline really destroyed those 3 Dragon Balls? I don't know. Let's find Gohan first. Okay. Pan nodded. In the ruins of a city on Earth, a humanoid, evil dragon with an entirely Saiyan body and a pair of wings on its back was striding forward. With each step he took, the ground ahead froze over. This being was named 3-star Dragon, also known as the Ice Dragon. He could control freezing air and create ice that never melted. Whoosh! Suddenly a figure appeared in the sky above the abandoned city. It was Son Gohan. Sensing something, 3-star Dragon turned and spotted Son Gohan in the air. Son Gohan. After hearing this, Son Gohan chuckled lightly and quickly landed before the 3-star Dragon. Where is Son Goku? Why didn't he come with you? Son Gohan asked with a smile. It seems all you evil dragons are quite concerned about Son Goku. The first question you all ask me is about him, Son Gohan said. The 3-star Dragon smiled. The reason we evil dragons came into being is all thanks to your father. Besides, Son Goku is the strongest among you, so naturally we are interested in him. Is that so? Son Gohan chuckled again. Then you might not get the chance to see my father because I will be the one to take you down. Is that right? The 3-star Dragon retorted. Suddenly a beam of freezing light shot from his eyes. Startled, Son Gohan swiftly dodged to his left. The ground behind Son Gohan was instantly frozen solid by the ray. Glancing back at the frozen patch, Son Gohan charged rapidly toward the three-star dragon. Seeing this, the three-star dragon immediately raised his hand and unleashed a blast of ice at Son Gohan. With a flicker of movement, Son Gohan appeared before the dragon and struck him hard in the face with his right fist. With a thunderous impact, Son Gohan's punch sent the three-star dragon flying. The dragon's body tore through several buildings like a beam of light. Huge clouds of dust were kicked up from the ground. Moments later, as the dust settled, the three-star dragon crawled out from the rubble, his face twisted with rage as he glared at Son Gohan. Son Gohan let out a soft laugh and suddenly fired a barrage of energy blasts at the three-star dragon. Whoosh! Boom! 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 The three-star dragon dodged frantically as the blasts rained down like fireworks. However, Son Gohan's attack was too fast. One of the energy blasts grazed the three-star dragon's right shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan seized his barrage and charged forward. Gnashing his teeth, the three-star dragon gathered a freezing energy wave from the wings on his back and fired it at Son Gohan. Son Gohan vanished in a flash, reappearing right in front of the three-star dragon. He drove his right fist upward into the dragon's chin. With a sharp cry of pain, the dragon was launched high into the sky. Capitalizing on the moment, Son Gohan quickly brought his hands together behind his back. Huh, me, huh, me, huh. A deep blue energy sphere rapidly formed in his hands and was fired toward the three-star dragon. No, the three-star dragon cried out in horror as he was still reeling from the blow. Boom! The Kamehameha struck the dragon. With a colossal explosion, the Kamehameha detonated in the sky, unleashing an immense wave of energy. The three-star dragon was obliterated in the massive blast, reverting back into a normal Dragon Ball. Son Gohan flickered through the air and caught the falling three-star ball. At that very moment, two figures flew over from the distant sky. They were Son Goku from the GT timeline and Pan. Soon the two landed on the ground. Pan nodded with a smile. Dad, how many Dragon Balls did you collect? 4. What about you two? Oh, 1. Pan replied, somewhat embarrassed. She regretted not searching with Son Gohan, knowing how fast he was. So, Dad, did you destroy the ones you collected? No, I didn't. No. Then how did Jiru say 3 of the Dragon Balls had disappeared? Son Gohan took out the 3 Dragon Balls he had stored in his system. Look, aren't they all here? They really are. Jiru. The 3 missing Dragon Balls have reappeared. They're back. Pan sighed and tapped Jiru on the head. Jiru, is your dragon radar broken? The balls are clearly here. You had us worried for nothing. No. Jirus' dragon radar is definitely not broken. Jiru replied, feeling wronged. Son Goku from the GT timeline quickly came to Jirus' defense. All right, Pan. Since the balls are all here, don't blame Jiru. Okay, Pan nodded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 Dragon Balls. Grandpa, we just need to find 2 more to gather them all. That's right. Son Goku from the GT timeline smiled and nodded. Just then Jiru began beeping urgently. Dragon Ball detected. Approaching us. A Dragon Ball is approaching. A Dragon Ball. Pan looked around but saw no one. At that moment, Son Gohan noticed the surrounding temperature rising. The sun in the sky seemed to be drawing closer to them. Could it be? A thought struck Son Gohan, and he fired an energy blast at the sun in the sky. What a... Son Goku from the GT timeline and Pan were shocked. The sun suddenly shifted to the left, dodging Son Gohan's energy blast. Then under their watchful eyes, the sun descended to the ground. A humanoid evil dragon with red skin and wings on its back materialized. This being was named the 4-star dragon. His body temperature matched that of the sun's surface, capable of reaching a maximum of 6,000 degrees Celsius. The 4-star dragon was born from the negative energy generated when King Piccolo wished for his youth to be restored back when Son Goku was a child. Thus he felt a sense of kinship with Son Goku. An evil dragon, Pan exclaimed upon seeing him. The 4-star dragon, Son Goku from the GT timeline said, noticing the number of stars on the dragon's forehead. This Dragon Ball was a keepsake from Grandpa Son Gohan, so Son Goku held special feelings for it. That's right, Son Goku. I am the 4-star dragon, the dragon said with a smile. Oh, so what negative energy gave birth to you? I was born from the negative energy of King Piccolo's wish to regain his youth. King Piccolo, huh? Yes, Son Goku. I've wanted to fight you for a long time. Is that so? Son Goku from the GT timeline immediately assumed a fighting stance. The 4-star dragon then glanced at Son Gohan. Although his target was Son Goku, the Son Gohan before him seemed no less powerful. After a moment's thought, the 4-star dragon decided to test Son Goku first. Huh? With a loud shout, Son Goku from the GT timeline charged at the 4-star dragon. The 4-star dragon chuckled and stood his ground without moving. In an instant, Son Goku was before him, swinging his right fist forward with force. Just as Son Goku's fist was about to connect, the 4-star dragon instantly raised his body temperature to 6,000 degrees Celsius. It burns. Space-Time Son Goku immediately let out an agonizing scream after his hand struck the body of 4-Star Dragon. 4-Star Dragon chuckled. I forgot to tell you, Son Goku, my body can reach the same temperature as the sun's surface, 6,000 degrees Celsius. 6,000 degrees Celsius. Space-Time Son Goku blew on his hand. That's right, Son Goku, so you'd better prepare to be roasted. Space-Time Son Goku smiled. I was just careless earlier. There's no way you'll roast me. With that, his figure flickered and vanished, reappearing midair. 4-Star Dragon's form blurred, appearing behind Space-Time Son Goku. Sensing the intense heat radiating from 4-Star Dragon Space-Time, Son Goku frowned and swiftly moved away. Seeing this, 4-Star Dragon followed suit. Wherever Space-Time Son Goku moved, he was right behind him. Son Gohan, observing the battle, took out a capsule from his clothes and tossed it to the ground. Bang! With a puff of white smoke, a mountain of snacks and a refrigerator appeared. Snacks? Pan was taken aback. Son Gohan actually had the leisure to snack at a time like this. Ignoring Pan's gaze, he opened the fridge, took out 2 cans of cola, and handed one to her. Dad, isn't this hardly the time for snacking? What's the problem? They're just playing hide-and-seek right now. Hide-and-seek? Haven't you noticed? One is dodging, the other is chasing. Besides, your grandfather hasn't even shown his true strength, yet has he? You have a point, Pan said, popping open her cola can and taking a sip. This cola is really icy. Son Gohan smiled and summoned the Shadow Battle Axe from his system. An axe? Pan stared at the floating Shadow Battle Axe, stunned. Dad, what is this axe? This is the Shadow Battle Axe. It can protect us. Protect us? Is this axe really that powerful? Of course, Son Gohan said, opening his own cola and taking a drink. Then he picked up some snacks from the ground and began to eat. Seeing this, Pan also grabbed a bag of sunflower seeds and started munching. On the realm of the Kaishin, the old Kai of the space-time watched them snacking and drinking cola, feeling utterly speechless. After a long while, Space-Time Son Goku finally stopped playing hide-and-seek with 4-Star Dragon and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. So this is Super Saiyan 4. 4-Star Dragon exclaimed in amazement. That's right. As Super Saiyan 4, even a temperature of 6,000 degrees is nothing. Is that so? 4-Star Dragon smirked. Son Goku, since you're using your true power to fight me, you'll do the same. Huh. 4-Star Dragon clenched his fists, unleashing an incredibly fierce aura. As his energy surged, his skin turned fiery red and began to crack. Huh. With a mighty roar, the fiery red skin on 4-Star Dragon's body peeled away, revealing yellow skin beneath. Now let the real battle begin, Son Goku. Space-Time Son Goku nodded and immediately threw his right fist at 4-Star Dragon. 4-Star Dragon clenched his fists and charged at Space-Time Son Goku in return. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With earth-shattering sounds, their bodies moved like threads clashing together in the sky. Super Fireball. 4-Star Dragon roared, forming a fireball in his right hand and hurling it at Space-Time Son Goku. Space-Time Son Goku sidestepped, dodging the attack. 4-Star Dragon's figure flickered, appearing before Space-Time Son Goku in an instant and striking. Bam! His right fist slammed into Space-Time Son Goku's face, sending him flying. Space-Time Son Goku wiped the wound on his face with his right hand, looking at 4-Star Dragon. 4-Star Dragon chuckled. Son Goku, it seems my speed surpasses yours. Seems that way, but my strength is greater than yours. 4-Star Dragon gave a non-committal nod at that. With that, they both charged at each other once more. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With earth-shattering sounds, their bodies moved like light battling in the sky. Whoosh! Boom! Bang! 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 After fighting for a while, they both rapidly gathered energy spheres in their hands and hurled them at each other. For a moment, the sky was filled with the flashes of their exploding energy spheres. Dad, who has the upper hand now? Pan asked while cracking sunflower seeds. It's evenly matched. Evenly matched. Son Gohan nodded. Just then, the Shadow Battle Axe suddenly multiplied into hundreds of copies, encircling them both. Dad, what's happening? Why did the Shadow Battle Axe multiply like that? An enemy is here, Son Gohan said, his expression turning serious. As he spoke, a humanoid evil dragon with white skin and numerous black spikes on its back appeared. This was none other than 1-Star Dragon. Pan, evil dragon. 1-Star Dragon grinned. You two seem pretty relaxed, huh? Yeah, is there a problem? Son Gohan smiled. Hearing this, 1-Star Dragon's figure flickered and appeared before Son Gohan in an instant. Huh. Seeing this, Son Gohan let out a mighty roar and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. 1-Star Dragon chuckled lightly, raising his fist and striking at Son Gohan. Son Gohan's figure flickered, appearing in the air in an instant. 1-Star Dragon looked up. At that moment, Son Gohan delivered a flying kick aimed at 1-Star Dragon's head. Bam! Before 1-Star Dragon could react, he was sent crashing heavily to the ground by Son Gohan's kick. A massive cloud of dust rose from the ground. One-star dragon roared in fury and quickly scrambled to his feet. Pan, get back. Okay, Dad. Pan immediately flew off into the distance with Gil. Seeing this, Son Gohan's figure flickered, appearing before One-star dragon and striking. Startled, One-star dragon quickly raised his arms to block. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Son Gohan's fists hammered into One-star dragon, driving him back continuously. Bam! After a moment, Son Gohan clenched his right fist and sent One-star dragon flying back with a single punch. Damn it! One-star dragon roared in anger, charging swiftly at Son Gohan. In an instant, One-star dragon was before Son Gohan and struck. The sound of a swift rush echoed as Sun Wufan slightly shifted to the side, evading the attack from the One-star dragon. During their battle, the Four-star dragon quickly noticed the One-star dragon. Seizing the moment, Goku from the GT timeline struck the distracted Four-star dragon with a powerful punch, sending him flying. The Four-star dragon, regaining his focus, continued to engage in battle with Goku from the GT timeline. Given that Sun Wufan's strength was far superior to that of the One-star dragon, the latter's attacks barely landed, and he found himself in a state of disarray from Sun Wufan's energy waves. Is this all you've got, One-star dragon? Sun Wufan laughed as he looked at the pitiful state of the One-star dragon. Don't get too cocky, Sun Wufan. I was just careless earlier. The One-star dragon retorted, suddenly drawing in a deep breath. A tremendous suction force erupted from his mouth, causing Xiaofang's backpack to float as 5 Dragon Balls flew out. Dragon Balls! Xiaofang exclaimed, wanting to retrieve them, but the Dragon Balls flew too swiftly, quickly entering the One-star dragon's mouth. After absorbing the 5 Dragon Balls, an astonishing aura radiated from the One-star dragon, and the 5 Dragon Balls appeared prominently on his chest. With the power of the 5 Dragon Balls, the One-star dragon's confidence surged. Sun Wufan, prepare to pay for what you just said. Oh really? Sun Wufan replied, unfazed with a smile. The One-star dragon, seeing this, shot a beam of light from his eyes towards Sun Wufan. The beam was the freezing ray from the 3-star dragon. Sun Wufan quickly retreated, freezing the ground before him. Sun Wufan chuckled. Is that a technique from the 3-star dragon? The One-star dragon snorted, gathering lightning in his hands to attack Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan soared into the sky, evading the attack. That's a technique of the 5-star dragon. The One-star dragon's 6-star Dragon Ball glowed, and he launched energy blades at Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan raised his arms to block the incoming energy blades. The One-star dragon chuckled lightly, charging swiftly towards Sun Wufan in midair. Noticing this, Sun Wufan immediately lowered his arms. The One-star dragon shouted, launching a powerful punch. Sun Wufan vanished and suddenly appeared above the One-star dragon, gathering an energy wave in his hands and striking down. With a massive explosion, the energy wave struck the One-star dragon, causing a detonation in the sky. The One-star dragon let out a cry of anguish as he plummeted rapidly. Seeing this, Sun Wufan flashed to the One-star dragon's front and delivered a powerful kick to his chest. Boom! The One-star dragon crashed to the ground like a meteor. A large cloud of dust was kicked up from the impact. As the dust settled, a massive pit appeared in the ground with the One-star dragon lying in the center, looking disheveled. One-star dragon, even after absorbing 5 Dragon Balls, you were still this weak. The One-star dragon gritted his teeth and quickly climbed out of the pit. Sun Wufan chuckled lightly, appearing before the One-star dragon in the blink of an eye, launching an attack. Whoosh! Because Sun Wufan's fists moved with incredible speed before the One-star dragon could react, he was subjected to a flurry of punches. A moment later, Sun Wufan delivered a powerful kick forward, sending the One-star dragon flying backward, crashing into several buildings. A cloud of dust erupted from the ground. Moments later, the One-star dragon stood up and charged towards Goku from the GT timeline. Seeing this, Sun Wufan flashed and pursued. Damn it! The One-star dragon, seeing this, gathered an energy wave in his right hand and attacked Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan evaded with a quick movement. The One-star dragon took this opportunity to rush towards the 4-star dragon. One-star dragon. The 4-star dragon, seeing the One-star dragon charging towards him, thought he was seeking to ally and thus did not take it too seriously. Whoosh! Just as the 4-star dragon let his guard down, the One-star dragon raised his right index finger, shooting a white beam towards him. 4-star dragon, be careful! Goku from the GT timeline shouted urgently. What? Just as he spoke, the beam shot from the One-star dragon's finger pierced through the 4-star dragon's chest. The 4-star dragon let out a terrible scream, finding it hard to believe that the One-star dragon would attack him. A One-star dragon. With that, his body slowly vanished, transforming back into the 4-star Dragon Ball. The One-star dragon smirked, moving forward to catch the 4-star Dragon Ball and swallowing it. After absorbing the 4-star Dragon Ball, the One-star dragon's aura surged once more. seeing that the 4-star dragon had been sneak attacked and killed Goku from the GT timeline, felt a surge of anger. The 1-star dragon sneered, "The 4-star dragon was always so naive. If he had used all his strength to kill you from the start, perhaps I wouldn't have had to kill him. Stop making excuses. You clearly couldn't handle Sun Wukong and wanted to gain the power of the 4-star dragon." The 1-star dragon scoffed. "You figured that out, huh? Well, I won't pretend anymore. I did kill him for his power. Although the 4-star dragon was naive, he was still quite strong among us 7. Goku from the GT timeline snorted. "Enough talk. I'm going to avenge the 4-star dragon now. Prepare to pay with your life." The 1-star dragon laughed. "Just because of you, eh? Just because of me." Goku from the GT timeline charged at the 1-star dragon. The 1-star dragon chuckled lightly, slightly shifting to the side to dodge Goku's attack. Goku gritted his teeth and threw a powerful punch. At that moment, the 5-star Dragon Ball on the 1-star dragon's chest suddenly glowed. A bolt of lightning shot from his hand towards Goku. Due to the close distance, Goku from the GT timeline was struck directly by the lightning. The 1-star dragon's eyes then emitted a freezing ray aimed at Goku's chest. Goku from the GT timeline, having not fought against the 3-star dragon before, found his chest completely frozen. Sun Wukong, seeing this, flashed and appeared to the left of the 1-star dragon, preparing to attack. The 1-star dragon was startled and quickly moved backward. Upon seeing this, Son Gohan immediately approached the GT timeline's Son Goku, conjuring a fiery red energy in his right hand to melt the ice on his chest. "Thank you." The GT timeline's Son Goku expressed his gratitude to Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze to Omega Shenron. Omega Shenron in turn regarded Son Gohan with a grave expression. Son Goku was confident he could defeat Omega Shenron, but Son Gohan's formidable strength posed a significant challenge. If he had to face both of them simultaneously, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand their combined assault. "Son Gohan, what's this? Do you intend to join forces with Son Goku and fight me together?" Omega Shenron taunted deliberately. Son Gohan merely smiled in response. "No, dealing with you alone is more than enough." "Is that so?" Omega Shenron, upon hearing this, immediately felt relieved. "Gohan, could you leave him to me?" At that moment, the GT timeline's Son Goku suddenly spoke up. "Father, you wish to fight him?" The GT timeline's Son Goku nodded. "Very well then." Although Son Gohan knew that the GT timeline's Son Goku was no match for Omega Shenron, since he insisted on facing him, he decided to let him witness the gap between himself and Super Omega Shenron, while also allowing the Cosmic Seed to absorb more of their battle energy. This too was the purpose of his visit to the GT timeline. After the recent skirmish among the 4 of them, the Cosmic Seed had already gathered 26 of its energy. When Omega Shenron heard that the GT timeline's Son Goku wanted to fight him, a sneer of contempt immediately curled upon his face. Though the GT timeline's Son Goku was powerful, he still fell far short of Super Omega Shenron. "Huh!" With a mighty shout, the GT timeline's Son Goku clenched his right fist and charged at Omega Shenron. Omega Shenron chuckled, coldly firing blade-like energy projectiles at his opponent with his right hand. The technique of 6-star Shenron. Having clashed with 6-star Shenron before, the GT timeline's Son Goku was familiar with his moves. At that moment, Omega Shenron brought his hands together, forming a massive fireball that he hurled at his adversary. "That's 4-star Shenron's technique," exclaimed the GT timeline's Son Goku as he swiftly dodged. Omega Shenron, seeing this, flickered and instantly appeared before him, driving his right foot forward in a powerful kick. With a resounding boom, Omega Shenron's foot connected with the GT timeline's Son Goku's abdomen, sending him crashing violently to the ground. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust. Seizing the opportunity, Omega Shenron rapidly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at the GT timeline's Son Goku. Swish! Boom! Boom! With a series of thunderous explosions, the ground erupted in massive plumes of dust. The GT timeline's Son Goku let out agonized cries under the relentless assault of energy waves. "Grandpa!" Pan cried out to the GT timeline's Son Goku. Omega Shenron snorted coldly and ceased his energy wave attack. After a moment, when the dust settled, the ground was riddled with craters of various sizes. The GT timeline's Son Goku lay half buried in one of the deep pits. "Damn it!" The GT timeline's Son Goku gritted his teeth and pulled himself to his feet. Omega Shenron sneered. "Son Goku, your strength is far too feeble. You are no match for me." The GT timeline's Son Goku snorted. "The battle has only just begun." With that, he dashed swiftly towards Omega Shenron. Swish! Bang! 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 Omega Shenron clenched his fists and engaged in close combat with the GT timeline's Son Goku. However, the GT timeline's Son Goku was inferior in both strength and speed and was soon forced into a relentless retreat by Omega Shenron. On the Supreme Kai's planet, The GT timeline's Supreme, Kai was watching the battle on Earth with utter exasperation. Tell me what is wrong with this son Gohan. He could easily defeat Omega Shinran, so why must he let that battle-hungry Goku fight him instead? Great Ancestor, can Son Gohan defeat Omega Shinran, who has absorbed all the Dragon Balls? Asked Kibito Kai. Well, he should be able to, otherwise why would he let Goku fight him alone? Should Oi? Exactly. I am not Son Gohan, how could I possibly know if he can defeat Omega Shinran? But you just said. That was a speculation, understand? Speculation, got it. Oh, Kibito Kai fell silent, lowering his head. On Earth. With a tremendous crash, the GT timeline's son Goku was sent flying like a beam of light, crashing into a building behind him after Omega Shinran's kick. Grandpa Pan, witnessing this, immediately turned to Son Gohan for help. Father, are you truly not going to help Grandpa? Son Gohan smiled. It's not that I want help, Father, it's that he insists on fighting him. Don't worry, he'll intervene when he can't hold on any longer. Pan felt somewhat reassured. Just then, Omega Shinran turned to look at Son Gohan. Son Gohan, Son Goku is no match for me. I think we should continue our fight. Very well. Son Gohan said, swiftly appearing before Omega Shinran. Omega Shinran grinned and threw a powerful punch with his right fist. Son Gohan raised his left hand, blocking the attack. The two then rapidly moved across the ground, engaging in combat. The ground soon became shrouded in clouds of dust. Swish. Thud. 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 After a brief skirmish on the ground, they quickly ascended into the sky to continue their battle. Their movements were so swift that from a distance they appeared as ripples rippling across the sky. Damn it. The GT timeline's son Goku gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. At that moment, the GT timeline's son Gohan and the others arrived. Gohan. The GT timeline's son Gohan nodded. Father, what's the situation? From what I can see, the you from the other timeline currently has the upper hand. Is that so? The GT timeline's son Goku nodded. By the way, since you're all here, why don't you lend me your power? Give our power to you, Father. Yes, I want to try to break through the limits of Super Saiyan 4 and see if I can defeat that Omega Shinran. Father, do you still intend to fight Omega Shinran? It depends. If the you from the other timeline can defeat him, then I won't step in. Alright. The GT timeline's son Gohan, along with the GT timeline's Trunks, and the others immediately transformed into Super Saiyans. They then channeled their energy to the GT timeline's son Goku. What? Omega Shinran was startled. Seizing the moment of distraction, Son Gohan delivered a heavy punch to Omega Shinran's abdomen. Omega Shinran let out a pained scream as his body, like a beam of light, crashed violently to the ground. I can't go on, Father, we've reached the limit. Your body won't hold up. GT Trunks warned. It's fine, just keep channeling your energy to me. Very well. Helpless GT Trunks had no choice but to continue passing his energy to GT Goku. After a moment, GT Goku clenched his fists, unleashing a startling aura that sent GT Trunks and the others flying backward. Meanwhile, Omega Shinran had risen from the ground, his heart filled with resentment as he stared at Gohan from afar. Despite absorbing all the Dragon Balls, he still couldn't defeat Gohan. Gohan smiled. Omega Shinran, have you run out of tricks? Omega Shinran snorted coldly. Gohan, don't get too cocky. You forced my hand. With a sudden roar, Omega Shinran caused the 7 Dragon Balls on his chest to glow simultaneously, forming a massive red energy sphere. This red sphere was a negative energy ball. Omega Shinran lifted it with his right hand, soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Gohan, if you want to dodge, go ahead. But I can't say what will happen to Earth. Gohan chuckled in response. I won't dodge. He'll defeat you fair and square. Omega Shinran gritted his teeth and hurled the negative energy ball toward the ground. Gohan stood motionless. Soon the negative energy ball plummeted to just a few dozen meters above the ground. In that instant, Gohan moved, appearing beneath the negative energy ball in a flash, his right foot shooting upward in a powerful kick. With a thunderous impact, the negative energy ball shot back into the sky like a rubber ball. It was soon kicked beyond Earth's atmosphere. A colossal explosion erupted outside Earth, unleashing a massive storm that swept across the entire planet. The dark clouds that once shrouded the sky dissipated under the immense force, and Earth regained its azure hue. Earth has returned to its former state. Elder Kaioshin of the GT timeline exclaimed joyfully to Kibito Kai. Yes. Kibito Kai nodded. On Earth, Omega Shinran gazed at the newly blue sky, a look of shock spreading across his face. What is this? 2 negatives make a positive. Simply put, my kick just now turned your negative energy into positive energy. 2 negatives make a positive. Omega Shinran growled. That's right. So Omega Shinran, any other tricks? With a snort, Omega Shinran fired energy waves from all 10 fingers at Gohan. Gohan vanished in a blur, reappearing before Omega Shinran and landing a powerful uppercut to his chin. With a fierce crack, Omega Shenron's body shot upward like a beam. Seizing the moment, Gohan clasped his hands together behind him. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave formed in Gohan's hands, surging toward Omega Shenron. Startled, Omega Shenron had no time to evade. The Kamehameha struck Omega Shenron, propelling his body higher into the sky. A cataclysmic explosion erupted in the heavens, casting an intensely brilliant light. A massive shockwave swept outward in all directions. Under the immense blast, Omega Shenron let out a blood-curdling scream. GT Goku and the others shielded their eyes. When the smoke cleared, a figure stood mid-air, his face ashen. It was Omega Shenron. Though Omega Shenron still lived, the 6 Dragon Balls he had consumed were forced out, scattering across the ground. Omega Shenron is still alive. GT Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan glanced at the cosmic seed, noting that its energy had reached 31. 31, huh? Gohan murmured, considering whether to finish off Omega Shenron now. Omega Shenron was the final boss of the GT timeline. The longer Gohan fought him, the more energy the cosmic seed could absorb. As Gohan pondered, Omega Shenron absorbed the 6 fallen Dragon Balls, transforming back into Super Omega Shenron. Not good. He's absorbed all the Dragon Balls again. GT Trunks warned. Yeah. GT Goku nodded. Forget it, it'll gather 5% more. Gohan retrieved a Senzu bean from his system and swallowed it. Super Saiyan 4 was powerful, but it consumed a great deal of stamina. He still had some energy left, but it wouldn't last long. A Senzu bean. GT Goku and the others were stunned to see Gohan eat one. In their era, Senzu beans were extremely rare, but this young Gohan must have come from a time when they were still available. Omega Shenron gritted his teeth in fury. So this was why Gohan had been so confident. He had Senzu beans on him. He had planned to exhaust Gohan's stamina and then defeat him. But now that plan seemed doomed. And he didn't know how many Senzu beans Gohan had left. If it was just one, perhaps he could still outlast him. As Omega Shenron schemed, Gohan, now fully recovered, clenched his fists, a red aura flaring around him. All right, Omega Shenron, shall we continue? Gohan, you despicable bastard. Omega Shenron roared. A bastard? The ones who destroyed Earth were you evil dragons. How am I the bastard? Omega Shenron, unwilling to banter, fired energy waves from all 10 fingers at Gohan. Gohan vanished and charged at Omega Shenron, who seized his barrage and met him head-on. The two clashed, their fists and feet moving like light. Gohan dodged and struck in a fluid rhythm. The ground was torn apart in a storm of dust. After a while, Gohan's right fist connected, sending Omega Shenron flying backward. Damn it! Long roared in fury as he charged once more towards Son Gohan. Just as he was about to reach him, Son Gohan sidestepped and drove his right fist fiercely into Long's abdomen. Long let out an agonized scream, spewing a mouthful of bile. Son Gohan then drove his right knee upward, sending Long flying into the air. Gritting his teeth, Long managed to halt his ascent. At that moment, Son Gohan flickered behind him and brought his clasped hands down in a heavy blow upon his body. Boom! Crash! With a thunderous explosion, Long plummeted to the ground like a meteor. A massive cloud of dust was kicked up from the earth. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan rapidly gathered a vast energy wave and launched it at Long. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! 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 Under the relentless barrage of Son Gohan's energy waves, Long let out a series of agonized screams. Seeing this, Son Gohan ceased his attack. After a moment, as the thick smoke cleared, the ground was riddled with numerous craters of varying sizes. Long lay battered at the center of these craters. Son Gohan flickered and appeared before him in an instant. Startled, Long scrambled to his feet. Son Gohan raised his right hand, gathering a purple destructive energy, and spoke. Destruction. As the words fell, Long's body began to disintegrate at a visible rate, eventually vanishing completely from this world. After Long disappeared, the 7 Dragon Balls on his body reverted to their normal state and scattered on the ground. It worked! Pan exclaimed joyfully. Son Gohan let out a long sigh and reverted to his base form. Though Long was no match for him, the fight had been quite exhausting. Just then, the Eternal Dragon from the Dragon Balls appeared without being summoned, and the sky did not darken. The Eternal Dragon, he appeared on his own. GT Trunks was startled. The Eternal Dragon's eyes flashed crimson as he looked at GT Goku and spoke. Son Goku, I believe you now understand why Hell and the mortal realm have merged and why the evil dragons appeared. So it really was because the Dragon Balls became tainted. No, it's because you humans have abused the Dragon Balls too much. From now on, the Dragon Balls will no longer be available for you humans to use, and I myself will also abstain. We can't use the Dragon Balls anymore. GT Trunks remarked. Yes, the Eternal Dragon nodded. Eternal Dragon, I know we've relied on you too much in the past. But if all this is because of the Dragon Balls, I want to ask you one last time, please revive the innocent people who died. Goku pleaded. Very well, but this is the last time. The Eternal Dragon's eyes flashed red, and he revived all the innocent lives lost on Earth. It is done. With that, the Eternal Dragon soared into the sky and departed from Earth. He didn't take Goku away. Son Gohan thought to himself. At that moment, Son Gohan and the others approached. Thank you for your help, my counterpart from another timeline. It's nothing. Son Gohan replied with a smile. Well, it's getting late. I should be heading back. You're leaving? Pan asked. Yes. Then Dad, when will you come to our timeline again? I'm not sure yet. Can you teach me martial arts next time? Sure. Son Gohan said, bidding farewell to Goku and the others before returning to the main timeline. Still 64 short. After returning to the main timeline, Son Gohan glanced at the cosmic seed in his hand and muttered, I wonder if fighting Beerus can gather 50 energy. If so, he'll only need another 14. Time flew by, and 2 days passed peacefully. Wanting to collect another 14 of the cosmic seeds, energy, Son Gohan traveled to Leg's planet Benby. Leg's power had greatly increased since his last battle with Broly. He was now pushing a massive mountain. With a mighty shout, the entire mountain began to quake. A long crack split its base, and the upper half was pushed aside. The foolish old man removes mountains. Son Gohan mused, rubbing his chin. If the old man had such strength, he could have moved the mountain in an instant. Just then Leg turned around and looked at Son Gohan. Who are you? My name is Son Gohan. Son Gohan. That doesn't sound like a Saiyan name. Indeed, it's an Earthling name. An Earthling? Because I grew up on Earth. Grew up? Does that mean you're not a pure-blooded Saiyan? Ahem. Son Gohan coughed. Leg, are you focusing on the wrong thing? Leg was startled. How do you know my name? I know everything. Leg looked skeptical. Then what are you doing on planet Benby? I came to fight you. Leg laughed. Son Gohan, that's the funniest joke I've heard in a while. Funny. Indeed. Let me tell you, I am the legendary Super Saiyan. Oh, Earth is crawling with Super Saiyans now. Crawling? Does that mean all Saiyans have moved to Earth? No, I mean the Saiyans who managed to survive. Surviving Saiyans. Yes, because planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza over 30 years ago. Frieza. Leg clenched his fists in anger. Though he hated King Vegeta, he bore no hatred for the Saiyan race, and learning of planet Vegeta's destruction filled him with rage. He had originally planned to return to planet Vegeta after leaving planet Benby, overthrow King Vegeta, and claim the throne. Now that opportunity was gone. What about King Vegeta? Leg asked. He led a rebellion against Frieza and was killed. Killed by Frieza. What about Vegeta? Leg inquired. He's alive on Earth. That bastard actually survived, though. Leg said, a hint of anger in his voice. Do you truly wish for his death? He is after all your brother. Reg snorted coldly. The bond of brotherhood between us was severed the moment I was sent to planet Benby. Reg, isn't planet Benby quite pleasant? You have food, drink, a wife, and children. Reg snorted again. Enough talk, Son Gohan. If you wish to fight me, then come forth. Fine. With that, Son Gohan clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Reg was taken aback. He had wondered why Son Gohan was so confident in facing him. Now he realized Gohan had also mastered this form. After a moment's thought, Reg too transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Son Gohan chuckled lightly and shot forward toward Reg. Reg's figure flickered as he charged towards Son Gohan as well. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant they clashed, their fists and feet striking like flashes of light. Dust swirled up from the ground. Bang. With a thunderous impact, their right fists collided, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Boom. Moments later, Son Gohan clenched his right fist and blasted Reg backward. With a roar of fury, Reg immediately lunged at Son Gohan once more. Reg swiftly reached Son Gohan, his fists and feet moving like light as he attacked. Son Gohan dodged and blocked, retreating step by step. Reg let out a mighty shout and threw a full-powered punch with his right fist. Son Gohan crossed his arms to block, skidding back several steps. Seizing the moment, Reg clapped his hands together, gathering a massive energy wave and hurling it at Son Gohan. This was the legendary Prince's technique from the Dragon Ball world. Son Gohan's figure flickered, reappearing in midair. Reg immediately raised his hands, redirecting the energy wave skyward. Son Gohan then gathered a vast energy wave of his own and blasted it toward the ground. For a moment, the sky and earth were filled with explosions and billowing smoke. The commotion of their battle soon drew Supa and the others. Such an incredible fight. Who is father fighting? Kirin, Reg's second son, asked. I don't know. Oren shook his head. But it seems he too has mastered Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Kirin clenched his fists upon hearing this. He never imagined there was another being besides his father who had achieved this form. Just as they were stunned, the two fighters ceased their energy barrage and charged at each other. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Their movements were so swift that from afar it seemed as though ripples were spreading across the sky. So fast. Oren, can you see their fight? Kirin asked. I can't either. Bang! As they spoke, Son Gohan clasped his hands together and hammered them down onto Reg's body. With a deafening crash, Reg plummeted to the ground like a meteor. The impact sent a massive cloud of dust surging into the air. When the dust settled, Reg rose from the ground, his face twisted in fury. Son Gohan. In an instant, both figures vanished and clashed again in the sky. Bang! With a sharp crack, Son Gohan punched Reg back. With an enraged roar, Reg appeared behind Son Gohan and struck. Whoosh! Suddenly, Son Gohan's form flickered, causing Reg's attack to miss. Startled, Reg looked up to see Son Gohan aiming an energy sphere at him. Not good. Before he could react, Son Gohan fired the energy sphere. With no time to dodge, Reg could only raise his arms to block. Boom! A massive explosion erupted as the energy struck Reg, shrouding him in thick smoke. Father! Oren and the others cried out in concern. When the smoke cleared moments later, Reg remained in a defensive stance, seemingly unharmed. Lowering his arms, Reg glared at Son Gohan, his eyes burning with rage. Ever since his defeat at Broly's hands, he had sworn to never lose again. Yet today he had encountered Son Gohan, a foe of equal strength. Huh. With that thought, Reg clenched his fists, unleashing a startling surge of energy that rapidly intensified. Boom! The very ground of planet Bebi trembled violently under the influence of Reg's power. Father! Oren and the others gasped. At that moment, Reg's power peaked. Sensing the immense energy, Son Gohan's expression grew serious. Huh! With a fierce cry, Reg appeared above Son Gohan in an instant and drove his right foot down with tremendous force. Son Gohan blocked with his arms, sliding backward. So fast. Before he could recover, Reg materialized behind him and kicked again. Son Gohan sidestepped to the left, evading the blow. Startled, Reg attacked with both fists in rapid succession. Son Gohan dodged and retreated. Seeing this, Reg clapped his hands together, gathering a massive energy wave and launching it at Son Gohan. Son Gohan stomped the air and soared higher. Suddenly, Reg vanished and reappeared behind Son Gohan. Son Gohan spun around and threw a powerful right punch. Reg dodged by shifting to the side. Seizing the opportunity, Son Gohan launched a flurry of fists and feet. Reg blocked and retreated. Huh! With a sudden shout, Son Gohan landed a heavy kick to Reg's abdomen. Bang! With a resounding impact, Reg was sent crashing to the ground like a beam of light. A massive cloud of dust erupted. When the dust settled, a deep crater was revealed with Reg lying battered and bruised within. Father! Reg! Super rushed over. Son Gohan reverted to his base form and said, Reg, let us fight again another time. With that, Son Gohan vanished from planet Bebi. Damn it. Reg grumbled indignantly. Are you alright, Reg? Suppari asked with concern. I'm fine, Suppari. Now I know why I ended up on Vampistar in the first place. Why did you appear on Vampistar? That's right. I see now, all of this is that Son Gohan's doing. Son Gohan. Reg nodded. Also, I learned from him that planet Vegeta has already been destroyed. Planet Vegeta is destroyed. Suppari was stunned. This was monumental news for them. Reg nodded. It was destroyed by Frieza. Frieza, yes, but it seems my brother Vegeta is still alive currently on Earth. Earth? Isn't that a remote planet in the northern galaxy? He also said that the surviving Saiyans are all on Earth, and those living there now are all Super Saiyans. All of them. Suppari was taken aback. Had the era of Super Saiyans truly begun? Yet upon reflection on planet Bomba, besides herself, it seemed everyone else could transform into a Super Saiyan. Father, who is this Son Gohan? Oren asked. Among all of Reg's children, he was the strongest and most resembled his father. As a Saiyan of royal bloodline, he had always believed that aside from his father and Broly, no other Saiyan could surpass him. But Son Gohan's sudden appearance had dealt a harsh blow to his pride. I don't know. Reg shook his head. It's a pity we don't have a spaceship, or we could leave this planet. By the way, Father, Son Gohan mentioned before he left that he'd seek you out for another fight, said Seraphine, Reg's only daughter. 15 years old, Seraphine's face bore a resemblance to Saparis, but her inheritance of Reg's bloodline instilled a fierce bellicose spirit, lending her an air of heroic valor. Reg snorted coldly, his expression dark. Before encountering Broly, he had always believed himself the mightiest Saiyan. Yet first he was defeated by Broly, and now by Son Gohan. It was no wonder his mood was foul. On Earth, Mount Pozu. After returning, Son Gohan checked the cosmic seed's energy, which had now reached 41. Then a thought struck him. Didn't he possess the Super Dragon Balls? Could he simply wish for the cosmic seed to be fully charged? But since he was already at 41, Using the Super Dragon Balls now seemed somewhat wasteful. Hey, system, can I use the Super Dragon Balls to fully charge the Cosmic Seed? Reply, Master, the Cosmic Seed is a system reward. It must gather energy through battles and observation. I see. Then system, I wish for infinite stamina using the Super Dragon Balls. As you wish, Master. Master, your wish has been granted. Already. I don't feel any different. Master, try training now. You're like an ox that never tires. Son Gohan was speechless. System, what kind of lousy metaphor is that? Orange Star City, Orange Star High School Class 1A. Ever since Son Gohan's clone gained fame from the World Martial Arts Tournament, he was constantly surrounded by female admirers. This often stirred jealousy in Videl, who sat beside him. She silently cursed him as a flirt. At noon or after school, Videl suddenly asked Son Gohan's clone to walk home together. Master, you know that woman who lost to Laxus, don't you? The woman who lost to Laxus. You mean Android 18? Son Gohan's clone replied. Videl nodded. I know her. Then, Master, have you known her for a long time? Quite a while. Are you close? No. Is that so? Videl breathed a sigh of relief. After walking a bit further, their paths diverged and they parted ways. Great, they're not close. Videl thought happily after separating from Son Gohan's clone. Time flew and a month passed in the blink of an eye. With infinite stamina, Son Gohan trained even harder than before. In this month, his battle power had reached roughly 50 billion. Orange Star City, Orange Star High. Son Gohan's clone sat yawning at his desk. Videl approached with a smile. Son Gohan, are you free tomorrow? Want to watch a movie together? He glanced at her, sensing something unusual. What's wrong, Son Gohan? Videl asked, her mind wandering back to his stern training sessions. Nothing. So about the movie. They'll think about it. But I already bought the tickets. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning. 10 o'clock. Videl nodded. Let's talk about it this afternoon. Okay. Also, don't forget to keep up with your training. Yes. That afternoon, after some consideration, Son Gohan agreed to see the movie with Videl. The next morning at 9:30, Son Gohan, dressed casually, arrived at the cinema Videl had mentioned. After waiting a while, he spotted Videl in a white dress. Videl. She nodded. Master, sorry to keep you waiting. Son Gohan coughed. Just call me Son Gohan here. Son Gohan. He nodded. Let's go in and watch the movie, Moss. Son Gohan. All right. With that, they entered the cinema. Videl bought 2 sodas and a bucket of popcorn. The movie Videl had chosen was a zombie flick. Whenever a zombie appeared on screen, she would nervously lean closer to Son Gohan. After the film ended, Videl paused, then seemed to steel herself as she looked at him. Son Gohan. I like you. Will you be with me? Son Gohan was momentarily stunned. Though he knew Videl had feelings for him, he hadn't expected such a sudden confession in this setting. Videl, do you realize what you're saying? Son Gohan spoke in a tone befitting a master after a moment of stunned silence. As he finished, it was Videl's turn to be taken aback. Before confessing, she had imagined countless ways Son Gohan might reject her today. But never in her wildest dreams had she expected him to utter such astonishing words. I know. But love knows no boundaries. You have a point. Then I'll go tell Lagos right now that she has a new master's wife. Master's wife. Upon hearing this, Videl's face lit up with joy as she gazed at Son Gohan. Moss. Son Gohan, you agreed. Let me think it over. But you just said master's wife. Fine, I'll go tell Lagos about this right now. Go ahead. Videl replied, showing no fear. Are you sure? Absolutely. Well then I suppose I'll reluctantly agree. Reluctantly. Videl stared at Son Gohan. Reluctantly. Videl reached out to grab him, but he sidestepped, dodging her grasp. Son Gohan. Videl, what do you think you're doing? Are you plotting an act of treason? Treason. Enraged, Videl launched an attack at him without restraint. Whoosh. Swish swish. Son Gohan shifted left and right with ease, effortlessly evading every strike Videl threw. All right, Videl, I was just joking with you. That's more like it. Videl said, lowering the foot she had raised. Young couples these days, so full of energy, remarked a passerby. Time flew by and another month passed in the blink of an eye. Since Son Gohan and Videl had officially started dating, Videl followed his lead by sending a clone to school while she trained with him on Mount Pozu. However, she hadn't yet told Lagos about their relationship. She planned to wait for the right moment to reveal it. Though they hadn't announced their romance, Lagos had clearly noticed their bond growing much closer over the past month. Yet Lagos didn't suspect a romantic involvement, as she simply thought she had fallen out of favor as his top disciple. So throughout the month, she tried every means to win Son Gohan's approval. But her efforts were largely in vain. Even when she occasionally pleased him, she received only a word of praise and nothing more. During this month, Son Gohan gave Videl many fruits from the Tree of Might, causing her strength to soar dramatically. However, because she had consumed so many, the fruits now had little effect on her. At that moment, Videl stood on a grassy patch of Mount Pozu attempting to lift the Z sword lying on the ground. But the sword was far too heavy, and she ultimately failed. Just then the sky suddenly warped as a black hole-like portal appeared overhead. Soon after, numerous humans with halos flew out from the rift. These were the souls of the wicked who had been condemned to hell, including Frieza. WH. What is that? Videl pointed at the sky, addressing Legis beside her. I don't know. We should tell Master immediately. Right? Videl nodded. A short while later, Son Gohan emerged from the gravity chamber and saw the endless stream of souls pouring from the black hole. Legis, Videl, help me eliminate those souls. All right. They both nodded. Soon the three arrived in West City and obliterated the souls attacking it. After vanquishing the horde, Son Gohan spotted a very familiar figure. It was Frieza. Long time no see, Frieza. You are, Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Frieza gritted his teeth. If not for Son Gohan, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Indeed, after 10 years, you're still so short. Frieza seethed with rage. Son Gohan's words were clearly mocking his stature. With that thought, Frieza waved at his minions. Attack! The soldiers behind him charged at Son Gohan. Son Gohan chuckled, appearing before Frieza in an instant and punching a hole through his body. Frieza screamed as his form dissipated like white smoke. Seeing this, Frieza's soldiers fled in terror. Son Gohan fired energy blasts at them. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Up! Under Son Gohan's assault, Frieza's soldiers were quickly annihilated. After clearing most of the souls from Earth, Son Gohan and his group gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned Shenron in Bulma's backyard. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one. Shenron, please restore everything on Earth. Bulma said. I cannot. Cannot. Shenron nodded. All matters of the afterlife are under King Yema's jurisdiction. Your wish exceeds my power. I see. In that case, I'll hold off on making a wish. Shenron nodded, transforming back into the Dragon Balls and scattering across the globe. On North Kai's planet. Seeing that even Shenron was powerless, North Kai's expression grew grave. If the afterlife remained in this state, the dead couldn't enter and souls couldn't be reincarnated. Goku, what do we do? Krillin asked. Well, I don't know. Hey Gohan, any ideas? Goku turned to Son Gohan. He'll ask the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission to reach the realm of the Kais. Go, Gohan. East Supreme Kai was startled. Son Gohan nodded. Supreme Kai, you must know about the situation in the afterlife, right? East Supreme Kai nodded. Do you have a way to resolve this? Well, East Supreme Kai glanced at Old Kai. The matter of the afterlife is actually quite simple to fix. Old Kai said, simply. Now that the souls on Earth are destroyed, the main issue is the monster in the afterlife. I can have Kibito teleport you there to eliminate it. Me, Jebet was taken aback. If not you, then who? The elder Kaioshin said indignantly. No, I was just asking. Jebet murmured. In that case, take Son Gohan to the other world at once. Understood. With that, Jebet approached Son Gohan and placed a hand on his shoulder. Whoosh. With an instant transmission, Jebet brought Son Gohan to a barrier realm filled with what appeared to be candy. A green-skinned man with no nose, square ears, clad in a white martial arts GI, was locked in combat with a massive rotund yellow monster. This man was none other than Piccin, and the yellow monster was Janemba, the culprit behind the chaos in the other world. He'll leave you here, Son Gohan. The rest is up to you. With those words, Jebet vanished in an instant. That guy sure knows how to make a quick exit, Son Gohan remarked, turning his gaze to Piccin, who was still battling Janemba. Boom. With a resounding crash, Janemba swatted Piccin to the ground. Seeing this, Son Gohan gathered a violet orb of destruction energy in his right hand and hurled it at Janemba. Janemba sidestepped, evading the attack. Boom. A colossal explosion erupted as the destruction energy struck Janemba's barrier. The entire floor of the barrier trembled violently. Whoosh. In that instant, Son Gohan flickered before Janemba and launched another sphere of destruction energy at him. Bang. Due to the extreme proximity, the blast struck Janemba directly. His body began to contract like a crumpling spiderweb, shrinking rapidly downward. After a moment, a man appeared with orange-eared skin, pointed ears, black irises, and yellow scara, a light purple vest, a pair of beast-like horns on his head, a tall and muscular build, and a demonic lizard tail. This was Janemba's second form. He transformed. Son Gohan muttered, then lunged forward at Janemba. Janemba let out a sinister chuckle and spat a green energy wave at Son Gohan. Son Gohan sidestepped, dodging the attack. Then with a swift kick to Janemba's face, he sent the fiend stumbling backward. Janemba gritted his teeth and glared at Son Gohan with fury. Son Gohan flickered and reappeared before Janemba, launching an attack. Janemba raised his arms to block. Boom. Janemba was sent flying backward. Whoosh. Son Gohan materialized behind Janemba and swept his leg in a low arc like a gale sweeping fallen leaves. Janemba was instantly tripped and fell to the ground. Whoosh! Son Gohan conjured a purple sphere of destruction energy and hurled it at his foe. Crash! With a thunderous explosion, the destruction energy struck Janemba, unleashing an immense violet storm across the ground. Janemba screamed in agony as his body was torn apart by the violet maelstrom. After a moment, when the smoke of the explosion cleared, a small child appeared on the ground. This child was the very one possessed by the explosion gas. Seeing Son Gohan, the child was terrified and fled to the side. Son Gohan surveyed the barrier around him, noting that it remained intact. Great Ancestor, what is happening? Why hasn't the barrier of the other world collapsed? The Eastern Kaioshin inquired. I don't know. Logically, with Janemba's defeat, his barrier should have crumbled. Then what should we do now, Great Ancestor? Well, I'm at a loss as well. You have no solution either. Indeed. Now we must rely on Gohan. Gohan. Perhaps he can simply destroy the entire barrier. No sooner were the words spoken than Son Gohan gathered a colossal sphere of destruction energy at the tip of his right index finger and directed it toward the barrier. Boom. With an earth-shattering explosion, the destruction energy detonated within the barrier, generating an immense purple storm that swept across the realm. Son Gohan used instant transmission to appear beside Piccin and whisk him away. Then in a flash, he transported himself and the child to the Kaioshin realm. After their departure, the barrier was instantly annihilated by the explosive force of the destruction energy. Finding himself in the Kaioshin realm, the child trembled with fear. I'm sorry. I was listening to music while working and failed to change the tank of the soul-cleansing machine in time. The elder Kaioshin snorted coldly. From now on, you'd better work diligently, or he'll have King Yama withhold your wages. Yes, sir. The child nodded. Since the matter in the other world is resolved, he'll be heading back now. Son Gohan announced. Very well. The Eastern Kaioshin agreed. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission and returned to Earth. In the other world, after Janemba's barrier was broken, King Yama regained his authority over the realm and summoned all the souls back to the other world. Afterwards, Son Goku and the others gathered the 7 Dragon Balls once more and revived the humans who had died innocently due to the soul's revival. Peace was restored to Earth once again. Time flew by and 2 months had passed. Now it was summer vacation. Son Gohan and the others were having a barbecue by a waterfall on Mount Pozu. Here, master, this fish is freshly grilled. Good. Son Gohan said, taking the grilled fish from Ragus. By the way, master, what brings you to indulge in a leisurely barbecue today? Son Gohan glanced at Videl beside him. Well, Ragus, there's something we've been keeping from you. Please don't be angry when we tell you. Ragus fixed her gaze on Videl. What is it, Videl? The thing is, Gohan and I are together. Together. Ragus felt as if struck by a thunderbolt. If Videl and Son Gohan were together, wouldn't that mean Videl had instantly transformed from her fellow disciple into her master's wife? Yeist. And when did you two get together? Ragus pressed on. 3 months ago. Hearing this, Ragus was at a loss for words. Videl and Son Gohan had been together right under her nose for over 3 months. Ragus. Videl called out to the silent Ragus. Snapping back to reality, Ragus declared, No, master. I want to be with you too. You too. Gohan and Videl were taken aback. Yes, if Videl can, why can't I? Legus said. Well, Legus, here we practice monogamy. Videl said. It's fine, I can be the secondary wife. SEC. Secondary wife. Videl was stunned again. Legus then immediately looked at Gohan. Master, do you only love Videl and not me? Well, just as Gohan hesitated, Videl quickly glanced over. No, my feelings for you are merely those of a master and disciple. Upon hearing this, Legus remained silent. No, Legus, Gohan and I are together, but we can still be the same as before. Videl said. I understand, master. Legus forced a faint smile after hearing this. Master, I'm full. He'll head back now. All right. Gohan nodded. Seeing this, Legus immediately turned and left. Gohan, do you think I should have told her earlier? Videl asked. Yes. Gohan nodded. The next day after breakfast, Gohan went to the gravity chamber on Mount Pozu to train as usual. But when he arrived at Mount Pozu, he didn't see Legus. Instead, he found a letter she had left behind. It was a farewell letter expressing her gratitude for Gohan's care over the years. After reading the letter, Gohan immediately retrieved the all-seeing mirror from his system. Through it, he saw Legus sitting on the cliff of an unknown planet. Upon seeing Legus, Gohan quickly used the all-seeing mirror to transport himself to her side. Master. Legus was startled by Gohan's sudden appearance. Gohan smiled and sat down beside her. The scenery here is quite nice. Master, how did you know I was here? Gohan chuckled. I know everything. Legus remained silent. Legus, will you come back with me? No, master. I want to travel through the universe. Gohan smiled. Legus, are you still upset with me and Videl? No. Legus shook her head. Then Legus, how about you become my little sister? Little sister? Legus looked at Gohan. Yes, that way you'll be part of my family. Family. Legus fell into deep thought upon hearing this. Then master, if I become your sister, who would you treat better, me or Videl? The same. The same. Gohan said with a smile. Then master, you must not lie. I won't lie. Then let's pinky swear. Gohan raised his little finger. Seeing this, Legus immediately raised her right little finger and hooked it with his. Pinky swear 100 years no change. If master lies, then master is a lying dog. Satisfied? Legus nodded. Brother. Then can we go back now, little sis? Legus smiled and nodded. With that, Gohan used instant transmission and brought Legus back to Earth. On Mount Pozu, Goten and the others had already arrived. Big brother Gohan. Brother. Gohan. The three called out as they saw them return. Gohan nodded. Brother, where did you go? Goten asked. Nowhere special. Then brother, what will you teach us today? Teach you what? Yeah, brother, you haven't taught us any new techniques in a long time. Goten said. How about I teach you the time skip technique? Time skip technique. Yes, it's a technique that can control time. Control time. Goten and Trunks' eyes lit up. Then brother, teach us quickly. All right. But this technique is quite difficult to learn. Gohan, I want to learn too. Brother, I want to learn too. Videl and Legus said simultaneously. Brother. Hearing Legus addressed to Gohan, the three immediately turned their gaze to him. Brother, why does sister Legus call you brother? Shouldn't she call you master? Well, I've adopted Legus as my little sister. Adopted sister Legus as your little sister? Yes. After all, when I teach you all techniques, you don't call me master either, right? I see. Goten suddenly understood. Videl said nothing, but her displeasure was evident on her face. Subsequently, Gohan began teaching them the time skip technique. Time flew by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Ever since Gohan adopted Legus as his sister, their relationship grew even closer, sometimes to the point where even Videl couldn't help but feel jealous. On North Kai's planet, Son Goku stood firmly on a patch of grass, his eyes filled with determination. Suddenly he clenched his fists and a golden aura erupted around his body. This was the Super Saiyan form. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Goku clenched his fists again, powering up into Super Saiyan 2. Even after achieving Super Saiyan 2, Goku did not stop. He continued to raise his energy. Boom! The ground of North Kai's planet trembled violently under the influence of Goku's aura. Goku. At that moment, Goku's golden hair lengthened to his waist, his eyebrows vanished as his brow ridge pressed against his eyes, deep blue pupils appeared in his previously single-colored light green irises, and his golden aura solidified into a steady glow. This was the Super Saiyan 3 form. Did I succeed? Goku said, looking at his hands. North Kai nodded and walked over from a distance. Earthwest City at Bulma's house. Vegeta, who was training in the gravity chamber, suddenly sensed Goku's energy. Kakarot. Feeling Goku's immense power, Vegeta's fists clenched tightly. He had barely managed to catch up to Goku, only to be surpassed again before he could enjoy his lead. On North Kai's planet. Whoosh. Swish swish. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Goku immediately tested the power of the form on the planet. Earth Mount Pozu. Gohan and the others also sensed Goku's powerful energy. Such a strong energy. Is that Dad's? Goten said. Gohan nodded. I think Dad has probably mastered Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Yes. Dad started training before all of us. Yeah. Goten nodded. In the evening, after finishing his training on North Kai's planet, Son Wukong returned to his home in West City. The moment he stepped through the door, he saw a figure standing with arms crossed in his yard. It was Vegeta. Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly, striding swiftly to Son Wukong's front. He grabbed Son Wukong's shirt with his right hand. Kakarot, did you hold back in our last fight? Son Wukong's face showed a flicker of guilt. What are you talking about, Vegeta? I gave it my all in that battle. Vegeta snorted again, disbelief written across his face. Really, Vegeta, I'm not lying to you. Vegeta released his grip on Son Wukong's shirt. Then let's fight again right now. Fight again. Growling. Son Wukong's stomach growled loudly. Vegeta, I'm hungry. How about we postpone this to another day? Fine, I'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow? Yes, is there a problem? No problem at all. Son Wukong waved his hands frantically. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately left his house. The next morning, Vegeta returned to Son Wukong's home to find him. However, Son Wukong had already gone to North Kai's planet early in the morning to train. Kakarot. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. On North Kai's planet, Son Wukong was training when, for no apparent reason, he suddenly sneezed. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 3 years, Son Gohan's base combat power had increased to 4.5 trillion. Both Son Gohan and Videl had been admitted to a prestigious university in West City. After 3 years together, their relationship had become stable. Now they were strolling hand in hand through the university campus. Gohan, when do you think we should get married? Married? Yes, haven't you thought about it? It's not that. I just think maybe we should wait until after graduation. After graduation? Son Gohan nodded. That works too. Time passed, and 2 days went by in a flash. On planet Bimbin in Universe 7, since his last defeat by Son Gohan, Rag had been training with intense fervor. However, without access to a gravity chamber or similar facilities, his power growth remained severely limited despite his efforts. Rag was currently pulling dozens of large trees tied together with a rope. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air before him. It was Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Long time no see, Rag. Rag snorted coldly. Son Gohan, what do you want this time? Didn't I tell you last time? I'd come back for another fight. Rag snorted again. Don't regret it, Son Gohan. I'm much stronger now than before. Son Gohan smiled. So am I. Seeing this, Rag let out a fierce roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Son Gohan roared as well and also transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Instantly, their bodies turned into streaks of red light charging at each other. Whoosh. Boom. 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 Crash. 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 The sheer force of their battle quickly drew the attention of Orin and the others on planet Bimbin. Mother, it's Son Gohan, Kirin said with a serious expression. Sapari nodded. Bang. As the words left her mouth, Son Gohan's right fist slammed into Rag's face, sending him flying back. Enraged, Rag gathered massive energy blasts in both hands and fired them at Son Gohan. Whoosh. Crash. 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 Son Gohan's figure flickered, evading Rag's energy blasts. Seeing this, Rag roared and charged at Son Gohan. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly and charged at Rag as well. Whoosh. Bam. 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 Crash. 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 In the blink of an eye, they were upon each other, fists and feet moving like flashes of light as they clashed fiercely. Bang. Moments later, Son Gohan's right fist slammed into Rag, sending him stumbling back. Rag roared, his body swiftly closing in on Son Gohan as he threw a barrage of punches. Son Gohan swayed his body, dodging Rag's attacks. Gritting his teeth, Rag threw a full-power right punch. Bang. Son Gohan raised his left hand, catching Rag's fist. Rag was startled. At that moment, Son Gohan kicked Rag in the body, sending him crashing to the ground. With a thunderous roar, a massive cloud of dust erupted from the impact. Rag, father. Seeing this, Sapari and the others felt a surge of worry. When the dust finally settled, a sizable crater was revealed in the ground. Rag stood in the crater, disheveled and furious, glaring at Son Gohan. Son Gohan glanced at the universe seed in his hand and saw that its energy had been collected up to 47. Already 47, Son Gohan said, looking at Rag. This fight hadn't lasted as long as their previous one. Yet he had gathered 6 of the universe seed's energy in such a short time. This clearly showed that Rag's power had indeed increased significantly. As Son Gohan was deep in thought, Rag roared and shot towards him like a beam of light. Son Gohan raised his right hand. Gravity pressure. As the words left his lips, a crushing weight pressed down on Rag's body. Yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the gravity as he charged at Son Gohan. Seeing this, Son Gohan flickered and appeared behind Rag in an instant, kicking him flying. Crash. Rag's body shot like a ray of light, slamming violently into a large mountain behind him. A massive cloud of dust was kicked up from the ground. Son Gohan flickered again, appearing before Sapari in an instant. What do you want? Orin said warily. Son Gohan produced a Senzu bean. This is a Senzu bean. Feed this to Rag and his injuries will heal. A Senzu bean. Son Gohan handed the bean to Sapari. Sapari hesitated, but thinking of Rag, she accepted it. Son Gohan smiled lightly, and with an instant transmission vanished from planet Bimbin. He disappeared. Kirin gasped in shock. Sapari nodded, looking at Rag. Orin and the others flew over to Rag. Sapari stared at the Senzu bean in her hand, uncertain whether to give it to him. Damn it. At this moment, Reg was filled with resentment at being defeated once again. After a moment of hesitation, Sapari walked up to him and spoke. Reg, Son Gohan left a bean for you. He said that eating this bean will heal your injuries. A bean, eh? Sapari nodded and showed the Senzu bean in her hand to Reg. This is the bean. Reg snorted coldly. I don't want his stupid bean. Mother, could you give this bean to me, said Seraphai. To you? That's right. Father doesn't need it anyway. Very well then. Hearing this, Sapari immediately handed the Senzu bean to Seraphai. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had gone by. Above a city on Earth, a man with pink skin and a black diamond-shaped pattern on his forehead was flying through the sky. The man wore a black vest and white trousers with a golden belt bearing the letter M at his waist. This man was called Araki, the former demon king of the demon realm before Dabura and Dabura's former master. Later, due to Dabura's betrayal, Araki had his soul imprisoned by Dabura using powerful spells and rituals, only recently breaking free. So this is the human world. It sure has changed. Araki let out a sinister laugh and gathered several energy blasts in his hands, launching them at the city before him. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of massive explosions, countless buildings collapsed. Countless humans perished from Araki's assault. The entire city was soon filled with cries of sorrow, screams of terror, and pleas for help. Just as Araki was wreaking havoc, three figures appeared. These three were none other than androids 13, 14, 0, and 15. Who are you? Why are you destroying this city? Android 13 asked. Araki sneered upon hearing this, his figure flickering instantly before Android 13, driving his right fist into Android 13's abdomen with force. Bang! Android 13 let out a loud scream, his body crashing to the ground like a ray of light. A massive cloud of dust was kicked up from the ground. 13. Seeing this, androids 14 and 15 charged at Araki. Araki's figure flickered, appearing before them in an instant, sending both flying with a punch and a kick. Then he gathered a black energy blast in his right hand and fired it at Android 14. Android 14's face twisted in horror. Bang! Just as the black energy blast was about to strike Android 14, a pink figure suddenly appeared and swatted the black energy blast away. This figure was none other than Majin Buu. Boom! After being swatted away, the black energy blast landed on the ground in the distance and exploded. Majin Buu! Android 14 exclaimed in delight. Majin Buu nodded and looked at Araki. Who are you? Why are you destroying this city? Araki chuckled. My name is Araki. Araki. Araki nodded. Then why are you destroying this city? Araki chuckled again. Because I want to rule this planet and even the entire universe. Oh, and who are you? My name is Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Majin Buu nodded. Araki let out a soft laugh, his figure flickering before Majin Buu in an instant, his right fist striking forward with force. Bang! Araki's right fist slammed into Majin Buu's face, causing it to cave inward. Majin Buu's body was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Immediately after, Araki formed a black energy blast in his right hand and launched it at Majin Buu. Boom! With a tremendous explosion, the black energy blast struck Majin Buu and detonated in the sky. A massive plume of smoke from the explosion soon filled the sky. Araki sneered, believing that Majin Buu had been eliminated. Moments later, after the smoke in the sky had cleared, Majin Buu stood unharmed in midair. What? Araki was startled. At that moment, Majin Buu suddenly opened his half-closed eyes and said, "I'm angry." With that, he swiftly charged at Araki. In an instant, Majin Buu was before Araki, his fist striking forward like lightning. Swish! Bang, bang, bang. Their fists and feet moved like lightning as they struck each other with force. Bang! With a fierce impact, their right fists collided, releasing an astonishing aura. Boom! After a brief stalemate, Majin Buu clenched his right fist and punched Araki back. Araki gritted his teeth as he quickly halted his momentum in midair. Just then, two figures appeared. They were none other than Son Goten and Trunks. Goten, Trunks. Majin Buu greeted them. Son Goten nodded and asked, Majin Buu, what's going on? This guy wants to rule Earth. Majin Buu pointed at Araki. Rule Earth? Yeah, he's the one who destroyed this city. I see. In that case, we two champions of justice will take him out, said Son Goten. Champions of justice. Yeah. Son Goten nodded and transformed into a Super Saiyan on the spot. Seeing this, Araki gritted his teeth in fury. Majin Buu clearly looked down on him, sending a brat to fight him. Huh. Just as Araki was thinking this, Son Goten let out a shout and charged before Araki, his right fist striking forward with force. Araki sneered, dodging Son Goten's attack and kicking him hard in the body. Bang! Son Goten was sent flying. Goten, seeing this, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Araki. In an instant, he was before Araki, his fist striking forward with force. Araki sidestepped and drove his right fist into Trunks' body. Bang! With a thunderous impact, Trunks was sent flying. Trunks. Seeing this, Son Goten quickly got to his feet and clenched his fists tightly. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Araki was slightly startled. At that moment, Son Goten's figure flickered, appearing before Araki in an instant, his fist striking forward like lightning. Araki dodged while retreating. Araki suddenly stretched out his left hand, grabbing Sun Wuxian's right foot. Boom! Sun Wuxian's body crashed into a building behind him like a cannonball. Seeing this, Trunks immediately transformed into a Super Saiyan 2 and charged at Araki. Araki swiftly dodged Trunks' attack with ease. Trunks, in a fit of anger, activated his instant transmission and struck Araki's abdomen with a powerful punch. Caught off guard, Araki was struck hard in the abdomen and let out a loud scream. Then Trunks kicked Araki into the building behind him, sending dust flying into the air. Having emerged from the building, Sun Wutian quickly joined Trunks. A moment later, Araki crawled out of the building, his face filled with rage. In just a few thousand years, so many powerful beings appeared on Earth. If this continues, any random expert from Earth would be able to suppress the demon realm. Thinking this, Araki charged at Trunks. Trunks clenched his fists and met him head-on. In the blink of an eye, the two were before each other, their fists colliding with great force. Boom! Their right fists clashed, releasing an astonishing aura. After a brief standoff, Araki tightly clenched his right fist and pushed Trunks back. Seeing this, Sun Wutian immediately flew to Trunks' side. Trunks, let's team up and take him down. All right. Trunks nodded. Boom. The two of them were enveloped in a golden aura and charged at Araki. Soon they reached Araki and attacked him using instant transmission. Boom, boom, boom. Though Araki was powerful, he struggled against their instant transmission and found himself constantly retreating. After a moment, Trunks clenched his right fist and struck Araki, sending him flying. With a thunderous boom, Araki's body crashed into a building behind him. Dust immediately rose from the ground. After a while, Araki crawled out of the building, looking at the two with intense anger. As the king of the demon realm, he couldn't believe he was being outmatched by two children. If this word got out in the demon realm, he would have no face to show there. Wutian, I think we should fuse and eliminate him. Good. Sun Wutian nodded. Fuse? Araki asked, puzzled. At that moment, the two retreated to opposite sides, raising their arms and slowly moving towards each other like crabs. Saiyan. With a flash of white light, they successfully fused into Super Saiyan Wutanks. Two people became one. Araki exclaimed in surprise. Wutanks chuckled lightly, and in the blink of an eye appeared before Araki, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Araki screamed and was sent flying backward. Oh! Wutanks shouted, quickly appearing in front of the flying Araki, hammering down with both hands. With a resounding crash, Araki was smashed hard to the ground. Dust immediately rose from the impact. Seeing this, Wutanks walked into the dust, grabbed Araki's leg, and threw him into the sky. Then he quickly brought his hands together. Araki. Upon seeing Araki, Wutanks immediately charged toward him. Araki let out a sinister laugh, then suddenly vanished. He disappeared. Wutanks was startled. At that moment, the corpses of Son Goku and Vegeta suddenly appeared before his eyes. Dad. Seeing the bodies of the others, Wutanks' face twisted with rage. No. Impossible, how could my father die at Araki's hands? This has to be fake, it's all fake. Though he spoke these words, his eyes had already turned red. Just then another Wutanks with pitch black eyes appeared. Who are you? Why do you look exactly like me? I am you. The Wutanks said with a smile. You are me. Yes. No, you are not me. I am me. Wutanks sneered and suddenly attacked with his right hand. Startled, Wutanks quickly raised his hand to block the attack. Who are you really? Wutanks did not answer and continued his assault. On Mount Pozu, Son Gohan was instructing Laxus and Videl in their training when a figure flew out from afar. It was Majin Buu. Videl, Majin Buu. Majin Buu nodded. Gohan, something terrible has happened. Araki has possessed Wutanks. Araki? Yes. Majin Buu nodded. Then Gohan, shouldn't we go save Wutanks right away? Videl said. All right. Son Gohan nodded, placing his right index finger on his forehead to search for Wutanks' energy. Videl, did you find him? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Hearing this, Videl immediately placed her hand on Gohan's shoulder. Seeing this, Laxus also placed her hand on Gohan's shoulder. Swish. Son Gohan used instant transmission, bringing the two of them before Wutanks. Wutanks now emitted black energy, his eyes were black, and a black diamond pattern adorned his forehead. Wutanks. Videl called out to him. Wutanks smirked. I am not Wutanks. I am the Great Demon King Araki. Great Demon King Araki. That's right, his body is mine now. Araki laughed. Araki, get out of Wutanks' body immediately, or I won't go easy on you. Son Gohan threatened. Araki snorted coldly. Son Gohan, if you think you can, then bring it on. Fine, have it your way. Son Gohan rushed at Araki. Araki roared and charged forward as well. Swish. Bang. 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 They quickly closed the distance, their fists like lightning colliding with immense force. The ground around them erupted in a huge cloud of dust. Boom. After a brief exchange, Son Gohan accelerated and kicked Araki flying. Damn it. Araki roared in fury and immediately charged at Son Gohan again. Son Gohan flickered, appearing before Araki in an instant, and struck forward with both fists. Bang. 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 Under Son Gohan's relentless assault, Araki let out agonizing screams. Still won't come out. Son Gohan paused his attack. No. I want. Araki panted heavily. Boom. Hearing this, Son Gohan kicked Araki hard, sending him flying. With a thunderous crash, Araki's body shot like a ray into a building behind him. A massive cloud of dust was kicked up from the ground. After a moment, as the dust settled, Araki crawled out from the building sneering. Son Gohan, your strength is indeed formidable, but do you dare to kill Gotenks? Son Gohan narrowed his eyes and pulled out the Tontian mirror from his system. A mirror. Son Gohan chuckled and shone the mirror at Araki. A tremendous suction force emanated from within. The force seemed like a hand specifically pulling at Araki's body. No, don't. Terrified, Araki watched his body being dragged out. Soon Araki was sealed within the Tontian mirror. Gohan, what is that mirror? Videl flew over and asked. This is the sealing mirror. Son Gohan said. The sealing mirror. Laxus also flew over upon hearing this. Yes. Then why didn't you use it from the start? Videl asked. I forgot for a moment, and using this mirror requires a tremendous amount of power. I see. So where did you pull it out from? Videl continued. Like the shadow battle axe, the sealing mirror can also change its size. Is that so? Videl was half convinced. Just then Gotenks woke up. Big brother Gohan's sister, Videl's sister Laxus. The three of them nodded. As he spoke, Gotenks immediately defused back into Son Goten and Trunks. Brother, where is Araki? Son Goten asked, looking around. I've already sealed him in the sealing mirror. Sealing mirror. Swish. As Son Goten spoke, a figure flew over from afar. It was Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Great Goten, you're both safe. Majin Buu said happily. Son Goten nodded. Brother Gohan, can you tell us what just happened? Trunks asked. All right. Son Gohan nodded and recounted everything that had happened. Brother, should we release Araki and destroy him? No, I have other uses for him for now. Other uses? Yes, first let's gather the Dragon Balls and revive those who were killed. Okay. Son Goten nodded. Afterward, they went to Bulma's house to borrow the Dragon Radar and search for the Dragon Balls. Curious about the Dragon Balls, Videl and the others joined them. After collecting all 7 Dragon Balls, they summoned Shinron and revived the innocent people who had been killed. While they were searching for the Dragon Balls, Son Gohan released Araki. Where is this? Araki asked, looking around. This is Earth. Earth? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. So, you're going to kill me? Araki asked fearfully. That depends on your behavior. My behavior? If you're willing to acknowledge me as your master, I can spare you. Acknowledge you as master? Son Gohan nodded. No, I am the king of the demon realm after all. How could I serve a mere human? Araki shook his head. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan raised his right hand, gathering a purple destructive energy sphere aimed at Araki. Gazing at the destructive energy before him, Araki felt an unprecedented sense of dread rising within him. This dread emanated not only from his body, but also from his very soul. Destructive energy could annihilate all things in the world, even souls. Araki had no doubt now that if he refused, Son Gohan would completely erase him from existence. Araki, are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Well, I just thought it over carefully. You're so brilliant and mighty, it wouldn't be beneath me to serve you. Hearing this, Son Gohan immediately dispersed the destructive energy. Really? Really? Araki nodded. Since you're willing to be my subordinate, let me tell you my rules. Rules? Yes. First, you must not harm any Earthling. Second, you must obey my orders unconditionally. Are there any others? For now, just these 2. I'll add more when I think of them. All right. Araki nodded. Just then 4 figures descended from the sky. They were Videl and the others. With a whoosh and a thud, they soon landed before Son Gohan. Brother, isn't that Araki? Son Goten said. Son Gohan nodded. Then why didn't you destroy him, brother? Son Gohan smiled slightly. Through my persuasion, he has turned over a new leaf. Turned over a new leaf? Yes. As he spoke, Son Gohan looked at Araki. Hello. Araki forced a smile. Videl and the others were startled by the expression on Araki's face. So, Gohan, are you going to let him go? Videl asked. No, he'll be living with Majin Buu from now on. When you're free, he can even be your sparring partner. Sparring partner? Son Gohan nodded. Brother, why not let him be my sparring partner? I've been able to condense much more glass lately. All right. Son Gohan agreed and handed a Senzu bean to Araki. What's this? It's a Senzu bean. Once you swallow it, all your injuries will heal. After a moment's hesitation, Araki consumed the Senzu bean. His body suddenly swelled, and then his wounds miraculously healed. My wounds are healed. Brother, can I fight him now? Legus asked. Sure, but go easy on him. Hearing this, Araki snorted coldly. He had lost to Gotenks because they had fused. But now Legus was just a little girl. He, the mighty king of the demon realm, refused to believe he could lose to a mere girl. Glass. As this thought crossed Araki's mind, Legus had already condensed a multitude of arrow-like glass shards around her body. Seeing this, a flicker of panic seized Araki's heart. Rubbish, are you ready? Legus asked. I'm not rubbish, I'm Araki. Araki said angrily. Oh, so Araki, are you ready? Ready. I am. Araki said, a cold sweat beading on his forehead. In that case, he'll begin my attack. Legus then manipulated the glass to fly towards Araki. Araki dodged while gathering energy blasts to counter the glass. After a while, several glass shards pierced his back, making him look somewhat like a hedgehog. Seeing Araki's state, Son Goten and the others couldn't help but laugh. Son Gohan gave Araki another senzu bean, healing his wounds. That evening, Majin Buu took Araki back to his house. Using the excuse of going to the restroom, Araki secretly slipped out of Majin Buu's home. When Araki didn't come out of the restroom for a long time, Majin Buu went to check and found him gone. He then went to Son Goku's house to inform Son Gohan. Araki escaped. Majin Buu nodded. Don't worry, he won't get far, Son Gohan said with a smile. In West City, to conceal his key, Araki chose to escape on foot rather than fly. A whole night passed. Finally, Araki reached the border between Earth and the Demon Realm. Beautiful Demon Realm, I'm back. Saying this, he stepped into the Demon Realm. Hey! Just as Araki entered the Demon Realm, an alto familiar voice whispered in his ear. Turning around, he saw a figure that filled him with terror. It was Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Son Gohan smiled. You were quite cautious walking all night to get back to the Demon Realm. Araki was stunned. How did you know? I know everything. Master, I was wrong. He'll never run away again, I promise. And if you do? Son Gohan said coldly. If I do, then just kill me. Very well, but this is your last chance. Why, yes, master. Araki said, trembling. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission to bring Araki back to Majin Buu's house. Araki. Majin Buu ran over as soon as he saw him. Majin Buu. Majin Buu snorted. Where did you go last night? I'm sorry, Majin Buu. I shouldn't have sneaked back to the Demon Realm alone yesterday. The Demon Realm. I'm sorry, I promise I'll never go back again. Really? Really? Then Majin Buu will leave him in your care. Majin Buu nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission and left Majin Buu's house. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the planet Tenlon in the 9th universe, a werewolf with crimson fur clad in a black robe was cultivating. This werewolf was named Basil, also known as Basil the Kicker, the youngest of the dangerous trio, specializing in light techniques. Just then, two figures suddenly appeared. They were none other than Son Gohan and Araki. Basil's face immediately showed a hint of vigilance as he looked at the two who had appeared out of nowhere. Who are you? Good people, eh? Son Gohan said, turning to Araki beside him. Araki, can you control this guy? Araki nodded. Control me. Basil's heart instantly filled with extreme caution as he looked at the two. What exactly do you two intend to do? Araki let out a sinister chuckle and charged towards Basil. Basil raised both hands and charged towards Araki as well. Swish. Bang, bang, bang. Soon the two met before each other, locked in fierce combat. Since Basil's strongest skill was his leg techniques, his attacks were primarily kicks. Swish. Boom. 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 After exchanging blows for a while, Araki suddenly retreated, gathering a dark black energy wave in his hands and launching it at Basil. Basil moved swiftly, dodging Araki's attacks. Just then, Araki chanted a spell from his mouth, and a massive black phantom appeared, engulfing Basil. After a moment, Araki had taken control of Basil's body. Son Gohan used an instant transmission, bringing Araki back to Universe 7. On Earth at Mount Paozu, Son Goten and the others were training when two figures suddenly appeared before them. They were none other than Son Gohan and Araki. Big brother. Son Gohan nodded. Big brother, who is he? His name is Basil, a human Araki has newly taken control of. A human Araki newly took control of. Yes, this guy is a villain, so I had Araki take over his body to serve as a sparring partner for you all. Originally, Son Gohan had intended for Araki to take control of Frost's body to act as a sparring partner for Son Goten and the others. However, Frost was too weak. Araki controlling him would not only fail to enhance his strength, but might even diminish it. So he had Araki take control of the stronger Basil instead. Although Basil was not as despicable as Frost, he was still a hypocritical individual. But big brother, isn't this a bit too much? Son Goten said. It's fine. When the fight is over, he'll give him a senzu bean to heal his injuries. Son Goten nodded. Subsequently, Basil engaged in battle with Son Goten and the others. Although Araki, possessing Basil's body, could also feel pain, the brunt of it was still borne by Basil. Before long, Basil had become a pincushion. After the battle, Son Gohan sent Basil back. Upon awakening, Basil immediately felt a searing pain throughout his body. What did you do to me? Nothing. Son Gohan chuckled lightly, then used instant transmission to bring Araki back to Earth. Damn it. Don't let me run into you again. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Son Gohan was training as usual when the system's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Ding! System upgrade successful. Master's training battle power has doubled. Training battle power doubled. Yes, Master. Son Gohan fell into deep thought. Previously training for a year could increase his power by about 0.6 trillion. Now doubled it would be 1.2 trillion per year. With 2 years left until Beerus awakening, he could at most raise his base battle power to around 7 trillion. System, can you increase the gravity chamber's gravity to 2,000 times? No, Master. Even the Super Dragon Balls can only increase it to 1,500 times. Only 1,500 times. Yes, 1,500 times may not seem like much to you, Master, but to the universe it is the cosmic limit. Cosmic limit. The maximum gravity a quantum can withstand. Quantum, the so-called gravity chamber, uses the power of technology to achieve a certain multiplication of gravity. Although human technology is powerful now, it still has its limits, and the key to technology lies in materials. Materials. Yes, the space-time you are currently in does not have materials that can withstand gravity exceeding 1,500 times. This is what I meant by cosmic materials. I see. Then upgrade the gravity chamber to 1,500 times. Very well, Master. Shall I use the power of the Super Dragon Balls then? Son Gohan nodded. Master, your wish has been granted. Please continue your diligent training. As the words faded, the entire gravity chamber was instantly renewed. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately walked to the gravity chamber's control panel and activated the training at 1,100 times gravity. That afternoon, Legus and the others were astonished by the brand new gravity chamber. Brother, how did the gravity chamber become so new? I had it renovated. Renovated? By a mysterious scientist who wishes to remain anonymous. A mysterious scientist. Yes, he also helped increase the gravity chamber's maximum gravity to 1,500 times. 1,500 times. Legus was startled. Son Gohan nodded. Brother, that mysterious scientist couldn't be you, could it? Son Gohan immediately put on a profound expression. Legus, I can't believe you've seen through my secret after all these years. Legus and Videl rolled their eyes at him. The next day, Son Gohan summoned all the Z fighters from Earth to his house. Gohan, why have you called us all here? Krillin asked. It's nothing much, just wanted to tell you all something. Piccolo, something. Son Gohan nodded. What is it, Gohan? Krillin pressed on. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, will awaken in 2 years. Who is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Upon hearing this, Vegeta's body began to tremble slightly. When he was very young, he had once seen Lord Beerus. Back then his father King Vegeta was still alive. Because King Vegeta disobeyed Beerus' orders by giving himself the best pillow in the universe and giving Beerus the second best, he was crushed under Beerus' foot. What's wrong, father? Trunks asked, noticing Vegeta's trembling. Seeing everyone's gaze upon him, Vegeta stopped trembling. Nothing. Gohan, who is this Lord Beerus you speak of? Is he powerful? The god of destruction is a deity responsible for destroying planets. A deity responsible for destroying planets. Everyone was astonished. Gohan, how did you come to know of this? Inquired Yamcha. Lord Beerus, the destroyer's attendant, sought me out and apprised me of it. The destroyer's attendant? Indeed. He proposed I become the next destroyer, but I declined. Krillin exclaimed, you refused. Why did you refuse, Gohan? Asked Yamcha. Lord Beerus has yet to abdicate his throne. Even if I accepted, what purpose would it serve? On North Kai's planet. North Kai was eavesdropping on their conversation. Upon hearing Son Gohan's words about Beerus stepping down, he couldn't help but cough. Abdicate. Son Gohan nodded. Then Gohan, why are you telling us this? Inquired Piccolo. Once Lord Beerus awakens, he will likely come to our Earth, and there is a chance he might destroy it. Destroy Earth. Everyone was stunned. Gohan, is Lord Beerus truly that powerful? Asked Son Goku. Extremely so. He surpasses even Super Saiyan 4. Damn it. Upon hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. He had yet to master even Super Saiyan 3, let alone contend with a being stronger than Super Saiyan 4 like Beerus. In that moment, a wave of helplessness surged within Vegeta's heart. It was the same feeling of powerlessness he had felt when he was unable to resist Frieza. Is that so? Son Goku smiled upon hearing this. Is that so? Then I must train diligently and strive to reach Super Saiyan 4 within these 2 years. Goku, Krillin, and the others turned their gazes towards Son Goku. Having grown alongside him, they were well aware of his optimism in the face of formidable foes. This was precisely the reason for his continuous growth and strength. Beyond raw power, what truly defined a strong warrior was an indomitable spirit. If one refused to confront a powerful enemy out of fear, they could never become a true master. Hearing this, Vegeta felt his fighting spirit ignited by Goku. Kakarot, I will achieve Super Saiyan 4 before you. Son Goku nodded. Then I will train as well. Krillin and the others smiled, but said nothing. They knew that no matter how hard they trained, they could never catch up to Goku and Vegeta. Soon after, Krillin and the others took their leave from Goku's house. With a clear goal in mind, Goku and Vegeta began training with even greater intensity. That afternoon, Son Gohan brought Araki to Bulma's house. "Gohan," Bulma greeted him. Son Gohan smiled. "Where is Uncle Vegeta?" "He's training in the gravity room. He'll go get him." "All right." After a while, Vegeta emerged from the gravity room. "Gohan, what do you want?" "I'm here to help you increase your power." "Increase my power?" "Yes. He'll have Araki use dark magic to unlock the latent potential within you." Araki's dark magic could not only allow him to possess others, but also stimulate a person's hidden potential. "Dark magic." Son Gohan nodded and turned to Araki. "Araki, use the dark magic now." "As you command, Master," Araki said, gathering a dark energy in his hands. He then chanted an incantation, channeling the energy into Vegeta's body. With a cry of agony, Vegeta was plunged into an illusionary realm. Within the illusion, Vegeta encountered an evil version of himself and engaged in battle. Hearing his screams, Bulma rushed over. "Gohan, what's happening?" "It's nothing, Aunt Bulma. I'm just helping Uncle Vegeta increase his power." "Increase his power? There shouldn't be any problems, should there?" "Don't worry, Aunt Bulma. Rest assured," Son Gohan said with a smile. "All right." After a moment, Vegeta was defeated by his evil self and fell under its control. His body suddenly erupted with an immensely powerful aura. "Has he lost control?" Son Gohan remarked. Araki nodded. "He'll dispel the dark magic now." Araki began chanting another incantation. Upon hearing the incantation, Vegeta quickly regained his senses. "Gohan." Son Gohan nodded. "Uncle Vegeta, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back." "Wait. What is it, Uncle Vegeta?" I lost to that being. Can you let me fight him once more?" Son Gohan looked towards Araki. "Can you, Araki?" "No problem, Master," Araki said, and once again invoked the dark magic. With another cry of pain, Vegeta re-entered the illusion. After a while, he was defeated again. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Son Gohan glanced at Araki. Understanding the look, Araki nodded. After 3 more attempts within the illusion, Vegeta finally vanquished his evil self. Time flew by, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. In that time, Son Gohan's base power level had risen to 8.5 trillion. Gohan and Videl had graduated from university and were now married. On Mount Paozu, Son Gohan sat on the grass, engaged in meditative training. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was Piccolo. Sensing his energy, Son Gohan immediately opened his eyes. "Uncle Piccolo." Piccolo nodded. In the 7th universe, the realm of the Destroyer. Within a purple tree-like palace, a purple cat-like being slept on a floating boulder. This cat was Beerus. Around the floating boulder were numerous stone bells. Boom. Suddenly, one of the stone bells exploded. After a minute, the other stone bells exploded as well. Beerus stirred, rolling like a caterpillar towards another floating rock below. After rolling over several boulders, Beerus finally came to rest on one less than half a meter from the ground. Just then, a tall figure entered the hall. It was Whis. "Now, Lord Beerus, it's about time you woke up." Hearing this, Beerus opened his eyes and rolled off the boulder onto the floor. Beerus yawned, rising groggily to his feet. "Lord Beerus, if you are so tired, why must you awaken at this specific time?" Beerus yawned again. "Because of a prophetic dream." "A prophetic dream?" "Yes. I dreamt of fighting a tremendously powerful being, and he will appear at this time." "A tremendously powerful individual." Whis immediately thought of Son Gohan upon hearing this. "By the way, Whis, is the hot water ready?" "Yes, Lord Beerus, it is ready." "Excellent," Beerus said, yawning as he left the room. Shortly after, Beerus was soaking in the palace's bath. "Lord Beerus, how is the water temperature?" "It's acceptable, but do not heat it further, or it will be too hot." Whis nodded. "By the way, Whis, did Frieza carry out my order to eliminate the Saiyans?" "Yes, Lord Beerus. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed by Frieza. Apart from a few survivors, most of the Saiyans have been eliminated." "Good. That King Vegeta, I once ordered him to find the most comfortable pillow in the universe for me. But instead he kept it for himself and gave me the second most comfortable one." Beerus spoke with lingering resentment. Whis nodded. "And that Frieza, always so arrogant in my presence. If visiting him weren't so far, I would have destroyed him long ago." Whis chuckled. "Lord Beerus, there's no need for you to trouble yourself. Someone has already dealt with him. Frieza has been defeated." Hearing this, Beerus immediately stood up in the bath. Seeing this, Whis blushed. Noticing Whis' reaction, Beerus looked down and quickly sank back into the water. At that moment, Whis tapped his staff on the ground, and a projection of Son Gohan fighting Frieza appeared. The Saiyan who defeated Frieza is named Son Gohan. He is the son of Son Goku and an Earth woman. Son Gohan. While you were sleeping, the Saiyans mastered a new transformation called Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Yes, Son Gohan was the first among them to achieve this form. Moreover, he has also mastered destruction energy. Destruction energy. Indeed, his power is immense. I even visited him to ask if he would become the next god of destruction, but he refused. Refused. Beerus was startled. Yes. He said he would wait until Lord Beerus steps down. Steps down. Hearing this, a flicker of displeasure rose in Beerus' heart. While he was still in power, someone was already anticipating his abdication, a thought that would unsettle any god of destruction. Indeed, seeing the vivid expression on Beerus' face, Whis couldn't help but laugh inwardly. So where is Son Gohan now? He is on Earth now? Vegeta is also there. Vegeta? Yes, he is one of the survivors from planet Vegeta. By the way, Lord Beerus, about the prophetic dream you mentioned, who were you fighting? I forgot. Forgot. Yes. Let me think about it after my bath. Whis smiled. Take your time, Lord Beerus. Your prophetic dreams have never been accurate anyway. Beerus gritted his teeth. This time it will be accurate. You said that before too. You claimed a famous singer would move here, but nothing happened. That was an exception. This time it's certain. Yes, yes, yes. Whis replied dismissively. Seeing this, Beerus felt a surge of irritation. Much later, after his bath, Beerus went to the palace to dine. As he ate, he complained about the poor quality of Whis' cooking. By the way, Whis, where is the oracle fish? Lord Beerus, you called. As he spoke, a staff-mounted fishbowl floated out containing a deep blue fish resting its hands on the rim like a human. This was the oracle fish. Beerus looked at it. Oracle fish, you once told me I would have a formidable foe appearing in 39 years, correct? The oracle fish nodded. And what is his name? I forgot. Beerus stared at it intently. Whis, the oracle fish is fed 3 times a day, right? Correct. Whis nodded. How about reducing it to twice a day? An excellent idea, Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, the oracle fish leaped in fright. That won't do. Absolutely not. The oracle fish wriggled as it spoke to Whis. Then remember it. Beerus threatened. I know I will. So what is his name? Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God. Beerus immediately glanced at Whis. Whis, have you heard of Super Saiyan God? No, but Son Gohan once achieved a divine transformation as a Super Saiyan. Perhaps that is the Super Saiyan God. Son Gohan. Beerus narrowed his eyes. Whis, how long does it take to reach Earth? About 20 minutes. That long. I could watch an entire episode of a cartoon in that time. Indeed. Whis nodded. So Lord Beerus, do you wish to go to Earth? Beerus nodded. Meanwhile, on Earth, a massive luxury cruise liner was anchored in the sea outside West City. Today was Bulma's birthday, and also the day the Capsule Corporation became the wealthiest company in the world. To celebrate both occasions, Bulma had chartered the world's largest cruise ship for a grand party. Bulma stood at the bow enjoying the sea breeze. Suddenly 6 figures descended from the sky. They were Son Gohan, Son Goten, and Piccolo. Aunt Bulma. Bulma nodded. Gohan, where is your father? He's still training with Lord Kai. Son Gohan chuckled awkwardly. Still training with Lord Kai. Bulma's face showed clear irritation. Today was supposed to be a joyous occasion, yet Son Goku and Vegeta were both still training instead of attending her birthday celebration. Yes, your father and Vegeta are cut from the same cloth, obsessed with nothing but training. Son Gohan glanced at Videl beside him. He too was much like them, training every day. But Videl, being a martial artist herself, was more understanding. Gohan, you're here. At that moment, Krillin and Yamcha, who had arrived early, walked over. Uncle Krillin, Uncle Yamcha. The two nodded. What about Uncle Tien, Shinhan, and Kaiatsu? They haven't arrived yet. They said they'd be a little late. I see. Son Gohan glanced at Majin Buu, who was devouring food in the distance. Unsurprisingly, he had arrived first again. Gohan, try my cooking. Krillin handed over a dozen skewers of grilled meat to Son Gohan. Sure. Son Gohan took the skewers and shared them with Videl and the others. Uncle Piccolo, would you like a skewer? No. Piccolo shook his head. He had come to Bulma's birthday party just to enjoy the atmosphere. After all, a solitary life was always lonely. Gohan, is Goku still training? Krillin asked. Yes, he said he'll be late. Is that so? Universe 7. Whis and Beerus were on their way to Earth. Having been idle for a long time, Beerus destroyed some planets along the route. On the Supreme Kai planet, the Elder Kai sensed the destruction of numerous planets across the universe, and a look of alarm spread across his face. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is awake. Lord Beerus. Yes, in fact, it was Lord Beerus who sealed me inside the Z-Sword back then. Ancestor, who is this Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? I've never heard of him. The Elder Kai stared at the East Kai in exasperation. I have no idea how you became a Supreme Kai, not even knowing about Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. The East Kai blushed deeply. Once there were 5 Supreme Kais in the universe, and he was the lowest ranked among them. If not for the deaths of the other 4, he would have only governed the Eastern Galaxy. This universe has us, the Supreme Kais, who specialize in creating planets, and naturally there are gods who specialize in destroying them. Lord Beerus is the god in charge of destruction. I see. The Elder Kai nodded. Lord Beerus has been asleep for so long. Who knows how many planets he'll destroy this time? Ancestor, is Lord Beerus truly that fearsome? Of course, even that Majin Buu you mentioned is nothing but a mere underling before him. The East Kai broke out in a cold sweat. That is indeed terrifying. So you must never provoke Lord Beerus. The East Kai nodded repeatedly. Unless he wanted to die, he would never provoke Beerus. North Kai's planet. Huh. Son Goku was training when he noticed North Kai frowning deeply. Lord Kai, what's wrong? Nothing. North Kai shook his head with a smile. Son Goku remained skeptical. On Earth, Son Gohan stood on the deck gazing at the ocean scenery while Videl occasionally fed him her favorite pastries. That Gohan. Krillin, standing beside Yamcha, watched with envy. As he spoke, two figures descended from the sky. They were Tien Shinhan and Kaiatsu. Tien Kaiatsu. Tien nodded. Where's Goku? He's still training at Lord Kai's place. Krillin replied. Is that so? Suddenly Son Gohan sensed an aura of destruction. It was Beerus' energy. He's coming. Who's coming? Videl asked. Beerus, the god of destruction. Lord Beerus. Son Gohan nodded. Piccolo hurried over. Gohan, is Lord Beerus awake? Son Gohan nodded again. Krillin and the others approached. Lord Beerus is awake. Yes. He's very close to us now. On the Supreme Kai planet, the Elder Kai and the East Kai saw Beerus heading toward the North Galaxy, and their expressions darkened. What's wrong, Ancestor? Lord Beerus is heading to the North Galaxy. The North Galaxy. Yes, I fear. Lord Beerus' target is Gohan. Gee, Gohan. The East Kai was stunned. If Beerus reached Earth, he could imagine a great battle erupting between him and Son Gohan. Indeed, if they fight, the entire universe might be in danger of destruction. The entire universe. Yes. On Earth, Son Gohan and the others gathered to discuss how to deal with Beerus. Gohan, how long until Lord Beerus arrives? I don't know, maybe a few more minutes. A few minutes. Gohan, do you think you can defeat Lord Beerus? Piccolo asked. No. Son Gohan shook his head. As the pinnacle of power in the universe, Beerus was not so easily defeated. Bulma noticed them gathered and approached. Gohan, what are you all doing here? Son Gohan smiled. Aunt Bulma, I have some. Not so good news for you. Not so good news. Don't tell me your father isn't coming. No. Son Gohan shook his head repeatedly. Then what is it? Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, is awake. Lord Beerus is awake. Son Gohan nodded. And he's heading to Earth right now. Earth? Is he coming for you? Maybe. Bulma clutched her head. What a terrible birthday. If I'd known, I wouldn't have celebrated today. Bulma, don't be too pessimistic. Maybe Lord Beerus just wants to have some fun on Earth, Krillin consoled. Yeah, Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan added. Bulma was half convinced, silently hoping Beerus wouldn't ruin her birthday party. 7 minutes later, a beam of multicolored light descended onto the deck. As the light faded, two figures emerged. They were Beerus and Whis. Everyone regarded them with utmost reverence. We meet again, Son Gohan. Whis greeted Son Gohan with a smile. Son Gohan nodded. Hello everyone, my name is Whis, and beside me is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Whis introduced Beerus. Lord Beerus, everyone said. Lord Beerus, this is Son Gohan, the one I told you about. Beerus nodded and walked slowly towards Son Gohan. Soon he stood before him and said with a smile, I hear from Whis that you want to inherit my position. Inherit your position? Beerus nodded. No, Lord Beerus, where did this rumor come from? Beerus narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. Have you ever mentioned abdication? Abdication? Son Gohan gave an awkward smile. No, Lord Beerus, I was just joking with Whis. Joking? Son Gohan nodded. Then who taught you to use destruction energy? An old man in a dream. A dream? Son Gohan nodded again. Are you lying to me? No. Beerus immediately turned to Whis behind him. Whis, do you know who he's talking about? No. Whis shook his head. Beerus looked back at Son Gohan. Then Son Gohan, do you know about Super Saiyan God? Yes. You do. Beerus was delighted. Whis, look, my prophetic dream was right this time. Prophetic dream? Krillin and the others looked puzzled. Whis nodded, then was drawn away by the scent of takoyaki nearby. Sir, what is this? This is takoyaki. Would you like to try some? Whis nodded eagerly. So where is the Super Saiyan God now? Beerus continued. The Super Saiyan God is the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. I can do it too. Transformation? Yes. Then how about you transform into a Super Saiyan God and fight me? Fight. Beerus nodded. Well, all right. Son Gohan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Beerus immediately soared into the sky. Son Gohan followed suit. Those two. In the end, they couldn't avoid a fight. King Kai sighed. What fight? Suddenly Son Goku appeared behind King Kai. Go, Goku. King Kai was startled. Lord Kai, what fight couldn't be avoided? And nothing. King Kai shook his head repeatedly. Son Goku was skeptical. On Earth, Son Gohan and Beerus had already halted high above the ocean. So Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan God and fight me. Son Gohan nodded and was about to transform when a figure suddenly appeared. It was Son Goku. Dad. Son Goku nodded. Who is he? Greetings, Lord Beerus. My name is Son Goku. Son Goku. Son Goku nodded. Lord Beerus, may I spar with you? Spar. Beerus couldn't help but laugh. In all my years, this is the first time I've met someone as amusing as you. Amusing? Yes. Don't you know who I am? I do. Aren't you Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Exactly, that's why I find you amusing. Don't you know that gods of destruction are terrifying? Beerus' expression turned stern. Is that so? Son Goku smiled faintly. By the way, Lord Beerus, you mentioned having Gohan transform into a Super Saiyan God, right? Beerus nodded. Can you transform into a Super Saiyan God too? Son Goku nodded. Goku has mastered the Super Saiyan God too. Yamcha and the others were astonished. Is that so? In that case, I'll spar with you. Beerus declared. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Son Goku clenched his fists and an immense aura erupted from his body. Huh. With a mighty shout, Son Goku's hair turned a brilliant crimson, his body became leaner, and he was enveloped in a fiery sun-like aura. His eyes grew larger with visible pupils, his skin paled, and his features became youthful, resembling a young boy. Whis, who was savoring the takoyaki, immediately looked up upon sensing Son Goku's Super Saiyan God energy. Beerus narrowed his eyes. It truly is the energy of a god. At that moment, another figure flew over from a distance. It was Vegeta. Bulma, Vegeta, Trunks' dad. Vegeta ignored them, his gaze fixed on Son Goku and Beerus in the sky. Could that be Kakarot? Seeing Son Goku, Vegeta felt a surge of frustration. He had trained relentlessly for 2 years only to be outpaced by Son Goku once again. Son Goku, who is stronger, you or Son Gohan? Gohan. Is that so? Then let's begin. Son Goku nodded and assumed a fighting stance. Beerus smirked, vanishing and reappearing before Son Goku in an instant, lashing out with a powerful kick. Son Goku hurriedly raised his arms to block. Boom. Son Goku was sent flying. Beerus then appeared beside him, raining down a flurry of punches. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Son Goku's face and body were pummeled mercilessly. Boom. Moments later, Beerus clenched his fist and launched Son Goku hundreds of meters away. Son Goku gasped for air in the sky. Beerus sneered, gathering purple destruction energy in his hand and hurling it at him. Son Goku dodged to the side. Boom. The destruction energy exploded in midair with a deafening roar. Suddenly, Son Goku let out a fierce cry and charged at Beerus. Beerus stood motionless. Son Goku closed in and unleashed a barrage of punches. Beerus dodged while countering with kicks, eliciting cries of pain from Son Goku. After a moment, Son Goku retreated, panting heavily. Beerus snorted. Son Goku, is this all the Super Saiyan God can do? No, Lord Beerus, I was just testing your strength. Beerus laughed. And what's your assessment? You're incredibly strong, Lord Beerus. Your reputation is well deserved. Then show me your full power and let me witness the might of the Super Saiyan God. Yes, Lord Beerus. Son Goku clenched his fists and a fiery red aura blazed around him. An astonishing aura immediately radiated outward. Moments later, Son Wukong ceased elevating his energy. Beerus smirked. Ready. Son Wukong nodded, his form transforming into a crimson streak as he charged at Beerus. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. With his enhanced speed, Son Wukong struck Beerus upon impact. A light chuckle escaped him, a hint of pride in his heart. Beerus snorted coldly, accelerating to counterattack. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Soon Son Wukong was repeatedly driven back by Beerus. Bang. Moments later, Beerus delivered a sideways kick, sending Son Wukong flying to the left. Clenching his fist, Son Wukong quickly stabilized himself. Then Beerus suddenly conjured multiple clones, encircling Son Wukong. Whoosh. Beerus and his clones simultaneously gathered destructive energy aimed at Son Wukong. Son Wukong's expression turned grave. Whoosh. Beerus and his clones fired the destructive energy they had amassed at Son Wukong. Boom. The streams of destructive energy collided, generating a massive plume of smoke. Finished. Beerus laughed heartily as all clones merged back into him. Not yet. Son Wukong emerged from the smoke, charging at Beerus. Beerus' expression hardened as he focused on Son Wukong. By then, Son Wukong was already in close quarters, swinging his right fist at Beerus. Beerus raised his left hand, catching Son Wukong's fist. With a fierce shout, Son Wukong pressed forward, forcing Beerus back a few steps. Once Beerus halted, he immediately struck back with his fist. Son Wukong sidestepped, retracting his right fist. Then their fists and feet moved like light, exchanging blows rapidly. Soon the sky echoed with the fierce sounds of their combat. Their speed was so immense that Krillin and the others could barely follow the fight. Whoosh! Bang! At that moment, Beerus' tail whipped forward, coiling around Sun Wukong's body like a rope, rendering him immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Beerus pummeled Sun Wukong with both fists. Sun Wukong soon let out cries of pain. Damn it! After a few blows, Sun Wukong suddenly bit down on Beerus' tail. Crack! With a crisp sound, he sank his teeth into Beerus. Beerus let out a sharp cry of pain and retracted his tail. Sun Wukong gasped heavily, quickly retreating. Beerus blew on the reddened spot on his tail, glaring at Sun Wukong with fury. It was the first time he had encountered such a brutish tactic. After a moment, Beerus released his tail and charged at Sun Wukong, seething with rage. In the blink of an eye, he was before Sun Wukong, his fists striking like light. Caught off guard by Beerus' speed, Sun Wukong quickly raised his arms to block. Bang, bang, bang. Under Beerus' assault, Sun Wukong was forced backward. Soon Beerus delivered a powerful kick to Sun Wukong's body. Sun Wukong hurtled toward the sea like a beam of light. Boom! A tremendous splash erupted, sending a massive wave crashing. Beerus snorted, gazing at the turbulent ocean. Whoosh! Moments later, Sun Wukong emerged from the sea, his body enveloped in a fiery red aura. Seeing this, Beerus formed a purple orb of destructive energy in his right hand and launched it at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong immediately soared into the air. Boom! The destructive energy struck the sea, exploding and raising a wave hundreds of feet high. Beerus snorted, and a dozen orbs of destructive energy materialized around him. What? Sun Wukong was startled. Beerus then thrust his hands forward. All the destructive energy shot towards Sun Wukong. With a fierce yell, Sun Wukong gathered immense energy waves in his hands and fired them at the incoming destruction. Whoosh! Boom! 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 With each thunderous explosion, Sun Wukong's energy waves collided with the destructive orbs, detonating in the sky and generating thick smoke. Not bad, are you? Beerus praised Sun Wukong with a grin. Sun Wukong smiled back. It's nothing, Lord Beerus. You're truly formidable. Beerus narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. All right, our little game should be coming to an end. End. Before the word faded, Beerus appeared behind Sun Wukong, his right palm aimed at Sun Wukong's neck. Bang! Just as Beerus' hand was about to strike Sun Wukong's neck, Sun Wukong's right hand seized Beerus' wrist. Beerus was startled. He hadn't expected Sun Wukong to react so swiftly and catch his hand. Lord Beerus, are you trying to end the fight? Sun Wukong looked at Beerus seriously. Yes, I was just about to end it, but I've changed my mind. I'll fight you a little longer. Is that so? Then thank you, Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded and withdrew his hand. Sun Wukong transformed into a crimson streak, retreating. Huh. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong's body erupted in a fiery red aura as he charged at Beerus. Beerus responded by enveloping himself in a purple aura and meeting him head-on. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Amid fierce clashes, their forms became red and purple streaks, locked in combat across the sky. Bang! Their right fists collided with immense force, sending a shockwave rippling outward. They quickly withdrew their fists, striking again with lightning speed. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang! They dodged and attacked simultaneously. After a brief exchange, Beerus kicked Sun Wukong, sending him flying. Beerus then rapidly conjured a destructive orb and hurled it at Sun Wukong. Still reeling, Sun Wukong raised his arms to block. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted as the destructive energy struck Sun Wukong, detonating in midair. With a cry of pain, Sun Wukong plummeted from the smoke. Goku! Boom! After a moment, Sun Wukong fell into the sea. Beerus flickered and flew toward the ocean. Boom! Soon Beerus entered the sea and saw Sun Wukong drinking seawater while sinking. Lord Beerus. Upon seeing Beerus, Sun Wukong immediately stopped sinking and faced him. Beerus chuckled softly, swiftly appeared before Sun Wukong and launched an attack. Sun Wukong dodged and parried Beerus' strikes. Submerged in the sea, he could not fully unleash his power. After a brief assault, Beerus drove his knee into Sun Wukong's abdomen. Gurgle. Seared by agony, Sun Wukong opened his mouth and swallowed the surrounding seawater. Then Beerus clenched his right fist and sent Sun Wukong flying with a single punch. Gurgle. Sun Wukong swallowed more seawater, his body crashing against a massive boulder. Beerus flickered and appeared before him, striking again. Swish. Bang. 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 Beerus' fists and feet moved like light, brutally pummeling Sun Wukong. The boulder behind Sun Wukong shattered under the onslaught. Swish. Bang. Sun Wukong collapsed before Beerus. Beerus glanced at him, feeling a pang of boredom, and swam upward. Boom. Beerus burst from the sea and addressed Son Gohan, who stood on the cruise ship. All right, Son Gohan, my battle with Sun Wukong is over. Shall we resume our unfinished fight? Son Gohan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the sea. Beerus followed his eyes. Boom. A figure surged from the waves. It was Sun Wukong. Huff. Huff. Sun Wukong gasped for air, looking at Beerus. Lord Beerus, our fight isn't over yet. Beerus snorted. What a troublesome fellow. Sun Wukong bellowed, his body transforming into a crimson streak, charging at Beerus. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wukong reached Beerus, striking out with both fists. Beerus dodged while counterattacking. Bang! After a brief exchange, Beerus landed a high kick, sending Sun Wukong flying thousands of meters away. Gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong prepared to charge again. But he saw Beerus' right index finger condense a massive destructive energy sphere. Beerus gently moved his finger, and the sphere descended toward the sea. Sun Wukong roared in fury, clasping his hands behind him. Kamehameha. A deep blue energy wave materialized from his hands, aimed at the destructive sphere. Boom. The Kamehameha struck the destructive energy, clashing fiercely in the sky. Tremendous gales erupted from both forces, spreading across the heavens and the sea. Beerus pressed his hand downward, forcing the Kamehameha to retreat. Huh! Sun Wukong yelled, pushing forward with all his might. The Kamehameha rose slightly, but still could not overpower the destructive energy. Thus their powers collided and compressed in the sky. Invisible ripples radiated from the two energies, spreading across Earth and the universe. Soon the Kamehameha and destructive energy condensed into a single bolt of lightning. After a while, both energies dissipated simultaneously. Sun Wukong gasped, his face etched with exhaustion. Beerus, though also panting, appeared far more composed. Son Gohan checked the cosmic seed's energy, noting it had reached 57. Seeing Sun Wukong nearing his limit, Beerus flashed before him and struck. Sun Wukong, on the verge of collapse, could barely defend against Beerus' attacks. Bang! 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 Beerus' fists rained down like light, pummeling Sun Wukong. Then he kicked Sun Wukong hard, sending him plunging into the sea. Gurgle. After falling into the sea, Sun Wukong reverted to his base form. Beerus immediately turned to Son Gohan on the deck. All right, Son Gohan, Sun Wukong truly has no strength left to fight. Son Gohan nodded. Beerus smiled, eager to finally test Son Gohan's abilities. As Beerus brimmed with excitement, Whis delightedly savored the delicacies from Bulma's birthday banquet. He had never imagined Earth held such delectable food. Had he known, he would have tasted Earth's cuisine when he first visited to find Son Gohan. Swish. Son Gohan agreed and flew to Beerus. Huh. With a mighty shout, Son Gohan's hair and eyebrows turned sky blue, his irises deep blue. His body was enveloped in blue aura, and star-like particles of divine essence interspersed with flowing droplets and faint sparks. The aura flowed slowly, layered in sky blue and white. This was Super Saiyan Blue. Beerus was startled. What is this? This is Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue. It's a form achieved by using Super Saiyan God as the base and transforming into a Super Saiyan again. I see. So it must be stronger than Super Saiyan God. Yes. Son Gohan nodded. Beerus smiled. Is that so? Then let me see how much stronger your Super Saiyan Blue is compared to Super Saiyan God. Son Gohan nodded, his body turning into a blue streak as he charged at Beerus. Beerus transformed into a violet streak, meeting him head-on. Swish. Bang. 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 In an instant they clashed, striking each other with full force. Bang. With a thunderous impact, their right fists collided, unleashing a staggering aura that rippled outward. At that moment, Son Wukong flew out of the sea and landed on the cruise ship. Wukong. Father, are you alright? I'm fine. Son Wukong shook his head. Vegeta snorted, glaring at him with displeasure. Kakarot, when did you train to achieve Super Saiyan God? Son Wukong chuckled. It happened just 2 days ago. 2 days ago. Son Wukong nodded. In the sky above, Son Gohan and Beerus were locked in combat, exchanging fist for fist and kick for kick. Bang! Son Gohan's right fist struck Beerus squarely in the face. The next second, Beerus' right fist also landed swiftly on Son Gohan's face. Their attacks were a relentless back and forth, neither yielding an inch. Watching their fierce battle, Son Wukong quickly realized that Beerus had not been fighting him seriously earlier. Boom! After a moment, both were sent reeling by each other's strikes, gasping for air. It seems Whis was right, your strength is indeed formidable, Beerus laughed. Son Gohan, if I truly were to step down, would you be willing to become the god of destruction of Universe 7? No. Son Gohan shook his head. Is that so? Beerus said, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared before Son Gohan and launched an attack. Startled, Son Gohan quickly raised his arms to block Beerus' assault. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Beerus' fists rained down like a storm upon Son Gohan. Son Gohan dodged and retreated. Bang! After a while, Beerus' right fist struck Son Gohan's abdomen with force, then a kick sent him flying. Son Gohan cried out in pain, glaring at Beerus. Son Gohan, is this all you've got? Hearing this, Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly. With a mighty roar, an incredibly powerful aura surged from Son Gohan's entire being, rising rapidly. Boom! With an astonishing burst of energy, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What is that? Krillin was startled. I don't know. Sun Wukong shook his head. Beerus too looked curiously at Son Gohan's transformation. Son Gohan, what is that form? This is called Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue. Son Gohan nodded. You Saiyans sure have a lot of transformations, Beerus remarked. Son Gohan nodded in agreement. So Lord Beerus, shall we continue? Yes, Beerus nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan let out a yell and charged at Beerus. In the blink of an eye, Son Gohan was before Beerus, their bodies clashing like beams of light. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Their speed was so immense that from afar it looked like a torrent of purple and blue lights constantly colliding in the sky. After a moment, they suddenly halted their battle and flew towards outer space. Soon they had left Earth, entering the void beyond. They exchanged a glance, then shot towards each other at incredible speed. Whoosh! Boom! 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 In an instant they met and were locked in a fierce struggle. Their bodies radiated waves of astonishing energy that spread in all directions. Bang! Beerus' right fist struck out powerfully, sending Son Gohan flying. Gritting his teeth, Son Gohan managed to halt his momentum in the void of space. Whoosh! At that moment, Beerus conjured a massive sphere of destructive energy in his right hand and hurled it at Son Gohan. Seeing this, Son Gohan brought his hands together behind him. Huh! Me! Huh! Me! Huh! A deep blue energy wave formed between Son Gohan's hands and shot forth to meet the incoming destruction. Boom! The Kamehameha clashed with the sphere of destruction. Beerus pushed forward with his right hand, while Son Gohan roared and shoved his hands forward. The two energies surged back and forth, one advancing then retreating. Finally, both forces dissipated simultaneously, vanishing into nothingness. Huff! Puff! Both Son Gohan and Beerus gasped for air before charging at each other again. Whoosh! Boom! 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 In the blink of an eye, they clashed and engaged in a furious battle. Bang! After a moment, they grabbed each other's hands, locked in a struggle of pure strength in space. Invisible ripples emanated from their hands, spreading across the universe. On the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin watched this scene, a worried expression crossing his face. This is terrible. If they keep fighting like this, just two more of those shockwaves and the universe might be destroyed. T2. More, the East Kaioshin exclaimed in shock. Above Earth. Boom. After a stalemate, Beerus pushed with all his might, sending Son Gohan flying. Huff! Puff! Exhausted from the immense drain on their stamina, both stood still, panting heavily. After a moment, Beerus raised a hand and numerous spheres of destruction materialized around him. Son Gohan chuckled and a similar array of destruction energy appeared around his own body. Beerus swept his hand forward, launching the spheres at Son Gohan. Son Gohan retaliated, sending his own destruction energy towards Beerus. Boom! 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 With earth-shattering explosions, their energies collided in space, creating blinding flashes of light. Boom! Beerus transformed into a streak of purple light and shot towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan did the same, charging to meet him. Whoosh! Boom! 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 In an instant, they were before each other, locked in a brutal exchange. Bang! After dozens of exchanges, Son Gohan suddenly activated the time skip technique, landing a punch that sent Beerus staggering back. On Earth, Whis watched this, a hint of surprise on his face. Time stop. Above Earth, Lord Beerus also realized that Son Gohan's last attack was no ordinary feat. Son Gohan, did you just stop time? Son Gohan shook his head. No, I merely skipped 0.3 seconds. Skipping time. Son Gohan nodded. Beerus smiled. Interesting. This is getting more and more interesting. As Beerus spoke, his entire being radiated an incredibly powerful aura, rising exponentially. Son Gohan frowned, sensing the shift. Beerus' strength was indeed far greater than he had imagined. All right, shall we continue? Son Gohan nodded and once again used the time skip technique to attack Beerus. Now prepared, Beerus evaded the time skip with astonishing speed and immediately counterattacked. Bang! A heavy impact echoed as Beerus' right fist drove into Son Gohan's abdomen. Son Gohan screamed in agony, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. Beerus snorted coldly, delivering a sideways kick that sent Gohan flying to the left. Gohan clutched his abdomen, his expression pained. It's over. Beerus raised his hand, gathering a sphere of destruction energy aimed at Gohan, preparing to end the battle. Gohan gritted his teeth and lowered his right hand from his stomach. Seeing this, Beerus immediately launched the destruction energy toward Gohan. Gohan stood motionless, rooted to the spot. Just as the destruction energy was about to strike him, Gohan's body transformed into a flash of white light, instantly appearing behind Beerus. Startled, Beerus spun around to look. He saw Gohan's hair and pupils had turned silver, his entire body enveloped in a silvery white aura. This was none other than Ultra Instinct. The sight of Gohan in this form left Beerus utterly astonished. A mere mortal had grasped a technique that even gods struggled to comprehend. Beerus was not the only one shocked. Whis and the others on Earth were equally stunned. Whis in particular understood the immense power of Ultra Instinct, for he was an angel who knew its true significance. Thighs. How is this possible? Am I still dreaming? Beerus rubbed his eyes in disbelief. A thunderous boom echoed. At that moment, the destruction energy that had missed Gohan exploded in the cosmos. The sound of the blast jolted Beerus back to his senses. Ultra Instinct might be formidable, but its effectiveness depended on the user. Moreover, the gods of destruction possessed their own divine techniques. Gohan, who taught you Ultra Instinct? Beerus demanded. Ultra Instinct was a divine technique exclusive to angels. This meant Gohan could only have mastered it under an angel's tutelage. Lord Beerus, would you believe me if I said an old man in my dreams taught me? Stop your nonsense. I don't believe a word. Then I must be exceptionally gifted, self-taught. Beerus snorted coldly. Anyway, it's none of my concern. Whis will come to you himself. Whis, see? Yes. Angels have rules. Ultra Instinct cannot be passed on recklessly. Is that so? Then let him investigate as he pleases. Beerus clenched his fist and charged at Gohan. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Amidst earth-shaking clashes, the two moved at the speed of light, locked in combat across the cosmos. Due to the overwhelming power of Ultra Instinct, Beerus was forced to employ the gods of destruction's divine techniques. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. 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 Soon a series of massive explosions erupted above Earth. Flash after flash of white light flickered across the planet's sky. Crack. With an earth-shattering sound, their right fists collided with full force, releasing an immense surge of energy. Invisible ripples then radiated from their fists, spreading across the entire universe. Bang! Beerus tightened his right fist and shoved Gohan back. Huff! Huff! Both panted heavily in the void of space. Beerus gazed at Gohan, a flicker of regret in his heart for having fought Goku earlier. Though Beerus was immensely powerful, his stamina was finite. He had been holding back to test Gohan, which had drained his energy considerably. Unaware of Beerus' thoughts, Gohan pondered whether to use the Kaioken. With his limitless stamina, he still had plenty of energy left despite the prolonged battle. Ultra Instinct placed a significant strain on the body. Normally, it was impossible to combine it with the Kaioken, which also taxed the body heavily. However, Gohan's version of the Kaioken was a harmless variant, and with his stamina still full, he could certainly use it without risk. As Gohan was lost in thought, Beerus lunged at him as a streak of purple light. Gohan's body dodged automatically, evading the attack. He then engaged Beerus in combat. Forget it, this isn't a life-or-death fight. They'll keep some trump cards hidden. After a long while, Beerus knocked Gohan back down to Earth from space. Gohan. Videl saw him falling from the sky and flew up to catch him. Meanwhile, Beerus descended from the cosmos, landing on the cruise ship. Is it over? Beerus nodded, his gaze shifting to the cake in Whis' hands. Lord Beerus, would you like some cake? Cake? Yes, today is Miss Bulma's birthday, so there's a variety of Earth delicacies here. This is my first time tasting Earth's food, and it's surprisingly delicious. Surprisingly delicious. Beerus' interest was piqued. Whis was a renowned gourmand. For him to praise Earth's food so highly meant it must indeed be exceptional. Yes, Lord Beerus. Would you like to try some? Well, Beerus hesitated. Lord Beerus, why not join Bulma's birthday party? Goku suggested. Right, Bulma? Yes. Bulma forced a smile and nodded. It would be my honor to have Lord Beerus at my birthday party. Though her words were polite, Bulma was terrified of Beerus. Fine then. Happy birthday. Bulma nodded. Seeing this, Beerus immediately walked over to Whis and sampled the pastry in his hand. How is it, Lord Beerus? Not bad. Lord Beerus, besides cake, there are many other delicious dishes here. You should try them all. Beerus snorted. You're quite relaxed, aren't you? While I was fighting those two for so long, you've been here enjoying the food all by yourself. Whis chuckled. Lord Beerus, wasn't it you who wanted to fight them? No, I only intended to fight Gohan initially. Who knew Goku would suddenly appear? But that guy, though weaker than Gohan, is an interesting fellow. Is he a? Yes. On a deck of the cruise ship, Gohan and Videl were seated at a table. Gohan, are your injuries all right? I'm fine, Gohan said, taking out a senzu bean and swallowing it. After consuming the senzu bean, his wounds healed quickly. Videl was speechless. You had a senzu bean and didn't bring it out sooner. Just then, Whis approached from a distance. Whis nodded. I want to ask you about Ultra Instinct. Whis, an old man really taught me Ultra Instinct. Whis looked at him with a skeptical expression. Gohan, even if you don't tell me, I have ways to find out who taught you. With that, Whis turned and left. Gohan, what is this ultra instinct he mentioned? It's a state of being. A state of being, eh? Yes, ultra instinct differs from our usual way of fighting by sensing ki. It relies on each part of the body to react reflexively, without any conscious thought from the brain, maximizing speed and reaction time. The body and mind separate, allowing every part to perceive danger instinctively, without the brain needing to process and command a response first. In simple terms, it's letting your body react automatically, more or less. Then, Gohan, can you teach me ultra instinct? I just said it's a state of being, so you have to comprehend it on your own. I see. On the other side, Beerus was voraciously devouring a variety of delicacies. Due to the earlier battle, his stomach was now completely empty. Lord Beerus, mind your image. Whis, who had returned, cautioned. Hearing this, Beerus immediately slowed his eating pace. Whis, how did your inquiry go? Whis shook his head. He still won't say anything. Then Whis, could an old man in a dream have really taught him? I don't know. They'll have to look into it further. Beerus nodded. By the way, Whis, what is this food called? This is called cheese. Cheese. Mum. Goku, Lord Beerus should leave after he's done eating, right? Bulma remarked, watching Beerus feast alongside Whis. I'm not sure, but I think he probably will. Bulma sighed. This is such a lousy birthday. Forget it, even if I don't celebrate this birthday, it'll still be the same age as before. Krillin chuckled. So Bulma, how old are you turning today? Bulma shot Krillin a glare. She hated being asked about her age. Though she looked young, she was no longer young. Krillin, didn't anyone tell you not to ask a woman her age? Krillin was taken aback. He seemed to recall hearing that phrase, but it had been so long ago. Bulma snorted coldly and turned her gaze to Vegeta. He stood with arms crossed, watching Beerus and Whis. Vegeta. Bulma called out to Vegeta. What? Vegeta glanced at her. Your beautiful wife's birthday. Don't you have anything to say? No. Vegeta replied coldly. You jerk. Bulma felt a surge of anger. Why did she ever end up with this man? After fuming for a moment, she looked at Trunks, who was playing with a water gun alongside Goten. Forget it, today is just destined to be a lousy day. Bulma consoled herself inwardly. Just then Vegeta suddenly walked toward Beerus. Vegeta. Dad. Krillin and the others were startled to see where Vegeta was heading. Beerus, still eating cheese, also noticed Vegeta approaching. But he continued eating his cheese nonchalantly. Greetings, Lord Beerus. My name is Vegeta. What do you want? Beerus said indifferently. Lord Beerus. Would you take me as your disciple? Take you as my disciple? Yes. Do you wish to become a god of destruction? No. Vegeta shook his head. Then why seek me as a master? I only take gods of destruction as disciples. I want to surpass Kakarot. Kakarot. Lord Beerus, Kakarot is the Saiyan name for son Goku. Whis explained. Oh, I have no interest in your rivalry. If you don't want to become a god of destruction, don't disturb my meal. Fine. Vegeta turned and walked away. Beerus resumed eating his cheese. After a long while sated in content, he and Whis bid farewell to Bulma. Miss Bulma, thank you for your hospitality. Whis said. It's nothing. Bulma smiled. Feel free to visit Earth again whenever you have time. Very well. It's getting late, so we'll take our leave, Miss Bulma. Bulma nodded. Whis tapped his staff on the ground, and he and Beerus departed from Earth. Phew. Seeing Beerus leave, Krillin and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Just then Goku walked over to Vegeta. Vegeta, you wanted to become Lord Beerus' disciple. That's none of your business. The next day, Whis visited the planet of the Namekian elder Zeno to ask where Gohan had learned Ultra Instinct. But Zeno knew nothing about it either. Even you don't know? No. Zeno nodded. This Gohan is very enigmatic. If he hadn't always lived in the 7th universe, I would suspect he came from another time or universe. I see. With that, Whis left Xena's palace and reported the matter to the Grand Minister. Ultra Instinct. Yes, Father. Shouldn't only angels across the 12 universes possess Ultra Instinct? The Grand Minister nodded. Investigate further. Whis nodded. In the 7th universe's realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus sat on a throne in his palace waiting for Whis' return. Having tasted Earth's myriad delicacies the previous day, he now found Whis cooking utterly unappealing. He planned to go back to Earth for a feast once Whis returned. Lord Beerus, is Earth's food really that delicious? After returning yesterday, Whis had gone on and on about Earth's cuisine to the oracle fish, making it drool with envy. Beerus nodded. Then Lord Beerus, when will you go to Earth again? Soon. Is that so? That's wonderful. You really are a gluttonous fish. As they spoke, Whis flew back. Whis. Seeing Whis, Beerus immediately flew out of the palace. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded. Whis, can we go to Earth now? On Earth, atop Baozishan Mountain, son Gohan sat cross-legged on the ground, gazing at the universe seed that had fully gathered energy in his hand. Once the universe seed accumulated enough energy, it could grow into the universe tree. However, Gohan had no intention of altering the universe, so he naturally would not let the universe seed grow into a tree. Just as he was lost in thought, Videl approached from a distance. Videl nodded. Gohan, there's actually something I've been wanting to tell you. Something? Yes, I'm pregnant. Pregnant? When did you get pregnant? Son Gohan exclaimed joyfully. A month ago. I see. Then our baby will be born in 9 months. Videl nodded. By the way, we haven't had a wedding yet. I'll go home now and ask my mom to help arrange it. Saying this, Gohan took Videl's hand and headed home. After returning home, Son Gohan immediately told Shishi about Videl's pregnancy. Upon hearing the news, Shishi's heart swelled with immense excitement. Wonderful. I'm going to be a grandmother. Gohan take Videl to her father's house quickly and discussed the wedding arrangements. Oh, okay. Gohan nodded. With that, he immediately took Videl to Mr. Satan's house. Upon learning that the couple was expecting a child, Mr. Satan was also deeply moved. Videl, you're having a child. Yes, Dad. Videl nodded. Then that means I'm going to be a grandfather. Videl nodded again. Have you thought of a name for the child? If not, I have a few suggestions you could consider. Maka Mataroma. Videl felt a headache coming on as she listened to Mr. Satan's proposed names for her child. Dad, we came to discuss the wedding with you. Wedding? Mr. Satan snapped back to reality upon hearing this. Although Son Gohan and Videl had already registered their marriage, they had never held a wedding ceremony. Yes. Since it's a wedding, it must be a grand affair, don't you agree, Gohan? Son Gohan smiled and nodded. In West City at Bulma's house, Bulma was lounging leisurely on a chair in the backyard playing with her phone. Suddenly, a beam of 7-colored light descended from the sky, landing in Bulma's backyard. As the light faded, 2 figures were revealed. They were none other than Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus. Whis smiled. We meet again, Miss Bulma. Bulma nodded. Whis, what brings you here today? We came to Earth to sample its culinary delights. Earth's cuisine. Indeed. Miss Bulma, could you recommend some of Earth's most delicious dishes? Of course. Is that so? We are most grateful. Bulma nodded. Subsequently, she began introducing Earth's finest foods to the pair. After a long while, Bulma finished her introduction of Earth's delicacies and had a great deal of food delivered to the house. At noon, having eaten their fill, the two prepared to pack some food to take back. Vegeta emerged from the gravity chamber after his training and saw them. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded. Lord Beerus, what are you doing here? We came to Earth to taste its food. Earth's food? Yes. As Beerus spoke, Bulma approached with a smile. Lord Beerus, the food you requested has been delivered. Upon hearing this, Whis walked over to Bulma with a smile. Thank you very much, Bulma. It's nothing. Where is the food now? It's just ahead. Whis then followed Bulma forward. A moment later, he returned and said to Beerus, Lord Beerus, I've stored the food you wanted to take back in my staff. Shall we return now? Seeing this, Whis immediately stepped beside Beerus, tapped the ground with his staff, and they departed from Earth. Watching them leave, Vegeta fell into thought. He then walked over to Bulma. Bulma, will they come back? I don't know, but I think they probably will. They will, Yes, they seem to really like our Earth's food. Did they say when they'd come back? No. Then let me know the moment they return. Immediately. Yes. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. After a week of preparations, Son Gohan and Videl were finally ready for their wedding day. For this wedding, Gohan invited many people, including Krillin and their friends, as well as Beerus and Whis. Initially, he hadn't planned to invite them, but after Bulma let it slip and Shishi extended a warm invitation, he had no choice but to include them in the ceremony. At that moment, Son Gohan and Videl had arrived at the wedding hotel. Gohan, dressed in a blue suit, stood before Piccolo. Gohan, you look quite dashing in that outfit today. Thank you, Mr. Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. Just then, Krillin and the others approached from a distance. Congratulations, Gohan. Son Gohan smiled and nodded. Subsequently, once everyone had arrived, the wedding officiant took the stage to speak. Distinguished guests, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Next, let us welcome the groom and bride to the stage. Upon hearing this, Gohan led Videl onto the stage. Once on stage, the officiant asked them a few questions. Son Gohan, do you take Videl to be your lawfully wedded wife to cherish and hold forever? I do. Videl, do you take Son Gohan to be your lawfully wedded husband to be together for a lifetime? I do. Excellent. Now the groom and bride may exchange rings. Upon hearing this, they placed the rings on each other's fingers. Very well, from this day forward you are officially husband and wife. As the officiant finished, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Can we start eating now? Beerus asked. It should be soon. Seeing this, Mr. Satan stepped onto the stage to announce the start of the banquet. Son Goku immediately began eating voraciously. Goku. Shishi watched him, feeling utterly speechless. Sun Wukong truly lived up to his title as the ultimate food enthusiast. After the banquet commenced, Son Gohan led Videl around to toast the guests. Seeing this, Lagos felt a pang of jealousy. The next day, having heard that Beerus and Whis frequently visited Earth, Son Wukong arrived early at Bulma's house to await their arrival. Kakarot, Vegeta called out upon seeing Son Wukong at his home. Vegeta responded with a cold snort. Kakarot, why have you come to my house? I heard from Shishi that Lord Beerus often visits your home, so I thought I'd drop by and see if I could run into him. Run into Lord Beerus? Don't tell me. You also want to become his disciple? Son Wukong chuckled. If you can, why can't I? Vegeta gritted his teeth. In that case, let's see which of us Lord Beerus takes as his disciple. Fine. The two locked eyes with each other. After a while, a beam of iridescent light descended from the heavens, landing in the backyard. As the light faded, a figure emerged from within. It was Whis. Whis nodded. Goku, what are you doing here? Son Wukong smiled. I came to see you. Me? Yes, I came for you, Whis. I see. I want to ask you to guide my training. Whis chuckled. I only take gods of destruction as my pupils. Don't be like that, Whis. We can talk this over. Son Wukong smiled. Seeing this, Vegeta was utterly bewildered. Wasn't Son Wukong supposed to seek apprenticeship under Beerus? Why was he suddenly turning to Whis? At that moment, Vegeta sensed that Whis might be far more extraordinary than he appeared. Whis, who exactly are you? Vegeta, hasn't Bulma told you? I am Lord Beerus Master. Lord Beerus Master. Vegeta was stunned. So the true master was Whis. That's right. Whis nodded. Then, Whis, could you take me as your pupil? Vegeta asked. No. Whis shook his head. How about this? I'll treat you to Earth delicacies you've never tasted before. Earth delicacies I've never tasted? Yes. Vegeta nodded. Whis will also treat you to Earth delicacies you've never tasted. Son Wukong added. Very well, since you're both so enthusiastic. So you agree. I'll agree as long as you can treat me to delicacies I've never tasted. Really? Son Wukong's eyes lit up. Whis nodded. The two immediately led Whis to the western capital to feast. But since Bulma had already taken Whis to sample many foods in the western capital, every place they brought him had already been tried. Damn it. I refuse to believe Bulma made you taste every delicacy in the western capital. Whis smiled. Actually, it wasn't just Bulma. I also tasted some at Gohan's wedding banquet. Kakarot. Vegeta glared at Son Wukong. So do either of you have any other culinary recommendations? Well, Vegeta was momentarily at a loss for words. I've got it. Son Wukong suddenly exclaimed as if struck by an idea. What is it, Kakarot? I know a delicacy you've definitely never tried, Whis. Oh, what is it? Follow me and you'll see. All right. Whis nodded. Shortly after, Son Wukong led them to his house. Kakarot, isn't this your home? Yes. Do you have a secret stash of delicacies here? You'll find out soon enough. With that, Son Wukong went inside and brought out 3 cups of instant noodles to prepare. Once they were ready, he opened one and a fragrant aroma wafted out. What's this? It smells amazing. These are instant noodles. Vegeta said. Instant noodles? Yes, hasn't Bulma ever given you these? No. Whis shook his head. Yes. Vegeta rejoiced inwardly. All right, Whis, give it a try. Very well, then I won't hold back. Whis picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. After tasting it, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. He never imagined such a simple cup of noodles could be so delicious. Son Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a knowing smile. Soon Whis had finished the entire cup. How was it, Whis? Son Wukong smiled. Quite tasty. You pass. So when can we start training at Lord Beerus' place? Today? Both of you go home and pack your clothes. We'll head to Lord Beerus' planet shortly. All right. Son Wukong nodded. With that, Vegeta left Son Wukong's house to pack his belongings. Since Son Wukong was already at home, he quickly gathered his things. Knowing Whis enjoyed the instant noodles, Son Wukong brought along several large boxes of them. In the 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus was yawning, waiting for Whis to return with food. What's taking Whis so long? I should have gone to Earth with him. No sooner had he spoken than Whis appeared with Son Wukong and Vegeta. Son Wukong, Vegeta. Beerus was slightly surprised to see Whis bringing them back. He quickly left the palace and approached Whis. Lord Beerus. Son Wukong and Vegeta greeted him respectfully. Beerus nodded. Whis, why did you bring them here? They asked to become my disciples and I agreed. Whis smiled. Beerus stared at him intently. And my food? Compared to the two, he was far more concerned about his meal. Whis then produced the instant noodles from his staff. These are instant noodles. Instant noodles? Yes. These noodles are delicious when you add hot water and the seasoning packet. That's why I agreed to take them as disciples. Need hot water? Yes. Hurry and bring some hot water to prepare them. As you wish, Lord Beerus. Shortly after, Whis brought hot water from the palace and poured it into the open noodle cup. After adding the seasoning, Beerus grew impatient. Can I eat it now? Not yet. We need to wait 3 minutes. I have to wait. Yes. For the sake of good food, just be patient. Very well. 3 minutes later, Whis lifted the lid from the noodle cup. It's ready. Enticed by the aroma, Beerus hastily picked up the chopsticks and began to eat. Slurp. After taking a bite of instant noodles, Beerus immediately showed a hint of surprise on his face. Then he quickly began to eat. Soon a whole bucket of instant noodles was finished. Beerus looked at Whis with lingering desire. Whis, how many more instant noodles do we have? A few boxes, I believe. Is that so? Then in that case, make me a few more buckets of instant noodles. Sure, Whis said as he took out a few more buckets of instant noodles from his staff. Whis, where are we staying? At that moment, Sun Wukong, who had been standing for a long time, asked. Whis glanced at the two and replied. Then Lord Beerus, shall I take them to their accommodation first? All right, then make it quick. Beerus waved his hand. Seeing this, Whis immediately took the two to their living quarters. The place where they would stay was a small room with a bed inside. All right, this is your place. If there's nothing else, I'll head back to Lord Beerus now. Sun Wukong nodded. Seeing this, Whis left the two's room. After Whis left, Sun Wukong immediately set down his bundle and quickly made the bed to lie down. So comfortable. Vegeta grunted as he also made his bed. Meanwhile, Whis had already returned to Beerus' side. Lord Beerus. Whis, what is your purpose in bringing those two over? Beerus said while eating his instant noodles. Sun Wukong is Sun Wufan's father. I want to see if I can learn from him, who taught Sun Wufan the Ultra Instinct. Is that the only reason? Of course not. Whis smiled. Are there any other reasons? Whis smiled again, but did not answer. In the 7th universe, aboard a massive spaceship, a man with purple skin and a pair of double spikes on his head was discussing with Frieza's commander Sorb about the resurrection of Frieza. This person was none other than Jinyu. Since Frieza's death, the Frieza force had lost its morale, leading to its once fearsome army falling apart. Sorb still no luck finding Namek. No way. Sorb shook his head. The only way now is to use the Dragon Balls on Earth. Earth? Yes. As long as we act carefully and don't get discovered by the Saiyans on Earth, we can still revive King Frieza. Jinyu nodded. Then he'll go with you. Sorb nodded. 2 days later, Jinyu, Sorb, and Tagoma secretly arrived on Earth. Using the Dragon Ball radar they created, they successfully gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Sorb, how do we use this Dragon Ball? I don't know. I think we should just take the Dragon Balls with us for now. All right. Jinyu agreed. After that, the three left Earth with the Dragon Balls. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Sorb learned the incantation to summon the dragon from Zuno. At this moment, Sorb and the others were on a nearby planet summoning the dragon. Come forth, dragon, and grant my wish. As soon as Sorb finished speaking, the sky of the entire planet instantly darkened, and a blue dragon quickly appeared in the sky. This dragon was the Earth Dragon. State your wish. Oh, any wish can be granted, but only one. Please help us revive King Frieza. All right, but since Frieza died on Namek, if I revive him, he will come back at the original location of Namek. Original Namek. Yes, it is now a void in the universe. No problem, King Frieza can survive in space. Just revive him. All right. The Earth Dragon said, his red eyes flashing. Your wish has been granted. Has it been granted already? The Earth Dragon nodded. Then we shall meet again. After saying this, the dragon transformed back into the 7 Dragon Balls and flew towards Earth. It's flying away. It should be going back to Earth. Then shall we go fetch King Frieza? Sorb suggested. Jinyu nodded. At the location of the original Namek, Frieza was staring at his own body in disbelief. He actually came back to life. Sun Wufan. After a moment of joy, Frieza quickly remembered his enemy Sun Wufan. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't have suffered in hell. His Frieza force would have long since ruled the entire universe. But where is this? Frieza said as he flew forward, trying to figure out where he currently was. In the 7th universe, on the God of Destruction's realm. Sun Wukong and Vegeta had already begun their training with Whis. The training arranged by Whis was quite similar to that in the original work. The only difference was that the training given to Vegeta was not as intense as Sun Wukong's. After all, there was still a gap in strength between the two. Initially, Vegeta had objections to Whis arrangements, but after trying the same training as Sun Wukong, he quickly realized that Sun Wukong's current training was indeed beyond his capabilities. Thus, to catch up with Sun Wukong, Vegeta secretly got up to train every night after Sun Wukong fell asleep. I'm rolling it. Time flew by, and a day passed in the blink of an eye. Frieza had now found his army and met with Sorb and the others. Greetings, Frieza. Captain Jinyu. Jinyu nodded. King Frieza, I finally see you again. Jinyu said with tears in his eyes. It was you who revived me. Yes, King Frieza, because the Dragon Balls on Earth could not bring you directly to us, so you had to suffer. Frieza nodded. What about Sun Wufan and the others now? Returning to King Frieza, Sun Wufan has already defeated Majin Buu. Majin Buu. Yes. Sorb nodded. I seem to recall my father mentioning that there are two beings in this universe that one must never provoke. One is Lord Beerus, and the other is Majin Buu. King Frieza, the entire Frieza force has fallen apart. Your revival is just in time to boost the morale of our Frieza army. Sorb said. Frieza glanced at him. You probably revived me for this reason, didn't you? Yes. Yes. Let's put aside the matter of revitalizing the Frieza army for now. I have something much more important to do. A more important matter? Lord Frieza, what could be more important than rebuilding the Frieza force? Revenge. Frieza gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. Revenge. Son Gohan made me suffer so much in that place called Hell. How can I not take revenge? After hearing this, Tagoma immediately stepped forward. Lord Frieza, the Saiyans are extremely powerful now. In my opinion, we should not provoke them. Frieza's expression turned icy cold as he looked at Tagoma. Swiftly, he strode over, grabbed Tagoma by the neck, and lifted him into the air. Lord Frieza. Sorbet was shocked. Tagoma choked, struggling for breath. My army has become what it is today because of cowards like you. As Frieza spoke, he released his grip and used his telekinesis to hurl Tagoma heavily against the wall. Cough, cough. Tagoma coughed violently. By the way, Sorbet, wasn't my father revived? Frieza asked. Lord Frieza, Earth's Dragon Balls can only grant one wish at a time, so I prioritized your revival. Next time, I will revive Lord Cooler. Don't bother reviving him. He was always nagging me in hell. Let him stay there. Yes, my lord. Furthermore, since Son Gohan's power has increased, I will undergo 4 months of special training before heading to Earth. Sorbet, special training. Yes, I am a prodigy. I have never trained since birth. For months. I believe that with just 4 months of training, I can definitely defeat Son Gohan. Jinyu nodded in profound agreement. Frieza then looked towards Tagoma in the distance. During these 4 months you will train with me. I will make sure you are properly trained. Tagoma was flustered and at a loss, already envisioning how Frieza would beat him mercilessly. Lord Frieza, may I also train with you? Jinyu asked. Ho ho ho. Frieza couldn't help but laugh. Captain Jinyu, you wish to train with me as well? Of course. It would be my honor. Jinyu smiled. Very well, you shall train with me too. Jinyu initially wanted to bring Jis and the others along. But upon second thought, they were far too weak and likely couldn't withstand even a single blow from Frieza. So he abandoned the idea. Time flew by and a month passed in the blink of an eye. With seeing that Vegeta couldn't keep up with Son Goku's training, sent him to train in the hyperbolic time chamber on Earth. Whis originally intended for Vegeta to train inside for a year, but Vegeta was so eager to surpass Son Goku that he stayed for nearly 2 days before emerging. When Vegeta came out, he was filthy from not bathing for so long, and his beard had grown as long as a wild man's. Upon returning home, Bulma was disgusted and ordered him to take a thorough shower in the bathroom. West City, Son Goku's house. Since Videl was pregnant, Son Gohan had been training at home for over a month. The cosmic seed had gathered enough energy so Son Gohan could train anytime, anywhere without needing a gravity room. Just 3 trillion more. Son Gohan checked his current battle power. He only needed 3 trillion more to reach 10 trillion. At his current training pace, in about 8 months, he would reach 10 trillion and obtain the system reward. Time flew by and 4 months passed in an instant. Earth, West City, Bulma's house. Presently, Son Goten and Trunks were playing in the yard when a small spaceship descended from the sky. A spaceship. Curious about the spaceship, Trunks led Son Goten over to it. The spaceship hatch opened, revealing a man with purple skin, a blue-green face, and eyes resembling salted egg yolks. He wore a white uniform, and his name was Jocko, a galactic patrolman. An alien, Son Goten remarked upon seeing Jocko. Trunks nodded. Jocko remained silent. Aliens were nothing special to him. He saw them every day. In fact, to him, Son Goten and Trunks were the aliens. Is this Bulma's house? Jocko asked the two. Yeah. Who are you? What do you want with my mom? Trunks inquired. Ahem. Jocko cleared his throat. My name is Jocko. I'm an elite member of the Galactic Patrol. I have important business with your mother. Mom's inside the house. Trunks pointed ahead. Is that so? Jocko immediately strode forward. After a moment, Jocko encountered Bulma, who had just come into the yard. Long time no see, Bulma. Jocko. Isn't that Jocko? Yes. Jocko nodded. Your sister asked me to tell you that Frieza has been revived and is currently heading to Earth with his army. Frieza is revived. Bulma was startled. Yes. By the way, do you know Son Gohan, the one who defeated Frieza? Of course. His house is not far from mine. Not far from here. As Jocko spoke, he noticed Son Goten and Trunks playing on his spaceship. Hey, you two don't play on my spaceship. Upon hearing this, Trunks immediately opened the ship's canopy and climbed inside. Seeing this, Jocko hurried over to stop him. Trunks, get down from there right now. Bulma scolded Trunks. Heeding his mother's reprimand, Trunks quickly scrambled out of the spaceship. Jocko breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, Bulma, I heard you got married. Who is your husband? My husband's name is Vegeta. He is a Saiyan. V Vegeta. Yes. What's wrong? Bulma smiled. Then your child he is also. He is also a Saiyan. That child is Son Goku's son. He is a Saiyan too. They are all Saiyans. Yes. Upon hearing this, Jocko's expression instantly became friendly. Feel free to look at this spaceship however you like. Really? Son Goten was delighted. Jocko nodded. Now, Bulma, you should quickly tell Son Gohan that Frieza is coming to Earth. Okay. Bulma said, taking out her phone to call Son Gohan. The call was quickly connected. Hello, Gohan. It's me, Aunt Bulma. Aunt Bulma. Gohan, this is terrible. Frieza has been revived. Frieza? Yes. How did you come by this information? Gakt told me. Gakt? Gakt is a friend of my sister's. Your sister? Yes, my biological sister. She went out into the cosmos when I was very young. I see. What about Frieza? Leave Frieza to me. All right. With that, Bulma ended the call. Bulma, what did Son Gohan say? He said he would handle it. Is that so? That's good. By the way, how is my sister? Bulma inquired. She's doing well. And how is her novel coming along? On planet Vegeta, Rig was cultivating on a great mountain when a figure suddenly appeared before him. The figure was none other than Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Son Gohan offered a faint smile. Long time no see, Rig. Oomph. Rig let out a cold snort. Son Gohan, what brings you back to planet Vegeta? Have you come to seek a fight? No, I'm not here to fight today. Not to fight. Correct. I'm here to propose a transaction. A transaction. Frieza is coming to Earth. If you help me eliminate him, I will take you away from planet Vegeta. Rig and his people had been trapped on planet Vegeta, unable to leave due to the lack of a spaceship. Frieza? Son Gohan nodded. If that's the case, why don't you eliminate him yourself? Is his strength truly formidable? No, it's because once he's eliminated, you and Frieza would become mortal enemies. Rig chuckled. You're mistaken. A dead enemy isn't a mortal enemy, it's a corpse. It seems you have great confidence in your abilities. A mere Frieza is beneath my notice. So you agree? Rig nodded. By the way, is Vegeta currently on Earth? No. He is currently training on the planet of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Lord Beerus. The god of destruction. The god of destruction is a deity responsible for destroying planets. Is that so? It sounds rather similar to us Saiyans. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan shot Rig a glance. We Saiyans no longer destroy planets. If that's the case, aren't you worried that I might destroy other planets once I leave here? I suspect you've lost interest in destroying planets by now. Rig snorted coldly. Spare me the idle talk. Take me to Earth. Very well. Son Gohan acknowledged with a nod, and with an instant transmission, he brought Rig to Earth. Upon arriving on Earth, since Frieza and his forces wouldn't arrive for some time, Son Gohan led Rig to a spot by the seaside to sit. Where is Frieza? He should be here in about an hour. An hour? Yes. Then why did you bring me here? I wanted to talk with you. We have nothing to discuss. Rig, did you know that besides Vegeta you have another brother? Another brother? Yes. His name is Tarble. Tarble. He was exiled to a distant planet by your father because his battle power was too low for combat. Rig let out a cold snort. What does that have to do with me? Meanwhile, Krillin and the others had also learned of Frieza's impending arrival on Earth and sought out Son Gohan. Though their strength was limited, they were determined to do their part to protect Earth. Gohan, who is he? Krillin asked, looking at Rig. His name is Rig. He's Vegeta's older brother. Vegeta's older brother. Krillin was astonished. I knew it. No wonder he looks so much like Vegeta. Upon hearing this, Rig shot Krillin a cold glare. Not just in appearance. The personality is the same too. Rig's face twisted with fury. I am nothing like my brother. Startled by this outburst, Krillin stammered. Gee, Gohan, what's wrong with him? Nothing. He just doesn't get along with Uncle Vegeta. I see. So how did he end up on Earth? I brought him here. You? Son Gohan nodded in affirmation and began to explain the situation to Krillin and the others. Has Frieza not arrived yet? Rig asked, growing impatient. He's here. Krillin's expression turned grim. Hearing this, Rig looked up and saw a colossal spaceship descending toward Earth. That spaceship was unmistakably Frieza's. So he's finally here. Shortly after, Frieza and his army landed on Earth. Seeing this, Krillin and the others braced themselves for battle. Seated on a floating platform, Frieza gazed down at Son Gohan from midair. Standing beside him were Tagoma and the Ginyu Force. Long time no see, Son Gohan. Frieza greeted with a smirk. Indeed, you haven't changed a bit. Frieza's expression darkened with rage. Though others might miss the implication, he understood perfectly that Son Gohan was mocking his stature. Lord Frieza, shall I deal with him? Ginyu inquired. No, you are no match for him. Focus on the others. As you wish, Lord Frieza. Just then Rig stepped forward. So you're Frieza? Who is this? Why does he look so much like Vegeta? Could he be Vegeta's kin? I have no idea. Frieza shook his head. State your name. Jinyu barked at Rig. My name is Rig. Rig. I've never heard of you. Lord Frieza, have you? No. Frieza shook his head. And what is your relationship with Vegeta? Jinyu pressed. He is my younger brother. Vegeta's older brother. Jinyu was taken aback. Enough of this pointless chatter. He'll dispose of you all in one go. In one go. You're quite arrogant. Do you have any idea who we are? No, and I don't care to know. Insolent fool. Jinyu seethed with rage. We are Lord Frieza's elite Jinyu force, and I am Captain Jinyu. Jeez, let's show them our signature battle pose. Right now. Jeez hesitated. With so many onlookers, he felt a pang of embarrassment. Of course now. Isn't our battle pose meant precisely for moments like this? Well, alright. Jinyu force battle pose. Upon the command, Jeez and the others immediately lined up in perfect formation. Swoosh. At that moment, a golden ray of light pierced through Jeez's body. Frieza and the others stared in astonishment at the direction from which the ray had come. The one who had fired that ray was none other than Reach. A sharp, agonizing scream tore from Jeez as the beam tore through him. Jeez! Jinyu roared in fury. Reach then raised both hands, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts that rained down upon Frieza and his forces like a relentless storm. Under Regis' assault, aside from Tagoma Sorbet and the 4 members of the Jinyu force, every last one of Frieza's soldiers was annihilated in a series of thunderous explosions. The entire Frieza force has been wiped out, Sorbet exclaimed in horror. Frieza's face darkened as he spoke, his voice dripping with cold fury. Jinyu forced Tagoma Shirsami. All of you attack him at once. Yes, Lord Frieza. The 6 of them nodded in unison. With that, the 6 charged at Reach. Reach responded by gathering energy orbs in his hands and firing them at his attackers. A barrage of blasts erupted. Explosions rang out one after another, and the 6 were obliterated by Regis energy waves. Son Gohan watched and shook his head. Those who seek death shall find it. Lord Frieza. Sorbet began to tremble uncontrollably. Frieza let out a cold snort and rose from his floating chair. Just then Son Gohan spoke directly to Frieza. Frieza, I suggest you unleash your full power from the very start. Otherwise you might not even get the chance to use it. Full power from the start. Though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind, Frieza still transformed into his final form. Reach then gathered a golden energy sphere in his right hand and aimed it at Sorbet. No. Sorbet's face twisted in terror. A massive explosion roared as Sorbet was erased from existence. Frieza gritted his teeth and glared at Reach. Reach stomped the ground and lunged at Frieza. With a mighty roar, Frieza's entire body erupted in a violet aura as he soared to meet the attack. In an instant, they closed the distance and exchanged heavy blows. Due to Regis' superior speed, his fists landed first. Before Frieza could even strike, a devastating punch smashed into his face, sending him stumbling backward. Reach vanished and reappeared before Frieza in a flash, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches. A rapid succession of impacts rang out. Frieza screamed in agony under the onslaught. Reach then clasped his hands together and brought them down like a hammer onto Frieza's body with tremendous force. A resounding crash echoed as Frieza's body plummeted like a straight line into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Reach fired several energy blasts from his right hand at the fallen Frieza. The ground shook with a series of colossal explosions mingled with cries of pain. When the dust finally settled, several enormous craters scarred the earth. Frieza lay battered and broken within one of them. Damn it. Frieza glared up at Reach, his heart seething with rage. Oh, still alive are you? Reach remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Hearing this, Frieza scrambled to his feet, clenching his fists tightly. With a fierce shout, his body erupted in a violet aura once more. The entire planet trembled violently under the pressure of Frieza's ki. The ground beneath him shattered, and the sheer force of his energy carved a deep crater around him. At that moment, except for his facepalm soles and the gems adorning his body and head, which remained purple, Frieza's entire skin turned a brilliant gold. This was Golden Frieza. Such incredible ki, the Z-Fighters gasped in awe. Reach snorted, clenched his fists, and transformed directly into Super Saiyan 4. As Super Saiyan 4, the Z-Fighters were stunned once more. With a yell, Frieza shot forward like a streak of violet light, charging straight at Reach. Reach clenched his fists and transformed into a red blur as he rushed to meet Frieza. The air crackled with impact as they clashed. In the blink of an eye, they were upon each other, exchanging fierce, bone-shattering blows. As Reach possessed superior strength and speed, Frieza soon lagged behind. A powerful punch sent Frieza reeling backward. Bastard! Frieza growled, scanning for Reach. Suddenly, Reach vanished from his spot and reappeared directly behind Frieza. Before Frieza could react, Rege drove his elbow into Frieza's shoulder with brutal force. A deafening crack echoed as Frieza was hurled into the sea, sending a colossal wave surging into the air. Moments later, Frieza burst from the ocean, gathering vast amounts of energy in his hands and firing at Rege. Rege dodged while retaliating with his own energy blasts. Their energy waves collided in the sky, creating dazzling explosions. After a brief exchange, both halted their attacks and charged at each other. In an instant, they met and clashed with tremendous force, their fists pounding against one another. "This is a one-sided beatdown," Son Gohan commented, observing the fight. "A beatdown, eh?" Krillin looked at him puzzled. "Exactly." Moments later, Rege drove his knee into Frieza, sending him flying. He then gathered a golden energy wave in his hands and launched it at Frieza. A colossal explosion thundered across the battlefield as Frieza was obliterated. Is he gone?" Krillin asked. Son Gohan nodded. Rege descended from the sky and landed before Son Gohan. "All right, Son Gohan. I've held up my end of the deal and eliminated him. Now you should send me back." "Agreed," Son Gohan replied. "Piccolo, if there's nothing else, you all should head back first." "Oh, all right." Son Gohan then used instant transmission to bring Rege back to planet Bembi. Upon returning to planet Bembi, Rege quickly gathered Sapari and the others. "Rege, Dad." Son Gohan. "Dad, where did you go just now?" Orin asked. "I went to Earth." "Earth? Yes, I went there to eliminate Frieza." "Eliminate Frieza?" Sapari exclaimed in shock. Rege nodded. "It was a deal I made with Son Gohan. If I eliminated him, he would take us away from planet Bembi." Sapari looked at Son Gohan with confusion. If Son Gohan was stronger than Reg, why did he want Reg to help him eliminate Frieza? Then tell them to pack up quickly. "We'll take you away from planet Bembi," Son Gohan said. "All right." After a while, Reg packed up everything they needed to bring. "Is everything packed?" "Yes." Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission to take Reg and the others to a planet controlled by Frieza's army. "Where is this?" "This is planet Frieza, M67, a planet under Frieza's control." "Frieza's planet." Son Gohan nodded. "Then we'll meet again." With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission and left planet Frieza, M67. "Reg, what does he mean?" Reg snorted coldly. "He just wants to use us to deal with Frieza's army." "Frieza's army? Though Frieza is dead, his army is immense. But this suits me just fine." "Suits you?" Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Son Goku and the others training in the realm of the gods of destruction also learned of Frieza's resurrection. "Frieza is resurrected." "Yes, and he has mastered a new form." Whis said. "A new form?" "Yes, a golden form." "A golden form. Let's call it Golden Frieza for now." "Golden Frieza? Was it Gohan who took him down?" Vegeta asked. "No, it was a Saiyan named Reg." "Reg? He seems to be your brother. Didn't you know?" "My brother?" Vegeta was stunned. When did he have a brother? How could he not know? "Vegeta's brother." "Yes." Whis nodded. "It seems he was exiled to planet Bembi by King Vegeta because his battle power was too high at birth." "Battle power too high?" "Yes, it seems he had a battle power of 40,000 at birth." 40,000 at birth. Vegeta was shocked. His father, King Vegeta, at his peak, barely had a battle power over 10,000. No wonder King Vegeta had exiled Reg to planet Bembi. As the Saiyan King, even though Reg was his son, King Vegeta had to nip any uncontrollable factor in the bud to secure his throne. "Is Reg very strong?" Son Goku asked. Whis nodded. "His strength might surpass yours." Hearing this, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Originally, his targets were Son Goku and Son Gohan. Now there was another. Just then the staff in Whis' hands suddenly glowed. Whis glanced at his staff and saw a tall, slender woman with blue-green skin. The woman wore a green robe and black armor painted with 2 white and 1 orange circles. Around her neck was a large light blue halo, and she wore white high heels with black soles. This was Vados from Universe 6. Beside Vados stood a plump version of Beerus, Kappa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. "Sister, what is it, Whis?" "Nothing much, but the gods of destruction from other universes have arrived." "Gods of destruction from other universes, eh?" "Yes, didn't you know? There are 12 universes in total. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction of Universe 7. T12. So there are 12 gods of destruction too." Vegeta said. Whis nodded. As he spoke, Kampa and Vados landed on Beerus' planet. Beerus. When Kampa was not far from Beerus' palace, he let out a loud roar. Hearing this, Whis immediately went to wake Beerus. "Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa is here." "Kampa," Beerus yawned. "Yes, I know," Beerus said, then dressed and left the palace. After a while, Kampa and Vados arrived in the palace's living room. Kampa and Beerus sat at a stone table while the others stood behind them. "Whis, who is he? He looks just like Lord Beerus." Son Goku asked Whis quietly. Whis smiled. This is Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6. Lord Kampa. That's because Lord Kampa is Beerus' twin brother. Twin brother. Son Goku and Vegeta were astonished. Not only that, but Universe 6 and Universe 7 are twin universes. Vados said, twin universes? For a simple example, your universe has the Namekians, and we do too, even at the same coordinates. Same? Then does Universe 6 have Saiyans? Vegeta asked. Of course. Vados smiled. Beerus, are these two your new disciples? Kampa asked. You could say that barely. Barely. Beerus yawned. Kampa, is there something you came here for? Kampa never visited without a reason. Beerus didn't believe he came just for idle chit-chat. Kampa smiled. Beerus, I'm here today to show you that Universe 6 is the true gourmet universe. Gourmet universe. Exactly. Vados, bring it out. Yes, Lord Kampa. Vados said, waving her staff forward. A egg-shaped lunchbox appeared and opened automatically. When the box opened, several green eggs with patterns were revealed. What are these? Son Goku asked curiously. These are dong-dong bird-boiled eggs. They'll make you speechless with delight. Kampa said smugly to Beerus. Beerus calmly peeled a dong-dong bird-boiled egg and took a bite. Tui. After a few bites, Beerus said to Whis, bring out that thing. That thing? Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled. After a while, Whis placed 2 cups of instant noodles in front of them. What is this? It's called instant noodles. Instant noodles? Yes, just taste it, and you'll know. Final, try it. Kampa said, picking up the chopsticks and eating. Slurp. After one bite, a look of surprise flashed across Kampa's face, and he devoured the noodles and soup completely. How is it? Beerus laughed. Just average. Kampa said weakly. But you even drank the soup. Kampa gritted his teeth. Where did you get this food? Earth. Earth? Earth is a gourmet planet. Instant noodles are just one of its many delicacies. Upon hearing this, Kampa immediately turned to look at Vados behind him and said, Vados, quickly find out where this Earth is. Since Universe 7 has an Earth, Universe 6 should have one too. Very well, Lord Kampa. Vados said, lifting her staff to search Universe 6. After searching for a while, she could not locate the Earth that Beerus had mentioned. Still haven't found it. Whis walked over and asked. Earth is in the northern galaxy at these coordinates. That's it. Whis pointed to a desolate planet on Vados' staff. This planet. The location is correct, but this can't be Earth, can it? Earth is a beautiful azure planet. Perhaps something happened, and it ended up like this. Vados said. Then let's rewind time and take a look. Vados nodded, and the Earth on her staff instantly reverted to the era when humans still existed. So Earth in Universe 6 was destroyed by war. Whis remarked after viewing the history of that Earth. Destroyed. Kampa instantly lost his composure upon hearing this. Their Earth in Universe 6 had been annihilated by human warfare. Indeed. Whis nodded. Seeing this, Beerus spread his hands and said, what a pity. The Earthlings who knew how to make Earth's delicious cuisine are all dead now. Beerus. Kampa gritted his teeth in fury. He could clearly tell that Beerus was deliberately provoking him. What is it? How about we have a match? A match? You mean between the two of us? Beerus cracked his knuckles. No, a match between our 2 universes. 2 universes? Hey, that's right. If I win, you give me Earth. Beerus yawned lazily. Not interested. Earth is already mine. Why would I bother competing with you? You. Kampa clenched his teeth. How about this? If you beat me, I'll give you the 6 wish orbs I've collected. Lord Kampa. Vados called out to him. Kampa waved dismissively. Whis, what are these wish orbs he's talking about? I believe Lord Kampa is referring to the Dragon Balls. Dragon Balls? Yes, but these are as large as planets, so they're also known as Super Dragon Balls. Super Dragon Balls. Kampa snorted. My wish orbs are different from your Dragon Balls. They can grant any wish. Any wish. But don't you need 7 Dragon Balls to use them? Beerus stared intently at Kampa. Kampa cleared his throat. If I had 7 Super Dragon Balls, I wouldn't be challenging Beerus to a match. Did I ever say I'd accept your match? Beerus stated. Kampa fumed. Beerus, are you scared? Who's scared? I just don't feel like competing. I get it. You're afraid they can't beat Universe 6. Kampa said, glancing at Son Goku and Vegeta. A match. Goku's blood began to boil with excitement. Goku, Vegeta, do you two want to participate? Beerus asked. They both nodded. Since you two want to compete, I'll agree to it. Beerus said with a smirk. With Son Gohan as his trump card, he was sure to swindle Kampa this time. AG. Agreed. Kampa was stunned. Beerus had refused just a moment ago. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Could there be a trick? So Kampa, how shall we decide the rules? Well, hold a martial arts tournament. A martial arts tournament. Yes, each universe sends 5 fighters. The winner continues to fight the next opponent. Lord Beerus, how about we use the rules of the World Martial Arts Tournament? Goku suggested. The World Martial Arts Tournament is a famous tournament on Earth. It prohibits killing using weapons and so on. Whis explained. Oh, that's quite a good suggestion. Kampa chuckled. Since you all agree, shall we set the date for 1 week from now? Beerus, 1 week. Yes, we need time to gather the participants. Goku, Vegeta, any problems with that? None. Goku and Vegeta shook their heads. All right, 1 week it is. But you're in charge of the venue. Me, eh? Yes, you're the one who proposed the match, aren't you? Final handle it. After all, he could get Vados to create the arena. If there's nothing else, we'll be going. Beerus nodded. Seeing this, Kampa immediately left with Vados. After they left, Goku walked over to Beerus and asked, Lord Beerus, there are 3 more spots. Who do you plan to have compete? Beerus smiled. 1 spot goes to Son Gohan. You can decide on the rest. As long as Gohan fought, victory was guaranteed. I see. Goku began to ponder. The strongest fighters currently on Earth were probably Majin Buu and Piccolo. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Whis brought Goku and the others back to Earth and told Gohan and the rest about the tournament. A martial arts tournament. Yes, Lord Beerus said 1 spot is for you and we can decide on the other 2. So who does Dad want to participate? Gohan asked. What do you think of Majin Buu and Piccolo? Mr. Piccolo. Yes. I think that's fine. Goku looked at Piccolo. How about it, Piccolo? Are you willing to join? I don't mind. Then Gohan, could you please talk to Majin Buu about it? Sure. Gohan nodded. Time flew by and 5 days passed in an instant. Finally, the day of the tournament arrived. Whis came to Earth early in the morning to pick up Krillin and the others to watch the match on the Nameless Planet. On the Nameless Planet, Kampa had already prepared the arena. Since the planet had no oxygen, the entire venue was enclosed by a glass dome. Inside the dome, there was a wide fighting platform. Behind it were 2 spectator stands, one for Universe 6 and one for Universe 7. All the contestants from Universe 6 were already seated in their stands. Beerus and his group still haven't arrived. They should be here soon. As Vados spoke, she saw a crowded cube-shaped transporter flying toward them. This traversing cube was none other than Whis traversing cube. Lord Kampa, they're here, Vados announced. Kampa nodded. At that moment, Whis traversing cube passed through the glass barrier and landed in an open space outside the arena. Beerus. Kampa greeted. Beerus acknowledged with a nod and led Son Goku and the others to the spectator stands. Meanwhile, the referee Kampa had summoned stepped onto the arena. Greetings, everyone. I am the referee for this martial arts tournament. It is my great honor to have been invited by Lord Kampa to officiate. I shall uphold the principles of fairness and justice in fulfilling my duties. He then briefly outlined the rules of the competition. Now, if both parties have no objections, please send forth your first contestants. Upon hearing this, Beerus immediately glanced at the 5 of them. Who wants to go first? He'll take the lead, Piccolo declared, rising to his feet. Beerus nodded. Piccolo then flew up to the arena. With a whoosh and a thud, he landed. Soon after, a rather plump yellow bear climbed onto the stage from below. The bear's skin was smooth and elastic. He wore a red vest, a pair of sports bands on his wrists, red boots on his feet, had a brown nose, and a relatively short tail behind him. His name was Batamo, one of the contestants in this tournament. If you 2 have no further questions, shall I announce the start of the match? The referee looked at the 2 of them. Piccolo and Batamo nodded. Then I now declare the first match of the martial arts tournament officially begins. Huh. Piccolo let out a fierce shout and charged at Batamo. He intended to seize the initiative and finish off his opponent. In an instant, Piccolo was before Batamo, striking out with both fists. Thump, thump, thump. His fists pounded forcefully against Batamo's abdomen. Batamo smirked wickedly and lashed out with his own fists in rapid succession. Startled, Piccolo swiftly dodged from side to side. Yah! Suddenly, Batamo roared and threw a full-powered right punch. Piccolo crossed his arms to block, stumbling backward several steps. Seeing this, Batamo advanced slowly, pressing his attack. Piccolo gathered energy waves in his hands and hurled them at Batamo. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Batamo raised his arms to defend, but many energy waves still struck his body. When the smoke of the explosions cleared, Batamo stood before Piccolo completely unscathed. Piccolo was shocked. His energy waves had no effect on Batamo. Whoosh! Batamo clenched his fists and charged at Piccolo again. Piccolo dodged while retreating. Soon he was back to the edge of the arena. Piccolo! Krillin watched, his heart tightening with worry. At that moment, Piccolo leaped high into the air. Then, gathering energy waves in his hands, once more he attacked Batamo from above. Whoosh! Boom! Bang! 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 The arena was soon engulfed in a storm of explosions and smoke. After a moment, as the smoke dissipated, Piccolo landed behind Batamo. Batamo quickly turned to face him. What is Batamo doing? Why hasn't he knocked that guy off the stage yet? Lord Kampa, the match has just begun. There's no need for such haste. Kampa snorted coldly, but said nothing. Yah! On the arena, Piccolo let out a fierce cry and charged at Batamo. Through the previous exchange, he had discerned Batamo's weakness and devised a plan to defeat him. Bang! As Piccolo rushed forward, Batamo suddenly spat out a golden energy wave from his mouth. Piccolo swiftly sidestepped, then extended his arms, which elongated and seized Batamo's legs. Batamo was taken aback. The next second, Piccolo exerted force, causing Batamo to topple over. Thud! Due to Batamo's considerable weight, the arena shook heavily. After falling, Batamo attempted to get up, but Piccolo suddenly thrust his arms forward, sending Batamo flying off the arena. Whoosh! After launching Batamo away, Piccolo quickly retracted his arms. Batamo is out. Piccolo wins. He lost just like that. Champa was stunned. He hadn't expected Batamo to be defeated so easily. Indeed, due to his heavy build, Batamo couldn't rise quickly, and Piccolo seized the opportunity to throw him out of the ring. Champa remarked still that fellow's ability to extend his arms at will was quite unexpected. Vados nodded in agreement. So who should we send next? Champa scanned the faces of Kaba and the others. At that moment, a tall robotic figure stood up. His name was Vegeta, a metal man from Galaxy 66950. After rising, Vegeta quickly left the contestants' area and stepped onto the arena. Excellent. Universe 6 has sent forth a new challenger. This contestant is Vegeta, a metal man from Planet 66950. A metal man. Lord Kaioshin, what is a metal man? Krillin asked the East Kaioshin. Well, I'm not entirely sure either. The old Kaioshin looked at the East Kaioshin with utter exasperation. You, a dignified Kaioshin, don't even know what's happening in your own universe. The East Kaioshin lowered his head in shame. Since Universe SIX's contestant is on stage, if you two have no other issues, shall we begin the match? Both nodded. The referee then quickly jumped off the arena. A metal man, huh? Piccolo mused silently as he regarded Vegeta. Bang, bang, bang. At that moment, Vegeta charged at Piccolo. Piccolo snorted, gathered energy waves in his hands, and fired them forward. Whoosh, boom, bang, bang, bang. Despite the energy waves striking him, Vegeta pressed forward with utter indifference. Even when the energy waves hit Vegeta, they only inflicted minor superficial damage. In no time, Vegeta was upon Piccolo, throwing a powerful right punch. This guy. Piccolo quickly retreated to evade the blow. Seeing Piccolo dodge, Vegeta spewed molten lava from his mouth, attacking Piccolo. Piccolo dodged to the side once more. Vegeta then alternated between swinging his fists and spewing lava, relentlessly pursuing Piccolo. Lacking a way to counter Vegeta, Piccolo could only keep retreating. With no strategy to deal with Vegeta, Piccolo could do nothing but continuously evade. As VOD Mega continuously spewed molten lava, the temperature around the arena immediately began to rise. The competition platform, aside from its outermost glass barrier, was also encircled by a protective shield. This resulted in a scarcity of oxygen near the arena. With the heat surging, the oxygen around the competition platform grew even rarer. Piccolo panted heavily, sweat pouring from his brow. Damn it! He roared in fury, gathering a massive wave of energy in both hands and launching it at VOD Mega. VOD Mega raised his arms forward to block Piccolo's energy wave. A sharp whoosh echoed, followed by a thunderous boom. With each resounding explosion, thick smoke billowed across the arena. Witnessing this, Gohan immediately shouted to Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, attack the glass. The glass. Hearing this, Piccolo promptly raised his hand and struck the glass barrier. A sharp whoosh, then a boom. With several more explosive sounds, Piccolo's energy wave struck the arena's glass. Yet the glass remained unbroken. Champa chuckled. My glass isn't so easy to shatter. Is that so? Piccolo smirked, then hurled an energy sphere with his right hand against the glass barrier. A massive explosion roared as the energy blast hit the glass. A crisp crack followed, and the glass splintered like a spider's web, shattering from top to bottom. Finally, the entire glass barrier shattered, fragments flying off the stage. Whis raised his right hand, conjuring a protective shield before Beerus. The others either dodged or knocked away the flying shards. Foul. That's a foul. Seeing the glass destroyed, Champa grew anxious. Vados smiled. Lord Champa, the rules don't seem to forbid breaking the glass. No. Indeed, Vados nodded with a smile. Then why didn't you make the glass sturdier? Vados chuckled. Lord Champa, you forgot. It was you who said to just make it casually. Damn it. Champa gritted his teeth. If only he had insisted, Vados put more effort into it. With the glass shattered, Piccolo let out a long breath, the oppressive heat and suffocating sensation fading away. Seeing this, VOD Mega charged toward Piccolo. Piccolo leaped into the air, soaring mid-flight. VOD Mega opened his mouth, spewing molten lava at Piccolo in the sky. Piccolo dodged to either side, gathering an energy wave in his hands and firing it at VOD Mega. Piccolo's energy blast struck VOD Mega, sending him reeling backward. Champa grew tense. Their universe had already lost one round, another defeat would mean 2 consecutive losses. Just then VOD Mega shot a stream of lava at Piccolo. Piccolo sidestepped to evade. Damn it, my attacks are useless against him. At that moment VOD Mega again spewed lava attacking Piccolo. Though the broken barrier eliminated the oxygen issue, the lava's intense heat made Piccolo's sweat pour incessantly. Compa laughed heartily. Even after breaking the glass, he still can't defeat Mega. Beerus snorted coldly, but said nothing. Suddenly Piccolo's arms stretched out, grasping VOD Mega's legs. Startled VOD Mega quickly reached for Piccolo's hands. Piccolo retracted his arms, his body snapping forward like a rubber band, hurtling straight at VOD Mega. With a heavy thud, VOD Mega stumbled backward. Seizing the moment, Piccolo withdrew his hands, wrapped his arms around VOD Mega, and charged forward with full force. Caught off balance, VOD Mega was sent flying by Piccolo's momentum. What? What is he doing? The crowd gasped. VOD Mega then struck Piccolo's back with both arms. Piccolo let out a sharp cry of pain, but gritted his teeth and pressed on. Could it be? Goku seemed to realize something. With a crash, Piccolo and VOD Mega both tumbled off the arena platform. VOD Mega and Piccolo are both out. Compa exclaimed, both out. Yes, Lord Compa. Well, at least we eliminated one, he muttered. Back with Goku's team. Goku, who's next? Beerus asked. He'll go Lord Beerus, Goku replied. Beerus nodded. With that, Goku flew onto the arena. Universe 6 sent out their contender. It was a being strikingly similar to Frieza named Frost. Frieza. The crowd was astonished by Frost's appearance. He's not Frieza, he's a fighter from Universe 6, Whis explained. Krillin asked, really? They look so alike. No, Whis shook his head. Hello, my name is Frost. Frost greeted Goku with a friendly demeanor. Hello. The referee asked, if there's nothing else, shall we begin the match? Both nodded. The referee quickly ran off the stage. Goku assumed a combat stance. Frost's eyes narrowed slightly. Goku stomped the ground and charged at Frost. In an instant, he was before Frost, launching an attack. A swift whoosh followed by rapid blows. Goku's speed was overwhelming if Frost couldn't react, driven back by the relentless punches. With a mighty blow, Goku's right fist sent Frost flying to the edge of the arena. You can transform like Frieza, right? I suggest you show your true strength, or you won't beat me. All right, but be careful. Once I transform, even I struggle to control my power, Frost warned. Goku nodded. Frost clenched his fists and began to transform. A tremendous surge of energy erupted. The arena floor trembled violently under Frost's aura. He shifted into his bulky assault form, Frieza's second form. Well then, Mr. Sun Wukong, shall we continue our battle? Aren't you going to transform into your final form? Asked Sun Wukong. Final form? Frost was startled. He hadn't expected Sun Wukong to know about his other transformation. Indeed. No need, this form of mine is more than enough, said Frost. Is that so? With that, Sun Wukong immediately charged toward Frost. Huh. With a mighty shout, Sun Wukong punched Frost off the arena platform. Frost is eliminated. Sun Wukong wins. Compa was taken aback. Frost had actually lost just like that. Then a flicker of anger rose in his heart. That Frost, Sun Wukong told him to transform into his final form, but he just refused. And you're so fat, why don't you go on a diet? Compa said, looking at Batamo. Lord Compa, you're hardly one to talk. Vados glanced at Compa's belly and remarked. Compa snorted coldly. I may be a bit plump, but am agile. A nimble fatso. Compa, ignoring Vados, turned his gaze to Kaba and hit beside him. You two better not lose again, or he'll destroy you all. Yes, sir. Kaba stammered. With that, he flew straight to the arena platform. That's an old Saiyan battle suit. Vegeta remarked, looking at the outfit on Jocko. Piccolo asked, an old Saiyan battle suit. Yes, that outfit was phased out a long time ago. Vegeta, the one stepping onto the platform now, is a Saiyan from Universe 6. A Saiyan from Universe 6. That's right. Whis nodded. Hello, my name is Kaba. Kaba greeted Sun Wukong. Hello, my name is Sun Wukong. If there's nothing else, shall we begin the match? Oh, sure. Sun Wukong nodded. With that, he assumed a fighting stance. Seeing this, Kaba also took a fighting stance. Then I now declare the match officially started. After the referee finished speaking, he quickly ran off the platform. Sun Wukong, seeing this, moved swiftly and charged toward Kaba. In an instant, he was right in front of Kaba. He struck out fiercely with both fists. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Because Sun Wukong's strength far surpassed Kaba's, he quickly drove him back step by step. Not transforming into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong said to the nervous Kaba. Super Saiyan. Kaba was stunned. He had never heard of any Super Saiyan before. Bang! Sun Wukong clenched his right fist and struck hard, sending Kaba reeling back. You don't know about Super Saiyans? No. Kaba shook his head. Huh. Seeing this, Sun Wukong let out a loud shout and transformed into a Super Saiyan right in front of Kaba. This is a Super Saiyan. He transformed. Gautama was astonished. So, this is a Super Saiyan? Kaba asked. Yes. Sun Wukong nodded. What is Kakarot doing? Why doesn't he just knock him off the platform? Beerus remarked, feeling somewhat exasperated. I don't know. Whis shook his head. You can try it too. Just concentrate your power in your back. Sun Wukong said. Concentrated in my back. Yes. Alright, I'll give it a try. Kaba said, clenching his fists tightly as a powerful aura erupted from his entire body. But he still didn't transform into a Super Saiyan. Not enough ki. Sun Wukong observed Kaba. Not enough ki. Yes, transforming into a Super Saiyan requires an immense amount of ki. When I first did it, I succeeded through the power of rage. The power of rage. Yes, try thinking of something that makes you really angry. Something that makes me really angry. Hey Kakarot, what are you doing? Why haven't you knocked him off yet? Beerus yelled at Sun Wukong. Lord Beerus, don't be so impatient. Just wait a moment. The referee was also speechless. In all his years as a referee, this was the first time he had seen someone teaching their opponent right in the middle of a match. An angry thought. At that moment, as if remembering something, Kaba let out a furious roar. Boom. With an overwhelming surge of power, Kaba transformed into a Super Saiyan. Whis, oh, he succeeded. Beerus, that Kakarot. I just can't understand him sometimes. What does it matter? It's not like you're counting on him to win the tournament, are you? Beerus snorted coldly. If he can win, that's for the best. Vegeta, upon hearing this, glanced over at Gohan. On the platform. I did it. Kaba said happily to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong nodded. So shall we continue our fight? All right, Kaba said, immediately taking a fighting stance. Huh. With a loud cry, he charged at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong clenched his fists and charged toward Kaba as well. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, they met, exchanging fierce blows. Bang. After a moment, Sun Wukong clenched his right fist and sent Kaba flying back with a single punch. Kaba stomped his feet on the ground, launching himself high into the air. He gathered a vast amount of energy in his hands and unleashed it towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly dodged across the platform. Whoosh. Boom. 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 With a series of massive explosions, the arena was soon shrouded in thick smoke. Seeing this, Kaba ceased his energy blast attack. Whoosh. Just then a figure suddenly appeared before him, kicking out fiercely with its right foot. That figure was Sun Wukong. Bang. With a resounding impact, Kaba was kicked out of the arena. Kaba is eliminated. Sun Wukong wins. Damn it. Seeing Kaba eliminated, Kampa gritted his teeth in fury. Universe 7 had only lost one fighter, while Universe 6 had already lost 4. Useless, all of you are utterly useless. Just then Hit stood up from his seat and flew to the platform. Hit of Universe 6 takes the stage. He is the #1 assassin of Universe 6. The #1 assassin of Universe 6. Krillin and the others were startled. So both fighters, are you ready? The referee asked them. Both of them nodded simultaneously. Then I now declare the match officially started. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong's expression turned serious as he charged toward Hit. Hit stood motionless in place. Soon Sun Wukong reached Hit and thrust his fists forward with force. However, his attacks were all evaded by Hit. Huh. Sun Wukong stepped back and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Seeing this, Hit calmly glanced at Son Gohan in the audience. Ever since their last battle, he had never forgotten his defeat at Gohan's hands. Whoosh. Swish swish. After transforming, Sun Wukong quickly charged toward Hit again. Yet his attacks were still easily dodged by Hit. Bang. Hit struck Sun Wukong's abdomen with his right fist, eliciting a sharp cry of pain. Then, gritting his teeth, Sun Wukong retreated, enduring the abdominal pain. Vegeta snorted coldly, a look of disdain on his face. Damn it. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. Huh. With a loud shout, Sun Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue, exclaimed Krillin. Yamcha nodded. Hit narrowed his eyes slightly. Boom. Sun Wukong, like a bolt of light, charged at Hit once more. In an instant, he was before Hit, striking out with his fists. Hit blocked Sun Wukong's attacks while retreating. After a brief retreat, Hit suddenly activated his time skip technique and attacked Sun Wukong. Bang! With a heavy impact, Hit's right fist slammed into Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong let out another cry of pain. Time skip, exclaimed Ragus. Time skip. Ragus nodded. Our brother taught us. On the tournament stage, Sun Wukong cried out in pain, then immediately forced himself to retreat, enduring the abdominal agony. Since Hit's attacks targeted vital points, this blow dealt significant damage. You really are strong. Sun Wukong panted heavily. Hit remained silent, merely gazing at him. Seeing this, Sun Wukong launched another attack. Hit dodged and exchanged blows with Sun Wukong. Bang! After a moment, Hit used time skip again, striking Sun Wukong's abdomen. Sun Wukong let out a loud scream. Then Hit's fists rained down like a storm upon him, eliciting a series of agonized cries. Beerus gritted his teeth. Gohan, isn't there any way to counter that time skip? The simplest way is to be stronger than him. But from the current situation, it seems Hit is the stronger one. Whis said. Beerus fell silent upon hearing this. No, father hasn't shown his full strength yet. Not shown his full strength. Beerus' eyes lit up. Are you saying Goku still has some trump card? Son, Gohan nodded. Seeing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Beerus' heart. Bang! On the tournament stage, Sun Wukong was now knocked to the ground. The referee began counting for Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is down. Counting down from 10, 9, 8. Just as the referee was about to reach 1, Sun Wukong, gasping heavily, rose from the ground. It's not over yet. All right, the match continues, said the referee. Give up, Sun Wukong. You're no match for me. Hit looked at Sun Wukong as he spoke. Sun Wukong said nothing but clenched his fists tightly. The entire floor of the tournament stage began to tremble violently. With a loud roar, a layer of fiery red aura emerged around Sun Wukong's blue energy. Vegeta gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected Sun Wukong to master the Kaioken while in Super Saiyan Blue. Hit was startled. Tenfold Kaioken. Sun Wukong roared his body, turning into a red flash as he charged at Hit. In the blink of an eye, he was before Hit, exchanging blows. Their movements were so fast that Krillin could barely see them. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists like a storm landed repeatedly on each other. Boom. After a while, both were sent flying back by each other's attacks, panting heavily. Then Sun Wukong suddenly smiled. Hit, you're an assassin, right? Hit nodded. Then how about we drop the rules? Drop the rules. Yes, that means you can use your killing techniques. Hit was taken aback. It was the first time he had met someone as intriguing as Sun Wukong. Kappa laughed upon hearing this. How touching. This must be what they call mutual admiration. I agree to what Sun Wukong proposed. Beerus glared angrily at Kappa. Kappa, you're violating the tournament rules. He knew Kappa's sly tricks all too well. Violating the rules. Him just granting Sun Wukong's wish, and it was his idea. Beerus turned his gaze to Sun Wukong on the stage. That Sun Wukong was always causing trouble and giving him headaches. If he had known, he would have just let Sun Gohan fight. Sun Wukong, do you understand what you just said? Asked the referee. Yes, but if I don't do this, I can't have a full power battle with Hit. So I want to drop the rules and fight him. Referee, do as he says. Kappa laughed. But, no buts. Very well. All right, Hit, you can unleash your full power. Sun Wukong said to Hit. Hit nodded. Boom. Seeing this, Sun Wukong boosted his energy further. 20-fold Kaioken. With a roar, his body transformed into a red flash and charged at Hit. Whoosh. Boom. 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 With earth-shattering sounds, the two fought in the sky like beams of light. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists like a storm rained down on each other. Bang. Their right fists collided with each other's faces, sending both reeling back. Both panted heavily, then quickly charged at each other again. Whoosh. Boom. 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 After a moment, Sun Wukong kicked Hit hard, sending him crashing onto the stage. A cloud of dust rose from the stage. Sun Wukong panted heavily and slowly descended to the stage. When the dust cleared, Hit stood up from the ground. Suddenly, Sun Wukong let out a cry of pain as his muscles began to swell. Overcome by agony, he reverted to his base form. Wukong. Father. Sun Wukong, the competitor. The crowd gasped. After crying out in pain for a moment, Sun Wukong chose to concede. Excellent. Kappa immediately cheered loudly upon seeing Hit's victory. Beerus snorted disdainfully. So what if you've won 2 rounds? It's nothing impressive. But we've won 4. Kappa gritted his teeth. What does winning 4 rounds matter? The final outcome of the match is what truly counts. Hearing this, Beerus turned his gaze toward Vegeta and the others. Who's up next? I am. Vegeta immediately rose from his seat upon hearing this. Good. Beerus nodded. Seeing this, Vegeta immediately flew to the arena. Vegeta of Universe 7 takes the stage. If the 2 competitors have no other concerns, shall we begin the match? Both nodded. Witnessing this, the referee swiftly leaped off the arena. Vegeta snorted coldly, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and charging at Hit. In a flash, he reached Hit's side, driving both fists forward with immense force. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Due to the exhaustion from his previous battle, Hit was steadily driven back. With a mighty roar, Vegeta clenched his right fist and sent Hit flying to the edge of the arena with a single punch. Hit. Kappa's heart tightened with anxiety at the sight. It seems the earlier fight took a heavy toll on Hit. Damn it. Kappa gnashed his teeth in fury upon hearing this. If only Batamo and the others hadn't been so useless, Hit wouldn't have had to face 4 opponents alone. At that moment, Vegeta suddenly bellowed, gathering a massive energy wave in his hands and launching it at Hit. Hit leaped into the air with a single bound. Seeing this, Vegeta ceased his energy wave assault and charged toward Hit. Whoosh. Vegeta's form flickered as he appeared before Hit, driving his right fist forward with all his might. Just then Hit suddenly activated his time skip ability and struck Vegeta squarely in the abdomen with his right fist. Vegeta let out a piercing scream as his body crashed onto the arena like a ray of light, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Vegeta. The crowd was startled. When the dust settled, a sizable crater scarred the ground, and Vegeta arose from it panting heavily. Hit descended from the air and landed on the arena floor. Damn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth and charged at Hit once more. In an instant, Vegeta was before Hit again, his fists and feet striking like beams of light. Hit dodged and parried, raising his arms to block Vegeta's onslaught. Bang! After a moment, Hit once again used time skip to strike Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta screamed in agony but forced himself to endure the pain and continue his assault. Seeing this, Hit continued to unleash his time skip attacks on Vegeta. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Hit's fists pounded into Vegeta like a storm. Vegeta cried out in sharp successive bursts of pain. Bang! A heavy punch sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. Vegeta! Beerus shouted toward Vegeta at the sight. He hadn't anticipated such a vast gap in power between Vegeta and Son Wukong. Are you alright, Vegeta? The referee inquired. Fine. Vegeta grunted, struggling to his feet. Very well, the match continues. You are no match for me, Hit stated, gazing at Vegeta. Vegeta roared in fury and charged at Hit. Hit evaded and blocked Vegeta's attacks. Just as Vegeta was about to force Hit to the arena's edge, Hit suddenly activated his time skip and struck. Bang! 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 Hit's fists rained down on Vegeta like flashes of light. Vegeta emitted a series of agonized screams. Bang! Vegeta collapsed to the ground once more. Vegeta. Competitor Vegeta. Vegeta is down. The count begins 10, 9, 8. 0. Hit wins. Excellent, we've won again. Kappa exclaimed joyfully. Beerus snorted in response. You can only be happy for now. Once our ace takes the field, your Hit will have no chance. Ace. Kappa's expression grew solemn upon hearing this. Beerus then turned his gaze toward Gohan, a smile playing on his lips. Gohan rose from his seat and flew to the arena. Gohan of Universe 7 takes the stage. He glanced at the fallen Vegeta, then offered him a senzu bean. Crunch. After consuming the senzu bean, Vegeta's injuries healed rapidly. Remarkable, Kappa exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, that bean appears to be a healing agent, the referee remarked, equally surprised. Once fully recovered, Vegeta cast a glance at Gohan before swiftly exiting the arena. If both competitors are ready, shall we begin the match? Yes. Gohan nodded. Then I now declare the match officially underway. Huh. With a mighty shout, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Wah. What is that? Kappa was taken aback. I'm not sure, but I believe it's a form of Super Saiyan transformation, Vados explained. Hit's expression turned grave at the sight. He had fought Gohan before and was well aware of his immense power. Whoosh. Bang. In that instant, Gohan's form flickered, and in the blink of an eye he appeared before Hit, sending him flying out of the arena with a single punch. Hit has been eliminated. Gohan wins. The crowd's faces registered shock. Though they knew Gohan was strong, none had anticipated his power had reached such staggering heights. Kappa stood frozen in disbelief. Their mightiest warrior Hit had been instantly defeated by Gohan. Had Hit been holding back? Beerus rose with a triumphant smile. How about that, Kappa? Kappa snorted coldly. You win this match. The Super Dragon Balls are yours. With that, Kappa turned to face Batamo and the others. You worthless failures. You've cost me the match and the Super Dragon Balls. I told you if you lost I would destroy you. Kappa and the others trembled in fear upon hearing this. Lord Kappa. Just then Vados called out to him. What? Don't interfere with my business. Lord Kappa, the Omni King has arrived. The Omni King. Lord Omni King. Kappa was stunned. Where is the Omni King? Vados pointed toward the platform in response. Lord Kappa, is it all right for us to stand here? Of course not. Saying this, Kappa rushed towards the arena with Vados. Beerus saw this and quickly flew towards the arena as well. Who is that person? How can he frighten Lord Beerus and the others like this? The East Kaioshin asked. You fool, that is Lord Zeno. The Elder Kaioshin struck the East Kaioshin on the head with his right hand upon hearing this. Lord Zeno is the god who stands at the pinnacle of the 12 universes. The god at the very pinnacle. The East Kaioshin was terrified upon hearing this. He had just spoken such words to Lord Zeno. After speaking, the Elder Kaioshin immediately flew onto the stage. The East Kaioshin followed suit. Greetings, Lord Zeno. Welcome to your esteemed presence. Kappa and Beerus bowed respectfully to Zeno. Slap. The Kaioshin of the 2 universes knelt to the ground. Lord Zeno, are you doing well? Vados asked. Zeno nodded. Lord Zeno, why have you suddenly come here? Beerus inquired. It's nothing much really. I just saw your match and wanted to come remind you not to slack off in your duties as gods of destruction. Yes. Both bowed their heads simultaneously. Lord Zeno, I must tell you that Lord Kampa cares more for gourmet food than his work. Look how his figure has gone astray, and he even scorns the diet meals I prepare. Boo-hoo-hoo. Vados pretended to be sad as she spoke. Kampa broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. At that moment Whis also began to complain to Zeno. Lord Zeno, Lord Beerus, is no different. These days all he does is eat and sleep. Whis. Beerus' forehead dripped with cold sweat. Oh, is that so? Then how about replacing the gods of destruction? Lord Zeno. Both of them were drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. Just kidding. Phew. Kampa and Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. I watched your match just now, and it seemed quite interesting. How about we host one? Well, both were somewhat hesitant. Great. Great. Just then Son Goku flew down from the contestant area and walked towards Zeno. Hello, Lord Zeno. My name is Son Goku. Son Goku. Zena's two attendants stepped forward to block him. Is it not allowed, eh? The two attendants shook their heads. Just then Zeno stepped forward and signaled them to lower their blocking hands. The attendants were still reluctant to lower their hands. Do you wish to be erased? Zeno said angrily. Only then did the two attendants lower their hands. Hello. Zeno extended his right hand. Son Goku reached out and gave it a gentle lift. Zena's body floated lightly upwards. See, no harm done. Zeno floated back down to the ground. The elder Kaioshin and the others watched with worried expressions. They had never seen a human get so close to Zeno before. Goku, do you also think my proposal is good? Zeno asked. Son Goku nodded. Then since that's the case, how about we gather all the universes and hold such a tournament? Zeno looked at Kampa and Beerus. Yes. Kampa and Beerus nodded. Then Lord Zeno, do you have any other instructions? The Grand Minister asked. You two do your jobs well. Zeno instructed them. Yes. Then Lord Zeno, if there is nothing else, shall we return, eh? Zeno nodded. Seeing this, the Grand Minister tapped his staff on the ground and teleported away with the three of them from the nameless planet. Phew. After Zeno left, Kampa and Beerus let out a long sigh of relief. Once his mind had calmed slightly, Kampa immediately returned to the contestant area with Vados and spoke to Kaba and the others. You all were lucky this time. Consider this match a warm-up. In the next one, do not disappoint Lord Zeno. Yes, Kaba said loudly. Kampa then led Kaba and the others away. After they left, Son Goku and the others began to deal with the issue of the Super Dragon Balls. Bulma, didn't you make a Super Dragon Ball radar? Check where the last one is. Oh, okay. Bulma took out the Super Dragon Ball radar. Beep beep. After turning on the radar, Bulma quickly spotted 6 Super Dragon Balls. There's no sign of it. Bulma enlarged the map on the radar, but still couldn't find the 7th Super Dragon Ball. What's wrong? Whis asked. The 7th Dragon Ball isn't showing on the radar. It isn't. Could it be in Universe 6? Just then Son Gohan walked over and pointed at the Dragon Balls on the radar. 1, 2, 3. 7 balls. 7. Bulma was puzzled. But Gohan, I only see 6 balls here. Son Gohan chuckled. Aunt Bulma, could the planet we're standing on be a Super Dragon Ball? I think that's a possibility. Whis said. Then everyone get on the transport cube. You'll soon find out if this planet is a Super Dragon Ball. Everyone nodded and quickly stepped onto the cube. Once everyone was on board, Whis swung his staff, commanding the cube to fly into space. When the cube had ascended high enough, Whis waved his staff towards the nameless planet. The entire ground of the planet cracked open, emitting a dazzling orange light. Then everyone saw a glowing yellow Super Dragon Ball. It seems the nameless planet really is the last Super Dragon Ball. Whis said, turning to Beerus. Then Lord Beerus, is there any wish you'd like to make? Beerus whispered his wish to Whis in the divine language. Are you sure you want to make such a wish? Beerus nodded. Very well then. Appear, dragon of the gods, and grant my wish. I want to be rich. Whis spoke to the 7 Super Dragon Balls in the divine language. As his words faded, the 7 balls transformed into a golden divine dragon many times larger than Earth. This dragon was Super Shenron. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one. Whis then relayed Beerus' wish. I understand. Super Shenron's crimson eyes flashed. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. With that, Super Shenron reverted into the Super Dragon Balls, scattering across the 6th and 7th universes. Lord Beerus, what wish did you make? Bulma asked curiously. Nothing. Bulma looked at him with obvious disbelief. I'm hungry. Shall we return to celebrate this victory soon? Yes, Lord Beerus. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Kampa and Vados were on their way back to Universe 6 when the staff in Vados' hands suddenly glowed. Lord Kampa, Earth. What's so strange about Earth? No, I mean the Earth in our universe has been restored. Our universe is Earth. As Kampa spoke, he suddenly spotted Super Dragon Balls the size of planets. I think Lord Beerus used the Super Dragon Balls to restore our universe's Earth. Kampa snorted coldly, but said nothing. Back on Earth after Beerus and the others returned, Bulma immediately had a feast brought in to celebrate their tournament victory. Goku and the others dug into the food with gusto. Only Vegeta stood silently in a corner. He had fought in the tournament, but he had been defeated by a nearly exhausted Hit. To him, this was a profound humiliation. Bulma noticed Vegeta standing alone and walked over. Vegeta, what are you doing standing here all by yourself? Vegeta remained silent. Is it because of today's match? It's okay, Vegeta. It's just one tournament. You'll do better next time. Next time? Didn't Grand Zeno say he wanted to hold another tournament like this? Vegeta nodded. Vegeta, aren't you eating? If you're not elite, you're share too. Goku suddenly shouted at Vegeta. Kakarot, don't you dare eat my portion. Bulma burst out laughing at this. The next morning, Gohan was training at home when a figure descended from the sky. It was Vegeta. Vegeta, Uncle. Vegeta nodded. Uncle Vegeta, what brings you here? Gohan, I want to ask you about the time skip technique. Time skip? Yes, you know it well, don't you? Gohan nodded. Then do you know its weakness? To counter time skip, you either predict your opponent's moves or overwhelm them with sheer power. There's no other way. Predict the opponent's moves, eh? Gohan nodded. Predict their actions 0, 1 to 0, 5 seconds ahead of time. 0, 1 to 0, 5 seconds. My time skip can currently jump up to 0, 5 seconds. Yesterday when Hit fought you, he probably jumped 0, 3 seconds. 0, 3 seconds. Uncle Vegeta, if you want to defeat Hit, you could ask Lord Beerus to teach you the Gods of Destruction's divine techniques. The Gods of Destruction's divine techniques. Yes, don't you think the God of Destruction has his own secret arts? But will Lord Beerus teach me? Gohan smiled. That's up to you. Gohan, do you also know those divine techniques? Gohan looked flustered. Uncle Vegeta, what are you saying? How could I possibly know everything? Vegeta stared at him, clearly unconvinced. You already know time skip and ultra instinct. What don't you know? After a moment, Vegeta withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Gohan breathed a sigh of relief. If Beerus found out he also knew self-instinct, he'd likely be subjected to another round of torture. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. In the 7th universe's realm of the Gods of Destruction, Vegeta was in the palace asking the Oracle Fish about the Gods of Destruction's divine techniques. The Gods of Destruction's divine techniques? Yes. Vegeta nodded. Then why not ask Lord Beerus directly? I wanted to confirm with you first. The Gods of Destruction do have their own divine arts, but they usually only teach them to the next God of Destruction. The next God of Destruction? Yes, Vegeta. Do you want to become the next God of Destruction? No. Vegeta shook his head. Then I'm afraid you won't be able to learn the divine techniques from Lord Beerus. Vegeta fell into deep thought. Time flew by and 4 months passed. After 4 months of training, Gohan's power finally reached 10 trillion. Ding! Congratulations, Master. Your power has reached 10 trillion. Rewards basic erasure technique can erase beings and uninhabited planets below 10 trillion power time. Stop. The weaker the opponent, the longer the stop. 1 years of added lifespan, soul ascension to godhood, enabling transformation into Super Saiyan. Rose Netherworld authority, control over the afterlife, ability to revive the dead. Main timeline scroll and 9999 Senza beans. Main timeline scroll. Yes, Master. Gohan pondered for a moment. He recalled from Dragon Ball Heroes that the former Supreme Kai of Time Ios had hosted the Super Time Tournament to reduce timelines. Warriors from different eras gathered, and the losers vanished along with their timelines. Is history about to repeat itself? But since I have the main timeline scroll now, Ios shouldn't be able to erase it. With that thought, Gohan began practicing the erasure technique. With a wave of his hand, a cloud in the sky vanished. Too bad there aren't 10 suns, otherwise I'd love to erase one just to see. He then proceeded to test the technique on other objects. 2 days later, Videl gave birth to a baby girl. Gohan named her Pan, with her full name being Sun Pan. Shishi was overjoyed cradling the newborn Pan. Gohan looked at his daughter and recalled a song from his past life, Xiao Fong, Little Fong. In the village there was a girl named Xiao Fong, beautiful and kind. Pan, I'm your grandma, Shishi. Huh? Pan laughed heartily. Gohan said, all right, Mom, can I hold her now? No, I want to hold my granddaughter a bit longer. Gohan could only sigh in resignation. After a while, Shishi had her fill and handed Pan to Gohan. Huh? Pan reached out to grab Gohan's face, but her arms were too short to reach. Such a little troublemaker. What are you saying, Gohan? My granddaughter will grow up to be a well-behaved girl. Gohan smiled. With Saiyan blood in her veins, being a well-behaved girl wouldn't come easily for Pan. After holding Pan for a while, Gohan carried her to Videl. Videl, look at her nose and face. They resemble yours so much. Her eyes are like yours. Mister. Satan, standing nearby, immediately walked over upon seeing this. Pan, I am your grandfather, Mr. Satan. Upon hearing this, Pan immediately burst into loud wails. Dad, you scared her. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye 2 days had gone by. West City, Son Goku's house. Gohan was at home taking care of Pan when a figure suddenly appeared. It was Son Goku. Dad. Son Goku smiled and nodded upon hearing this. Dad, didn't you go to Lord Kai's place? Why did you suddenly come back? Well, Gohan, how is your relationship with Reg? Reg? Yes. I heard from Lord Kai that Reg now seems to have control over Frieza's army. Control over Frieza's army? Yes, but not much. So Gohan, can you help me contact him? Contact Reg. Yes, didn't Grand Zeno say there would be a tournament? So I want to fight him to enhance my own strength. Alright, but if we're going to fight, well, need to change locations. Son Goku nodded. Seeing this, Gohan immediately went inside, handed Pan over to Videl, and with an instant transmission appeared on a massive spaceship. This spaceship belonged to Reg. At that moment, Reg stood inside it. Gohan. Seeing Gohan, Reg's face revealed a hint of surprise. Long time no see, Reg. Reg gave a cold snort. Gohan, what are you doing here? I've come to fight you. Fight? Yes, but it's not me who wants to fight you. It's my father. Who is your father? Son Goku. His Saiyan name is Kakarot. Upon hearing this, Reg rubbed his chin with his right hand. In his memory, he seemed to have no recollection of this Saiyan. Alright. After pondering for a moment, Reg agreed. Seeing this, Gohan used instant transmission to bring him to a large mountain on Earth. Son Goku was already standing atop that mountain. Gohan. Gohan nodded. Gohan, is he Reg? Gohan nodded again. It's you. As Reg looked at Son Goku, his mind immediately recalled the image of Bardock he had seen in the incubation pod. Me. Son Goku was taken aback. It seemed like this was his first time meeting Reg. Reg smiled slightly. I have seen your father. My father? Yes, I've forgotten his name, but he was once summoned by King Vegeta. Is that so? You really look a lot like Vegeta. Where is Vegeta now? He's currently at Lord Beerus' place. The god of destruction, Beerus. Son Goku nodded. Do you want to see him? No, I want to kill him. Kill him. But aren't you two brothers? Let's talk. Are you fighting or not? If not, I'm going back. Fight, fight. As he spoke, Son Goku immediately assumed a combat stance. Seeing this, Reg charged at Son Goku. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In no time, Reg reached Son Goku and engaged in a fierce battle with him. Massive clouds of dust billowed around them. Bang. With a thunderous impact, their fists collided, releasing an immensely powerful aura from their hands. After a brief stalemate, Reg clenched his right fist and struck, sending Son Goku flying back. With a mighty roar, Reg transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku let out a fierce yell and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Boom. Instantly, their bodies turned into streaks of red and blue light clashing in the sky. The sky soon echoed with intense sounds of combat. Astonishing gales emanated from their bodies, spreading outward in all directions. The Z fighters on Earth, sensing their powerful energy, rushed over immediately. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Son Goku's body was slammed heavily to the ground like a ray of light. The ground erupted with an immense cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Son Goku lay battered in a deep crater. Goku, Krillin called out to him. Goku gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. From their exchange, he fully understood that Reg's strength far surpassed his own. Seeing this, Reg smiled. Son Goku, you are no match for me. Son Goku roared, and a layer of red energy appeared around his blue aura. Kaioken. I suppose so. Upon seeing this, Reg's expression turned somewhat serious. 10 times Kaioken. In that instant, Son Goku's body transformed into a red flash as he charged at Reg. Reg clenched his fists and met the attack. Whoosh. Boom. 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 In the blink of an eye, they closed in on each other and engaged in a fierce battle. Bang. After a moment, Reg clenched his right fist and struck, knocking Son Goku back. 20 times Kaioken. Son Goku roared, amplifying the Kaioken to 20 times its power. Boom. With that, he surged forward even faster than before. Startled, Reg quickly raised his arms to block the attack. Bang. Son Goku's right fist struck Reg's arms with force, sending him staggering backward. Bang. 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 In rapid succession, Son Goku closed in and kicked fiercely. Bang. Boom. With a thunderous blast, Reg's body was hurled like a ray of light, crashing violently into the mountain behind him. The mountain erupted in a massive cloud of dust. Huff. Huff. Son Goku began to pant heavily. After a while, when the dust around the mountain had cleared, Reg climbed out of it, his face twisted with fury. With a loud cry, Reg surged his energy upward. Boom. The ground beneath him trembled violently under the influence of his power. He's raising his energy. Krillin exclaimed in shock. Yamcha nodded. Shortly after, Reg ceased his energy surge. 20 times Kaioken. Son Goku roared and charged at Reg. In an instant, he was before Reg, throwing a punch. They exchanged blows, fist for fist, kick for kick. Bang! Reg let out a fierce shout and punched Son Goku, sending him flying into a mountain behind him. After a while, when the dust on the ground had settled, Son Wukong returned to his normal form and lay on the ground. Wukong, Krillin, and the others saw this and immediately flew over. Reg snorted coldly and reverted to his normal form. Son Gohan flew over to Reg and handed him a senzu bean. This is a senzu bean. Once you swallow it, your injuries will heal. Upon hearing this, Reg took the senzu bean and swallowed it. Uncle Krillin. Son Gohan tossed a senzu bean to Krillin. Krillin caught it and gave it to Son Wukong. Son Wukong quickly swallowed the senzu bean. Alright, my battle with Son Wukong is over. Shouldn't you send me back now? Son Gohan nodded and sent Reg back. Wukong, what's going on? Why were you fighting Reg? Tien Shinhan asked. Nothing much. I just wanted to spar with Reg, so I asked Gohan to bring him here. I see. Son Wukong nodded. Reg is indeed powerful. It's a pity we can't spar every day. On the other side, Son Gohan had now sent Reg back. Son Gohan, are you married? Reg suddenly asked Son Gohan. Son Gohan was taken aback. He suddenly remembered that Reg seemed to have a daughter. And married? Is that so? What a pity. Reg had originally wanted his daughter to be with Son Gohan, hoping they might produce exceptionally powerful offspring. Now that there were few Saiyans left, Vegeta, Tarbell, and himself were of one lineage. Broly was too old. Only Son Gohan and his daughter were of similar age. If there's nothing else, Reg will be going back. Reg nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission and returned to Earth. Time passed, and a month went by in the blink of an eye. During this month, everything was very peaceful. Son Gohan was training on Mount Pozu when he suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! System upgrade successful. Master's combat power has doubled. Combat power doubled. Yes, Master. West City at Bulma's house. Son Goten and Trunks were playing at home when a rocket-like machine suddenly appeared above the yard. This machine was the time machine. After the time machine appeared, it quickly landed in the yard, and a young man with dark blue hair emerged from it, collapsing unconscious on the ground. This person was future Trunks. Goten looked. Someone fainted. Son Goten nodded. Should we go call Aunt Bulma? Okay. Trunks nodded. Shortly after, Bulma was brought over and saw future Trunks lying on the ground. Trunks. What's wrong, Mom? Trunks asked. No, I wasn't calling you. I meant the person on the ground. The one on the ground. Yes, his name is also Trunks. Goten, Trunks, help me bring him inside. Okay, Mom. Trunks nodded. Seeing this, Bulma immediately called Son Gohan. Gohan, future Trunks is here. Future Trunks. Yes, he's badly injured. Can you come over? Okay. Son Gohan said, and with an instant transmission, he appeared before Bulma. Bulma was startled. He really did come as soon as he was called. What's wrong, Aunt Bulma? You appear out of nowhere. What do you think is wrong? But you asked me to come. Forget it. The most important thing now is Trunks. Gohan, do you have any senzu beans? Yes. Son Gohan said, taking out a senzu bean. Great. Bulma immediately led Son Gohan into the house. Once inside, Son Gohan fed the senzu bean to future Trunks. Future Trunks soon woke up and saw Son Gohan. Brother Gohan, Mom. Son Gohan nodded. Trunks, what happened in the future? How did you get so injured? The darkness has appeared in the future. Darkness? Yes, it's someone who looks exactly like Uncle Wukong, except he wears a black martial arts uniform, so we call him Black Goku. Bulma, Black Goku. Future Trunks nodded. Mom, where are Uncle Wukong and the others? Your father and the others are training at Lord Beerus' place. Lord Beerus. Lord Beerus is the god of destruction. He's even stronger than Gohan. Stronger than Brother Gohan. Bulma nodded. Then, Brother Gohan, can you come to the future with me and help us defeat Black Goku? I think we should wait until your father returns. Alright. By the way, Trunks, how strong are you now after all this time? I've mastered Super Saiyan Grade 3. Only Super Saiyan Grade 3. Yais, why? Nothing. Your father has now mastered Super Saiyan Blue, which surpasses Super Saiyan Grade 3. Super Saiyan Blue. My father is that powerful now. Yes. You've probably been living a peaceful life in the future and haven't trained properly, right? Future Trunks nodded. How about I train you? Train? Yes. Future Trunks thought for a moment and agreed. Son Gohan used instant transmission to bring Future Trunks to Mount Pozu. Is this Mount Pozu? Future Trunks asked. Son Gohan nodded. Alright, Trunks, transform into a Super Saiyan and fight me. Okay, Brother Gohan. Future Trunks clenched his fists and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan chuckled and beckoned Future Trunks with his finger. Seeing this, Trunks drew his sword from behind and slashed at Son Gohan. Son Gohan dodged left and right, easily evading Future Trunks' attacks. Damn it! Future Trunks gritted his teeth and swung his sword forward with force. Son Gohan dodged again. With a burst of golden energy, a massive gash was carved into the ground. Son Gohan looked at Future Trunks and said, "Trunks transform into Super Saiyan Grade 3. Okay." Future Trunks clenched his fists tightly. Huh. With a loud shout, Future Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan Grade 3. Son Gohan smiled. "Gohan, aren't you going to transform?" Future Trunks asked. "No need." Son Gohan shook his head. "All right then," Future Trunks said, raising his sword again to slash at Son Gohan. Whoosh. Clang. Son Gohan dodged and retreated. "Damn it." Future Trunks roared in anger, swinging his long sword with full force. Clang. Son Gohan raised two fingers and effortlessly caught Future Trunks' blade. Future Trunks was startled and quickly withdrew his sword, sheathing it. "Not sparring anymore." "No, I'm afraid I can't even match a single finger of yours now." Son Gohan said nothing after hearing this. One should remain humble. Gohan is Lord Beerus, as Mother said, truly stronger than you. Son Gohan nodded. "He's only stronger than me now. I'll surpass him eventually." Future Trunks nodded. "Since you're here at Mount Paozu, why not train here until your father returns?" "All right." Future Trunks nodded. An hour later, Whis brought Goku and the others back to Earth. Future Trunks recounted the events of the future to Goku and Vegeta. Black Goku. "Yes." Future Trunks nodded. "Uncle Goku, father, will you come to the future with me to fight Black Goku?" "Oomph." Vegeta snorted coldly, suddenly grabbing Future Trunks by the collar. "Whenever you face trouble, you seek help from others instead of solving it yourself. Are you even a Saiyan, a warrior race?" "Father, his strength is overwhelming. With my current power." Before Future Trunks could finish, Vegeta released his grip. "Starting today, I will train you." "Yes, father." Seeing this, Vegeta's anger subsided. At that moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky, and a man matching Future Trunks' description emerged. This was Black Goku. "Son Goku, Vegeta, Lord Beerus the Destroyer." Black Goku smiled. "Trunks, so you're here." Future Trunks gritted his teeth. "Trunks, is this the Black Goku you mentioned?" Goku asked. "Yes, Uncle Goku." Future Trunks nodded. Goku immediately flew into the air. "Son Goku." Black Goku smiled at him. He had always wanted to fight Goku fair and square, but never had the chance. Goku smiled back at Black Goku. "Huh." With a loud shout, Goku clenched his fist and charged at Black Goku. Startled, Black Goku raised his arms to block. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Goku reached Black Goku and knocked him back. Two Gokus fighting, quite amusing. Beerus chuckled. Bang. With a heavy kick, Black Goku was sent flying. They were still above the city. After being kicked, Black Goku clutched his chest and smiled at Goku. "So this is the power of Son Goku." Huh. Goku charged at Black Goku again. Black Goku raised his right knee and charged toward Goku as well. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, they clashed fiercely. Bang. Moments later, Black Goku kicked Goku away. Goku turned and flew off. Black Goku pursued him. Soon Goku led Black Goku to a large mountain outside West City. Black Goku looked around and smirked. "Son Goku, have you chosen your own grave?" Goku smiled. "It's not decided whose grave this will be." Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, huh? Black Goku laughed. Huh. With a roar, Goku, radiating golden energy, charged at Black Goku. So fast. Black Goku was startled. The next moment, Goku appeared before him and punched him hard in the face. Bang. Black Goku was sent flying. Goku shouted and quickly appeared before Black Goku, kicking forward. Black Goku raised his left arm to block. Goku was startled, withdrew his kick, and threw a punch. Black Goku sidestepped and punched back. Their fists collided fiercely. Bang. Both landed punches on each other's faces, sending them stumbling back. Huff. Huff. They both panted heavily, staring at each other. Moments later, Black Goku formed a yellow energy sphere with a black core and hurled it at Goku. Goku gathered a ki blast and clashed with Black Goku's sphere. Boom. A massive explosion erupted as their blasts collided in the sky, generating a tremendous storm that swept outward. A thick plume of smoke filled the sky. They charged at each other again. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Fierce sounds of combat echoed through the sky. Bang. Moments later, Goku kicked Black Goku away. Black Goku gritted his teeth and halted in midair. Suddenly, the black vortex pulled him back with immense force. Black Goku roared and fired an energy blast toward the time machine in Bulma's backyard. Son Gohan shot a ki blast into the sky, intercepting it. Boom. A huge explosion erupted as their blasts collided. Black Goku was pulled into the vortex. The vortex vanished. It disappeared. Future Trunks gasped. Whis nodded. Whis, did you notice the ring on his finger? Beerus said gravely. Ring. Future Trunks looked puzzled. The ring Black Goku wore is a time ring. Time ring. Yes, the time ring is always kept by the Supreme Kai. Black Goku is from the future, so this may involve the Supreme Kai. Beerus said. Involving the Supreme Kais. Beerus nodded. By the way, do you know the Supreme Kai? I do. Then is he still alive? I'm not sure, but I think he probably is. Beerus stared at him intently after hearing this. By the way, Lord Beerus, what do you think should be done about the time machine? Time machine. Future Trunks looked puzzled. Tampering with time is a grave crime. Whis stated. A grave crime. Indeed. Whis said, glancing at Bulma nearby. By the way, who created this machine? Well, Bulma gave an awkward smile. It's a bit complicated. You could say I made it, but also that I didn't. You didn't make it, right? It was made by the future. Me. Beerus stared at her sharply after hearing this. Isn't that still you? Creating a time machine is an even graver offense. Future Trunks immediately knelt before Whis. Your divinity, please spare my mother. This is all my fault. Beerus was taken aback. He was the god of destruction, yet Future Trunks was pleading with Whis. Ahem. Whis cleared his throat. I am merely Lord Beerus' attendant. The final say rests with him. Oh, forgive me. I thought you were the god. Future Trunks then turned and knelt before Beerus. Beerus felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. Future Trunks' words clearly implied that Beerus didn't look like a god. Lord Beerus, please spare my mother. Beerus snorted coldly. That depends on your performance. Performance? If you can present me with delicacies I've never tasted, I might overlook this. Delicacies never tasted. Bulma immediately produced 2 sausages and handed them over. What are these? Snacks. Fish sausages, they're delicious. Is that so? Beerus tore open a fish sausage and took a bite. After tasting it, both of their faces lit up with surprise. Beerus, this is incredible. Not bad at all. Good, right? Bulma asked with a smile. Delicious. And the time machine. Don't let it happen again. Thank you, Lord Beerus. Future Trunks was stunned. Were modern gods really so easily impressed? Bribed with just 2 sausages. In the future timeline. So you've returned. Black Goku looked at the time ring in his hand and smiled. So this is the power of Son Goku. In the afternoon, Vegeta took Future Trunks to a large mountain outside West City for training. With a fierce shout, Future Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Future Trunks nodded. Father, will you also transform into Super Saiyan 3rd grade and fight me? Vegeta laughed heartily and immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Wah! What is that? This is called Super Saiyan Blue. Super Saiyan Blue. Yes. If you can land even one punch on me, you win. Alright. Future Trunks charged at Vegeta. Whoosh. Swoosh. In an instant, Future Trunks was before Vegeta, his fists and feet striking like lightning. Yet no matter how he attacked, he couldn't touch Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta clenched his right fist and sent Future Trunks flying back with a single punch. Oomph. Vegeta snorted. Trunks, is this all you've got? Future Trunks roared and threw a full-force punch. Whoosh. Future Trunks' punch missed again. Boom. Vegeta then delivered a sweeping kick, sending Future Trunks hurtling through the air. Future Trunks clutched his stomach, kneeling on the ground. Until you can hit me, you'll train every single day. I understand, Father. Time flew by and a week passed. After a week of intense training, Future Trunks finally managed to land a blow on Vegeta. Today, he was preparing to return to the future. Considering Black Goku's immense power, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Son Gohan decided to accompany Future Trunks back to the future. However, the time machine's interior was cramped, so Son Gohan had to cling to the outside, holding onto one of its corners. He preferred that over being squeezed inside with Goku and the others. While Mom were off, Future Trunks said his goodbyes to Bulma. Bulma nodded. Future Trunks activated the time machine, taking Goku and the others back to the future. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a landscape of ruins. So, this is the future timeline. Though Son Goku had heard Future Trunks describe the devastation, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. Future Trunks nodded and opened the time machine's hatch. Just then, a dark figure flew over from the distance. It was Black Goku. We meet again, Son Goku. Black Goku smiled. Son Goku nodded in response. Vegeta snorted coldly. Kakarot'll handle this one. Alright. Son Goku agreed. Vegeta. Black Goku smirked. Vegeta snorted and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue right on the ground, charging at Black Goku. Whoosh. Bam bam bam. In an instant, Vegeta was upon Black Goku, his fists and feet striking like flashes of light. Black Goku was forced back repeatedly. Boom. A heavy kick sent Black Goku crashing into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Vegeta roared and fired over a dozen energy blasts at the ground. Boom, boom, boom. The ground erupted in a series of massive explosions and billowing smoke. Suddenly, a powerful shout erupted from the ground, dispersing the smoke and debris. Vegeta ceased his assault and saw Black Goku enveloped in a flame-like aura. The aura's colors transitioned from deep red to light red to purple. His hair stood on end, turning rosard. His eyes lost their outlines, with pupils and irises becoming a pale gray. This was Super Saiyan Rose. What is this? Vegeta exclaimed in shock. Black Goku chuckled softly, his form flickering as he instantly appeared before Vegeta. Vegeta swung his right fist with force, but Black Goku caught it and blocked the strike. What? Vegeta gasped in astonishment. Black Goku sneered coldly, driving his right fist hard into Vegeta's abdomen. With a cry of agony, Vegeta's body was sent hurtling away. Father! Future Trunks shouted. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, swiftly halting his descent in midair. Damn it! Vegeta roared in fury, charging at Black Goku with full speed. In the blink of an eye, he was before Black Goku, his fists striking like beams of light, relentlessly driving him backward. Bang! Just as Vegeta forced Black Goku against the wall of a derelict building, Black Goku shifted left, evading the punch. Vegeta gritted his teeth, preparing to continue his assault. Suddenly, Black Goku vanished, reappearing behind him. Vegeta spun around swiftly, only to see a purple energy blade thrusting toward him. With the distance too close, Vegeta could not fully evade, managing only to avoid a fatal blow. Bang! The purple energy blade pierced into the left side of Vegeta's abdomen. Vegeta let out a sharp scream, enduring the pain as he swung his fist at Black Goku. Seeing this, Black Goku immediately retracted the energy blade and retreated. Vegeta! Father! Son Goku and Future Trunks shouted toward Vegeta. He ignored them, pressing on despite his wound, charging at Black Goku once more. Black Goku sneered and charged toward Vegeta as well. In an instant, they met, clashing fiercely. Clouds of dust rose around them. Moments later, Black Goku delivered a heavy kick to Vegeta's injury. Vegeta screamed in agony, his body streaking like a ray as he crashed through several buildings behind him. The ground erupted in massive clouds of dust. Father! Future Trunks cried out. Black Goku smirked coldly, turning his gaze toward them. Son Goku glanced at Vegeta lying in the rubble, then transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged at Black Goku. Meanwhile, Son Gohan instructed Future Trunks to give Vegeta a Senzu bean. Black Goku's face lit up with excitement as he saw Son Goku approaching. Last time, due to time travel, his power had been weakened, leading to his defeat by Son Goku. This time, he was determined not to lose to Son Goku again. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In an instant, they were before each other, fists and feet moving like light in a furious exchange. After a brief struggle, both leaped back, gathering energy waves in their hands to attack each other. Whoosh! Bang! Boom! 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 With each thunderous explosion, their energy waves collided, generating massive storms and thick smoke. After a moment, they ceased their energy attacks and charged at each other. Soon they clashed again, locked in combat. Moments later, Black Goku clenched his right fist and sent Son Goku flying back with a single punch. Vegeta, having consumed the Senzu bean and recovered, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and flew to Son Goku's side, saying, "Kakarot, shall we join forces?" Join forces? Son Goku was taken aback. It seemed to be the first time Vegeta had suggested they fight together. Vegeta nodded. Black Goku sneered in disdain upon hearing this. All right, Son Goku declared, charging at Black Goku first. Vegeta followed closely behind. In an instant, they were before Black Goku, their fists and feet striking like light. Black Goku defended against their attacks while retreating. Huh! With a loud shout, Son Goku punched Black Goku back against a building wall. Black Goku snarled in anger, conjuring a purple energy sword in his left hand. He thrust it into his own right palm. Vegeta was startled. What is he doing? Harming himself? I don't know. Son Goku shook his head. At that moment, Black Goku drove the energy sword fully into his right palm, then slowly pulled out a massive purple scythe from his right hand. A scythe? Black Goku sneered, swinging the energy scythe at Son Goku. Son Goku sidestepped, dodging the strike. Just then, Vegeta, standing beside Son Goku, stared in shock at something behind him. Son Goku turned around and saw a massive purple rift. This enormous purple rift was created by the energy scythe that Son Goku had just evaded, tearing through space. From the rift, pink, gaseous forms drifted out, coalescing into multiple Black Gokus that surrounded the two. Son Goku and Vegeta, seeing the many Black Gokus, immediately swung their fists at them. However, all the Black Gokus were made of gas, so their fists passed through them as if striking air. All the Black Gokus wore smug grins. Seeing this, Son Goku and Vegeta charged toward the real Black Goku. These Black Gokus were mere illusions of gas. There was no need to waste time on them. As the two approached, Black Goku raised his energy scythe and attacked. They dodged while closing in on Black Goku. But Black Goku's strength surpassed theirs, and he soon seized an opportunity, slashing Son Goku with his scythe. Son Goku cried out in pain. Kakarot. Vegeta immediately rushed at Black Goku with full speed. Black Goku sneered, swiftly swinging his energy scythe at Vegeta. Whoosh! Swish swish. Vegeta weaved left and right, evading the scythe. Suddenly Black Goku lunged forward, landing a heavy kick on Vegeta's body. With a resounding blast, Vegeta's body shot like a ray, crashing heavily into the ground. The ground erupted in a massive cloud of dust. Uncle Goku. Father. Picking us off one by one, huh? Son Gohan observed, looking at the two. Just then Black Goku fixed his gaze on them and said, Trunks, Son Gohan, now it's your turn. Future Trunks gritted his teeth. Son Gohan glanced at Son Goku and Vegeta. Though they could still fight, their current power seemed insufficient to defeat Black Goku. Just as Son Gohan was about to act, a man with green skin, a white punk hairstyle, and wearing a Kaioshin uniform appeared. This man was Zamasu. Who are you? Future Trunks asked, eyeing the garment Zamasu wore. Zamasu smiled. My name is Zamasu. Zamasu. Zamasu nodded with a smile. Then what is your relationship with Black Goku? He is me and I am him. Zamasu stated. He is you and you are him. Future Trunks looked bewildered. Simply put, I swapped bodies with Son Goku. Black Goku laughed. Swapped bodies? With Uncle Goku? Future Trunks was startled. Vegeta, upon hearing this, immediately rose from the ground. Exactly. So, does that mean Zamasu is essentially Black Goku? Black Goku grinned foolishly upon hearing this. Then Zamasu, what about the Supreme Kais? The Supreme Kais are all dead, Zamasu declared. All dead? Do you mean you killed the Supreme Kais of all 12 universes? Goku asked. Enough talk. Well, finish you now, Black Goku said, immediately charging at Goku. Goku assumed a fighting stance and met him head-on. Meanwhile, Zamasu lunged at Vegeta. Soon the four were locked in fierce combat. Due to his injuries, Goku's strength waned, and he was swiftly kicked away by Black Goku. With a deafening crash, Goku's body shot like a ray into a building behind him. The building erupted in a massive cloud of dust. Elsewhere, Vegeta charged in and immediately pummeled Zamasu. Huh. With a fierce yell, Vegeta punched Zamasu back, then conjured a golden energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it at Zamasu. Boom. Due to the close proximity, the energy sphere struck Zamasu, instantly obliterating most of his body. Just as Vegeta thought Zamasu was finished, the destroyed parts of his body regenerated at a visible rate. Immortality. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Zamasu chuckled. Vegeta, you're quite sharp. I am indeed immortal. Vegeta charged at Zamasu again, but no matter how he attacked, Zamasu refused to die. Meanwhile, with Goku. Goku, due to his wounds and the recent assault, had reverted to his base form. Seeing this, Gohan raised his right hand and erased Zamasu. Gohan's basic erasure technique could eliminate beings with power levels below 1 trillion. Zamasu's power certainly didn't exceed that. Gohan gazed at Zamasu's fading form and pondered. It seems my basic erasure isn't limited to humans. He's gone. Vegeta was stunned. How had Zamasu vanished in the middle of their fight? Instant transmission. As Vegeta puzzled over this, Gohan had already transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at Black Goku. Black Goku sneered and met his charge. In the blink of an eye, Gohan was before him, his fists and feet striking like beams of light. Swish. Bang bang bang. Gohan's speed far surpassed Black Goku's. Before Black Goku could land a blow, Gohan's attacks hammered into him. Black Goku let out a series of agonized screams. Bang. Gohan kicked Black Goku flying. Black Goku, is this all you've got? Enraged by Gohan's taunt, Black Goku demanded, what's going on? Why are you so powerful? Why am I so powerful? I fought Son Gohan from other timelines, but he was nowhere near your strength. Gohan smiled. Because I am unique. Now do you have any last words? If not, I'll finish you off. Damn it. Black Goku roared and charged at Gohan at full speed. Gohan chuckled, instantly appearing behind Black Goku, a purple destructive energy coalescing in his right hand. Destruction. The instant the word left his lips, Black Goku screamed in agony, his body disintegrating at a visible rate. Is he gone? Future Trunks was stunned. Goku and Vegeta had fought Black Goku endlessly without defeating him, yet Gohan had annihilated him in one fell swoop. Swish. Thud. At that moment, Gohan reverted to his base form and landed beside Future Trunks. Brother Gohan, what was that transformation? That was Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Yes, Super Saiyan 4 follows the Super Saiyan lineage of transformations, while Dad's Super Saiyan Blue follows the divine path. Is the power gap between the two that vast? It's not about the gap, it's about base combat power. Base combat power. Both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue transcend the third tier of Super Saiyan. My strength now comes from my high base combat power. Didn't I defeat you earlier in your Super Saiyan 3 form, without even transforming? I see. Future Trunks finally understood. Then Brother Gohan, why is Super Saiyan 4 so different from regular Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan 4 is achieved by harnessing the power of the full moon, so it differs from the standard Super Saiyan transformation. The full moon. Exactly. So to become Super Saiyan 4, you'll need your tail. I see. In truth, as long as you build a solid foundation, both Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan Blue are the same. Future Trunks nodded. Seeing this, Gohan produced 2 sins of beans and gave them to Goku and the others. After consuming the beans, their injuries healed swiftly. Dad, shall we head back? All right. Goku agreed. Inside the palace of the future Omni King, the future Grand Priest was observing Earth through his staff. He was monitoring Earth because he had just sensed the power of erasure. The power of erasure had always been exclusive to the Omni King's lineage, yet now he had witnessed such power in a human. Beyond the power of erasure, he also detected a time machine. Crossing time was a grave offense for mortals, and the Grand Priest could not ignore it. However, this matter required consultation with the future Omni King. Grand Zenosama, on Earth of the 7th universe, a human named Son Gohan has appeared. It seems he possesses the power of erasure. The power of erasure. Yes. However, he does not appear to be a human from our timeline, but rather from another timeline. Correct. A human named Trunks traveling in a time machine brought him here, and they eliminated Zamasu and the others. Zamasu. Zamasu was originally a Kai from the 10th universe. Later, he seemingly used the Super Dragon Balls to swap bodies with a being named Son Goku, and then slew all the Supreme Kais. All the Supreme Kais are dead. Indeed, Grand Zenosama. Then are Beerus and the others all dead as well. The future Grand Minister nodded. Then Grand Zenosama, regarding the matter of the time machine, do we need to deal with it? You just mentioned Son Gohan, Grand Zenosama. Is he on Earth now, eh? Yes, Grand Zenosama. I wish to meet him. Understood, Grand Zenosama. Future timeline Earth. After seeing Son Goku and Vegeta healed, Future Trunks felt a sudden pang of sorrow. Though they had defeated Black Goku, Bulma of the future timeline had left this world forever. What's wrong, Trunks? Son Gohan asked. Nothing, I just suddenly thought of my mother. You mean Aunt Bulma from the future timeline? Future Trunks nodded. When Black Goku first appeared, Bulma of the future timeline stayed behind to block him, protecting Future Trunks. In the end, she was tragically killed by Black Goku. Trunks, your mother might be able to be revived. Revived? Yes, but I'm not certain. Not certain. On a planet called Healer, there are also Dragon Balls. But unlike others, you only need to gather 2 of them to make a wish. Only 2 Dragon Balls. Son Goku was startled. Uncle Goku, you didn't know? No. Son Goku shook his head. Then Big Brother Gohan, where is planet Healer? Ahem. Son Gohan coughed. I don't know that planet either. But if you ask around, you should be able to find it. But Zamasu and the others even killed gods. Could that Healer planet already be destroyed? I don't know, that's why I said perhaps Aunt Bulma can be revived. Future Trunks nodded. Just then a beam of iridescent light descended from the heavens. When the light faded, 4 figures were revealed within. They were the future Grand Zeno, the Grand Minister, and Grand Zena's 2 attendants. Gr. Grand Zenosama. Son Goku was startled. Grand Zenosama. Future Trunks looked on in confusion. You recognize me, eh? Future Grand Zeno asked. Son Goku nodded. Then which one of you is Son Gohan? Gohan. Hearing this, Son Goku immediately looked towards Son Gohan. Grand Zenosama. Son Gohan greeted the future Grand Zeno. Future Grand Zeno nodded. Gohan, may I call you Gohan? Sure. Then Gohan, will you be my friend? Friend. Yes. Son Gohan thought for a moment, then nodded. Wonderful. Future Grand Zeno said happily. Then I call you Gohan, what should you call me? How about Aquan? Aquan. Future Grand Zeno smiled upon hearing this. Then Aquan, why did you and the Grand Minister come? I heard from the Grand Minister that you can erase things. Son Gohan was startled. So they had come precisely because he had used the power of erasure. A little bit. Then Gohan, would you like to become the Grand Zeno? Gr. Grand Zeno. Son Gohan was taken aback. Yes. Future Grand Zeno nodded with a smile. Grand Zenosama. The future Grand Minister and Grand Zena's attendants were shocked upon hearing this. Aquan, thank you for the offer, but I am merely a human. It's fine. If you wish, I will make you the Grand Zeno. No need, Aquan. It's better if you remain the Grand Zeno. Very well then. Saying this, future Grand Zeno took out a button with a purple rim and handed it to Son Gohan. Gohan, this is for you. What is this button for? Pressing this red button will bring you to my side. And what about this blue button? Pressing this brings me to your side. I see. Then Gohan, would you like to come to my palace? No, I have other matters to attend to. Very well. Then Grand Zenosama, shall we return? The future Grand Minister said. Future Grand Zeno nodded. Seeing this, the future Grand Minister immediately led Grand Zeno and the others away. Gohan, what was that power of erasure that Grand Zeno-sama spoke of? Son Goku asked. It's nothing. Son Gohan said. Trunks, could you take us back first? Okay. Future Trunks nodded. With that, Future Trunks immediately brought out the time machine and took Son Goku back to the main timeline. Main timeline. West City, Bulma's house. Bulma and the others were waiting in the yard for Son Gohan and the others to return. A yellow machine suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the time machine. They're back. Bulma exclaimed happily. Beerus, lounging on a recliner, rose slightly. Thud. Son Gohan jumped down from the time machine, landing on the ground. Gohan, how did it go? It's been resolved. Really? That's wonderful. Just then, Son Goku and Future Trunks also descended from the time machine. Seeing this, Beerus immediately brought Whis and walked before Son Goku and the others. Goku, did you figure out Black Goku's identity? Black Goku's true identity is Zamasu. Zamasu. Whis, is there a Supreme Kai by that name? To answer Lord Beerus, among the current 12 universes there seems to be no such Supreme Kai. None at all. Whis nodded. Could he be an apprentice Supreme Kai? Son Gohan suggested. I'm not sure. They'll look into it. Then Goku, why did that Zamasu look so much like you? Beerus asked. Zamasu told me that he swapped bodies with me. Swapped bodies? Also that Zamasu had an immortal body. An immortal body. Yes, no matter how I attacked him I couldn't kill him. Later, for some unknown reason, he suddenly vanished. Beerus suddenly vanished. Upon hearing this, Gohan immediately felt a pang of guilt. How could a person simply vanish into thin air? It was clearly he who had erased Zamasu with his cleansing power. Vegeta nodded. Subsequently, Goku and the others recounted to Bulma and the rest everything that had transpired in the future. The moment Beerus heard of the Omni King and the power of erasure, his expression drastically shifted. Even Whis, standing nearby, could not help but grow solemn upon learning that Gohan possessed the power of erasure, destructive energy, ultra instinct, and the power of erasure. If Gohan and Goku did not bear such a striking resemblance, he would have suspected Gohan of having some formidable lineage. What is it, Lord Beerus? Goku inquired. After hearing this, Beerus turned to Gohan with a grave expression. Gohan, how did you come to possess the power of erasure? The Omni King's power of erasure could annihilate anything. If Gohan's power of erasure was identical to the Omni King's, then he could erase Beerus himself in an instant. Whis, what exactly is the power of erasure? Goku asked. The power of erasure is an ability that only Lord Omni King can wield. With it, Lord Omni King can make all universes disappear in a single moment. All universes. Goku was astounded. If what Whis said was true, then the power Gohan possessed was indeed terrifying. I don't know either. I just suddenly had this power. Gohan said. Suddenly. He had not just suddenly acquired this power. Beerus grumbled inwardly. So Gohan, was it you who erased Zamasu? Vegeta inquired. If he still hadn't figured out by now that Gohan was the one who erased Zamasu, then he would truly be dense. Air. Gohan nodded. In that case, Lord Beerus, should we go find Zamasu now? Whis asked. Have you located him? Beerus said. I have. He is currently in the 10th universe. The 10th universe. Upon hearing this, Beerus stroked his chin with his right hand. Yes. Whis nodded. But under what pretext can we go there? Lord Beerus, we can pay a visit under the guise of inspecting the time rings. Whis suggested. Beerus nodded in agreement. So Goku, will you come along? Me. This matter originated with you. Shouldn't you come as well? Beerus said with a stern expression. All right then. Goku said, scratching his head. Then Lord Beerus, wait a moment. They'll go buy some Daifuku as a gift to bring along. Beerus nodded. Make it quick. Whis nodded. After a while, Whis returned with the Daifuku and departed Earth with Goku and the others. Seeing this, Gohan immediately took Future Trunks to visit King Kai, asking him for the location of planet Herial. Above the 10th universe's realm of the Kai, an old man with yellow skin clad in the uniform of a Supreme Kai, he stood silently beneath a massive tree. This man was none other than Gaosu, the Supreme Kai of the 10th universe. Behind Gaosu stood a young man who was Zamasu. After gazing at the great tree for a long time, Gaosu suddenly turned around and looked at Zamasu. Today he had taken Zamasu to the lower realm to introduce him to the development of mortals. As a result, Zamasu's ideology clashed with his own, leading Gaosu to deliver a lengthy lecture. Finding Gaosu's words tiresome, Zamasu feigned agreement with his views. Just then a beam of iridescent light descended from the heavens, landing on the grass before Gaosu. As the light dissipated, 3 figures were revealed within. These 3 were Goku, Beerus, and the others. Lord Beerus. Gaosu greeted Beerus. Beerus acknowledged him with a nod and walked over with Goku and the others. Soon Beerus stood before Gaosu. Gaosu, seeing Goku, regarded him with some curiosity. Lord Beerus, who is he? He is Goku. Goku, is he your disciple? You could say that. Oh, so Lord Beerus, what brings you here? We recently discovered a fellow wearing a time ring, so we came to check if any of your time rings are missing. As Beerus spoke, he glanced at Zamasu. I see. Who is he? Oh, I forgot to introduce him. This is my new apprentice. His name is Zamasu. Zamasu, this is Lord Beerus. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Zamasu respectfully bowed to Beerus. Beerus nodded. Zamasu, bring out the time rings for Lord Beerus to inspect. As you wish, Lord Gaosu. Lord Beerus, let us first prepare some tea. Beerus nodded. Seeing this, Gaosu promptly led Beerus and the others to the tea table and began brewing tea for them. Whis then brought out the daifuku he had brought. What is this? This is daifuku, a confectionery Lord Beerus has gifted to you. Daifuku. Indeed. It makes an excellent accompaniment to tea. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. Whis nodded. At that moment, Zamasu brought over a box. Lord Beerus, this is the box containing the time rings. Zamasu, open it. As you wish, Lord Gaosu. Zamasu opened the box, revealing 6 time rings inside. 5 of them were emerald green, and only 1 was silver. Lord Beerus, everything seems to be in order, doesn't it? Beerus nodded. Zamasu put the box away and prepared tea for Lord Beerus. As you wish, Lord Gaosu. Zamasu said, stowing the box away before beginning to serve tea to Beerus and the others. Lord Beerus, for you to take him as your disciple, he must be quite powerful, right? Gaosu asked with a hint of curiosity. Beerus nodded. Zamasu, gazing at Goku before him, could not fathom why a god of destruction would take a mere mortal as an apprentice. Just as Zamasu's attention wavered, the tea he was pouring overflowed from the cup. Zamasu, the cup is full. Gaosu reminded him. Snapped back to reality by Gaosu's reminder, Zamasu immediately lifted the teapot and wiped the table with a cloth. Lord Gaosu, how strong is Zamasu? Goku asked. Although Zamasu is merely a Kai, his strength is truly formidable. Gaosu said, his voice tinged with pride. Is that so? Could I perhaps spar with him? A spar? Indeed, Lord Gaosu. Sun Wukong said with a smile. Gaosu immediately turned his gaze to Zamasu. Zamasu, what do you think? I have no objections. Zamasu replied. In that case, go and spar over there. Gaosu pointed into the distance. All right, Sun Wukong said, immediately rising and walking toward the distant meadow. Zamasu let out a cold snort in his heart and followed. Soon the two arrived upon the meadow. They both assumed fighting stances simultaneously. Then Zamasu, shall we begin? Zamasu nodded. Seeing this, Sun Wukong let out a fierce shout and charged at Zamasu. In an instant, Sun Wukong was before Zamasu, his fists raining down like the wind. Zamasu raised his hands to block, while simultaneously launching his own attacks at Sun Wukong. Bang! With a heavy punch, Sun Wukong was sent flying. A faint smirk curled at the corner of Zamasu's lips, a trace of smugness spreading across his face. At that moment, Sun Wukong let out a mighty roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Zamasu was startled. In that instant, Sun Wukong's figure flickered before Zamasu, his right fist thrusting forward with immense force. Caught off guard by Sun Wukong's sudden burst of speed, Zamasu was struck and sent tumbling onto the grass. Lord Beerus, what is this transformation? Gaosu inquired. Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan. Beerus nodded. Seeing Zamasu on the ground, Sun Wukong immediately reverted to his base form. Zamasu let out a cold snort, swiftly rose to his feet, and condensed a purple energy blade in his right hand, ready to resume the battle. Zamasu. Seeing this, Gaosu immediately shouted to stop him. Upon hearing Gaosu's voice, Zamasu gradually calmed down, and the purple energy blade in his hand dissipated. My sincerest apologies, Lord Beerus, for this display. Gaosu apologized to Beerus. When Zamasu had first risen, a thick murderous intent radiated from him. Since this was merely a sparring match, wins and losses were natural. Thus, Zamasu's release of killing intent was a highly discourteous act. Beerus gave a slight nod. Since the time ring is fine, we shall take our leave. Very well, Lord Beerus. Please go safely. I deeply apologize for today's incident. Goku, time to go, was called out to Sun Wukong. All right. Sun Wukong acknowledged with a nod and quickly flew over to Beerus' side. Then, Lord Gaosu, we shall depart. Whis bid farewell to Gaosu. Very well. With that, Whis tapped his staff on the ground, and the 3 of them vanished from the realm of the Kai. After they left, Gaosu immediately approached Zamasu and began to reprimand him. Zamasu turned a deaf ear to the scolding, his mind still consumed by Sun Wukong's immense power. He, a god, had been defeated by a mere human. Meanwhile, on the other side, after leaving the 10th universe's destroyer realm, Beerus and the others immediately began to converse. Whis, it seems the Black Goku from the future is indeed Zamasu. Yes, but since he is yet to act, we cannot simply eliminate him without cause. Then keep a close watch on his movements. Under no circumstances let him kill the Supreme Kai. Understood, Lord Beerus. The Supreme Kai. Whis chuckled. Goku, you may not know this, but Lord Beerus' life is linked to the Supreme Kai's. This means that if the Supreme Kai dies, Lord Beerus will perish as well. Beerus Whis. What does it matter? Goku is family after all. Sun Wukong laughed. So if I kill the Supreme Kai, I can defeat Lord Beerus. Beerus remained silent upon hearing this. Just then the staff in Whis' hands suddenly began to glow. Whis stopped in the cosmos and answered a call from the Grand Minister. Father. The Grand Minister nodded. Whis' son Wukong with you. He is father. The Omni King wishes to see him. Bring him to the Omni King's palace. The Omni King. Beerus was astonished. Understood, father. With that the Grand Minister ended the communication. Whis, what does the Omni King want with me? I am not entirely certain either. Whis, spare the chatter, and take Goku back immediately to see the Omni King. Whis nodded, raised his staff with his right hand, and continued flying forward. After a while the three returned to the 7th universe's destroyer realm. Goku, when you go before the Omni King, you must not show any disrespect. If you anger him, the consequences will be dire. Dire. Whis, there were once 18 universes. They angered the Omni King, and thus he erased them. I see. Beerus nodded. By the way, you're not planning to see the Omni King in those clothes, are you? What's wrong with these clothes? Beerus. Sun Wukong looked down at his orange martial arts GI, seeing nothing amiss. Fine, suit yourself. So Whis, will you take him? Lord Beerus, it would take me at least 2 days to reach the Omni King's palace. By then the Omni King would have grown impatient. Doesn't Goku know the Supreme Kai? He can use his teleportation to send him there. The Supreme Kai. Indeed. The Supreme Kai's instant transmission can reach the Omni King's palace in an instant. I see. Whis nodded. A short while later Sun Wukong and the others arrived at the realm of the Supreme Kai and informed the Eastern Supreme Kai about the Omni King's wish to see Goku. The Omni King wishes to see Goku. Yes, so I'm afraid we'll need you to take us there. No problem. The Eastern Supreme Kai replied, his heart slightly nervous. Ever since learning of the Omni King, the Eastern Supreme Kai had been in awe of him. After giving a few more instructions, the Elder Supreme Kai had the Eastern Supreme Kai take Sun Wukong and Whis to the Omni King. Neither Beerus nor the Elder Supreme Kai felt entirely at ease with Sun Wukong or the Eastern Supreme Kai. Open the realm. The Eastern Supreme Kai placed his hands on their backs, and in an instant they arrived at the Omni King's palace. The Omni King's palace resembled a structure shaped like the character for all. Though it looked like a building from the outside, its size was staggeringly vast. The Grand Minister was already waiting outside the Omni King's palace. After giving Sun Wukong a few words of advice, Whis led the two forward. Father. The Grand Minister nodded. Father, because we came in such a hurry, Son Goku didn't have time to change clothes. It doesn't matter. For him this is formal attire, isn't it? The Grand Minister said, smiling at Son Goku. Son Goku nodded. Lord Zeno has been waiting for you all for quite some time. Why don't you follow me inside? All right. Son Goku nodded. With that the Grand Minister immediately led the 3 of them into the palace. After the 4 of them entered the palace, white mist swirled all around them. As they walked further in, the mist gradually thinned, and Son Goku saw a crystalline floor and pillars. These pillars were carved with many lifelike patterns. After walking for what seemed like a long time, the Grand Minister finally brought the 3 of them to Lord Zeno's palace. Lord Zeno. We pay our respects to Lord Zeno. As the East Kaioshin spoke, he immediately knelt to the ground, cold sweat continuously beading on his brow. Lord Zeno gave a nod, descended from his throne, and walked over to stand before Son Goku. Goku. Son Goku nodded. Lord Zeno, is there something you wish to see me about? Son Goku asked. Actually, it's nothing much. I was just bored all by myself and wanted to play with you. Bored? Hey Goku, how about we do that thing we did last time? That thing from last time? Oh, you mean that? As Son Goku spoke, he quickly remembered. He took Lord Zeno's hand with his right hand, lifted him so his body floated up from the ground, and then let him down again. Was that good enough, Lord Zeno? Lord Zeno nodded. Hey Goku, how about you be my friend? Friend? Yeah. Becoming friends with Lord Zeno? Of course, no problem. Son Goku laughed. Then I'll call you Goku. What should I call you? Son Goku thought for a moment. How about I call you Little Zeno? Little Zeno. Standing to the side, the Grand Minister immediately couldn't help but laugh. Meanwhile, Lord Zeno's 2 attendants broke out in a cold sweat. They never imagined Son Goku would be so bold as to give Lord Zeno the nickname Little Zeno. The East Kaioshin nearly fainted from shock upon hearing this. Son Goku's naming sense was truly beyond words. Yeah. Son Goku nodded. All right then. So Goku, what should we play now? But Lord Zeno, I still have things to do. At this, Lord Zeno's 2 attendants immediately glared angrily at Son Goku. Do you 2 want to be erased? Lord Zeno cast a cold glance at the 2 of them. Upon hearing this, Lord Zeno's attendants immediately averted their gaze. Just then Lord Zeno handed a purple button to Son Goku. Isn't this the button Lord Zeno gave to Gohan? Gohan is my son. Seeing this, Whis immediately shot Son Goku a meaningful look signaling him to stop talking. After all, traveling through time was a grave crime. Is that so? Then why don't I remember? Lord Zeno asked. It was the future Lord Zeno. Future? Son Goku nodded. So where is Son Gohan? He's on Earth right now. Is that so? Then I'll meet him next time I get the chance. Son Goku nodded. Press this red button and you can come to me. And the other one, that's for you little Zeno to come to me. Lord Zeno nodded. So Goku, when will you have time to play with me? I don't know yet. Is that so? Well, when you're free, just press this red switch. Son Goku nodded. So Lord Zeno, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now. Then Lord Zeno, we shall take our leave. The East Kaishin bid farewell to Lord Zeno. Lord Zeno nodded. Seeing this, Son Goku immediately turned around and looked at the East Kaishin, who was still kneeling on the ground. Lord Kaishin, get up. The East Kaishin felt a little embarrassed upon hearing this. I've been kneeling for a bit too long, my legs have gone numb. Ah, how useless, Son Goku said as he stepped forward, hoisted the East Kaishin onto his shoulder, and left Lord Zeno's palace. Once they were outside the palace, the East Kaishin's feeling gradually returned. He brought the two of them back to the Kaishin realm of the 7th universe. How did it go? Beerus asked. Not very well. Goku mentioned the future Lord Zeno. Whis said, the future Lord Zeno. Upon hearing this, Beerus broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. And what did Lord Zeno say? Lord Zeno didn't say much. He just asked Goku to be his friend. That's a relief. Beerus breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, what did you just say? Lord Zeno wants Goku to be his friend. Yes. Whis nodded. Upon hearing this, a sense of foreboding rose in Beerus' heart. With Son Goku's naivety, he could very well cause them enormous trouble. But since things had already come to this, worrying was useless. So which shall we go back? Very well, Lord Beerus. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. West City Brief's residence. Since Future Trunks was set to return to his future timeline today, everyone had gathered at Bulma's house to see him off. Take care, Trunks. Safe travels, Trunks. Krillin and the others all said their goodbyes to Future Trunks. Only Vegeta stood alone on a nearby large tree. Thank you, everyone. When I go back, I will train even harder to protect the future timeline. Everyone nodded. Just then, Future Trunks looked at Vegeta and suddenly saw him make a V sign. Future Trunks smiled and made the same V sign back at Vegeta. Afterwards, he activated the time machine and returned to the future. Upon returning, Future Trunks immediately took the Dragon Radar and headed to Planet Cereal. On that planet, there were indeed 2 Dragon Balls. Using these 2 Dragon Balls, Future Trunks revived all the people who had been killed by Black Goku and Zamasu. Peace was restored to the future timeline once more. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, another 2 days had passed. The 7th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction. Son Goku and Vegeta had returned to the realm of the gods of destruction to train. Whis watched their training and nodded slightly. Just then, the staff in his hand suddenly began to glow. Whis looked at his staff and saw that it was a communication from the East Kaishin. He immediately answered it. Whis, I heard from Zuno that Zamasu went to him recently to inquire about Son Goku and the Super Dragon Balls. Zamasu. Yes. I understand. I will inform Lord Beerus. The East Kaishin nodded and ended the communication. A short while later, Whis told Son Goku and the others about Zamasu seeking Zuno to inquire about the Super Dragon Balls. It seems that Zamasu is becoming a bit restless now, said Beerus. Whis nodded. Then Whis, how about we pay a visit to Universe 10 again? Universe 10. Yes. Isn't Zamasu almost unable to contain himself now? Let's go and stoke the fire, making him act faster. Whis nodded. But Lord Beerus, what name should we use to visit this time? Just ask him if there are any new discoveries regarding the time rings. That is indeed a good idea. So Lord Beerus, should Goku and Vegeta go together? Let's take Goku with us. All right, Lord Beerus. As Whis said this, he called over Son Goku. Then they set off towards Universe 10. In Universe 10, on the Kaishin realm, Gaosu was currently instructing Zamasu. Suddenly, a 7-colored light descended from the sky. As the light dissipated, 3 figures immediately appeared. These 3 were Son Goku and the others. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded. Lord Beerus, what brings you here today? Well, I wanted to ask if you have any new findings regarding the time rings. No. Gaosu shook his head. Zamasu, make some tea for Lord Beerus and the others. Yes, Master Gaosu. Zamasu said as he poured a cup of tea for the 3. Seeing this, Beerus immediately sat down with Son Goku and the others to drink tea. After drinking tea for a while, Beerus stood up from his chair. Since there is no news about the time rings, we will take our leave. Are you leaving? Beerus nodded. Then safe travels, Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded and left with Whis and the others. After Beerus and the others left, Zamasu immediately resolved to kill Gaosu. Universe 10. After Whis and the others left the Kaioshin realm, they stopped in the cosmic space not far from it. A projection appeared on the crystal ball of Whis' staff. This projection was the one from the Kaioshin realm of Universe 10. Through the projection, Son Goku and the others saw Zamasu and Gaosu together. Son Goku, Zamasu. Beerus nodded. At this moment, Zamasu was pouring tea for Gaosu. Gaosu looked at the tea on the table and picked up the teacup. Just then, Zamasu slightly moved behind Gaosu, condensing a purple energy blade in his right hand. Not good, Lord Beerus. Zamasu is going to kill Gaosu. Seeing this, Son Goku's expression changed drastically. Beerus, upon hearing this, remained silent. Bang! The purple energy blade in Zamasu's right hand pierced into Gaosu's body. All right, the evidence is sufficient. Whis, rewind time 3 minutes. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis said as he pointed his staff at the ground, and time immediately rewound 3 minutes. Rewind 3 minutes. Son Goku, upon hearing this, looked puzzled. Beerus, there's no time to explain. We need to hurry back, or Gaosu might really die at the hands of Zamasu. Whis immediately waved his staff, taking Son Goku and the others back. In Universe 10 on the Kaioshin realm. The previous scene was replayed, and just as Zamasu was about to act, a glove with a cat pattern suddenly appeared on his hand. Zamasu was startled at first, then quickly withdrew his right hand. At this moment, Beerus and the others appeared in front of Gaosu. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded. Lord Beerus, weren't you leaving? Why are you back? You need to ask him. Beerus looked at Zamasu. Zamasu. Upon hearing this, Gaosu immediately looked at Zamasu. Zamasu, why did you withdraw your right hand? He wants to kill you. Beerus said. Kill me. Whis. Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis said as he showed Gaosu the scene of Zamasu attempting to kill him. Zamasu, what is going on here? Gaosu questioned Zamasu sternly. The Zamasu he had worked hard to cultivate was now trying to kill him. Upon hearing this, Zamasu sneered and took out the cat-patterned glove. Gaosu, the glove. As soon as he finished speaking, the glove immediately tore apart, revealing Zamasu's right hand, which was condensing the purple energy blade. Zamasu, what is this all for? Gaosu's heart chilled. It's for the time rings. Whis said. The time rings. Yes, in the future timeline, Zamasu not only killed you, but also obtained immortality and Son Goku's body through the Super Dragon Balls, and he killed all the Kaioshins. All the Kaioshins. Upon hearing this, Gaosu's body trembled slightly. He never expected that he would commit such a heinous crime in the future. Although he did not kill them himself, Zamasu was his disciple, and as a master, he certainly held great responsibility. Huh. Zamasu laughed loudly upon hearing this. I didn't expect my plan to have already been realized in the future. Since that's the case, I definitely can't die here. As Zamasu said this, he immediately charged towards Son Goku. Seeing this, Beerus flashed in front of Zamasu, condensing a purple destructive energy in his right hand, addressing him. Destruction. As soon as the words fell, Zamasu let out a horrified scream, and his body vanished at a speed visible to the naked eye. Beerus snorted coldly, glancing at Gaosu. In the future, be more careful when choosing disciples. Gaosu nodded. Whis, let's go. Yes, Lord Beerus. After saying this, Whis took the two away. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye 10 months had gone by. In West City at Bulma's house, Son Goku and the others were gathered at Bulma's home, looking at the daughter that Bulma had just given birth to. Wow, Bulma, she looks just like you. Of course. Bulma smiled. Mr. Satan, upon hearing this, immediately made a funny face at Bulma's daughter. Bulma's daughter seemed to be frightened by Mr. Satan's funny face and suddenly burst into tears. Vegeta, standing not far away, immediately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue upon seeing this. What's wrong, Vegeta? Is there an enemy? Son Goku asked. Vegeta did not respond, but transformed back to his normal state. At this moment, Dr. Brief suddenly asked Bulma. Bulma, have you named this child yet? If not, I have some nice names here like Burrito. Vegeta, upon hearing this, immediately walked towards Bulma. Bulma, she is a Saiyan, so she must have a name that suits our Saiyan heritage. I've already thought of a name, it's going to be Bra. No need, Dad, I've already thought of her name, it's Bra. Bulma said with a smile. Bulla, exclaimed Dr. Brief. Hey, didn't you hear me? Bulla, what a wonderful name. Son Gohan remarked. Yamcha and the others immediately chimed in agreement. Vegeta, feeling ignored, grew a bit irritated. Was this the lack of respect a son-in-law had to endure? Trunks, hold your little sister carefully, all right? Yes, Mom. Trunks said as he took Bulla from Bulma's arms. Giggle. Bulla immediately laughed upon seeing Trunks. Trunks, it seems your sister really likes you. Trunks nodded and made a funny face at Bulla. Just then Bulma looked toward Vegeta, who stood in the distance. Trunks. Trunks looked up following Bulma's gaze and saw Vegeta. Trunks quickly understood Bulma's intention and carried Bulla over to Vegeta. Dad, Mom wants you to hold the baby. Hearing this, Vegeta glanced at Trunks. Give her here, your hold is all wrong. Dad, you're so experienced. Humph. Vegeta snorted, then looked down at Bulla in his arms. At that moment, Whis' staff suddenly began to glow. Seeing it was a call from the Grand Priest, was quickly answered. Father. The Grand Priest nodded. Lord Zeno plans to hold the Tournament of Power. This time, 8 universes will participate, and each universe can send 10 fighters. 10. Yes. The Tournament of Power will begin in 313550603157 hours of the King's calendar. By Earth time, that's 2 months from now. 2 months from now. Yes, Lord Zeno asked me to inform you in advance, so you can prepare. I understand, Father. The Grand Priest nodded and ended the call. What's the matter, Whis? Asked Son Goku. Lord Zeno is planning to hold the Tournament of Power. The Tournament of Power, said Vegeta. According to my father, 8 universes will compete, each sending 10 fighters. The tournament starts in 2 months. 10 fighters. Yes, Lord Beerus. So Gohan, do you have any good candidates in mind? Asked Beerus. Son Gohan thought for a moment. Me dad, Uncle Vegeta Reg, Majin Buu, Uncle Piccolo Ragus, and Broly. 8, you still need 2 more, said Beerus. Gohan, who is Broly? Asked Son Goku. Broly is a Saiyan even stronger than Reg. A Saiyan stronger than Reg. Son Gohan nodded. But he might not be able to fully control his power. Can't fully control his power. Right. He can lose control like a Saiyan in grade 8 form, but even when he's in control, his strength is immense. Is that so? I'd really like to meet this guy. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Goku, Gohan, and Reg were already stronger than him, and now there was another Saiyan named Broly. Was he about to become the 5th strongest? No way. He had to get stronger. He absolutely refused to be 5th. What's wrong, Vegeta? Asked Bulma. Nothing. Oh, what about the other 2? Said Beerus. How about Krillin and Tien Shinhan? Asked Son Goku. Krillin and Tien Shinhan. The 2 bald guys. Yeah. Goku nodded. Dad, how about having Android 17 and Android 18 join? Android 17 and Android 18. Right? Gohan, do you know where they are? No, but I have a way to find them. But will they be willing to compete? I don't know. We can only try. Son Goku nodded. Beerus said, alright Gohan, I'll leave the task of gathering 10 fighters to you. Son Gohan nodded. Time flew by, and 2 days passed. On the 7th universe's realm of the gods of destruction, Vegeta suddenly approached Beerus. Lord Beerus. What is it, Vegeta? Lord Beerus, could you teach me the godly technique of destruction? Beerus's face took on a meaningful expression. What, Vegeta, do you want to become a god of destruction? No, I just want to surpass Kakarot. Beerus chuckled. Vegeta, you should know that the godly technique of destruction can only be passed on to the next god of destruction. Unless, of course, you learn it in secret. In secret? If you want to learn, follow me. With that, Beerus flew ahead. Vegeta immediately followed. Swoosh. Thud. After a while, Beerus landed on a cliff and turned to face the approaching Vegeta. How many planets have you Saiyans destroyed? I'm not sure. We Saiyans only knew fighting, this way of survival. We probably committed many sins. But the destruction and invasions began when we were enslaved by Frieza's clan. Are you saying your evil deeds are Frieza's fault? Beerus stared at Vegeta. That's not what I meant. Originally, my father built the kingdom by sacrificing others for power. Before being dominated by Frieza's clan, the Saiyans' corruption had already begun. Humph. Boring. Beerus snorted. Forget all that. Those are Saiyan problems. Are you saying the Saiyans' extinction was fate? Yes. Vegeta nodded. I said. That's boring. Beerus suddenly glared menacingly at Vegeta. What? Vegeta was startled. Aren't you going to show me the god of destruction's techniques? What does the Saiyans' past have to do with it? It has everything to do with it. Beerus said, gathering destruction energy at the tip of his right index finger and firing it at a planet behind him. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the planet was instantly obliterated. Thighs is the destruction technique. Vegeta exclaimed in awe. That's just one of them. How can I obtain such power? Hearing this, Beerus suddenly leaped forward, grabbing Vegeta with his right hand and slamming him to the ground. What are you doing? Vegeta was shocked again. Then Beerus began punching Vegeta fiercely with both fists. Bang, bang, bang. After a moment, Beerus stopped and said, if there's hesitation in your heart, you'll never achieve it. Hesitation. If it were your own sins, I could understand, but do you intend to bear the sins of all Saiyans alone? Beerus said, hurling Vegeta away, sending him crashing violently into a large tree behind him. Bang. Vegeta's body tumbled down from the tree. Let me tell you something, it was I who suggested Frieza wipe out the Saiyans. Wah. What did you say? Do you think it's fate? Then he'll destroy you too. You bastard. With a fierce roar, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. A deep azure aura surged around him. Opt. Vegeta charged at Beerus with a battle cry. Whoosh. Swish swish. Vegeta's fists and feet struck like light, yet all were evaded. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta gathered a massive energy wave in his hands and unleashed it at Beerus. Boom, boom, boom. The energy waves collided, generating a colossal plume of smoke. Vegeta swiftly soared above the smoke, bringing his clasped hands down like a hammer. But his strike hit nothing but air. What? In that moment of surprise, Beerus appeared behind him, stomping hard on his back and sending him crashing to the ground. What does the past of the Saiyans have to do with you now? If you cling to such trivialities, your growth ends here. Ah! With a roar, Vegeta swung a punch at Beerus. Beerus leaped backward, dodging with ease. Vegeta sprang to his feet and lunged at Beerus. Whoosh! Swish swish. Beerus effortlessly sidestepped each attack. Destruction. Suddenly, Beerus grabbed Vegeta's left hand and fired a purple destructive energy at him from his right. Boom. A massive explosion sent Vegeta flying, reverting him to his base form. Oomph. Beerus snorted, landing before Vegeta. I think of nothing but destruction, so my power is limitless. Listen well, if you desire such strength, destroy all those superfluous thoughts and rebuild yourself from scratch. Before creation, destruction comes first. Vegeta was deeply shaken by these words. After a moment, he rose to his feet. Beerus instructed him to practice destroying pebbles. Huh. Crack. The pebble in Vegeta's hand shattered. That's just smashing it with ki. The destruction we use erases an object's existence from the world. It reduces everything to zero, releasing immense energy as the object vanishes. Beerus said, destroying a pebble with his fingertip. Boom. With a thunderous blast, the pebble vanished without a trace of dust. Vegeta was awestruck by the sheer energy of that destruction. Beerus smiled. All right, I've taught you the technique of destruction. Whether you can grasp it is up to you. On planet Vampa, Broly was locked in battle with a horde of giant spiders. Huh. With a mighty cry, he annihilated them all. Just then, two figures appeared on Vampa. They were Son Goku and Son Gohan. Broly's expression turned wary at the sight of them. Who are you? How did you get to Vampa? Hello, my name is Son Goku. Son Goku. Yes, I'm a Saiyan, just like you. Then why are you here? We came specifically to find you. To find me. At that moment, another figure flew over from afar. It was Paragus. He quickly landed beside Broly. Father. Paragus nodded and looked at Goku. Could you be? Kakarot. You know me. I was once a comrade in arms with your father Bardock. My father. Paragus nodded again. Kakarot, is this your child? Yes, his name is Son Gohan. Son Gohan. That doesn't sound like a Saiyan name. I'm a Saiyan raised on Earth. Son Gohan said. Earth? Goku nodded. So Kakarot, why are you here? And how did you get here? I didn't see any spaceship land on Vampa. We used instant transmission. Goku said. Instant transmission. It's a technique mastered by the people of planet Yardrat. I see. But how did you know we were on this planet? Paragus asked. Gohan told me. Gohan. Paragus turned to Son Gohan. An old man in my dream told me. An old man in a dream. Paragus looked skeptical. An old man in a dream. Did they take him for a fool? So why have you come? I want to invite Broly to a tournament in 2 months. If he agrees to participate, it'll take you both off this planet afterward. A tournament? Yes. What kind of tournament? A very important martial arts tournament. A martial arts tournament, right? If Broly agrees to join, he'll take you away from here once it's over. Or do you want to stay on this planet forever? Deal. But how do I know you'll keep your word? Paragus asked. Son Gohan smiled. I have no way to prove it, but I doubt anyone else can get you off this planet. Paragus gritted his teeth. So if you and Broly want to leave, you'll have to trust us. Very well. After a moment's thought, Paragus nodded. By the way, what's your name? Goku asked Paragus. 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 Paragus nodded. Then Paragus, can I fight Broly? You can. But Broly sometimes loses control in battle. Even I can't stop him then. No problem, Gohan is here. Gohan. Paragus glanced at Son Gohan, his mind racing. It seems Kakarot has great confidence in his son's strength. They'll agree for now and see what they can do. If they're strong enough, I might capture them and force them to take us away. All right, Broly, go ahead and fight him. Yes, father. Broly nodded. Great. Goku said happily. Son Gohan and Paragus stepped back to give them space. Shall we begin, Broly? Goku raised his hands in a fighting stance. Broly nodded. With a shout, Goku charged at him. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, Goku was before Broly, his fists flying like a storm. Broly blocked the attacks while retreating. Huh. Goku threw a punch that sent Broly staggering back. Broly dug his feet into the ground, skidding to a halt. Boom. Goku clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan. As Super Saiyan, Paragus was stunned. The son of that low-class warrior Bardock could also become a legendary Saiyan like Broly. As Paragus gaped, Goku was already before Broly, again exchanging blows. Fist for fist, kick for kick. Shockwaves erupted from their clash, spreading outward. Boom. With a thunderous impact, their right fists collided. The ground beneath them buckled under the immense force, cracking and rising like jagged thorns in a forest. Boom. After a moment of stalemate, they both blasted each other away. Broly roared and charged at Goku. Goku had been on the attack until now. It was Broly's turn. Goku's eyes narrowed as he raised his arms to block the incoming punch. Bang! With a deafening sound, Broly's fist sent Goku flying hundreds of meters. Goku planted his foot and shot back toward Broly. Whoosh! Bang! 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 In moments, Goku was upon Broly, locked in fierce combat. Broly lacked battle experience, so Goku gained the upper hand at first. But as Broly mastered his power and relied on his formidable physique, Goku began to falter. Bang! 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 Broly's fists hammered into Goku's face, driving him back. Well done, Broly. Paragus rejoiced inwardly. Suddenly, Goku dodged Broly's attack and retreated. Pant pant. He gasped for breath, staring at Broly. This guy is this strong without even transforming into Super Saiyan. I wonder how powerful he'll be when he does. Huh. Goku clenched his fists. Boom. With an overwhelming aura, he transformed into Super Saiyan God. Wah. What is that? Paragus was shocked. He had never seen such a form. This is Super Saiyan God. Son Gohan said. Super Saiyan God. Yes. Gohan nodded. Boom. Goku shot forward like a crimson streak. Broly clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on Goku. In an instant, Goku was before him, throwing a right punch. Broly raised his fist to strike back. Goku smirked, halting his punch and sidestepping Broly's attack. Goku's initial punch was a feint. His real strike came after the dodge. Bang! Goku's kick landed solidly on Broly. Broly flew back like a beam, crashing thousands of meters away. With a thunderous crash, Broly smashed into a mountain. A massive hole appeared, sending rocks tumbling down. Huh! Enraged by the blow, Broly's aura surged violently. Goku's expression grew grim. Boom! Broly, enveloped in a green aura, charged at Goku. Goku raised his hands in a fighting stance and met him head-on. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Soon they were in the sky, locked in combat. Their movements were blindingly fast, appearing as intertwining red and green threads in the sky. Bang! Seizing an opportunity, Goku kicked Broly thousands of meters away. Then he fired a barrage of energy blasts. Broly raised his arms to block. Boom! 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 The blast struck Broly, exploding in the sky. Broly was soon engulfed in smoke. Goku ceased his assault and charged forward. Broly emerged from the smoke, arms still raised in defense. Goku vanished and reappeared before him, kicking him hard. Bang! Boom! 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 Broly shot through several mountains, finally landing on the fifth peak. Goku surveyed the dust below, but did not press the attack. Up! A green pillar of light erupted as Broly's power skyrocketed. His muscles bulged, his hair stood on end, and his black eyes turned gold. This was Broly's grade 8 power. Huh! With a roar, he shot toward Goku like a green beam. Goku roared back and charged. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Bang! 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 In the blink of an eye, they clashed in a fierce melee. Fierce winds whipped around them from their battle. Driven by rage, Broly attacked recklessly, ignoring Goku's blows. Goku was forced back. Suddenly, Broly grabbed his shoulders and drove a knee into his stomach. Goku cried out, spitting up bile. Broly snorted and punched him away. Goku landed on one knee, panting heavily. Up! Broly roared, his body darting towards Son Goku like a beam of light. Gritting his teeth, Son Goku swiftly rose from the ground and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What is this now, eh? Paragus exclaimed in shock. Swoosh! Boom! 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 The two figures moved like light, engaging in fierce combat upon the ground. A cloud of dust quickly rose around them. Bang! With a resounding impact, Son Goku sent Broly flying with a single punch, panting heavily. Bang! Broly's body shot like a ray into a massive mountain behind him. Up! With a mighty cry, Broly transformed into a streak of green light and charged at Son Goku. Son Goku's expression tensed slightly. In an instant, Broly was before him, attacking with lightning speed. Son Goku dodged and parried, retreating step by step. Up! Broly roared, throwing a full-powered right punch forward. Son Goku ducked low, his right hand bracing the ground as he swung a side kick at Broly. Bang! Broly was sent flying to the left. Seizing the moment, Son Goku rushed before Broly and launched an attack. Broly quickly raised both arms to defend. Swoosh! Bang! 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 Under Son Goku's relentless assault, Broly was forced back repeatedly. Bang! Son Goku delivered a powerful kick, sending Broly flying thousands of meters away. Huff! Huff! Broly gasped for air, his eyes fixed intently on Son Goku. Just then, Son Goku raised both hands and fired a barrage of energy blasts at Broly. Startled, Broly swiftly dodged in all directions. Swoosh! Boom! 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 The energy blasts rained around Broly, triggering massive explosions and plumes of smoke. Broly dodged while charging forward. Huh. Soon he was within striking distance of Son Goku. Son Goku ceased his energy attack and rushed at Broly with fists raised. Swoosh. Bang. 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 Their fists and feet moved like light clashing in a fierce melee. After a moment, Broly swung a heavy right punch, but Son Goku evaded it. With a thunderous crash, Broly's fist slammed into the ground. Seizing the opening, Son Goku landed a powerful kick on Broly. Bang! Broly's body flew backward like a projectile. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. Son Goku cupped his hands behind him, gathering a deep blue energy wave, and fired it at Broly. Opt! Broly cried out in alarm as the Kamehameha struck him, pushing him back. Broly! Paragus shouted. Opt! Gazing at the Kamehameha threatening to annihilate him, terror surged through Broly, and an immensely powerful aura erupted from within. What? Son Goku was taken aback. Opt! Broly let out a fierce roar, halting the Kamehameha with both hands. Could it be? Son Goku recalled what Son Gohan had told him earlier. Broly! Paragus yelled. Now Broly's entire body radiated a vast green aura, forming a protective barrier around him. Massive whirlwinds erupted, sweeping in all directions as the ground around Broly shattered, creating a colossal crater. With an earth-shattering roar, Broly's hair and eyebrows turned golden, the pupils of his eyes vanished, and he lost all reason. So this is the power of a rampaging Broly. Son Goku exclaimed. Huh. Filled with battle lust, he charged at Broly. Broly roared, firing countless energy spheres to strike Son Goku from all angles. Swoosh. Boom. 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 Son Goku dodged while closing in on Broly. Soon he was upon Broly and launched an attack. The two clashed fist against fist and foot against foot in the sky. Bang! After a brief exchange, overwhelmed by Broly's superior speed and power, Son Goku was kicked away. Huff! Huff! Son Goku panted, staring at Broly. Opt! Broly charged like a berserk beast at Son Goku. 20 times Kaioken. Son Goku roared, activating the 20 times Kaioken and rushing at Broly. With a flash of red light, Son Goku was instantly before Broly, striking him. Under the immense power of the 20 times Kaioken, Broly was forced back. Opt! Broly screamed, charging back at Son Goku. But Son Goku, exhausted, reverted to Super Saiyan Blue. On the realm of the gods of destruction of Universe 7, Whis watched the battle through his staff. Swoosh. Bang. 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 After being pummeled by Broly, Son Goku reverted to his base form and fell. Bang. Seeing this, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at Broly. Paragus, Son Gohan. Swoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, Son Gohan was before Broly, locked in fierce combat. Bang. With a thunderous clash, their right fists collided, releasing an awe-inspiring shockwave that rippled outward. Son Gohan roared, driving Broly back. Broly clenched his fists, quickly stabilizing in midair. Bang. 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 Son Gohan flashed before Broly, his fists moving like light, landing a flurry of blows on him. Bang. Son Gohan landed a powerful uppercut on Broly's chin, sending him reeling. Then he quickly cupped his hands together. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. A deep blue energy wave gathered in Son Gohan's hands, shooting toward Broly. Broly raised his arms to defend against the incoming attack. Bang! The Kamehameha struck Broly, blasting him from the sky to the ground. Boom! With a deafening explosion, Broly's body slammed into the mountain behind him. Broly! Paragus cried out in alarm. Opt! At that moment, Broly let out a fierce scream, halting his momentum. Huh! Son Gohan roared, pouring even more energy into the Kamehameha. With a deafening explosion that shook the heavens and the earth, the Kamehameha detonated upon the ground, unleashing a colossal storm that swept across the surroundings. Opt! Broly let out a pained cry as the massive mountain behind him was swiftly obliterated. Broly! Paragus exclaimed, a wave of deep concern surging within his heart. After a moment, as the thick smoke from the explosion dissipated, an enormous crater was revealed upon the ground. Broly lay unconscious within the depths of the pit. Broly! Paragus cried out as he immediately flew over. Son Gohan, reverting to his normal state, quickly flew to Broly's side. Broly! Paragus shouted toward Broly. He's fine, just unconscious. Son Gohan said, producing a Senzu bean. What? What is this? It's called a Senzu bean. Once he takes it, Broly will awaken. Paragus, skeptical yet hopeful, accepted the bean and fed it to Broly. After consuming the Senzu bean, Broly quickly regained consciousness. Broly, you're awake. Broly nodded in response. Father, did I lose control again? Paragus nodded, eyeing Son Gohan with a wary expression. He knew Broly's strength well, especially the terrifying power unleashed when he lost control. Yet Son Gohan had not only defeated Broly, but had done so in an incredibly short span of time. Moreover, Son Gohan appeared to be barely over 20 years old. Possessing such immense power at his age could only be described as prodigious. At this thought, a pang of jealousy toward Bardock stirred within Paragus, a low-class warrior whose son was a Super Saiyan and whose grandson was even stronger than Broly, the legendary Super Saiyan. Seeing Broly awake, Son Gohan flew to Son Goku's side and handed him a Senzu bean. With a crisp crunch, Son Goku bit into the bean and swallowed it. Kakarot, where is your father, Bardock? Paragus inquired. My father. Paragus nodded in affirmation. I suppose he perished along with Planet Vegeta. Planet Vegeta was destroyed. Yes, didn't you know? Broly and I have been stranded on this planet. We knew nothing of the outside world. That makes sense. Then how was Planet Vegeta destroyed? I heard from Vegeta that Frieza destroyed it. Vegeta? Vegeta is still alive. Yes. He is currently training at Lord Beerus' place. Lord Beerus, you mean the god of destruction Beerus. Paragus had heard tales of the god of destruction during his service under King Vegeta. Yes, Son Goku confirmed. Damn it. If that's the case, he'll have no chance to take revenge on Vegeta. Paragus thought darkly to himself. Observing the shift in Paragus' expression, Son Gohan used his telepathy to read his thoughts. So, what is Lord Beerus' relationship with Vegeta? Relationship? There isn't much of one. We're just training on Lord Beerus' planet. Paragus was left speechless. If you had no connection to Beerus, how could he allow you to train on his planet? By the way, we've become Whis disciples. Whis is Lord Beerus' master. Lord Beerus' master. To share a master with the god of destruction himself. What kind of relationship was that? That's right. Son Goku said, turning to Broly. Broly, if you don't transform into a Super Saiyan, can you control your power? Broly shook his head. Even in my humanoid great ape form, I can't fully control my strength. Humanoid great ape form. Is it similar to Gohan's Super Saiyan 4 transformation? Super Saiyan 4. Son Goku nodded. Before Gohan becomes Super Saiyan 4, he first transforms into a great ape, then into his humanoid form. But this requires a full moon on Earth. A full moon. Broly looked up at the sky after hearing this. Their planet didn't even have a moon, let alone a full one. Broly, since you can't yet control your power, why not come train with us at Lord Beerus' place? Broly glanced back at Paragus. No, you only said Broly would participate in a tournament, not that he would go train with you. Son Gohan then produced a hoi poi capsule and tossed it to the ground. With a puff of white smoke, a vast array of food and water appeared on the surface. Paragus stared at the provisions, unable to suppress a swallow. He couldn't recall the last time he had eaten such fare. Son Gohan smiled. If you agree to let Broly train with us, all this food is yours. No. Paragus shook his head. Son Gohan produced 2 more capsules and threw them down. Another pile of food and water appeared. Paragus' resolve began to waver. What do you say? No. Paragus refused again, shaking his head. At that moment, Son Gohan pulled out 10 capsules from his clothing. This food and water will last you 2 months. Fine. Paragus gritted his teeth. But you must guarantee Broly's safe return. Agreed. Son Gohan handed the 10 capsules to Paragus. How do I use these capsules? Paragus asked. There's a switch here. Just press it and toss it to the ground. The food will appear. I see. Son Gohan nodded. So Broly, will you come with us to Lord Beerus' place? Father. Broly looked toward Paragus. Broly, go with them. If you can master your power, it will be for the best. Broly nodded. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission to bring Son Goku and Broly to the Supreme Kai's realm. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. And who is this? His name is Broly. Broly. He is a participant in the upcoming tournament. Please, Lord Supreme Kai, transport him and my father to Lord Beerus' planet. Very well. The Eastern Supreme Kai agreed. Son Gohan then used instant transmission to return to Earth. After he left the Eastern Supreme, Kai immediately brought the two to the 7th universe's realm of the gods of destruction. You've arrived. Whis smiled at the 3 of them as he spoke. Son Goku nodded and said, Whis, this is Broly. I know I just watched your battle. On Earth, after returning, Son Gohan immediately used the celestial mirror to arrive on an island. A handsome boy dressed in a light blue shirt and trousers stood on the island. This person was none other than Android 17. Since his defeat by Son Gohan last time, 17 had become a ranger in the animal protection zone of the Royal Nature Park, is showing no mercy to poachers. For the solitary 17, who disliked interacting with people, this was the perfect job. Moreover, due to his exceptional skills, his income was quite substantial. Later, he married a female zoologist, had 1 child, adopted 2 more, and the family lived happily within the nature park. Long time no see, 17. Son Gohan greeted Android 17 with a smile. You are Son Gohan. Because Son Gohan had changed so much from when he was a child, Android 17 didn't recognize him immediately. Son Gohan smiled and nodded. How did you know I was here? I know everything. Then what are you here for? Asked Android 17. I've come to invite you to a tournament. A tournament? Yes. Sorry, I'm not interested. What if the tournament has a prize of 100 million? 100 million. Android 17's interest was piqued. However, after seeing the small animals on the island, he shook his head and refused. No, I still won't go. Why? I'm a ranger now. I need to protect the little animals on this island. It's okay, 17. The tournament only takes one day. During that day, I can have Android 16 come and look after the island for you. 16. Then why don't you have Android 16 participate in the tournament? 16A, unlike you and 18, doesn't have unlimited stamina. Then I'll think about it. No problem, there's still nearly 2 months. 2 months. Android 17 was speechless. With so much time left, why was he looking for him now? So 17, do you know where 18 is? No, I haven't seen 18 in a long time. Is that so? Then I'll take my leave. Android 17 nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission to return home. After returning home, Son Gohan used the celestial mirror again to find Android 18. At that moment, Android 18 was taking a walk alone in the park. Long time no see, 18. Son Gohan walked over with a smile and greeted 18. Android 18 nodded. Son Gohan, what are you doing here? I came specifically to find you. Specifically to find me. There's a very important tournament. If you're willing to participate, I'll give you 100 million. Android 18 looked at Son Gohan with a smile. Son Gohan, you're quite generous. If I didn't know you own a company worth several trillion, I'd definitely say that. You. How do you know I have a company worth several trillion? Things like that are easy to find out with a little investigation. Little investigation. So 18, what would it take for you to join? 200 million. 18, you're really what? Really good at making money. No matter how much I make, it's still less than your pocket change. Son Gohan smiled without a word. So when does this tournament start? About nearly 2 months from now. Android 18 was speechless. With so much time left, why did he come to her so early? She had already started thinking in her heart about how to spend that 200 million. And now he tells her she has to wait 2 more months. Are you messing with me? No, I was just afraid you wouldn't agree, so I came to ask you in advance. Android 18 snorted coldly. How did you know I was here? I know everything. Then guess if he'll agree to join. You will. But I think you're going to raise the price again. Android 18 smiled at Son Gohan. If I'd known you understood me so well, I would have made you my boyfriend back then. Is that so? What a pity. So how much are you going to add? How about 10 million? Too little. 20. Android 18 shook her head. 30. Android 18 shook her head again. 40, that's my final offer. Then 40 it is. All right, it's settled. Android 18 nodded. So 18, if there's nothing else, will be going. I don't go by 18 anymore. My name is Lazuli. Lazuli. Lazuli nodded. Okay, I'll remember that. After saying this, Son Gohan flew into the sky. Now there's only Reg left. Forget it'll find him later. At Son Goku's house in West City. Returning home, Son Gohan saw Pan playing in the yard. Pan, Daddy. Pan quickly ran up to him upon seeing Son Gohan. Just then Videl also came over. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and picked up Pan. Gohan, Dad said. You're looking for 18 to join this tournament. Although Videl was already married to Son Gohan, she was still a bit bothered by his old joke. Son Gohan's comment to Ragus that Lazuli was his master's wife was just a joke. Of course, it was undeniable that Son Gohan had once been attracted to the beautiful 18. But as he grew older, and with Videl by his side, that feeling faded with time. It was like the innocence of youth. Yes, what about it? Nothing, just curious. Son Gohan smiled. Could you be jealous? Who? Who's jealous? The jealousy king of Orange Star High, Videl. Gohan, are you asking for a beating? Videl clenched her fists. No, I'm just joking. Son Gohan said, stepping back with Pan. Time flew by, and more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Now there was only half a month left until the Tournament of Power. In the realm of the gods of destruction of the 7th universe, Broly, after over a month of training, had finally mastered the controlled giant ape form. As for the legendary Super Saiyan form, he still couldn't control it. Thus Son Goku and Whis were discussing how to help Broly master that transformation. Broly possessed immense power. If he could control the legendary Super Saiyan form, he would undoubtedly become a formidable asset to the 7th universe. Broly, Whis said, to master the power of a Super Saiyan, you must first learn to control your emotions. Whis nodded. Look at Goku. He has excellent control over his emotions. Broly cast a profound glance at Son Goku and nodded in agreement. Just then the staff in Whis' hand began to glow. Glancing at it, he saw it was a communication from the Grand Priest and immediately answered. Father. The Grand Priest nodded. Father, is there something you need? Nothing much. The Tournament of Power begins in half a month. Lord Zeno wishes to know if you are prepared. We are almost ready. Is that so? By the way, Lord Zeno has declared that the universe of any team eliminated from the tournament will be erased entirely. The entire universe. Whis was startled. The Grand Priest nodded. If there is nothing else, shall we end the call here? Whis nodded. Seeing this, the Grand Priest ended the communication. What's wrong, Whis? Vegeta asked, walking over from a distance. The universe of any team eliminated in this tournament of power will be erased by Lord Zeno. Erased? Yes. The entire 7th universe will be erased by Lord Zeno. The entire universe. Vegeta was horrified. His thoughts immediately turned to his newborn daughter. That's right. So you and Goku absolutely cannot lose this match. Vegeta nodded gravely. Then he turned around and resumed his training with even greater fervor. In the southern galaxy of the 7th universe, a massive disc-shaped spaceship was traveling through space. This was Leg's spaceship. After subjugating a large portion of Frieza's army, Leg had now crowned himself king. He was lounging on a soft sofa, savoring a fine red wine offered by his subordinates, when a figure suddenly appeared. Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Son Gohan smiled. Long time no see, Leg. Looks like you're living the good life now. Leg snorted coldly. Just say it. What do you want from me? Nothing much, really. I wanted to invite you to a tournament. A tournament? Yes. Many powerful warriors from other universes will be participating. Interested? Other universes? That's right. There are 12 universes in total. Ours is the 7th universe. Will you be participating? Yes, but we'll be on the same team, so you can't attack me. I see. What a pity. Pity. Did you want to fight me? Is that not allowed? Leg chuckled. It's allowed. But if you fight me, you have to agree to join the tournament. Deal? Fine. Leg thought for a moment and nodded. Then how about we fight on another planet? Son Gohan walked up to Leg. Leg nodded and rose from his chair. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission, taking Leg to a barren, uninhabited planet. Leg surveyed his surroundings and quickly transformed into his Super Saiyan 4 form. Huh? Son Gohan shouted, also transforming into a Super Saiyan 4. Then moving at the speed of light, they charged at each other. An incredibly fierce battle erupted on the planet. After a long while, Son Gohan defeated Leg once again. Compared to before, Leg's power had grown considerably. You've gotten stronger. So what? I still lost to you in the end, Leg retorted with a cold snort. Son Gohan smiled. Oh, I forgot to mention Vegeta and Broly are also on our team. Broly. Hearing this, Leg seemed to recall something. Hey, Son Gohan, was it you who sent me to Planet Vampa to fight Broly back then? Son Gohan's expression immediately turned sheepish. Leg, what are you talking about? Me? Send you to Planet Vampa to fight Broly? Leg snorted. Don't play dumb. Who else would do something like that? It really wasn't me. All right. I won't dwell on the past. But after this tournament, I want to have another match with Broly. You want to fight Broly again? If not, I won't participate in the tournament. Final talk to Broly about it. Leg nodded. By the way, aside from my 2 brothers and your father, are there any other Saiyans in the universe? There's Trunks, Bra, Goten, and Pan. Trunks, Bra, Goten, Pan. Trunks and Bra are Vegeta's son and daughter. Goten is my little brother and Pan is my daughter. Your little brother? Yeah. How old is he? He's 13. Only 13. Yeah, why? Nothing. I was just thinking of finding a Saiyan for my daughter. Son Gohan smirked and handed him a senzu bean. Should I take you back? Yes. Leg nodded. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission to return Leg to his spaceship. Back in the realm of the gods of destruction of the 7th universe, Broly was sitting on a large boulder meditating. A figure suddenly appeared. It was Son Gohan. Gohan. Son Goku, who had been training, stopped and walked over upon seeing him. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, you want to see Leg? How did it go? He agreed, but he has one condition. A condition? He wants to fight Broly again after the tournament. I don't think that should be a problem. Son Gohan nodded. By the way, Gohan Whis said that the universe of any team eliminated from the tournament will be erased by Lord Zeno. The entire universe. Yes. So we absolutely cannot lose this match. Son Goku's expression was serious. Son Gohan nodded. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the Tournament of Power had finally arrived. Universe 7 Earth. West City at the Brief's residence. Whis had already arrived in the backyard ready to take Son Gohan and the others to the arena of the Tournament of Power, the World of Void. As this tournament concerned the fate of their entire universe, Kuririn and the others also accompanied them to the World of Void to cheer for Son Goku and his team. They were now lining up one by one to enter Whis' transportation cube. Seeing the cube already so crowded, Lazuli spoke with a hint of disdain. Son Gohan, do you have any other means of transportation? No. Son Gohan replied with an awkward chuckle. Very well then. Seeing this, Lazuli reluctantly stood up. Once everyone was on board, Whis looked at Son Gohan. Gohan, is everyone here? I believe so. Is that so? Then let us depart. Whis said, flying to the top of the cube and waving his staff, controlling it to ascend upwards. The World of Void. The Omni King was sitting on a sofa chair atop a floating boulder. The Grand Minister stood before him while the 2 attendants flanked the Omni King. Below the Omni King lay a massive spinning tip-shaped arena. Thousands of meters away, a circular spectator stands surrounded the arena. Goku, aren't they here yet? The Omni King asked, looking at his tablet with boredom. Let me see. The Grand Minister raised his staff to check. Your Majesty, Goku and the others are already on their way. They should arrive shortly. Is that so? That's wonderful. The Grand Minister nodded. Just then a transportation cube flew in from beyond the world of void. Controlling the cube as it flew inward was a twin-tailed female angel named Margarita, the Angel of Universe 11. The contestants from Universe 11 have arrived, Your Majesty. Upon hearing this, the Omni King's face lit up with anticipation. One by one, the other universes followed. Son Gohan's universe was the 10th to enter. Although only 8 universes were competing in this tournament, the Supreme Kais gods of destruction and angels from the other 4 universes were also invited to watch. Goku, seeing Son Goku and the others approach, the Omni King immediately shouted joyfully. Your Majesty. Son Goku replied with a smile. The Omni King nodded. Goku, you must do your best this time. I will give it my all, Your Majesty. The Omni King nodded. The gods of destruction, angels, and Supreme Kais from other universes, noticing the seemingly special bond between Son Goku and the Omni King, began to discuss curiously among themselves. Who is he? He seems to be on very good terms with the Omni King. Lord Vermoud, he is Son Goku. Margarita said. Son Goku. Is he the one who made the Omni King hold this tournament? Yes, Lord Vermoud. Margarita nodded. Upon hearing this, the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais from other universes began to regard Son Goku as an enemy. If not for Son Goku, the Omni King would never have held this tournament of power, and there would be no calamity of universes being erased. Just then the final 2 universes arrived. The Grand Minister stepped before the Omni King and addressed the deities. Contestants and spectators, first of all, thank you all for coming to the world of void to participate in the tournament of power hosted by the Omni King. Before the tournament begins, I wish to explain the rules. The duration of this tournament is 100 tacks. The pillar at the center of the arena will begin to sink at the start of the match, and the tournament will conclude when it is level with the ground. The gravity for all contestants is set to that of their home planet. A contestant is eliminated only by falling off the arena. Those who lose consciousness or are incapacitated are not eliminated as long as they remain on the platform. Eliminated contestants will be automatically transported to the spectator stands. The use of weapons other than one's own techniques is forbidden. Causing the death of an opponent is prohibited. Techniques that prevent falling by hovering in the air are not allowed, but contestants with natural wings may use them to fly. The use of any tools to aid in recovery is forbidden. Offenders will be disqualified, and severe cases will result in immediate erasure. The match will be a free-for-all. The 8 participating universes may send 10 contestants to the arena. Furthermore, the universes of those eliminated in this tournament will be erased by the Omni King. If there are any questions about the rules, please ask me now. Grand Minister, may I ask why Universe 8 does not have to participate? A yellow-skinned mouse inquired. His name was Quitella, the god of destruction of Universe 4. This is because the mortal level of your 8 universes did not meet the standard. The mortal level did not meet the standard. Correct. The Omni King initially intended to erase all 8 of your universes, but after consideration decided to give you a chance. A chance? Yes. The victorious universe will not only be spared from erasure, but will also receive the opportunity to make a wish with the Super Dragon Balls. Upon hearing this, Quitella began to ponder silently. Does anyone else have any questions? The Grand Minister looked at the other gods of destruction. Beerus and the others shook their heads. Your Majesty, is there anything you wish to add? The Grand Minister turned to the Omni King. Nothing to add. When can the tournament start? Soon. As soon as the contestants from each universe are on the arena, the match can begin. Then let them step onto the arena. As you wish, Your Majesty. The Grand Minister then addressed Son Goku and the others. Since the Omni King has spoken, let the contestants from each universe proceed to the arena. The Supreme Kais and gods of destruction of each universe then gave final instructions to their respective teams. This tournament concerned the fate of their entire universe, so every contestant bore a tremendous burden of responsibility and hope. After all the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais had finished their instructions, all the contestants stepped onto the arena. I now declare the tournament of power officially begun. The Grand Minister announced to the deities as he saw all the contestants on the arena. As he spoke, the pillar in the center of the arena began to sink. Son Goku and Son Gohan stood back-to-back surveying their surroundings. Now that the match had begun, aside from Universe 7, the contestants from all other universes were their enemies. Son Gohan. Just then a red wolf-like figure darted out from the crowd. It was Basil, who had once been possessed by a rak. Basil. Son Gohan smiled at Basil. Gohan, you know him. Son Gohan nodded. Huh. At that moment, Basil rushed before Son Gohan and kicked fiercely at him with both feet. Son Gohan shifted his body, effortlessly evading Basil's kick. Damn it! Basil roared in fury, thrusting his right foot forward with all his might. Son Gohan dodged again, his right fist striking like lightning toward Basil's face. Bang! With a thunderous impact, Basil's body hurtled outward like a ray of light. Just then a towering blue werewolf caught Basil with both hands. This man was named Bergamo, a warrior from Universe 9 and the eldest of the trio of dangers. Big brother. Bergamo nodded. This Son Gohan is no pushover. I think we should retreat for now and find another way to deal with him later. All right, big brother, I'll follow your lead. With that, Bergamo immediately led Basil to another part of the arena. Son Goku, they fled. Son Gohan nodded. Son Gohan, we just need to knock them off the platform, right? Rag asked. Yes, but no killing. Good, got it. With that, Rag charged toward Universe 3's camp. Gohan, is Rag going solo? Piccolo asked. Yeah, and there's nothing I can do to restrain him. Why restrain him? All we have to do is knock them all off the platform. Vegeta chuckled. Piccolo, Vegeta. With that, Vegeta immediately sought out warriors from other universes. Son Gohan glanced at Ragus, Majin Buu, and Piccolo. Currently within the team, these three were the only ones likely to follow his orders. Uncle Piccolo, Ragus, Majin Buu, stick with me. All right. The three nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately led them to search for warriors from other universes. After a moment, Son Gohan encountered a human with bird-like feet named Ganos, a warrior from Universe 4. Beside Ganos stood a green-furred werewolf named Shosa, also a warrior from Universe 4. Brother, there are two. Son Gohan nodded. They'll take the Birdman, you handle the werewolf. Fine. Ragus nodded. With that, Son Gohan immediately charged at Ganos. Seeing Son Gohan approach, a sinister grin spread across Ganos' face. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of green energy spheres shot from Ganos' hands towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan vanished in a flash, appearing before Ganos in an instant, and struck his abdomen with a powerful right fist. With a violent impact, Ganos' body flew like a beam to the edge of the arena. Ganos! Shosa shouted toward Ganos upon seeing this. Glass! Ragus roared, summoning a mass of glass around her body and attacking Shosa. Overwhelmed by the torrent of glass shards, Shosa failed to dodge in time, and a shard pierced his right arm. Glass Dragon! Ragus shouted, shaping the glass around her into a dragon form that surged straight toward Shosa. Wow! It's a dragon, a dragon. The Omni King's eyes sparkled at the sight of Ragus' glass dragon. The Grand Minister nodded. Shosa raised his arms to block. Boom! Under the immense force of the glass dragon, Shosa was pushed back to the edge of the arena. Shosa, a giant demon-like figure with a ponytail, shouted, rushing swiftly to Shosa's side to help him withstand the glass dragon. His name was Nink, a warrior renowned for his strength in Universe 4. Huh. With a mighty shout, Nink and Shosa together repelled the glass dragon. What? Ragus was startled. She hadn't expected her glass dragon to be blocked. Meanwhile, after being blasted to the edge of the arena, Ganos let out a fierce roar, transforming his head into that of a rooster, his body swelling with bulging muscles surrounded by yellow lightning. This was Ganos' rooster form. Turned into a fighting cock, you bastard. Ganos roared in anger, charging at Son Gohan with lightning speed. Son Gohan stood motionless. Just as Ganos was about to reach him, Son Gohan suddenly used time stop and thrust his right fist forward with full force. Bang! With a deafening impact, Ganos' body shot out of the arena like a ray. Lord Omni King Ganos of Universe 4 is eliminated. The Grand Minister announced. Universe 4? Yes. Hearing this, the Omni King searched for Ganos' icon on the divine tablet and pressed it. When the icon dimmed, it signified the warrior's elimination. Someone's already out. Kampa said, a hint of tension in his voice. Indeed, Lord Kampa. Vado smiled. You don't seem nervous at all. Of course not, because angels are exempt from erasure. Vados laughed. Exempt from erasure. That's right. Even if Lord Kampa is erased, I won't be erased by Lord Omni King. Damn it. Why aren't you subject to erasure? This is unfair, completely unfair. Kampa fumed. Just then the Grand Minister cast a cold glance at him. Kampa immediately fell silent. Son Gohan. Nink set his gaze fixed on Son Gohan with gravity. Nink, should we attack together? No, the match has just begun. Many universes haven't made their moves yet. I think we should conserve our strength. Shosa nodded. With that, Nink immediately led Shosa in retreat. Don't run. Ragus shouted, about to give chase, but Son Gohan called her back. Ragus, don't chase them. All right. Ragus nodded. On Son Goku's side, after parting from Son Gohan and the others, he encountered Hit from Universe 6. Son Goku. Son Goku chuckled. Hit, we meet again. Hit nodded. Son Goku let out a battle cry and charged at Hit. Hit vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Son Goku. Hit. Sorry, Son Goku, I can't fight you right now. Can't fight me. Yes. If we both make it to the end, he'll fight you then. Alright, it's a deal. Hit nodded. Seeing this, Son Goku immediately went to find other opponents. On Vegeta's side, after separating from Son Goku and the others, he encountered a woman with light green long hair named Rewritten, a warrior from Universe 2. Seeing that Rewritten was a woman, Vegeta felt a deep disdain in his heart. However, remembering this was a match, he still charged toward her. Transform. At that moment, Rewritten became an extremely obese and ugly woman. Vegeta, who had intended to attack Rewritten, immediately halted upon seeing her transformed appearance. Rewritten was so hideous that he simply did not wish to lay a hand on her. Seizing the opportunity, Rewritten gathered an energy wave in her hands and attacked Vegeta. Vegeta dodged while swatting away Rewritten's energy blasts. Just then, Rewritten formed a large pink sphere of energy in her hands and launched it at Vegeta. Vegeta raised his hand, gathering a golden energy that collided with Rewritten's attack. Boom. Moments later, both energies dissipated like fireworks. Vegeta still felt reluctant to fight her due to her appearance. At that moment, he caught sight of Son Goku approaching. Kakarot, this one's yours. With that, Vegeta immediately sped off to another part of the arena. Vegeta. Son Goku was taken aback. He was just passing by. How was this his responsibility? Watching from the stands, Bulma was also puzzled. How could Vegeta with his immense strength be afraid of a woman? Seeing Vegeta flee, Rewritten thought he was scared of her, and her confidence soared. Son Goku, your comrade has run away. Now it's your turn. You know me. Rewritten snorted coldly. How could we not know the one who forced us into the tournament of power? Is that so? Son Goku immediately assumed a fighting stance. Meanwhile, after separating from Son Goku and the others, Broly encountered a tan dinosaur-like humanoid warrior named Boon from Universe 11. The two were engaged in a fierce battle. Boom. With a sound like a raging storm, Boon's body was sent flying like a ray of light. Suddenly, a tan figure appeared, catching Boon with his hand. This was Toppo, the leader of the Pride Troopers from Universe 11. Captain. Toppo nodded. This one's not ordinary. He'll handle him. Yes, Captain. Boon nodded. Seeing this, Broly's expression hardened. Huh. With a loud shout, Broly charged at Toppo first. Toppo clenched his right fist and met the charge. Over with Son Gohan. After Nink and the others fled, he and his group encountered Nigrishi, a warrior from Universe 3. Nigrishi was a modified warrior from Universe 3. Equipped with camouflage technology, he possessed incredible agility, acrobatic punches and kicks, and was also a skilled technician. Son Gohan. Nigrishi addressed him. You know me. I've heard of you. Is that so? Son Gohan immediately charged at Nigrishi. Startled, Nigrishi quickly became alert. Whoosh. In an instant, Son Gohan vanished and reappeared before Nigrishi, swinging his right fist with force. Bang! Son Gohan's right fist struck Nigrishi's abdomen, sending him flying backward. Nigrishi of Universe 3 is eliminated. Gio. The Omni King immediately pressed Nigrishi's icon. Nigrishi. Pepperoni, a warrior from Universe 3, washed with growing anger. Despite his fury, he did not lose his composure. Nigrishi was stronger than him, and he knew he could not defeat Son Gohan with his current strength. With this in mind, Pepperoni looked at his teammates Koitsukai Panchia and Bororita, all modified warriors resembling standard robots. Koitsukai Panchia, Bororita, things look grim. I think you three should fuse. Kai, Chia, Bora. The three responded in their own languages, then joined hands to fuse. With a blinding white light, they merged into a single humanoid warrior, Koikurator. Seeing this, Pepperoni smiled faintly. Koikurator targets Son Gohan. Koikurator fired a green beam from its eyes at Son Gohan. Son Gohan sidestepped to evade. Boom. The beam struck the ground, causing an explosion. The arena floor was torn up, sending debris flying. Whoosh. Koikurator moved at high speed, appearing before Son Gohan and striking. Son Gohan sidestepped and punched Koikurator's abdomen. Bang. With a violent impact, Koikurator was knocked back. Koikurator. Pepperoni was alarmed, his expression growing grave. Son Gohan smirked and moved swiftly toward Koikurator. In an instant, he was before it, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast punches and kicks. Koikurator raised its arms to block. Bang, bang, bang. Under Son Gohan's assault, it was forced steadily backward. Koikurator. Pepperoni grew anxious. It seems the only way to defeat Son Gohan is for me to fuse with Koikurator. Saying this, Pepperoni raised his staff and fused with Koikurator. With a brilliant flash, a giant figure appeared, its skin white, its eyes and energy core on its head glowing red. This was the fusion of Koikurator and Pepperoni. Oniraza. Another fusion. Son Gohan tensed and stepped back. Oniraza sneered and slammed its right fist into the ground, creating a red fissure that transported its fist directly beneath Son Gohan's feet. Startled, Son Gohan quickly dodged. Oniraza then pounded the ground with both fists, unleashing attacks from all directions that converged on Son Gohan. Son Gohan's expression turned solemn as his hair shimmered with silver streaks, and his irises shifted to a silver-gray hue, deftly evading Anaraza's assaults. This was the nascent form of Ultra Instinct. Is this? Videl gazed at Son Gohan's appearance, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. At that moment, Son Gohan surged forward like a streak of white light, charging straight at Oniraza. Oniraza sneered, hurling energy spheres from both hands towards Son Gohan. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Son Gohan dodged each blast while closing in on Oniraza. Damn it! Oniraza roared in fury, suddenly sprouting a pair of purple wings from his back. He then shot swiftly into the sky. Son Gohan stomped the ground with his right foot and soared into the air as well. Oniraza bellowed, unleashing a crimson beam from his mouth to attack Son Gohan. Son Gohan sidestepped, closing in rapidly before Oniraza, and struck forward with both fists. Bang! 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 Son Gohan's fists hammered into Oniraza's face, forcing him to stagger backward. Oniraza, the god of destruction from Universe 3, Air gasped in shock. Pepperoni and the others had fused into the mightiest warrior Oniraza, yet even so they were on the losing end. Just as Air's astonishment peaked, Son Gohan kicked downward with his right foot, slamming Oniraza viciously into the ground. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the impact. Whoosh! Thud! Son Gohan descended from midair, observing the immense dust cloud rising from the ground. After a moment, as the dust settled, Oniraza scrambled to his feet, seething with rage as he glared at Son Gohan. Huh! Son Gohan let out a fierce shout and charged at Oniraza. Spreading his purple wings wide, Oniraza rushed forward to meet him. Whoosh! Thud! 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 In the blink of an eye, they closed the distance and clashed in a fierce melee. Bang! With a heavy punch, Son Gohan's right fist drove into Oniraza's chest, sending him reeling backward. Piccolo, this guy is incredible, holding his own against Gohan for so long. Ragus nodded in agreement. Huh. At that instant, Oniraza roared, unleashing a barrage of purple energy waves from both hands towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan dodged and weaved while advancing. Soon Son Gohan was before Oniraza, stomping the ground and lunging forward. Suddenly, the antenna on Oniraza's head fired a crimson beam at Son Gohan. Son Gohan shifted left swiftly, closing in, and struck with his right fist at the energy furnace atop Oniraza's head. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the energy furnace shattered. Oniraza let out an agonizing scream, his aura instantly weakening. The energy furnace is broken, Air exclaimed in shock. The furnace was the source of Oniraza's power. Its destruction would drastically diminish his strength. With his energy furnace shattered, Oniraza's face twisted in terror. Even at his peak, he was no match for Son Gohan. Now he was even more outclassed. At this thought, Oniraza involuntarily stepped back. Son Gohan also retreated, not out of fear, but to knock him off the arena. After stepping back, Son Gohan quickly cupped his hands together. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. A deep blue energy wave coalesced in his hands, shooting toward Oniraza. Oniraza raised his arms to block the incoming Kamehameha. Boom. The wave struck him, pushing him backward. Piccolo, Ragus, and Majin Buu saw this, and immediately fired their own energy waves at Oniraza. Huh. With a unified shout, the four combined forces knocked Oniraza off the arena. Universe 3's Kutsukai, Panchia Bororita, and Pepperoni are eliminated, declared the Grand Minister. Gio. The Omni King pressed the icons of the four. After falling from the arena, the four were instantly teleported back to Universe 3's spectator seats. Air, seeing them return, addressed the other Universe 3 fighters. Yuko, whatever you do, don't engage Son Gohan and his team first. Hearing this, the Universe 3 fighters immediately turned and fled. Though it was a tournament, it had only just begun, and they had no desire to be eliminated so soon. After all, they still wished to prolong their existence. Over at Leg's location, Leg was currently locked in battle with Universe SIXS Batamo and What Magetta. Though individually unimpressive, their combined efforts posed some challenge. But that was all it was, a minor challenge. Interesting. I didn't expect to find someone in the universe immune to attacks like you. Leg said with a grin to Batamo. Batamo remained silent, his eyes fixed intently on Leg. However, strong defense without offensive capability is futile. As he spoke, Leg fired an energy wave at What Magetta with his right hand. With a thunderous boom, the wave struck What Magetta exploded. Magetta, seizing the moment without What Magetta's interference, Leg swiftly closed in on Batamo and delivered a barrage of punches. Under Leg's assault, Batamo was driven back step by step. Kampa, watching, grew anxious. Kaba, go help Batamo now. Yes, Lord Kampa. Kaba heeded the order and dashed toward Leg. Bang! Spotting Kaba, Leg first forced Batamo back. With a fierce roar, Kaba clenched his right fist and struck at Leg. Leg sidestepped slightly, evading the blow. Kaba was startled. Then Leg swung a punch at Kaba. Bang! Leg's right fist connected with Cabba's face, sending him flying. A girl with a spiky hairstyle quickly rushed to Cabba's side. Her name was Kale, a female Saiyan from Universe 6. Kale? Kale nodded. This guy's no ordinary foe. I think we should fight him with our full power. Full power. Kale nodded and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Leg was taken aback. Super Saiyan. That's right, old man, a Super Saiyan. What's your relationship with Son Goku? Kale chuckled. It's nothing much, just that he and I are both Saiyans. Reg said. Saiyans. You're a Saiyan too. Reg was speechless. His tail was so obvious behind him, yet she still couldn't recognize him as a Saiyan. Yes. As Reg spoke, he immediately charged toward Caulifla. Caulifla was startled and likewise rushed at Reg. Soon they clashed before each other, engaging in combat. After a brief exchange of blows, Caulifla was swiftly sent staggering back by a punch from Reg. Caulifla, how about we join forces against him? Cabba swiftly approached Caulifla's side and said. Caulifla nodded. With that, Cabba instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged at Reg alongside Caulifla. Reg let out a cold laugh, clenching both fists tightly. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4. Cabba was startled, but still pressed forward toward Reg. Reg flickered, and in an instant appeared before Cabba, driving his right fist forcefully into Cabba's chin. Cabba's body shot backward like a ray of light. Cabba, seeing this, Caulifla clenched her fist in fury and swung it at Reg. Reg sidestepped, driving his right knee into Caulifla's abdomen. With a resounding crash, Caulifla was sent flying, slamming violently into a massive mountain behind her. A great cloud of dust rose from the mountain. At that moment, Cabba was knocked off the arena. Universe 6, the Cabba is eliminated. Geo. Upon hearing this, the Omni King immediately pressed Cabba icon. Damn it, how does Universe 7 have so many powerful Saiyans? Kampa gritted his teeth. I don't know. Vados shook her head. Just then, Beerus, seated not far from Kampa, suddenly spoke with smugness. Kampa, we've got 2 extra Saiyans this time. Besides, Reg Broly is also incredibly strong. Hearing this, Kampa felt a surge of anger. Beerus, what are you gloating about? Don't forget your Goku and Vegeta both lost to our hit. Beerus chuckled. But your hit also lost to our Gohan. Bastard. Silence. Just as the two were bickering, the Omni King suddenly glared at them coldly. Yai's Omni King. Both were so terrified they dared not breathe. Only when the Omni King looked away did they dare to inhale. On the arena, as the dust around the mountain cleared, Caulifla was pinned against it, no longer in her Super Saiyan form. Reg cast a cold glance at Caulifla, preparing to toss her off the stage. A woman with black hair tied in a ponytail and wearing bracelet-like earrings appeared. This was Kale, a female Saiyan from Universe 6 and Caulifla's junior. Reg glanced at Kale, then swiftly dashed toward Caulifla. Damn it, what do we do now? Kampa said anxiously. Lord Kampa, it's Caulifla and the others fighting now. Even if we're anxious, it's useless. Bastard. Kampa gritted his teeth in fury. Just then a figure suddenly appeared before Reg. It was Hit. Reg let out a cold laugh, swiftly raising his right fist to strike. Hit stood motionless. Whoosh. With a soft sound, Reg's fist passed through Hit's body. Reg was startled. Then Hit shouted to Kale on the ground. Kale, take Caulifla away quickly. Kale nodded and swiftly moved to Caulifla's side, pulling the unconscious Caulifla off the mountain. Excellent. Seeing Caulifla rescued, Kampa felt a surge of joy. Reg snorted coldly, continuing his assault on Hit. Whoosh. Swish swish. All of Reg's attacks missed Hit. Damn it. Reg roared in anger, gathering a massive energy wave in his hands and hurling it at Hit. Hit's expression shifted slightly. He had been using the time skip technique. The time skip technique involved creating a phantom of himself in reality while his true body hid within a space forged from stored time. Now that Reg's attack was omnidirectional, Hit could no longer remain hidden in the time skip space. As Hit revealed his true form, Reg ceased his energy wave assault and charged at him. In the blink of an eye, Reg was before Hit, striking forward. Soon the two were locked in fierce combat on the ground. Kampa watched the two on the stage, a sudden thought striking him. Fusion, that's it. We can fuse. Fusion. Yes, Vados, borrow the Patera earrings and give them to Caulifla and the others. Patera earrings. But wouldn't that break the rules? Break the rules. Didn't that guy just use a staff to fuse? Very well then. Upon hearing this, Vados went to borrow the Patera earrings from the Supreme Kai of Universe 6, Ophiwa, and teleported them to the arena. Kale stared blankly at the Patera earrings that appeared out of thin air. Just then, Kampa's shout rang out from the spectator stands. Kale, these are Patera earrings. If you and Caulifla wear them on opposite ears, you can fuse. Upon hearing this, Rumshi and the others sneered in disdain. Fuse, eh? Yes, don't you want to give that Reg a good thrashing? Kale thought it over, then placed one earring on her left ear. Just then, Caulifla suddenly awoke. Senpai. Caulifla nodded. And that guy, eh? He's fighting Hit now. Is that so? By the way, Senpai, Lord Kampa just gave us fusion earrings. If you put them on, we can fuse. Fuse, eh? Kale nodded. Then give me the earrings. Sure, Senpai. Caulifla took the patera earring and placed it on her left ear. Why isn't it working? Oh, Lord Kampa said we need to wear them on opposite ears. Hearing this, Caulifla immediately removed the earring and put it on her right ear. With a blinding flash of light, the two fused into one, and a woman resembling both Caulifla and Kale appeared. This was their fusion Kefla. After appearing, Kefla wore a confident smile as she gazed at Reg. At this moment, Hit locked in combat with Reg was thoroughly outmatched. With a thunderous crash, Hit's body was sent flying with tremendous force. Reg let out a cold sneer, gathering a golden energy in his right hand, preparing to blast him off the platform. Just then, Kefla let out a fierce shout and dashed in front of Hit. Who are you? Kefla smiled lightly. My name is Kefla, the fusion of Kale and Caulifla. Fusion? That's right, so you better be prepared. With just you? Reg sneered coldly. Hearing this, Kefla clenched her fists tightly, unleashing an astonishing aura that surged upward with immense power. With a mighty cry, Kefla's hair turned a vivid turquoise, her eyes shifted to a pale blue, and a green flame-like aura enveloped her entire body. This was undoubtedly the Super Saiyan form. A green Super Saiyan. Reg exclaimed in shock. Kefla smiled and charged at Reg. In the blink of an eye, Kefla was before Reg, launching her attack. Reg sidestepped with effortless grace, evading her strike with ease. Startled, Kefla found herself on the receiving end of a swift kick from Reg, which struck her face with brutal force. Her body hurtled backward like a beam, crashing into a colossal mountain behind her. The mountain erupted in a cloud of dust and debris. Is this all the power your fusion can muster? Reg taunted coldly. Damn it. Gritting her teeth, Kefla climbed out of the mountain. With a fierce yell, she unleashed a barrage of energy blasts toward Reg. Reg dodged and weaved, closing in on Kefla. On the other side of the arena, Broly and Topo were locked in an intense, brutal battle. With a resounding boom, their right fists collided with tremendous force, generating a shockwave that swept through the air. After a tense standoff, Broly clenched his fist and drove Topo back with a single powerful blow. Damn it! Topo roared in fury, charging at Broly once more. As Broly fought with increasing ferocity, his strength soared. Topo, who had initially matched him, was now pushed into a desperate disadvantage. Captain, a long-eared rabbit strikingly similar to Beerus, rushed to Topo's side, joining forces to attack Broly. This was Dispo, the vanguard captain of Universe 11's Pride Troopers. With Dispo's intervention, Broly was forced back step by step under their combined assault. Just then a figure appeared and struck at the duo. It was Vegeta. His arrival shifted the tide once more. With a thunderous impact, Broly sent Dispo flying with a single punch. Dispo! Topo cried out, retreating hastily. Dispo, are you alright? I'm fine, Captain. Topo breathed a slight sigh of relief. Vegeta. Broly glanced at Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly in response, saying nothing. Meanwhile, on the other side, even after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Kefla was no match for Reg. She now lay defeated on the ground. It seems their fusion isn't all that impressive after all, Beerus remarked with a smirk. Kampa gritted his teeth in frustration. He hadn't expected their fusion to be so weak. Reg gazed at the fallen Kefla, gathering golden energy in his hand to knock her off the platform. At that moment, Kefla rose abruptly, clenching her fists with immense force. With a primal roar, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from her. The entire arena trembled violently under her influence. Reg was taken aback. Kefla's muscles swelled further, her green aura morphing into a blazing jet-like form, crackling with lightning as energy radiated from her. This was the Super Saiyan 2 form. With a shout, Kefla released the gathered energy. Seeing this, Reg dispersed the energy in his hand. All right, Reg, let's begin round 2. Kefla declared confidently. Very well, show me the extent of your transformed power, Reg said, charging at Kefla. In an instant, Reg was before Kefla, engaging in a fierce explosive clash. After a moment, Reg landed a powerful punch, sending her reeling. Gohan, standing at the center of the arena, watched both battles, uncertain whom to aid. On one side was the arrogant Vegeta, on the other the equally arrogant Reg. Neither seemed to need his help. He'll help Broly first, Gohan decided, leading Piccolo and the others toward Universe 11. Gohan. Topo, locked in combat with Vegeta, grew serious at the sight of them. He had witnessed Gohan's battle against Oniraza earlier. Though brief, it had showcased Gohan's formidable skill, especially Gohan's precise reflexes. Captain, 3 more Universe 11 fighters appeared beside Topo. One was a short blue-skinned figure with ram horns named Zoirei, a member of the Pride Troopers. Beside Zoirei stood a woman with pink skin and long violet-pink hair named Cocotte, also of the Pride Troopers. Next to Cocotte was a muscular man with teal skin, deep blue hair, and a beard named Taba, another Pride Trooper. Zoirei, Cocotte, Taba. The three nodded in acknowledgement. Captain, focus on Broly. I'll well handle Gohan and his group. All right, but be careful. Though reluctant, Topo had no choice but to let them engage as he was pinned down by Broly. The three turned their gaze toward Gohan. So you three wish to be my opponents? Son Gohan smiled. Kokot's expression turned grave as she spoke. Taba's where I believe we should attack together. Agreed. Both nodded in unison. With that, Taba immediately charged at Son Gohan, with Zwar and Kokati following closely behind. Gohan, shall I lend you a hand? At that moment, Majin Buu stepped forward and offered. Very well. Son Gohan nodded. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Taba's figure dashed before Son Gohan, his right fist thrusting forward with force. Son Gohan sidestepped nimbly and drove his own right fist into Taba's abdomen. Taba let out a sharp cry of agony as his body was sent hurtling backward. Taba! Kokati gasped in alarm. Transfiguration beam. Suddenly, Majin Buu fired a pink beam of light at the two opponents. The attack was so swift that Zwar was struck by the beam and transformed into a chocolate ball. Zwar! The onlookers gasped in astonishment, especially the Omni King seated upon his throne. That man has been turned into a chocolate ball. Indeed, Omni King. The Grand Minister nodded. Can he be changed back? Yes. The Grand Minister affirmed. Is that so? A look of eager anticipation spread across the Omni King's face. Zwar, witnessing this, Dispo immediately halted his battle with Broly and charged toward Majin Buu. Seeing this, Majin Buu quickly tossed the chocolate ball to Ragus. Ragus caught it, seeking an opportunity to hurl it off the arena. At that very moment, Son Gohan flickered before Kokati and delivered a powerful kick forward. Bang! A resounding impact echoed as Kokot's body was sent flying backward, crashing violently into a massive mountain behind her. The mountain erupted in a cloud of dust. Kokati. Taba gritted his teeth and swiftly rose to his feet. Suddenly, Son Gohan teleported before him and kicked him off the arena platform. Universe 11 Taba is eliminated. Huh. Just as Dispo reached Majin Buu, his fists and feet moved with the speed of light, launching a relentless assault. Majin Buu blocked and retreated step by step. Bang! Moments later, Dispo's flying kick sent Majin Buu hurtling hundreds of meters away. Glass! Ragus shouted as she launched an attack at Dispo. Dispo dodged swiftly. Seizing the chance, Ragus tossed the chocolate ball onto the arena floor. Whoosh! The chocolate ball was thrown off the arena and teleported back to the spectator stands of Universe 11. Marissita, can you turn Zwar back? Vermout asked. I am not well versed in magic. Perhaps we should ask Universe 7. Marissita replied. Hearing this, Vermout turned his gaze to the spectator area of Universe 7. Beerus, shouldn't that fat fellow from your universe turn Zwar back after turning him into a chocolate ball? Very well, I understand. Beerus said, and then called out to Majin Buu on the arena. Majin Buu, turn that guy you turned into a chocolate ball back to normal. Upon hearing this, Majin Buu aimed his antenna at the chocolate ball in Universe 11 and fired a restoration beam. Zwar quickly regained his human form. What happened to me? You were just turned into a chocolate ball, didn't you know? Vermout inquired. No. All I remember is being hit by a pink beam, and then nothing. Never mind, let's just watch the match. Zwar nodded. He's turned back. The Omni King's face lit up with wonder as he saw Zwar restored. The Grand Minister nodded. His name is Majin Buu, correct? Yes, Omni King. He truly is remarkable, turning people into chocolate balls. The Grand Minister smiled and nodded. Aside from chocolate balls, what else can he turn people into? I know not. The Grand Minister shook his head. Finding the Grand Minister rather dull, the Omni King turned his attention back to the arena. After Zwar's elimination, Kokati clambered out of the mountain, panting heavily. Son Gohan approached Majin Buu. Leave this one to me. You go after the others. All right. Majin Buu nodded. With that, Majin Buu dashed straight toward Kokati. Still unnerved by Zwar's transformation, Kokati hastily conjured a spherical alternate dimension around Majin Buu, hoping to trap him within. What is this? Majin Buu remarked, gazing at the dimension that confined him. Kokati smirked. This is an alternate dimension. It will keep you trapped inside. Is that so? Majin Buu clenched his right fist and punched the dimension Kokati had created. Crack. With a sound like shattering glass, the dimension fragmented like a spiderweb, crumbling to pieces. Kokati swallowed hard. This fat man. His strength was truly formidable. Yet this was a tournament, and the fate of her universe hung in the balance. Even fearing Majin Buu, she had no choice but to fight. With that resolve, Kokati let out a fierce cry and charged at Majin Buu. Meanwhile, after witnessing the clash between Majin Buu and Kokati, Dispo fixed his gaze on Son Gohan, standing before him. Son Gohan. Son Gohan acknowledged with a nod, raising his fists as he attacked Dispo. Startled, Dispo quickly raised his own fists to engage. Though Son Gohan was powerful, Dispo held the edge in speed. Bang! A heavy kick sent Son Gohan flying backward. Son Gohan calmly brushed the dust off his hands. With a roar of fury, Dispo dashed toward him at superliminal speed. Son Gohan smiled as his body entered the state of Ultra Instinct sign once more. In the blink of an eye, Dispo was before him, his fists and feet striking like beams of light. Son Gohan's movements were illusory, evading every one of Dispo's attacks. Could this be? Vermaud's face registered shock again as he witnessed Son Gohan's use of Ultra Instinct. I believe it is Ultra Instinct, Marissa stated. Ultra Instinct. At these words, all the gods of destruction were astounded. Ultra Instinct was a realm that even the gods found difficult to attain. However, Son Gohan's Ultra Instinct seems incomplete. Marissa continued. Incomplete. Makari nodded. Just then, Beerus, seated in Universe 7, suddenly burst into laughter. Not incomplete. It's just that dealing with you lot doesn't require the perfect form of Ultra Instinct. Perfect Ultra Instinct. Vermaud was taken aback. Could it be that Son Gohan has mastered the perfect form of Ultra Instinct? Exactly. Boom. The moment the words fell, Dispo's body shot forth like a ray of light, crashing violently into a colossal mountain behind him. The mountain erupted in a cloud of dust. Seeing this, Vermaud's expression turned grim. At that same moment, Kokot was knocked off the arena. Universe 11, Kokot eliminated. Geo. The Omni King pressed the icon on the divine tablet. How dare you? Dispo roared in fury, scrambling out of the mountain to glare at Son Gohan. Lightspeed mode. Dispo bellowed, his body radiating an immense purple aura as he charged at Son Gohan at speed surpassing light itself. Dispo's movement was so swift that even the Omni King's divine tablet, slowed to its maximum, could not capture his form. Whoosh! Son Gohan sidestepped left, evading Dispo's attack. So fast, too fast to even see. Can't see him, the Omni King remarked, unable to track Dispo's figure. Hearing this, the Grand Minister approached and adjusted the divine tablet for him. Yet even with the slow motion set to its maximum, the Omni King still couldn't perceive Dispo's movements. Your Majesty, his speed is too great. Even the divine tablet cannot capture him. Perhaps you might observe the other competitors' battles for now. The Omni King nodded. Still, his gaze lingered on Dispo's fight, curious whether Son Gohan could overcome Dispo in his light speed mode. On the arena, after evading, Son Gohan left a trail of dust kicked up by Dispo. Then Dispo halted and once again lunged at Son Gohan at superliminal speed. Son Gohan stood motionless. Just as Dispo was about to reach him, Son Gohan leaped upward, dodging the incoming charge. Gritting his teeth, Dispo tried to halt his momentum. At that moment, Son Gohan delivered a backward kick aimed at Dispo's back. His velocity too extreme, Dispo lost his balance and tumbled forward like a runaway vehicle, sending up a cloud of dust. Son Gohan landed on his feet, turning to face Dispo. Dispo planted his feet and braced himself with one hand, finally slowing to a stop. Though Dispo had halted, his eyes blazed with fury. Since becoming the vanguard captain of Universe 11's Pride Troopers, he had never encountered an opponent as formidable as Son Gohan. Son Gohan smiled. Still planning to use that speed of yours? Dispo snorted coldly. Even without that speed, I can still defeat you. With that, Dispo charged at Son Gohan. In the blink of an eye, he was upon him, throwing a flurry of punches with all his might. Son Gohan dodged and retreated step by step. No matter how Dispo attacked, he couldn't land a single blow. Damn it! Dispo let out a furious roar, throwing a full-force right punch. Then a devastating impact struck his abdomen. With a piercing scream, Dispo was sent flying backward like a ray of light. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous crashes followed as Dispo tore through several colossal mountains behind him, leaving gaping holes. Topo was startled. Seizing the moment of distraction, Vegeta kicked Topo hard, sending him flying. Elsewhere. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. 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 Kefla and Leg were locked in an intensely fierce battle. Despite Kefla's strength, she was outmatched against Leg in his super full-power Saiyan 4 form. Bang. A heavy kick sent Kefla hurtling close to the edge of the arena. Enough. This game ends now. Leg declared, gathering a massive energy sphere and launching it at Kefla. Kefla scrambled to her feet and caught the energy sphere. But its power was overwhelming. After a brief struggle, she was pushed off the arena. Universe 6 of Kale and Caulifla eliminated. Leg then turned his gaze toward Batamo and what Magetta. Thanks to the successive interventions of Hit and the others, the pair had yet to be knocked out. On Vegeta's front, Topo had finally steadied himself. He glanced at Dispo pinned within the mountain. Though still alive, Dispo was clearly gravely injured. Otherwise, he would have already emerged. Son Gohan. Topo clenched his fists. Before encountering Son Gohan, few from his universe had been eliminated. Now in a single sweep, 3 were gone. And Dispo lay severely wounded. At this thought, Topo's fury ignited. Huh. With a mighty shout, an immense aura erupted from Toppo. His body swelled, his flabby belly transforming into chiseled abs, and his arm muscles bulged further. As his frame expanded, his upper garment tore apart, revealing peculiar markings as his entire body became suffused with destructive energy. This was a state akin to a god of destruction's transformation. What? Vegeta was stunned. Unlike the divine technique Beerus had taught him, this was a transformation rather than a state of being. One was a transformation, the other a realm. After a moment of shock, a faint smile curled at the corner of Vegeta's lips. Krillin, is Vegeta smiling? Yeah. Yamcha nodded. Huh. At that instant, Vegeta clenched his fists and a surge of purple energy erupted from his body. His hair turned purple, his eyebrows vanished, and his eyes gleamed gold. This was the god of destruction's divine technique that Beerus had taught Vegeta, what he called ego instinct. Haha. Seeing Vegeta finally unleash ego instinct, Beerus broke into a grin. Isn't that the god of destruction's divine technique? Could that fellow be Universe 7's candidate for god of destruction? Kampa remarked. I don't know. Bardos shook his head. Seeing this, Kampa immediately looked at Beerus. Beerus. What? Is Vegeta the next god of destruction? Cough, cough. Beerus coughed once. No. Nah. If it weren't for him, how could he master the god of destruction's techniques? This? How would I know? Perhaps he learned it from somewhere. Learned it. Seeing Beerus' evasive answer, Kampa felt a surge of anger. Beerus, who are you trying to fool? I see it as you teaching him. Yes, I taught him, so what? Beerus felt equally angry as Kampa shouted at him. Beerus feared no one aside from the Omni King and the Grand Priest. It's nothing, I just dislike some dishonest folks. That's still better than some petty thieves. Who are you calling a petty thief? Kampa shouted. Whoever has a guilty conscience knows. Beerus. Just then the Omni King suddenly turned to look at the two. Do you two want to be erased? I am truly sorry, Lord Omni King. Well, be quiet right away. Kampa said, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. After hearing this, the Omni King turned his attention back to the arena. The other gods of destruction from different universes, seeing this, dared not make loud noises anymore. In the arena, upon seeing Vegeta in his Ultra Instinct state, Toppo's face immediately revealed a look of surprise. He had spent a long time mastering the god of destruction state, giving up on his sense of justice. If Vegeta could use a technique comparable to the god of destruction state, it meant he must have also given up on his sense of justice, just like him. Huh. At that moment, Vegeta transformed into a streak of purple light and charged towards Toppo. Toppo clenched his fists and prepared to meet him. Whoosh. Boom. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived before each other, their fists and kicks colliding like light. Dust and debris immediately swirled around them. As both emitted destructive energy, any approaching objects and energy would be obliterated. Therefore, the stones around them were quickly destroyed. The ground also became level as a result. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, their destructive energies collided and exploded in the arena, creating an immense storm. The center of the explosion was immediately engulfed in a massive cloud of dust. After a moment, the explosive storm ceased, revealing an enormous crater in the ground. Vegeta and Toppo stood a kilometer apart, staring at each other. Huh. Suddenly, Toppo shouted and charged towards Vegeta like a purple light. In the blink of an eye, Toppo reached Vegeta, launching powerful punches forward. Vegeta defended against Toppo's attacks while retreating. Soon, Toppo had driven Vegeta back to a mountain. Toppo shouted loudly, kicking forward with all his strength. Vegeta raised his left hand and retreated to the mountain behind him. Toppo snorted coldly, gathering a purple destructive energy in his right hand and directing it at Vegeta. Seeing this, Vegeta quickly dodged to the side. After Vegeta dodged, the mountain behind him was instantly transformed into purple particles, completely disappearing from this world. Seeing Vegeta evade, Toppo quickly gathered destructive energy again and attacked Vegeta. Taking advantage of Toppo gathering destructive energy, Vegeta suddenly flashed in front of Toppo and kicked forward. Bang! With a violent sound, Toppo's body like a projectile slammed heavily into the mountain behind him. The mountain was immediately enveloped in dust. Although Toppo had learned to transform into the god of destruction state, he was still not a true god of destruction. His control over destruction was not yet skilled, requiring time to gather destructive energy. Vegeta also realized this through their recent battle. Meanwhile, Dispo crawled out from the mountain, after a while rushing towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan stood motionless in place. Damn it! Dispo shouted angrily, suddenly creating 10 clones to surround Son Gohan. What now, Son Gohan? The 10 Dispos arrogantly asked. Not much, I've long grown tired of tricks like yours. What did you say? Dispo exclaimed angrily. Then the 10 Dispos simultaneously attacked Son Gohan. Son Gohan chuckled lightly and aimed at Dispo's main body. Dispo was startled and quickly raised his fist to attack. However, Son Gohan's right foot was quicker, landing a kick on Dispo. Bang! With a loud sound, Dispo's body was struck down to the ground like a projectile. The ground was immediately kicked up into a cloud of dust. At this time, Dispo's clones immediately dissipated. After a while, when the dust settled, Dispo stood up from the ground, looking quite disheveled. Damn it! Dispo gritted his teeth and quickly clapped his hands forward, launching an energy wave towards Son Gohan. Whoosh! Boom! 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 While dodging, Son Gohan gathered energy with both hands. Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave coalesced from Son Gohan's hands. Dispo was startled and quickly prepared to evade. At that moment, Son Gohan teleported, suddenly appearing in front of Dispo. Waved! With a loud shout, Son Gohan launched the Kamehameha wave towards Dispo. Dispo was taken aback, and it was already too late for him to dodge. Bang! With a blue beam of light, Dispo was knocked off the arena. Universe 11 Dispo is out. Geo! Upon hearing this, the Omni King immediately pressed Dispo's button. Seeing this, Son Gohan let out a long sigh and returned to his normal state. Waved! The Omni King imitated Son Gohan's actions, making a Kamehameha gesture. The Grand Priest standing beside him smiled slightly. On Vegeta's side, after kicking Topo away, Vegeta immediately pressed the advantage, gathering energy waves like rain to attack Topo. This move was the famous Prince's technique from the Dragon Ball world. Faced with Vegeta's rain-like energy waves, Topo dodged while launching destructive energy, colliding with Vegeta's energy waves. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Soon the arena was filled with the sounds of massive explosions. After a while, Vegeta suddenly stopped his energy wave attack and charged at Topo. Huh! Topo bellowed as he charged at Vegeta. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! With earth-shaking sounds, their fists and feet moved like light as they clashed in the sky. Bang! Moments later, Vegeta clenched his right fist and punched Topo down from midair to the ground. Topo propped himself up with his right hand, quickly rose, and fired destruction energy at Vegeta. Vegeta vanished in a flash, reappeared before Topo, and struck. Startled, Topo halted his destruction energy attack and engaged Vegeta in close combat. Boom! 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 Amidst tremendous explosions, the two fought within the blazing inferno. Meanwhile, Goku watched from the side. Seeing Vegeta's fierce battle, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and fixed his gaze on Ribrian and Rosie from Universe 2. Sorry, I can't keep playing with you two anymore. I need to find stronger opponents to fight. Play. Goku nodded and dashed toward them. In an instant, he was before Ribrian, his fists and feet striking like light. Ribrian quickly raised her arms to block Goku's attacks. However, his strikes were so swift that she was soon sent flying with a single punch. Ribrian! Rosie cried out and threw a punch at Goku. Goku sidestepped and landed a heavy blow on her abdomen. Bang! With a sharp crack and a scream, Rosie shot like a ray into a mountain behind her. The mountain erupted in dust. Meanwhile, Broly, after ceasing his fight with Dispo, encountered Basil, Bergamo, and Lavender from Universe 9. Who are you? Bergamo smiled. You're from the same universe as Gohan, right? Broly nodded. My name is Bergamo. Beside me are my younger brothers Lavender and Basil. Bergamo. Anyway, since Gohan owes my brother, you'll pay his debt. Broly's expression hardened. He didn't know what grudge they held, but they were enemies. Bergamo sneered and charged at Broly with Basil and Lavender. Broly readied his stance. Bergamo reached Broly in an instant, his fists and feet striking like lightning. Broly roared and attacked back. Whoosh! Bang bang bang! Fierce sounds of combat erupted as their blows collided with lightning speed. Then Basil and Lavender joined the assault. Under the trio's combined onslaught, Broly was forced back. Back with Vegeta after an intense exchange with Topo, both gasped for breath. After a brief rest, Topo gathered a massive destruction energy sphere and hurled it at Vegeta. Vegeta did the same, firing his own at Topo. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed as their destruction energies collided midair. Mighty gales erupted from the impact, spreading outward. Both gritted their teeth, staring each other down. Suddenly, Topo yelled and pushed forward with all his might, forcing Vegeta's energy back. Vegeta roared in response and shoved his energy back, locking them in a stalemate again. Damn it! Vegeta thought of his newborn daughter and Beerus' words as he faced Topo. I can't lose this match. With these memories, Vegeta's body erupted with immense power. With a mighty scream, Vegeta's destruction energy blasted Topo and his own attack off the ring. Universe 11, Topo eliminated. Geo! The Omni King pressed a button on his tablet. Topo! Vermaud watched in disbelief. Now, besides Jiren, only Kettle Casserole and Kunchi remained from Universe 11. And even combined, they were no match for Dispo. Jiren, it all rests on you now. Huff! Vegeta panted heavily and reverted to his base form. Universe 6, Obatamo and Magetta eliminated. Jiujio! Universe 2, Ribrian and Rosie eliminated. Elsewhere, Broly, after being attacked by the trio, let out a fierce roar and transformed into his great ape form. What? Bergamo tensed as he saw Broly's eyes turn gold. Bang! Broly shot toward him like a green light. Startled, Bergamo readied his guard. Broly reached him, instantly striking like light. Bergamo fought back, but under Broly's ferocious assault, he was soon forced to retreat. Three wolves fighting a beast. Gohan mused. Broly might look human, but when enraged, he was more terrifying than any beast. Big brother. Seeing Bergamo at a disadvantage, Basil kicked at Broly. Broly dodged and punched him back. Lavender coated his fist with poison and attacked. Broly sidestepped and punched him hard in the face. Bang! With a loud crack, Lavender shot like a ray into a mountain behind him. The mountain burst into dust. Gohan smiled at Basil. Basil, you have no idea what you're up against. Up against? Huh? Broly charged at Bergamo like a wild beast. Bergamo gritted his teeth and charged at Broly. Soon the two arrived before each other and engaged in fierce combat. Moments later, Broly clenched his right fist tightly and struck Bergamo heavily in the face. With a thunderous crash, Bergamo's body shot backward like a beam of light, slamming violently into a massive mountain behind him. The mountain instantly erupted in a cloud of dust. Big brother. Basil shouted, gathering a red energy in his foot as he kicked toward Broly. Broly sidestepped to the left and charged at Basil. With a solemn expression, Basil also rushed toward Broly. In the blink of an eye, Broly was before Basil, striking forward with both fists. Seeing this, Basil immediately raised his legs to kick Broly. But before his feet could reach their target, Broly's fist struck Basil's face like a whirlwind. Basil was sent reeling backward from the blows. Bergamo, having crawled out of the mountain, witnessed this and charged at Broly. Broly saw Bergamo rushing toward him, clenched his right fist, and punched Basil away with a single blow. With a resounding boom, Basil's body crashed into another mountain behind him. The mountain stirred up a massive cloud of dust. Huh? At that moment, Bergamo appeared behind Broly and struck forward with all his might using his right fist. Broly spun around and raised his hand to block. With a loud bang, Broly was knocked back hundreds of meters. Damn it! Bergamo roared in fury and fired a series of energy blasts at Broly. Broly dodged while charging toward Bergamo. In the blink of an eye, Broly was before Bergamo, his fists and feet striking like flashes of light. Bergamo quickly raised his arms to defend. Under Broly's relentless assault, Bergamo was forced back step by step. Big brother. Basil gritted his teeth and struggled to his feet. Huh? Broly then kicked forward, sending Bergamo flying into another mountain behind him. With a thunderous crash, Bergamo blasted a cloud of dust from the mountain. Seizing the moment, Broly brought his hands together behind him, forming a green energy wave, and launched it at Bergamo. With a violent explosion, the energy wave struck Bergamo, piercing through the mountain and sending him tumbling backward. Big brother. Basil exclaimed in shock, but it was too late to intervene. Just then, Bergamo's body enlarged and he came to a halt on the ground. Huh? With a mighty shout, Broly's energy wave was absorbed into Bergamo's body. Bergamo's body grew even larger. Broly was startled. Bergamo smirked and said, "You didn't expect this, did you? I have the ability to absorb others' power and grow gigantic." Gigantic? That's right. With that, Bergamo dashed toward Broly with the speed of the wind. Soon Bergamo was before Broly and attacked. Due to his enlarged size, he had to bend down to strike Broly, which slowed his movements slightly. Broly leaped upward to dodge Bergamo's attack. Enraged, Bergamo kicked forward with his right foot. Broly stepped back, dodging once more. Bergamo roared and struck at Broly with both fists like a gale. Broly weaved left and right, effortlessly evading Bergamo's blows. Damn it! Bergamo shouted in fury and threw a full power punch forward. Broly dodged again, then flashed before Bergamo and kicked forward. With a resounding crash, Bergamo was knocked heavily to the ground, kicking up a vast cloud of dust. Big brother. Basil yelled, rushing to Bergamo's side. Lavender also joined them. Basil, big brother, should we attack him together? Yes, Bergamo nodded. With that, Basil gathered energy in his foot and kicked forward. Wolf Fong Fist. Bergamo raised his right hand, forming a fiery red energy wave, and launched it forward. Seeing this, Lavender also gathered a purple poisonous energy wave in his hands and fired it. Seeing the three attack simultaneously with their energy waves, Broly roared and formed a green energy wave with his hands to clash against theirs. Their energy waves collided with Broly's. Though powerful, Broly was alone. Thus, Broly's energy wave was soon pushed back. Gohan, should we help Broly? Piccolo asked. No need. Broly hasn't shown his true power yet. True power? Huh? As the words fell, Broly suddenly roared, emitting an immensely powerful aura that radiated outward. The trio was shocked. At that moment, Broly's hair turned golden and stood upright, and his eyes became light green. This was the legendary Super Saiyan, a controllable form. Huh. After transforming, Broly shouted and channeled more energy into his green energy wave. The green energy wave expanded and pushed back the trio's combined attack. Startled, they poured all their strength into their own waves. Yet even so, their energy wave was no match for Broly's and was repelled. With a violent explosion, all three were knocked off the arena. Universe 9, Belgamo, Basil, and Lavender eliminated. The Omni King then pressed their icons on the divine tablet. The three were teleported back to Universe 9's spectator seats. Seeing them return, the Supreme Kai of Universe 9 panicked. It's over, it's over. If even you three are out, no one else can win this match. On the arena, after knocking out the trio, Broly reverted to his normal form. Gohan then fixed his gaze on a bald man with white skin clad in a Crimson Pride Trooper uniform. This was Jiren, the greatest threat to Universe 7 in the Tournament of Power. However, upon the tournament stage, many other contestants were still engaged in their own battles, and Son Wukong's son Gohan decided not to confront him just yet. Meanwhile, on Son Goku's side, at that moment, Son Goku was locked in combat with a man whose skin was entirely blue. His name was Maji Kyu, a modified warrior from Universe 3, whose body could contort and reshape like pliable clay. Whoosh! Maji Kyu extended his arm, launching an attack at Son Goku. Son Goku shifted his body to the left, evading the strike with ease. So your arms can stretch too, just like Piccolo. Maji Kyu chuckled. My arms can not only stretch, but also transform into other things. Other things. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Maji Kyu morphed his elongated right hand into a pair of scissors, thrusting it towards Son Goku. Startled, Son Goku swiftly dodged. On the other side, Android 18 and Android 17 were engaged in a fierce battle against two Namekians. Their names were Purina and Saiyan, warriors from Universe 6. They were two super Namekian warriors created from the fusion of all Namekians on their universe's Namek planet. Consequently, they emanated a tremendous amount of Namekian energy. This very reason was why Android 17 and Android 18 found themselves in a grueling struggle. Just then, Son Gohan arrived with Piccolo and the others. Son Gohan smiled. What's the matter, Android 18? Can't handle those two. Android 18 gave a cold snort. Son Gohan, if you just stand there watching, I'll jump off the tournament stage right now. Alright, don't be upset, I'll help you out right now. Upon hearing this, Purina and Saiyan fixed their gazes on Son Gohan with intense seriousness. In an instant, Son Gohan's form flickered and vanished, reappearing before Purina in the blink of an eye. He drove his right foot forward with tremendous force. With a thunderous boom, Purina's body shot off the stage like a beam of light. Purina of Universe 6 is eliminated. Geo. Hearing this, the Omni King immediately pressed the icon representing Purina on his divine tablet. Saiyan was stunned. Although he knew Son Gohan was powerful, he hadn't anticipated such overwhelming strength. In a flash, Son Gohan appeared to Saiyan's right, lashing out with a horizontal kick aimed at his body. With another resounding boom, Saiyan was sent flying off the stage. Saiyan of Universe 6 is eliminated. Geo. The Omni King pressed Saiyan's icon. Android 17, oh Android 18. How about you two join our group? Son Gohan asked them. I don't mind. Ask her if she's willing. I don't mind either. Android 18 stated, crossing her arms. Son Goku smiled, leading the group of 5 to search for contestants from other universes. Elsewhere, after defeating Kefla and the others, Rage encountered Frost. Frieza. I'm not Frieza. My name is Frost. As he spoke, Frost transformed into his final form. Having learned of Universe 7's strength from their previous encounter, Frost dared not hold anything back when facing Rage. Is that so? Rage chuckled. But regardless of who you are, I'm sending you off this stage today. Is that so? With a blur of motion, Rage appeared before Frost and delivered a full-force punch with his right fist. A deafening boom echoed as Frost's body rocketed off the stage like a projectile. Frost of Universe 6 is eliminated. Whoosh! Frost was teleported back to the stands of Universe 6. You're certainly no Frieza. You're far inferior to him. Rage taunted Frost with a smirk. Frost gritted his teeth in fury. In Universe 6, he was considered a notable figure, yet here he was being so humiliated by Rage. Seeing this, Rage paid him no further heed and went off to seek other opponents. Dr. Rhoda of Universe 6 is eliminated. Zarbuto of Universe 2 is eliminated. As time ticked by, contestants from the 7 remaining universes were eliminated one after another. Comfrey of Universe 9 is eliminated. All contestants from Universe 9 are out. Their entire universe will be erased. No please, Grand Zeno. The Supreme Kai of Universe 9 pleaded. The Omni King paid him no attention, instead raising his right hand to erase Universe 9. The contestants Supreme Kai and God of Destruction of Universe 9 vanished under the Omni King's power. Watching Universe 9 disappear, Kampa felt a cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Vados, has Universe 9 really vanished entirely? Let me check. Vados raised her staff and examined Universe 9. It's gone. There's nothing left in Universe 9, now not even a trace. Hit. Kampa pinned his hopes on Hit, who was still on the stage. He was the last remaining fighter from Universe 6. Just as Kampa thought this, Hit came face to face with Jiren. The moment Hit saw Jiren, his expression turned profoundly grim. Though he had never fought Jiren, his observations had made it clear that Jiren's power was extraordinary. Yet now that they had met, he had no choice but to engage. With this thought, Hit's body transformed into a streak of violet light charging straight at Jiren. In the blink of an eye, he was before Jiren, driving his right fist forward with all his might. Jiren sidestepped to the left, easily evading the blow. Hit then activated his time skip technique, launching another attack at Jiren. Whoosh! Swish swish. Jiren shifted left and right, effortlessly dodging Hit's strikes. Hit clenched his right fist and threw a punch with all his power. Jiren dodged once more, then drove his right fist into Hit's abdomen. A tremendous boom erupted as Hit was sent flying backward. Kampa was shocked. He knew Hit's strength well, yet none of his attacks had managed to land on Jiren. As Kampa reeled in astonishment, Jiren's form flickered, and he was upon Hit in an instant, his fists and feet moving like flashes of light. Hit raised his arms to block Jiren's assault. Under the relentless barrage, Hit was driven back step by step. With a final earth-shattering boom, Jiren clenched his right fist and delivered a devastating blow. Hit's body, like a shooting star, was blasted into a massive mountain behind him. Jiren's figure flickered, and in an instant he appeared before Hit, driving his fists forward with tremendous force. Hit swiftly raised his arms to block Jiren's assault. With a series of rapid thuds, Jiren's relentless barrage drove Hit deep into the mountain. The mountain erupted in clouds of dust and debris. Jiren roared, his right fist landing a powerful blow to Hit's abdomen. With a deafening crash, Hit shattered the mountain behind him and was sent flying backward. Kampa exclaimed in shock. Just as Hit was about to be thrown from the arena, he clenched his fists and halted his momentum at the edge of the platform. Kampa breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Vados chuckled. Lord Kampa, Hit hasn't fallen yet, but that doesn't mean he won't. Vados, what do you mean by that? Do you want our 6th universe to be erased? Boo-hoo-hoo. Vados feigned tears. Lord Kampa, how could I wish for our 6th universe to be erased? In merely facing reality, Kampa was left speechless with rage. On the arena, Jiren charged at Hit, who gritted his teeth and used his time skip technique to close in on Jiren. In the blink of an eye, Jiren was before Hit, his right fist striking forward. But the Hit before him was merely an afterimage, and the blow missed. At that moment, Hit's real body appeared behind Jiren and attacked. Jiren sensed the danger and swiftly dodged. Hit was startled. Suddenly, Jiren materialized behind him and delivered a heavy punch to his body. Thud! With that powerful blow, Hit was sent staggering back. Kampa gasped. He had hoped for a comeback, but that hope was dashed. In a flash, Jiren appeared before Hit and threw a full-force punch. With an explosive impact, Hit was knocked off the arena. 6th universe, Hit eliminated. All fighters from the 6th universe are out. The entire universe will be erased. Kampa's face turned pale. He hadn't expected their universe to be the second one erased. Boo-hoo-hoo. Vados pretended to cry again. Lord Kampa, I never thought we'd part so soon. Take care. Vados, why are you sitting so far away? Kampa was exasperated to see Vados already seated in the 7th universe's spectator area. Vados chuckled. Lord Kampa, since you're about to vanish, I figured I'd find a good seat early. Kampa turned and made a face at Beerus. Beerus remained silent, his heart heavy. Though he and Kampa were rivals, they had known each other for over 100 million years. At that moment, the Omni King erased the entire 6th universe. Son Goku, who had already defeated Magi Kyu of the 3rd universe, immediately confronted Jiren. Goku, Kakarot, Piccolo, and the others were startled to see Goku challenging Jiren. But then they realized that Goku had never feared anyone. That was just who he was. Hello, my name is Son Goku. You're Jiren, right? Jiren nodded. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged at Jiren. Jiren stood motionless. Just as Goku was about to reach him, Jiren vanished and reappeared behind Goku, swinging his right fist. With a thunderous impact, Goku was blasted like a ray of light into the mountain before him. The mountain erupted in dust. After a moment, the dust settled and Goku crawled out. With a mighty shout, Goku's body blazed with blue energy and a layer of red aura appeared around it. 20-fold Kaioken. Goku roared, transforming into a red flash as he charged at Jiren. In an instant, Goku was before Jiren, unleashing a flurry of punches. Jiren swayed left and right, effortlessly evading each strike. Beerus was astonished. Even the 20-fold Kaioken can't land a hit on Jiren. Yes, Whis replied gravely. As they spoke, Jiren kicked Goku away with tremendous force. With a crash, Goku slammed into the mountain behind him. Gohan, should we intervene? Piccolo asked. Gohan was about to nod when a figure appeared. It was Leg. Piccolo Leg. Leg smirked, transformed into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at Jiren. In a flash, Leg was before Jiren, exchanging blows with lightning speed. So incredible. Goku was amazed to see Leg matching Jiren. Even Vermout in the 11th universe's stands looked surprised. He knew Jiren's strength. Leg's ability to hold his own was a testament to his power. Second universe Hamura eliminated. All fighters from the second universe are out. The entire universe will be erased. Third universe Baiera eliminated. All fighters from the third universe are out. The entire universe will be erased. Huh. The Omni King erased both universes. Two more universes gone. Quitella said, his voice filled with worry. Yes, Korn, the angel of the fourth universe, nodded. Just then Gohan turned his gaze toward the fourth universe's fighters. In a flash, Gohan dashed toward Nink. Piccolo and the others followed close behind. Son Gohan. Quitella was alarmed to see Gohan and the others charging at Nink. Glass. Legis charged alongside Son Gohan towards the others, immediately launching an attack against them. Opt. With a sharp cry, a fox with dark green fur was struck by the glass hurled by Legis. His name was Majira, a teammate of the others. Boom. At that moment, Son Gohan blasted his opponent off the arena. Universe 4 eliminated. Universe 4 Gamisalas eliminated. Geo. Upon hearing this, the Omni King immediately pressed the icon on the divine tablet representing Majira. With 2 eliminated, only Majira remained from Universe 4. Quitelos' expression instantly turned grim. Majira. No sooner had he spoken than Majin Buu flashed before Majira and sent him flying. Universe 4 Majira eliminated. All fighters from Universe 4 are out. The entire universe will be erased. Huh. With that, the Omni King raised his right hand and erased Universe 4. Only Universe 7, Universe 10A, and Universe 11 remained on the field. On Son Goku's side, after Ragger engaged, he fought evenly with Jiren for a time. But as Jiren began to fight seriously, Ragger found himself at a disadvantage. Watching their fierce battle, Son Goku yearned to join the fight against Jiren. Yet Jiren's power was overwhelming, leaving him only to watch in silence. Boom. With a powerful kick, Ragger was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Universe 10A Giam eliminated. Universe 10A Gilcole eliminated. All fighters from Universe 10 are out. The entire universe will be erased. Huh. Upon hearing this, the Omni King promptly erased Universe 10. Now it's just us and Universe 7. Vermout said with a grave expression. Marikarita nodded. And not a single fighter from Universe 7 has been eliminated yet. Hearing this, Vermout's expression grew even more somber. Marikarita, who do you think is the strongest in Universe 7? I believe it is Son Gohan. Son Gohan, is it? Marikarita nodded. Lord Beerus just said it, didn't he? Son Gohan has mastered Perfect Ultra Instinct. Perfect Ultra Instinct. Yes, that means Perfect Ultra Instinct is Son Gohan's true trump card. On the arena. Swoosh. Bang. 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 Jiren and Ragger clashed, their movements like bolts of light across the stage. Ragger, hold on a bit longer, it'll come help you soon. With that, Son Gohan led Piccolo and the others to confront Quincy and Kasserl from Universe 11. They were Jiren's last 2 remaining teammates. Boom. With a resounding blast, Ragger was slammed heavily into the ground like a ray of light. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the surface. Ragger. Seeing this, Son Goku charged at Jiren. Jiren flashed, appearing before Son Goku in an instant, and drove his right fist into Son Goku's abdomen. Son Goku cried out in pain, his body hurtling backward. Boom. He crashed into the mountain behind him, sending up a cascade of debris. Kakarot. Vegeta activated his Ultra Ego state and lunged at Jiren. In the blink of an eye, he was before Jiren, striking out with both fists. Jiren blocked Vegeta's assault, stepping backward as he parried the blows. Vegeta. Beerus felt a surge of excitement. Son Goku's 20-fold Kaioken couldn't touch Jiren, yet Vegeta managed to land hits. But just as Beerus' excitement peaked, Jiren vanished and reappeared behind Vegeta, delivering a powerful kick. Boom. With a thunderous impact, Vegeta's body shot like a beam into the mountain ahead, kicking up a vast cloud of dust. Beerus covered his face in dismay. He should never have gotten excited. Vegeta. Son Goku gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. At that moment, Broly came running from afar. Son Goku, Broly. Broly nodded and fixed his gaze on Jiren. Huh. With a mighty roar, he charged at Jiren. Damn it. Ragger also rushed at Jiren. Swoosh. Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 clashed in a blur of fists and feet. Universe 11, Quincy eliminated. Universe 11, a Gilcole eliminated. Geo. The Omni King pressed the icon on the divine tablet. Vermouth now. Only Jiren remains. Marikarita nodded. Huh. On the arena. Broly quickly transformed into his great ape form to fight Jiren. It seems I might not need to intervene after all. Son Gohan remarked with a smile watching their battle. Piccolo, you don't need to. If Broly unleashes his full power, his strength is second only to mine. Is that so? Yes. As they spoke, Broly transformed into his legendary Super Saiyan form. Huh. He became a streak of green light charging at Jiren. In an instant, Broly was before Jiren, his fists flashing like light. Jiren clenched his fists and met Broly's blows. Swoosh. Bang. 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 With each fierce impact, their fists collided like streaks of lightning. So rapid were their strikes that from afar it seemed as if they wielded dozens of hands. Boom. Their right fists met, unleashing a violent gale that swept across the arena. Boom. After a moment of stalemate, both pushed with their fists, sending each other reeling back. Pant. Pant. Jiren gasped for air, staring at Broly. Though Jiren was immensely powerful, he had already fought extensively with Ragger. Damn it. How is this Broly so strong too? Vermouth gritted his teeth. He had thought Son Gohan was Jiren's only threat, but now another emerged. Jiren. Suddenly Toppo shouted loudly at Jiren. Jiren, you are the strongest on our team. I believe you can defeat them. Hearing this, Jiren glanced at Toppo and clenched his fists tightly. Huh. With a mighty cry, an overwhelming aura erupted from Jiren, spreading in all directions. Boom. Jiren stomped backward and charged at Broly. In a flash, he was before Broly, his right fist driving forward. Broly raised his arm to block the punch. Huh. Jiren bellowed, his fist striking like a storm against Broly's body. Broly retreated while deflecting Jiren's assault. With a thunderous crack, Jiren drove his knee forward, sending Broly flying. With a deafening roar, Broly crashed into the mountain behind him, raising clouds of dust. Seeing this, Son Goku quickly approached Son Gohan. Gohan, aren't you joining? He'll wait and see. Goku nodded. With a shout, Broly rose from the ground and charged at Jiren. In an instant, Broly was before Jiren, his fists and feet striking like light. Jiren clenched his fists and engaged in fierce combat. With earth-shattering sounds, their forms blurred like light, battling across the sky and ground of the arena. Their movements were so swift that from afar they seemed to create ripples in the sky. With a tremendous impact, Jiren sent Broly flying hundreds of meters. Broly roared, unleashing a barrage of energy waves at Jiren. Jiren dodged, while firing his own volley in return. With a series of colossal explosions, their energy waves collided. The sky and ground were filled with blasts and flames. After a moment, they ceased their energy attacks and rushed at each other. Their fists and feet swift as flashes struck with tremendous force. Jiren. Vermouth watched the battle with growing anxiety. Though Jiren held the upper hand, Universe 7 still had many fighters remaining. If Jiren couldn't quickly eliminate Broly, his stamina would be severely drained. Realizing this, Vermouth shouted to Jiren on the stage. Jiren, don't drag it out. Finish Broly now. Jiren nodded and threw a full-powered punch. With a thunderous crack, Broly was sent flying like a beam, crashing into the mountain behind him. The mountain erupted in dust. Jiren vanished, reappearing in midair, raising his hands to gather a massive orange energy sphere. Huh. Jiren hurled the orange energy at the peak where Broly had crashed. Piccolo, no. He's trying to knock Broly out of the ring. The orange energy descended from the sky, hurtling toward Broly. With a deafening explosion, the mountain behind Broly shattered, and the force pushed him backward. Up. Broly stared at the orange energy, a traumatic memory surfacing, and let out a furious roar. A massive green aura erupted from Broly, halting his retreat. Up. Broly steadied himself, clenched his fists, and unleashed an overwhelming surge of power. Boom. The entire arena floor trembled violently under Broly's aura. No, Broly has lost his mind. Son Goku noted Broly's vacant eyes. Just then, Broly's hair shifted from gold to emerald, lengthening slightly, and his muscles swelled immensely. This was Broly's full-power Super Saiyan form. Vermouth was startled, never expecting such a turn of events. Huh. Broly charged at Jiren like a green flash. With a resounding impact, he was before Jiren, striking with lightning speed. Jiren dodged and raised his fists to clash with the relentless Broly. Devoid of reason, Broly felt no pain, continuing his assault even after taking powerful blows from Jiren. He was like a rampaging beast. Broly. Rage gritted his teeth as he watched. Bang, bang, bang. Under Broly's suicidal onslaught, Jiren was forced back. With a mighty crash, Jiren was sent flying into a mountain. The mountain erupted in dust. Seizing the moment, Broly fired countless energy waves at Jiren. With a series of explosions, the mountain behind Jiren was obliterated, and Jiren cried out in pain under the relentless barrage. Jiren. Vermouth shouted, filled with worry. Excellent. Beerus revealed a hint of delight. After the relentless bombardment, Broly ceased his energy attack, gasping for breath. Even his immense strength had limits. As the dust settled, the ground was riddled with craters. Jiren lay in one of them. Jiren. Toppo gazed at the fallen warrior, a mix of emotions swirling within him. It was the first time he had seen Jiren so battered. Is this defeat? Jiren panted, watching Broly approach step by step. Resentment burned in Jiren's heart. Had he not exhausted so much energy battling rage earlier, he might still have a chance. But now, Jiren, get up. Toppo suddenly shouted. Toppo. Jiren, I believe in your strength. You can defeat him. For everyone and for Universe 11. Universe 11. A powerful force surged within Jiren, his sense of justice and his responsibility to his universe. With a mighty shout, Jiren rose to his feet. Jiren. Toppo's face lit up with joy. He's standing again. Son Goku's expression grew serious. Jiren clenched his fists, his muscles swelling further as a crimson aura blazed around him. Jiren seems to have surpassed his limits. Dispo remarked. Yes, Toppo nodded solemnly. He's doing it for all of us. At that moment, Broly charged straight at Jiren, thrusting both fists forward with immense force. Jiren let out a thunderous roar as the two clashed in a fierce battle. Gohan, who do you think will win? Piccolo asked. I don't know, but I hope Broly does. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. 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 The moment the words faded, Jiren's right hand unleashed a torrent of energy blasts at Broly. Broly dodged and weaved as he sprinted toward Jiren. In an instant, Broly was upon Jiren, launching a frenzied assault. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Boom. 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 Under their violent clash, most of the arena floor was soon shattered. Both fighters radiated immense gales of force that swept outward in all directions. Just then, Jiren deliberately moved to the edge of the arena, baiting Broly to charge at him. Whoosh. The moment Broly was about to land a blow, Jiren leaped into the air, executed a forward somersault, and landed behind Broly. Broly's momentum carried him flying out of the arena. Out of bounds. Vermout exclaimed in delight. According to the rules, any technique that prevented falling by hovering in midair was strictly forbidden. Bang. After being knocked out, Broly quickly turned and flew back into the arena. The Grand Priest declared Broly used Sky Dance, violating the rules. He is disqualified. Disqualified? Yes, Grand Zenitsu, because he broke the rules. But I still want to watch more. Well, the Grand Priest hesitated, a look of trouble crossing his face. Since Grand Zenitsu has spoken, Broly shall not be penalized. What? Toppo and the others felt a surge of immense injustice at these words. Yet despite their fury, they knew they were mere ants before Grand Zeno, utterly powerless to speak. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. 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 Once back on the arena, Broly immediately reignited his fierce battle with Jiren. Dust and debris swirled around them. Huff. Huff. After a prolonged struggle, both fighters gasped for air. Huh. After a brief rest, Broly roared and charged at Jiren once more. In a flash, he was before Jiren, swinging a punch. Jiren raised his left hand, catching Broly's right fist. Seeing this, Broly thrust his left fist forward. Jiren lifted his right hand, catching Broly's left fist. Huh. Broly bellowed, shoving both fists forward with all his might. Jiren gritted his teeth and pushed back with equal force. Thus they strained against each other on the ground. Bang. After a moment of stalemate, Broly shoved his hands forward, sending Jiren flying backward. Jiren panted heavily, his eyes locked onto his opponent. Yuff. Broly roared and charged at Jiren. As Jiren watched Broly rush toward him, his consciousness began to blur. Broly reached Jiren and landed a heavy right punch on his face. Bang. With a resounding impact, Jiren's body shot like a beam to the edge of the arena. At that very moment, Broly's form reverted to its normal state, and he collapsed unconscious. Broly. Son Goku exclaimed in shock. Toppo and the others felt no joy at Broly's fall, for they knew Jiren was nearing his limit, while Universe 7 still had 9 fighters remaining. Though Jiren had fallen, his spirit of fighting desperately for Universe 11 commanded respect. Seeing Broly collapse, Son Gohan used instant transmission and appeared before Jiren. Son Gohan. Jiren said, looking at him. Son Gohan nodded. Jiren, I actually wanted to fight you myself, but I've always been a modest person, so I yielded that chance to others. If there's an opportunity in the future, I hope to face you in an honest duel. The future? Before Jiren could ask further, Son Gohan gathered an energy sphere in his right hand and blasted Jiren off the arena. Universe 11, Jiren eliminated. All fighters from Universe 11 are out. The entire universe will be erased. Toppo and the others listened calmly, exchanging a glance with those beside them. Huh. Grand Zeno raised his hand and erased Universe 11. The Grand Priest immediately flew before Son Gohan. Congratulations, Gohan, on winning this tournament. Son Gohan nodded. So Gohan, what wish do you want to make with the Super Dragon Balls? I want to restore all the erased universes. Gohan. Piccolo and the others gasped in surprise. Are you sure? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. I understand. The Grand Priest then used the divine language to summon the Super Shenron. Upon hearing the wish Super Shenron restored the 7 erased universes. Goku. Just then Grand Zeno descended with his 2 attendants. Grand Zeno-sama. Grand Zeno nodded. Goku, the tournament is over. What shall we play next? As Son Goku began to answer, Beerus quickly rushed from the stands and covered his mouth. Grand Zeno-sama, it's getting late. We should be heading back now. May we take our leave? Yes. Grand Zeno nodded. Then Goku, let's play again next time. Son Goku nodded. Seeing this, Beerus quickly had Whis deploy the travel cube, leading Son Goku and the others away. Phew. Once they left the Void Realm, Beerus let out a sigh of relief. Great, this tournament is finally over. By the way, Gohan, why did you make that wish with the Super Dragon Balls? Yamcha asked. Nothing much, I just thought it was a shame for them to disappear like that. I see. Just then Whis, standing nearby, spoke up. Actually, Grand Zeno-sama originally intended to erase everything. If Gohan had made a selfish wish. Erase everything. Beerus was startled. You mean Grand Zeno-sama planned to erase us too? But fortunately Gohan didn't make a selfish wish. Then why didn't you tell me this earlier, Whis? Whis smiled. Father forbade me from speaking of it. Besides, this erasure doesn't include us angels. Even if you were erased, it wouldn't concern us. You scoundrel. Back on Earth to celebrate their tournament victory, Beerus treated everyone to a grand feast at Bulma's house. After the meal, Son Gohan escorted Broly and Reg back to their homes. When Son Gohan returned, he found that everyone else had already left with only one person still waiting for him. That person was none other than Lazuli. Lazuli. Lazuli chuckled. When are you going to give me that 240 million? What 240 million? Wasn't it 140 million? Oh really? It seems you'll need to have a nice chat with your wife. Alright, 240 million, 240 million. So when will you hand over the money? How about tomorrow? Lazuli counted on her fingers after hearing this. He'll call Pilaf right now and have him send the money over. That's more like it. Shortly after, Pilaf sent someone with 240 million in cash to Son Gohan. Son Gohan gave it a cursory glance before handing the case with 240 million to Lazuli. Here. Lazuli took the case and turned to leave. Aren't you going to count it? No need, I know where you live after all. Son Gohan was speechless. He had clearly been marked. By the way, Son Gohan, if there's another tournament like this, feel free to call me. Son Gohan was left speechless once more. It seemed she hadn't exactly pulled her weight in this tournament. Watching Lazuli depart, Son Gohan also left Bulma's house and returned to his own. The next morning, Son Gohan had just woken up when he found Pan climbing on top of him, pinching his cheeks. Seeing this, he immediately got out of bed and picked Pan up. Just then the door opened and Son Goku walked in from outside. Dad. Son Goku nodded. What's the matter, Dad? Actually, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask if you had any way for me to fight Jiren. Jiren. Yeah. During yesterday's tournament of power, I fought him a bit, but he's just too strong. I'm no match for him. But Dad, even if you fight him today, you still wouldn't be his match, right? It's fine, I want to try and see if I can master Ultra Instinct like you did. Ultra Instinct? Yeah. Didn't that Vegeta guy master Ultra Ego? In that case, why don't you ask Whis? Son Gohan asked. I wanted to ask Whis, but didn't he go back to Lord Beerus' planet? Then how about after breakfast I take you to see the Supreme Kai? Alright. Son Goku nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan handed Pan to Son Goku and went to wash up. After breakfast, Son Gohan used instant transmission to take Pan to a white castle. This castle was Piccolo's. Gohan. Son Gohan nodded. Gohan, what brings you here? Son Gohan smiled. Uncle Piccolo, I was hoping you could look after Pan for me. Look after Pan. Do you have something to do, Gohan? Dad wants to fight Jiren, so I'm taking him to Universe 11. Jiren. Son Gohan nodded and handed Pan to Piccolo. Huh. Pan burst into laughter at the sight of Piccolo. Seeing how much Pan liked him, a gentle smile spread across Piccolo's face. Then Uncle Piccolo, I'll leave Pan in your care. Piccolo nodded. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission and returned home. On the sacred world of the Kai, the East Supreme Kai was happily fishing with Kibito by a pond when 2 figures suddenly appeared. These 2 were Son Goku and Son Gohan. Gohan. The East Supreme Kai was startled by their sudden appearance. Son Goku smiled and nodded. Goku, what brings you 2 here? Asked the East Supreme Kai. Son Goku replied. It's nothing much really. I just wanted you to take us to Universe 11. You? Universe 11? Yeah. What do you want to go to Universe 11 for? I want to fight Jiren. Fight. The East Supreme Kai was shocked. You must be incredibly bored to go around picking fights. Yeah. No way. I absolutely cannot help you go to Universe 11 just to pick a fight. Why not? Jiren knows the god of destruction of Universe 11. If I take you there to find him, it will definitely anger him. The god of destruction of Universe 11. Yes. Besides, even gods can't just casually visit other universes. Is that so? Well, then I'll just go and ask Grand Zeno. As he spoke, Son Goku pulled out the button given to him by Grand Zeno. Grand Zeno. The East Supreme Kai's face turned pale at the sight. Go. Goku, what do you intend to do by going to Grand Zeno? Son Goku grinned. What else? I'll ask Grand Zeno to make Jiren fight me. Goku, don't bother Grand Zeno with such a trivial matter, the East Supreme Kai said with a forced smile. Then will you take me to Universe 11? Fine. The East Supreme Kai gritted his teeth. But you have to promise me you'll listen to me once we're in Universe 11. All right. Son Goku nodded. The East Supreme Kai got up from the ground. Then place your hands on my back. Both of them nodded. Seeing this, the East Supreme Kai used instant transmission to take them to the sacred world of the Destroyer in Universe 11. At that moment, Jiren and Toppo were training on that very planet. Son Goku. Toppo greeted Son Goku. Son Goku nodded. Just then Vermaud and Margarita, who were standing not far away, also approached. Son Goku. Lord Vermaud. Son Goku, what brings you to my Universe 11? Lord Vermaud, I've come to fight Jiren. Son Goku said with a smile. Jiren. Vermaud looked at Jiren. Yeah. Jiren, are you willing to fight him? Although Vermaud wasn't fond of Son Goku, he owed them a favor since it was because of them that his Universe 11 was restored. Jiren thought for a moment and then nodded. But I have one condition. Son Goku condition. Yes, if you lose to me, Son Goku, then I want to fight Son Gohan. Deal. Son Goku agreed without a second thought. Seeing this, Jiren immediately flew to a distant open area. Son Goku followed right behind him. Well then, Jiren, if there are no other issues, shall we begin? Seeing this, Son Goku let out a loud yell and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. The East Supreme Kai, going straight to Super Saiyan Blue, is he. Jiren's strength is extraordinary. In front of him, Dad has no choice but to go all out. The East Kaioshin nodded. Huh. At that moment, Son Goku let out a fierce cry and charged at Jiren. Whoosh. Bang. 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 In an instant, Son Goku was before Jiren, his fists striking forward with all his might. Jiren swayed left and right, effortlessly evading the blows. Damn it. Son Goku roared in frustration, throwing his right fist forward with full force. Whoosh. Jiren dodged again, then drove his right fist into Son Goku's abdomen. Son Goku screamed in agony, his body hurtling backward like a ray of light. Vermaud snorted coldly, a look of disdain on his face. Boom. At that moment, Son Goku slammed his feet into the ground, halting his momentum. Son Goku clenched his fists and a blue aura erupted around his body with a streak of red energy swirling outside it. Boom. The ground beneath him trembled violently under the influence of his aura. 20 times Kaioken. Son Goku bellowed, transforming into a crimson flash as he charged at Jiren. In the blink of an eye, Son Goku was before Jiren, his fists striking like bolts of lightning. Jiren blocked the attacks, retreating step by step. After a moment, Jiren sidestepped to the left and circled behind Son Goku. Startled, Son Goku couldn't react in time before Jiren kicked him flying. With a thunderous crash, Son Goku smashed into a massive boulder ahead. The rock shattered into pieces. Goku. The East Kaioshin's expression shifted slightly. Damn it. Son Goku gritted his teeth, scrambled to his feet, and charged at Jiren once more. Soon Son Goku was before Jiren again, his fists and feet moving like flashes of light as he attacked. Jiren clenched his fists and engaged him in combat. Bang. 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 After exchanging blows for a while, Jiren clenched his right fist and sent Son Goku flying once more. With a deafening roar, Son Goku crashed heavily to the ground. Is this all Son Goku has to fight Jiren? Vermaud mocked. Huff. Huff. Son Goku gasped for breath and rose to his feet. His form had already reverted from the 20 times Kaioken back to Super Saiyan Blue. Son Goku, you are no match for me. I advise you to surrender. Jiren said sternly. Son Goku gritted his teeth. I haven't lost yet. Until I'm completely down, I won't give up. Then I have no choice but to knock you down for good. With that, Jiren lunged at Son Goku. Son Goku roared, his body turning into a blue streak as he charged at Jiren. In the blink of an eye, they were before each other, fists striking with full force. Jiren dodged while counterattacking. Bang. 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 Jiren's fists landed on Son Goku like flashes of light. Son Goku was forced back repeatedly. Bang. With an earth-shattering impact, Jiren drove his right fist into Son Goku's abdomen. Son Goku screamed in agony, vomiting a mouthful of bile. Then his body reverted to its base form, and he collapsed to the ground. Goku. Jiren snorted coldly, turning his gaze to Son Gohan. Well, Son Gohan, since I've defeated Son Goku, it's your turn to fight me. Son Gohan nodded and flew toward them. Not yet. At that moment, Son Goku struggled to his feet with immense difficulty. Son Goku, you have already lost. Jiren said coldly. Son Goku smiled. Suddenly streaks of silver appeared in his hair, his eyes turned silver gray, and his entire body was enveloped in a silvery white aura. This was the incomplete form of Ultra Instinct. What? Jiren was startled. Son Gohan smiled at the sight. Jiren, it seems our fight will have to wait. Jiren remained silent. Huh. At that moment Son Goku swung his right fist at Jiren. Bang! Jiren raised his left fist, meeting Son Goku's right fist with tremendous force. A fierce gale erupted from their clash, spreading outward. Then in a flash their figures vanished, moving at blinding speed as they fought in the sky. From afar it looked as if countless ripples were spreading across the heavens. On a large mountain outside West City, on Earth Universe 7, a man with green skin covered in black spots, a tail protruding from behind, was gazing at West City. This was perfect Cell. However, he was not the Cell from Son Gohan's timeline, but one from a different future. In that timeline, Son Gohan and the others had been eliminated by androids 17 and 18. Later Cell was born and absorbed them, achieving his perfect form. Cell became the ruler of Earth. Yet despite his dominion, he still felt a lingering regret for never having fought Son Goku. Half a year ago, a being named Fu approached him and showed him footage of the battle between Rager and Golden Frieza in this timeline. After witnessing Golden Frieza's power, Cell immediately began intense training. A few days ago, he achieved the form of Golden Cell. Today, Fu approached him again, asking if he wanted to fight Son Goku in this timeline. Without hesitation, Cell agreed and traveled here with Fu. Then Fu suddenly vanished. Son Goku. Cell murmured the name as he gazed at West City. Spreading his wings, he flew toward West City. Upon arrival, Cell repeatedly fired energy blasts at the city's skyscrapers. Boom, boom, boom. Under Cell's assault, several buildings collapsed. People fled in panic at the sight of the explosions. Yet countless lives were lost in the devastation. Cell smirked coldly and continued his rampage. Just then, three figures appeared. They were androids 13, 14, and 15. Cell's expression flickered with surprise. Androids. Android 13 was startled. Who are you? How do you know we're androids? Cell smiled. My name is Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Ultimate android. Yes. Cell nodded. Who are you three? I have no data on you. My name is Android 13, and these two are 14 and 15. Oh, then why have you come here? We're here to stop you. Stop me. That's right. Though we were all created by Dr. Gero, I am different from you. The three of us are heroes who protect the Earth. Heroes. Upon hearing this, Cell burst into laughter as if it were the most absurd joke. Androids created by Dr. Gero have become the heroes of Earth. Cell, what's so funny? Android 13 gritted his teeth. Isn't it obvious? Don't you fools know the purpose for which Dr. Gero created you? Wasn't it to protect the Earth? Protect the Earth? Yes. The supercomputer programmed us with the directive to protect the Earth. Enough. I have no interest in these matters now. What I want to know is, where is Son Goku? Son Goku. Indeed. Cell nodded. I don't know. Sometimes he's on Earth, other times he goes to other planets to train. Other planets? Yes. Android 13 nodded. Since that's the case, it'll just eliminate you first. With that, Cell instantly flashed before Android 13 and drove his fist straight through his body. 13. Startled androids 14 and 15 clenched their fists and lunged at Cell. Cell effortlessly evaded their attacks, then fired an energy wave at each of them with his right hand, annihilating them both. How dull. After eliminating the two, Cell resumed his rampage across the city. Suddenly, a pink figure descended from the sky. It was Majin Buu. Cell halted his assault, staring at the unexpected arrival. Who are you? Why are you destroying this city? Cell chuckled. And who might you be? My name is Majin Buu. Is that so? Then what's your connection to Son Goku and the others? They are my friends. Friends. So where are Son Goku and the others now? You haven't told me who you are yet. My name is Cell. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero. Indeed. Now can you tell me where Son Goku and the others are? I don't know that either. You're mocking me. Cell roared with fury. Majin Buu just smiled. So what if I am? What can you do about it? Fine. They'll make you pay dearly for your insolence. With that, Cell vanished and reappeared before Majin Buu, striking out with both fists. Majin Buu raised his arms to block Cell's assault, retreating steadily. Meanwhile, Piccolo, who was in his castle looking after Pan, sensed Cell's energy. He immediately grabbed Pan and flew out of the castle, heading towards West City, on the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 11. After a fierce battle with Jiren's son, Goku ultimately conceded defeat. I admit defeat. Jiren nodded and turned his gaze to Son Gohan. Well, Son Gohan, since Son Goku has surrendered, it's time for our match. Don't you need a rest? Son Gohan asked. No need. Jiren shook his head. Very well then. With a mighty roar, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. The same transformation as Regs. Son Gohan nodded. This is called Super Saiyan 4. Aren't you going to use Ultra Instinct? Jiren inquired. Not for now. Hearing this, Jiren's body turned into a streak of blazing light as he charged at Son Gohan. Just as Jiren was about to reach him, Son Gohan leaped high into the air. Jiren's right fist struck empty space, stirring up a fierce gale. In an instant, Jiren flashed into the sky and engaged Son Gohan in combat. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Their figures streaked across the sky like bolts of light locked in a furious exchange. Bang! With a thunderous impact, their right fists collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that radiated in all directions. Boom! Son Gohan tightened his right fist and forced Jiren back. Vermaud was astonished. Son Gohan has driven Jiren back. Margarita nodded. It seems Son Gohan's strength indeed surpasses Jiren's. On Earth Universe 7, Majin Buu and Cell were now engaged in an incredibly intense battle. Although Cell had mastered his golden form, he chose to fight Majin Buu in his base state. Since mastering the golden form, Cell's base power had also been greatly enhanced, otherwise his original strength would have been no match for Majin Buu. Bang! A powerful kick sent Cell hurtling to the ground like a ray of light. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the impact. At that moment, Piccolo arrived with Pan. Majin Buu, what's happening? An android named Cell is looking for Son Goku. Cell, yes, and he's destroyed this city. As the words left his mouth, the dust settled, revealing Cell's figure before Piccolo. Piccolo. Cell greeted him with a smile. He had finally encountered an old acquaintance in this world. Piccolo was startled. You know me? I know not only you, but everyone around Son Goku. But you didn't recognize me just now, said Majin Buu. Most of them. Cell corrected himself. Who are you and what do you want? Piccolo demanded. Cell smiled. My name is Cell. I am the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. The ultimate android. That's right. Dr. Gero created me to be the strongest android destined to rule the entire Earth. Rule the Earth. Yes. Piccolo, who is the child in your arms? Piccolo remained silent. He could not tell Cell that this was Son Gohan's child. Cell smirked. Piccolo, even if you don't say it, I can guess. He's either Son Goku's grandson or Vegeta's grandson, isn't he? What if he is? Then you must know where Son Goku is. Son Goku. He's not on Earth right now. Is that so? When will he return? I don't know. Piccolo shook his head. Is that so? Well, then he'll just eliminate you first and wait for his return. Eliminate us? Precisely. In truth, I was not even fighting Majin Buu at my full strength earlier. What? Piccolo was startled. Huh. With that, Cell clenched his fists, unleashing an overwhelmingly formidable aura that surged upward with terrifying speed. Boom. The entire Earth trembled violently under the influence of Cell's energy. Such immense power. On the Supreme Kai's planet, Kibito, sensing Cell's aura, gazed toward Earth with utter astonishment. The Elder Kai nodded. Kibito, something momentous may be unfolding on Earth. Go at once to Universe 11 and summon Goku and the others back. Understood. Kibito, snapping back to reality, nodded. With a flicker, he used instant transmission and vanished from the Supreme Kai's realm. On Earth, having elevated his power to its peak, Cell let out a thunderous roar. His muscles bulged further, his entire body save for his wings, lower legs, palms, the gem on his chest, and the inner part of his head, which retained their original hues, turned a brilliant gold. This was Cell's golden form. Boom. Upon completing his transformation, Cell instantly expelled the gathered energy outward. An awe-inspiring pressure radiated across the entire city. Seeing this, Piccolo used his cape to shield Pan from the fierce gale. Cell chuckled, turning his gaze toward Majin Buu. At that very moment, 4 figures materialized. They were Ragus, Videl, Goten, and Trunks. That child bears a striking resemblance to Goku in his youth. Could he be Goku's offspring? Cell mused, inwardly observing Goten's sudden appearance. Goten, Trunks, Uncle Piccolo. Hearing this, Goten and Trunks flew over to Piccolo. Soon they stood beside him. Trunks, is Vegeta currently on Lord Beerus' planet? Yes. Trunks nodded. Damn it, Vegeta isn't here either. Piccolo said, handing Pan over to Goten. Trunks, go back and have Bulma summon Vegeta. But Uncle Piccolo. No buts. Cell is immensely powerful. You two are no match for him. Alright, I understand, Uncle Piccolo. With that, Trunks used instant transmission, bringing Goten back to his home. Disappeared. Cell was taken aback. Just then, Majin Buu flickered and charged at Cell. Cell smirked, instantly appearing behind Majin Buu. He conjured a golden energy sphere in his right hand and hurled it at his foe. Boom. With a colossal explosion, Majin Buu's body was blown to pieces. Pathetic. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the fragments of Majin Buu floating in the air coalesced, reforming into his original shape. What? Cell was stunned. Glass. Seeing this, Ragus conjured a storm of glass shards around herself and launched them at Cell. Cell sneered, evading her attack with effortless grace. On the destroyer's planet of Universe 11. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Gohan and Jiren were locked in an intensely fierce aerial battle. Thud. With a powerful kick, Jiren's body was sent hurtling to the ground like a beam of light, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Jiren. Topo shouted toward him. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the destroyer's planet. It was Kibito. East Supreme Kai Kibito. Kibito nodded. Goku, something terrible has happened. A monstrously powerful being has appeared on Earth. The Elder Kai sent me to inform you. A monster? Goku walked over. Gohan, hearing this, descended from the sky and landed before Kibito. Kibito, what's going on? A fearsome monster has emerged on Earth. The Elder Kai instructed me to call you back. A monster? Yes. Kibito nodded. Gohan reverted to his base form and said, Lord Vermout, since something's happening on Earth, may we return? Very well. Vermout nodded. East Supreme Kai then used instant transmission to bring the three back to the Supreme Kai's realm in Universe 7. Back on the Supreme Kai's planet, Gohan used instant transmission to take Goku to West City. Ragus and Majin Buu lay defeated on the ground. Son Goku. Cell smiled, looking at the two. Who are you? How do you know my name? I am Cell, the ultimate android created by Dr. Gero. Dr. Gero. Yes. Cell nodded. But isn't he dead? Indeed, he is dead in this timeline. However, I hail from another dimension. Another dimension? Correct. In my world, everyone except you was slain by androids 17 and 18. And me? Did I die of illness? Cell was startled. Son Goku, how did you know? Future Trunks told me. Future Trunks? Yes. Goku nodded. Cell chuckled. Interesting. It seems this world is rife with divergent timelines. By the way, Cell, why does your form resemble Frieza's golden form so closely? That's because my body contains the cells of all of you. Cells? Indeed. Dr. Gero collected cells from all of you to create the ultimate android. It took me 20 years to reach my initial form. 20 years. Precisely. And because I possess Frieza's cells, I was able to attain this golden form just like him. However, despite both being golden forms, mine is infinitely superior, likely due to the Saiyan cells within me. Stronger than golden Frieza. Goku was astonished. Cell smiled and nodded. Enough talk, Goku. Transform into a Super Saiyan. I've always wanted to test my strength against you. Very well. Goku clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Cell's expression shifted slightly with surprise. He could no longer sense Goku's energy at all. What is this? Why can't I detect your energy? This is Super Saiyan Blue, a Super Saiyan transformation that builds upon the power of Super Saiyan God. Mortals cannot perceive the energy of gods, which is why you cannot sense mine. So you have mastered the divine transformation of a Super Saiyan. Son Wukong nodded. Cell smiled. Is that so? Then let me see your strength. All right. As Son Wukong spoke, his body instantly transformed into a streak of blue light charging towards Cell. In a flash, he arrived before Cell, his fists and feet striking like beams of light. Swish. Whoosh. Cell shifted his body left and right, effortlessly evading Son Wukong's attacks. Son Wukong, is this all you've got? Cell sneered coldly. Damn it. Son Wukong roared in fury, throwing a full-powered punch with his right fist. Cell sidestepped left and drove his right fist into Son Wukong's abdomen. With a thunderous crash and a cry of agony, Son Wukong's body shot back like a ray, blasting through several skyscrapers behind him, leaving gaping holes. Son Wukong, I suggest you show your true power, or you'll never be my match. Hearing this, Son Wukong emerged from the building, clenching his fists tightly. Kaioken. Boom. A surge of blue and red aura erupted from Son Wukong's body. Cell smiled. If Son Wukong were truly this weak, his expectations would have been wasted. After all, he had transformed into Golden Cell specifically to face Son Wukong. 20-fold Kaioken. At that moment, Son Wukong shouted, his body turning into a red flash as he charged at Cell. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Son Wukong was before Cell, his fist striking with full force. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Cell dodged and parried Son Wukong's attacks. Huh. Son Wukong yelled, throwing a powerful right punch. Cell sidestepped, evading the strike. Startled, Son Wukong followed with a swift roundhouse kick. Cell leaped into the air, dodging again. Gritting his teeth, Son Wukong shot upward. Boom. Cell accelerated, soaring high into the sky. Seeing this, Son Wukong chased after him at full speed. In an instant, he caught up and launched a barrage of punches. Cell clenched his fists and clashed with Son Wukong. The sky echoed with fierce combat sounds. Moments later, Cell drove his right foot down, striking Son Wukong's chest with immense force. Boom. With a deafening roar, Sun Wukong's body plummeted like a ray of light, crashing heavily into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. When the dust settled, an enormous crater was revealed. Sun Wukong lay battered within it. Swish. Thud. Cell descended slowly from midair, gazing at Sun Wukong with a hint of disappointment. Sun Wukong, was that your full power? Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and rose to his feet. It seems I expected too much of you. Cell raised his right hand, gathering a golden energy blast, and hurled it at Sun Wukong. Goku! Piccolo cried out in alarm. Just as Cell's blast was about to strike, a silver-white figure appeared and deflected it away. What? Cell exclaimed, turning to see the figure. It was Son Gohan in his Ultra Instinct Sign state. Son Gohan. Son Gohan nodded and reverted to his base form. Cell smiled. Interesting. I thought Sun Wukong was the strongest in this world, but it turns out to be you. Son Gohan, was that transformation also a Super Saiyan form? Yes, it's called Super Saiyan White. Super Saiyan White. Then why revert? Dealing with you doesn't require Super Saiyan White. Legus couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Cell asked Legus. Nothing, can I just laugh? Suddenly Cell seemed to realize something, glaring angrily at Son Gohan. Son Gohan, you tricked me. What did I trick you about? That form wasn't a Super Saiyan transformation at all, was it? Son Gohan smiled. Looks like you're quite sharp. Son Gohan. Cell seethed with fury. Alright, enough teasing, Cell. How about we move our fight elsewhere? Cell smirked. Son Gohan, after mocking me like that, do you think I'll let you have your way? Son Gohan smiled back. No matter, even if you refuse, I'll find a way to relocate our battle. Boom. With that, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Cell chuckled. Son Gohan, you Saiyans certainly have many transformations. Son Gohan smirked, instantly appearing behind Cell, and used instant transmission to bring them both to a massive mountain outside West City. On that mountain, a human happened to be admiring the view. What? Cell exclaimed in shock upon realizing he had been moved. He immediately threw a punch at Son Gohan. Swish. Whoosh. Son Gohan dodged left and right, effortlessly evading Cell's attacks. Damn it. Cell roared, kicking out with full force. Swish. Son Gohan stepped back, evading the strike. Cell, is this all you've got? Son Gohan echoed Cell's earlier taunt. Damn it. Enraged, Cell spread his wings and lunged at Son Gohan. In an instant, Cell was before Son Gohan, his fists and feet flashing as he attacked. Son Gohan dodged and parried. Cell shouted, throwing a full-powered punch. Boom. Son Gohan blocked, skidding back dozens of steps. Cell sneered, appearing before Son Gohan in a flash and delivering a powerful kick. Swish. Son Gohan retreated, dodging again. Seeing this, Cell transformed into a golden streak, charging at Son Gohan. Son Gohan clenched his fists and charged as well. Swish. Boom. 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 With thunderous clashes, the two fought fiercely in the sky, moving like beams of light. From afar, it seemed like countless red and golden lights flickered in the heavens. Boom. Moments later, Son Gohan's roundhouse kick sent Cell hurtling to the left. Then Son Gohan vanished and reappeared above Cell, stomping down with both feet on his Cell's body. Boom. With an earth-shattering impact, Cell's body was sent hurtling like a ray of light, crashing heavily to the ground. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the surface. When the dust settled, a sizable crater appeared on the ground. Cell lay sprawled within it, battered and disheveled. Whoosh. Thud. Gohan descended from the sky, landing before Cell. Cell, how did you come to our timeline? Hearing this, Cell scrambled to his feet, clenched his fists, and unleashed an astonishing aura that surged upward. A colossal golden flame erupted around Cell's body. Boom. The ground beneath him quaked violently under the influence of his energy. Just then, Piccolo arrived from West City, accompanied by Legus and the others. Such a powerful ki. Goku exclaimed. Huh. At that moment, Cell, having elevated his energy to its peak, released the gathered power from his body. A tremendous gale swept outward in all directions. Massive boulders were blown away, and trees on the mountains bent backward as if ravaged by a tornado. Huh. With a fierce shout, Cell charged at Gohan. Gohan stood motionless, rooted to the spot. In the blink of an eye, Cell was before Gohan, his fists and feet striking like flashes of lightning. Gohan clenched his fists and engaged him in combat. The ground around them churned into a thick haze of dust. Boom. With a deafening impact, their right fists collided, releasing a fierce gale that radiated outward. The earth beneath their feet gave way with a thunderous roar, collapsing under their immense power. Bang! After a brief stalemate, Gohan pushed Cell back with a surge of force from his right hand. Damn it! Cell gritted his teeth, skidding to a halt. In that instant, Gohan vanished from his spot and reappeared behind Cell. Cell spun around in alarm, only to see a massive fist hurtling toward him. Boom. Gohan's right fist connected squarely with Cell's face, sending him flying. With a resounding crash, Cell's body like a beam of light slammed into a mountain behind him. The impact blasted a torrent of dust into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan quickly brought his hands together behind him. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. A deep blue energy wave condensed in his palms and shot toward Cell. Bang. The Kamehameha struck Cell, instantly pushing him back. Cell let out a furious roar, struggling desperately to resist the blast. Huh. Gohan shouted, thrusting his hands forward with all his might. Boom. With a cataclysmic explosion, the Kamehameha detonated on the ground, generating a violent storm that swept across the surroundings. Cell screamed in agony as his body was torn apart by the immense tempest. After a moment, when the dust cleared, a lake-sized crater lay exposed on the earth. Is he eliminated? Piccolo asked. Goku nodded. Just then a beam of seven-colored light descended from the sky, halting in midair. As the light faded, three figures emerged: Beerus, Whis, and Vegeta. Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded. Is the battle over? Yes, Gohan finished him. Gohan. Beerus glanced at Gohan. Was that guy so tough that even you couldn't handle him? Yes, Lord Beerus, his power might be on par with Jiren's. Jiren. Goku nodded. Well, it's over now. I only came to taste some delicious food. Delicious food. Of course, why else would I come? At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind the group. They were Goku and Vegeta from another timeline. Goku wore a black short-sleeved shirt and pants with a red sleeveless coat over them. Vegeta donned a black Saiyan battle suit. They hailed from the EXNO timeline, members of the Time Patrol, founded by the Supreme Kai of Time. Who are you? Piccolo asked, a look of surprise on his face. We're from the Time Patrol. Time Patrol. Yes, we discovered that Fu brought a Cell from another timeline to yours. Cell, is that the one you just eliminated? Beerus inquired. Yes. Goku nodded. And who is this? The Time Patrol. Goku looked at Beerus. He is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. By the way, you mentioned you're from the Time Patrol. The Time Patrol. Goku nodded. Who founded this Time Patrol? The Supreme Kai of Time. So it is the Supreme Kai of Time. Beerus remarked. You know the Supreme Kai of Time? Beerus nodded. I met her when she was still a Kai. You're Goku, right? Yes. The Time Patrol. Goku affirmed. I come from a timeline entirely different from yours. Beerus smiled. So how strong are you? Strength. Beerus nodded. I assume you've mastered Super Saiyan 3. Yes, and I've also mastered Super Saiyan 4, which surpasses Super Saiyan 3. And Vegeta? Vegeta has mastered Super Saiyan 4 too. Is that so? Lord Beerus, since Cell has been eliminated, we should be going back. The Time Patrol. Goku said. Beerus nodded. Seeing this, the Time Patrol. Goku led the Time Patrol Vegeta away. After they left, Goku and the others flew toward Bulma's house. Since Cell's appearance had claimed many lives, Goku borrowed the Dragon Radar from Bulma to revive the deceased. As for Android 13 and the others, they couldn't be revived because they weren't human. Lord Beerus, do you know the Supreme Kai of Time? Gohan asked. Yes. Do you know her too? No, I was just curious. What kind of god is the Supreme Kai of Time? The Supreme Kai of Time is the deity responsible for managing time and maintaining the order of the timelines. Lord Beerus, then who holds a higher position, you, or the Supreme Kai of Time? Ahem. Beerus immediately coughed upon hearing this. At that moment, Whis chuckled and said, needless to say, it's the Supreme Kai of Time. Is the Supreme Kai of Time very powerful then? No, although the Supreme Kai of Time holds a high position, their power is not particularly great. Then if there is a Supreme Kai of Time, does that mean there is also a god of destruction of time? Whis shook his head. No, unless there are too many timelines, only then would an angel of time appear to seek the god of destruction of time. An angel of time. Is there any deity with a rank higher than the god of destruction of time? No. Whis shook his head. What do you wish to become, a god of a higher rank than Lord Beerus? No. Beerus stared intently at him after hearing this. I was just asking out of curiosity. Beerus gave a cold snort. Gohan, only a Kaioshin can become the Supreme Kai of Time. As for the god of destruction of time, don't even think about it. Whis already said that position doesn't exist right now. No, I really was just asking. Beerus said nothing after hearing this. The otherworld, hell. Cell was sentenced to hell after his death. So this is hell. Cell looked around at the vast emptiness. Then he suddenly spotted several familiar figures. These figures were none other than Frieza and his father, the Ginyu Force, and Dr. Dr. Gero, you are. My name is Cell. Cell. Dr. Gero was startled. But shouldn't you have taken several more years to reach your first form? Cell nodded. However, I am not the Cell from your timeline. Not from our timeline. Correct. Subsequently, Cell recounted the events of his own timeline and how Frieza had brought him here to Dr. Gero. Golden Cell. Cell nodded. Cell, although your power has increased, have you considered one issue? What issue? Regarding stamina. Stamina. Yes, even though you absorbed androids 17 and 18 in your timeline after elevating your power to golden cell, their energy supply is bound to be insufficient. Insufficient energy supply. Indeed. If you ever get the chance to be revived, you should absorb the androids 17 and 18 from this timeline. Are androids 17 and 18 from this timeline still alive? Yes. Dr. Jero nodded. Time flew by and a month had passed in the blink of an eye. After a month of training, Son Gohan's power had increased considerably. His battle power had now reached 14 trillion. He was currently training on a grassy plain on Mount Pozu. Legis watched him train, lost in thought. With a mighty shout, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Immediately he clenched his fists and an incredibly immense aura erupted from his entire being, rapidly surging upward. Boom! The entire earth trembled violently under his overwhelming power. On the sacred world of the Kai, the East Supreme Kai, standing on a patch of grass, was startled upon sensing Son Gohan's immense energy. At that moment, Son Gohan let out a fierce roar. The hair on his body turned white, the hair on his head grew down to his waist, his skin became flushed, and his pupils turned crimson. This was Super Saiyan 5, on the 7th universe's realm of the gods of destruction. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta, who were training, also sensed Son Gohan's powerful aura. Son Goku thighs is Gohan's energy. Yes. Whis nodded. It seems he has mastered a new transformation. Damn it. Beerus gritted his teeth. Previously, Son Gohan's power was already very close to his own, and now his strength had risen to another level. Even if Son Gohan's power hadn't surpassed his, it was likely now on par. A new transformation. Indeed. As Whis spoke, he raised his staff, and the crystal ball on it immediately displayed Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan 5 state. What is this? If I'm not mistaken, it should be Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5. Yes. Whis nodded. Just then the oracle fish in the staff's fishbowl came hopping over excitedly. Lord Beerus, the strongest in the universe, has appeared. I know. Beerus glanced at it indifferently. Aren't you surprised? Beerus, no surprise, because we already know who it is. Who? Son Gohan. I see. On Earth, after Son Gohan successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 5, Videl and the others quickly arrived. Big brother, have you mastered another Super Saiyan transformation? Son Gohan nodded. This one is called Super Saiyan 5. Super Saiyan 5? Goten, we need to train hard too and strive to reach Super Saiyan 5 as soon as possible. Yes. Son Goten nodded. Son Gohan chuckled dryly upon hearing this. You two should focus on reaching Super Saiyan 4 first. By the way, big brother, now that androids 13 and the others have been eliminated, is there any way to revive them? That's a bit difficult as they weren't truly human. I see. Since androids 13 and the others are gone, it'll be up to you two to protect Earth from now on. Son Goten and Trunks nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan reverted to his base form. On the 7th universe's planet Sita, a medium-sized spaceship was currently landing on the planet. After the spaceship landed, a man with normal human skin tone and light cyan hair stepped out. He had a blue left eye, wore a monocle over his right, and was clad in an olive-green outfit. This man was named Granola, a member of the sniper race, the Cerealians. His right eye was specially adapted for sniping, allowing him to easily discern fatal points on a person's body. Granola, you finished this mission quite quickly. A blue-skinned alien with a shrimp-like head greeted Granola. Granola paid him no heed and walked straight towards the palace ahead. After a while, he entered the palace and saw 3 men and 1 woman, all with hair resembling thick ropes. These 4 were members of the Heaters, Elec, Gas, Oil, and Maki. They belonged to the same family and had founded the Heaters group, which spanned the galaxy. On the surface, they engaged in legitimate businesses like planet restoration and bounty hunting, but secretly they collaborated with the galactic tyrant Frieza in illicit dealings for enormous profits. The Heaters group often worked with bounty hunters and assassins, and Granola was one of the bounty hunters they employed. Granola, you're here, Elec said with a smile. Granola gave a nod and threw a bundle wrapped in cloth containing a head onto the ground. Might I've already killed him for you. Upon hearing this, Elec gestured to Maki beside him. Seeing Elec's signal, Maki stepped forward, opened the bundle, and revealed a blue head. After confirming that the head belonged to Might, Maki turned and nodded at Elec. Oil immediately threw a bag of money to Granola. Granola reached out and caught the money bag. By the way, Granola, do you know that the Frieza force is now under the control of a Saiyan named Reg? Reg? Yes. Elec nodded. I've heard he's also King Vegeta's eldest son. Granola gritted his teeth. What, Granola, you didn't know about this? No. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Yes. Elec nodded. Seeing this, Granola immediately walked out of the palace. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. After 3 days of training, Son Gohan had become more proficient in controlling Super Saiyan 5 on the realm of the gods of destruction of Universe 7. Son Goku was currently sparring with Vegeta. Because Goku had briefly entered the state of Ultra Instinct during his previous fight with Jiren, he had spent these 3 days trying to enter that state again. After 3 days of continuous battles with Whis and the others, Goku had initially grasped Ultra Instinct. However, the state was unstable, and he could only activate it unexpectedly at times. At that moment, Goku was evading Vegeta's attacks in a nascent Ultra Instinct form. Damn it! Vegeta roared in anger, throwing his right fist forward with all his might. Boom! Goku raised his left hand and blocked the punch. Lord Beerus, those two are getting stronger and stronger. Yes. Beerus nodded. Just then the staff in Whis' hands suddenly lit up. Whis checked the staff and said, Lord Beerus, Lord Kampa is here. Kampa, yes. And he's brought Kaba and the others along. Kaba the Saiyan from Universe 6. Yes. What are they here for? I don't know. Shortly after Kampa arrived on Beerus' planet with Kaba, Caulifla, what Vegeta and Vados. Beerus. Kampa greeted Beerus with a smile. Beerus nodded. What brings you and them here today? Nothing much, just bored. I thought we could have a match between them. A match? Yes, but the loser has to treat the winner to Earth cuisine. Beerus squinted his eyes upon hearing this. That's your real motive, isn't it? Kampa immediately looked guilty. So are you in or not? What's the competition? How about badminton? Badminton? Lord Beerus, badminton is an Earth sport. Each match is best of 3 games. Before the game starts, the players toss a coin to decide who serves first. The first to reach 21 points wins that game. If the score is tied at 20-20, the winner must lead by 2 points. If the score reaches 29-29, the first to get 30 points wins. I see. Yes. Whis nodded. So Beerus, do you dare to play? Bring it on, who's afraid? But with so many of you, I only have Goku and Vegeta. No problem, you can call 2 more. And I don't plan to have the match on your planet. Not on my planet, right? Since the loser has to treat the winner to Earth cuisine, naturally, we should play on Earth. Earth? Yes. Kampa nodded. Goku, Vegeta, what do you two think? I have no objections. What about you, Vegeta? I don't have any either. All right then, Whis, let's go to Earth now. As you wish, Lord Beerus. Over 20 minutes later, Kampa and Beerus and the others arrived at Bulma's house. Bulma, a badminton match. Yes, Bulma. Don't you have a badminton court here? I do, but I don't have rackets that can withstand your strength. Vados smiled. Don't worry about that. I've prepared the shuttlecocks and rackets. Prepared them? Yes. Vados said, pulling 2 pairs of rackets and a shuttlecock from her staff. This shuttlecock is made from flame bird feathers. It's sturdy and fireproof. These rackets are made from Kachin steel, extremely hard. Fireproof. Vados nodded. Then why bring 2 pairs of rackets? Bulma asked. Normally 1 pair is enough for badminton. This match is a doubles game. Doubles? Yes. Vados nodded. All right, Beerus, go call 2 more people so we can start the match. Whis, go get Gohan. As you wish, Lord Beerus. Whis said, tapping the ground with his staff and disappearing from Bulma's house. Shortly after, Whis returned with Son Gohan and Piccolo. Piccolo. Goku said. Piccolo nodded. Since everyone's here, let's start the match quickly. Kampa urged. All right. Whis nodded. Goku, Vegeta, will you 2 be 1 team, or will Gohan and the others be? Vegeta and I will be a team, Goku said with a smile. All right. Whis nodded. Although he felt uncertain about the 2 since Goku had said, so he could only trust them. After the teams were decided, Goku and Vegeta took their positions at the front of the badminton court, while Caulifla and Kale went to the back. Vados and Whis stood on the left and right sides, acting as referees for the match. Based on the coin toss, Caulifla's team would serve first. Bang! With a heavy sound, the shuttlecock flew like a fireball towards Goku and Vegeta. They reacted swiftly, both raising their rackets to strike the fireball forward. Bang! Their rackets collided heavily. Although the shuttlecock was returned, both of their gazes were drawn to each other's rackets. Kale! Caulifla shouted to Kale. Kale made a decisive smash, sending the shuttlecock back to the ground where Goku and Vegeta stood. Due to the immense force of Kale's return, the shuttlecock left a large dent on the ground. Point for Lord Kampa's team. Bardoss, standing to the right of Sun Wukong, waved her staff to the right, and the shuttlecock immediately fell back into Kale's hands. Kakarot, it's all your fault. They scored a point. What do you mean, my fault? If your racket hadn't hit mine, I definitely would have caught that ball. I knew it. Whis sighed helplessly and covered his face. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly. Let's draw a line. We'll use this center line as the boundary. The balls on this side are mine, and those on that side are yours. What center line? Sun Wukong smiled and scratched his head. Vegeta was speechless. This line in the middle. Afraid Sun Wukong wouldn't know which line. Vegeta even pointed specifically at the center line. Can you two continue the match now? Bardoss asked them with a smile. Vegeta nodded. Very well, the match continues now. Kale will serve. Kale immediately hit the shuttlecock towards Vegeta. Huh. Vegeta yelled, striking the shuttlecock back with force. Boom. With an explosive sound, the shuttlecock like a fireball was slammed heavily onto the ground behind Kale. The ground was instantly blasted into a deep crater. Bulma was stunned. Are you sure that's a ball, not a bomb? Team Lord Beerus scores 1 point. Hep. Vegeta smirked. It seems this ground isn't sturdy enough. Whis, how about we reinforce it? Certainly, sister. Vegeta, could you pause the match for a moment? Vegeta nodded. With that, the four immediately walked off the badminton court. Bardoss and Whis waved their staves over the ground, instantly renewing it. All set. Sun Wukong, that's it. Yes. Oh. Sun Wukong then immediately walked back onto the court. Bardoss tossed the shuttlecock to Vegeta. Match continues. Vegeta will serve. Vegeta tossed the shuttlecock up and struck it towards Kale. Bang. The shuttlecock like a fireball whizzed past Kale. Just as everyone thought Kale's team couldn't catch it, Caulifla suddenly appeared and returned the shot with her racket. However, due to the immense power of the shot, Caulifla's racket immediately sparked from friction. Huh. Caulifla yelled, hitting the shuttlecock towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong flickered and instantly appeared in the air, returning the shot. Bang. 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 The shuttlecock like a fireball was batted back and forth. Sun Wukong scores a point. Vegeta scores a point. Caulifla scores a point. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta lacked perfect coordination, their strength far surpassed Kale's team. 21-10. Team Lord Beerus wins the first set. Beerus smirked. How about that, Compa? Compa remained silent. Second set, Son Gohan and Piccolo versus what, Magetta and Cabba. Cabba, Magetta, you two better give it your all. Compa shouted at them. Cabba nodded. If there are no other issues, shall we begin the second set now? Whis said. The four nodded. Very well, I now declare the second doubles badminton match officially started. Team Lord Beerus will serve. Gohan. Piccolo called to Son Gohan, signaling him to serve. Son Gohan nodded, took the shuttlecock from Bardoss, and hit it towards what? Magetta. What? Magetta raised his hand and returned the shuttlecock. Piccolo then leaped up and sent it back. Cabba quickly ran to receive it. Bang. The shuttlecock was returned like a fireball. Son Gohan executed a smash, slamming it onto the ground behind Cabba. Son Gohan scores a point. Piccolo scores a point. Cabba scores a point. Due to their excellent teamwork, Son Gohan and Piccolo won the match 21-5. Compa, did you come all this way just to treat us to Earth's cuisine? Beerus laughed. Compa gritted his teeth. It's no big deal treating you to Earth's food. Bardoss, have someone bring Earth's cuisine here. Yes, Lord Compa. How about I do it? Bulma said. Yes. I order food often and have their number. Bardoss, give her the money. Yes, Lord Compa. Bardoss waved her staff over the ground, and a large pile of gold appeared. How about it, Bulma? Is this enough? Enough? Actually, you don't have to pay, it's not that much anyway. Bulma, don't stand on ceremony with him. This money is like toilet paper to him. Toilet paper? Yeah, you probably couldn't earn what he has in a lifetime. Well, in that case, he'll take it. Bardoss nodded. Shortly after, Bulma called and ordered a feast to be delivered. Beerus and Compa, seeing the table laden with food, immediately began to feast voraciously. Lord Beerus, mind your manners. Lord Compa, mind your manners. Whis and Bardoss reminded them. Hearing this, Beerus and Compa slowed down. Sun Wukong and the others then started eating. Since what, Magetta was a metal man and didn't eat, he could only sit aside silently watching them savor the earth delicacies. After a long while, Beerus and the others finished their meal, letting out loud burps. So full. Beerus said, patting his round belly. Yeah. Compa echoed. After resting a bit, Compa bid farewell to Beerus and the others, taking Caulifla and the rest back to Universe 6. On the way back, Bardoss suddenly asked Compa with a smile. Lord Compa, are you planning to reconcile with Lord Beerus? How is that possible? I was just bored, that's why I wanted to have a match with Beerus. Bardoss smiled knowingly and said nothing. And that doubles badminton match you suggested was terrible. There's no helping it. Son Gohan and the others are so strong, we have no event we can beat them in unless it's a battle of wits. Oomph. Compa snorted. I don't care, but it's your idea that's flawed. On planet Cereal. Granola was currently in his dwelling looking at the single-star Dragon Ball on the table. This Dragon Ball was brought to this planet by his grandfather Monito. Monet was a Namekian. In the distant past, the Namekians migrated from another world to the 7th universe. Ages later, the original Namek was destroyed by a cataclysm. Monet fled with over a dozen of his kin to planet Cereal, where Namekians and Cerealians coexisted peacefully. Under a full moon, the Frieza force attacked. His brethren were slain, and before his death, the Grand Elder entrusted the Dragon Balls to Monet. Later, while Monet was in hiding, Goku's father Bardock arrived and entrusted Granola and his mother Muesli to his care. The Heaters found them. Bardock fought them, but Elec shot Muesli dead. In the end, Bardock drove them off and Monet and Granola survived, clinging to each other for survival. Granola was very young at the time and had been knocked unconscious during the battle, so he never knew that Elec was the one who killed his mother. Years later, Monet, Granola, and the Heater forces met again. To ensure Granola's safety, Monet never told him the truth about that day. Granola. Just as Granola was fixated on the Dragon Ball, a small, frail, old man shuffled in. It was Monet. Grandpa. Monet nodded. How did the mission go this time? Granola nodded. Granola, have you thought about quitting the Heaters? No. Granola's expression turned cold. With that, Granola turned and walked out. Monet sighed heavily. Every time he brought up this topic, Granola would always avoid it. He knew that deep down Granola still harbored a burning hatred for Frieza and the Saiyans. His work for the Heaters was merely a means to increase his own power. Stepping outside, Granola headed towards a forest in front of his home. Raggle, he muttered, thinking about what Elec had said. As Granola entered the woods, he suddenly saw a man in black leaning against a large tree. The man had purple skin, wore black glasses, and had his hair tied in a high ponytail. Who are you? Granola eyed the man warily. The man in black smiled. My name is Fu. Fu. Yes. Fu nodded. What are you doing here? Fu smiled again. I came looking for you. For me, eh? That's right. I know you want to fight the Saiyans. I can help you. Why would you help me? Granola asked, still on guard. Because I hate the Saiyans just as much as you do. And how will you help me? Fu grinned and produced a 2-star Dragon Ball. A Dragon Ball? Exactly. I know you've been searching for this one. But how do you know? I know everything. So you're giving it to me? Yes. Fu nodded. But I have one condition. A condition, right? The condition is once you become strong enough, you must go to Earth and eliminate the Saiyans there. Earth? Yes. Fine, I agree. Hearing this, Fu immediately handed the 2-star ball to Granola. Then with an instant transmission, he vanished from Planet Cereal. The Dragon Ball. Granola looked at the sphere in his hand and tucked it away. Then he turned and went back home. He only needed to obtain the Dragon Ball from his house to summon the Namekian dragon. Granola. Monet called out happily upon seeing him return. Granola nodded. Granola, I didn't mean anything by what I said earlier. I just think working for the Heaters is too dangerous. Granola acknowledged with a nod and lay down on a nearby bed. Seeing this, Monet didn't press further and simply sat quietly in the room. At noon, while Monet was napping, Granola secretly took the Dragon Balls and recited the summoning incantation in an open field. As the words left his lips, the sky over all of Planet Cereal darkened. A long golden dragon emerged from the 2 Dragon Balls. It was the Namekian dragon Purunga. State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one. I want to become the strongest in the universe. Impossible. Impossible. Didn't you just say any wish could be granted? Yes. But this wish comes at a price. What price? Your lifespan. Even if you sacrifice all of it, you can only become the second strongest in the universe. Only the second strongest. Indeed, the power of the universe's strongest is something you could never reach even by giving up your entire life. Then let me become the second strongest. Very well, but that will leave you with only 3 years to live. Are you certain you wish to make this wish? Yes. Granola nodded. Then so be it. However, granting this wish will take a little longer. You may have to wait a moment. Granola nodded. As he spoke, Purunga's red eyes began to glow. Back at Monet's house, Monet woke from a nightmare with a start. Thank goodness it was just a dream. Monet glanced out the window and saw that the sky had gone dark. He was startled. Like Namek, Planet Cereal had only day, never night. Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he rushed out of bed and saw that the Dragon Ball on the table was gone. Granola. Monet frantically searched the house for Granola. Meanwhile, elsewhere, after a period of waiting, Granola's hair had grown extremely long and his power had surged exponentially. Your wish has been granted. Until we meet again. With that, the Namekian dragon dispersed across the sky of Planet Cereal. Earth, the Saiyans, Raggle. Granola clenched his fists. Just then Monet arrived. Granola. Grandpa. Granola, you took the Dragon Balls, didn't you? Yes. Granola nodded. What wish did you make? I wish to become the second strongest in the universe. The second strongest, Monet said, eyeing the long hair that now hung down Granola's back. Could it be? Granola nodded once and started walking forward. Granola, where are you going? To take revenge. With that, Granola shot forward into the sky at tremendous speed. No, don't go. Monet cried out. But Granola was already far away, unable to hear his voice. After Granola left, he soon piloted his spaceship and departed from Planet Cereal. Meanwhile, on Planet Zeta, Elec and the others were in the palace discussing the current state of the universe. That Saiyan named Reg is incredibly powerful. He has already taken control of most of Frieza's army, and he also has 5 formidable children. At this rate, the number of planets he conquers might surpass even Frieza in his prime. Elec declared, glancing at Gas and the others. Elec's expression turned solemn. They had thought that with Frieza's death the Heaters would have no threats left in the universe. Yet now a new menace named Reg had emerged. There's nothing we can do about it. Back then, who would have guessed that a nearly extinct race would produce a legendary Super Saiyan? Maki remarked. Just then Elec heard footsteps approaching from outside. Turning his head, he saw Granola walking toward the palace. Granola? Granola nodded. Granola, what brings you here today? Elec asked. I came to ask you about the Saiyans. The Saiyans? Yes. What do you want with the Saiyans? Revenge. Hearing this, Elec couldn't help but laugh. Granola, I'm not mocking you, but with your current strength you're no match for those Saiyans. Going after them would be suicide. Granola remained calm. My power right now is second in the entire universe. Second in the universe. As Elec spoke, he noticed that Granola's hair had grown significantly longer. Granola, what happened to your hair? This is the price I paid to become the universe's second strongest. The price. What exactly happened, Granola? I used the Dragon Balls to wish for the power of the universe's second strongest. The cost was 150 years of my lifespan. Now I have only 3 years left to live. Dragon Balls. Granola nodded. They'll tell you, but I need to confirm if what you're saying is true. Elec shot a meaningful glance at Oil. Understanding the signal, Oil stepped forward and threw a punch at Granola. Granola sidestepped with a slight shift of his body, evading the blow. Startled, Oil clenched his left fist and swung it at Granola again. Granola vanished in a flash, reappearing behind Oil and struck him with a single palm to the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. Oiled. Maki cried out in shock. Granola, who had once been no match for them, had now effortlessly defeated Oil in a single blow. Clap, clap, clap. Elec applauded with a smile. Speak. What do you want to know? I want information about Reg and the Saiyans on Earth. Very well. Elec nodded and relayed all the information he had about Reg and the others to Granola. After obtaining the intel he sought, Granola immediately left the palace. As Granola departed, Elec's expression darkened with concern. Granola had once been weak and posed no threat, but now with his power as the universe's second strongest, if he ever discovered that Elec had killed his mother, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Maki, all of you will accompany me to planet Zuno. Zuno. Yes. Granola is now the second most powerful being in the universe. I'm afraid he will learn the truth about the past and come after us. So before he finds out, we must locate the Dragon Balls he spoke of and grant Gas a power even greater than his. Gas. Elec nodded. Time passed swiftly, and a week later, after piloting his spaceship for 7 days, Granola finally arrived on Earth. So this is Earth. Granola stepped out of his ship and flew toward the city ahead. West City, at Bulma's house. Son Goten and Trunks were playfully sparring in the backyard of Bulma's home when a figure suddenly descended from the sky. It was Granola. Trunks was startled by the sudden arrival. Who are you? Is this Vegeta's house? Yes, this is my father's home. He is your father? Trunks nodded. Upon hearing this, Granola's gaze turned hostile as he stared at Trunks. Where is your father now? My father is training on Lord Beerus' planet. Beerus? Yes, the god of destruction, Lord Beerus. When will he return? I don't know. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after. Damn it. Granola gritted his teeth in fury, grabbing Trunks by the collar. Then call him back right now, or he'll kill you. Kill me. Trunks became alert. That's right. Who exactly are you? My name is Granola. I am a Cerealian, a race wiped out by you Saiyans. Cerealians? Yes. I came to Earth to exterminate all Saiyans. Is that so? Then let's see if you have what it takes. Huh. Trunks clenched his fists, transformed into a Super Saiyan, and charged at Granola. In an instant, Trunks was before Granola, throwing powerful punches, but Granola dodged every single one. Damn it. Just as Trunks prepared to strike again, Granola circled behind him and knocked him unconscious with a single palm strike. Trunks. Son Goten gasped in alarm, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 as he lunged at Granola. Granola sneered, vanishing and reappearing in front of Goten in a flash, landing a powerful kick to his abdomen. Bang! With a deafening explosion, Goten's body shot backward like a beam of light, crashing violently into a building behind him. Hearing the commotion, Bulma rushed out of the house and saw Trunks lying on the ground. Trunks. And who are you? Granola asked. My name is Bulma. I'm Trunks' mother. Who are you? Granola smirked. So you're Vegeta's wife. You must have a way to contact him and have him return, don't you? You're looking for Vegeta? Granola nodded. Then I'll contact him right now and have him come back. Although Bulma said this, she took out her smartphone from her pants pocket and called Son Gohan. It would take quite some time for Son Goku and Vegeta to return from their training on Beerus' planet. Son Gohan, who was on Earth, would be faster. Soon the call was connected. Gohan, it's me, Auntie Bulma. Auntie Bulma, what's the matter? Gohan, a very powerful guy, suddenly appeared at my house. He insists on finding Vegeta. Trunks and Goten have already been defeated. Alright, I'll be right there, Son Gohan said, and with an instant transmission he appeared before Bulma. Seeing this, Bulma was so startled that she stepped back. Auntie Bulma, I'm fine, just deal with the guy in front of you. Son Gohan nodded and looked at Granola before him. Granola, shouldn't he only appear after the Moro arc? Are you Vegeta? Granola asked. No, my name is Son Gohan. Son Gohan, then where is Vegeta? Uncle Vegeta is still training on Lord Beerus' planet. Didn't you call him back? No, anyway, you're no match for me. Oomph. Granola snorted coldly. Then he'll just kill you first and wait for him to return. Bang. Son Gohan let out a roar and transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Granola's figure flickered as he charged at Son Gohan. Son Gohan's figure flickered, and in an instant he appeared in the sky, flying out of West City. Trying to run. Seeing this, Granola immediately gave chase. Bang. Soon Son Gohan flew outside West City and stopped. Not running anymore. I never intended to run. I just didn't want our battle to harm innocent people. Innocent people? Haven't you Saiyans killed enough innocents? That's all in the past. I'm a Saiyan raised on Earth. By the way, I don't even know your name yet. My name is Granola. I am a Cerealian whose race was exterminated by you Saiyans. Today I will avenge my people. Is that so? Son Gohan said calmly. After speaking, Granola immediately lunged at Son Gohan. In the blink of an eye, Granola was before him, throwing powerful punches. Son Gohan shifted left and right, effortlessly dodging Granola's attacks. Startled, Granola threw a fierce right punch, but Son Gohan evaded it again. This. How is this possible? Granola was shocked. Despite possessing the second greatest power in the universe, he couldn't even touch Son Gohan. Could it be? Granola seemed to realize something, his face filled with disbelief. No. Impossible, you can't possibly be the strongest in the universe. Son Gohan smiled. Nothing is impossible in this world. Granola gritted his teeth and swung his fists wildly. Son Gohan blocked Granola's attacks while retreating. Granola let out a fierce roar and knocked Son Gohan back. Then Granola raised his index finger, firing several energy blasts in rapid succession at Son Gohan. Son Gohan dodged while closing in on Granola. Just as Son Gohan was about to reach Granola, Granola abruptly seized his energy blasts with his right index finger and with his left fist already prepared struck at Son Gohan's abdomen. At that moment, Son Gohan suddenly used time stop, circling behind Granola. When time resumed, Granola's left punch hit nothing but air. Granola was stunned, sensing something unusual. Just then, Son Gohan's right fist slammed powerfully into Granola's back. With a thunderous crash, Granola's body shot like a ray of light, smashing violently into the mountain before him. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of dust. After a moment, when the dust settled, Granola crawled out of the mountain looking disheveled. Are you still planning to fight me with this clone? Granola was shocked again. He hadn't expected Son Gohan to see through his clone. How did you know I was a clone? Clone techniques. I've been using them since I was a kid. How could I not know? Is that so? After hearing this, Granola's figure vanished. On Granola's spaceship, once the clone returned to the main body, Granola's original opened his eyes, ready to fight Son Gohan personally. He had originally intended to conserve some energy to deal with Leg. But now if he held back any further, he would never be able to take his revenge. With this thought, Granola immediately left the spaceship to confront Son Gohan. As the distance was short, Granola's main body soon appeared before Son Gohan. So this is your real body? Granola nodded, stepped forward with his left foot, and launched a powerful right punch. Son Gohan stepped back to evade. Granola clenched his left fist, his strikes coming like flashes of light as he attacked Son Gohan. Son Gohan clenched his fists and engaged Granola in close combat. Whoosh! Bang! 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 With each fierce clash, a large cloud of dust rose around them. Bang! Son Gohan and Granola's right fists collided with tremendous force, unleashing an incredibly fierce gale that swept outwards. Son Gohan tightened his right fist and threw a punch that sent Granola staggering backward. Granola gritted his teeth and quickly charged at Son Gohan again. Just then, Son Gohan suddenly activated the flash strike, landing a heavy blow to Granola's abdomen with his right fist. Granola screamed in agony, his body shooting like a ray of light into a large mountain behind him. With a tremendous roar, the mountain erupted in a cloud of dust. After a moment, when the dust cleared, Granola's figure had vanished. Son Gohan quickly used time stop, turning to see Granola's incoming strike. He swiftly dodged. As time resumed, Granola's right punch missed. What? Just as Granola was stunned, Son Gohan's right elbow struck him with brutal force. Bang! With a violent impact, Granola's body was slammed heavily into the ground, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. Son Gohan stepped back, gathering a golden energy sphere in his right hand, and fired it at Granola lying on the ground. Boom! With a colossal explosion, the energy blast struck Granola and detonated. A thick plume of smoke instantly rose from Granola's body. When the smoke cleared, Granola had risen from the ground, his body battered and weary as he stared at Son Gohan. "You're no match for me. Since you didn't kill Trunks and the others, I'll spare your life this time. Leave Earth." Granola gritted his teeth, seething with rage as he looked at Son Gohan. Huh. With a mighty shout, Granola elevated his energy to its peak and charged at Son Gohan at full speed. In an instant, he appeared before Son Gohan, his right fist thrusting forward with force. On planet Cereal. After learning the whereabouts of the two Dragon Balls from Zuno, Elec quickly found them on the planet and summoned the Cerealian dragon. "State your wish. Any wish can be granted, but only one. I want Gas to become the strongest in the universe." Impossible. Impossible. But you just said you could grant any wish. True, but becoming the strongest in the universe depends on one's potential. His potential cannot make him the strongest in the universe. At best, he can only be the second strongest, and that is only the second strongest under the gods. Then let Gas become the second strongest in the universe. Fine, but to make him the second strongest, his lifespan may be greatly shortened. Back on Earth. After Granola launched another attack, he was once again knocked to the ground by Son Gohan. Now lying on the ground on the brink of death, he looked up at Son Gohan with a heart full of resentment. "The strongest in the universe. If I'm not mistaken, that must be you, right? The strongest in the universe. When I wished to the dragon, he said he could only make me the second strongest. Is that so? With your current strength, you can never defeat me. You're not going to kill me. Do you want me to?" Son Gohan smiled. "But don't regret this. I will still seek revenge on you, Saiyans." Son Gohan nodded, took out a Senza bean, and tossed it to Granola. "This is a Senza bean. Eat it, and all your injuries will heal." Granola snorted coldly and threw the Senza bean aside. Son Gohan smiled. "You're just like Vegeta, but I advise you to take that bean. Otherwise, if the heaters come for you, you and your grandfather might die at their hands." Granola was startled. "How do you know about the heaters?" "I know everything." "Then why would they want to kill me?" "It's a long story. Simply put, the heaters killed your mother." "No. Impossible, you must be lying to me." "Is it true?" "Ask your grandfather. Originally, you were weak and posed no threat to the heaters. But now that your power has surpassed theirs, they naturally won't let you live." After hearing this, Granola gritted his teeth and rose from the ground. Then he picked up the Senza bean he had thrown aside. At that moment, four figures suddenly appeared. They were none other than Elec and the other heaters. "Elec." As Granola spoke, he noticed that Gas had grown as tall as Elec. Elec smiled and nodded. "It seems you've already lost." "Elec, I ask you, was it you who killed my mother back then?" Elec was taken aback. "How do you know? Has Monito already told you?" Hearing this, Granola instantly understood that the heaters had indeed killed his mother. "Why? Why did you kill my mother?" Elec sneered. "Blame it on the weakness of you Cerealians." "Damn you." Enraged, Granola charged at Elec at full speed. In an instant, he was before Elec, his right fist swinging forward with all his might. Suddenly, Gas appeared in front of Elec and caught Granola's fist. With a light laugh, Gas twisted his left hand downward, and with a cry of pain, Granola was flipped onto the ground. Gas stepped forward and kicked Granola's body with force. Granola screamed in agony as his body was sent flying thousands of meters away. Seeing this, Elec turned his gaze to Son Gohan. Although Son Gohan was not seriously injured, his clothes were covered in dust and sand. "Are you Son Gohan?" Elec asked. Son Gohan nodded. "What do you want to fight me to?" "No, you misunderstand. Our only target on Earth is Granola," Elec said with a smile. Originally, he had planned to wait for the two to wear each other down, then have Gas finish them off. But from the looks of it, Son Gohan seemed barely injured. Could it be that he is the strongest in the universe? Elec thought to himself. "Is that so?" Son Gohan said with a faint smile. With a crunch, Granola immediately swallowed the Senzu bean Son Gohan had given him. In an instant, his injuries and stamina were fully restored. "This?" Granola stood up from the ground in disbelief. Elec was also astonished. Just moments ago, Granola was covered in wounds, and now he was completely healed. "Elec, it's time we settled our score." Elec smirked. "Granola, I don't know how you healed yourself, but you can never defeat Gas. I had the dragon make him the new second strongest in the universe." "The new second strongest in the universe?" "Exactly, so you have no chance of winning against him." Hearing this, Son Gohan couldn't help but laugh. "Granola, you people sure love fighting over second place." Gas gritted his teeth in anger, but feeling Elec's hand on his shoulder, he calmed down. Granola snorted coldly and instantly appeared before Gas, his fists and feet moving like light as he attacked. Gas clenched his fists and engaged in battle with him. With fierce sounds of combat, the two clashed on the ground. Wherever they passed, the surrounding boulders were shattered into pieces, and the ground was churned up into massive clouds of dust. Boom. After a brief struggle, Gas kicked Granola back with his right foot. "Huh." Granola roared and charged at Gas once more. Soon they rose from the ground into the air, continuing their battle in the sky. Son Gohan observed the battle between the two, reverting his body to its normal state. He's transformed back. Elec thought to himself. At that very moment, Gas conjured a spear in his right hand and hurled it at Granola. Startled, Granola swiftly evaded the attack. Gas then manifested guns, kunai, and other weapons in his hands, flinging them all at Granola. Yet Granola dodged every single projectile. Seeing his throws were futile, Gas immediately materialized an axe in his hand and charged at Granola. In an instant, Gas was before Granola, swinging the axe in his right hand with tremendous force. Granola retreated, dodging as he moved backward. Watching the clash, Son Gohan retrieved a bottle of cola from his system's inventory and began to drink. Elec was taken aback, wondering where Gohan had pulled the drink from. After retreating for a moment, Granola suddenly spotted a weakness in Gas. He drove his right fist hard into Gas' abdomen. A resounding boom echoed as the blow landed, sending Gas staggering backward. Damn it! Gas growled through gritted teeth. He then used his ki to create a cube around each of Granola's limbs. What a... Granola was alarmed. Just then, Gas fired a beam from his eyes straight at Granola. With a grunt, Granola quickly raised his arms to block the ray. A thunderous explosion erupted from the beam. Seizing the moment, Gas instantly teleported behind Granola and used destruction on him with his right hand. A violent blast resounded. Granola let out an agonizing scream as a tremendous force hurled him into the air. Still confined by the cubes, Granola soon crashed back down to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. With a mighty roar, Granola unleashed an incredibly powerful surge of energy, shattering the cubes that bound his limbs. The surrounding dust was blown away. At that moment, a spaceship landed on Earth. It was Monito's ship. Monito, Elec remarked as he watched the ship touch down nearby. Then, Elec, should we eliminate him? Maki asked. No need. That guy's Dragon Balls might still be useful later. Maki nodded. Grandfather, Granola called out, spotting Monito on Earth. Granola immediately removed the eye patch from his right eye, revealing its yellow hue. Gas snorted coldly, instantly teleporting before Granola and throwing a powerful right punch. Granola sidestepped and landed a heavy right blow to Gas' abdomen. Gas cried out in agony, spitting out a mouthful of bile. Granola seized the opportunity, unleashing a flurry of lightning-fast punches to Gas' face and body. A series of rapid thuds followed. Under Granola's relentless assault, Gas let out pained cries, his body being driven backward. Gas! Elec was shocked. At that instant, Granola delivered a powerful roundhouse kick, sending Gas flying. With a deafening crash, Gas' body like a beam smashed violently into a mountain behind him, sending up a huge cloud of dust. Once the dust settled, a furious Gas crawled out from the mountain. Gas used that power, Elec suggested to him. Gas looked at Elec, a hint of hesitation in his heart. The power Elec referred to was the power of his unsealed form. He wasn't certain he could fully control that power. Gas, it's fine. You're stronger now. You can definitely master it. All right. Hearing this, Gas ultimately decided to follow Elec's advice and unseal his power. Opt. With a mighty yell, Gas clenched his fists, his entire body radiating an incredibly formidable aura as he powered up. A resounding boom echoed. The ground beneath him trembled violently under the influence of his ki. With another explosive burst, Gas' muscles bulged immensely, tearing his clothes. His power exploded every second, and sharp horns grew from the sides of his forehead. This was Gas' berserk form. What? Granola was stunned. At that moment, Gas charged at Granola like a wild beast. Granola clenched his fists and charged at Gas as well. In an instant, they were upon each other, exchanging a barrage of lightning-fast punches and kicks. However, Gas was faster. Before Granola could land a hit, Gas' fist struck him first, sending him staggering backward. Before Granola could react, Gas was upon him again, unleashing a torrent of blows to his face and body. A rapid series of impacts sounded. Under Gas' onslaught, Granola cried out in pain, his body continuously forced back. Gas clenched his right fist and delivered a devastating blow to Granola's face. With a heavy thud, Granola's body flew like a bullet, crashing onto the distant ground. After defeating Granola, Gas immediately turned his gaze toward Maki and Oil. In his berserk state, he couldn't distinguish friend from foe. Gee, Gas, what are you doing? It's us, Maki and Oil. Maki said, frightened by Gas' terrifying glare. Huh? Gas roared and charged straight at them. Gas, snap out of it. Elec, have you forgotten our heaters, forgotten our goal? Elec shouted at Gas. Yet Gas paid no heed and continued his attack on Maki and Oil. A heavy impact sounded. Maki was sent flying by the blow. Gas, Elec. Elec yelled again. Upon hearing the name Elec, Gas immediately clutched his head in pain. The sound of Elec's voice triggered memories of his past. After a moment, Gas gradually regained his senses. Elec, Gas, have you come to your senses? Gas nodded. Excellent. Then finish off Granola. Gas nodded. He'll not only kill Granola, but also that Saiyan. That's Saiyan. Elec looked at Son Gohan. He secretly wished to eliminate Gohan as well, but knowing Gohan's immense strength, he feared Gas might not be able to beat him. However, now that Gas had mastered the awakened power, maybe he could defeat Gohan. Fine, but you must take him out. After a long hesitation, Elec finally decided to take the gamble. Although Gohan was powerful, he had just fought a long battle with Granola, which must have drained a lot of his stamina. Perhaps his strength had already diminished significantly. Jace nodded and looked towards Son Gohan. With a loud bang, Son Gohan clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Jace let out a fierce cry and instantly teleported before Son Gohan, launching an attack. With a resounding crash, Son Gohan raised his left arm, blocking Jace's right fist. Startled, Jace quickly lifted his left fist and struck towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan thrust his right knee forward, driving it hard into Jace's abdomen before his left fist could land. Jace let out an agonized scream, vomiting a mouthful of bile. Jace! Elec gasped in shock. At that moment, Son Gohan punched Jace squarely in the face, sending him flying thousands of meters away. With a thunderous boom, Jace's body crashed into a massive mountain behind him, sending up clouds of dust. Son Gohan smirked. To tell you the truth, I am the strongest in the universe. You are the strongest in the universe. Elec was stunned. If Son Gohan was the strongest in the universe, then Jace stood no chance against him. The strongest in the universe. Granola heard this and immediately understood why he couldn't defeat Son Gohan. Yes. Elec gritted his teeth, never expecting that after years of scheming, he would ultimately lose his gamble. Now regret filled his heart. Regret for coming to Earth, regret for making an enemy of Son Gohan. He should have waited until Granola left Earth before making his move. Huh. At that moment, Jace crawled out of the mountain, clenched his fists, and his aura surged upward once more. As his energy soared, Jace's entire form began to age rapidly. Jace! Elec gasped, realizing Jace was prepared to fight to the death with Son Gohan. Huh. With a mighty shout, Jace instantly appeared before Son Gohan and struck. Son Gohan dodged, gathering a purple energy of destruction in his right hand and hurling it at Jace. With an earth-shattering explosion, the destructive energy detonated, unleashing a colossal storm across the ground. Jace's body was swiftly torn apart by the storm from the explosion. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater was revealed in the earth. Jace! Seeing no trace of Jace in the crater, Elec was filled with terror. Granola, they're yours to handle. Son Gohan said, looking at Granola, who had risen from the ground. Granola nodded and walked toward Elec and the others. Elec and his comrades felt a fresh wave of panic. Though wounded, Granola, as the second strongest in the universe, was still a formidable force. Granola, listen back then. We were only following Frieza's orders when we killed your mother. Frieza. Granola stared coldly at Elec. Though he didn't know the full truth, he was certain Elec was trying to shift the blame. Yais, spare us this once, and we swear we'll never trouble you again. Yes. Maki and Oil chimed in. Fine, if you can bring my mother back to life, they'll let you go. Elec gritted his teeth and said to Maki and Oil, Maki, Oil, let's fight him. The two nodded. Granola raised his right index finger, emitting a golden ray that shot toward Elec. The attack was so swift that Elec's chest was pierced before he could react. Ugh! Elec spat blood, never imagining he would meet his end at Granola's hands. As his consciousness faded, Elec collapsed lifelessly. Elec! Maki and Oil cried out in horror, charging at Granola. Granola snorted, instantly appearing behind them and firing a ray from his finger. Whoosh! Bang! With two sharp sounds, their chests were pierced. Blood spurted from their mouths as they fell. Why did you help me? Granola asked Son Gohan. No reason, I just thought it would be a shame if you died. A shame, eh? Just then Monito flew over from afar. Grandfather. Moments later, Monito landed. Gr Granola, did you kill Elec and the others? Monito asked, looking at the bodies. Yes. Granola nodded. Grandfather, can you tell me what really happened back then? Monito hesitated, then nodded. Monito recounted the events of the past. The one who saved me was a Saiyan. Granola said in surprise after hearing the story. The Saiyans he despised were actually his saviors. By the way, who is Monito? He's Son Gohan, the one who told me the heaters killed my mother. Son Gohan. Granola nodded. Bardock, you mentioned, is my grandfather, said Son Gohan. Bardock is your grandfather. Monito was astonished. Son Gohan was the grandson of his savior. Son Gohan nodded. Then how do you know about those events? I know everything. Is that so? Monito didn't press further, instead handing Son Gohan a scouter. This was your grandfather's scouter. I'm returning it to you now. Very well. Son Gohan took the scouter. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Wait. Granola suddenly spoke. What is it? Could I ask you? To apologize to the two Saiyans I defeated? You mean Goten and the others? Yes. Granola nodded. Then why don't you apologize yourself? Son Gohan smiled. Granola, did you hurt the Saiyans? Monito asked. Yes. Granola nodded. Then let's go apologize together. Well, alright. Though reluctant, Granola agreed. Son Gohan used instant transmission to bring them both to his home. By then, Son Goten and Trunks had regained consciousness and were standing in the backyard of Bulma's house. With them were Piccolo, Videl, and others. Gohan, big brother. Son Gohan nodded. Isn't this the guy we defeated? Trunks remarked. Son Gohan nodded. I'm truly sorry, everything is my fault. Monito apologized to Trunks. No, grandfather, I was the one who injured them. If anyone should apologize, it should be me. Granola quickly interjected. What is going on here? Piccolo asked. It's a long story. In short, he was manipulated. Manipulated? Yes. Son Gohan nodded. I'm sorry. It's because I concealed the truth back, then that Granola came to confront you. The truth of the past. Monito nodded and recounted the events of yesteryear once more. Upon hearing of Granola's tragic fate, Son Goten and Trunks chose to forgive him. Granola felt a great weight lift from his heart upon hearing their forgiveness. Well, Son Gohan, if there's nothing else, shall we take our leave? Monito said. Son Gohan nodded. If you all ever have the time, you're welcome to visit Planet Cereal. Sure. Trunks agreed. Seeing this, Monito immediately departed with Granola. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and 3 days had gone by. Within the 7th Universe's Galactic Patrol prison, an old man with blue skin, a pair of horns on his head, a face like a goat, and a long white beard beneath his chin was incarcerated. His name was Moro. 10 million years ago, Moro had fought against the Grand Supreme Kai and the South Supreme Kai. He was defeated after the Grand Supreme Kai sealed his magic with the evil containment wave, a technique that consumed most of his divine power. Although sentenced to death by the Galactic Patrol, no one was powerful enough to carry out the execution, so his sentence was commuted to life imprisonment. Now, after millions of years, Moro's life was nearing its end. Just then, as Moro sat crouched in his cell, a new guard opened the door and entered, checking the prisoner list as he walked. Cumber Sigambo Shimareka. Moro. The guard walked unsuspectingly past Moro's cell. Suddenly, Moro reached out from his cell, covered the guard's mouth, and drained all the energy from his body. Deprived of his strength, the guard collapsed unconscious inside the cell. Moro seized the keys from the guard's waist, opened his cell door, and tossed the keys to Cumber. After unlocking his own cell, Cumber threw the keys to the other prisoners. Sigambo rendezvous at the designated point, Moro said to one of the inmates before escaping with Cumber. Soon the entire galactic prison echoed with the shouts of guards. Moro has escaped. Moro has escaped. Meanwhile, in the 7th Universe's realm of the gods of destruction. After learning about Granola, Son Goku immediately asked Son Gohan to take him to Planet Cereal. He brought Granola to the realm of the gods of destruction, hoping Granola could help him master the complete Ultra Instinct. Granola was initially reluctant, but remembering Bardock's life-saving kindness to him and Minato, he agreed. At that moment, Son Goku had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and was fighting Granola on a grassy field. Granola easily dodged Goku's attacks with his body. Just then, Son Goku's hair gained defined streaks, his irises turned silver gray, and his entire body was enveloped in a silvery white aura. This was the nascent form of Ultra Instinct. Granola was startled, his expression turning serious. Huh. With a loud shout, Goku's body shot towards Granola like a flash of white light. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Empowered by Ultra Instinct, Son Goku clashed with Granola. However, even so, his strength was still no match for Granola's. On the 7th Universe's Supreme Kai planet, after learning from Granola that it was Fu who gave him the Dragon Balls to become the second strongest in the universe, Son Gohan sought out the Elder Kai. You say you wish to meet the Supreme Kai of Time. Yes, I believe you must have a way. How do you know I have a way? The time rings are in your possession. If even you have no way, then no one else does. Very well, I do have a way to get you to the Supreme Kai of Time. But you must tell me why you wish to see her. You know about the cell incident, don't you? Yes. The Elder Kai nodded. But what does that have to do with you seeking the Supreme Kai of Time? The one who brought Cell to our timeline is the same person who gave Granola the Dragon Balls. The same person? Son Gohan nodded. I can take you to meet the Supreme Kai of Time, but you must not be disrespectful to her when we get there. Son Gohan nodded again. The Time Nest, a bird's nest located at the center of all timelines, was the residence of the Supreme Kai of Time. It was vast, containing a courtyard, a pool, a training room, and more. In the hall of the Time Nest, a woman with light pink skin, long orange-pink hair, wearing an off-shoulder pink Supreme Kai uniform, and standing as tall as an elementary school student, was busily engaged in her work. This was the Supreme Kai of Time. Beside her stood a purple-haired man who was none other than Trunks of the Time Patrol. Gohan, Lord Elder Kai. Trunks greeted the arriving pair. The Elder Kai nodded. Gohan, what brings you here? Has something happened? It's nothing much, but that guy Fu is causing trouble in our timeline again. Fu is in your timeline. Son Gohan nodded and recounted the events in their timeline to the two. I see. So what brings you here? Asked Trunks of the Time Patrol. I'm here to help you. Help us. Yes, I'm here to help you eliminate Fu. The Supreme Kai of Time looked up at Son Gohan after hearing this. The Time Patrol has been fighting Fu for years. He's not as easy to deal with as you imagine. Son Gohan smiled. So does that mean you don't need my help? It's not that we don't need it, but this matter requires careful planning. I see. Then do you know where Fu is? No, that guy hops around different timelines like a rabbit. However, if you truly wish to oppose him, you should join the Time Patrol. No need. I just came to inform you today. I have a way to eliminate him. You have a way, oi? The Supreme Kai of Time asked, her face full of doubt. Son Gohan nodded slightly. Then Elder Kai, shall we return? Good. Elder Kai nodded. Wait. The Supreme Kai of Time suddenly called out to Son Gohan. What is it, Supreme Kai of Time? If you truly have a method to eliminate Fu, I will make you the captain of the Time Patrol. Son Gohan smiled. Then why not become the Supreme Kai of Time? You wish to become the Supreme Kai of Time? The Supreme Kai of Time asked, her expression turning serious. No, I was merely speaking casually. You scoundrel. The Supreme Kai of Time gritted her teeth in anger. Son Gohan had actually toyed with her. Shortly after Son Gohan and Elder Kai departed from the Nest of Time. Returning to the main timeline, Elder Kai, driven by curiosity, asked Son Gohan. Gohan, you said you have a way to eliminate Fu. Is that true or false? Of course it's true. Then how will you find him? That fellow can traverse time. Perhaps he isn't even in our timeline. It's a secret. Son Gohan smiled. You scoundrel. Then Elder Kai, if there's nothing else, shall I take my leave? Elder Kai nodded. Whoosh. Seeing this, Son Gohan used instant transmission and returned to Earth. Upon arriving, he immediately brought out the celestial mirror to see where Fu was. Through the celestial mirror, Son Gohan saw Fu sitting inside a research institute, seemingly engaged in some study. Son Gohan placed his right hand on the mirror's surface, gathering two spheres of destruction energy in his palm, and launched them at Fu. Boom. Boom. With two tremendous explosions, Fu's research institute was soon obliterated by the destruction energy. However, Fu had escaped the institute just before the energy detonated. Even so, his body was still scorched by the blast. Destruction energy. Fu gritted his teeth. Just then a figure materialized out of thin air before Fu. This person was none other than Son Gohan. Son Gohan, could it be that the destruction energy just now was your attack? Congratulations, you guessed correctly. As a reward, I'll grant you a painless death. Oomph. Fu snorted coldly. Son Gohan, how did you know I was here? I know everything. Oh, is that so? As he spoke, Fu fired a jet-black energy blast from his right hand at Son Gohan. Son Gohan conjured a semi-transparent barrier around his body, effortlessly blocking the dark energy. What? Fu was startled. Huh. At that moment, Son Gohan let out a fierce shout and transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Fu smirked. Son Gohan, you don't actually believe Super Saiyan 4 is enough to defeat me, do you? Is it not enough? Son Gohan said, his body instantly turning into a streak of crimson light as he charged at Fu. Fu snorted coldly, his form transforming into a beam of violet light as he rushed towards Son Gohan. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Amidst a series of thunderous clashes, their bodies moved like flashes of light locked in a fierce battle high in the sky. Bang! With a deafening impact, their right fists collided with immense force, unleashing a shockwave of breathtaking intensity. After a moment of stalemate, they both exerted force with their right arms simultaneously, sending each other flying backward. What is this? Why is your power so much greater than Goku's or the others? It's nothing special. My base combat power is just a bit higher than theirs. Fu let out a cold laugh. Son Gohan, your strength has indeed exceeded my expectations. But I have other matters to attend to now. I won't play with you any longer. As he spoke, Fu swiftly drew the twin swords at his waist and carved a cross-shaped dimensional rift in the air. Not good. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately lunged towards Fu. Fu smirked, his body quickly slipping into the dimensional rift. By the time Son Gohan reached the rift, it had already vanished. The Demon Realm. Beneath a pitch-black sky, a figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This person was Fu. Damn it. Though he had escaped, Fu was still seething with rage over Son Gohan's destruction of his research institute. Just as Fu believed he had made a clean getaway, a figure abruptly materialized before him. It was Son Gohan. Fu, where do you think you're running? Damn you. Fu roared in fury, clapping his hands together as he gathered a massive energy wave and fired it at Son Gohan. Son Gohan dodged while deflecting the incoming energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunderous explosion, the sky and ground were soon shrouded in billowing smoke and searing flames. After a brief exchange of evasive maneuvers, Son Gohan suddenly appeared before Fu, launching a fierce barrage of punches. Fu dodged and countered, raising his hands to strike back. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Boom! 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 Thus, after a short skirmish, Son Gohan gradually gained the upper hand. With a powerful flying kick, he sent Fu crashing violently to the ground. With a resounding boom, a massive cloud of dust erupted from the ground. When the dust settled, a colossal crater was revealed. Fu lay sprawled within the pit, utterly battered. At that moment, Son Gohan's figure appeared before him, a sphere of violet destruction energy coalescing in his right hand as he spoke. Destroy. The words had barely left his mouth when Fu let out a blood-curdling scream, his body visibly disintegrating before his eyes. My body. Fu watched his vanishing form, his heart filled with resentment. Yet his body dissolved into violet particles, fading completely from this world. Having dealt with Fu, Son Gohan immediately departed from that timeline and returned to the main one. Within a dark castle in the demon realm, a woman with pale blue skin and flowing white hair was engrossed in her research. This woman was Tawa, a subordinate of the dark demon realm god Mechikabura and the sister of the demon king Dabura. Fu was an android synthesized from the genes of her creation, the artificial being Mira. At this moment, she was still unaware that Fu had been eliminated by Son Gohan. Time flowed on, and in the blink of an eye, a week had passed. On the planet Namek, in the main timeline, a week after his prison break, Moro arrived on the planet alongside the Frieza Force deserter Sagambo. So this is Namek? Moro inquired. Are you saying those Dragon Balls can truly grant any wish? Yes. Sagambo nodded. Universe 7 Earth. After Moro's escape, Jocko came to Bulma's house, seeking help from Goku and the others. Since Beerus had come to Earth with Whis today to enjoy some gourmet food, both Goku and Vegeta happened to be at Bulma's residence. Jocko. Bulma greeted Jocko. Jocko nodded. Bulma, our son Goku and the others here. They are. What's the matter, Jocko? Indeed, something of grave importance has occurred, which is why I seek Goku and the others' aid. Something of grave importance. Yes, a criminal who has been imprisoned for 10 million years has escaped. 10 million years. Is that being a god? In Bulma's understanding, only a deity could possess such a lifespan, or else a monster like Majin Buu. No. Jocko shook his head. Is that not the case? Jocko nodded. Our son Goku and the others on Earth currently. Yes, they are training in the yard right now. Training. Bulma nodded. Very well, I shall go find them. With that, Jocko strode forward. After a moment, he spotted Beerus and Whis dining in the yard. Lord Beerus. Beerus acknowledged him with a nod and addressed Jocko. Jocko, what brings you to Earth today? Jocko offered a smile. Lord Beerus, I have a matter that requires Goku and the others' assistance today. Goku. A prisoner named Moro has escaped from the galactic prison, and I seek their help to recapture him. I see. Jocko nodded. Just then, Son Goku, who had been training nearby, noticed Jocko's arrival. Ceasing his exercises, he approached and spoke. Jocko. Long time no see, Goku. Son Goku nodded. Jocko, why have you come today? I need your help with something. By the way, where's Gohan? Gohan is at home looking after Pan. What's happened, Jocko? It's like this. A fellow named Moro has broken out of prison and fled to planet Namek. Moro. Yes, I've heard he's incredibly formidable, which is why I've come to you for assistance. Is that so? Vegeta, would you like to come along? I suppose he'll go and take a look then. And what about Gohan? Jocko inquired. In truth, his primary reason for visiting Earth was to seek Son Gohan's help. As for why, naturally it was because Son Gohan was more reliable. Gohan is at home with Pan. I believe Vegeta and I going should be sufficient. Very well then. Jocko, would you like to come with us? Together. Yes, I can use instant transmission to reach Namek in no time. Jocko pondered for a moment, then nodded. Place your hands on me, and I will use instant transmission to take us there now. Both men nodded. Seeing this, Son Goku activated instant transmission, transporting the trio to planet Namek. On planet Namek. After Moro and Cranberry arrived on Namek, they swiftly seized the Namekian Dragon Balls from the Namekians. At that moment, Cranberry was using the Frieza Force's latest advanced technology to control a Namekian into summoning Purunga. As the incantation was uttered, the sky over Namek instantly darkened, and a humanoid dragon was summoned from the Namekian Dragon Balls. Son Goku, Vegeta, and Jocko arrived on planet Namek at precisely that moment. The sky over Namek has darkened. Could it be that the Namekian dragon has been summoned? Son Goku remarked, gazing at the darkened heavens. Vegeta nodded. Kakarot, shall we fly to Purunga's location at once? All right. And what about me? Jocko asked. Jocko, stay here for now. With your abilities, you should have no trouble defending yourself. Son Goku stated. Upon hearing this, Jocko felt a sense of being abandoned. He regretted having accompanied Goku and the others to Namek. Vegeta, shall we head over together? Vegeta nodded. State your wish. Any desire can be granted, but only 3 are permitted. 3. Moro promptly addressed Cranberry. Cranberry, have him restore my youth and the magical power of my younger days. Understood. Cranberry then commanded the controlled Namekian. The ensnared Namekian quickly voiced the wish to Purunga in the Namekian tongue. Very well, but this will consume 2 wishes. It was at that moment that Son Goku and Vegeta arrived on the scene. Science! Cranberry exclaimed in terror. Ever since Frieza was defeated by Son Gohan, the Frieza force had lived in fear of the Saiyans. Are these the Saiyans you spoke of? Moro inquired, his expression cold as he regarded the two. Yes. Cranberry nodded. Are you Moro? Son Gohan addressed Moro. Indeed. At that moment Moro's appearance reverted to that of his youth. I am young again, Moro exclaimed with great joy upon seeing his restored form. Swiftly he raised his right index finger, emitting a beam that struck and killed Cranberry. You? Cranberry stared at Moro in utter disbelief. Not only Cranberry but Son Goku and Vegeta, hovering midair, were equally astonished. Then Moro addressed the controlled Namekian. Command the dragon to release all the prisoners from the galactic prison. No, Son Goku shouted towards the Namekian. However, the Namekian was already under control and unable to command his own body. Kakarot, he's been brainwashed. I think we should defeat him first. Agreed. Son Goku nodded. Just as the two prepared to act, Moro raised both hands, unleashing a barrage of energy waves at them. They swiftly dodged. While they evaded, the controlled Namekian had already uttered the third wish in the Namekian language. Excellent. Purunga nodded. Damn it. Son Goku gritted his teeth. Your wish is granted. Until we meet again. With that, Purunga reverted into the Namekian Dragon Balls, which fell to the ground. Moro let out a cold sneer, gazing at the two in the sky. Suddenly his figure flickered, and in an instant he appeared before Son Goku, driving his knee forcefully into Goku's body. Boom. Son Goku's body was sent flying thousands of meters away. Kakarot. Witnessing this, Vegeta instantly transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. What? Moro was startled. Bang. Vegeta's form transformed into a streak of blue light charging at Moro. Moro immediately became vigilant. Whoosh. Just as Vegeta was about to reach Moro, he suddenly shifted to the side, appearing behind him. Moro was startled. The next second his back endured an immensely violent heavy kick. With a thunderous sound, Moro's body shot like a ray, crashing fiercely onto the island below him. A massive cloud of sand and dust was kicked up from the ground. Vegeta roared, gathering a vast amount of energy in his hands and blasting it toward the earth. Under Vegeta's assault, the island's surface erupted in successive waves of immense smoke and flames. When the dust settled, a considerable crater was revealed on the island. Moro stood panting heavily within it, looking somewhat disheveled. Vegeta snorted coldly, his form swiftly appearing on the island. Damn it! Moro gritted his teeth, using his magic to begin absorbing the energy of planet Namek. Under the influence of Moro's magic, the surrounding flora on Namek rapidly withered. A fiery crimson energy sphere materialized above Moro's head. What? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, charging towards Moro. Seeing this, Moro was forced to halt his absorption of the planet's energy and brace for the assault. In an instant, Vegeta was before Moro, his fists striking like flashes of light. Moro clenched his own fists tightly and retaliated against Vegeta. Yet it was Vegeta's fist that landed first, connecting squarely with Moro's face. Moro's head snapped back. Seizing the moment, Vegeta rained down a barrage of powerful blows. Under Vegeta's relentless assault, Moro was forced back step by step. With a final kick, Vegeta sent Moro flying into a small hill behind him. The hill erupted in a cloud of dust. Vegeta raised his hands, forming a blue energy sphere, and launched it at Moro. Moro opened his mouth and inhaled, absorbing Vegeta's energy blast. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Moro sneered, emerging from the hill. With a sweep of his hands, he tore the entire hill from the ground. A look of gravity settled on Vegeta's face. Moro waved his right hand, and under his command the floating hill hurtled towards Vegeta. A paltry trick. Vegeta shot an energy wave at the hill. With a thunderous roar, the hill was obliterated into dust by the blast. Vegeta chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on Moro. Moro's fists clenched tightly. If his magic power hadn't been fully restored, he wouldn't have allowed Vegeta to act so arrogantly. With that thought, Moro immediately used his magic to absorb Namek's energy once more. Vegeta vanished and reappeared, charging straight at him. With a frustrated grunt, Moro ceased his absorption and met Vegeta's charge. In a flash, Vegeta was upon him, fists lashing out with brutal force. Moro clenched his fists and engaged Vegeta in close combat. After a fierce exchange, Vegeta's right fist connected with immense power, sending Moro staggering back. Curse you! Moro roared in fury, channeling his magic to manipulate Namek's energy. Suddenly the ground beneath Vegeta split open, spewing forth a torrent of magma. Vegeta leaped into the air, but the magma surged upward like a giant hand relentlessly reaching for the sky. Vegeta shouted, gathering an energy wave in his hands to blast the rising magma back down to the earth. Huh. At that moment, Goku, who had been observing, also transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and charged at Moro. He was before Moro in an instant, his fists striking like beams of light. Moro blocked Goku's attacks while retreating. Huh. Goku roared, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at Moro. Moro raised his left arm to block his body, sliding several meters to the side. Kakarot, this guy is my opponent. Just stay out of it. What do you mean your opponent? Aren't we taking him on together? Who said that? Kakarot, just stand aside. As the two argued, Moro suddenly lunged at Goku. Goku's expression turned serious as he saw Moro closing in. Goku clenched his right fist and swung it forward. Moro sidestepped to the left, reaching out with his magic-imbued right hand to grab at Goku's body. A blue energy sphere was forcibly extracted from Goku's body. The moment it left him, Goku reverted to his base form. Vegeta was stunned. Kakarot, why did you change back? Change back? Goku was bewildered. He suddenly realized he was no longer in his Super Saiyan Blue state. What happened? Why did my form revert? Moro grinned and swallowed the energy he had just stolen. Having absorbed Goku's energy, Moro's power surged dramatically. Vegeta gritted his teeth. That idiot Kakarot letting him steal his energy. Your energy is quite good. Moro taunted, licking his lips. Damn it. Goku clenched his fists in anger. Kakarot, do you have any senzu beans? Vegeta asked. No, Goku shook his head. Then hurry back to Earth and get some. This guy is tougher than I thought. Goku nodded. All right, Vegeta, can you hold on? Vegeta snorted. I'm just sending you as a precaution. It's not like I can't beat him. Goku nodded and using instant transmission vanished back to Earth. Senzu beans. Moro mused, stroking his chin, wondering what they were. Huh. Vegeta clenched his fists, unleashing a tremendous aura that rapidly intensified. Vegeta transformed into the state of Ultra Ego. The previously smug expression on Moro's face turned serious as he witnessed Vegeta's new power. Huh. Vegeta roared, his form turning into a streak of purple light as he shot towards Moro. In the blink of an eye, he was before him, his fists and feet moving like flashes of lightning. Vegeta's assault was so swift that Moro couldn't react, taking a flurry of blows. He was driven backward relentlessly. On Earth at Korin Tower, Goku arrived and asked Korin for senzu beans. You need senzu beans? Yeah, there's a powerful guy on Namek who can absorb people's energy, so I came to get some from you. Namek? Yes. Do you have any senzu beans? I do, but only 2. Then give them to me quickly. All right. The cat sage took out 2 senzu beans from his person and tossed them to Son Goku. Thanks. Son Goku caught the 2 senzu beans, consumed one, and with an instant transmission returned to Namek. With a thunderous boom, Moro's body shot down like a ray of light, crashing heavily into the sea. The ocean instantly surged into a wave hundreds of feet high. Vegeta's figure flickered as he charged into the sea, his right hand gathering a violet energy of destruction, which he hurled at Moro. Moro was taken aback. Boom. With an earth-shattering roar, the destructive energy detonated within the sea. Vegeta swiftly burst out of the ocean, ascending into the sky. A colossal wave erupted from the sea. At that moment, a man with pale violet skin, clad in a galactic patrol uniform, piloted a patrol ship into the skies above Namek. Behind him trailed numerous galactic patrol vessels. This man was named Meruz, an elite among the elite of the Galactic Patrol. The Galactic Patrol. Jocko's face lit up with joy upon seeing the reinforcements. Over here, Jocko shouted toward the heavens. Meanwhile, Son Goku watched. Moro, struck by the destruction energy, lingered beneath the sea, not coming out. Seeing this, Vegeta charged into the sea once more. Just then, Moro burst forth from the ocean, riding a massive wave. Startled, Vegeta swiftly dodged to the side. The Galactic Patrol. Moro suddenly noticed the patrol force coming to arrest him. Damn it, even the Galactic Patrol has arrived. Huh. In that instant, Vegeta roared, his form instantly closing in on Moro, his right fist hammering into Moro's face with brutal force. Bang! Moro's body was sent flying by the punch. Clenching his fists, he halted his momentum midair, then used his magic to begin absorbing Namek's energy. Boom! Seeing this, Vegeta immediately lunged at Moro. Huh. Son Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue and joined the assault. Seeing both foes charging at him, Moro used his magic to manipulate the surrounding boulders, hurling them at the duo. They dodged and shattered the incoming rocks. Moro leaped into the sky, taking flight. His power was not yet fully restored, and this was no time to clash head-on with the Galactic Patrol. The two pursued Moro as he attempted to flee. Vegeta's form flickered, appearing above Moro. Startled Moro raised his hand and fired an energy wave at Vegeta. Vegeta swatted the energy wave aside. Boom. With a tremendous explosion, the energy detonated behind him. Meanwhile, Son Goku appeared behind Moro. You can't escape, Moro. Moro sneered, suddenly whirling around to charge at Son Goku. Not that trick again. Son Goku sidestepped, swiftly circling behind Moro. Before Moro could react, Son Goku kicked him hard in the back. Bang! With a thunderous impact, Moro's body shot down like a ray of light, crashing heavily onto an island below. The island was engulfed in a massive cloud of dust. At that moment, a galactic patrol ship appeared above the two warriors. This ship belonged to Meruz, a spaceship. Meruz glanced at the pair, then quickly landed his vessel on the island where Moro had fallen. As the dust settled, Moro staggered to his feet, looking battered. Meruz aimed a gun at him. Surrender, Moro. Moro cast a contemptuous glance at Meruz. He had regained his youth. If not for his incomplete power, he would have paid these fools no mind. Whoosh. Thud. At that moment, Son Goku and Vegeta landed before Moro. Son Goku, give it up, Moro. It's best you return to galactic prison peacefully. Moro glared at Son Goku with fury. I will never go back to that place, not even if it means death. You hate galactic prison that much? Son Goku asked. I was trapped there for 10 million years. What do you think? That long. It does sound dreadful. Suddenly Meruz charged at Moro. Moro snorted, swinging his fists forward with force. Meruz leaped back, his boots equipped with jet thrusters blasting a brilliant flame into Moro's eyes. Up! Moro screamed, his vision suddenly gone. Meruz then fired a bubblegum-like substance from his capture device, ensnaring Moro's body to suppress his magical energy. Moro let out a furious roar, straining with all his might to break free. He broke free. Meruz was shocked. Moro then unleashed a barrage of energy waves at the trio. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Son Goku and Vegeta dodged and deflected the incoming blasts. Huh! Moro raised his hands, commanding the surrounding boulders to attack the three. They evaded and shattered the rocks. Boom! Seizing the moment, Moro sped toward the sky. Damn it, he's trying to escape, Son Goku said, giving chase alongside Vegeta. Seeing them pursue, Moro conjured an energy wave in his right hand and fired it at them. They sidestepped, evading the blast. Moro accelerated, flying out of Namek's atmosphere. Son Goku started to follow, but Vegeta grabbed him. Kakarot, that's outer space. We Saiyans can't survive in the vacuum. Damn it, he got away. Vegeta nodded. By the way, Kakarot, where's Jocko? I don't know. Let me sense his ki. Found him, Son Goku said, using instant transmission to appear on an island on Namek. Jocko stood there. Goku. Son Goku nodded. Sorry we let Moro escape. Escaped? Yes. Can you take me back to Earth now, eh? Of course, Son Goku said, using instant transmission to bring Jocko to Vegeta's side. Meruz. Jocko. Jocko nodded. Jocko, what are you doing here? I came with Goku and the others. Goku. Meruz looked at the two of them. Hello, my name is Son Goku. You're Meruz, right? You're Son Goku. You know me. I've heard of you. And he's Vegeta. Vegeta snorted coldly. He had heard of Goku, but not of him. Meruz nodded slightly. Thank you so much this time. But we still let Moro escape. Meruz, Vegeta, Jocko, and I are heading back to Earth now. All right, Meruz nodded. With that, Goku used instant transmission to bring the two back to Earth. How did it go? Beerus, still in Bulma's yard, asked the three returning ones. Goku scratched his head after hearing this. Lord Beerus, we accidentally let that Moro guy escape. Escaped? Is that guy strong? Yes, he can drain energy from people and survive in outer space. Outer space? Right? We Saiyans can't survive in outer space, so he got away. I see. So Goku, what are you two planning to do next? Whis asked. I want to get stronger and beat that guy. And Vegeta? I don't know. Hey Whis, do you have any way to counter Moro's absorption? I'm not sure about that, but you could ask on Planet Yardrat. Planet Yardrat. Yes, the Yardratians have many techniques for controlling ki. Perhaps you can learn a skill there to counter Moro's moves. Alright, I'll go to Planet Yardrat then. Beerus yawned after hearing this. Actually, if you want to eliminate Moro, it doesn't have to be so troublesome. Just get Gohan. Gohan. Jocko was about to agree with the idea, but he saw Goku beside him with a serious expression. No need, Lord Beerus. This time we want to defeat Moro with our own strength. With your own strength. Beerus looked at the two of them with a playful expression. Yes, Lord Beerus. Fine, it has nothing to do with me anyway. But Goku, I still think it's better to let Gohan handle it. His strength is immense. I know, but Moro is in space now. I doubt even Gohan can do anything about it. And I promise you we won't lose again next time. Well, alright. Whis, can you take me to Planet Yardrat? Vegeta asked. Certainly, no problem. That evening, Gohan learned about Moro from Bulma. Moro. Yes, Vegeta has already gone to Planet Yardrat to train. If you had gone to Namek in the first place, things might not have been this troublesome. Gohan smiled. It's nothing. Letting father face more powerful enemies helps him grow too. Bulma nodded. Next time those two fight Moro, you go with them. Me, with you there'll feel more at ease. I understand, Aunt Bulma. Aunt Bulma smiled and nodded. Well, Gohan, if there's nothing else, I'll head back. All right. Gohan nodded. With that, Bulma immediately left Goku's house. Just then, Videl walked out from inside. Gohan, what did Aunt Bulma want? Gohan told Videl everything about Moro. Energy absorption. Gohan, do you have a way to deal with this, Moro? Gohan smiled. In the face of absolute power, nothing else matters. Videl nodded. In Universe 7A, after escaping, Moro immediately used his magic to absorb the energy of planet Namek. Under Moro's absorption, Namek swiftly turned into a dead star. Moro sneered and flew off into space. Time passed, and a week went by in the blink of an eye. On the realm of the gods of destruction in Universe 7, Goku was now battling Granola in the state of Ultra Instinct Sign. To defeat Moro, Goku had been sparring with Granola every day for the past week. He sought to master perfect Ultra Instinct through Granola. On planet Yardrat, to defeat Moro, Vegeta began training in key manipulation under the guidance of the Yardratians. Universe 7. A week had passed, and Moro had absorbed the energy of many more planets. He was now aboard a large spaceship. On this ship were many criminals who had escaped from the galactic prison. They had all become Moro's underlings. Among them, Moro's main lieutenants were Sagambo Sevensley and the Macarini brothers. Are those two Saiyans on Earth? Yes, Lord Moro. Sagambo replied. Macarini brothers, you two take a scouting unit to Earth first. Report back if you find anything. Do not act on your own. Understood, Lord Moro. The Macarini brothers nodded. Time passed and 2 months went by in the blink of an eye. After 2 months of absorbing planetary energy, Moro had regained his former strength. During these 2 months, Moro sensed the rising energy of Vegeta training on planet Yardrat. To eliminate the future threats of Goku and Vegeta, he had now arrived on Earth with his men ready to destroy them. The Z-Fighters on Earth, sensing Moro's powerful ki, quickly arrived and saw Moro and his 4 underlings. Is that Moro? Krillin said with a serious expression. Gohan nodded. Moro chuckled lightly and said to his subordinate beside him, Attack! Eliminate them! The Macarini brothers and the surrounding criminals immediately charged at Gohan and the others. Glass! Lagos shouted softly, and soon a large number of diamond-shaped glass shards materialized around her body, shooting towards the charging enemies. Seeing this, the Macarini brothers quickly dodged. The other criminals also scattered. However, the glass shards Lagos attacked with were swift. The weaker criminals were soon pierced through by the incoming glass. Damn it! Sagambo, standing beside Moro, gritted his teeth. Interesting. Moro chuckled, a playful look on his face. Then Krillin and the others also made their moves. Destructo Disc. Tri-Beam. The two sides immediately plunged into a chaotic melee. Krillin's opponent was a tall panda-like creature named Yunba, one of Moro's underlings. Bang! After a brief exchange, Yunba clenched his right fist and sent Krillin flying with a single punch. At the same time, Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu encountered a metallic being named Bigura Kuda, who belonged to the same race as Batamo Magetta from Universe 6. Due to Bigura Kuda's indestructible body, Tien Shinhan and Kairatsu's attacks proved utterly ineffective. Damn it, you iron lump harder than steel. Tien Shinhan fumed. Upon hearing the insult, Bigura Kuda immediately crouched down, wallowing in an emotional slump. What's wrong with Tien Shinhan? No idea. Tien Shinhan himself looked equally perplexed. Meanwhile, Gohan yawned as he observed a man resembling Sabo lying on the ground. Then, taking a deep breath, he exhaled 5 bubblegum ghosts. Moro was taken aback. What kind of technique is this? No clue. Sagambo shook his head. Just then, Gohan's 5 bubblegum ghosts flew toward the Macarini brothers and 3 of Moro's minions. None of them knew what Gohan's technique was, as some launched energy blasts while others swung their fists at the bubblegum ghosts. The result was predictable. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 deafening explosions, the Macarini brothers and one of Moro's minions were blown to bits. The other 2 minions who had used energy blasts barely survived. Oh, so they explode upon contact. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Gohan. It was none other than Goku. Dad. Goku. Son Goku. Moro grinned at Goku. My main purpose in coming to Earth this time is to eliminate you and Vegeta. Goku nodded. Just then, Sagambo, standing beside Moro, volunteered. Lord Moro, leave this one to me. Moro nodded. But be careful. Sagambo nodded in acknowledgement. Goku immediately assumed a fighting stance, positioning his hands. Seeing this, Sagambo charged at Goku. With a fierce yell, Goku rushed towards Sagambo as well. Whoosh! Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, they clashed, fists colliding with tremendous force. Gohan, observing the scene, moved to assist Krillin and the others. With Gohan's intervention, Moro's remaining minions were swiftly eliminated. Thanks, Gohan. Krillin expressed his gratitude. Gohan nodded. By then Moro had taken notice of him. Though he had never fought Gohan, he had heard certain things about him from his underlings. So your son Gohan. You know me. I've heard some things about you. Is that so? Gohan replied with an indifferent expression. Bang. Suddenly Goku was knocked backward. Goku, Krillin, and the others gasped in alarm. Damn it. Goku growled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand. Sagambo smirked triumphantly. Before coming, he had wondered how formidable someone who could trouble Moro might be. Now it seemed this was nothing special. Huh. Just as Sagambo grew cocky, Goku clenched his fists and transformed into Super Saiyan 3. What is this? Sagambo was startled. This is called Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. That's right. As he spoke, Goku charged at Sagambo once more. Whoosh. In an instant, Goku appeared before Sagambo, delivering a powerful punch. Sagambo sidestepped and aimed a roundhouse kick at Goku. Startled, Goku quickly raised his arms to block. Bang. Goku was sent skidding backward. Piccolo gritted his teeth. What is Goku thinking? Why isn't he using his full strength yet? No sooner had he spoken than Sagambo appeared behind Goku, driving his right fist into Goku's back. Bang. With an earth-shattering impact, Goku's body shot like a beam into the mountain ahead, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Goku stood before the mountain, fists clenched tightly. Huh. With a mighty roar, he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Sagambo's expression turned grim. In a flash, Goku closed the distance and threw a powerful right punch. Bang. Caught off guard by Goku's incredible speed, Sagambo was sent flying by the blow. With a thunderous crash, Sagambo slammed into the mountain behind him. When the dust finally settled, he crawled out of the debris, battered and disheveled. Damn it. Sagambo roared in fury and lunged at Goku. Goku sidestepped and launched a flurry of lightning-fast punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. Under Goku's relentless assault, Sagambo let out agonized screams. Goku clenched his right fist and delivered a final blow, sending Sagambo flying. Seeing this, Moro rushed to Sagambo's side and shared his power with him. Empowered by Moro's energy, Sagambo's strength surged. Lord Moro, Sagambo, I have amplified your power once more. I believe you can defeat him. Sagambo nodded and charged at Goku again. Goku clenched his fists and met the charge. In the blink of an eye, they clashed, exchanging blows at blinding speed. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Amid the fierce combat, dust swirled around them. Bang. After a prolonged struggle, Goku clenched his right fist and once again sent Sagambo flying. Moro's face darkened as he once more channeled his power into Sagambo. Revitalized, Sagambo sprang to his feet and charged at Goku. Goku dodged and counterattacked simultaneously. Though Sagambo's power had increased, his injuries were too severe. After another intense exchange, Sagambo was knocked to the ground once more. Damn it. Moro was forced to step forward, ready to face Goku himself. Moro, have you finally decided to fight me personally? Moro let out a cold snort. Where is Vegeta? Why isn't he on Earth? Is he afraid? No, he's still training on another planet and hasn't returned. Dealing with you only requires me alone. Is that so? Moro sneered. With that, Son Goku immediately charged at Moro. In the blink of an eye, Goku was before Moro, his fists and feet striking like light. Moro sidestepped with ease, effortlessly dodging Goku's attacks. Damn it. Goku roared in anger, throwing his right fist forward with full force. With a heavy thud, Moro raised his left hand, blocking Goku's fist. Son Goku, is this all you've got? Hearing this, Goku immediately retreated, reverting his body to its normal state. Moro's expression turned slightly serious. At that moment, Goku took a deep breath. His hair and pupils turned silver, and his entire body was enveloped in a silvery white aura. This was the perfect Ultra Instinct. What is this? Moro was startled. In their previous battles, he had never seen Goku in this form. As Moro stood astonished, Goku transformed into a streak of white light, attacking Moro. Moro dodged and parried Goku's strikes. The two engaged in an intensely fierce battle on the ground. On planet Yardrat, Vegeta could already sense the battle between Goku and Moro. However, since he couldn't use instant transmission, he had no way to return directly to Earth. Damn it. That brat Gohan deliberately didn't come to pick me up. A month ago, Vegeta had sent Jocko to Earth to tell Son Gohan and Trunks to come to planet Yardrat to retrieve him as soon as Moro arrived. Yet now that Moro was already fighting Goku, they still hadn't come. No choice. It seems I'll have to use instant transmission to go back myself. During his 2 months on planet Yardrat, Vegeta had studied instant transmission but hadn't mastered it. So his claim of using it was entirely a gamble. On Earth, after activating Ultra Instinct, Goku immediately fought on par with Moro. Lord Moro. Sagambo found it hard to believe that Goku could match Moro. But Moro was even more incredulous. He had fully recovered his power, yet Goku could still rival him. With a resounding crash, Goku clenched his right fist and punched Moro back hundreds of meters. Moro chuckled, releasing a massive amount of golden energy that shot out in all directions like laser beams. Krillin and the others retreated. Goku dodged Moro's attacks while closing in on him. Soon Goku reached Moro and struck through his body with an elbow strike. An afterimage. As Goku realized this, Moro appeared behind him and kicked out with his right foot. Goku's body automatically sidestepped, dodging the blow. Startled, Moro rapidly punched forward. Goku spun around, blocking Moro's attacks with both hands. Under Moro's onslaught, Goku was forced backward. Just as Moro was about to drive Goku into a mountain, Goku leaped into the air, his fists raining down like a storm. What? Caught off guard by Goku's sudden leap, Moro was struck dozens of times. After landing those blows, Goku delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to Moro's face. With a thunderous crash, Moro slammed into a mountain like a missile. The mountain erupted in dust. Damn it! Moro roared in fury, quickly emerging from the debris and charging at Goku. In an instant, Moro was before Goku, striking like light. Goku dodged left and right with effortless grace. "How's it going, Piccolo?" Krillin asked. "I don't know. They're too fast, I can't even see their fight." "Dad has the upper hand," Son Gohan said. "Great. So Goku is winning." Krillin cheered. "Damn it." At that moment, Moro roared in anger, throwing a powerful punch. Goku sidestepped and drove his fist into Moro's abdomen. With a scream, Moro was sent flying like a beam, crashing heavily into a mountain which erupted in a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Moro crawled out of the mountain looking disheveled. "Moro, you're no match for me. Why not surrender?" Moro gritted his teeth. Then in a flash, he dashed toward Sagambo. Goku was alarmed. "What are you doing?" Moro sneered and swallowed Sagambo whole. Krillin and the others watched in shock. Krillin and Moro just devoured his own man. "Yes," Piccolo nodded. After consuming Sagambo, Moro's injuries healed instantly. His face became similar to Sagambo's and a red gem appeared on his forehead. He looked much more handsome than his younger self. "Moro's appearance has changed," Krillin exclaimed in shock. "Yes," Piccolo agreed. Moro clenched his fists and smiled. It seems storing energy inside Sagambo was the right move. With that, Moro fixed his gaze on Goku. "Son Goku, I'll return those words to you." Goku's expression turned grim. With a fierce yell, Goku charged at Moro first. Moro stood motionless. Just as Goku was about to reach him, Moro spat out an energy wave. "What?" Startled, Goku quickly retreated to dodge. At that moment, Moro appeared behind him and delivered a roundhouse kick. With a heavy thud, Goku was struck and sent flying to the right. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong's body slammed heavily onto the ground. He gasped for breath, then swiftly scrambled back to his feet. At that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Vegeta. Vegeta. The Dragon Ball Z warriors were startled. Vegeta snorted coldly, his gaze shifting to Son Gohan and Trunks. "Trunks, why didn't you come to Planet Yardrat to pick me up?" "I am sorry, Dad, I forgot." "Forgot?" "Yeah, and Gohan said he would come get you." "Gohan?" Vegeta turned to Son Gohan. "I am sorry, Uncle Vegeta, I forgot too." Vegeta snorted in disbelief. Then he turned his attention to the battle between Son Wukong and Moro. With a thunderous boom, the two were locked in a grapple, their hands clasped as they wrestled on the ground. The earth beneath their feet quickly crumbled under the pressure. Unbeknownst to Son Wukong, after absorbing 7-3, Moro had also acquired 7-3's replication ability. The gems on his palms were the key to this replication. Now Moro had copied all of Son Wukong's techniques. Huh. With a mighty shout, Moro's body erupted with an overwhelming surge of power, sending Son Wukong flying backward. Clenching his fist, Son Wukong quickly halted his momentum on the ground. Moro chuckled softly, his body suddenly radiating a vast silvery white aura. Son Wukong was shocked. "That couldn't be. Indeed, this is the very technique you're using now." Son Wukong gritted his teeth. "Moro, what is the meaning of this?" Moro smirked. "Son Wukong, I don't mind telling you, after absorbing 7-3, I gained his copying ability." "A copying ability? Could it be because of the red crystal on your hand?" Moro nodded with a grin. "All right, Son Wukong. Since Vegeta is back, I'll finish you both off today." Huh. Hearing this, Vegeta let out a fierce roar and transformed into his ultra ego state. On the 7th universe's realm of the gods of destruction, Whis was observing the situation on Earth through his staff. Beerus, lounging idly on a large rock, yawned and asked, "Whis, how are things on Earth?" "Son Wukong and Vegeta have joined forces. Those two actually teamed up," Beerus said, somewhat astonished. "Do you think they can defeat Moro, eh?" "I'm not sure, but with Gohan there, no matter how strong Moro is, he can't possibly beat Gohan." Beerus nodded. "Speaking of which, I wonder what level that boy Gohan has reached. I'd love to spar with him." Whis smiled. "Lord Beerus, you're starting to sound more and more like Goku." Beerus snorted. "Who's like that guy?" "But Lord Beerus, if you fought Gohan, you might actually lose to him." Lose to him? Yes, didn't the Oracle Fish say so? Son Gohan is the strongest in the universe. That's true. How about we have Kampa fight Gohan? Lord Kampa. Yes, let him test Gohan's current strength. But how do we get Lord Kampa to fight Gohan? Back on Earth. After transforming into his Ultra Ego state, Vegeta immediately charged at Moro alongside Sun Wukong. Although Moro had mastered Ultra Instinct and become vastly more powerful, he was still outmatched against their combined assault. With a fierce yell, Moro grabbed Sun Wukong with his right hand and began using his magic to absorb the energy from Sun Wukong's body. Kakarot. Vegeta was alarmed. He conjured a blue energy sphere in his right hand and fired it at Moro. Startled, Moro was struck directly by the blast. Moro screamed in agony, vomiting the planetary energy he had absorbed from the cosmos. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong broke free from Moro's grip and unleashed a barrage of powerful punches. Under the relentless assault, Moro expelled even more of the absorbed planetary energy. His form began to age and wither. He looks older, Krillin remarked. What's happening? Moro gazed at his wrinkled hands. Vegeta smirked. That move just now is called forced spirit fission. It's a new technique I learned on planet Yardrat. Forced spirit fission. Yes, it can forcibly separate anything that has been fused or absorbed. As he spoke, Moro suddenly felt a sharp discomfort in his stomach. No. Ugh. With a heave, Moro regurgitated 7-3, whom he had swallowed. Krillin exclaimed 7-3. Seeing this, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant, appearing before Moro and kicking the fallen 7-3 away. Clenching his fists, Moro glared at Sun Wukong with seething rage. Moro, you're no match for us now. Why don't you just surrender and return to the galactic prison? Fine. Moro feigned agreement, but in his heart he had resolved to self-destruct, taking Sun Wukong and the others down with him. Just then a figure appeared behind Moro. It was Son Gohan. Gohan. Destruction. Son Gohan nodded, gathering a purple sphere of destructive energy in his right hand, aimed at Moro. A piercing scream tore from Moro as his body disintegrated before their very eyes. Gohan, why did you destroy him? Sun Wukong asked. He was about to self-destruct. Self-destruct? Sun Wukong was stunned. Yes. That guy was imprisoned in the galactic prison for 10 million years. He'd rather die than go back, so he wanted to blow us all up with him. But Gohan, how did you know? I can read minds. Mind reading? Son Gohan nodded. Sun Wukong didn't press further. Then he looked at 7-3 and Sagambo lying on the ground. At that moment, 5 or 6 spaceships from the Galactic Patrol descended from the sky. It was Meruz and his team. Soon they landed and arrested the 2 criminals. Goku, Vegeta, and everyone on Earth, thank you all for your help. Meruz expressed his gratitude. It was nothing. Krillin chuckled, scratching his head. Well, everyone will be taking them back now. Feel free to visit the Galactic Patrol anytime. I think. Well, pass. Yamcha said with a laugh. Jocko, let's go. All right. With that, Meruz and his team escorted 7-3 and the others away. Vegeta, did you use instant transmission to get back? Yeah, you've mastered instant transmission. No, I just barely managed to pull it off once with great effort. Oh, so just once then. Kakarot, what's that look supposed to mean? Nothing. Son Goku chuckled. I was just about to say it took me nearly a year to fully control instant transmission, and you've learned it in 2 months. Oomph. Vegeta snorted coldly. When I get back, I'll have Trunks teach me. Trunks felt a chill of dread upon hearing this. Teaching Vegeta instant transmission was one thing, but if he had to do it every day, it would eat up a lot of his time, drastically cutting into his playtime. Oh, is that so? Aren't you going to train then? Of course I will. I'm not letting you surpass me. Son Goku just smiled and said nothing. By the way, Kakarot, have you already mastered Ultra Instinct? Yeah, I owe it all to Granola. So Goku, should we head back? Krillin said. All right. Son Goku nodded. Afterwards, the group bid each other farewell and returned to their respective homes. 2 days later, Jocko and Meruz arrived on Earth once again. Bulma said Jocko. Jocko nodded. Bulma, are Vegeta and Goku around? They're here. What's up? Well, because Goku and Vegeta helped the Galactic Patrol apprehend the major criminal, Moro, the King of the Galaxy, has specially sent us to Earth to award them the Galactic Hero Medals. Galactic Hero Medals? Yes, mainly to express our gratitude to them. They're both in the yard right now. Go find them. A while later, Jocko and the others arrived in the yard and explained their purpose to Goku and the others. Galactic Hero Medals. That's right. Jocko nodded. Jocko, I think this is too much trouble. Don't you agree, Vegeta? Vegeta nodded. No can do. This is the King of the Galaxy's wish. Won't you do this for me just this once? Well, Vegeta, how about we go together? Vegeta nodded. What about Gohan? He also helped finish off Moro in the end. He deserves some thanks too. He's at home. Should I go get him? Yes. Jocko nodded. A short while later, Son Goku brought Son Gohan along, and they all headed to the Galactic Patrol. Since the Galactic Patrol headquarters was quite far, Goku and the others had Whis take them there to save time. Arriving on the planet, they saw a cluster of white buildings and various high-tech structures. So this is the Galactic Patrol? Yes. Jocko replied, quickly leading them before the King of the Galaxy. The King of the Galaxy appeared as a being resembling a green octopus. King of the Galaxy, these are Son Goku Vegeta and Son Gohan. Greetings. The King of the Galaxy smiled and offered a salutation to the three. Hello. Son Goku returned the greeting with a cheerful smile. I have heard from Jocko and Meruz about your deeds. We are truly grateful for your help this time. The King of the Galaxy signaled to a Galactic Patrol member standing nearby. Upon receiving the signal, the Galactic Patrol member immediately opened an exquisite box and presented it before the King of the Galaxy. Inside the box lay 3 medals, the Galactic Hero medals, to be awarded to Goku and his companions. To express our gratitude, I have decided to bestow upon you the Galactic Hero medals of our patrol. Son Goku said, Galactic Hero medals. Yes, these are highly prestigious medals. Even Jocko, a member of the Galactic Patrol, has never received one. Hearing this, Jocko looked displeased. The King of the Galaxy certainly knew how to rub salt in the wound. Is that so? What about Meruz? He has a few. Oh, Son Goku said, looking delighted. He then addressed the King of the Galaxy. In that case, he'll gladly accept them. The King of the Galaxy nodded. Afterwards, Son Goku and the others toured the Galactic Patrol headquarters before returning with Whis. On a planet in the southern galaxy of Universe 7, a vast number of androids similar to Sagambo were being manufactured. The mastermind behind the mass production of Sagambo units was a genius scientist named Koichi. Lord Koichi Sagambo OG-73 has been captured and taken to the galactic prison. A soldier reported to Koichi. The time has finally come for us to become the rulers of the universe. Time flew by, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. At Son Goku's house in West City, Son Gohan was training at home when a system notification suddenly chimed in his mind. Ding, system upgrade complete. Host training battle power doubled. Doubled again. Yes, host. His base battle power was already 16 trillion. With the doubled training efficiency, he could potentially increase it by 8 trillion in a single year. This meant that training for 1 year now was equivalent to more than half the progress he had made in over 20 years of previous training. The further he went, the faster his battle power increased. Just as Son Gohan was lost in thought, a beam of iridescent light suddenly descended from the heavens. When the light faded, 2 figures were revealed. They were Beerus and Whis. Lord Beerus. Whis. Beerus nodded. Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Grand Zeno wishes to see you. Grand Zeno. Beerus nodded. I don't know why Grand Zeno suddenly wants to meet with you, but when you get there you must be very careful with your words, understand? Son Gohan nodded. Would you like to change your clothes? Beerus asked, eyeing Gohan's martial arts GI. Sure. A while later, Son Gohan changed into cleaner attire. Beerus looked him over and nodded in satisfaction. Compared to Son Goku, Son Gohan was far more reliable. Whis, take him to the Supreme Kai first, then have the Supreme Kai bring you to Grand Zeno's place. Very well, Whis said, and immediately took Son Gohan away from Earth. After a long journey, Son Gohan and the others arrived at Grand Zeno's palace. Greetings, Grand Zeno. The East Supreme Kai knelt down. Grand Zeno. Son Gohan offered a simple greeting. Grand Zeno nodded. Grand Zeno, is there something you wish to see me about? Not really. I was just a bit bored, so I wanted to play with you. Play with me. Son Gohan was taken aback. He wondered silently why not ask Goku. Yeah, the Grand Priest told me that the future me is friends with you, right? Son Gohan nodded. And how did you become friends with the future me? Grand Zeno asked. It's a long story. The future Grand Zeno suddenly appeared, and then we became friends. Is that so? Grand Zeno responded with an innocent expression. Then what should we play later? Well, I'm not sure either. Then how about hide and seek? Hide and seek. Yeah, you hide and he'll seek, or he'll hide and you seek. But I still have things to do. How about I bring a friend over to play with you? A friend? Yes, I think you two will get along very well. All right, then go ahead and bring your friend over. Son Gohan nodded. Then Grand Zeno will go back now and bring my friend over. Okay. Grand Zeno nodded. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately led the East Kaioshin and the others away. The East Kaioshin, paralyzed by sheer terror, was once again unable to rise from the ground, just like the last time. You're really useless, Son Gohan said as he lifted the East Kaioshin and carried him out. Once outside the Grand Zena's palace, Whis immediately grew curious about the friend Son Gohan had mentioned. Gohan, you said you're bringing a friend for Grand Zeno. Who is that person? You'll find out once we get back. Back in the Kaioshin realm, Son Gohan had the East Kaioshin use the time ring to travel to the future, bringing the future Grand Zeno, the Grand Priest, and the others to the main timeline's Grand Zena's palace. The Grand Priest looked at the future Grand Zeno, a look of astonishment on his face. Grand Zeno. The future Grand Zeno nodded. Grand Zeno, this is the friend I told you about, Son Gohan said. Hearing this, Grand Zeno immediately went up to the future Grand Zeno. They held each other's hands and began hopping up and down in place. The Grand Priest and the future Grand Priest exchanged a knowing smile. Grand Priest, Gohan's idea is really quite good. Indeed. The future Grand Priest nodded. Well, if there's nothing else, my Grand Priest will take my leave now, Son Gohan said. Okay. The two Grand Zenos said in unison. Seeing this, Son Gohan immediately hoisted the East Kaioshin from the ground and departed from the Grand Zena's palace. On Earth in West City at Bulma's house, Beerus was pacing back and forth in Bulma's yard, a deep frown etched on his face. Why have they been gone so long and still haven't returned? Could something have happened? No sooner had he spoken than three figures suddenly materialized in Bulma's yard. These three were none other than the East Kaioshin's Son Gohan and Whis. Whis? Lord Beerus, I apologize for the wait. Whis, this trip to see Grand Zeno. Nothing went wrong, did it? No, Gohan simply helped the two Grand Zeno become friends. Two Grand Zeno. Beerus was stunned. Lord Beerus, have you forgotten? Gohan is friends with the future Grand Zeno. You mean? Gohan brought the future Grand Zeno here. Yes, and he might be staying in our timeline for a long while. Staying? Then what about the future timeline? The future Grand Priest will handle the future timeline. I see. Whis nodded. Time passed in a flash and a month went by in the blink of an eye. After a month of training, Son Gohan had increased his battle power to 16.7 trillion. On planet M55 of Frieza in the 7th universe, there was a massive base which served as the headquarters of the Frieza force. In the cryogenic chamber of this base, a figure bearing a striking resemblance to Frieza was frozen solid. This person's name was Aiz, and he was Frieza's son. Frieza belonged to the Frost Demon race of the cosmos. Members of this race were frozen in a state of suspended animation from birth. Frieza himself had been sealed for 5 years, cooler for 6, and Aiz's sealing period was 8 times that, a full 40 years. Inside the base's research lab, a large number of scientists were currently monitoring the data from the cryogenic chamber. According to the data, Aiz was likely to awaken today. Since most of the Frieza force had already been subjugated by Reg, they desperately hoped Aiz would awaken and take command. Crack. Suddenly the ice encasing Aiz fractured like a spiderweb. With a deafening boom, the chunks of ice on Aiz's body shot out like laser blasts, attacking the cryogenic chamber. Some of the ice even pierced through the chamber's door. The entire base shook as if from an earthquake. Many soldiers stumbled and fell from the violent tremor. Aiz cast a cold, sweeping glance around him before walking out of the cryogenic chamber. Lord Aiz. Many soldiers began trembling in fear upon seeing Aiz. Aiz ignored them and made his way to the war room. Upon seeing Aiz, the scientists in the war room immediately bowed to him. We pay our respects to Lord Aiz. Aiz nodded. Where is my father? Lord Frieza was eliminated by a Saiyan. My father is dead. Yes, and a large portion of our Frieza force is now under the control of a Saiyan named Reg. Reg? Is he the one who killed my father? No, Lord Aiz. The Saiyan who killed Lord Frieza is named Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Where is he now? He is currently on Earth. Earth? Yes, Lord Aiz. Lord Aiz, I believe our priority should be dealing with Reg. He has taken control of a vast number of our troops. Upon hearing this, Aiz gave the man a cold stare. Are you telling me what to do? No, my lord. Aiz snorted coldly. Where is this Reg? Prepare a spaceship for me. I'm going to go meet this fellow. Yes, Lord Aiz. In the cosmos of the 7th universe, Reg was currently sitting leisurely on his throne. Suddenly a soldier entered. We pay our respects to Lord Reg. Reg nodded. How are things progressing with the Dragon Balls? Reporting to Lord Reg, we have successfully located the Dragon Balls of planet Cereal. Excellent. Just then a soldier rushed in from outside looking flustered. Lord Reg, a spaceship is heading straight for us. A spaceship? Yes, my lord. It appears to be a vessel from the Frieza force. Is that so? Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, Reg's spaceship was rocked by a cannon blast, sending the entire vessel lurching violently. Damn it. Reg roared in fury, turning to the soldier. Land this ship on the nearest planet. It's King Reg. Aboard the Aiz spaceship. Aiz gazed calmly out the window. King Aiz, Reg's spaceship is landing on the planet ahead. Then we shall land as well. Yes, King Aiz. With that, Aiz's spaceship immediately descended onto the planet ahead. On planet Yunya, Reg had already led his subordinates down from the spaceship. Suddenly he saw a colossal spaceship descending. It was Aiz's vessel. Boom. Moments later, Aiz's spaceship landed and a multitude of Aiz's soldiers emerged, forming 2 orderly lines. Then with a heavy footstep, Aiz stepped out of the spaceship. Frieza, Seeing A's appearance, Reg mistook him for Frieza. "Hail King A's." At that moment, the soldiers flanking him saluted. "A's, A. Indeed, I am not my father, but his son A's." "Oh, so you're Frieza's son," Reg said calmly. "I heard from my men that after my father's death, you took command of his army, didn't you?" "And what of it?" "Nothing much, just that I intend to eliminate you." A's smirked. Reg chuckled. "As expected of Frieza's son, even your tone mirrors his. But your father met his end at my hands precisely because of such arrogance." "My father died by your hand. I thought he was killed by a Saiyan named Son Gohan." Reg smiled. "Did your men not tell you? Your father was revived once only to fall to me." "Revived?" Ace glanced at his subordinates. "Well, King Ace Frieza was indeed revived once, but we never learned who killed him." Ace snorted coldly, fixing a frigid glare on Reg. "Then I shall slay you and avenge my father." "All troops attack." "Yes, King Ace." "Everyone charge." "Yes, King Reg." At their commands, the soldiers clashed fiercely. Both leaders stood motionless, observing the skirmish. After a long while, when most soldiers had fallen, Ace clenched his fists and charged at Reg. Reg stood still as stone. Just as Ace was about to reach him, Reg vanished and reappeared behind Ace. Startled, Ace felt a heavy blow strike his back. Bang! With a deafening crash, Ace hurtled like a beam into the mountain ahead, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Curse you!" Gritting his teeth, Ace scrambled out of the mountain. In that instant, Reg materialized before him and drove a fist into his abdomen. Opt! Amid a thunderous impact and scream, Ace was hurled back into the mountain, this time sinking far deeper than before. Seizing the moment, Reg unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast punches. Bang! 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 Under the assault, Ace let out a series of agonized cries. Suddenly, Reg leaped back, conjured a golden energy sphere in his hand, and hurled it at Ace. Boom! The sphere exploded, and Ace screamed in torment amidst the blast. A colossal tempest erupted, shredding the mountain behind Ace. Clenching his jaw, Ace struggled to withstand the devastating explosion. When the smoke cleared, Ace stood in a deep crater, his body smoking and utterly disheveled. Still alive. Reg was astonished. Bastard. At that moment, Ace clenched his fists, unleashing an astonishing surge of energy that rapidly escalated. Boom. The ground quaked violently under the influence of Ace's aura. Bang. Ace's body grew taller and larger, with horns sprouting from his head, the same transformation as Frieza's first form. Bang. After completing the transformation, Ace released the gathered energy. Interesting. Reg chuckled at the sight. He then transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Huh. Ace charged at Reg. Whoosh. In an instant, Ace reached Reg and thrust his right fist forward. Reg flickered and vanished. Ace was startled. Then Reg reappeared to Ace's left and kicked out fiercely. Caught off guard, Ace was sent flying to the right. Growling, he quickly turned to face Reg. Reg was already before him, his fists and feet striking like beams of light. Bang, bang, bang. Under Reg's relentless assault, Ace cried out in pain, staggering backward. Bang. After pummeling Ace for a while, Reg drove his knee upward, sending Ace crashing into a mountain behind him. Gasping for breath, Ace struggled. Reg snorted. "I didn't expect you to be so weak, even inferior to Frieza." "What did you say?" Ace gnashed his teeth in fury. With that, Reg pressed his hands together, forming a golden energy wave, and launched it at Ace. Ace leaped into the air in panic. Boom. A massive explosion shattered the mountain beneath him. Damn it. Ace clenched his fists tightly. Huh. With a shout, he elevated his energy once more. The entire planet's surface trembled violently under the influence of Ace's aura. Suddenly, Ace's body shrank. For horns extended backward from his head, his eyes turned red. With vanishing pupils, his shoulders bulged like armor. 2 additional horns grew from his back, and his arms developed blade-like protrusions. This was Ace's final form. Reg's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Ace smirked and shot toward Reg like a purple beam. With a roar, Reg charged at Ace as well. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, they clashed, trading powerful blows. A cloud of dust was kicked up all around them. Moments later, their figures flickered as they simultaneously soared into the air, locking in combat. Their movements were so swift that from afar the sky seemed to ripple like water. With a thunderous crash, they seized each other's arms, straining with all their might in midair. A crimson aura flared around one, while a violet blaze erupted from the other. Their auras clashed violently in the heavens. After a tense stalemate, Reg pushed forward with both hands, sending Ace flying backward. Ace quickly regained his balance, gasping for air. Reg, too, was breathing heavily, but he soon steadied his breath. With a fierce shout, Reg lunged at Ace, driving his fists forward with powerful blows. Ace raised his arms to block the onslaught. Under the relentless barrage, Ace was forced back step by step. Suddenly, Reg let out a yell and kicked out with tremendous force. With an earth-shattering impact, Ace was sent flying like a bolt of lightning. Reg vanished and reappeared above him in an instant, clasping his hands together to deliver a heavy hammer blow. A deafening boom echoed as A's was smashed straight down into the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. When the dust settled, a huge crater lay exposed. A's lay sprawled within it, battered and disheveled. Landing before A's, Reg gathered a golden energy wave in his right hand and unleashed it. A violent explosion followed. A piercing cry and a final blast marked A's end. Certain of his foe's demise, Reg reverted to his normal form. In hell, A's was swiftly judged by King Yama and condemned to the underworld. There he came face to face with his father, Frieza. "Father, and you are?" Frieza asked, looking at A's. "You're A's, eh?" "Yes, father." "Then how did you die?" Frieza inquired. "Well, I wanted to avenge you, but that bastard was too strong. He killed me." "Avenge me? Did you go to Earth to find Son Gohan?" "No, I went after Reg first." "Reg?" "Yes, he's already taken control of most of your army." "That scoundrel!" Frieza roared in fury. In the demon realm, after his death, Tawa used the genes of him and Mira to create a new being. To distinguish the two, the new entity was named Fu. Like his predecessor, Fu possessed a genius-level intellect. To ensure Fu wouldn't be easily slain by Son Gohan, Tawa imbued him with the dark factor of the dark demon realm god Mechikabura. Thus, Fu inherited Mechikabura's memories and became the new dark demon realm god. "Hail, Dark King!" Tawa and Mira bowed to the reborn Fu. Fu cast a cold glance over them before striding toward his laboratory. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The year was calm and uneventful. On a mountain on Earth, Piccolo was sparring with a 3-year-old Pan. Though she possessed Saiyan blood, Pan was still no match for Piccolo. With a heavy thud, she was sent crashing through a large boulder behind her. "That hurts, Grandpa Piccolo." Pan whined playfully. "All right, I know. They'll go easier next time." Pan nodded. From beside the shattered rock, she picked up 2 bottles of mineral water and handed one to Piccolo. "Here, Grandpa Piccolo." Piccolo grunted in acknowledgement, took the water, opened it, and took a few sips. Glancing at her watch, Pan said, "Grandpa Piccolo, it's getting late. I need to go to kindergarten." "All right, be careful on the way." Pan nodded. Then, using the Bukujutsu, she soared into the sky. Piccolo watched until her figure vanished from sight before turning away. In the gravity chamber at Mount Pozu, Son Gohan was training. Suddenly, a figure rushed in. It was Legus. Legus nodded. "Brother Lord Beerus and the others are here." "Lord Beerus." As the words left his mouth, Beerus appeared with Whis. "Lord Beerus." Beerus nodded. "Lord Beerus, what brings you here so suddenly?" "Grand Zeno says he has business with you." "Grand Zeno?" "Yes, and this time he wants all the gods of destruction to come along." "Oh, Lord Beerus, any idea what it might be about?" "No one knows, but I have a bad feeling about this." "A bad feeling?" "Yes." Beerus nodded. "Enough talk, Lord Beerus. Let's take Gohan to see Grand Zeno." Beerus nodded again. Soon Son Gohan and the others arrived at the palace of the Omni King. Besides them, the gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, and angels from 11 other universes were already present. "Grand Zeno." "We pay our respects, Grand Zeno." Beerus and his group bowed to the 2 Zeniths. Both Zeniths nodded in unison. "Grand Zeno, may we ask why you have summoned us?" Son Gohan inquired. At that moment, the Grand Minister standing before the 2 Zeniths spoke up. "Here is the matter." Grand Zeno told the future Grand Zeno about the Tournament of Power. The future Grand Zeno found it intriguing and wishes to have you all reenact the tournament. "Reenact the Tournament of Power?" "Yes, I have already prepared the arena." As he spoke, the Grand Minister tapped his staff on the ground. A brilliant light erupted and Son Gohan along with the assembled deities began to descend. The thrones of the 2 Zeniths descended with them. Below, they beheld an arena resembling that of the Tournament of Power. "This is the arena I have prepared. The rules are the same as the previous tournament, with one exception. The participants this time will be the gods of destruction from each universe." "Gods of destruction?" The gods exchanged glances. "Surely you are willing to compete for Grand Zeno?" "Of course not." Beerus and the others quickly shook their heads. "Is that so? Then please proceed to the arena." "What about Son Gohan?" asked Beerus. "Gohan has been invited by the Omni King to watch the tournament together." As the Grand Priest spoke, he waved his staff and a seat back materialized beside Son Gohan. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan grinned at Beerus. "Damn it." Seeing Gohan's smug expression, Beerus felt a surge of anger. At that moment, Kampa and the others soared toward the arena. Noticing this, Beerus immediately flew after them. Once all the gods of destruction had landed on the arena, the Grand Priest addressed them. "I now declare the match officially begun." As his words faded, the pillars on the arena sank, and the 11 gods of destruction fixed their gazes upon Beerus. Clenching his teeth, Beerus' expression turned tense. Whis, as Lord Beerus offended them. "Why are they all staring at him?" Whis chuckled. "It's because long ago the Omni King invited the gods of destruction from all 12 universes to his palace to play hide and seek. All the other gods were found, but Lord Beerus fell asleep and remained hidden, which enraged the Omni King. The 11 gods of destruction had to put in considerable effort to appease the Omni King. Son Gohan chuckled. That does sound like something Lord Beerus would do. As they spoke, the 11 gods of destruction encircling Beerus simultaneously transformed into streaks of violet light and attacked him. The first to reach Beerus was a yellow-skinned mouse-like deity named Quitella, the god of destruction from Universe 4. Seeing Quitela's incoming punch, Beerus sidestepped to evade. At that moment, a short god of destruction with black fur appeared behind Beerus. This was Ewan, the god of destruction from Universe 1. To Ewan's left, a three-tailed yellow fox named Laquire, the god of destruction from Universe 8, charged at Beerus. One attacked with a forward punch, while the other aimed a kick at Beerus. Beerus leaped backward, landing behind them. Then a plump green robot named Mosco, the god of destruction from Universe 3, appeared before Beerus and launched an assault. Beerus raised his left hand, catching Mosco's right fist. A tall fishman emerged behind Beerus and attacked. His name was Jin, the god of destruction from Universe 12. With a grunt, Beerus pushed Mosco away with his left hand. Then he dodged Jin's attack. Before he could catch his breath, a short god of destruction with a slight paunch charged from Beerus' left. His name was Arak, the god of destruction from Universe 5. Seeing this, Beerus immediately gathered destructive energy in his left hand and hurled it at Arak. At that moment, an arrow shot from afar. Beerus shifted right to evade. Beerus traced the arrow's origin and saw a dark-skinned female god of destruction. Her name was Helios, the god of destruction from Universe 2. Damn it! Beerus growled, preparing to counterattack Helios. A pink elephant and a long-bearded elder, both with destructive energy in their right hands, attacked him. They were respectively Rumshi, the god of destruction from Universe 10, and Sidra, the god of destruction from Universe 9. Seeing this, Beerus leaped into the air. The 11 gods of destruction followed him into the sky and attacked. Bang! 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 Beerus dodged and fought against Kampa and the others. Could this be? Yes, it is, but it's incomplete. Whis said, "What are you talking about?" "I don't understand," asked the East Kaioshin. "We're talking about Ultra Instinct." Son Gohan replied, "Ultra Instinct? Does Lord Beerus have it too? But it's imperfect." Bang! As the words fell, Rumshi was punched to the ground by Beerus. The earth erupted like a bomb, sending up a cloud of dust. Haha! Beerus smirked, feeling triumphant. But Quitella, seizing the moment, delivered a powerful roundhouse kick to Beerus. With a thunderous impact, Beerus' body shot down like a ray, crashing heavily to the ground. Damn it! Clenching his teeth, Beerus quickly scrambled to his feet. Just then, Vermouth suddenly raised his right foot and kicked Sidra. Caught off guard, Sidra was sent flying to the edge of the arena. The other gods of destruction became wary. This is a competition, isn't it? In a competition, there must be winners and losers, right? Vermouth laughed. That's true. The other gods of destruction nodded in agreement. Thus, the match transformed from a targeted assault on Beerus into a chaotic free-for-all among the gods of destruction. Their movements were too swift, and the constant dust from their battle obscured the fight, making it nearly impossible for the two Omni Kings to see clearly. Future Omni King, they're so fast. We can barely follow their fight. Omni King, indeed. Even with a slowed-down divine visual. Asked the Grand Priest. Yes, the Omni King nodded. Gazing at the chaotic battle below, the Grand Priest suddenly called out. All of you stop immediately. Beerus and Quitella halted their swinging fists. On the arena, the other gods of destruction were either severely injured or down. The two Omni Kings say your movements are too fast for them to see clearly, so this match ends here. Beerus and Quitella snorted and lowered their fists. The angels of the 12 universes flew to the arena to heal their respective gods of destruction. The future Omni King was still somewhat displeased at not seeing the tournament of power as described by the Omni King. Omni King, are you unhappy because you didn't see an exciting match? The Grand Priest asked the future Omni King. Yes, the future Omni King nodded. But the tournament of power has already been held once, and organizing another one so soon would be difficult. I see. The Grand Priest nodded. Then Lord Omni King, if there's nothing else, shall we take our leave? Whis remarked. The two Omni Kings nodded. Upon seeing this, Beerus led the gods of destruction and angels away. In the 7th universe, on the sacred world of the Kai. After returning to the 7th universe, Beerus immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Then, with some indignation in his heart, he said, those despicable Kampa and his ilk actually joined forces against me. Whis chuckled. Isn't all of this because of you yourself, Lord Beerus? Beerus let out a cold snort. That incident back then wasn't intentional on my part. Whis smiled and said nothing. So, Lord Beerus, shall we return home next, or head to Earth? Let's go to Earth first. After fighting for so long, I'm hungry. Very well. And you, Lord Supreme Kai, would you like to join us on Earth? Whis inquired. No, thank you. The Eastern Supreme Kai smiled and shook his head. Very well then. With that, Whis looked towards Son Gohan. Gohan, your instant transmission is faster. Could you use it to take us back to Earth? Sure. Son Gohan nodded. Whoosh. With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission, bringing the two of them to the backyard of Bulma's house. Son Goku, Lord Beerus. Beerus nodded. Lord Beerus, what did Lord Omni King want with you and Gohan? Nothing much, just had us gods of destruction do a bit of fighting. Beerus said nonchalantly. Was it a battle between the gods of destruction of all 12 universes, eh? Vegeta asked. Beerus nodded. Then Lord Beerus, who won in the end? Son Goku asked. No one won because the match was called off. Called off? We were moving too fast, a Lord Omni King couldn't see our fight, so it was stopped. I see. Beerus gave a nod, and then looked towards Son Gohan. Gohan, I heard from Whis that your strength has reached a new level. Would you like to try fighting against the gods of destruction from other universes? Gods of destruction from other universes, eh? Indeed. Don't you want to test your might against them? I do, but would they agree? Beerus smiled. As long as you want to fight them, I have ways to make it happen. Lord Beerus, you're not thinking of using me for revenge, because they ganged up on you, are you? That's impossible. Sure, they did all gang up on me, but none of them got the best of it. I defeated them all, didn't I? Beerus said, a look of guilt on his face. Lord Beerus was ganged up on. Son Goku remarked. Yes. Whis laughed. This all stems from a game of hide-and-seek Lord Beerus once played with Lord Omni King. Whis. Beerus shouted loudly. What does it matter? Gohan already knows anyway. Whis then recounted the tale of how Beerus fell asleep during hide-and-seek, angering the gods of destruction from the other universes. Whis. Beerus gritted his teeth in fury. Though he longed to punch Whis, his power simply wouldn't allow it. So that's what happened. Yes. Well then, Gohan, how about you give it a shot and fight the gods of destruction from other universes? Son Goku suggested. All right then. Beerus smiled. Then it settled, Gohan. Tomorrow I'll take you to see Quitella. Son Goku, Quitella. Lord Quitella is the god of destruction of the fourth universe. Oh, I remember now. Lord Quitella is the one who looks like a mouse, right? Whis chuckled. Goku, it's a good thing Lord Quitella isn't here. If he heard you describe him like that, he'd surely take a swing at you. You mean I can't say he looks like a mouse? Whis nodded. Then Lord Beerus, why do you want Gohan to fight Lord Quitella? Why not another god of destruction? Why do you have so many whys? Beerus roared at Son Goku. I'm just curious. Beerus snorted coldly. Whis, I'm hungry. Get me something to eat quickly. Of course, Lord Beerus. The next day, Beerus and Whis, accompanied by Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Vegeta, journeyed to the fourth universe. On the divine realm of destruction of the fourth universe. Quitella was currently lounging leisurely on the grass, gazing at the deep purple sky. Suddenly, he spotted a purple traveling cube descending from the heavens. When Quitella saw who was inside the cube, he immediately scrambled to his feet. Beerus. Lord Beerus. Upon hearing this, Cognac, the attendant angel standing beside Quitella, immediately looked up and saw Beerus and the others within the traveling cube. After a moment, the traveling cube landed on the ground, and Beerus led Son Gohan and the others out. Quitella let out a cold snort. Beerus, what brings you here today? It's nothing much, really. After watching our fight yesterday, Gohan said he wanted to challenge you. Gohan. Quitella looked at Son Gohan. Yes. So what do you say? Do you dare to fight Son Gohan? Fight. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Beerus grinned. All right then, Gohan, go ahead and fight Quitella. Son Gohan nodded. Seeing this, Beerus immediately retreated with Son Goku and the others. Cognac also stepped back. Quitella smiled, looking at Son Gohan. Son Gohan, I know you've mastered Ultra Instinct, so you'd better use it now, or else once I defeat you, you won't get another chance. Son Gohan smiled. Actually, even without using Ultra Instinct, you might not be able to defeat me. Without using Ultra Instinct? Are you looking down on me that much, Son Gohan? Quitella said angrily. Son Gohan said nothing but suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Huh. With a mighty roar, Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Even after transforming, Son Gohan did not stop raising his energy. Instead, he continued to push it higher. Boom. The divine realm of destruction trembled violently under the influence of Son Gohan's energy. Beerus gritted his teeth, a bead of cold sweat forming on his head. It was at this moment that Son Gohan's body hair turned white, his hair grew down to his waist, and the pupils of his eyes became crimson. This was Super Saiyan 5. Ziz. Bang. After completing his transformation, Son Gohan immediately released the gathered energy from around his body. Quitella forced a smile, trying to maintain a composed expression. A Super Saiyan transformation, is it? But no matter how impressive your transformation is, you can never defeat me. Is that so? Gohan smiled, his body moving with the speed of light as he charged toward Quitella. Quitella leaped upward, also rushing toward Gohan. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived before each other, their fists striking out with blinding speed. Huge clouds of dust erupted around them. Bang! After a brief exchange, they both sent each other flying back. Damn it! Quintella gritted his teeth, swiftly clapping his hands forward, unleashing a torrent of destructive energy toward Gohan. Gohan chuckled, sending out waves of energy that collided with Quite Lost destruction. Boom, boom, boom. With each thunderous explosion, Quite Lost destructive energy and Gohan's energy waves clashed, generating immense storms. The ground was soon engulfed in thick smoke and blazing flames. Whoosh! Bang! 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 The two soared into the sky, locked in combat above the smoke and fire. Their movements were so swift that they appeared as countless ripples in the heavens. Son Goku, so fast. Beerus nodded. Bang! At that moment, they grabbed each other's arms, straining in midair. A white aura and a purple aura soon rose from them, clashing fiercely in the sky. Opt! Suddenly, Quintella roared, pushing forward with all his might. Gohan gritted his teeth and pushed back with equal force. Bang! After a stalemate, Quintella shoved Gohan away. Huff! Huff! Both panted heavily. Damn it! Quintella gritted his teeth, glancing at Beerus on the ground. He suddenly felt he had been tricked by Beerus. Though they were evenly matched, he knew Gohan had yet to use Ultra Instinct. Once Gohan activated it, he might not be able to withstand him. No, for the honor of a god of destruction, I must defeat him before he uses Ultra Instinct. With that resolve, Quintella shot toward Gohan at full speed. Gohan's expression turned serious as he met the charge. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Amid earth-shaking clashes, they became streaks of white and purple light battling across the sky. Moments later, Quintella clenched his right fist and knocked Gohan back. Seizing the opportunity, he flashed above Gohan and kicked downward. Bang! With a thunderous impact, Gohan crashed into the ground like a ray of light, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Huh! Quintella roared, unleashing a barrage of destructive energy at Gohan. Whoosh! Boom! 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 Under Quite Lost assault, the ground erupted in thick smoke and flames. Bang! At that moment, a silvery white figure burst from the inferno. It was Gohan in Ultra Instinct. But this was not ordinary Ultra Instinct, it was the Ultra Instinct of his Super 5 state. In this form, only his aura and pupils changed while his appearance remained the same. What? Quite Lost's expression shifted dramatically at the sight of Gohan's Ultra Instinct. Just then, a massive white avatar resembling Gohan appeared behind him. This was Gohan's avatar from Ultra Instinct. Wah! What is that? Beerus was astonished. It's the avatar of Ultra Instinct. An avatar? Yes, our angel's Ultra Instinct is not limited to automatic evasion. Beerus snorted. What's so great about that? We gods of destruction have many divine techniques too. Whis smiled and remained silent. At that moment, Gohan's avatar grabbed Quintella and squeezed him tightly. Opt! Under the avatar's immense power, Quintella erupted with tremendous strength, struggling against it. Beerus watched Quite Lost desperate struggle, a cold sweat forming on his brow. It was fortunate he hadn't challenged Gohan, otherwise he would be the one in that grip. Lord Quintella, perhaps you should concede. Gohan looked at the struggling Quintella. Are you joking? I am a god of destruction. How could I admit defeat to a mere human? Very well then. After struggling in vain to break free from Gohan's avatar, Quintella had no choice but to surrender. Beerus mocked the conceding Quintella. Didn't someone just say they would never surrender? Quintella ground his teeth. Don't get cocky, Beerus. Tomorrow will come to your universe and challenge you. Bring it on, who's afraid? Cornic quickly tried to dissuade Quintella. Lord Quintella, battles between gods of destruction are forbidden. Lord Beerus, battles between gods of destruction are forbidden. Whis also joined in. Oomph. Beerus snorted. It's not me who wants to fight, he's the one provoking me. Beerus, you set me up. What about all of you ganging up on me? Why don't you mention that? We all targeted you because you fell asleep while playing hide and seek with Grand Zeno, forcing us to find ways to appease his wrath. That was ages ago. Whis and Cornic felt helpless watching the two argue. After a while, Whis and Cornic separated them. Lord Quintella, it's getting late. They'll take Lord Beerus back now. Quintella shot a cold glare at Beerus, but said nothing. Seeing this, Whis led Beerus and the others away. Son Gohan, Quintella said, watching them depart. Lord Quintella, are you still troubled by your loss to Son Gohan? Yes. Quintella nodded. Do you think this Son Gohan could become the next god of destruction? I don't know. Cornic shook his head. But this human named Son Gohan is indeed astonishing. Quintella remained silent. No matter how astonishing, he was not one of Quite Lost. On their way back, Sun Wukong, intrigued by Son Gohan's Super Saiyan 5 and his avatar manifestation, began questioning him. Gohan, is it necessary to first transform into Super Saiyan 4 in order to achieve Super Saiyan 5? Son Gohan nodded. And how did you master the avatar of Ultra Instinct? Sun Wukong continued. I'm not sure how to describe it. Simply put, you must feel the power of the heart with your heart. The power of the heart. Yes, the power of the heart is immense. Sun Wukong nodded. Lord Beerus, do you still intend for Gohan to fight other gods of destruction? Whis inquired. Beerus nodded. And which god of destruction do you have in mind? Whis pressed further. Kampa. Lord Kampa. So Gohan, do you wish to fight Lord Kampa? Son Gohan nodded. In the afternoon, Beerus and Whis brought Sun Wukong and the others to the god of destruction realm of Universe 6. Beerus. Kampa, who had just woken up, greeted him. Beerus nodded in return. Beerus, what brings you here today? Could it be you're here to challenge me to a match as well? Kampa remarked, glancing at Sun Wukong and the others. No, Gohan expressed a desire to fight you, so we came. Gohan. Kampa looked at Son Gohan. Though their encounters were few, he was well aware of the young Saiyan's formidable strength. So what do you say? Do you dare to face him in battle? Kampa was about to retort that of course he dared, but then he reconsidered. Son Gohan had mastered Ultra Instinct, and the confident look on Beerus' face suggested a trap. Kampa coughed. My stomach is a bit unsettled today. How about another day? Another day? Are you scared? Who's scared? My stomach is genuinely upset today. Lord Kampa, where is the discomfort? I can heal you with my staff. Vados offered. Vados, you meddlesome fool. Kampa thought to himself. Seeing this, Beerus burst into laughter. Then Vados, please heal him quickly. Vados nodded. Kampa, however, let out a yawn and said, I misspoke. I simply didn't sleep well today, so I won't be fighting. But Lord Kampa, I could clearly hear your thunderous snoring. Vados continued to expose him. Kampa glared at her furiously, thinking that she should learn to keep her mouth shut. Kampa, could it be that you're actually afraid? Beerus taunted. Who's afraid? How about you fight me today, Beerus? Fine by me. Who's afraid of whom? Beerus retorted angrily. Vados and Whis quickly intervened. Lord Beerus, battles between gods of destruction are forbidden. Lord Kampa, battles between gods of destruction are forbidden. Oomph. Beerus snorted coldly. He was the one who proposed the fight. I told you I'm not fighting today because I didn't sleep well. You're the one trying to provoke me. Beerus gritted his teeth. Enough, Lord Beerus. Since Lord Kampa is unwilling to fight due to lack of rest, let us drop the matter. Beerus snorted again, but remained silent. Then, Lord Kampa, we apologize for the intrusion. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Kampa gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Whis promptly led Beerus and the others away. After they had departed, Vados immediately turned to Kampa with a look of curiosity. Lord Kampa, why did you refuse Beerus' proposal to fight Son Gohan? Kampa snorted. Knowing Beerus as I do him, bringing Gohan to fight me out of the blue is undoubtedly a scheme. Vados chuckled. I see. Meanwhile, on the other side, Whis was smiling slyly at Beerus. Lord Beerus, it seems Lord Kampa did not fall for your trap. Oomph. Beerus snorted. He got lucky. Lord Beerus, do you think he refused because being your brother he knows you all too well? Beerus did not respond. So Lord Beerus, shall we still take Gohan to challenge other gods of destruction? No need. Beerus shook his head. Though immensely powerful, he had no desire to create more enemies. Very well then. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. At a factory on the outskirts of West City, Earth, stood a robot. Its body was entirely black, its head bald with a single comb-like horn at the crown. It wore a yellow shirt and trousers emblazoned with a large number 2, and a blue cape flowed from its shoulders. Before it stood a short, portly man dressed in a white suit. The robot was Gamma 2, an android created by this very man. The man was Dr. Hito, the grandson of Dr. Gero. Like his grandfather Dr. Hito was a scientific genius. However, unlike Dr. Gero, Dr. Hito harbored no desire for world domination. The Gamma 2 he created was designed based on his own ideal of a hero. Dr. Hito was complete. Just as Dr. Hito was celebrating the successful activation of Gamma 2, a middle-aged man in a red suit entered accompanied by a bespectacled man. The middle-aged man was Magenta, the son of the Red Ribbon Army's commander. The bespectacled man beside him was Carmine, his assistant. Dr. Hito had previously been arrested for stealing corpses to create androids. After his release from prison, he was lured by Magenta to this factory to build powerful androids for them. Magenta nodded. Dr. Hito, is this the Gamma 2 you spoke of? Yes. Dr. Hito confirmed. Then Dr. Hito, could you show me his power? How? Simple. Have him eliminate Piccolo. Eliminate Piccolo? Yes. He and Son Goku are all villains. By doing this, we would be ridding the world of evil. Dr. Hito hesitated inwardly, but recalling his need for Magenta's funding, he reluctantly agreed. Very well. Then Dr. Hito, how do we control him? Gamma 2 currently only obeys me. Gamma 2, go find Piccolo and eliminate him. Yes, Dr. Hito. Gamma 2 finished speaking and immediately left Magenta's factory. Magenta, seeing this, remained silent. But in his heart he already knew that Dr. Hito was being wary of him. Inside a white castle on the outskirts of West City, Piccolo was currently looking speechlessly at the doll that Gohan and Videl had given him. He had clearly told Gohan and the others that he didn't like dolls, yet they insisted on giving him one. After composing himself, Piccolo leaped down from the castle window and went outside. Piccolo gazed at the azure sky, thinking that Pan would be getting out of school soon. Just then a yellow figure flew over from a distance. It was Gamma 2. Piccolo was startled, his eyes narrowing with intense vigilance as he stared at the opponent. At that moment, Gamma 2's right-hand pistol fired an energy blast attacking Piccolo. Piccolo dashed forward, swiftly dodging the attack. With a thunderous boom, the energy blast exploded on the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and debris. Gritting his teeth, Piccolo looked toward Gamma 2. Bang! Bang! Gamma 2 fired 2 more shots at Piccolo. Boom! Boom! 2 colossal explosions erupted as the energy blasts detonated on the ground, sending up 2 immense plumes of dust. When the dust settled, Piccolo was nowhere to be found within the smoke of the explosion. Gamma 2 scanned the surroundings, but saw no trace of him. Eliminated. Gamma 2 thought, somewhat uncertain. After a moment's consideration, he decided to go back and report. Once Gamma 2 had left, a figure emerged from the large mountain beside the crater. It was Piccolo. Watching Gamma 2 depart, Piccolo stealthily followed him. At Magenta's factory, on the outskirts of West City. Upon returning, Gamma 2 immediately recounted everything that had just happened to Dr. Hito and the others. Magenta, you didn't see his body. Could he still be alive? I don't know. Gamma 2 shook his head. Then why didn't you confirm it before coming back? Magenta scolded. Although Piccolo was insignificant, alerting Goku and the others would spell trouble for him. As they were talking, Piccolo, having disguised himself, had infiltrated the factory. He was now standing not far from them, watching Magenta and the others. The Red Ribbon Army. Seeing the Red Ribbon Army uniforms on the workers around him, Piccolo quickly identified their affiliation. Who are you? I've never seen you before, a worker said, noticing Piccolo's unfamiliar face. I'm new here, Piccolo replied. Oh, a newbie. That explains why you look so unfamiliar. Piccolo nodded. Afterward, Piccolo wandered around the factory and spotted a massive robot resembling Cell, but with red coloring on its head, hands, knees, chest, and parts of its back. Piccolo learned from the factory workers that this giant robot was called Cell Max. Its purpose, however, was unknown to them. Even without their explanation, Piccolo was fully aware of their intentions. After gathering information on the Red Ribbon Army's goal, Piccolo left the factory and headed to Gohan's house. Goten and Trunks were also at Gohan's house. At 15 or 16 years old, they were now about as tall as Gohan had been in high school. Uncle Piccolo. Piccolo nodded. Grandpa Piccolo. Just then Pan, who had been playing inside, ran out upon hearing the commotion. Piccolo nodded again. Uncle Piccolo, what brings you here? Gohan asked. I was attacked today. The one who attacked me was an android from the Red Ribbon Army. The Red Ribbon Army. Piccolo nodded and recounted the day's events. After Piccolo finished, Goten's face lit up with excitement. Uncle Piccolo, where's that factory you mentioned? I want to fight that android you talked about. It's on the outskirts of West City. Then Uncle Piccolo, can you take us there after lunch? All right. Piccolo nodded. In truth, he had come hoping Gohan would help eliminate Gamma 2. He hadn't expected to run into these 2 lively troublemakers. Trunks, this is great. We can fight the evil androids and Cell Max. Wait, Goten, Cell Max isn't finished yet, so you can't fight him. Piccolo said. It's not finished yet. No. Goten felt a twinge of disappointment. Dad, I want to go too. Pan said. Pan, this is too dangerous. You should stay. Grandpa Piccolo. Pan immediately looked at Piccolo. Pan, you should listen to Gohan on this one. Pan snorted, her face showing displeasure. That afternoon, Piccolo, along with Trunks, Goten, and Gohan's clone, arrived at Magenta's factory. Piccolo Daimao. Magenta, informed by his subordinates, quickly came out and saw the 4 of them. Seeing Piccolo alive, Gamma 2 wore a faint smile. Piccolo Daimao, you really are still alive. Piccolo was inwardly exasperated. I am not Piccolo Daimao. My name is Piccolo. Piccolo. Gamma 2 said, looking at Trunks, Goten, and Gohan's clone that Piccolo had brought. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, are you planning a Furanon fight? Gamma 2 asked. Who said it's Furanon? Gohan and Uncle Piccolo are just here to watch. Trunks said. Is that so? But don't think you're the only ones with backup. I have backup too. As he spoke, an android appeared wearing a shirt with the number 1 and a red cape, looking almost identical to Gamma 2. This was Gamma 1, another android created by Dr. Hito. You are. My name is Gamma 1. Gamma 1. Gamma 1 nodded. So will you all fight together, or one by one? We'll fight 2 against 2. Trunks declared, then immediately charged with Goten toward Gamma 1 and Gamma 2. Gamma 1 smiled and swiftly appeared before Trunks, delivering a side kick. Bang! Because Trunks hadn't transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was sent flying to the right by Gamma 1's kick. Trunks. Son Goten was startled. Taking advantage of Goten's distraction, Gamma No. 2 delivered a punch that sent him flying. With a thunderous crash, Son Goten's body slammed heavily onto the ground. Damn it! Trunks roared in fury, clenching his fists tightly. Huh! With a mighty shout, Trunks transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bang! Son Goten quickly scrambled to his feet and also transformed into a Super Saiyan. Super Saiyans. Vegeta was startled. Huh! At that moment, the two simultaneously yelled and charged at Gamma No. 1 and Gamma No. 2. With their transformation boosting their power immensely, they soon engaged in a fierce battle against the Gammas. Amidst the intense clash, a little girl with a mushroom haircut stealthily approached behind Piccolo and the others to watch the fight. It was Pan. Amazing. Pan was captivated by the spectacular battle. Just then, 2 figures suddenly appeared before her. They were the clones of Piccolo and Son Gohan. Gee, Grandpa Piccolo. Dad. Piccolo sighed, looking at Pan with exasperation. Pan, didn't we tell you it's dangerous and to stay away? Pan chuckled. Grandpa Piccolo, I just wanted to see the androids. Don't worry, you'll protect myself. Piccolo doubted that very much. Pan, did you skip school? Son Gohan's clone asked sternly. Well, Pan lowered her head, touching her index fingers together. Gohan's clone sighed in resignation. Then stay close to Uncle Piccolo and don't leave his side. Pan nodded vigorously. Boom. At that moment, massive explosions erupted both in the sky and on the ground, caused by the ongoing battle between Trunks and the others. Huh. With a shout, Son Goten transformed into Super Saiyan Grade 3. Grandpa Piccolo, look. Uncle Goten turned Super Saiyan Grade 3. Piccolo nodded. Just then, Trunks also transformed into Super Saiyan Grade 3. What is this? Gamma No. 1 and Gamma No. 2 were astonished by their transformations. This is called Super Saiyan Grade 3. Super Saiyan Grade 3. Gamma No. 1 gritted his teeth. In a flash, Goten and Trunks dashed toward them like lightning and engaged them in combat. With their enhanced power, Gamma No. 1 and Gamma No. 2 were repeatedly pushed back. Seeing the situation turn dire, Magenta immediately led Carmine to Dr. Hito's lab, intending to activate Cell Max. Dr. Hito, noticing their approach, quietly followed. Kamehameha. At that moment, Son Goten knocked Gamma No. 1 away, brought his hands together, and fired a deep blue energy wave at him. Gamma No. 1 was startled and unable to dodge in time, raised his arms to block the Kamehameha. Boom. With a thunderous sound, Gamma No. 1 managed to block the attack, but the force pushed him back several steps. What? Son Goten was shocked and pushed his hands forward with more force. Gamma No. 1. Gamma No. 2 tried to help, but a figure blocked his path. It was Trunks. Your opponent is me. Gamma No. 2 gritted his teeth and threw a punch at Trunks. Back at the lab, Dr. Hito, realizing Magenta intended to activate the incomplete Cell Max, shouted. Magenta, what are you doing in my lab? Magenta smirked. What does it look like? We're activating Cell Max. But Cell Max isn't finished. If you activate him, he'll go berserk. I know that, but if we don't, we'll be caught by the police. Dr. Hito, you don't want to go back to jail, do you? Dr. Hito gritted his teeth. But unleashing an uncontrollable Cell Max could destroy the city, even the entire planet. That's just a possibility. Magenta laughed. No, even a possibility is unacceptable. Magenta snorted and pulled out a gun, aiming it at Dr. Hito. Dr. Hito raised his hands in surrender. Don't shoot. Magenta smiled. Goodbye, Dr. Hito. With that, Magenta pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet struck Dr. Hito, who crumpled to the ground. Strange, no blood. Magenta eyed the corpse with suspicion, but distracted by the commotion outside, he hurried to activate Cell Max. This was their only chance to turn the tide. Outside the lab, Gamma No. 1 and Gamma No. 2 had been defeated by Goten and Trunks. Piccolo, good work, Goten. Trunks. Goten and Trunks stared at the fallen androids, contemplating whether to finish them off. Suddenly, the entire factory ground began to tremble. Trunks, what's happening? Could it be? Piccolo's expression turned grave as a thought struck him. Just then, a massive figure burst through the factory's metal roof and landed heavily before them. It was Cell Max. So it is Cell Max. Piccolo declared. So this is Cell Max. Trunks said, a look of excitement on his face. Piccolo nodded firmly. Goten. Trunks, don't underestimate Cell Max. His power surpasses that of Gamma No. 1 and Gamma No. 2. Cell Max. Gamma No. 1 and Gamma No. 2 were shocked to see him activated. They remembered Dr. Hito saying Cell Max was incomplete. This meant the current Cell Max was likely uncontrollable. Huh. As everyone was stunned by Cell Max's appearance, he let out a deafening roar and fired an energy wave from his mouth at Son Goten. Goten swiftly dodged. Just then, Dr. Hito, who had been pretending to be dead, ran out of the lab, pursued by Magenta and Carmine. Dr. Huda. Gamma 1 seeing Dr. Huda in peril immediately suppressed his own injuries and flew toward Dr. Huda. Swiftly Gamma 1 arrived at Dr. Head's side. Gamma 1. Dr. Huda upon seeing Gamma 1 turned around with renewed confidence, fixing his gaze on Vegeta and Kamai. By then the two had already turned and fled. Running away. Dr. Huda sneered coldly as he watched them escape. Then he turned his attention to Cell Max. Cell Max, unable to be controlled, began wreaking havoc across the entire facility. Dr. Huda, what should we do next? Gamma 1 asked. As an android with a strong sense of justice, Gamma 1 could not stand by and let Cell Max run amok. The top of Cell Max's head is his weak point. See if you and Gamma 2 can strike it and defeat him. The top of his head. Gamma 2 glanced at Cell Max's crown and remarked. Indeed. Just as they were conversing, Goten and Trunks, having transformed into Super Saiyan 3rd grade, charged at Cell Max. Cell Max's body was too rigid, rendering their attacks almost completely ineffective. Cell Max let out a thunderous roar and slammed his right fist into the attacking Trunks. Caught off guard at close range, Trunks had no time to dodge. The blow struck him squarely, sending him hurtling like a beam of light, crashing heavily onto the ground. A massive cloud of dust erupted from the earth. Trunks. Goten gritted his teeth and unleashed a barrage of energy waves at Cell Max. Boom, boom, boom. Due to Cell Max's enormous size, many of the energy waves struck his body. Cell Max's form was soon engulfed in the smoke of the explosions. With a fierce cry, Goten charged into the billowing smoke. Whoosh. At that moment, a figure blurred at high speed behind Goten. It was Cell Max. Goten, watch your back, Trunks shouted. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Cell Max's right foot came crashing down. Goten screamed in agony, his body plummeting like a straight line, smashing violently into the ground and stirring up a thick cloud of dust. Damn it! Trunks clenched his teeth. Just then Gohan's clone appeared beside Trunks and said, Trunks, Cell Max is incredibly powerful. You and Goten are no match for him in your current state. The only option now is to fuse. Alright, I understand. Gohan's clone roared, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and charged at Cell Max. In an instant, Gohan's clone reached Cell Max, attacking with the speed of light. Seizing the opportunity, Trunks dashed to Goten's side and said, Goten, let's fuse. Okay. Goten nodded. They then moved to a spot farther from Cell Max to perform the fusion. Fu! Shout! A flash of white light enveloped them, and they merged into Gotenks. Gotenks! Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Gotenks let out a yell and transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. As Super Saiyan Blue, Piccolo was taken aback once more. He hadn't anticipated that Gotenks could already achieve Super Saiyan Blue. Gotenks chuckled, his body turning into a streak of blue light as he shot towards Cell Max. Cell Max roared and charged to meet him. Seeing this, Gohan's clone retreated to stand beside Piccolo. Gotenks quickly closed in on Cell Max, his fist striking with incredible speed and ferocity. Cell Max swung back, aiming his punches at Gotenks. However, due to Gotenks' smaller frame, Cell Max struggled to land a hit. With a powerful shout, Gotenks' right foot connected solidly with Cell Max's face. Cell Max cried out in pain and reached for Gotenks' leg. Startled, Gotenks had no time to react before Cell Max's hands seized him. With a mighty roar, Cell Max spun Gotenks' body around several times. Dizzy from the rotation, Gotenks felt his head spin. At that moment, Cell Max hurled him high into the air. With a piercing sound, Gotenks shot upward like a ray of light. Cell Max spread his wings, moving with blinding speed to appear above Gotenks, and brought both hands down in a hammer blow upon him. Bang! A thunderous impact echoed as Gotenks, like a beam, was slammed heavily into the ground. The earth erupted in a vast cloud of dust. Gamma 1 and Gamma 2, witnessing this, immediately rushed towards Cell Max. Cell Max gathered an energy wave in his right hand and fired it at them. They dodged while returning fire with their own energy blasts. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions lit up both the sky and the ground amid the exchange. Damn it! Gotenks roared in fury, scrambling to his feet. Taking a deep breath, Gotenks exhaled a large mass of white vapor. The vapor instantly transformed into 6 ghostly apparitions, each bearing Gotenks' face. Count off. 1, 2, 3. 6. Excellent. Now all of you follow my command and attack Cell Max. The 6 bubblegum ghosts nodded. Piccolo watched, utterly speechless. Even at a time like this, Gotenks was resorting to such childish tactics. Bang! At that moment, Gamma 1 was knocked to the ground by Cell Max. Me. Me. The 6 bubblegum ghosts simultaneously pulled their hands back, gathering energy. What? Piccolo was shocked. He had initially thought Gotenks intended to have the ghosts self-destruct against Cell Max. He hadn't expected Gotenks to have devised a new technique. Huh. The six ghosts cried out in unison, unleashing their Kamehameha waves. Cell Max dodged the six incoming Kamehameha waves. He dodged, Piccolo exclaimed. Then the six ghosts used their hands to redirect the mist waves upward, looping them back. Whoosh! Bang! 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 Cell Max, having failed to anticipate the Kamehameha's curved trajectory, was struck directly by the returning blast. However, the Kamehameha fired by the Gum Ghosts was limited in power, thus causing no damage to Cell Max. Gotenks had foreseen this, so the moment the Kamehameha hit Cell Max, his six Gum Ghosts immediately charged at Cell Max. Boom! 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 The six Gum Ghosts quickly made contact with Cell Max's body, detonating one after another. A thick cloud of smoke from the explosions billowed across the sky and ground. As the smoke cleared, Cell Max's face was twisted with fury as he glared at Gotenks. With a loud shout, Cell Max unleashed a golden energy wave from his mouth, attacking Gotenks. Gotenks sidestepped, dodging the attack. A thunderous explosion roared as the energy wave detonated in the sky. A massive plume of smoke appeared in the heavens. Gotenks vanished in a flash, charging towards Cell Max. Soon Gotenks was before Cell Max, striking out with both fists. Cell Max dodged while launching his own kicks and punches in return. After a brief skirmish, Gotenks, finding Cell Max's body impossibly hard, suddenly leaped back, panting heavily. Just then, Son Gohan's clone suddenly called out to Gotenks. Gotenks, his weak point is on top of his head. Gotenks glanced at Cell Max's crown. Son Gohan nodded. All right, I understand. With a shout, Gotenks immediately charged at Cell Max. Cell Max roared his entire body, emitting a vast amount of red energy that enveloped him. Gotenks was startled. Suddenly, the red energy surrounding Cell Max burst forth like scattered soybeans, hurtling toward Gotenks. Gotenks dodged, swatting away the incoming energy blasts. At that moment, Cell Max vanished from his spot. Startled, Gotenks quickly scanned his surroundings. Gotenks, behind you, Piccolo shouted. What? Gotenks spun around to see two hands clasped together, hammering down toward him. With a deafening crash, Gotenks was driven into the ground like a ray of light. A huge cloud of dust was kicked up from the earth. With a fierce yell, Cell Max fired countless energy spheres from the spots on his body, raining them all around. The entire factory was soon filled with tremendous explosions. Seeing this, Piccolo quickly moved to shield Pan. Damn it! Gotenks gritted his teeth, bursting from the smoke. He swiftly pressed his hands to his forehead and cried, Solar Flare. Piccolo and the others closed their eyes. Cell Max screamed as the blinding light from the solar flare seared his vision. Just as the light of the solar flare began to fade, Gotenks snapped open his eyes and shot toward the top of Cell Max's head. In an instant, Gotenks was above Cell Max, driving his right fist with all his might into Cell Max's crown. Crack! With a sharp sound, a web of cracks spread across Cell Max's skull. It worked. Gotenks smiled. But at that moment, Cell Max, driven berserk by the fissures on his head, completely lost control. Countless energy spheres shot from the spots on his body. Gotenks hurriedly dodged. Just then, Cell Max leaped upwards, soaring high into the sky. Wah! What is he planning? Piccolo was stunned. Cell Max raised both hands, conjuring an enormous green-black energy sphere. So it's time for the final blow, Gotenks declared, pulling his hands back together. Kamehameha! A deep blue energy wave gathered in Gotenks' hands and shot forth toward the colossal green-black sphere. Boom! A violent explosion echoed as the Kamehameha and the giant sphere collided fiercely. Huh! Cell Max roared, pressing down with all his might. Gotenks shouted in return, thrusting his hands forward with full force. With Gotenks' utmost effort, the Kamehameha pushed back the enormous sphere, driving it towards Cell Max. Cell Max was horrified, but it was too late to dodge. The Kamehameha propelled him into the atmosphere. An earth-shattering explosion roared as the Kamehameha detonated in the upper atmosphere. A colossal shockwave erupted, sweeping towards Cell Max. Cell Max let out a furious scream, struggling desperately against the immense storm. But the blast force was too great, and his body was soon torn apart by the cataclysm. After a while, the explosion ceased, and the sky returned to its usual calm. Son Gohan's clone led Piccolo and Pan to Dr. Hito. Dr. Hito, would you be willing to come work for my company? Son Gohan's clone asked with a smile. Can I refuse? Of course, but then I'll have to tell the police everything that happened here. Son Gohan's clone threatened. Final work for your company. Dr. Hito gritted out. Gohan, are you sure you want him in your company? Piccolo asked. Yo, what's wrong, Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan's clone inquired. Nothing, but he was with the Red Ribbon Army. I'm worried. Don't worry, Uncle Piccolo. If he tries anything, you'll just take him to meet his grandfather. My grandfather? Dr. Hito thought of the deceased Dr. Jero. What about this factory? Piccolo asked, looking at the ruins. What else? Call the police. At that moment, Son Goten and Trunks defused. Goten, we beat Cell Max. Trunks laughed joyfully. Son Goten nodded. Dad, when I grow up, I want to be a hero who protects the city. Pan declared seriously to son Gohan's clone. All right. Son Gohan's clone nodded with a smile. Subsequently, Trunks and the others summoned the police to arrest Vegeta and Kamai. Although Dr. Hyde was not arrested, he was taken by the police to make a statement. Time passed swiftly, and half a year elapsed in the blink of an eye. During these 6 months, all remained tranquil. On the realm of the gods of destruction of the 7th universe, Goku and Vegeta were training on the grassy plains of the realm. Suddenly, a purple figure materialized. It was Fu. Seeing this, Goku immediately ceased his training and eyed the stranger warily. Who are you? How did you get here? My name is Fu, and I am a friend of Trunks. A friend of Trunks? Yes, I came to tell you that your friend Trunks has been captured. Trunks? Where was he taken? To the prison planet. Having said that, Fu vanished in an instant with a teleportation. Vegeta, let's go find Whis quickly. Vegeta nodded. A while later, they found Whis and recounted everything that had just transpired. Fu. I recall Granola once mentioned someone named Fu. Fu. Whis, do you suspect that guy is Fu? Vegeta remarked. Whis nodded. Whis, the most important thing now is whether Trunks has truly been captured. Contact Bulma quickly and ask her. All right. Whis nodded. With that, Whis immediately used his staff to contact Bulma. Whis nodded. Bulma, is Trunks safe and sound? Yes, he's fine. Why do you ask? Nothing much, but someone named Fu approached Goku and claimed that Trunks had been kidnapped. No, Trunks is currently playing in the yard with Goten. Is that so? That's good. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Bulma nodded. Trunks wasn't kidnapped. So was that Fu lying to us? Goku said. Wait, Kakarot, have you forgotten about Trunks from the future timeline? Right? I nearly forgot about that future Trunks. Whis, do you know about the prison planet that Fu mentioned? I do. Can you take us there? Yes, but I can only bring you there. As for the fighting, that's up to you. Goku nodded firmly. Sometime later, Whis brought Goku and Vegeta to a planet whose surface was bound by chains. This planet was the prison planet. Whis said, Goku, Vegeta, this is the prison planet. From here on, you're on your own. Got it. Goku nodded. Seeing this, Whis tapped the ground with his staff and departed from the prison planet. After Whis left, Goku and Vegeta immediately proceeded forward. Vegeta, do you think Trunks was really captured and brought to this planet? I can't sense his ki at all. I don't know. Maybe he's unconscious. Boom. Suddenly, they sensed 2 powerful auras materializing behind them. They turned around to see 2 extremely familiar faces. These 2 were none other than Goku and Vegeta from the Time Patrol. Who are you? We are from the Time Patrol. Goku said, I remember now. You appeared when Cell emerged. The Time Patrol, Goku nodded. By the way, why are you here? We came to rescue Trunks. What about you? Goku said, we are tracking Fu and came here. Fu. Are you talking about Fu? Fu is the same as Fu. Fu is Fu. Goku asked, puzzled. I'm not entirely sure either. He calls himself Fu and claims that the old Fu is dead. I see. Yes. The Time Patrol, Goku nodded. By the way, didn't Gohan come with you? No, we didn't tell him about this. Is that so? Just then a man appeared with long black hair, clad in armor, wearing a mask and exuding a vast amount of dark red aura. This man was named Cumber, the king of a certain Saiyan kingdom. Such powerful ki. Goku was startled. As soon as the words were spoken, Cumber let out a fierce roar and charged at Goku and Vegeta. Boom. Goku clenched his fists and likewise dashed toward Cumber. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Goku reached Cumber and engaged him in a fierce battle. Boom. After a brief exchange, Cumber clenched his right fist and struck Goku, sending him flying back. Kakarot. Vegeta shouted, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan and charging at Cumber. Whoosh. Bang. 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 Vegeta soon reached Cumber and clashed violently with him. Boom. After a few exchanges, Cumber landed a powerful blow on Vegeta's face, knocking him away. Damn it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, gathered a massive energy wave in both hands and fired it at Cumber. Cumber let out a guttural roar and rushed at Vegeta at full speed. Boom. A colossal explosion followed as Vegeta's energy wave struck Cumber's body, generating a thick cloud of smoke. However, Cumber soon burst out of the smoke and threw a heavy right punch at Vegeta. Vegeta sidestepped to evade. Cumber swiftly spun around and delivered a powerful kick to Vegeta. Bang! With a resounding impact, Vegeta's body shot like a ray and slammed violently into the mountain behind him. The mountain churned up a massive cloud of dust. Vegeta! Goku shouted, clenching his fists tightly. Huh! With a loud yell, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Then Goku's body transformed into a streak of blue light and charged at Cumber. In an instant, he was before Cumber, his fist striking Cumber's face with the speed of light. Bang, bang, bang. Under Goku's relentless assault, Cumber's body was forced back step by step. At that moment, Goku delivered a heavy kick to Cumber's torso, sending his body shooting like a ray and crashing violently into the mountain behind him. Meanwhile, inside the prison planet, a blue-haired youth was bound by numerous chains within a cell. This was Trunks from the future timeline. Suddenly, he regained some consciousness and opened his eyes. Where is this? Trunks from the future timeline spoke, immediately recalling his battle with Fu and how he was knocked unconscious. Just then, a white figure appeared. It was the mechanical Cooler from the Dragon Ball movies. Who are you? Cooler chuckled. My name is Cooler. Like you, I was captured and brought here by Fu. Is that so? Then why are you here? I came to propose an alliance. An alliance? Yes, let us join forces against Fu. All right. Future Trunks pondered for a moment, then nodded. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's side, Kimba rose from the ground after his fall and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Huh. Vegeta roared, his body shifting into Super Saiyan Blue as he charged at Kimba. In an instant, he was before Kimba, his fists striking like bolts of light. Though Kimba had become a Super Saiyan, his strength and speed were no match for Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Thus, under Vegeta's relentless assault, Kimba was forced back step by step. With a thunderous crash, Kimba's body shot like a ray into the mountain behind him, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Huh. Kimba bellowed, swiftly pulling himself from the mountain. Clenching his fists, he unleashed an astonishing surge of energy, rapidly elevating his power. At that moment, Kimba's brow ridge lowered and his eyebrows vanished, the hallmark of Super Saiyan 3. Super Saiyan 3. Seeing this, Goku immediately rushed toward Kimba. But a claw of black-red energy shot forth from Kimba, aiming for Goku. Goku swiftly dodged. In a flash, Kimba lunged at Goku with blinding speed. Goku clenched his fists and met the charge. They clashed in a furious exchange of blows. Midway through their battle, the black-red aura around Kimba suddenly exploded outward. Goku's body was soon enveloped in the malevolent energy. With a pained roar, he fell under its control and turned to attack Vegeta. Goku lunged at Vegeta, his fists driving forward. Kakarot! Vegeta cried out in shock, trying to snap him out of it. But Goku had lost all awareness, deaf to Vegeta's words. Damn it, then I'll have to take you down. With that, Vegeta transformed into his Ultra Ego state. In a research lab on the prison planet, Fu, observing the battle, watched Vegeta's Ultra Ego with a faint smile. Interesting. No sooner had he spoken than an alarm blared through the lab. Checking the monitors, Fu saw that Metacooler had broken out of prison with future Trunks. Trunks. Fu made no move to stop them, curious to see how much energy they would contribute to his cause. With a mighty blow, Vegeta in his Ultra Ego state knocked Goku to the ground, bringing him back to his senses. Vegeta. Vegeta nodded. Kakarot, do you remember what just happened? Let me think. Oh yes, I was fighting him and accidentally touched his evil aura. It took control of me. Vegeta nodded. Then we must be careful not to get caught by that aura again. Goku agreed with a nod. At that moment, Kimba elevated his energy further and shot toward them like a beam of light. Goku and Vegeta assumed their fighting stances and met his charge. Together, they overwhelmed Kimba, driving him back. Suddenly, Vegeta gathered a violet sphere of destruction energy in his right hand and hurled it at Kimba. It struck and exploded upon impact. A massive cloud of smoke billowed, obscuring Kimba. When it cleared, he lay battered on the ground. Just then, future Trunks appeared with Metacooler. Dad? Uncle Goku, he called out to them. Trunks. Vegeta replied. Future Trunks nodded. Suddenly, a figure materialized in the air above them. Fu. Fu. Time Patrol. Goku and Vegeta looked up in unison. Fu smirked and conjured an artificial moon with his right hand. An artificial moon. Vegeta exclaimed in alarm. Fu then drew twin blades from his waist and slashed a cross-shaped cut through the air. A cross-shaped dimensional rift opened. Fu. Time Patrol. Goku shouted, charging toward him. Fu flew into the rift. By the time Goku reached it, the portal had vanished along with Fu. Damn it! Goku gritted his teeth in fury. Meanwhile, Kimba, exposed to fuss, artificial moon transformed into a golden great ape. He transformed. Vegeta observed. Yeah, Goku agreed. Let's take him on together. All right. With that, they charged at Kimba. The giant ape roared and swung his massive fists at them. They dodged and struck back. Though Kimba's power had increased, his speed remained unchanged. Future Trunks and Metacooler joined the fray. Kimba roared and blasted a black-red energy wave at Vegeta. Vegeta sidestepped, evading the attack. The stray blast struck the barrier in the sky with tremendous force. With a thunderous crack, the barrier shattered, leaving a gaping hole. Back in his lab, Fuss' face darkened at the sight. His plan to lure Goku and the others to the prison planet was to harvest their energy through battle. But with the barrier broken, he could no longer collect it. At this thought, Fu seethed with rage toward Kimba. Fury overwhelming him, Fuss' figure flickered and appeared directly before Kimba. Fu! Exclaimed the Time Patrol's son Goku in shock. Fu let out a soft laugh, drawing his long swords from his waist. His movement was as swift as light as he materialized behind Kimba. Kimba let out an agonized scream, a large cross-shaped wound appearing on his chest. At that moment, Fu raised his sword and swung a blade of energy backward, severing Kimba's tail. With a crash, the tail hit the ground, and Kimba's body reverted to its normal state. Huh. Seeing this, the Time Patrol Son Goku let out a fierce shout and charged at Fu. In an instant, he was before Fu, throwing a powerful right punch. Fu raised his left hand, catching the Time Patrol Son Goku's right fist. Surprised, the Time Patrol Son Goku executed a horizontal kick towards Fu. Fu released his grip and swiftly retreated. The Time Patrol Son Goku clenched both fists and launched a rapid assault against Fu. Fu dropped low and instantly teleported, vanishing from midair. Damn it, gritted the Time Patrol warrior. Just then, Kimba, now back to normal, mustered his remaining strength and charged at Son Goku and Vegeta. Seeing this, Son Goku took a deep breath, his body quickly reverting from Super Saiyan Blue to his base form. Immediately, his hair and irises turned silver, and his entire body erupted with a vast silvery white aura. This was the perfect Ultra Instinct. With a whoosh and a series of swift movements, Son Goku, utilizing Ultra Instinct, effortlessly evaded Kimba's attacks. While Kimba's focus was entirely on Son Goku, Vegeta seized the opportunity and drove his right fist hard into Kimba's abdomen. A tremendous impact echoed. With a deafening boom, Kimba's body shot backward like a ray, crashing into a large mountain behind him. Seizing the moment, Son Goku quickly brought his hands together behind his back. Huh. Me. Huh. Me. Huh. A deep blue energy wave materialized from Son Goku's hands and blasted towards Kimba. Gamma Burst. Vegeta roared, unleashing a technique he hadn't used in years. With a thunderous blast, both the Kamehameha and the Gamma Burst struck Kimba simultaneously, pushing his body back. A colossal explosion erupted as the Kamehameha wave and Gamma Burst detonated. Instantly, two massive tempests formed, sweeping across the surroundings. After a moment, when the ground explosion subsided, an enormous crater was revealed. Kimba lay battered and broken within the pit. "Is he still alive?" asked the Time Patrol Son Goku. No sooner had he spoken than a diamond-shaped white crystal appeared in the sky. At its center was a red circular gem, and around the crystal were numerous outward-pointing black spikes. This crystal was the Universe Seed. The moment it appeared, Son Goku and the others felt an immense gravitational force pressing down upon them. Immediately following, a man appeared. He had white skin, tea-colored hair, a large-shaped scar on his chest, golden earrings, armor on his shoulders and arms, slightly pointed ears, and wore green goggles. This man was named Hearts, a human manipulated by Fu, who sought to use the Universe Seed to overthrow the Omni King. Standing beside Hearts were a young man and a woman. To Hearts' left was a girl who appeared to be about 15 years old. The girl was slender with pale skin. Her white hair stood up like ice cream, and she had red scaro white pupils and redand yellow eyebrows. She wore a black form-fitting bodysuit and a dark red jacket. Her name was Kamen, an artificial life form created by the Tsufurigin of Universe 6. Fearing her power, her creators tried to destroy her, twisting her mind. Seeking revenge, she joined Heart's group, aiming to annihilate the entire universe. To Heart's right stood a boy who also looked about 15 years old. The boy was slender with pale skin. His white hair was styled upwards like ice cream, and he had blue scaro white pupils and redand yellow eyebrows. He wore a black form-fitting bodysuit and a dark blue jacket. His name was Orin. Like Kamen, he was an artificial life form created by the Tsufurigin of Universe 6. He and Kamen were siblings, and he harbored a deep hatred for humanity. "Who are you?" asked the Time Patrol Son Goku. Hearts ignored him, instead raising the index finger of his right hand and curling it upward. Kimba's body immediately levitated and flew towards him. Son Goku clenched his fists and charged at Hearts. Seeing this, Hearts used the Universe Seed to teleport them all to another universe. "Damn it!" Son Goku gritted his teeth. Seeing this, the Time Patrol Son Goku quickly bid him farewell. "Since the battle is over, we'll meet again." "Yeah." Son Goku nodded. With that, the Time Patrol Son Goku departed with the Time Patrol Vegeta. "Vegeta, so Kakarot should we head back too?" "Okay." Son Goku agreed, and using instant transmission brought future Trunks and Vegeta back to Earth. Shortly after they left, Metacooler arrived outside the prison planet and destroyed it. Universe 7 Earth. After returning, Son Goku immediately obtained a Senzu Bean from Korin, healing future Trunks' injuries. Then they had the Supreme Kai of Time use the Time Ring to send future Trunks back to his own timeline. The next day, Son Gohan learned of the events on the prison planet. Universe 11. After rescuing Kimba, Hearts along with the siblings Kamen and Orin arrived on a planet in Universe 11 to cause destruction. The three were now on a blue planet battling Dispo and Topo of Universe 11. Though Dispo was fast, his speed was greatly reduced under the gravity exerted by the Universe Seed. Even so, he was holding his own against the two. With a whoosh and a powerful kick, Kamen was sent flying. Damn it! Orin roared in anger, charging at Dispo at full speed. Maximum velocity. Dispo shouted, moving at superluminal speed to appear before Orin. He drove his knee upward, striking Orin hard in the abdomen. A thunderous impact echoed as Orin's body shot backward like a ray. Crash! Crash! With a series of loud crashes, Orin's body smashed through the buildings behind him. Dispo panted heavily, his gaze fixed on Hearts, who had been watching the battle from a distance. Up! With a loud shout, Dispo shot toward Has like a beam of light. Has raised his left hand toward Dispo, and a prismatic cube instantly materialized around him. Dispo's body soon collided with the prismatic cube. It hurts, Dispo exclaimed, then immediately raised his right fist and struck the cube with immense force. Bang! As Dispo's right fist hit the prismatic cube, heavy reverberations echoed. How infuriating! Meanwhile, Kamen and Orin rose from the ground, their hearts filled with glee as they watched the trapped Dispo. Just then a beam of prismatic light descended from the heavens. When the radiance faded, 4 figures were revealed within. These four were Vermaud, Jiren, Topo, and Margarita, a god of destruction. Haz's expression turned grave at the sight of the sudden arrivals. Then he said to Kamen and Orin, "Kamen, Orin, we retreat." Though reluctant, the two heeded Haz's command and moved to his side. Seeing this, Haz immediately used the universe seed to teleport them away. Crack! After they vanished, Jiren approached Dispo and shattered the prismatic cube encasing him. Once the cube shattered, Dispo felt the air around him grow fresh. "Thank you, Jiren." Jiren nodded in acknowledgement. "Margarita, do you know who they are?" Topo asked Margarita. "I'm not entirely sure for now, but that white crystal should be the universe seed." The universe seed? Universe 6. After Haz retreated with Kamen and Orin, they arrived at Planet Salad in Universe 6. Planet Salad was the Saiyan world of Universe 6, teeming with Saiyans everywhere. Haz brought them here to harvest the planet's energy through battle for the universe seed. In Universe 7, on the realm of the gods of destruction, Whis was preparing to take Beerus to Earth to savor its cuisine. But his staff suddenly began to glow. Seeing this, Whis raised it and noticed it was a call from the Grand Priest, so he answered. "Father." The Grand Priest nodded. "Whis, the Omni King, wishes for all gods of destruction to come to his palace. Inform Beerus and have him come." "Understood, Father." With that, Whis immediately ended the call. "What's wrong, Whis?" Beerus asked. "The Omni King wants all the gods of destruction to go to his palace." "The Omni King? Indeed. Do you know what it's about?" "How would I know?" "Very well." Universe 7, Earth West City. Son Goku's house. Son Gohan was training at home. Suddenly, he saw a white crystal and 5 figures appear in the sky. The 5 were Cumber, Kamen, Orin, merged Zamasu, and Haz. Zamasu and Cumber along with that guy from the prison planet. Son Goku, who was in the yard with Gohan, said. Haz smiled. "We meet again, Son Goku." Goku gritted his teeth. "Who are you? What do you want on Earth?" "My name is Haz. I've come to gather the universe seed's energy and to invite you to join us in overthrowing the Omni King and creating a new universe." "Overthrow the Omni King? Indeed. What do you say, Son Goku?" "I refuse." "Is that so? What a pity." Just then Krillin and the others arrived. "Krillin," Goku called. Krillin nodded. "Zamasu," Vegeta exclaimed in shock upon seeing merged Zamasu. "Weren't you erased by the Omni King?" "How?" "I revived him," Has said. "You?" "Indeed." Piccolo and the others immediately prepared for battle. Just then Son Gohan vanished in a flash, appearing before the universe seed and storing it in his system's inventory. Seeing the universe seed vanish, Haz's expression twisted in shock. "The universe seed? Where is my universe seed?" Son Gohan smiled. "How would I know about your universe seed?" "Damn it." Enraged, Has charged at Son Gohan at full speed. Son Gohan instantly activated Ultra Instinct to evade Haz's attack. "What?" Haz was taken aback. In that moment, Son Gohan appeared behind Haz's right hand, gathering a violet energy of destruction aimed at him. Destruction. As the words fell, Haz's body began to disintegrate at a visible rate. Haz, Cumber, and the others stared in shock. After erasing Haz, Son Gohan plucked a hair from his head, transforming it into a clone. Then he spoke to Goku and the others. "Dad, leave this to you. I'm going after Fu." "All right." With that, Son Gohan used instant transmission and vanished from Earth. Goku and Vegeta then charged at Zamasu and the others. The Demon Realm. Tawa was observing the main timeline through her staff. A figure suddenly appeared before Tawa. It was Son Gohan. Son Gohan. Tawa's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing him. Son Gohan snorted coldly. "You created Fu, didn't you?" Tawa gritted her teeth. "I did. So what?" "Nothing much. They'll just erase you." With that, Son Gohan flashed before Tawa, his right hand gathering a violet destruction energy aimed at her. "Ah!" A scream escaped Tawa as her body rapidly vanished before his eyes. Lady Tawa, Mira standing nearby, lunged at Son Gohan with a punch. Son Gohan dodged in a flash, appearing behind Mira, and kicked him hard in the back. With a thunderous crash, Mira shot through the castle wall like a beam hurled beyond the fortress. Damn it! Mira roared in fury, halting his momentum in midair. Just then a figure appeared behind him. It was Son Gohan. Destruction. With a soft utterance, Mira's body began to disintegrate at a visible pace. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly applause echoed from the ground. Son Gohan looked down and saw a violet figure. It was Fu. Fu. Fry smiled slightly. We meet again, Son Gohan. You are Fry. No, I am merely a new Fry possessing the memories of Fry. I see. But today, whether you are Fry or the new Fry, I will utterly annihilate you. Is that so? Fry let out a chuckle. Having spoken, Son Gohan transformed into a streak of white light charging at Fry. Fry let out a mighty roar, his body suddenly shrinking, and a dark purple wing sprouted from his back. At that moment, Son Gohan had already arrived before Fry, his fists and feet striking like flashes of lightning. Fry shifted his body to the left, evading Son Gohan's assault. Immediately, he engaged in combat with him. Main timeline Earth. After Son Gohan departed, Son Goku and the others instantly began their battle with Cumber. Swish. Boom. Bang. 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 Just as the battle reached its climax, a multitude of powerful auras abruptly manifested on Earth. These auras belonged to Frieza, Cell, and the Ginyu Force, all of whom Son Goku and the others had once vanquished. Thighs is Frieza's energy. Krillin exclaimed in alarm. Not just Frieza, but also Cell and the others. Piccolo stated. Yamcha clenched his teeth. Could someone have revived Frieza and the others? I don't know. Krillin shook his head. Meanwhile, on a desolate mountain on Earth stood a group of aliens with diverse appearances. These were the very individuals Fry had resurrected Frieza and his kin. Father, it seems we have been revived, Zako said, clenching his fists. Indeed. Frieza nodded. Then, Father, shall we seek vengeance on Son Gohan? No, let us leave Earth first and plan our next move. Plan our next move? Son Gohan's strength is formidable. I must first enhance my own power before I can challenge him. But, no buts. Our priority now is to eliminate Reg and reclaim our army. I understand, Father. Frieza nodded. Cell, who stood nearby, sneered disdainfully. To think the once mighty emperor of the universe now cowers before a Saiyan. Hearing this, Frieza's face darkened as he departed Earth with King Cold and the others. Cell, observing this, immediately flew off with Dr. Gero. Of course, he was not seeking Son Gohan, but rather androids 17 and 18. His goal was to absorb them both, elevating his power to an entirely new level. Only then would he have the confidence to defeat Son Gohan. Demon Realm. After a fierce and intense battle with Fry's, Son Gohan finally struck him down. The ground erupted in a cloud of dust from Fry's violent impact. Son Gohan shot through the dust cloud, his right hand gathering a purple orb of destructive energy aimed directly at Fry. Ha ha ha. Fry laughed. What are you laughing at? Son Gohan, your strength is indeed impressive, but your Earth may already be lost. Earth? Yes. I had someone use the Dragon Balls to revive Frieza and the others. Destruction. Upon hearing this, Son Gohan unleashed the destructive energy. As the words faded, Fry's body began to vanish at a visible rate. Main timeline Earth. After leaving Earth, Frieza, along with his father and son, each conjured a fiery red energy sphere and hurled it towards the planet. Kakarot, look up there. 3 energy spheres. It's Frieza and the others. Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Just then, Son Gohan's clone rapidly fired 3 beams of destructive energy from his right hand, intercepting Frieza's group spheres. Boom. With a series of colossal explosions, the 3 energy spheres detonated in the sky, erupting into vast, brilliant flames. At that moment, Son Gohan returned from the demon realm. He retrieved 100 strands of his own hair from the system and transformed them into his clones. Gohan, Krillin, and the others' faces lit up with joy upon seeing his return. Yeah. Son Gohan nodded. Once his 100 clones materialized, they dispersed across the globe, systematically eliminating all the minions Frieza had revived. In a certain city on Earth, Cell and Dr. Gero had located Lazuli and successfully absorbed her. At that very moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was one of Son Gohan's clones. Son Gohan. Cell exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Son Gohan. Lazuli looked upon the clone as if he were a lifeline. The clone offered a slight smile. Long time no see, Lazuli. Lazuli snorted coldly. Son Gohan, is this really the time for that? You're right. As the clone spoke, 3 more Son Gohan clones appeared. 4 Son Gohans. Dr. Gero was startled. They are not the real Son Gohan, merely his clones. Clones? Yes. The clone nearest to Lazuli explained. But even as a mere clone, I am more than capable of killing that old man. Hearing the threat, Dr. Jero instinctively stepped back. Is that so? Cell scoffed, immediately charging towards Lazuli. Seeing this, the Son Gohan clone transformed into a Super Saiyan 4 and intercepted Cell. Huh. Cell roared his body, transforming into Golden Cell as he launched an attack at the clone. Just then another figure materialized behind Cell. This was the real Son Gohan. Sensing the vastly different aura of the true body, Cell's expression shifted slightly, yet he continued his assault on the clone before him. Boom. At that moment, one of Son Gohan's clones obliterated Dr. Jero. Gritting his teeth, Cell threw a powerful punch that sent the clone reeling backward. However, Lazuli had already seized the opportunity during their clash to flee elsewhere. Seeing this, Cell lunged after her. But a flash of white light appeared before him. Cell was startled. The next second, a series of explosive sounds like a tempest erupted from his body. These sounds were the aftereffects of Son Gohan's strikes. Son Gohan's attack speed was so immense that the impacts were only perceived a full second later. Under the barrage of Son Gohan's faster-than-light assault, Cell collapsed to his knees, screaming in agony. Boom. With a final golden energy wave from Son Gohan's right hand, Cell was eradicated. Witnessing this, Son Gohan's clones converged before him, reverting into strands of hair. Son Gohan, were all those clones you just used made from the hair in your hand? Yeah, why? Nothing, just curious. Oh, thank you for this. Sun Wukong nodded. Meanwhile, with Sun Wukong. After a fierce battle, Sun Wukong and his companions had defeated Kamen, Orin, and Kemba. Only the immortal Zamasu remained. Kakarot, this guy has an immortal body. It seems we need to use Lord Beerus' destruction technique to eliminate him. Sun Wukong nodded. With that, Vegeta immediately used destructive energy to annihilate Zamasu. At the palace of the Omni King. While the earth was engulfed in an intense battle, Beerus and the others were playing hide and seek with the two Omni Kings. Sun Wukong. The Grand Minister gazed at Sun Wukong, within his staff, his thoughts inscrutable. After a long while, Kimba and the others were vanquished by Sun Wukong and his team. To restore the earth, Sun Wukong and his friends gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and used them to revive the innocent people who had been killed. Peace was restored to the earth once more. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a year had passed. After being revived, Frieza and his son returned to planet A's to train. A year later, both Frieza and A's had greatly increased their power. A's in particular had made remarkable progress. A's talent surpassed that of his father Frieza. After a year of training, he had completely surpassed his father and achieved the same golden form as Frieza. Father, I will go to Reg today and reclaim our army. Frieza nodded. 3 days later, A's arrived at the planet where Reg was located and engaged him in battle. After a fierce struggle, A's was ultimately defeated by Reg, who had trained to the level of a Super Saiyan 5. A's, don't think you're the only ones in this world who can train. With that, Reg immediately eliminated A's. Within the space-time continuum, Sun Wukong from the GT timeline and various other timelines, excluding the main timeline as its space-time scroll, was with Sun Wukong, were summoned by a woman with pale blue skin and blue hair to a space filled with clock gears. This woman, named Aeos, was the former Supreme Kai of Time. Who are you? Asked the Sun Wukongs from different timelines, looking at Aeos. My name is Aeos, the former Supreme Kai of Time. Supreme Kai of Time. That's right. Then why have you brought us here? I brought you here because I want you to participate in a tournament. GT Sun Wukong, a tournament? Yes, because there are too many timelines. I wish to eliminate some of them. Thus, the timelines that lose this tournament will be erased. Erased timelines. GT Sun Wukong was shocked. Yes. Then Lady Aeos, could you please not erase the timelines? No. The main timeline. Unaware of Eos' plan to erase timeline, Sun Wukong sat leisurely in his courtyard sipping freshly brewed coffee. Time flew by, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. Over these 7 years, Sun Wukong's battle power had reached 100 trillion. Ding! Congratulations, Master, for reaching a battle power of 100 trillion. Reward complete. Law of erasure can erase all things in the world. Double battle power, a new timeline, and angel power. A new timeline. For fans of Dragon Ball, they always hope for new stories. Thus, having no ending is the best ending. This book was not well written, and the fault lies mainly with me. Moreover, Dragon Ball stories revolve around its characters. Once you stray from those characters, no one might read it. This greatly limits the scope of Dragon Ball fan fiction.